You clearly possess the ability to replicate anything, yet you still live a life worse than a dog's, simply because this power can only copy spiritual objects. As an ordinary person, where could you possibly encounter such things? Even the concept of cultivating immortality likely exists only in legends. But that was until you met a talking crow. That night, as usual, you were driven to the big tree outside the door by the village bully and his wife. Watching the heavy snowfall, your consciousness gradually blurred amidst the turmoil. Just then, a large black crow landed beside you. As it spread its wings, they were nearly half the size of your frail body. "Kid, how old are you? What's your name?" "My name is Hanyu, and I'm 12 years old," you answered groggily. It was this voice that snapped you back to awareness. Shivering against the cold, you glanced around and saw the large crow above you tilting its head under the pale moonlight, watching you intently. You asked, "Was that you speaking, Big Crow? Little Hanyu, why are you left outside the yard instead of going inside? Are your parents in there?" "The people inside aren't my parents, but this is my house." It turned out that ever since your parents passed away early, your only house had been seized by the village bully. Not only were you forced to work like an ox every day, but you even had to fight with dogs for food. Hearing your words, the crow seemed to have known all along and continued, "Child, give me your treasure, and I'll help you get rid of those who took your home, alright? Who are you?" Back when the three of us from the Mystic Spirit sect parted ways, your grandparents became a couple, avoiding this ugly monster. What does 50 years matter? In the end, it's still this ugly monster who lived the longest and finally took a step on the immortal path. Immortal, you say you're an immortal, right? If I give you my treasure, will you promise me anything? You ask, watching the large raven spread its wings as if ready to take flight and kill. Of course not. I can only promise you one thing, and only if it's within my power to do so. Then if I give you my treasure, will you teach me your skills? You want to learn my skills? The crow was also taken aback upon hearing this. I can teach you, but if you can't learn it, don't blame me. The treasure will still be mine. Alright, deal. But then you ran into trouble again. You truly had no idea where the treasure it mentioned was. Just as you were pondering what this treasure could be, the small tree you had been leaning against suddenly vanished, leaving you with nothing behind you. You quickly reached back to steady yourself, and your hand touched something cold. Picking it up, you saw a small, heavy disc made of neither copper nor iron, engraved with a luxuriantly leafy tree. "Give me the treasure, and I'll teach you my skills." At this moment, the large crow opened its beak but let out a cawing sound. "What nonsense are you talking? Do you really want to learn to fly from a bird?" This made you realize instantly it wasn't the crow that had been speaking to you. What should I do then? Just as you were at a loss, an old white-haired Taoist in black robes suddenly appeared before you out of nowhere. "Hand over that treasure of yours to me." You handed him the small disc engraved with a lush tree, momentarily stunned. As you gave it away, you felt a strange intuition that the item might be useful and wanted to see what would happen. Then, the sensation of holding a scorching hot stone reappeared in your right hand, and immediately, another identical small disc materialized in your embrace. The old Taoist took it and examined it carefully for a moment before suddenly trembling violently. This is from the Valley of Eternal Spring. So that's how it is. Your family must be descendants of a disciple from the Valley of Eternal Spring. The later generations lacked the innate potential, cutting off their path to cultivation, leaving only this relic from the past. This is meant to be mine. I can finally embark on the true path of immortal cultivation. Overjoyed, the old Taoist clutched the small disc as if it were more precious than his own life. Hanyu watched timidly and quietly tucked away his other small disc. After a moment of wild joy, the old Taoist turned to look at Hanyu. His gaunt, withered, and ugly face, resembling that of an old horse nearing the end of its life, suddenly flickered with an unusually complex mix of emotions. That Han fellow snatched Wanner away without a word. If it were for his sake, I should break my promise right now and feed you to my raven. As the old Taoist finished speaking, the large black raven landed on Hanyu's shoulder. Its heavy weight nearly knocked Hanyu off balance, and its beady black eyes gleamed with both anticipation and malice, as if ready to peck at this delicious meal at any moment. "But your eyes, they look so much like Wanner's," the old Taoist sighed again. "You're Wanner's grandson, and you've given me the token of Wangu Valley. I can't break my promise to Wanner." The black raven, clearly disappointed, spread its wings and soared away, even dropping a splatter of bird droppings right in front of the donkey, startling it into a series of loud brays. The old Taoist, embarrassed, cursed, "Damn feathered beast." Then, with a stern expression on his ugly face, he said to Hanyu, "I'm heading to Wangu Valley. It's a journey of 1,000 miles, and along the way, I'll teach you a thing or two. Whether you can learn it or not is up to you. When we get to Wanchun Valley, I'm going to use the token to embark on the right path to cultivate immortality, and I won't owe anyone any more favors, and the past will all be over. Do you understand?" These words were not so much said to Hanyu, a half-grown child, but rather what he said to himself. After Hanyu nodded, a satisfied smile appeared on the old Taoist's ugly face. On that day, an old man and a small donkey and a big crow walked dozens of miles, resting in a small town inn. Hanyu ate a full meal again. The clothes on the body, although still tattered, but has regained the spirit. The only shoes walk broken. I'm afraid that tomorrow rushed to the road to be uncomfortable. The extra small disc, the token of Wanchun Valley. He did not understand what was going on until now. Why did you give one to the Taoist master and have another one in your own hand? Wasn't there only one from the beginning? Wire, come here, I'll teach you to cultivate. The old Taoist called out, and Hanyu hurriedly put away that Wanchun Valley token of his and went to the old Taoist's room. As soon as he entered the room, the old Taoist took out a shiny knife and signaled Hanyu, bloodletting. Hanyu stunned to look at the old Tao. It's not to harm you. The immortal method I learned is not the right way. From the beginning we have to bleed and condense the essence, and then use the condensed fake chi to travel the circumference of the sky, to achieve a similar effect to the immortal method. To the immortals, this is a monkey's trick, but to the mortals, we are already considered to be cultivating immortals. The old Taoist explained. Hanyu understood, and after a moment's hesitation, he followed the old Taoist's instructions and took the knife to bleed out the blood. After Hanyu bled, the old Taoist unconsciously stared at the wound and swallowed a mouthful of water. He then silently recited a wanner, which forced him to restrain himself, and then pointed his finger at Hanyu's wound. As I pushed, running my own blood. Hanyu then concentrated and followed the running. At first, it felt like the blood flowed out and his own arm got cold with it, and gradually it felt like that coldness disappeared, and a drying implication gradually flowed through his entire body as the blood flowed back into his arm. When he ran a circle, he felt even more dry mouth, inexplicable thirst. It was also at this moment that the old Taoist let go of him. Go on, waifu, watch and cultivate yourself, forget how to practice and come back to ask me. Hanyu lowered his head, endured the feeling of dry mouth and tongue and left the room, just in time to meet with the store assistant. The store assistant walked into the old Taoist's room carrying 2 live chickens, and then walked out. Immediately afterward, a swallowing sound came from the old Taoist's room. Hanyu was secretly surprised after watching this scene. Was it the Taoist who ate the chickens, or was it that big black crow that ate the chickens? Early the next morning, the old Taoist led Hanyu to continue his journey, and in the evening, he looked at Hanyu's cultivation, and was quite satisfied to see that he hadn't forgotten how to function. Another 2 days, Hanyu feel every day lips anxious dry mouth, how to drink water or not quench their thirst, every meal is very full, but always very hungry, then asked the old Taoist how it is. He asked the old Taoist what was wrong. The old Taoist laughed and said, you don't have enough blood, so of course you're thirsty. However, I am also benevolent and will not buy you blood food for your cultivation. Today, I will pass on 2 more spells to you, and then I will never care about you again. Chapter 3 Feed the Crow. Just these 2 spells, go back to your house and cultivate on your own. On that day, the old Taoist handed Hanyu 2 spells and sent him out the door without a good reason. Just as the old Taoist himself said, how much he learned next depended on Hanyu's own destiny. He would neither buy Hanyu blood food to replenish his blood chi, nor would he give him further instructions. If not for the fact that Hanyu was Wan'er's grandson, the old Taoist would have fed him to the crows. These 2 spells, one is called blood droplets, is the body of blood into a blood droplet after forcing out of the body toward the target launch, as the size of rain and dew, but can penetrate the wood and stone, injuring people. Ordinary people are absolutely difficult to resist. The other spell is called raising spirit, which is the method of feeding crows with the old Taoist's own blood and chi, so that the crows can grow to be more than 3 feet big crows. Once the fed animal received the blood chi from the master's spirit raising technique, it would be like a wild wolf transforming into a domestic dog, naturally getting close to the master and following his commands. Back in his room, Hanyu tried to condense his essence blood to test the blood droplet spell. As soon as he tried it, Hanyu felt bad in his heart as the blood gathered into raindrops and forced it out of his body. His hands and feet were cold and his ears were ringing, just like going back to that night when he was almost frozen and starved to death. Extremely difficult and weak. This was the feeling of essence blood leaving the body? If this spell misses with a single blow, I'm afraid that I won't even be able to run away, and I'll have to let the enemy slaughter me, right? If only there was a little more essence blood, it would be fine. With this layer of Hanyu's thoughts, the warm sensation in his hand that was as hot as charcoal, but not too hot, reappeared. Immediately afterward, another drop of bright red, translucent essence blood appeared in Hanyu's palm. Hanyu blinked in confusion as he endured the sign of weakness in his body. Just like the 10,000 Spring Valleys token, the essence blood had changed from 1 to 2? Hanyu looked at this extra drop of essence blood and thought in his heart, if this is the case, wouldn't it be the case that if I use the blood drop once, I'll get 2 chances to fire spells? Essence blood, can I take it back? As this thought rose, Hanyu couldn't help himself a bit. The weakness of his body and his burning thirst for blood food made him like a person who hadn't drunk water for days and nights and suddenly saw a bowl of fresh water. When the blood essence was close to his skin, the blood refining technique instantly and instinctively worked to absorb the blood essence into it, and Hanyu's body was warm and soothed. By the time Hanyu came back to his senses, this extra blood had already been refined, and his own state had recovered to about 70% of its original state, no longer so weak. Hanyu suddenly realized that even if the essence blood was withdrawn in time, it would still be less than the original. Just like watering a field, it would inevitably decrease by a portion. Refining the blood, Hanyu felt a hot current flow throughout his body, warming his hands and feet and making his mind feel comfortable. The dryness of his mouth disappeared, his hands and feet were more powerful than before, and the aches and pains of walking during the day were no longer there, and his blood chi flourished, quickly exceeding its original level, and exceeding its original blood chi by quite a bit. In this way, there is no need to buy blood food, it just so happens that I don't have any money. Hanyu thought happily in his heart. Early the next morning, Hanyu heard a commotion next door and hurriedly got up. The old Taoist rode out on his donkey and Hanyu followed him. The old Taoist looked at him and said, "Little boy, I've taught you everything you need to know, why are you still following me?" Hanyu was puzzled. "Master Tao, aren't you going to Wanchun Valley?" "I'm going to my own Wanchun Valley, what does it have to do with you, little boy?" The old Taoist slightly angled a long ugly face. "What I should teach, I have already taught, things I have also arrived, will not bring you this burden." Only then did Hanyu realize that the old Tao had fulfilled his promise and would no longer carry himself. "Master Tao, I also want to go to Wanchun Valley." The old Taoist snorted. "Wanchun Valley? Little child, with you also want to go?" After saying this, he ignored Hanyu and urged the donkey to slowly walk forward. Hanyu followed behind the donkey, without saying a word. After walking a few miles, the old Taoist turned his head to look at, "Little child, really follow me ah?" "Master Tao, I want to go to Wanchun Valley." Hanyu replied. "Do you really want to follow?" "Yes." "With your surname Han," the old Taoist coldly looked at him and glanced at his eyes and eyebrows, pausing slightly. "If you have to follow me, it is not impossible. Give you a chance, use your blood chi to help me raise crows." Reaching out, a big black crow 3 feet long fell from the sky. This little baby old Taoist raised his hand and pointed at Hanyu. "This big crow will stare at Hanyu with 2 eyes, eagerness is not hidden, open his wings to fly over to peck Hanyu." The old Taoist scolded in a bad mood. "Flat hair animal, just know how to eat. This little child is not for you to eat, in the future, every day's blood chi let him give you, I will not give you." "Ga?" The big crow tilted his head and looked at the old Taoist. "What are you screaming for?" The old Taoist's voice was hoarse. "If you scream again, the little waif's blood chi won't even be given to you." A moment later, it landed directly on Hanyu's shoulder from mid-air, pressing down heavily on it. "Ga?" Hanyu smiled, feeling that this big black crow was like a small child who had to go out after being reprimanded by his parents and had to go home again. Although he had never experienced it, he had seen how village children who were scolded by their parents ran out to spread their anger for a while, wiped away their tears and slunk back home again. "I'll feed you later." "Ga?" The big crow cawed, stared at him, and flew away again with its wings. Another day to the east, in the evening the old Taoist and Hanyu stayed in a small store. The old Taoist asked for 2 more live chickens inside the room as a blood meal. The big crow sneakily tried to get in, but was thrown out by the old Tao. "Today there is no part for you, look for small children to go." The big crow had to run to Hanyu's room, opened its mouth and cawed twice. Hanyu saw that it asked for blood chi, so he tried to run his own blood chi, and performed the spirit nurturing technique to instill it. When the big crow saw the infusion of blood chi, it settled down and closed its eyes comfortably. After Hanyu had instilled the blood chi for a short while, the blood chi was a little less, but he didn't feel particularly weak. The big crow opened its eyes and took the initiative to detach itself, cawing out, and today's blood chi feeding came to an end. Hanyu let out a sigh of relief, but it wasn't too much. After the big crow left, Hanyu once again condensed his essence blood, made a copy, and then refined the 2 copies. A moment later, his heart was greatly stabilized. Not only did he not feel weak from feeding the big crow, but his own blood weight had once again increased. Early the next morning, the old Taoist didn't wait for Hanyu on purpose and rode the donkey east again on his own. Hanyu hurriedly followed, and at night fed the big crow again, refining his own essence blood as a blood food supplement. After 2 days of fumbling around, he gradually realized that his own copying ability should only be able to copy his own blood once a day, but no more. If he wanted to copy something as valuable as the Wanchun Valley relics, he would need to accumulate more than a day's worth of time before being able to save up for a single copy. After another day, the old Taoist finally became a bit puzzled. Why did the big crow love to hover around Hanyu more and more? Could it be that Hanyu had given it a full meal? Also, Hanyu hadn't had any blood food to replenish it, so how come the blood chi hadn't been lost to his face yet, but instead, he was looking more and more energetic? "Come here, little child, let me see." Chapter 4 Immortal Child. Master Tao. Hanyu lifted his heart and stood in front of the old Taoist. The old Taoist, with an ugly donkey's face, looked at him suspiciously. "I didn't give you blood food, and let you feed my crows, how come you still have so much chi and blood?" Hanyu stifled his voice and looked at the old Taoist. The old Taoist reached out and put his hand on his pulse, sensing his chi and blood, and immediately his eyebrows jumped. "How is this little kid's chi and blood as vigorous as a strong man's? Little child, how did you cultivate? Show me." After hearing this, Hanyu sat down on the ground and cultivated once. The old Taoist looked carefully and couldn't see any problems, so he couldn't help but pinch up his short goat-like beard. The blood refining technique was a fake immortal cultivation method that he had managed to obtain from the hands of an escaped demonic sex blood slave, and the 3 spells of blood droplet, spirit nurturing technique, and bloodthirsty technique were even more immortal techniques that went beyond the realm of martial arts. It didn't make sense that someone as experienced as me would need to replenish his blood food day after day to practice, and that this little baby would instead be filled with chi and blood after practicing. What's going on here? Am I practicing wrong, or is this little child practicing wrong? The old Taoist pinched his beard and could not come up with an answer. After all, he did not learn to cultivate immortality. Can follow the steps of cultivation is already lucky. To say what details of the gongfu speculation, of course, is nowhere to start. Forget it. The old Taoist finally decided to give up. After all, in a few days he would be able to step into the Wanchun Valley and enter the proper path of immortal cultivation, and there was nothing worth caring about a fake immortal's law like the blood refining technique that wasn't even an immortal cultivation technique. You cultivate like this, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, let it be. If your own cultivation goes wrong and you die, I'm sure Wan Er can't blame me in heaven. After that, the old Taoist didn't say any more. Hanyu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and went back to the house to feed the big crow, and then forced out his own essence blood and replicated his essence blood to cultivate, and the total amount of chi and blood increased again. On the second day, the old Taoist urged the little donkey to go east again. Hanyu followed with the big crow. The big crow followed him and was able to eat enough blood chi every day, so it was obviously close to him, and the time it spent hovering above Hanyu's head during the day became more frequent as a result, and that kind of eagerness to use him as blood food disappeared as well. Another 2 days, the road pedestrians become more. Decorated sedan chair, horse-drawn carriage appears from time to time, often followed by maidservants and guards and so on entourage. There are also dancing swords and spears, big-waisted martial arts people, or alone, or in groups of 2 or 3, all toward the east in a certain direction. Master Tao, are they all going to Wanchun Valley? Yes, they are all going to Wanchun Valley. The old Taoist voice hoarse, and slightly pleased grin. They also want to ask for immortality and longevity, but no matter outside the power and wealth, or martial arts, to the immortal gate outside is the same. Whether they can cultivate immortality or not is not up to them. Before arriving at the Wanchun Valley this day, they first arrived at a bustling small town about half a day's journey away from the Wanchun Valley. This small town is called Immortal Seeking Town, which is the place where people who come to Wanchun Valley all year round to seek to enter the right path of immortal cultivation reside, and it is also the place where many people who come to Wanchun Valley take a rest and reorganize. People come and go in an endless stream. Other towns and villages are not easy to see martial arts masters, rich and powerful people, but here is like mushrooms in the mountain forest, 3 steps, 2 steps to see a good clump. Or wearing a brocade hat and sable fur, or carrying a sword, or with jade jewelry, so that the ragged Hanyu see a fresh and rare little child. The old man saw Hanyu this look, cannot help but twist the beard shake head, voice still mocking Twitter. I teach you the skills, you only need to cultivate a few years, you can become a guest of these dignitaries, a lifetime of glory and wealth to enjoy endless. When the time comes to say that you are the descendant of the 3 friends of Quanlin, but also to help your grandmother and Master Dao, I make a name for myself. Hanyu said to himself, I'm the descendant of my grandmother and grandfather, how can I be considered the descendant of my grandmother and you? Stopping the donkey, the old Taoist chose an inn at random and ordered 2 rooms, 1 meat and 1 veggie for each meal, and leave the donkey to your store as room money. In addition, send 4 live chickens over. The second took a look at the donkey and smiled. How many days do you plan to stay? Until tomorrow. The old Taoist's voice was hoarse and firm. 1 day's stay, 3 meals, and you get a donkey? Xiaoer jogged to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was overjoyed. Quickly, arrange the upper room, elegant seat. The second invited the old man, Hanyu, a small old man, to stay in the upper room, and nodded and bowed to invite the 2 to the second floor of the in-seat meal. Big Crow from the mid-air fall, grab Hanyu's shoulders, in the small 2 surprised eyes followed together to the second floor. At the seat of the dining table on the street by the window position, a brocade-robed gentleman is wrapped up in the maid, the 2 people mouth to mouth to feed the wine drink, behind standing 2 attendants. Hearing the sound of the stairs, the gentleman was full of unhappiness, turned his head to look at the ugly face of the old man, ragged clothes of Hanyu, pushed away the maid, who let you come to disturb the pleasure of the master. The maid reminded in a low voice, Master, look at that bird. The brocade-clothed gentleman was instantly interested. It's really true. This big black bird is an eagle? It's quite impressive. Wang San, go and bring me that bird. With these words of his, a burly man suddenly stepped out from his entourage behind him, and without greeting old Dao or Hanyu, he reached out and grabbed towards the big crow. Hanyu then looked at the old Taoist. The old Taoist hissed and laughed. What are you looking at me for? Haven't I already taught you my skills? Hanyu looked at the big crow again. Should I let someone capture this crow? Seeing that burly man getting closer and closer, this big crow flew up in the air from Hanyu's shoulder. A pair of sharp claws swung out, instantly cutting deep blood marks into the arm of that Wang San who was reaching out. Wang San screamed in horror and pain, cursing in his mouth that he was looking for death. He was about to draw his belt knife. Right at this moment, a drop of essence blood in front of Han Yu's hand had already coalesced and aimed at this person, warning under his breath, "You don't." But Wang San had already drawn his knife out. Han Yu didn't hesitate any longer, and his blood instantly shot out. With a poof, it penetrated Wang San's shoulder blade, and then with the remaining momentum, it penetrated the wooden table, punching a small transparent hole out. The belt knife fell to the ground, and Wang San looked at the child in front of him in shock and fear, wearing tattered clothes. "Law spells?" he shouted in a trembling voice. The entire second-floor elegant seat was silent, all looking at Han Yu. The brocade-clothed male stood up tremblingly and fell to the ground on his knees. "So it is the immortal child in front of him. I am Wei Baoyu, the fourth son of the Prime Minister of the Southernly Kingdom, and I ask for the forgiveness of Immortal Master and Immortal Child." The maidservants and attendants also fell to their knees. "Please forgive Immortal Boy and Immortal Master." Seeing them like this, Han Yu looked at the old Taoist at a loss for words. "Master Taoist." The old Taoist also glanced at Han Yu in slight amazement. This kid still has the strength left to stand after releasing his essence blood. His chi and blood don't appear to be failing. It's really exuberant and strange. "Since the person is you cleaned up, it has nothing to do with me, so do what you want to do." Han Yu hesitated and said, "Then you all get up and stop robbing us." When he said this, Wei Baoyu, Wang San and the others thought he was saying the opposite, pointing out that they were guilty of robbing things, so how could they dare to get up? How dare they get up? They all hurriedly bowed their heads and shouted, "Immortal Child, forgive me. Fairy Boy, forgive me. We would never dare to be so blind as to covet Fairy Boy's sacred bird." Wei Baoyu even said, "I would like to do my best to make amends to the Fairy Boy." Han Yu told them to get up, but they didn't dare to get up and had to make amends. After thinking about it, "I don't know what to ask for," and the old Taoist doesn't say anything. Han Yu saw the big crows again, and finally had an idea. "Why don't we just order some blood food out? How many living things have you brought?" Chapter 5 Before Wanchun Valley. "Thank you, Immortal Child, for your forgiveness. Great kindness, I will definitely keep it in mind." Wei Baoyu, the fourth son of the Prime Minister of the Southernly Kingdom, carefully raised his eyes and then hurriedly led the people away, leaving only the old Taoist, Han Yu, the great crow, and the 8 steeds in front of the inn stables. Because of Han Yu's words, Wei Baoyu left behind the 8 steeds he brought with him, which was the only kind of living thing they brought with them. When these people left, Han Yu looked at the old Taoist. "Can this be used as a blood meal, Master Tao?" The old Taoist grinned. "Yes, too well. But with your little body, how can you enjoy this blood meal? Aren't you afraid that these horses will kick you to death? Also, this place is not far from the Wanchun Valley Immortal Gate. In case the real Wanchun Valley Immortal Master comes out to sweep away the evil demons, can you explain it?" "Master Tao, I'll give you half." Han Yu didn't have to think much before he blurted it out. "This is more or less the same." The old Taoist laughed with satisfaction. "Go back to the house to feed the crows. The next thing you do not have to worry about. Tomorrow I will go to Wanchun Valley into the Immortal Door." The old Taoist left the inn with 8 horses. After Han Yu went back to the house and fed the crows, he cultivated a bit and also began to rest. Early the next morning, the old Taoist returned to the inn and threw Han Yu a small earthenware jar with a lid the size of a palm. "This is your share of the blood refining. This jar contains enough blood food for 3 months. As long as you are careful to use it sparingly, you can use it for a year." After Han Yu got the small pot, before he had time to say anything more, the old Taoist already turned around and left. Han Yu hurriedly followed. "Master, to Wanchun Valley?" The old Taoist did not look back. Hoarse voice cannot hide the excitement. "Good, I will enter the immortal sect of the right way." Han Yu stopped talking and followed silently. Big crows in midair quacked twice, also followed an old and a small, leaving the bustling sound of the town of the Immortal Seekers, toward the east of the Wanchun Valley and go. At first, there were people on the road, but the closer they got to Wanchun Valley, the fewer people there were. Han Yu felt strange in his heart. There are so many people in Immortal Seeking Town, why are there fewer and fewer people in Wanchun Valley? When he told the old Taoist laughed and said, "There are many people who pretend to seek immortality in the world, but there are few who really seek it. Now there is still more than a year to go before the Immortal Fate ceremony for recruiting new disciples in Wanchun Valley. Who dares to come up and disturb the Immortal Sect without any reason? When the time comes for the Immortal Master to exterminate him, they'll all have to consider themselves unlucky." Speaking here, he stared at Han Yu. "Little child, do you still dare to follow me there? I have a token in my hand, but you don't have anything, so be careful of being killed by the Immortal Master of Wanchun Valley." Han Yu nodded. The old Taoist said nothing more and just went forward. An old man and a small group of people and walked for a small half-day, in front of the eyes of a rolling mountain forest, cloudy, breathing steeply fresh and smooth, invigorating the spirit. Far away, I saw a huge verdant tree standing in front of the mountain, huge tree towering into the clouds, around the white cranes, white clouds behind the tree, one cannot see clearly in the end. This kind of immortal style, more let the old Taoist come to the energy, cannot help but speed up the pace. Han Yu also hurried to follow, continue forward. The big black crows also fell down, stopped in Han Yu's shoulders. 100 feet away from the giant tree, the surrounding empty without a living person, only a huge stone in front of the eyes, on the book of bright red eye-catching words, "Nothing to disturb the cultivation of people, can kill." The words are murderous, no one would dare to ignore the will. Walking to the front of the boulder, the old Taoist carefully took out the disc-shaped Wanchun Valley token with a large tree pattern, and then raised it high above his head. I bring the Wanchun Valley token and come to plead to enter the valley and learn the method of immortal cultivation. After this cry fell, there was no response. The old Taoist endured his heart's anxiety and restlessness and continued to hold up the token. After a few more moments, he spoke again. I know. Got it, wait. A voice came from the direction of the verdant giant tree. Immediately afterward, a figure flew out of the giant tree in the air, with his feet on a flying sword, and flew diagonally over a distance of 100 feet to land on top of the giant rock. This was a square-faced man in green, slightly holding his head high, his eyes looking down at Lao Dao, Han Yu, and the crows, with no intention of coming down to speak. The old Taoist looked at this dashing figure with his feet on a flying sword. His eyes were already full of fervor. Naturally, he couldn't care less about whether the other party was polite or not, and even inwardly he felt that within the immortal sect it was only natural to be so condescending, and that if he wasn't condescending, it would be strange instead. Little man. I'll bring you the credentials. Did not wait for the old man to continue to introduce himself, the man in green reached out and said. The old Taoist was stunned for a moment, and then his feet stomped violently, and he jumped up with his martial arts skills, jumped onto the boulder, and after climbing a few times, he handed over the disc token to the man in green. He landed under the boulder again and waited respectfully. The man in green lowered his head to scrutinize it carefully, and his fingers scratched through the lines of the big tree. It's real. This token will allow one person to enter the door. Is it you, or is it this child? It is me. The old Taoist immediately answered. Is it you? The man in green snorted. You see gray hair, already 70 or 80 years old, still dare to hope to cultivate immortality? You might as well let your son or nephew at home come and try, maybe the root nature can be molded. I'm all alone, and no offspring, only seek to enter the immortal door to see the right way. The old Taoist said resolutely. Why did you come at such an old age? In the mundane, the news of the immortal sect is very little and hidden. I was originally drunk on martial arts, and then how many years of hard searching, only to know that this is a token of the immortal sect, only to know that the immortal sect is located in the way. The old Taoist replied. The man in green said with his head held high, since the token to bring, there is no reason not to enter the door. Choke the receipt of the flying sword down the boulder, step forward, go, I take you into the door. If it is not a token, you such an old man cannot have the opportunity to enter the door. The old road is very happy. Thank you, immortal master. Thank you for taking me to the door. Busy following behind, not to mention Han Yu, even the big crow forgot to bring. Just then, Han Yu opened his mouth. Immortal master, let me be initiated as well. The man in green didn't bother to respond, just stepping forward. The old Taoist followed behind, not returning his head, not saying a word. Han Yu pulled out a token and held it up in his hand. Immortal master, I also have a token. HM? The man in green stopped and turned his head to look. The old Taoist turned back in shock and surprise. When both men saw that Han Yu was indeed holding a token in his hand, their expressions changed a bit. What was wrong with today? Normally, they wouldn't be able to meet one for a few years, but today, there were two all at once. The man in green walked back and grabbed the token from Han Yu's hand and took a look at it. It's also real, come with me. The old Taoist's eyes gradually changed, from shock gradually turned into with anger. Surnamed Han Yu, this death is not peaceful. You turned out to have two No wonder you were able to abduct Wan Er in the first place. And this little brat, all the way so obedient, the original also hides a hand. You Han people are all bad people. Gnashing his teeth and glancing at Han Yu, the old Taoist's excitement about entering the immortal sect diminished a bit. The man in green walked in front, the old Taoist and Han Yu followed closely behind, and after walking under the giant tree, the man in green instructed the two to follow closely. There is a formation in front of them. The two men then followed the man in green around the giant tree, and then left 3 steps, right 5 steps, repeated twists and turns several times. The eyes lit up, a bridge appeared in front of them. Crossing the bridge, the Wanchun Valley Immortal Gate was already in front of them. Mountains towering, clouds reverberating, bamboo forests and pines, exotic flowers and plants, every blade of grass is verdant and moving. I don't know how many buildings are scattered within this immortal gate. Green and gray-clothed disciples walk through them, and there are also occasional flying swords swept over their heads from time to time. The green-robed square-faced man led the old Taoist and Han Yu to a place called the Deacon's Room and reported to a deacon. Deacon Fong, when I was patrolling the mountain gate, these two people were holding a token and wanted to enter the gate. Please ask Deacon Fong to examine it. Deacon Fong's fine eyes and white face, after carefully inspecting the token, he said. Chan Pei. The square-faced man in green who led the way immediately bowed. Disciple in. You will be credited with 2 small merits. Continue patrolling. Deacon Fong said. The green-clothed man was immediately overjoyed. Thank you, Deacon Fong. He took out a square object from his waist, and then 2 points of crystalline light emerged from a stone tablet behind Deacon Fong and put into it, after which the man in green turned around and hurriedly left. After that, Deacon Fong looked at the old Taoist and Han Yu, and his thin eyes narrowed into slits. Name? How old? Chapter 6 Recorded name Shinrut. Dear Deacon Fong, Disciple Li Quan, 93 years old. The white-haired old Taoist spoke carefully. Deacon Fong frowned slightly. At your age, you still want to cultivate immortality? Please have mercy on the deacon, this is the only obsession I have in my life. The old Taoist pleaded in a small voice. Well, with my Wanchun Valley credentials to come, regardless of whether it can be cultivated always to enter the door, otherwise the disciples to take away the credentials passed on to future generations is no longer meaningful. Deacon Fong pointed to the stone monument behind him, that is, the one that issued the small merit. Go, put your hand on it, record your name and show your roots. If you don't get your name recorded, you won't be able to practice the immortal laws, and you can only be a servant for the rest of your life. Old Taoist Li swallowed nervously, stepped in front of the stone tablet, and pressed his hand on it. Script slowly appeared on the stone tablet. Li Quan, 93 years old, servant disciple, 5 spirit roots. Old Taoist Li was a bit elated and looked at Deacon Fong. This is considered to have a spiritual root? I don't have to be a servant? The worst spirit root is just that. Deacon Fong didn't even lift his eyelids, still squinting his fine eyes. Next. Hanyu, 12 years old. After Hanyu spoke to Deacon Fong and saw that Deacon Fong didn't pay any attention to himself, he walked towards the stone tablet and placed his hand on it. The palm of his hand was slightly warm, and then the stone tablet displayed the font. Hanyu, 12 years old, servant disciple, for spirit roots. Deacon Fong was a bit surprised. Not bad, for spirit roots, you are expected to enter the outer sect. Old Taoist Li cautiously asked, Deacon Fong, I have 5 spirit roots, am I also expected to enter the outer door? Deacon Fong snorted. Into the outer door must be cultivated to the 4th level of Qi cultivation, with his 4 spirit roots, at least 10 years of cultivation before there is hope. He can cultivate for 10 years to the 4th level of Qi cultivation. You this age, spiritual roots, and poor a chip, how many years can cultivate? In this life, it would be good to be a handyman disciple instead of a servant. Old Taoist Li was instantly greatly frustrated, his mouth tightly shut. Deacon Fong added, Li Quan, Hanyu, the 2 of you will go to the spiritual fields as servant disciples, cultivating while planting spiritual fields for the sect. 10% of the harvest from the spirit field can be left 20%. Every 6 months, you will be credited with 5 small merits for the clan for harvesting the spiritual fields. After saying that, the palm of the hand in the waist, there will be 2 sets of gray servant disciple clothes, 2 light gray jade, appeared on the side table. Elder Taoist Li, Hanyu 2 people went forward to receive the clothes. Jade, Deacon Fong called a green-clothed outer disciple, Jin Chi, lead them to the allocation of spiritual fields. Jin Chi nodded his head and answered, smilingly leading the 2 outward, but very amiable. 2 senior disciples, follow me. Releasing a large turquoise banana leaf, he signaled Hanyu and Li Quan to go on the banana leaf. Seeing that this leaf was 1 zhang long, 6 feet wide, and only 2 inches thick, Hanyu and the old Taoist couldn't help but look at Jin Chi. Jin Chi could see what they were thinking and laughed. Relax, this leaf is already tough, and it was refined by my Wanchun Valley's refiners, so there's no chance of it being trampled on. Just come up in peace. Only then did Hanyu and the old Taoist step onto the large banana leaf. Jin Chi pinched his hand and the leaf fluttered, leaving the center of the Wanchun Valley clan, crossing 2 mountains and arriving at a flat valley where it slowly fell. Just as it fell, a big, round, fat man in green clothes came over with a smile. Why is this senior brother here? Senior brother Wang, I've come specifically to deliver these 2 odd-jobbed senior brothers. Jin Chi said this and introduced Hanyu and Li Laodao. This senior brother Wang is just 1 step away from entering the inner sect. He is the supervisor of the spiritual fields here. You should listen to his orders in the future and concentrate on cultivating and planting the fields, so that you can enter the outer sect at the 4th level of Qi cultivation. The steward Wang was a bit surprised. The immortal fate ceremony is still a year away. How did these 2 people get here? They took the token to enter the gate. Oh. Steward Wang suddenly realized, then leave it to me. Jin Chi nodded, turned to ride the spirit leaves to go, and then remembered what deliberately turned back. 2 senior brother first arrived, and no foundation, life is not easy to think. Give you a copy of the general knowledge within the door. After saying the words, deliberately down the spirit leaf, will be a jade slip into the hands of Hanyu. Hanyu's heart warmed, and he quickly thanked him. No need to be polite, I'll see you in the future at the outer gate. Jin Chi let out a laugh and floated away on the spirit leaf. Hanyu, Li Laodao 2 people are watching his back, thinking that this senior brother is really good. Hey, what are you 2 staring at? What's your name? Come over and register. Steward Wang impatiently called out. Master Wang, my name is Li Quan. Just after old Taoist Li said half a word, Steward Wang chilled his face down. You are worthy to call me senior brother? You're an old man with no future. It's good that I don't send you to be a servant. This is actually a person who can change his face. Old Taoist Li instantly blushed, clenched his teeth, and lowered his head. Steward Wang poo-pooed again. What a thing. Take a token to enter the immortal sect and you really think you're disciples? You're just handymen. Still not quick enough to come over and register. In the midst of his chiding, old Taoist Li and Hanyu registered their names, spiritual roots, and ages before being led by him to 2 fields, one of which was about a few acres, with a leveled stone house at the end of the field. Tomorrow you will start planting. If you don't know anything, ask the others. After Steward Wang finished speaking, he directly turned around and left. Old Taoist Li and Hanyu stood in the field looking at each other. Compared to Jin Qi, this Steward Wang's attitude was extremely bad. Sure enough, the county officials are better than the current management, Li Laodao muttered softly, so it turns out that amongst the immortal sect, they are not immune. After hearing this, Hanyu couldn't help but nod his head as well, glancing back at the large crow on his shoulder. It had been honest all this way and hadn't moved at all. The immortal masters of Wanchun Valley are well informed, and none of them have taken it seriously either. Master Tao, which piece of land do you choose? Master Tao, I choose which piece. Li Laodao turned and raised his hand. Master Tao, which piece is not chosen, just ing want to smoke you. Mr. Han is too treacherous. This kid's grandfather previously abducted his own sweetheart Wan Air. This kid 2 tokens handed out he became to give him the way into the immortal door. Why are you Han so good at taking advantage of me? If I were you, I wouldn't be so squarely in a brawl. A voice came. Old Taoist Li hurriedly stopped and turned his head to look. Hanyu also hurriedly ran back a distance to make sure he wouldn't get beaten up. Along with this voice, 3 people walked out not far away by the spirit field, all of them coming out from their respective stone houses. The one who called out to old Taoist Li was about 30 years old and had a beard. He came closer and explained to old Taoist Li, unless there is a disciple fighting stage or an annual disciple competition, there is no way to have a private fight, and once it is discovered, it will be severely punished. And self-introduction, my name is Zhang Shan, entry 20 years, you call Zhang senior brother can be. The other 2 also came over, a tall and strong, thick eyebrows called Sun Kong, the other is a 16 or 17-year-old girl, although unusual looking, smiling quite energetic, called Lulan. Chapter 7, First Time Cultivating Immortal Laws. After getting to know Zhang Shan, Sun Kong, and Lulan, old Taoist Li learned that he couldn't have a private fight, so he had to put aside his intention to clean up Hanyu for the time being, and asked the 3 about planting spiritual fields. Zhang Shan 3 people see Li Laodao, Hanyu 2 people know nothing, but also more or less introduced to them. Li Laodao and Hanyu saw that they always unconsciously looked in the direction of Steward Wang's residence between their words, and it was obvious that Steward Wang's poor attitude towards them, the odd job disciples, was even more appreciated by those of them who had come a step earlier. After getting to know each other a little, Zhang San, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan went back to their own stone houses, and old Taoist Li glanced at Hanyu and snorted coldly, tomorrow, show me the jade sketch that senior brother Jean gave me. Hanyu nodded silently and asked, Master Taoist, this black crow. You can raise it if you want, I'm going to follow the right path of immortal cultivation and won't be refining blood anymore. After old Taoist Li finished speaking, he turned around and left. Hanyu watched old Taoist Li enter the stone house, bringing his own clothes. Jade Briefs also entered his own stone house. The big crow also flew up and followed into the house. Inside the house was a simple bed, table and chair, with a small stove and water tank and bucket at the entrance, and no bedding or dishes. Hanyu took off his tattered clothes and after patiently scrubbing and freshening up, he looked inside the water tank and saw a pair of bright eyes. Smiling at himself in the water tank, he changed into the gray clothes of a servant disciple, and after looking around the house there was nothing to eat, so he sat on the edge of the bed and picked up a jade tablet and stuck it to his forehead. At first, he only felt the coldness, but after gradually concentrating, he felt the content of the jade slip. She is like a green gram growing in fertile soil, only when the roots are deep can the leaves be luxuriant. This is the foundation of Wanchun Valley's Qi practicing technique, also known as the green grass Qi practicing heart method. Hanyu was fully focused on understanding the cultivation method of the Qi practicing technique and couldn't wait to try it out. Then after half an hour of no luck, he had to give up and read the general knowledge of life given by senior brother Jin Qi. After reading it and combining it with the descriptions of Zhang Shan and the others, Hanyu realized even more that the Wanchun Valley Immortal Sect was not a place to cultivate and get away with anything. The Immortal Sect has its own rules: patrolling, smithing, alchemy, making talismans, going out to behead demons, disciple competitions. Each has detailed regulations. According to the rules can get big merits and small merits, with big merits and small merits to exchange for various items within the sect such as techniques, magic weapons, pills, etc. Not according to the rules is to be punished, and in serious cases, may even waste cultivation, imprisonment. Including watching the medicine garden, planting spirit fields, and even the stewards and deacons have rules. Hanyu took a cursory look at the other aspects, only carefully reading the rules for planting his own spiritual fields and memorizing them in his heart. After this flurry of work, a quacking sound was suddenly heard in his ears. It turned out to be the big crow that was hungry again. Hanyu opened the small jar with the stallion's blood Qi, and the big crow immediately came forward with joy, its beak probing into it to sip. Hanyu waited for it to eat its fill before closing the lid, signaling that it could go out. The big crow cawed with satisfaction and went to the door. Hanyu closed the door, condensed his essence blood, replicated it into a pear, and began practicing today's blood refining skill. At the moment, the basic chi practicing skill given by Wanchun Valley had not yet been introduced, so he thought that he could only continue to cultivate the blood refining skill if he wanted to be somewhat self-protective. In particular, he could self-replicate his essence blood as a means of fulfilling the demand for blood chi for his cultivation, and didn't need to absorb blood food. After another half an hour, Hanyu's face flashed a faint color of blood, his body's blood chi became more and more full, and he improved by another 20% compared to before. Early the next morning, old Taoist Li came outside Hanyu's stone house with an ugly face. "Have you eaten yet, little waif?" Hanyu handed him the jade slip that Jin Chi had given him. "Not yet. This jade slip says that when we first enter the immortal sect, we can look for the steward to fix our food, clothing, and lodging." Old Taoist Li grunted, "I'm afraid it won't be easy." Wang steward that kind of attitude, as well as Zhang Shan and other people. To Wang steward fear like a tiger look in his eyes, to go to him to ask for food and supplies. "I do not know what will encounter difficulties." Another glance at the big crow perched on Hanyu's stonehouse, did not care about himself. Li Lao Dao hummed again, "Flat hair animal, when I want to raise you?" After entering the Wanchun Valley, he had no way to get a new blood meal, and was not prepared to cultivate the original method of false immortality. Naturally, it is impossible to continue to feed the big crow with blood. In his eyes, this crow is naturally a liability, and it's best that Hanyu was willing to take over. While the two were talking, some of the other servant disciples from the other spiritual fields in the valley passed by on the road outside the spiritual fields, and since the two had already changed into the gray clothes of servant disciples, no one paid any special attention to them. Instead, it was Zhang Shan, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan who came over to say hello again. Seeing that the three of them were still quite talkative, old Taoist Li asked about the bedding and food. Speaking of this matter, Sun Kong was a bit intolerant. "If you guys really have no choice, I will help you exchange some mortal rice first. As for bedding, you will basically not need it once you enter the first level of chi cultivation. There is no time when it is too cold over here at our spiritual field." Elder Taoist Li and Han Yu were both delighted, and hurriedly opened their mouths to say thank you. Zhang Shan suddenly coughed. A few people hurriedly turned back. The original steward Wang Shai's stomach backhands have arrived at the head of Han Yu's spiritual field, look full of bad. Early in the morning, do not go to plant the spiritual field, get together to say what? With this rebuke, Zhang Shan, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan were like mice seeing a cat, and left in a hurry after answering cautiously. With his hands behind his back, Steward Wang walked up to Han Yu and old Taoist Li and sized them up. "It's just as well that both of you are here, so I've brought the seeds of the green harvest rice. Remember, this isn't something that can be eaten, it's a specially treated spirit seed from the sect, so whoever wants to steal a single grain, the sect will immediately know about it, and it must all be planted into the ground. The two of you plant your own spiritual fields well. Every 6 months, you can harvest 50 pounds of green grams of rice per moo. If you can reach it, you can keep 10% for yourselves, and the sect will give you a small credit of 1 per moo. If you can't reach it, there is no punishment for more than 30 pounds per moo, and the green grams of rice shall not be kept privately, and need to be handed over in full, without any merit. If it is below 30 pounds per moo, you can be punished." After saying that, Steward Wang threw down 2 pockets of seeds and turned around to leave. Old Taoist Li hurriedly opened his mouth. "Steward Wang, wait a moment, I still have a little bit of confusion. Say what you have to say and let go of the fart." Steward Wang stopped impatiently. "I remembered that Deacon Fong told us that we could keep 20% of the spirit field harvest." Li Laodao lowered his head and whispered, "I don't know if I remembered it wrong." Steward Wang impatiently reprimanded, "You can keep 20%, but the first year you came, your cultivation is not enough, the green harvest rice is not harvested, but I still have to be the one to give you food and drink? This 10% is your normal consumption. Do you think I am willing to care more about your old mongrel's idle business? Then, can we not bother you, Supervisor Wang, and find a way to eat and drink on our own?" As soon as old Taoist Li finished speaking, Han Yu only saw Steward Wang put his fingers together and let out a scolding go. The next bright white light whistled past. Li Laodao, a former martial arts expert who had practiced the method of false immortality, flew out, as if his body had been pounded by a giant hammer, and he lay on the ground bleeding from the mouth and nose. "Old mongrel, do you think I am making conditions with you?" Steward Wang asked in a cold voice. "Next time, will not be forgiven." After saying this, he whisked his sleeve away. Han Yu watched the scene in a daze, inexplicably remembering the time he was robbed of his home by the Li Chang family, and walked over to help up old Taoist Li. "Master Dao, are you alright?" Chapter 8, Replicating Spiritual Rice. "Little child, do I look like I'm alright to you?" Old Taoist Li crossed his eyes and snorted. His withered fingers grabbed Han Yu's wrist, gripping him in pain. "So, this is also an immortal master. This is also an immortal master, huh? Loss, I thought they were something great. I even stopped refining my blood skills in order to learn from them. It seems that I do not have to stop refining blood work, it is all the same, ah poof." Speaking of this, old Taoist Li's sunken ugly face was filled with a miserable smile of disillusionment. He was too emotional and even spat out a mouthful of blood. Han Yu assisted him back to his own stone house and carried his seeds over. Old Taoist Li lies on the bed and watches him go about his business, his eyes gradually softening. This little child is not like his grandfather at all, and his kind heart is more like Wan Air. Little child, why do you take care of me? I had to beat you yesterday, remember? Hanyu thought for a moment and replied, Master Dao, you talked about being unkind to me along the way, but you didn't really harm me. If you were really trying to rob something, like Ri Chang and Steward Wang, you wouldn't have actually said so much to me. Li Lao Dao released a smile, cloudy old eyes with a soft light, voice still hoarse, you are not stupid. In the afternoon, Wang Steward came again, gave Hanyu, Li Lao Dao 100 pounds of brown rice. A word of explanation did not turn away. Li Lao Dao and Hanyu do not need him to explain, they understand, this 100 pounds of brown rice think is to exchange their 2 seasons a year, 10% of the harvest of all the price. With Steward Wang's brutality and bullying, expecting him to send food for a second time was obviously impossible. That night, Sun Kong sent 50 pounds of rice to Li Lao Dao and Hanyu respectively, and after learning about today's incident where Li Lao Dao offended Steward Wang and was injured, he couldn't help but sigh. Steward Wang was supposed to be the one who said everything in our spirit field office, and his attitude towards those who had hopes of becoming outer disciples like Sun Lan was better, but for those who didn't have any hopes, he had always been exploiting them badly. A caddy of green harvest spiritual rice in the Wanchun Valley can be exchanged for 200 pounds of mortal rice. If it is out of the Wanchun Valley, fell into the hands of the mundane dignitaries, it is able to exchange hundreds of pounds, or even 1,000 pounds of mortal rice is more than that, for the brown rice of course, more. Steward Wang used this 100 pounds of brown rice to exchange you two for 10% of the harvest, that is really. Sun Kong said here, also a little afraid of the walls have ears, stop talking. Li Lao Dao see him as a generous person, really send food, then the words of the Zhongshan more trustworthy, but also than that little girl Lu Lan calm and reliable, then solemnly thanked, have the intention to tie the good. Hanyu also followed the thanks, and asked Sun Kong, son brother, what is the green harvest rice for? It's not the same as mortal rice? Of course it's different. Sun Kong laughed, mortal rice can only fill up our stomachs, but green harvest spiritual rice contains spiritual qi, which helps us cultivate. If we can eat spiritual rice every day, our cultivation speed will be much faster. Elder Taoist Li lamented, when will we be able to eat spiritual rice if there is a Wang? Hanyu, on the other hand, was moved in his heart, remembering the tokens and essence blood that had been copied. If I can duplicate spirit rice. Master Sun, do you have spirit rice? Can I take a look at what spirit rice looks like? It shouldn't be the same thing as the spirit seed that was sent down, right? Sun Kong scratched his head with some difficulty. Mature spirit rice and the sex-processed spirit seeds are indeed not the same thing. I do still have a little bit of spirit rice, but I also have to cultivate, I can't lend it out. He had a cultivation qualification of 4 spirit roots, had been initiated for 5 years, and was preparing to make a breakthrough towards the 3rd level of Qi cultivation this year. Any bit of cultivation resources were extremely valuable. The rest of the mortal rice can be taken out to help, the spirit rice that is categorically impossible. Son senior brother, I do not borrow your spirit rice, just want to see what the spirit rice looks like. In the end, Sun Kong was soft-hearted, and after hesitating for a while, he said, then go back to your house and wait a bit, I'll give you a look later. Hanyu hurriedly nodded his head. After returning to his house, Hanyu didn't have to wait long to see Sun Kong. Sun Kong had 2 clean cloth balls in his hands, and when he opened them, inside one was a fist-sized ball of rice. This was the rice ball made of green harvest spirit rice. Inside the other cloth ball was a small handful of slightly fluorescent milky white rice. This was the green harvest spirit rice. Hanyu felt that both the spiritual rice and the spiritual rice ball had a different feeling than all the mundane rice he had seen before, but he couldn't say where it was different. Perhaps this was the role of spiritual qi? Senior brother Sun, can I touch it? Sun Kong nodded and handed over the green harvest spiritual rice balls. Hanyu saw that he didn't hand over his spiritual rice, so he didn't reach out for it again. After all, he had already been generous with his care, so it was indeed bad if he spilled the spiritual rice. Receiving the spiritual rice ball, his palm sensed it through the cloth. With a slight movement of his mind, his right hand was as hot as coals of fire, just like the sensation of replicating the 10,000 Spring Valley token and his own essence blood. After that, there was a bit more heavy stuff in his arms. It's done! Hanyu held back the joy in his heart as his hand let go of the spiritual rice dumpling and solemnly thanked Sun Kong, senior brother Sun, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known what the green harvest spiritual rice looked like. Sun Kong put away the 2 cloth balls and smiled nervously. You are welcome, you will be able to know sooner or later, I am just letting you see it in advance. He didn't know what seeing the spiritual rice today meant to Hanyu, but Hanyu knew his chances, so he thanked him extraordinarily sincerely, which made Sun Kong blush slightly. After Sun Kong left, Hanyu pulled out the cloth ball from his pocket, opened it, and a small ball of green harvest spiritual rice appeared in his hand. With this spiritual rice ball, his cultivation was bound to be smoother. That night, Hanyu didn't cultivate the blood refining technique, he just took out the small jar of steed essence blood and fed it to the big crow before taking an early rest. The next day, old Taoist Li was still recuperating from his injuries and didn't come out to plant the spiritual fields. Hanyu also didn't come out to plant the spirit field, he was waiting. In the evening, Hanyu estimated that it was about time, and took out his only spiritual rice dumpling and began to duplicate it. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual rice ball turned into two. Hanyu instantly revealed a joyful expression and hurriedly put away one rice ball and ate the other. After a day of not eating, the starving man immediately felt warm and cozy, and then Hanyu began to follow the method of the green harvest chi, practicing heart technique to try to condense the chi flow in his body as a way to slowly form the circumference of the sky. The greatest sign of a cultivator at the first level of chi cultivation was not being able to use spells, but rather being able to circulate chi for a week, and for those who had not yet started, like old Taoist Li and Hanyu, they were constantly exhaling chi, trying to form more chi within their bodies to supply the first circumference. With the effect of the spiritual rice dumplings, Hanyu wasn't hungry and tired even after practicing for most of the night. Instead, he was in high spirits and felt that a few threads of chi flow had already been vaguely generated. Although he was still far from the first level of chi cultivation, it was no longer so out of reach without a clue. Early in the morning, Hanyu began to go out and plant his 5 acres of spiritual fields. Just after planting for half an hour, Zhang Shan, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan each came over to say a few words, and also gave him separate instructions on the proper intervals and planting methods for planting green harvest spirit rice. Hanyu thought to himself, actually, the immortal masters of Wanchun Valley aren't all as bad as Steward Wang. Like the one patrolling the doorway, although a bit arrogant, they can't be considered bad. Like Jin Qi and Sun Kong, they are definitely good brothers who are eager to help. It's just that he and Master Dao were unlucky and fell into the hands of this bad guy, Steward Wang. Elder Taoist Li also came out to start planting the spirit field. Hanyu took a look and saw that he was refreshed, guessing that he should have used the steed's essence blood as a blood meal and recovered from his injuries. Spirit field is not good to plant, seems to be more firm and hard than the soil outside, like uncultivated wasteland. Li Lao Dao and Hanyu, two people dry for a full day, only planted more than 2 acres of spirit field. Chapter 9, the first level of Qi practicing. Finally, you have come out to plant your fields, otherwise, it would be time to punish you according to the rules. In the afternoon, Steward Wang walked past the front of the 2 men's spiritual fields with his hands behind his back and a shy belly sneering, and said this. Hanyu and Elder Taoist Li didn't understand what he meant at first, and only after asking Zhang Shan did they realize that if they didn't start planting within 3 days of getting the spiritual rice seeds, they would be punished. It was just that in general, the stewards were only reminding and urging it was a real possibility that Steward Wang, who was such a rampant disciple, would punish them, the handyman disciples, severely. When Elder Taoist Li heard this, he couldn't help but curse in a low voice again. That night, Hanyu fed the big crows, copied the spirit rice again, and knelt down to condense his chi flow. On the second day, finished planting the remaining spirit fields. On the third day, he began to carry the mountain spring water in a bucket to irrigate the spiritual field. The journey was not short, and he could barely irrigate 1 acre per day. After 7 or 8 days, Hanyu finally finished sowing and watering the green harvest spiritual rice, and according to Sun Kong, Zhang Shan, and Lu Lan, in addition to keeping an eye on the spiritual fields for pests and watering them twice a month, most of the time can be spent practicing cultivation. Under the sustenance of 1 spiritual rice dumpling per day, Hanyu's internal chi flow was growing rapidly, and had already reached about 1/5 of a circumference. It was estimated that after another month or so of such cultivation, he should be able to run his first circumference and reach the first level of chi cultivation. In comparison to the senior apprentices, this was already very fast. Zhang Shan, who had 5 spirit roots, had spent more than a year practicing the first level of Qi. Sun Kong, who had 4 spirit roots, had spent 6 or 7 months practicing the first level of Qi. Having sufficient spirit rice as food was obviously able to greatly facilitate the progress of cultivation at the beginning. During this period of time, old Taoist Li also worked during the day and practiced at night, and the blood refining technique that he had originally put down also continued to be practiced by relying on the blood of the steed. On this day, Li Lao Dao ran to Hanyu's house with a flushed face. I sensed a sense of Qi. Little child, have you sensed it? I'll tell you how it feels. Hanyu was a bit stunned. A sense of Qi? Didn't he start to have it when he started eating spiritual rice balls? At this point, Hanyu realized why Deacon Fong had given himself a second glance in the first place and didn't bother to comment on old Taoist Li. It turned out that at an age like Li Lao Dao's and with 5 spirit roots, cultivation was truly 1,000 times more difficult and almost hopeless. Li Lao Dao excitedly pulled Hanyu to talk about the feeling of Qi sense for half a day, and excitedly said that his cultivation of immortality is really hopeful. Seeing him like this, Hanyu couldn't say anything, but just listened in silence. Finally, old Taoist Li was satisfied and left. The next day, old Taoist Li asked Sun Kong if he was only 1 step away from practicing Qi after his Qi sense. Qi sense? Isn't that too early? This is the very beginning of condensing Qi flow circumference. Sun Kong asked with some surprise. This. Li Lao Dao's mouth trembled, his ugly face turned red with shame, and he went inside the house and didn't come out for 3 whole days. Unconsciously, another month or so passed. Hanyu and old Taoist Li familiarized themselves with life in the spirit field, inspecting the spirit field 2 or 3 times a day, and spending the rest of the time studying Gongfu and familiarizing themselves with the rules and life within the Wanchun Valley. Apart from the occasional sighting of Steward Wang, an outer disciple in green, he didn't have the chance to see any more outer disciples, and there wasn't much interaction with the more distant odd jobbing disciples, or he was still familiar with the nearest three, Zhang Shan, Sun Kang, and Lu Lan. Seeing the three of them with the other odd job disciples, one by one, they were at the second or third level of chi cultivation, basically able to use one or two spells. Elder Taoist Li also had envy in his eyes. On this night, when Han Yu ate the spirit rice dumplings, his heart was already vaguely certain. Spirit rice balls were supplied day after day. Not even the third layer of chi cultivation handyman disciples who had been planting spiritual fields for years would be so lavish, let alone Han Yu merely using it to cultivate the first layer of chi cultivation, condensing chi flow circumference for the first time. The chi flow had already gathered almost as much as before, so he should be officially stepping into the first level of chi cultivation today. Under the effect of the spiritual rice ball, a little bit of newborn chi flow appeared in the body and operated. Until a certain subtle key point and moment, Han Yu subconsciously crossed over with a solemn face. In this instant, the chi flow is like a continuous stream, linked together, in the Yongquan to the Jade Pillow, over the middle of the province and go to Zhaohai, a series of body acupoints everywhere to stimulate, circulate the circumference of the day, and finally converge in the dantian, condensed into a little chi seed, constantly gulping chi. This side of the body is the spiritual breath. Practicing chi one layer has become. Spiritual breath in the body has become a weekday, slowly change the mortal body, prolong life for about 10 years, is also a natural thing. Han Yu opened his eyes, his heart leaping with joy. Finally, he's on the right path to immortal cultivation. Sensing that it wasn't just the spiritual breath circumference that had been elevated within his body, the muscles and flesh of his body had also benefited from it and gained a not-so-small boost. Han Yu's mind stirred as he operated the chi and blood method taught by Elder Taoist Li, and sure enough, he sensed that his chi and blood had grown so much that he was able to condense 2 portions of essence and blood in a single burst of energy without feeling fatigued. If he used the blood drop spell, he would be able to use it twice in one go, or even barely. It would not be impossible to use 3 blood drops if he added the copying ability. It would be 4 blood drops. Opening his eyes again, a rattling came from the doorway. Sound. Han Yu was in the right mood, and when he got up to open the door to his room, the big crow couldn't wait to fly in and land on his shoulder. Gaga. Gaga. It seemed to be chiding him for not feeding his blood chi today. Han Yu smiled and said, "I was a bit happy today, so I forgot about you, so I'll give it to you." The big crow looked with anticipation to the corner of the room, to the small jar containing the steed's essence blood. Han Yu picked up the jar and felt an emptiness in his hand, and when he looked down, there was only a little remnant left inside the jar, so he turned around and laughed and cursed, "Good for you, big black crow. Master Tao gave me an equal share of the steed blood originally, let me use 2 years, less than 2 months you ate it all. No wonder now you have smooth fur and feathers, full of vigor." The big crow also thick skin, pretending not to know as if, probing the head to extend the beak, the remaining little remnants of the eat a clean, followed by shrinking head to run out of the house. Han Yu, however, reached out and grabbed it by the wings. "After eating so much of my food, you can't just run away when you're full." "Ga?" The big crow looked back at Han Yu in confusion. Han Yu laughed and threw the 2 portions of blood to it. "Eat it, from now on, you're my crow." The big crow was even more puzzled, but after confirming the food, it was overjoyed and opened its beak to swallow the 2 portions of full blood. Han Yu then took the opportunity to utilize the spirit nurturing technique in the blood refining skill to completely transform the big crow into his own spirit nurturing crow. As Han Yu's spirit nurturing technique came into play, the big crow's eyes grew closer and softer towards him, completely different from the kind of person who treated him as a breeder before, and obviously began to truly recognize its master. Exhaling a long breath, Han Yu ended the spirit raising technique. Stretching out his hand, the big crow flew up with a joyful quack, weighing dozens of pounds. Han Yu reached out and stroked, only to feel that the feathers of this big crow is as hard as a bamboo slice. Finger flick clattering sound, slightly touched with a sharp stinging sensation. Eyes black and bright, is already a mundane, will never have the god handsome crow. Good bird, in the future for me to find useful cultivation things, to help me live a long life to cultivate the road to immortality. Gaga, gaga, gaga. The big crow answered cheerfully, willing to serve his master. Chapter 10, Celebrating the Invitation. In the midst of the night, the big crow was about to fly away again after answering. Han Yu suddenly remembered his low cultivation level, the clan has many rules, and opened his mouth to urge, "Looking for wild spiritual grass and fruits is good, don't go to other people's fields, the clan's medicinal gardens to get into trouble. Also, in the future, come over at night, easily do not appear in front of people." The big crow now recognizes him as the master, and his mind is initially connected to him. It is not difficult to understand these words. The dark gold pupils reflecting the young man's thin face, tilted his head and rattled a sound, opened his wings and flew away. Seeing this big black crow disappear into the darkness, Han Yu's heart was slightly uplifted. Deacon Fong said that Han Yu's 4 spirit roots had to cultivate for 10 years before he could enter the outer sect at the 4th level of chi cultivation, but now that he had only been cultivating for more than a month and had already cultivated at the 1st level of chi cultivation, he thought that it wouldn't take him this long to arrive at the 4th level of chi cultivation. Also, as his cultivation increased, the blood and flesh in all parts of his body also increased, and it became easier to cultivate the blood refining technique and condense out the essence blood. However, according to Elder Taoist Lee, now that Han Yu was at the first level of Qi cultivation, he was considered to have stepped onto the right path of immortal cultivation, and it was time to cultivate spells. The Green Harvest Qi practicing heart method comes with 2 spells. One is the wind technique, which allows the wind to run under the feet, and the wind in the hands to strike the enemy in front of them. Before, when Elder Taoist Lee was sent flying and spitting out blood by Steward Wang, it was the most basic wind technique. With Han Yu's own eyes, the power of this wind magic to hit the enemy is really very small. Used to run away, escape about the effect may be better. The other was the water control technique. After practicing it, one could move small streams of water to their desired location. Han Yu thought carefully and looked towards the water tank and bucket. These 2 spells were excellent for lifting and watering the spiritual fields. With the wind control technique, the water can be lifted quickly, and with the water control technique, the water can be poured directly into the spiritual field without having to pour it slowly, bit by bit. Having just broken through to the first level of Qi cultivation, although Han Yu was eager to try it out, he had to be patient because the Green Harvest Qi cultivation method stated that he needed to consolidate for a few days before practicing spells. For the next 2 days, Han Yu didn't go out, and every day, a spiritual rice ball would smooth the transition of his spiritual breath that had just broken through the first level of Qi cultivation, and after the circumference of the heavens became more and more solid, he attempted to cultivate the wind control technique and the water control technique. As he expected, the wind art at first practice pinched the hand knots to transport the spiritual breath, shouting to go after. Just in the house rolled up a gust of wind only, used in the legs, but really save energy and lightweight. Water control art just started practicing, but also just a bucket of water to move a zhang far away, is also not how practical. In the end, the power of a spell was limited by its proficiency, and even more so by the practitioner's own cultivation, so if Han Yu wanted these 2 spells to play a bigger role, he still had to practice more and improve his cultivation. This made Han Yu compare it with the blood refining technique, a fake immortal method. The blood refining technique is not a proper path to immortal cultivation, and does not have the wonderful use of prolonging life, body and mind, but the blood drops and spirit nurturing technique are 2 spells that are real, and they are powerful when practiced by the first-time learners. Although there were many drawbacks to practicing, the practicality was high, so Han Yu didn't need to completely give up. After entering the first level of Qi cultivation, Han Yu continued to cultivate with spiritual rice balls, although it was still a luxurious cultivation condition that many odd job disciples didn't dare to imagine, but the speed had also slowed down a lot compared to the original. Han Yu is not in a hurry. Just after stabilizing his own cultivation level that just broke through, he continues his own spiritual field daily after the king's stewardship is overbearing and has a very poor attitude towards the servant disciples. In the face of this kind of evil person, Han Yu will not expose his real cultivation speed before he has the ability to protect himself. After a few more days of cultivation, old Taoist Lee came to the door carrying a rabbit. "War, have you eaten?" "Master Tao, I haven't eaten yet." Han Yu answered out. "Here, cook and eat together." Li Lao Dao threw the rabbit to Han Yu. Han Yu a little difficult. "Master Taoist, I can only cook the rice, will not fry off." Li Lao Dao surprised. "You this little child this introductory 2 months, just eat rice?" See, Han Yu nodded. Li Lao Dao even less good temper. "I owe you, to bring you food, but also have to do to you to eat." Pulling up his grey handyman robe, he cursed and made a fried rabbit meat and a pot of rice out. The 2 of them sat down to eat together, and old Taoist Lee looked at Han Yu's own sharpened wooden bowls and chopsticks with disgust. "This little waif's handiwork is also a little too rough." "War, we both started at the same time, how's your cultivation going?" Han Yu glanced at him, nibbling on the rabbit meat. "Master Dao, what about you?" "I had a sense of Qi a month ago, and now I can feel a few wisps of Qi flowing at my disposal, so I'm just waiting for perseverance. When will I achieve the circumference of the sky and step into the first level of Qi cultivation?" Old Taoist Lee said. Han Yu nodded. "Me too." Old Taoist Lee gave him a somewhat skeptical look. "You too?" Han Yu nodded. "I am too." Li Lao Dao's mood suddenly got up. "You are also that's good. In fact, we do not need to rush. Cultivation of immortals is difficult and difficult. A year or so to the first level of Qi cultivation would be good. By the way, where, that blood Qi cultivation method you are still practicing?" Han Yu shook his head. "What about the crow I gave you?" Old Taoist Lee asked again. "I don't know, maybe it flew away." Han Yu replied. Because of Han Yu's command, now the big crows day and night out from people see, also do not quacking. Han Yu night feeded blood Qi is not given every day, so outsiders generally will not find Han Yu here at night. Occasionally flew a pure black big crows. It's good that it flew away. Old Taoist Lee's eyes are floating with a few wisps of blood, wanting to say, "Child, you say, if we do not have the means to cultivate into the right path." When I was talking here, there were several footsteps outside the door. Li Lao Dao stopped talking and looked out vigilantly. Zhang Shan, Sun Quan and Lu Lan arrived at the door smilingly. From a distance, they smelled an aroma. "Junior brother Han Yu, your cooking skills are good ah?" Before Zhang Shan came in, his voice arrived first. Han Yu and old Taoist Lee stood up together to greet the 3 of them. Senior Zhang Shan, I didn't cook this dish, it was Master Dao who came over to do it. Old Taoist Li, on the other hand, was more familiar with the human condition and explained with a smile, it's fate that I started with this little kid Hanyu, so I got a rabbit today and came over for a meal. Why are you three here? Why don't you sit down and eat? No need, no need. Zhang Shan said smilingly, we came here to tell you the good news, Lulan broke through to the third level of qi cultivation. Tomorrow, a few of our close friends are going to celebrate for her, so why don't you two come along? Celebrate? Old Taoist Li was a bit embarrassed, Hanyu and I just joined the sect, we are penniless, so we don't have any gifts to show for it. Lulan laughed, it's okay, everyone can come as the intention, do not care what gifts. Li Laodao was relieved and shocked, Lulan, you are only 16 years old this year, and you have already practiced the third level of qi? Of course, Lulan was originally a 3 spirit root qualification, much better than us, in a few years, she will be the outer sect's senior sister. Listening to Zhang Shan talking like this, Elder Taoist Li could barely hide the envy in his eyes when he thought about his own age and cultivation spirit root. Like a ray of hot fire, it flickered slightly. Chapter 11 Square Market Talk. After Zhang Shan, Sun Kang, and Lulan left with smiles on their faces, the smile on Li Laodao's face slowly faded and he sighed as he sat down in front of the table, not even in the mood to eat his meal. Little child, you say, human life is not predestined by heaven? Lulan, this little girl's 3 spirit root is so good, cultivation and fast, the future may be expected to build the foundation, even the king's steward are not deducted her spirit rice harvest. I'm this old, but also 5 spirit root, Deacon Fong said at the beginning, is really a little right, if it is step by step, I'm afraid that a lifetime will be difficult to enter the outer door. At first, Li Laodao was still just complaining, said to the end, but a slap on the table stood up, his voice hoarse, ugly face hideous eyes bloodshot, obviously already emotionally excited to the extreme. Hanyu persuaded, Dao Master, although we are a servant disciple, but at least have the opportunity to cultivate, always better than those lifelong hopeless, no spiritual roots of the servants. The rules of Wanchun Valley have always been like this, unless the geniuses with more than double spiritual roots may be directly discipled by the elders to enter the inner door and outer door in advance, the 3 less qualified spiritual roots of 3 spiritual roots, 4 spiritual roots, and 5 spiritual roots have to start from the servant disciples. 3 spirit root qualification disciple because in the handyman disciple belongs to the qualification is good, fast cultivation, always not bullied, basically will eventually become the outer door disciple. It's not so easy to say about the 4 spirit roots and 5 spirit roots. To put it mildly. Old Taoist Li clenched his fists and walked out. Old Tao, I have also been a fastidious horse, free martial arts, a lifetime of seeking immortality, is it for this impotence? After saying this, he no longer said much to Hanyu, and left with a big stride. His back was resolute and determined. Hanyu stared blankly for a couple of moments, then lowered his head to continue eating. Master Dao's rabbit meat is so delicious, I don't know if I'll be able to eat this kind of rabbit with blood spilled beforehand. On the second day, Hanyu and Old Taoist Li both came outside Lulan's stone house. In addition to Zhang Shan and Sun Kang, 2 other male disciples and a rather pretty female disciple had also come to celebrate Lulan. Sister Lu was worthy of her 3 spirit root qualifications, she is definitely a genius amongst our servant disciples. Yes, before long, it will be time to address senior sister Lu. A few people congratulated Lulan and even paid some compliments. Lulan is also quite happy, this is not a serious and arrogant person, smilingly greeted the crowd to sit down. Zhang Shan took a step forward and took out a spiritual stone containing spiritual qi. Senior sister Lu, congratulations on your 3rd level of qi cultivation, only 1 step away from entering the outer door. A small congratulatory gift, please accept it. Lulan was a bit surprised, spirit stone? Then thank you so much, senior brother Zhang. Zhang Shan started, and Sun Kang and the other 3 followed. Sun Kang gave 2 wind-preventing talismans, and the other 2 male handyman disciples probably conferred and each gave 2 pounds of green harvest spirit rice. That pretty girl on the other hand took out a jade hairpin. Senior sister Lu, I don't have anything too good to give you, this jade hairpin has the amulet efficacy twice, I exchanged it from the green harvest workshop in our Wanchun Valley, take it and use it. Lulan quickly stood up, Sister Wei, this is too precious, how can I take such a precious thing from you? We've been together for so long, do we still care about this? If I tell you to take it, just take it. Sister Wei said and stuffed the jade hairpin into Lulan's arms. Lulan said she was sorry, but after receiving it, she couldn't help but smile and play with it carefully, forgetting to greet others. Sister Wei looked doubtfully at the old Taoist Li and Hanyu, the old and the young, these 2 people do not have congratulatory gifts? Zhang Shan smiled and explained, Li Quan and Hanyu, the 2 of them have been here for less than 2 months, and came over today to congratulate them. Sister Wei suddenly realized, oh, take the token to start, a 4 spirit root, a 5 spirit root? Right, I've heard people say that. Elder Taoist Li and Hanyu nodded, and senior sister Wei didn't talk to them much more, obviously feeling that they didn't have much potential. Next Lu Lan to entertain them a few guests, Li Lao Dao hard a thought, excuse something, opened the mouth to say goodbye to people with quite good gifts to congratulate. Lu Lan prepared food and drink is also obviously good things, the two of them came empty-handed to congratulate also even if, which is good enough to stay behind to eat and drink for nothing. Lu Lan, Zhang Shan are greeted with a mouth, and do not move. Sun Kong was as honest as ever, getting up and sending them outside Lu Lan's spiritual field. Senior brother Sun, Han Yu inquired, you know how to draw talismans? I don't know, those two wind-controlled talismans were also exchanged over at the Green Harvest Market, and they are the simplest and cheapest talismans. Sun Kong said. Where is the Green Harvest Market? How do you buy and sell things? Without waiting for Han Yu to ask, old Taoist Li brightened up and couldn't wait to ask. Sun Kong smiled and said, you guys go back and wait a bit, after I finish celebrating for senior sister Lu, I'll go to your place to talk about the Green Harvest Market. Elder Taoist Li and Han Yu then returned to Han Yu's stone house to wait, and after half a day, Sun Kong, who was slightly drunk, did indeed come and gave them a talk about the matter of the Green Harvest Market. Wanchun Valley sect inner disciples 1 or 200 people, outer disciples nearly 1,000, miscellaneous disciples 2 or 3,000, unable to cultivate immortal servants also have 1,000 or more, scattered in the vicinity of the Wanchun Valley in various places of cultivation does not appear to be a large number of people, but the needs of life, cultivation materials exchange. It is not possible to rely entirely on the door of the large merits of the exchange of small merits. The inner disciples, outer disciples are better, the servants and servants from the door to exchange the opportunity of things are very few, the market is convenient for them to live, survive. Because the Wanchun Valley sent a deacon to manage the market, there is order inside the market, there are many kinds of things, outer disciples, inner disciples sometimes need things will also come to the market to choose, and even in the market will also come in some foreign cultivators, no sects of the scattered cultivators. The market is just 10 miles east of Wanchun Valley, and has always been regarded as part of Wanchun Valley's blessings. There are a lot of commodities inside, such as talismans, pills, magic weapons, formations, spiritual herbs and fruits, etc., and there are bartering, as well as direct purchases of spirit stones and spiritual rice. How much spirit rice or spirit stones something is worth is not certain. Go to the Wanchun Hall where our Wanchun Valley sells things to the outside world, the price is stable. If you trade with others, you might pick up a big bargain or suffer a big loss. After Sun Kang's introduction, Han Yu and old Taoist Li all had a preliminary understanding of the Green Harvest Market. Those servants who don't have the means to cultivate are also within the workshop market? Old Tao Li asked. Sun Kong nodded, yes, they are also in the market, and occasionally they get spiritual objects, spiritual rice, and the like in exchange for what they need, and for them it is also an overnight fortune. Occasionally they also sell their bodies, their children, and some mundane food and prey and the like. Elder Taoist Li drifted off, pondering, and smiled again, thank you for pointing it out, senior brother Sun. Han Yu similarly thanked him. Sun Kong laughed, we're all senior brothers, there's no need to be so polite. In another 4 months, after your Green Harvest Spirit Rice harvest, I'll take you around the marketplace to see what you can buy. Old Taoist Li sighed, we turned in 90% of the harvest and still have to cultivate ourselves, how can we still go buy anything? Sun Kong heard this and sympathized, but there was nothing he could do. Steward Wang is so looking for excuses to exploit the ordinary handyman disciples, they are petty and under the jurisdiction of others, who can change it. Chapter 12 Kindness. Senior brother Sun, you're also about to break through to the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, right? As Sun Kong was leaving, Han Yu asked. Speaking of this matter, Sun Kong also showed a look of anticipation, if there's enough spirit rice, in another half a year, it'll be almost there. By the way, after January, our spiritual fields will also be harvested, so you can follow along to see the do's and don'ts of harvesting spiritual fields and gain some experience. After he left, Han Yu said, senior brother Sun is really a good person with a warm heart, I hope he breaks through and enters the outer sect as soon as possible. Old Taoist Li also hissed, indeed not bad. And with a little bit of envy, he is also going to practice Qi 3rd layer. He hurriedly went back to cultivate. Han Yu also inspected the spirit field once, after which he began his own cultivation. Duplicating the spiritual rice dumplings and eating them, the Qi flow circulated around the world, bringing about wisps of growth that finally returned to the tiny aura seed at the Dantian. The beginning of the Qi flow of Qi practice starts from the Dantian and eventually returns to the Dantian. The Qi flow spreads all around the body, and the final tiny increase is still returned to the Dantian. After circulating for a week, the spiritual Qi brought by the spiritual rice dumplings was already digested to continue cultivating again, simply relying on the qualification of the 4 spiritual roots to absorb the scattered spiritual Qi in the heavens and the earth. The speed steeply slowed down, and the effect was also much worse. Copying 1 spiritual rice dumpling per day is not enough, and the 4 spiritual roots qualifications are indeed a bit worse. As Han Yu pondered, a slight sound of wings flapping came from the doorway. Opening the door, a large crow with shiny feathers flew in, followed by an unusually sized crow. The 2 crows looked at him together and didn't make a sound. Han Yu laughed, I asked you to help me look for spirit herbs, but you're good at finding your own company. The big crow cawed softly, Gah. Are you saying that it's better to find one more to help you? Ga. Hanyu laughed a bit. Okay, that's kind of reasonable. No wonder you haven't gained anything at all in the past few days. Gah! The big crow cawed aggrievedly and jumped to the side. Hanyu condensed out his essence blood, utilized the spirit nurturing technique, and put it into the mouth of the newly brought crow. A wisp of bright red blood mist slowly emerged from the crow's body, slowly closing in after a moment. It then affectionately jumped onto Hanyu's shoulder and gently pecked, recognizing its master. Having just been transformed by the spirit nurturing technique, it wasn't as smart as the original big crow, and out of instinct, it was just obedient to Hanyu. Hanyu touched the normal-sized crow with his palm and let the big crow fly out with it. The two crows searched for spirit herbs, and there was no telling if there would be any harvest. Early the next morning, Hanyu inspected the spirit field once more, and after not finding any insect pests, rodents, or lack of water, he was ready to go back to his cultivation. A passing woman called out to him, "Your name is Hanyu, right?" Hanyu stopped in his tracks and saw that it was the rather good-looking senior sister Wei who had celebrated Lulan's breakthrough, so he answered, "Senior sister Wei, my name is Hanyu." "Well, you're young and your 4 spirit roots aren't that bad, so you'll have a chance to enter the outer sect in the future." Senior Sister Wei smiled and said, "Do you want to go to Senior Sister Wei's place to sit for a while? Senior Sister will bring you delicious food." Hanyu looked at this Senior Sister Wei in surprise. She's also a person of warmth and kindness? Why couldn't you tell yesterday? There's no need to worry, my family still has some skills out there in the Southly Kingdom, utilizing gold, silver, food, drink, and other mundane items to exchange for something useful for cultivation isn't too difficult for me, and I've always been willing to make good karma and a good relationship with my potential senior brothers and sisters. Seeing his hesitation, Senior Sister Wei knew that he wasn't the kind of junior brother that could be coaxed, and smiled as she explained, "If in the future, if you leave the Wanshan Valley to travel, or do some kind of demon extermination mission, and take a little care of our Wei family, then the good karma will be worth it." Hanyu drifted off, her words were clear. Another thing came to mind, "Your Wei family, is that the Wei family of the Prime Minister of the Southernly Kingdom?" Senior Sister Wei was instantly overjoyed at her words. Senior Brother Han actually knows. This is too good to be true. Walking forward, she tugged on Hanyu's arm. "Since we're both from the Southerly Kingdom, let's not be casual, let's go, let's let sister entertain you for a bit." Hanyu felt like he couldn't cope with this, and hurriedly said, "Li Quan, who entered with me, is also from the Southerly Kingdom, so I'll ask him to join me." "The one in his 90s with 5 spirit roots?" Senior Sister Wei subconsciously skimmed her lips. Afterward, thinking that it was just one more person to entertain, and that it was important not to offend anyone when making good karma, she nodded and agreed. Hanyu went to the door of the old Taoist house and called out twice, but no one responded. He didn't seem to be home right now. Sister Wei was in a happy mood, secretly thinking that this would save a gift. That would be too much of a coincidence. "Today sister will entertain you first." Hanyu thought for a moment and said, "Sister Wei, I'll wait for Li Quan, and then we'll pay a visit together?" "I don't know if that's possible." Senior Sister Wei was surprised, her expression clearly unhappy. Then she nodded her head in a salty manner. "That's fine." After saying that, she hurriedly took her leave. Although she did have the intention to make good karma, this kid was a bit too unhelpful. She had known quite a few senior brothers and sisters, but this was the first time she had seen this kind of person who didn't take the benefits and pushed them back. "It's hard for me to invite you again and again." Elder Taoist Li was not in the stonehouse for a bit too long today, and it was only at night that the stonehouse had a bit of a faint glow, and it went out in an instant. Hanyu went over to call out. A face of vigilance. Li Lao Dao poked his head out. "What is the matter?" "Mr. Tao, today, that Sister Wei approached me and said she wanted to entertain me and make good karma." As Hanyu spoke, he noticed that old Taoist Li's eyes were unusually cold and deep, and his mouth was tightly closed, as if he was a bloodthirsty animal that was secretly grinding its teeth. When Hanyu finished, Li Laodao's indifference, bloodthirsty feeling slowly subside. Horse grin, "You this little child, she let you go, just eat and drink to take the benefits back. Wait for me to do what? We were originally together, are also the Southly country. I also had a conflict with the 4th son of their family." Hanyu said, "I want to call on the Taoist master, it is better than my own." Old Taoist Li looked at him with a soft gaze, and then hoarsely laughed. "You're just a little kid, come in." After Hanyu went in, he only saw a bowl of thick essence blood on the table, the blood aura lingering. "I'm going to the Green Harvest Market today." Since he let Hanyu come in, old Taoist Li didn't plan to cover up and said, "Taking out my martial arts skills and exchanging them for some gold and silver," he purchased the blood food. "Master Dao, you started practicing the blood refining technique again?" "Yes, my cultivation speed is too slow, there is no other way." Old Taoist Li has an ugly face that is serious and solemn. "If I continue to only practice the Green Harvest Chi practicing heart method, I may not be able to embark on the right path even if I practice until I die of old age. I have to think of other ways." Although the blood refining technique is a fake immortal method, but it is also a cultivation method of the Devil's Door. There may not be no doorway in the future. It is better than me practicing with no gain and dying without resting in peace. Chapter 13 Bloodthirsty Art. Little child, you have a long life in the future. Do not know the heart of the Taoist master worry. The master of this year more than 90, by virtue of the blood refining this fake immortal method of eating blood food, has been living for several years, and then after how long can live, the master himself does not know. I have lived this life, how will not be willing to live to the end of an empty? Inside the stone house, old Taoisley spoke his inner thoughts to Hanyu, finally picking up the bowl of blood and drinking it in one gulp. His white hair was pale, and his mouth and lips were filled with oozing bright red. Although this appearance is scary, Hanyu is not afraid, just said, Master Tao, you have to be careful, Wanchun Valley does not allow the private practice of other techniques, not to mention this kind of devil-related techniques. Once discovered, I am afraid that my life will be in danger. Hearing him say this, old Taoisley hissed and laughed, you are a child with a good heart, like your grandmother. However, if I don't practice the blood refining technique, I might die faster, so it's better to practice. Then he said to Hanyu, you refused that senior sister Wei's favors in order to wait for me, to put it mildly, it's also me who delayed you, as compensation, I'll give you the last bit of skill I have in me. My martial arts are not worth mentioning to cultivators, and there's not much need to learn from them, after all, the technique of mortals fighting mortals is nothing more than unusual when all is said and done. The blood refining technique also has a spell called bloodthirst, which allows you to briefly increase your strength by means of bloodthirst, only if you prepare enough essence blood beforehand, or urgently replenish it afterward. This spell is the same as the blood drops, it can only be used to save one's life in an emergency, and should not be used as a last resort. Once used in front of the Wanchun Valley and other authentic immortal cultivation sects, it is bound to be hunted down and killed by others. Now I'm going to pass on this bloodthirsty art to you. Hanyu was surprised, Master Dao, you still have a spell hidden? Old Taoisley snorted, who knew what your character was before? The fact that I didn't turn you over and slap you to death and still pass you the spell is already on your grandmother's face. Hanyu is speechless, he has not seen his grandmother since he remembers, but did not expect to be treated differently by old Tally because of his grandmother. After learning how to use the bloodthirsty technique, Hanyu returned to his stone house. I don't know if she was annoyed that Hanyu didn't know what to do, but after this day, senior sister Wei didn't take the initiative to greet Hanyu and invite him to be her guest. Seeing her like this, Hanyu was happy to relax. The kind of help from Sun Kang's kind-hearted people, Hanyu had noted in his heart that he would return the favor in the future like Wei's transaction like goodwill, Hanyu would feel as if he owed her a debt. This is a very different mood. It's too uncomfortable to reach out and take things from others for no reason. Hanyu next, in addition to inspecting the spiritual field as day-to-day cultivation, daily a spiritual rice ball, after the cycle of days, the Dantian aura seed also grew a little, but from the second level of chi cultivation, how to see is still far from it. Blood refining skill occasionally copy essence blood cultivation, their own blood chi increases also quite a lot, each time can easily condense out 3 essence blood still have spare capacity. After feeding the big and small crows for a few times, the big crow looks more and more intelligent and godly, and the small crow also has smooth feathers, spreads its wings and flies faster, and is slightly larger in size. Probably too many people practicing in Wanchun Valley, people who know what they're talking about are also many, this size of 2 crows looking for many days, actually did not find no master of the spiritual grass and fruits. Li Laodao every 2 or 3 days quietly go to the market, from those who cannot cultivate the hands of the servants to buy blood food, blood refining skills continue to cultivate, but the spirit is better than the original. It was that he lived in deep simplicity, and even Zhang Shan, Sun Kong, Lu Lan, and the others no longer saw him. Occasionally, when Hanyu saw him, he always felt that there was some sort of bloodthirsty impulse contained in the depths of his eyes. This blood refining technique really has an evil feeling. It's just a fake immortal method practiced by the blood slaves of the Devil's Door, not even a proper Devil's Door practice method. Hanyu, since the cultivation of blood refining since, from no intake of blood food, has always been to copy their own blood to feed themselves, but never had Li Laodao this situation. Early this morning, Hanyu was surprised to see many of the odd job disciples at the spiritual field sitting cross-legged in the middle of it. These included Zhang Shan, Lu Lan, Sun Kong, and senior sister Wei. Senior brother Sun, why did you all suddenly come inside the spirit field to cultivate? Sun Kong replied, our green harvest spiritual rice is basically all planted on the same day, and the day of harvest is almost always 10 days later. When the green harvest spiritual rice reaches this stage, the absorption of spiritual chi will increase, and sitting inside the spiritual field to cultivate has the effect of slightly increasing the speed of cultivation. Not only that, because there is more spiritual chi during this period, insect and rodent infestations are also more likely to occur, so we need to spend the majority of our time guarding the spiritual field to ensure that the green grams are harvested. Only then did it dawn on Hanyu, and he gained a better understanding of planting spiritual fields. It's also quite troublesome, no wonder the cultivation speed of the odd job disciples isn't fast. Always worrying about these things and harvesting fewer cultivation resources naturally lowers the cultivation speed invisibly. Hanyu's 4 spirit root is not a good cultivation qualification. Under the supply of enough spiritual rice balls, less than 2 months also into the first level of chi cultivation but can be like him, is really few and far between. Hanyu soon discovered a trend that wasn't so good. The pests and rodents that were attracted by the ripening of the green harvest spirit rice were not too many, but there was a possibility that they would spread to his own spiritual field. The insect pests were not so bad, as those palm-length insects were either fled or caught and killed on the spot after being driven away by the wind and water control techniques. This kind of rat is not the same. This kind of rat called spirit-stealing rat is like the size of a civet cat, its fur is tough, and it drills the ground very fast, so the wind control technique and water control technique can't kill it at all, and only those who practiced other spells or possessed sharp-edged weapons could kill it with one blow. After Zhang Shan, Sun Kong and the others drove the spirit-stealing rats away, some of them left, but some of them didn't leave, still waiting for an opportunity to move. Hanyu, Li Lao Dao, two people's spiritual field near the rat hole has begun to appear, which makes them also have to come out to look after the spiritual field, drive away the spirit-stealing rats. If the acre yield of 50 pounds of spirit rice or less they will get nothing, acre yield of 30 pounds of spirit rice or less even to be punished, they cannot be ignored. In the first 2 days, the rats escaped from their holes when they heard the sound. Afterwards, the spirit-stealing rats seem to understand that Hanyu, Li Lao Dao, two people do not have the ability to spell, almost do not dodge, face-to-face grinning drilling into two people in the spiritual field. Hanyu, Li Lao Dao, two people can neither ask for help from other senior brothers and sisters who are looking after their own spiritual fields, nor can they ask for help from Steward Wang, so they can only chase a few spirit-stealing rats during the day and keep chasing them away, and Li Lao Dao was so angry that he jumped straight to his feet. That night, in the dead of night, old Taoist Li quietly found Hanyu. Little boy, get up. The opportunity to earn spirit stones has come. Chapter 14, Stealing Spirit Rats. A chance to earn spirit stones? Hanyu doubts. Li Lao Dao mule like ugly face close, lowered his voice. Those in front of our eyes wanton, daytime when we two are not good shot, the night others cannot be seen, we have to kill them? I went to the market over there to inquire. This spirit-stealing rats are not mundane beasts. After all, a spirit-stealing rat body can sell 2 pounds of spiritual rice. We each use the blood drops to kill a few, and then go to the market to exchange for spiritual rice or even spiritual stones. The chance to cultivate will be there. It's also a good idea to not let these scourge our spiritual fields. As Hanyu listened, he was suddenly enlightened. This is a solution. We can't just let these destroy the green harvest spirit rice, and then they fall into the hands of Steward Wang to be punished. The two quietly entered the spirit field, and the spirit-stealing rats were gnawing within the spirit field. The subtle sound of whimpering and puffing was very loud in the ears of the two. Especially since the damage was done to the spirit rice that they had planted with their own hands, it caused an uncontrollable rage to rise up in them. Under the night, the eyes of the spirit-stealing rats carried a fluorescent green glow that was clearly visible in the spirit fields. In the daytime, they were still not afraid of Hanyu and old Taoist Li, but at night, they were even more so. Old Taoist Li said, "There are 5 spirit-stealing rats in our field. Tonight, I can use blood drops 3 times, you should be able to use it once, and if you are lucky, you can kill 4 of them, but if you are unlucky, you may kill 2 or 3 of them, and you should be able to divide them into 2 days. Hanyu listened, heart surprised. The original Taoist master ate so much blood food, condensed out of the blood in me is similar, the same degree of 3 blood. I've already caught up with Mr. Dao in my blood refining training. Try it for a day, Master Dao, I can barely condense a second blood droplet." Hanyu whispered after pondering for a moment. When old Taoist Li heard this, his ugly face turned around in confusion and slight surprise. "You little waif, your blood chi is really much, and I don't know how you cultivate it." After saying these words, but without further investigation, old Taoist Li quietly condensed the blood droplet and aimed it at one of the spirit-stealing rats. The blood droplet that pierced through gold and cracked stone followed his mind, lurking in the night, penetrating the fur of a spirit-stealing rat. The 2 points of fluorescence in the eyes of the spirit-stealing mouse immediately went out, and a little smell of blood slowly spread. Old Taoist Li was instantly delighted. 2 pounds of spirit rice. After sniffing the blood, he suddenly gulped and muttered, "This blood carries spiritual chi. If it is used as a blood meal, won't it be better than mundane livestock? Master Dao, before the other rats realize it, kill them all." Hanyu reminded him. Old Taoist Li suddenly came back to his senses, and for the time being, he pressed on, no longer thinking about it. The 2 of them tiptoed around, continuing to search for other spirit-stealing rats in the spirit field. A few moments later, they found a second one, and old Tali killed it again with the blood drops. After a while, after killing the third, Li Lao Dao said, "These 3 are mine, the remaining 2 you kill yourself, send me over, I will go to the market tomorrow to exchange the spirit rice out together. I have to hurry to cultivate to go." After saying this, he couldn't wait to swallow his saliva, carrying the 3 recently dead spirit-stealing rats, and hurriedly returned to his stone house. Hanyu was slightly surprised, not expecting old Taoist Li to go back. However, he also felt relieved. With Li Lao Dao in the room, his blood droplet in case it was empty, it wasn't good to condense it again. He could easily condense 3 essence blood, barely condense the 4th one, plus duplicate it once. In fact, it was possible to use the blood droplet 5 times. Such an unusual ability, Hanyu can't show it in front of others, not even the closer Li Lao Dao. After old Taoist Li left, Hanyu turned around in his own spiritual field and was surprised to find that the number of spirit-stealing rats wasn't actually 5 but 7, and after old Taoist killed 3, there were still 4 left. It was not known whether the 2 extra ones were new ones that had run over, or whether they had not shown their heads before. The blood droplets are unusually useful. After condensing, the heart turns freely, the target is clear. The spirit-stealing rats can't imagine that Hanyu, who was powerless in the daytime, actually has the spell to penetrate their fur. Hanyu's 4 blood droplets all accurately hit the spirit-stealing rats, brought back to their own house after a bit of a dilemma. All to Li Laodao, expose their secrets, not to Li Laodao, they do not have a way to deal with. Do you want to go to the market side? While pondering, Hanyu suddenly noticed that among the 4 spirit-stealing rats he killed, there was one with a circular pattern on its abdomen, and where the circular pattern spread, the fur was exceptionally clean. Was it raised by a human? Hanyu was instantly startled. Not only were there wild spirit-stealing rats, there were also human-raised ones? What kind of person raised spirit-stealing rats to steal someone else's soon-to-ripen spirit rice at this time? The person behind it would never be a good person. Hurriedly lifting up the marked spirit-stealing mouse, Hanyu walked towards old Taoist Li's stone house. Knocking on the door, he was stared at by old Taoist Li's bloodthirsty eyes before he could speak. Those 2 spirit-stealing rats, both killed? Old Taoist Li pressed his palms against the doorway, his veins bulging, his eyes red, forcibly suppressing the urge to suck blood. Master Dao, things aren't right. Hanyu showed the marked spirit-stealing rats to old Tao Li. Look. Old Taoist Li looked down and saw the clear lines on the belly of the spirit stealer, and was instantly shocked and angered, his bloodthirsty eyes fading. This rat has been raised by someone. This is someone deliberately stealing the soon-to-be ripe green harvest spirit rice. Turning back, he hurriedly searched through the bodies of the 3 spirit-stealing rats, and also brought out one with the same circular pattern on its abdomen. Both of them were raised by one person and were killed by us. This is bad, we have offended someone. Li Laodao said with a slight gnash of his teeth, not knowing who did it. Will it come to us on the way? Hanyu thought for a moment and reminded, Master Dao, it's useless for us to worry. In the entire Spirit Field Division, there's only Steward Wang and 2 other outer disciples, so if they raise the spirit-stealing rats, then they're much more capable than us as outer disciples, and sooner or later, they'll come looking for us. Elder Taoist Li thought about it and shook his head slightly. They are so full of food that they don't care about this stuff in the rats' mouths, and the small amount of spirit rice doesn't do much for them, so they won't be the ones to do it. If the rats are not raised by them, then there is even less to worry about. Hanyu said, the spiritual field of the highest cultivation of odd job disciples is only the 3rd level of chi cultivation, arrived at the 4th level of chi cultivation into the outer door to go. Such odd job disciples' spells are not much, we do not need to be afraid. The big deal is to report to the steward Wang them, they will be very happy to catch this kind of spiritual rice thieves. Elder Taoist Li gradually let go of his heart when he heard this and praised, you little wafer calm in a crisis. I was a bit overwhelmed just now, it's really hard for you to still think of a way. However, we kill the means to steal the spirit of the rat is not visible, not worry about it for the time being, but must not go to take the initiative to report in front of the Wang steward, exposing themselves that will not live. Hanyu nodded, and asked Li Laodao, Taoist masters, what should we do with these rats? These 2 were raised by people, I keep them to practice with my blood, so I won't sell them. Li Laodao pondered, clenched his teeth, the rest should go to change out or to change out. The workshop is so big, the spirit-stealing rats are also quite a lot lately, there should not be an accident. I'm sure there will be no problems. After Hanyu answered, he brought another spirit-stealer corpse and handed it over to old Taoist Li. Old Taoist Li nodded slightly, now it's good, all 5 spirit-stealing rats have been eliminated, and there are no more rat pests in our spiritual fields. This rat breeder can't blame us, his rats don't harm our spiritual fields, we won't kill his rats either, this is the blame. Chapter 15, Getting the Spirit Fruit. Hanyu returned to the humble stone house, and before he could catch his breath, he saw a large and a small crow flash into the house as quickly as 2 streaks of black lightning. Only the large crow landed steadily in front of Hanyu, then slightly lowered its shiny black head, a sharp beak gently opening. A turquoise branch slowly slid down from it. At the end of the branch hung a blue fruit as bright as a jewel, the size of which was similar to a ripe loquat, so crystal clear that it seemed to be able to reflect a person's silhouette. This blue fruit body emits a spiritual chi, wisps like smoke like fog lingering around, accompanied by a light fragrance, let a person smell the heart relaxed and happy. At this moment, that slightly smaller crow also learns from the big crow's appearance, the same obediently lowered his head, mouth also spit out a branch, on which also hangs a blue crystal fruit exactly the same. A hint of surprise flashed in Hanyu's eyes, and he hurriedly reached out to carefully hold these 2 spirit fruits in his hand. You guys found the spirit fruit? After scrutinizing it for a bit, and not knowing what role it played, he asked again, is it with or without an owner? Is it the clan's medicinal garden? In the face of Hanyu's question, the big crow and the little crow just gently shook their little heads a few times, indicating the negative. Is there any more? Hanyu asked again. The big crow and little crow still shook their heads, seemingly telling Hanyu that this was all the treasure they could find. Hanyu wasn't disappointed, these 2 spirit fruits were a very good harvest, no matter what they were for, even if they couldn't be used for their own cultivation, they should still be able to exchange them for some spirit rice or something else. Good job, I'll give you some rewards today. As Hanyu spoke, he was about to condense his blood to feed the 2 crows, when he suddenly felt that it was a bit difficult to condense his own blood after using the blood drop 4 times. At that moment, the big crow jumped onto the corpse of the spirit-stealing rat, looking at Hanyu expectantly and letting out a soft caw of thirst. Ga. Since Hanyu had asked them not to make a big deal out of it, it had stopped cawing at every turn. Hanyu was a bit surprised. You want to eat this spirit-stealing rat? Ga. The big crow nodded its head and cawed softly. Seeing this, the small crow also hurriedly jumped onto the corpse of another spirit-stealing mouse, afraid that he wouldn't be able to fish for it. When Hanyu saw the two crows' behavior, he smiled. These two spirit-stealing rats were difficult for him to handle, so giving them both as a reward was not bad. Okay, I'll give it to you, take it away and eat it. The two crows were instantly happy. The big crow grabbed a spirit-stealing mouse, opened its wings and swayed from side to side, as if dancing. The rhythm of the claw-tip knocking was as crisp as playing a fastboard. The little crow was even more mischievous than it, deliberately throwing up the spirit-stealing mouse and catching it steadily, but also cocked up the tail feathers to Hanyu turned in a circle. Looking at this big and small like a child playing naughty crows, Hanyu also cannot help but feel funny, laugh out loud. Okay, go. The large and small crows came over, their beaks gently pecking at Hanyu's side to express intimacy, and then each grabbed a spirit-stealing mouse and flew away on their wings. After another hour or so, the two crows staggered back as if they were drunk, with some blood coloring on their beaks. After entering the house, they flopped down on the ground and slept soundly. Something went wrong with the eat-stealing spirit mouse? Although full of doubts, Hanyu still neatly packed up his clothes, which were already torn beyond recognition, and haphazardly stuffed them under the bed, simply making a rough nest and putting the two sleeping crows in it. Early the next morning, Hanyu looked under the bed and saw that the two crows were still lying quietly in the nest, without the slightest sign of waking up, and he didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. If they really ate the spirit-stealing mouse and died, it would be a bit of a problem for Hanyu to use the spirit-raising technique to find new helpers. As usual, he went out to inspect his spirit field. Old Taoist Li was no longer at home, and had gone out early in the morning to exchange spirit mice for spiritual rice at the Green Harvest Market. He'd been to the market more than once, and the path was familiar. On the contrary, Hanyu had always felt that his cultivation level was low, he had nothing to show for it, and he had concentrated on his cultivation, so he hadn't been to the Green Harvest Market once so far. Hanyu circled around the spirit field, not finding any new spirit-stealing rats, and was in a rather good mood. Afterward, he walked towards the direction of Zhongshan, Sun Kong, and Lulan's spirit field. Lulan was practicing on her knees within the spirit field, still holding the spirit stone that Zhongshan had given her as a way to increase her cultivation speed. With her spirit root in age, and having just broken through the third level of qi cultivation not long ago, it was the right time to sharpen her cultivation, so it was obviously inconvenient to disturb her. Zhongshan did not cultivate, but stood in the middle of the field slightly frowning as he looked at the spirit field, not knowing what he was thinking about. Senior brother Zhang. Senior brother Han, up? Spirit-stealing rats have been rampant these past 2 days. Yesterday I saw the two of you and Li Quan chasing after those rats. Zhongshan said. Hanyu nodded. Yes, those spirit-stealing rats bullied us for not knowing spells, and used tree branches to drive away and beat them before they would leave, otherwise they wouldn't leave at all. It's abominable. Zhang Shan's eyes were slightly searching. Today too? Today is different. I turned around and haven't found the spirit-stealing rats. Zhang Shan spoke up. Oh, then it might have tossed around at night and stopped coming out during the day, or it might have gone to other people's spiritual fields. The next time you plant the spiritual fields, you should slow down a bit and try to do it at about the same time as us, so that you and we don't have to drive away the pests and rats twice. Hanyu sniffed and nodded again as well. Well, senior brother Zhang, I know. Every time the Green Harvest spiritual rice is about to mature, it will attract pests and rats, and if it's always planted at different times, then the pests and rats will also have a bad effect on the spiritual fields next to it. So it's better to plant and harvest at the same time as much as possible, so everyone can save labor and effort. Hanyu thought to himself whether he should ask Zhongshan about spirit fruits. He knows a lot and has a lot of friends, and is obviously more sociable than Sun Kong and Lulan. After thinking about it for a while, old Taoist Li said that Zhongshan's words are not true. Hanyu still put off the idea for the time being. Just at this time, Zhongshan suddenly asked again, Han senior brother, Li Quan early in the morning with a basket to do? Do you know? Hanyu glanced at Zhongshan in surprise, feeling that he had asked this question abruptly. Between the odd job disciples, they generally don't inquire about other people's actions or personal matters, so what was he doing asking about old Taoist Li's going out? In his heart, he had some doubts, but on his face, he still pretended to be unaware of it. Did Master Tao go out? I thought he was practicing at home. Zhongshan released a smile. Also right, ask you certainly do not know. Han, we are all brothers in the same school, why do you call Li Quan Taoist master? You two know each other before you started? Well, when I came to Wanshan Valley, I met him. Hanyu said, Master Tao has taught me many things. They're all fellow disciples, so it's better if you don't call them that in the future. If Steward Wang and the others hear about it, there might be trouble again. After Zhang Shan said that, he walked towards the spiritual field and sat down on his knees to cultivate as well. But his eyebrows were still slightly furrowed, as if he had something unpleasant to worry about. Hanyu was skeptical about him inquiring about Elder Taoist Li, so he dismissed the idea of asking him about the spirit fruits and walked towards Sun Kang's field. It so happened that Sun Kang stopped practicing, and when he saw Hanyu coming over, he greeted him with a smile. "Senior brother Han, are there still many rats in your spirit field today? Why don't I help you expel them?" Chapter 16, Xuanxin Fruit. Once Hanyu heard Sun Kang's words, he thought to himself that in the end, it's still senior brother Sun who was enthusiastic and trustworthy. "Not necessary for now, senior brother Sun. I didn't find any spirit-stealing rats in the spirit field when I came over today. Perhaps they have already left, hopefully they won't appear again, or else with your and Li Quan's situation, it is really hard to deal with those." Sun Kang spoke up. Hanyu hesitated a bit more and opened his mouth to inquire, "Senior Sun, I recently feel that my cultivation has been slow, and I kind of want to look for something to help me cultivate. Senior Sun, do you know where to look?" Sun Kang immediately lost his smile. "Senior Han, this question of yours is something that every handyman disciple has thought about to a greater or lesser extent. When the cultivation slowed down, and there wasn't much progress even with daily suffering, and there was no spiritual rice to support it, who wouldn't have thought of being able to obtain spiritual pills, raise their cultivation in one fell swoop, and step into the outer sect? However, very few of them were able to fulfill their wish. For example, if I knew where I could find a spiritual medicine that would allow me to break through to the third or even fourth level of Qi cultivation, I would be there every day. But our Wanshan Valley is an immortal cultivation clan, and is the 5 clans in the southern region of the most important spiritual medicine and plants, the clan near the various types of spiritual medicine that is always searching for an empty, no omission to find their own spiritual medicine, to enhance their cultivation, then the bald head to find hair are difficult." When Hanyu heard this, he was also enlightened. No wonder he sent out the big and small crows to search for these days and only found 2 spirit fruits, so it was the Wanshan Valley that had already searched for them, relying solely on the ability of the servant disciples themselves to pick up the spirit fruits by chance. It was almost impossible. "Then, Mr. Sun, are there any common spiritual herbs near Wanshan Valley?" Hanyu asked again, and Sun Kang couldn't help but be happy. "I knew you wouldn't die." Honestly, every odd job disciple has had this fantasy at one point or another, including me. "I'm sorry to have made you laugh, senior brother Sun." Sun Kang waved his hand. "It's fine. Anyway, my cultivation today is almost at the limit of spirit root absorption, so I'll tell you about a few common spirit fruits that I might encounter." What he said about the absorption limit, Hanyu has also gradually experienced lately. This is where the difference between the cultivation of various spiritual roots lies. The spiritual roots are a step behind. Not only will the simple operation of the gongfu to absorb the spiritual qi will be significantly slower and less effective, and even the effects of taking elixirs, pills, etc. will also be significantly worse. Even with the same amount of aura and the same amount of resources, a good spiritual root will hold more aura and cultivate faster, while a poor spiritual root will hold less aura. This is determined by the cultivation qualifications from the very beginning, and is almost unchangeable. Of course, most of the time, the servant disciples couldn't reach the absorption limit. They had always been relatively short of cultivation resources. Sun Kang's state of having a bit of savings and cultivating with the help of the aura of the green harvest spiritual rice before it ripened was one of the few times in a year that he was able to have enough to eat and reach the absorption limit. Next, Sun Kang talked to Hanyu about the spiritual medicines he knew with the knowledge he'd gained from several years of being an apprentice and many trips to the marketplace. For those of us who are servant disciples, what we can possibly see, other than the green grams of spiritual rice that we grow, are some spiritual medicines at the level of qi cultivation. Like Baijin grass, yellow starfruit, yuan lingji, and so on, they are not small in terms of their effect on our cultivation level. By the way, there is also the spirit blood vine, which is not very useful for our cultivation, but is very useful for mortals. Just a small section can make their qi and blood overflow, and then lift hundreds of pounds of things, and then eat a little bit more may be able to hold them up alive. Therefore they rumored that it was called snake blood vine, saying that it was highly poisonous. Sun Kang laughingly told Hanyu about these things as anecdotes. Hanyu listened to his description, on one hand memorizing all these things in his mind, and on the other hand noticing that there was no information on the kind of blue spirit fruit he had gotten. "Senior brother Sun, is there anything else?" Sun Kang thought for a moment and then remembered 3 other spiritual objects. There's also the red heart bamboo, which is like red iron on the inside and is quite hard, which is a refining material. There's also the banana leaf that is commonly used by our outer disciples, which is also a flying object that is plucked from the banana spirit wood within the gate and then refined, and then allowed to be exchanged for by the disciples in exchange for their merits. By the way, I also once saw a kind of fruit in the market, like blue jade, about the size of a finger. I heard that it's called the Xuanxin fruit, and that it can clear one's mind, which is beneficial for practicing spells, alchemy, talisman making, and artifact refining, and increases cultivation in much the same way as the yuan lingji. When Sun Kang said this, Hanyu's heart was slightly delighted. The color and size were correct, and the spirit fruit that the crow had picked turned out to be called the Xuanxin fruit. All these spirit fruits can be eaten directly when found? It's a bit of a waste to eat them directly. If we really have the chance to obtain spiritual medicines and spirits, it's the most worthwhile method for us apprentice disciples to go to the marketplace to exchange them for spiritual rice, and use them as a way to cultivate in a small amount of time. Sun Kong said. Hanyu thought in his heart, since that's the case, wouldn't it be better for me to take the xuanqing fruit in a long, thin stream? With this in mind, his heart was already eager to try. After chatting with Sun Kong for a few more minutes and asking some questions, Hanyu returned to his spirit-field stone house. The two crows were still sleeping soundly in their little nest under the bed. Hanyu took out the blue crystal clear xuanqing fruit. The spiritual qi lingered around, the aroma was fragrant, a slight sniff would clear his mind. Two xuanqing fruit, Hanyu opened his mouth and took one, and immediately felt that the fruit melted in his mouth, as if it was a stream of cool water that went straight to his dantian. At the same time, the mind is also as placed within the clear spring, unprecedented lightness. It really was the xuanqing fruit. The increase in cultivation brought about by this kind of spiritual fruit was many times that of the spiritual rice dumplings. Hanyu immediately ran the circumference of the sky 3 times in a row, feeling that today's spirit root absorption limit has been reached. The spirit seed in the dantian has obviously increased, but the medicinal power of the xuanqing fruit is still contained in the body, slowly escaping. Hanyu can still rely on the medicinal power of the xuanqing fruit to cultivate for 2 more days. If Hanyu didn't have any other xuanqing fruit, so that one xuanqing fruit only had the best cultivation effect for 3 days, then it would indeed be far better to exchange it for spirit rice and cultivate it over time. Fortunately, Hanyu didn't need to consider this aspect of the problem. Since he still had a xuanqing fruit in his hand, he could ensure that his xuanqing fruit had an endless supply. The only flaw was that the 4 spirit roots qualification was indeed too poor, and there was an upper limit to the daily absorption of spiritual qi and medicinal power, so Hanyu could only advance his cultivation as much as he could, and improve himself through other aspects of polishing. The xuanqing fruit also had another function, which was to help with practicing spells, refining artifacts, alchemy, and talisman making. Hanyu then attempted to take advantage of his clear-headed state to cultivate wind control and water control techniques. Once practiced, he was even more pleasantly surprised. Originally, he thought that these 2 spells were just more convenient for cultivating the spiritual fields, but now that he had gradually become skilled and mastered them when practicing, Hanyu felt the wonder of the spells. Although these 2 spells were basic, if applied properly, they might not just be used to cultivate spiritual fields. Practicing from the morning to the afternoon, Hanyu's fingers were pressed together, and his spiritual breath was running in his dantian. Go! A gust of wind rose within the house. He waved his fingers like a sword again, and the gale subsided. Just as he was about to practice the water control technique he had mastered once more, the sound of footsteps came from outside. Little Eva! Old Taoist Li is back. Chapter 17, Spirit Wu. Hanyu opened the door and was stunned. Old Taoist Li's gray robes were covered in bloodstains, his complexion was depressed, his eye sockets were deep-set, and he was even more wretched than usual. Master Dao, what happened to you? I've met a poor man who has robbed me. Old Taoist Li said with an annoyed look. I only took out 3 spirit-stealing rats and exchanged them for 6 pounds of spirit rice, and someone was unsettled and tried to rob me. Hanyu was more and more surprised. Who would do such a thing? A servant disciple? That's not true. It's an unclassified and unaffiliated casual cultivator in the green harvest market, with 2 mortals who know martial arts. I had previously purchased the prey that the mortals had fought, and was probably noticed by them, thinking that I wasn't powerful, and this time, seeing that I had spirit rice, they wanted to get their hands on it outside the market and rob it. I had known that it might not be peaceful within the green harvest marketplace. I didn't expect that even after I was so poor, there would still be poor people to rob me. It's really bad luck. Old Taoist Li cursed and said, while throwing Hanyu a small cloth bag containing 4 pounds of spirit rice. Here you go, 2 spirit-stealing rats, 4 pounds of spirit rice. Hanyu took it and then put the spirit rice aside, asking Old Taoist Li, Master Tao, how did you get back? Those 3 people. All killed. Old Taoist Li said in a murderous manner. They didn't expect that I am a martial artist who has been around for many years, and I also have spells such as blood drops and bloodthirst. It took quite a bit of effort to kill them, but unfortunately I got nothing but a little mundane gold and silver. Hanyu thought to himself that it was indeed impossible to get anything of value. That loose cultivator had no sect, even a few pounds of spiritual rice to rob. Naturally, he was poor to the point of not being able to be poor anymore. That the loose cultivator's cultivation techniques also do not have? No. Li Lao Dao said, we get the sect Jade Brief Pass Heart method, also impossible to bring on the body. That kind of loose cultivator is even regarded the Heart method as a family heirloom, surely will be hidden even deeper. And inexplicably smacked his lips. Too bad, if it wasn't so close to the green harvest marketplace. When Hanyu heard him say this, he was immediately shocked within his heart. Could it be that Master Dao even? Old Taoist Li also realized that he had slipped up, using other blood to cultivate. At least he was still able to interact with Hanyu normally. Once he started using human blood, the two would certainly have a difficult relationship. Then he changed the topic. Did anyone come to our spiritual field today to inquire about the matter of stealing spirit rats? If so, 9 times out of 10, it's the thieves behind the breeding of the stolen rats. Hanyu replied, I saw that there were no spirit rats in the spiritual field, so I practiced for half a day, and I really don't know if anyone came. You little waif, now it's even harder for us to know who raised the rats. Old Taoist Li said, feeling that he couldn't hold out any longer, he hurriedly returned to his stone house to replenish his essence blood. After he left, Hanyu practiced his spells again, thinking that today's copying opportunity is still useless, and the spiritual chi is at the limit of the 4 spirit roots cultivation capacity, so he just copied the essence blood to give himself a little more protection. After condensing the essence blood and making a copy, Hanyu did not stop after he finished practicing. The Xuanqin fruit's ability to clear his mind was still there, making him feel many things more clearly. The copying effect on his right hand was undoubtedly brought about by the fiery round stone he had once picked up. If one's cultivation was sufficient, it might not be impossible to turn this magical object into something that one could manipulate as one wished, instead of just using it for copying as it is now. Also, as one's cultivation grew, the ability to replicate was actually increasing slightly. It was just that it was difficult to observe in detail before, and now it was only possible to observe and understand it when one was extraordinarily clear. In addition to this, one should also observe which items are more conducive to cultivation. Some items, such as the 10,000 Spring Valleys relic, were not conducive to cultivation and were not very useful, but they also consumed a great deal of replication power, so of course they could not be used to replicate frequently. And spiritual rice balls, essence blood, Xuanqin fruit, this kind of, also the difference between high and low utility, need to carefully compare. These observations and thoughts surfaced one by one in his mind, and Hanyu's heart added another layer of understanding to the role of spirit medicine and fruit. Before he ate the Xuanqin fruit, he wouldn't have been able to consider things so thoroughly and carefully, nor would he have been able to think so clearly. This Xuanqin fruit really deserves to be a spiritual medicine, with many wonderful uses. Hanyu thought to himself, and with nothing else to do, he patiently practiced his spells again. Because of the Xuanqin fruit's effect, every time he practiced his spells, he felt that there was some progress, which made him quite mesmerized. Unconsciously, as night fell, Hanyu heard a strange sound coming from inside the house. Turning his head to look, a large and a small crow had woken up and crawled out from under the bed. Their dark golden pupils carried spirituality, and their feathers were tightly and blackly pasted together like black iron. Unlike before, they contained a hint of aura. Hanyu was instantly surprised. You have aura on you? Gah, gah. The 2 crows replied while nodding their heads. Hanyu was in a good mood. Good. I started on the right path to immortal cultivation from the blood refining technique, which is a fake immortal method, and you guys have also begun to possess aura from the beginning when you swallowed essence blood, and are no longer mundane flying birds. You are also considered to have followed in the footsteps of the master. He also asked the 2 crows, now that you have aura, do you feel any difference in your bodies? It's stronger than before, right? At these words, the 2 crows opened their wings and showed their claws, looking a bit proud of their master. Hanyu was immediately amused. These 2 life treasures are like 6 or 7-year-old children. Squatting down and touching the feathers and claws of the large and small crows, Hanyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Originally, the 2 crows were subjected to the blood, transformed by the blood. Feathers as hard as bamboo, quite humane, is already difficult for mortals at this moment. Feathers such as black iron, claws such as steel, solid, not to mention that the fingers flicked on the clanging sound. These 2 crows have become much stronger just by looking at their appearance. With feathers and claws like these, they will be able to defend themselves even better in the future, and will have a greater chance of finding spirit fruits. If they eat some more insects and spirit-stealing mice that carry spiritual chi, they'll be even stronger. Hanyu took a wooden board and a stone and gave 2 small and large crows a try, and found that it was easy for the 2 crows to scratch through the wooden board, but the stone was still unbreakable. Even if he scratched it with force, it was like steel striking a stone. After pondering for a while, Hanyu instructed the 2 crows to go outside to try their skills, and opened the door of the house to let them go to the spiritual field to see if they could catch the spirit-stealing rats. The 2 crows spread their wings and flew off, and after a short while, the big crow returned with a spirit stealer. The small crow, on the other hand, was covered in dirt and was a bit lousy, and didn't catch the spirit-stealing mouse that stole food during the night. It was probably because of the difference in size between the 2, causing one to catch and the other to suffer instead. Hanyu thought in his mind and glanced down at the spirit-stealing mouse, and it was clear that its abdomen was again with a circular pattern. His face instantly darkened. How did you catch a rat being raised again? Although I don't know who raised it, this beam is getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 18, The Day of Harvest. Forget it, there's no chance of easing up with this rat-raising guy, so there's no point in offending more. Hanyu thought of this, and without any further hesitation, he said to a large and 2 small crows. This spirit-stealing mouse, you guys take it and eat it. The 2 crows immediately jumped and rejoiced in the cramped and simple stone house. The big crow grabbed the spirit stealer and flew out, and the little crow followed closely behind, disappearing into the night sky. Hanyu smiled a bit, thinking that in the future, he only needed to occasionally deepen his connection with these two crows with his essence blood and spirit nurturing technique, so he didn't need to consume blood chi from time to time, and that their preying on spirit-stealing rats and spirit chi containing insects was actually more useful for growth. These two crows might be able to play a greater role in the future. Early the next morning, Hanyu met old Taoist Li, who had ostensibly returned to normal, and the woeful state of yesterday's return from the Green Harvest marketplace seemed to be nothing more than an illusion. The effect of the spirit-stealing mouse's essence blood was obviously very good, making up for old Tao Li's loss of blood chi and temporarily satisfying the burning thirst and bloodlust brought on by the blood refining technique. The two of them inspected the spirit field, seeing that no new spirit-stealing rats had appeared. Their mood was also much better. This spirit field could be their harvest, which was related to how much resources they would use for cultivation in the future. Two senior brothers, recently our green harvest spirit rice has matured. Are there no pests or rats in your spiritual fields? Senior sister Wei came over with a smile and asked. Hanyu and old Taoist Li were immediately shaken and secretly thought, could it be that she was actually the one who kept the spirit rats? Why else would she come over and ask this question? While deliberating on how to answer, senior sister Wei added, the two senior brothers don't know that whenever the green harvest spiritual rice matures, it must gather some spiritual chi to make the rice fuller and possess spiritual chi. Whenever this time, pests and rodents are bound to appear, and those immature spiritual fields are bound to suffer as a result. You were lucky this time. The other brothers and sisters expelled the pests and rats cleanly, and I can see that there are no pests or rats in your spiritual fields. But next time, your luck may not be so good. What do you mean? A threat? Old Taoist Li and Hanyu thought to themselves. However, they didn't expect senior sister Wei to change her words and said with a smile, so, next time, when planting the spiritual fields you should still plant with us, so that we can take care of each other at that time, which is even more convenient. I know a very experienced handyman disciple. At that time, you can also let him help you guys to catch insects and rats, only need to spend some spirit rice, it's very cheap and affordable. Hanyu and Li Laodao nodded their heads in response, and when senior sister Wei left, Li Laodao whispered his hoarse voice into Hanyu's ear, it doesn't seem to be her either? Hanyu nodded and didn't say anything. He also asked old Taoist Li, Master Taoist, how did you transmit this talking voice? Is it also a spell? It's just a trick I used to use when I was walking in the Jianghu. Li replied, if you want to learn, take the time to teach you. The two of them said a few more words and were about to go back when Zhang Shan came over with a frown on his face. Senior Han, Senior Li, do you see any spirit-stealing rats in the spirit field? In the past 2 days, why do I see that the spirit-stealing rats have disappeared? Hanyu and old Taoist Li were stunned again. Zhang Shan? Why is he asking about spirit-stealing rats? Both of them then shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know, and Zhang Shan obviously didn't expect the two of them to find anything, so he just casually asked and left in a hurry with a frown on his face. Waiting for him to leave, Li Laodao once again bunched up his voice and whispered, I see, senior brother Zhang also has some suspicions now that I think about it. The spirit stones he gave to Lulan were not too generous. The odd job disciples are all bitter haha who desperately grab all the cultivation resources and don't let go, so why would Zhang Shan be willing to give away a piece of spirit stone equivalent to 4 or 5 pounds of spirit rice? Hanyu's mind drifted off, and he secretly raised his guard again. It was true that there was a proper path to immortal cultivation in Wanchun Valley, but that didn't mean there was no fighting. If Zhang Shan, the always warm and courteous senior brother, is also a person with conspiracy in his heart, how many of the seemingly peaceful, no private fights of the servant disciples are truly trustworthy? Returning to his stone house, Hanyu refines the residual medicinal power of the xuanqing fruit, and the spirit seed in his dantian increases again, reaching the limit of today's absorption increase. Afterwards, he practiced his spells, becoming more and more skillful, gradually showing some signs of mastery. Finally, copy the blood, increase their own blood chi, increase self-protection ability blood refining. Although it is not the right way to cultivate, but to release the blood droplets with blood, the formation of the special features of the powerful attack is more than the Wanchun Valley unusual chi cultivation 1 layer, 2 layers of the servant disciples more able to self-protection. Of course, if Hanyu didn't have a way to copy his own blood, this blood refining technique's bloodthirsty impulsiveness and need for blood food would be a great danger, so he really couldn't continue to cultivate it. It's only because of his special circumstances that he dares to continue practicing like this. After this day, and after practicing for another day, Hanyu began to copy again. Heat surged in his right hand, and an angular outline faintly emerged. Subsequently, a xuanqing fruit appeared in Hanyu's bosom along with his thoughts. Hanyu pulled out the xuanqing fruit, and his mood became even more exhilarated. This time, he felt that his right hand was hosting some kind of special treasure, and he also clearly realized that he could arrange the copied item somewhere around his body to conceal it according to his heart. Of course, the more exciting thing is that Hanyu noticed that the copying ability can copy the xuanqing fruit once a day, which also proves the previous speculation. Different kinds of items, the difficulty of copying them is different, and as Hanyu's strength increases, the ability to use the treasures in his right hand will also increase, and the copying proceeds are bound to be more, and will definitely not be a ball of spiritual rice or a drop of essence blood like this. After verifying his speculation, Han Yu happily took the xuanqing fruit once again and began to continue his cultivation. With enough xuanqing fruit, he was certain that within a month, he would be able to skill up his wind control technique and water control technique to the point where they surpassed most of the servant disciples at the spirit field office. He was also certain that he would be able to reach the limit of his 4 spirit root qualifications, and would be able to cultivate to the second level of qi cultivation as soon as possible. After another 2 days, Steward Wang arrived with 2 other outer disciples to supervise Zhang Shan, Sun Kong, Lulan, and senior sister Wei in harvesting the green grams and spiritual rice. Under the supervision of these 3 stewards of the Spiritual Fields Division, Zhang Shan and the others each harvested the green harvest spiritual rice in 1 day and turned it in. Depending on the harvest, Steward Wang also gave arrangements one by one and read out on the spot. Zhang Shan, each mu harvested 52 pounds of green harvest spiritual rice, harvest 80% and leave 20%, leaving you with 52 pounds of green harvest spiritual rice. Remember 5 small merits. Zhang Shan is still frowning without much joy. Sun Kong, harvest 51 caddies of green harvest spiritual rice per mu, harvest 80% and leave 20%, leaving you with 51 caddies of green harvest spiritual rice. 5 small merits. Sun Kong was overjoyed. Obviously with this spiritual rice, he is more certain to break through to the 3rd level of qi practicing. Lu Lan, harvest 47 pounds of green harvest spirit rice per acre, turn it all in, don't keep it. Minor merits are credited twice. Lu Lan's face immediately collapsed, teardrops swirling inside her eyes, almost about to cry out on the spot. Wei Kuan-yi, harvest 60 pounds of green harvest spiritual rice per acre, collect 80% and leave 20%, record 5 minor merits and leave you 60 pounds of spiritual rice. Sister Wei smiles and walks forward. Ozabao, her voice is delicate, still have to thank Steward Wang for taking care of me. If it wasn't for Steward Wang's hard work, we wouldn't have such a good life. Steward Wang stared at her and inexplicably smiled. Sister Wei, well done. Then he slammed his face again and read aloud to the other handyman disciples' harvests. This time, all the harvest, more can get more than 50 spiritual rice, less than 50 pounds per mu, also too small credit, not punishment, but no less than 30 pounds to get punishment. Wang's steward read out, and then said with his hands behind his back. There are some things, just take this opportunity to announce with you, you all listen well to remember. Chapter 19 9 Drops of Essence Blood. The many handyman disciples stood with their hands tied, quietly listening to Steward Wang's voice filled with grumpy impatience. The first thing, clearing out the spiritual fields. In recent months, there were 2 more handyman disciples at the spirit field who had gotten into trouble. One was Wang Fugue, with a 5 spirit root qualification, who died of sickness and old age. His clan's merits were exhausted, leaving him with only 1 son and 1 daughter. Because there was no half of the residue for the descendants, and this son and daughter did not have spirit root qualification, they were not allowed to stay in Wanchun Valley, driven out, and recovered the spirit field. The other is Ling Hui, 5 spirit root qualification, privately leave the spiritual field at 2 months not return, leading to the spiritual field as barren, take back the spiritual field, and by the outer disciples to take the task of tracking down if the peace and quiet, do not pass the Gongfa, will only abolish the cultivation expulsion of the sect, so that she do mortals if the Gongfa will be passed out, all those involved in the people will be put to death. After reading these, Steward Wang was satisfied to see the silent look of the crowd. Remember, although our Wanchun Valley is magnanimous and seldom conquers and kills, it is not a charity hall for nothing. You, the odd job disciples to cultivate to the outer door or specialize in small merit exchange, in order to learn killing spells, is precisely for your peace of mind planting and cultivation, do not think about other. Like that Wang Fugue, qualifications were poor, earn some spiritual rice to buy women, do not think of progress, life but the second level of qi practice, born children suffer, they also die of old age, such a failure of things, is not ridiculous? Although Steward Wang is not a good person, but this is really a few points of truth. Servant disciples do not feel at ease to cultivate, go to find what women to enjoy, this is the same as the already difficult cultivation path itself to cut off. After scolding for a while, Steward Wang added, there is one more thing, there are traces of demonic cultivators from the demon blood sect around the Green Harvest Square Market, and the inner disciples have already taken it upon themselves to take on the task of patrolling the square market. With your humble cultivation, if you meet the demonic blood sect's demonic cultivators, you will surely die. Therefore, you should not go to the Green Harvest Market until it is absolutely necessary. At that time, even if you don't meet the devil cultivators of the devil blood sect, if you meet the patrol of the inner disciples of the Wanchun Valley, and you are detained, I won't lead you back. At that time, whether you die or live depends on your own luck. Han Yu didn't move as he listened. Beside him, Elder Taoist Li's body was slightly taut, clearly tense. Only after Steward Wang impatiently announced the end and left with the other 2 outer disciples with the spirit rice did old Taoist Li and Han Yu look at each other. Before they could speak, they were already attracted by the cries, sobs, and sounds of joyful conversation coming from different places near and far. That Wang Fugue's son and daughter were driven out of Wanchun Valley apparently very unwillingly, kneeling on the ground and begging bitterly, crying and shouting kept coming from afar, getting farther and farther away. Lulan had just broken through the third level of chi cultivation not long ago, and was full of joy, who knew that this year's harvest of spiritual rice was a little worse, and was actually all seized, and the next cultivation resources would all become urgent, and as soon as Steward Wang left, she couldn't help but cry in a small voice. At this moment, Zhang Shan and Sun Kong were comforting her. I should have known that I would have helped you save up 10 pounds of spirit rice for backup and replenish it inside this year's harvest. When the time comes, although you will have to replenish 10 pounds of spirit rice, you will earn a small merit and get 50 pounds of spirit rice, which is actually more worthwhile. Lulan said in a small voice, crying, before the spiritual rice harvest are more than 50 pounds. I have not been lazy. This year is only for more cultivation to break through to the third level of chi cultivation, which delayed some time. Who would have thought that the incident happened suddenly? I actually did not reach 50 pounds. If I had been prepared, I wouldn't have been so unlucky. Zhang Shan gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind about something. AI, there's really no other way, senior sister Lu, you can borrow my spiritual rice to cultivate first. Lulan was surprised and moved to look at him. How will you cultivate then? Sister's spiritual root qualification is good, in the future there will definitely be a great future, after entering the outer door, just don't forget brother. After Zhang Shan finished speaking, Lulan immediately nodded her head, elder brother's kindness, I definitely won't forget it. Sun Kong was on the side and wanted to say something, but finally closed his mouth and didn't speak again. Han Yu calmly watched and didn't take a stand either. Sun Kong, who had always been generous, was not generous enough to give Lulan the use of spiritual rice for her cultivation, whereas Zhang Shan, who had always paid lip service, actually supported Lulan's cultivation in this way. Considering that Zhang Shan might have been the one who raised the spirit-stealing rats, the subtleties of this are really hard to describe. Wei Kunyi, surrounded by 5 or 6 servant disciples, some were congratulating her on the harvest of the spirit field, some were humbly asking for advice on the cultivation of the spirit field. For a while, this Wei Kunyi was happy and glowing. This had nothing to do with Han Yu or old Taoist Li. The two men went back to their own stone houses and practiced cultivation, not even communicating whether the matter of the demon blood sex demonic cultivators really happened to be infested with demonic cultivators, or whether the traces of Li Laodo's killing of the scattered cultivators had been detected by someone and mistakenly thought to be a demonic cultivator's strike. The two men tacitly refrained from communicating. That night, Han Yu still practiced as usual. First, he refined the medicinal power of the Xuanqing fruit, then practiced his spells, and finally, he copied his essence and blood to enhance his blood qi all over his body. After practicing, feeling that his cultivation, spells, and essence blood had all progressed, Han Yu's state of mind settled down. The things he experienced in the daytime passed before his eyes one by one, especially the cries of Wang Fugui's children who died of illness echoed like an alarm bell. Han Yu's mind was clear, and he was more and more determined to cultivate his own heart. Cultivation of immortality is the right way, the other is nothing more than a distraction. The window was gently rattling, followed by a large and a small. 2 crows flew in. Han Yu saw that they did not harvest, but also not anxious, just to appease a little, asking them to eat something did not. The big and little crows nodded together. They now have sharp claws and feathers like iron, and Han Yu didn't limit their range of motion, so naturally they were able to hunt with ease. Seeing that the 2 crows were becoming more and more aura rich, Han Yu was quite satisfied in his heart. If this continues, if the 2 crows continue to increase in strength in the future, I'm afraid that they'll become a demonic beast with spells, not just for treasure hunting, but also for helping Han Yu in battle. The 2 crows were intimate with their master for a while, then spread their wings and flew away again. Han Yu stood by the window and looked at the night sky, and was about to turn around when he saw a graceful silhouette passing in front of his spiritual field in the night, heading towards the steward's house where Steward Wang lived. It was that senior sister Wei. Han Yu withdrew his gaze and went back to rest. What's the difference between this scene and that Wang Fugui who died of old age? On the second day, the sky dawned, and after inspecting the spiritual fields, he resumed his cultivation. The next few days, Han Yu, in addition to inspecting the spiritual field, will no longer pay attention to external things. Every 3 days once the Xuanqing fruit, Dantian spirit seed day by day more and more increase, but also gradually will be the wind art, water control art, 2 spells to practice to the mastery of the mind, a hand to command to go to be released. Han Yu Knight quietly tried, under the same mana consumption, his wind art than other handyman disciples, lighter and more accurate, not only faster, used in the forward release, but also obviously more powerful, has been able to be compared to when Steward Wang casually beat Li Lao Dao spit blood of that kind of degree. The water control technique was also more controlled and precise, and with the same amount of mana, he could control more water and reach a farther location. At the same time, Han Yu was also continuously copying his essence blood for cultivation, and as the total amount of blood qi continued to increase, the amount of essence blood Han Yu could condense each time also increased. 4 drops of essence blood, 5 drops of essence blood, 6 drops of essence blood. After about a month or so, the amount of essence blood Han Yu could condense had reached 9 drops. The exuberant blood qi energized his body, and although his appearance wasn't obvious, he was already stronger than a bull. Chapter 20, Crow Spells. After the 9 drops of essence blood, Han Yu realized something. The way forward for the blood refining technique seemed to be broken. This blood condensation method based on condensing blood qi, old Taoist Li had said many times that this was not the right way to cultivate immortality, it was only a false immortality method. After cultivating to 9 drops of essence blood, it also seemed to validate this statement. The blood refinement technique didn't even have a route to the next step, so it was naturally impossible to break through to the first level of qi cultivation and form a complete circumferential cycle. Han Yu wasn't anxious about this. After all, his cultivation was still based on the Wanchun Valley's green harvest qi practicing heart method, and he was refining the medicinal power of the xuanqing fruit every day, so in a little over a month's time, the spiritual seed in his dantian would start to sprout, and he would be able to reach the second level of qi practicing. As such, Han Yu was tightly focused on his cultivation, making gains every day, and didn't have a sense of urgency like old Taoist Li who had to take the evil path. That being said, what level of cultivation has old Tao Li reached after these hours and days of no interaction? After inspecting the spiritual fields the next day, Han Yu stopped and waited for a moment for old Tao Li who was also inspecting the spiritual fields. "Little boy, do you want to see me?" Old Taoist Li's voice was hoarse and low. Walking slowly, Han Yu noticed that his eyes were densely covered in blood, vaguely red, obviously still feeding on blood food to refine blood. Just looking at the exterior, the blood qi isn't abundant, and should still be quite a bit short of 9 drops of essential blood. "Master Dao, can we go to the Green Harvest Marketplace recently?" Han Yu asked about another matter. "Well, can already go, the devil cultivator did not find the inner disciples patrol a month to go." Elder Taoist Li said, "Eva, you also want to go to Green Harvest Market?" Han Yu thought about it and nodded. The progress of cultivating spells in a short period of time was no longer great, and the clearing and awakening effect of the xuanqing fruit had already allowed Han Yu to cultivate the wind control technique and the water control technique to the extremes of what he could achieve at the moment. The blood refining technique, on the other hand, had no way forward, and it was almost time to condense the circumference of the sky by condensing essence and blood further, but there was no corresponding technique. Therefore, in addition to refining the medicinal power of the xuanqing fruit, Han Yu needs to increase his insights and learn more general knowledge of immortal cultivation, as well as learn other means to increase his self-defense. "Good, come with me tomorrow," old Taoist Li didn't push back and said directly. The Green Harvest Workshop Market was near the Wanchun Valley, and he traveled to and from it a lot, so it was generally still relatively safe. In the evening, after finishing refining the medicinal power of the xuanqing fruit, Han Yu didn't practice any more spells, nor did he condense his essence blood to cultivate blood skills. The copying ability was accumulated and saved for tomorrow when he went to the marketplace. Han Yu was about to take a rest when 2 small and large crows flew in, and the large crow threw down a long section of bright red snake-like stuff. Han Yu took a look and was pleasantly surprised. After a month, the 2 crows had finally found an unowned spiritual object. Picking up this 3-foot-long, bright red, snake-like thing, Han Yu felt the blood qi in his body stirring. Could this be the spirit blood vine that senior brother Sun Kong had mentioned? Han Yu was a bit stunned, then a bit speechless. Things that increased qi in blood were already of little use to him, not to mention the fact that he hadn't made much progress with the blood refining technique now, so he couldn't use it even more. This thing, right now, was useless to himself. Han Yu picked up the spirit blood vine and scrutinized it for a bit, praising the 2 crows for their size and inquiring, "Do you want to eat it?" "Ga. Ga." The big and little crows nodded their heads together. Han Yu then handed this spirit blood vine to the 2 ravens. "You guys eat it and see if you can still increase your abilities a bit." The 2 crows cheerfully pasted over and pecked Han Yu's palm affectionately, then lowered their heads to peck at this section of spirit blood vine with their beaks that were harder than fine iron. As they pecked, the bright red liquid inside the spirit blood vine slowly flowed, and a faint medicinal fragrance filled the entire stone house. Not long after, the red color on the spirit blood vine disappeared, leaving only a hollow section of outer skin, like a snake's molt. Han Yu watched in wonder. No wonder the spirit blood vine is also known as the snake blood vine. This appearance is really apt. Ga. The slightly smaller crow cawed, attracting Han Yu's attention. Only to see this crow's mouth condense a light green colored micro mango, spewing forward with force, instantly cutting a deep indentation in the walls of the stone house. "This is a spell? Little crow, you've become a demonic beast capable of using spells?" Han Yu asked. Little Crow nodded, but immediately afterward, he got down again and made a tired face. "You can only use it once in a short period of time?" "Indeed, a little less. Next, eat more things that contain spiritual qi. When this spell is used more often, it will be useful in the future." Han Yu smiled and stroked the little crow as he spoke. The big crow spread its wings and landed on his shoulder, cawing discontentedly, "Ga." Han Yu was even more amused. "You feel I'm favoring it?" "Ga." The big crow pressed its cold beak, which still had a trace of medicinal scent left, against Han Yu's cheek. "Good, good, just know how to be capricious." Han Yu reached out to touch his hard feathers. "What's your ability?" The big crow tilted its head slightly and also spewed out a faint light greenish colored glow, similarly leaving a mark on the stone house. "Oh, same spell, not bad at all." Han Yu nodded in praise. With this large and small group of 2 crows around, he had another layer of security in addition to the blood droplet spell. Ga. The big crow caught again and flew out through the window. Hanyu looked out unexpectedly, disgusted that I didn't compliment him? The little crow took the opportunity to jump on Hanyu's shoulder, expressing intimacy normally. The big crow wouldn't allow it to stand in this position. It's all gone, you're still not going? Be careful, I'll come back to clean you up later. The little crow shook his head, and Hanyu was even more surprised. You're not afraid of it anymore? Gained courage? The little crow still shook its head. What do you mean? What do you mean? Hanyu was a bit confused. A moment later, the little crow finally flew out of the window, but instead of flying away, it flew into the sky. Immediately afterward, a series of black specks flew across the moonlight above the spiritual field. Hanyu stared wide-eyed at this swarm of crows, and instantly realized that it was the big crow leading the small crows, followed by 1 to 20 crows. It turned out that the big crows also had another ability, which was to gather the other crows together and command them. In this way, will not become the leader of the crows? No wonder the big crow just flew out from inside the stone house. It was to show itself another ability. After a few more moments, the crows slowly dispersed under the moonlight, and the big and small crows returned inside the stone house. Hanyu praised them twice and instructed them to follow him from the sky to wait outside the marketplace tomorrow, just in case. The big crows finally jumped 3 or 2 times with their tails crossed in satisfaction, and flew away with the small crows in a lively and joyful manner. Early in the morning of the second day, Li Lao Dao's hoarse voice sounded in the doorway. Small child, it's time to go. Chapter 21 Green Harvest Market. After first routinely inspecting the spiritual fields, Hanyu and old Taoist Li headed to the Green Harvest Market. Walking through acres and acres of spirit fields, on a winding path, old Tao Li introduced his experience in the Green Harvest Market to Hanyu in his own hoarse voice. If one went to a store owned by Wanchun Valley, then whether one bought or not, as a Wanchun Valley's handyman disciple, one could basically rest assured that no one would have evil thoughts. However, Elder Tao Li was not at a high enough level to use items used by real cultivators, so he mainly exchanged things with some mortals and casual cultivators with unknown identities inside the Green Harvest Marketplace. In this case, Li Laodao had to hide his appearance, not letting people see his real details clearly, lest there be another incident like before where he was intercepted by a casual cultivator and tried his best to fight for his life because of a few pounds of spiritual rice. I heard that cultivation actually has to be hidden as well, or else it will be seen through by people who are a big realm higher, or after contact with other cultivators. There will also be some sensations, however, these are still too far away for us. Old Taoist Li hissed hoarsely in a rather sad voice, and then suddenly asked, Small child, 3 months after the introduction, how is your cultivation? Are you close to the first level of qi cultivation? Hanyu was instantly silent. Speak up, how long is it estimated to be? I know you are a 4-spirit root, better qualified than me. Seeing him like this, old Taoist Li was curious and asked again. About 2 months. Hanyu said a time in the end. Old Taoist Li was instantly surprised and envious. This is fast enough. In the end, the qualifications are better than mine. If I were to follow the steps and practice hard, it is estimated that it will take more than a year to do so. Qinghe Qi practicing heart method progress is really too slow. Another pat on Hanyu's shoulder. Small child, you practice hard enough, worthy of being one heir's grandson. Hanyu is speechless. The old road is good at everything, but always misses his grandmother from decades ago, as if all of Hanyu's efforts are taken for granted because he is one heir's grandson. Seeing that the market was in sight, Li Laodao took out 2 hats with curtains from the bamboo basket behind his back and put them on with Hanyu. There was no need to change into the gray servant's clothes, and it would be good to have the casual cultivators, servants, and mortals in awe of them. 2 people get up early, to the Green Harvest Workshop Market when the morning fog has just dispersed. The workshop in front of the green stone plate is still flowing with the light of the morning dew. At the entrance of the market, 2,000 years old acacia hanging down the silk tape like aura, between the branches hanging vermilion lacquer wooden plate, the book of the 2 words of the green harvest, the brush like a knife and axe chiseling, vaguely with twisted and complicated pattern. After entering the market, not directly is the store, but a large reed mat paved stalls, and then look into the street along the bamboo scaffolding lined up, the innermost is the store. Of course, there is a hierarchy here. Reed mat open air stalls, extraordinarily no decency, so very few cultivators, even loose cultivators, will not be willing to sit in the sun under the stalls. The vast majority of mortals, Wanchun Valley cannot cultivate the servants and so on. The things they exchanged rarely had aura, basically using gold and silver or bartering. Hanyu followed behind Elder Taoist Li, walking along the street past the open reed mat area where the mortals traded, and then the bamboo shed area. Under the bamboo scaffolding stalls, there was not a single mortal, and most of them were Wanchun Valley's servant disciples, as well as scattered cultivators without sex, and those who came and went were all cultivators who had stepped into the qi cultivation realm. The things in here basically have spiritual qi, and are not exchanged for mundane things at all. For Hanyu, who hadn't seen much, the things in here were exceptionally colorful, and the variety of things was overwhelming. A servant disciple wearing gray cloth and short beatings, his arms tightly covering a cloth bag, negotiated with the stall owner wearing a bucket hat in a lowered voice. The cloth bag lifted a gap, the green harvest spirit rice glistening white like snow, the aroma mixed with the smell of earth spread out. A young girl in scarlet leaned on a green bamboo basket, in which the leaves of the spiritual grass were glowing with silver, and a little bit of light was condensed in the grass stems. Her feet lying on the side of a sleepy white-haired spirit dog, snorting and puffing, very cute. A fat head and ears of fat people open chest, smiling in the bamboo shed area roadside greeting passing cultivators, spells, secret techniques, pills, talismans, have want no? But few people stopped to pay attention to him. There was also an outer disciple of Wanchun Valley dressed in green who hurried past, causing many people to look at him with envy. Hanyu and old Taoist Li also stood by the side of the road, watching this outer disciple go from the bamboo shed area to the store area. Let's go to the innermost part again. Old Taoist Li's voice is low, then we'll be back. In the store area in the center of the marketplace, one store after another was neatly arranged, and there were even pavilions a few floors high that occasionally appeared. The number of Wanchun Valley outer disciples wearing green clothes has increased significantly here, and there are still quite a few odd job disciples, as well as the occasional mortal, but they are all servants who follow orders and run around to be effective, not the kind of people who come and go freely in the reed mat area outside. Hanyu saw Wanchun Valley's talisman store, magic weapon store, pill store, and so on. There are also some stores that are not opened by Wanchun Valley. There was also a restaurant in the Green Harvest Marketplace with an antique signboard Green Harvest Brew, and I don't know what it tasted like, but anyway, it wasn't something that the current Hanyu and Li Laodao could wish for. A golden aura flashed overhead, and a blue-clothed Wanchun Valley inner disciple with golden silk threads in his clothing landed on his sword from the sky above the workshop market. The restaurant store assistant immediately greeted him out with a smile and a quick step, and the outer disciples who were originally laughing and drinking also stood up. That inner disciple nodded slightly and walked into the restaurant. This is the inner disciple, practicing chi cultivation above the 7th layer, but also after the examination, and have the spiritual root qualification to become the future is the opportunity to become a foundation cultivator, do the door deacon. Old Taoist Li marveled in a low voice. Hanyu nodded, thinking that the outer door compared to the inner door, but still loose. Little child, we should also go to Li Laodao opened his mouth again and said, only halfway through the sentence, suddenly changed his face and directly changed his voice, Qinghe Square Market you have also seen, the next to stroll around on their own, I have something else to do. After saying that, then lowered his head, hand pressing the bucket hat hurriedly left. Mr. Dao? Hanyu let out a surprised question, but seeing that his back was already far away, he had no choice but to walk around this Green Harvest Market on his own. He was carrying the 4 pounds of spiritual rice that he had sold from the spirit-stealing mouse earlier, so he couldn't buy anything in the store area, and there was no point in buying mortal things in the reed mat area, so it was suitable to trade in the bamboo hut area. Back to the bamboo hut area, the fat man with open chest and bare arms is still yelling and hawking, the scarlet-clothed girl is leaning on the spirit grass basket and teasing the white spirit dog, and the servant disciple who sells spirit rice has already made a deal and is nowhere to be seen. Hanyu looked around, and at a cursory glance, there were quite a few things he didn't recognize. Just as he was thinking, the fat man smiled and came over. This friend, is there anything you need? Chapter 22 Pig Old 3. Hanyu saw this initiative to come up to the chest fat man, then slightly frowned. May I ask the friend of the road, what are you selling? Selling everything, as long as the guest makes a request, I will definitely try to find something satisfactory for you as much as possible. Spells, talismans, pills, techniques, secret arts, spells as long as you want, just ask. The fat man smiled as he spoke, but his eyes looked venomously at Hanyu's gray servant disciple clothing, all over dress, and even the details of his hands and feet, gauging the highest value he could possibly take out. Hanyu heard this, but he wasn't too willing to pay attention to this fatty. This fatty was also dressed in gray, so he should also be an odd job disciple of Wanchun Valley. An odd job disciple who hadn't even mixed in with the outer disciples' green clothes and stood by the side of the road in the bamboo hut area soliciting customers, at most at the 3rd level of chi cultivation. What good things could he come into contact with? Saying that everything is for sale is naturally bragging. Especially the initiative to find up to talk, more like he is profitable, can't wait if it is really capable, it should be a lot of people take the initiative to find him right. After figuring this out, Hanyu stopped paying attention to this fatty and turned around to look at the other stalls. Hey, Mr. Tao, why did you leave? Fellow Taoist, why did you leave? If you need anything, just say so. If you say it, I can naturally help you figure it out. Fellow Taoist. Fatty followed in surprise, calling out. Hanyu waved his hand to indicate that he wasn't buying, stopping in front of the scarlet-clothed girl's stall. The scarlet-clothed girl let go of the white spirit dog in her hand, her eyebrows like a crescent moon, letting out a string of silver bells like laughter. Pig old man 3, let people see through the bottom again, right? On your hand inside the 3 melon 2 dates, also dare to blow the atmosphere, said everything? But not to the Hanyu speak, but to the open chest of the fat man speak. That fat pig Lao San is not angry, these people are judging by appearances, Aiju San is a person, they do not inquire about it. Alchemy room of odd job disciples, and other places can be compared? But where the senior brothers and sisters' fingers inside the gap leak out a half a star, they are on their knees and kowtow to beg not to come. After saying this, Pig Lao-san put his head up again, making the appearance that he only blamed Hanyu for not recognizing the goods, and went back to stand at the same place, still with the same unkempt appearance, smilingly greeting the passing cultivators. The scarlet-clothed girl giggled, clearly unimpressed by Pig Lao-san's words. But there was no intention of explaining herself to Hanyu, a stranger, and she just reached her fingers under the chin of her own spirit dog and casually scratched it, causing it to squint cozily. "Do you want to buy evening primrose? What's the use of this spirit grass?" Hanyu asked. The scarlet-clothed girl smiled and shook her head. "You don't even know what evening primrose is for, so it seems that you're neither an alchemist nor a medicine gardener, so there's no need to ask if you're going to buy this spirit grass, since it's useless." After saying that, she stopped paying attention to Hanyu and focused on teasing the white spirit dog. Seeing her say that, Hanyu had no choice but to go back to the other stalls to take a look. This time he also understood something. If he personally didn't know the effects of spiritual pills, talismans, magic weapons, elixirs, and other items, the stall owner wouldn't pay attention to him and explain more to him, let alone talk about trading. Spirit rice for spirit stones, 4 caddies and 6 tails for 1 piece. A stall wrote. Hanyu glanced at it. This should be the spirit field office's servant disciples out to exchange spirit stones. This kind of exchange price, not fixed. The specific spirit rice and spirit stone how to exchange, all depends on personal needs. Servant disciples spiritual rice is not easy to come, so every penny counts, caddy to carefully consider. In front, there was another wooden sign at the stall under the bamboo trellis that said spirit rice for chi condensation dan. Hanyu's footsteps paused slightly. He had heard of the chi condensation pill, but had never seen it before. It was an elixir that helped the chi cultivation realm condense spiritual breath and increase cultivation, and he had heard that some outer disciples of Wanchun Valley took this elixir regularly. Some of the odd job disciples who were lucky or whose elders at home were also cultivators would also take the chi condensation elixir once in a while. The entire bamboo shed area walked once. Hanyu has a basic understanding of the price of goods. All prices are not set in stone. Sell all want a price a little higher, buy all want a price a little lower, the specific purchase and sale or to talk about their own. 4 or 5 pounds of spirit rice for a spirit stone, which is almost a chi condensation dan or 3 wind charms or a wind blade charms price. The bamboo shed area pretty much traded things of this same level. Water control talismans, cleansing talismans, vigor pills, and so on are all the same, and higher level pills and talismans go directly to the stores in the center of the marketplace to be bought and sold. Including spirit medicine is also the same. Hanyu only saw someone selling spirit blood vine and other spirit medicine, the prices around 1 or 2 spirit stones, did not see anyone selling xuanqin fruit. I think the scarlet-clothed girl's moongrass is similarly not an expensive spirit grass. As for spells, artifacts, and feats, they were either inferior or mutilated, with little to no utility, and were all the kind that cost spirit rice for nothing and were bound to be regretted if bought. Even if there was no harvest, Hanyu felt enlightened and had a clearer understanding of the cultivation resources he had access to. "How's it going? Didn't find anything you wanted to buy? Tell me what you want?" When Fatty Pig Lao-san saw Hanyu strolling around the bamboo shed area, he came forward again and said with a smile. Hanyu wasn't going to buy him anything, so he just said, "I want cultivation pills, talismans and magic weapons to protect my body, and cultivation techniques and powerful spells. Do you have everything here?" Hearing him say this, Pig Lao-san not only did not get angry, but instead smiled cheekily. "Coincidentally, all of these you said, I really do have them here. Cultivation pills, do you want the chi condensation pill? 1 for 3 pounds of spirit rice, 2 for 1 spirit stone." Hanyu was stunned. "What? How come it's so cheap?" "Small imperfections, it's some senior brothers practicing work, but it doesn't affect the effect, at least never before the 6th level of chi refining." Pig Old 3 smiled and said, squeezing his eyes, "Dao you think about what we are serving disciples seek? It is not to enter the outer door, raise eyebrows? On this kind of cheap and affordable pills, really is the necessary choice of cultivation It turns out to be so pills, this kind of thing that affects the path of immortal cultivation, and in order to fill today's stomach to eat dirt, and then tomorrow by the dirt to die, what is the difference? So, talismans too? Hanyu asked. Cheap and affordable, to ensure that you have 30% of the power, it is good. Pig Old 3 smile sincere and obscene. Magic weapon too? I have 2 chances to use it, so what's wrong with that? Kung Fu? Cultivate to the 5th level of chi cultivation, you need to change the technique, is the follow-up technique you have to find your own Hanyu was speechless. This friend, where did you find such a pile of rags? It's really hard for you. Not hard, should be. Pig Lao-san quickly said. So, am I praising you? Not far from the side of the scarlet-clothed girl listened to the giggle. Pig Old 3, you do not hide. Hurry up to take out your secret art at the bottom of the box, to give this friend of the road to see it. Chapter 23, Amazing Secret Art. Seeing the scarlet-clothed maiden make such a joke, Pig Lao-san scratched his head in embarrassment. However, seeing that Hanyu didn't snicker because of it, he also puffed out his chest again, sticking out his fat, straggly chest with a few stray hairs, which was very spicy. Not bad, I do indeed have an amazing secret art that no one has ever taken away so far. If not for fate, I would never sell it. Hanyu's heart wondered, this fat man's hands are a pile of rags, what other amazing secret art can there be? But I only saw the fat man solemnly take out a piece of ancient jade, handing it to Hanyu. Fellow Taoist, why don't you give it a try? Hanyu didn't reach out, but instead looked to the side of the scarlet-clothed girl who was holding back her laughter. Seeing his caution, the girl also smiled, quickly take it, it's interesting. Hanyu still did not reach out, he had been bullied, most do not dare to trust strangers' jokes to jokes, these two people if they flip later, what should I do? After all, they do not know them. You this person, really careful, forget it, I will give you a show. Let the white spirit dog look after a basket of evening primrose, he himself walked out from behind the stall, came to the front of Pig Lao San, reached out and held the jade slip. Pig old 3 big helpless, Zhongyu, you this? Come on, give me a show to show this Taoist friend. Wearing a scarlet girl Zhongyu said with a smile. Pig old 3 helpless, breathless, said, this friend, you and I have a destiny of this secret art With these words of his, that ancient jade slip suddenly lit up with a white light. That scarlet-clothed girl Zhongyu smiled and nodded her head, not bad, this looks really faithful, how many spirit stones do you want for this secret art? 20 spirit stones, no less. This is a Jindan realm great cultivator cave passed out of the supreme secret art. Pig old 3 said here, he was a little tense, and took the initiative to create the jade brief in the hands of the white bright light scattered. It turned out that he was quietly using the bright light of the small spell to blind people, to create the illusion of destiny. Zhongyu, okay? I at least didn't tell a lie, this is indeed a secret technique passed out from inside the cave of a great cultivator of the Jindan realm, whoever buys it, will definitely not lose out. Zhongyu smiled with satisfaction and nodded, okay. Smiling at Hanyu again, she said, see? This isn't a trap for you either, but you definitely have a connection with this secret art. Hanyu saw that this Pig Lao San was really fancy, just selling something absolutely unorthodox. Is this really a secret art? He asked. Pig Lao San immediately saw a business opportunity, of course it is a secret art, and it is a very useful secret art. What exactly are the secret arts? Attack? Pig Lao San shook his head. Protect yourself? Pig Lao San shook his head again. Manipulate water and fire? Pig Lao San still shakes his head. Hanyu really feels speechless, said the amazing, it turns out to be another piece of. Alright, you're busy. Fellow Taoist, wait a moment, This secret art will allow you to cultivate on a straight path, and from then on become a cultivation genius Pig Lao San hurriedly called out, why don't you consider it? In fact, as long as you meet a person with destiny, I'm not demanding a high price, even if it is 10 or 8 spirit stones, we are not without negotiation. Scarlet-clothed girl Zhongyu was laughing at the side, you simply can't sell it, right? Pig Lao San awkwardly scratched his chest with a few hairs, alright, just stop interrupting. I still have to talk to this Taoist friend about the deal. Hanyu couldn't help himself, may I ask what you mean by becoming a cultivation genius? Ahem, it means turning a cultivation mediocrity into a genius. Pig Lao San has a vain face, you'll know when you buy it. When Hanyu saw him being mysterious, he knew that 80% of this was still a problem. However, with his current cultivation and assets, he really couldn't buy any useful spells or things today, and he didn't have the chance to reach out and touch the other stalls to replicate them. Rather, it would be better to see what was going on with this so-called secret art of turning into a cultivation genius. Stretching out his hand, please, fellow Taoist, take a look and see if there is a fate between me and this secret art of yours. Zhongyu slightly opened her cherry lips and let out a question, Is this person stupid? This still needs to be looked at? As long as you shell out the spirit stone, all the things here in Pig Lao San are all karmically related to you, there will be no hesitation at all. Pig old 3 also did not expect a reversal of fortune, immediately will be in his hands of the ancient simple jade, half against the right hand of Hanyu, after lighting spells. My friend, no wonder, you this aura from the hands of the spray, and I have an unusual destiny of this jade. In the future, you can be proud of the entire cultivation world of the southern heavenly domain, famous 5 big clans Hanyu's right hand was hot, and his arm slightly sank, the jade slip had already been copied. After letting go of the jade slip in his hand, he saw that Pig Lao San was still continuously complimenting and trying to get himself to purchase the ancient jade slip. Zhongyu was looking over like she saw some rare and stupid thing, not understanding why he was interested in something that clearly had a pit in it. Hanyu smiled and said, fellow Taoist, what you said is great, but unfortunately I don't have any spirit stones on me. Pig Lao San's complimentary voice came to an abrupt halt. Buy it next time then? I'll keep it for you? I'm afraid I don't have any spirit stones next time either. Pig Lao San's smile quickly turned cold, why didn't you say so earlier? Get out of the way, don't get in the way of my business. Scarlet-clothed girl Zhongyu finished watching the hilarity and giggled, you're quite a funny guy. Pig Lao San was still trying to solicit customers on the sidelines, and Hanyu felt it was inadvisable to stay for long, so he changed places again and went to the reed mat area to see what those mortals were selling. Mortal rice, some mundane livestock and beasts, food, sewing clothes, and even selling their sons and daughters and themselves as slaves. As he watched, a man wearing a bucket hat hurried over with his head lowered. Hanyu saw that it was old Taoist Li and wanted to ask a question. But Li Lao Dao stretched out an old palm and grabbed his arm, pressing his voice, "Gone." His footsteps were hurried and slightly staggering, as if there were some fierce beasts chasing after him, and as if he had just fought a great battle with all his might. What did old Taoist Li do just now? Hanyu felt curious in his heart, and asked in a low voice after leaving the Green Harvest Market, "Master Tao, you just don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Old Taoist Li interrupted him stiffly and led him outward in a bored manner. Hanyu looked up at the forest outside the market, and could sense that the two small and large crows cultivated by his spirit cultivation technique were quietly waiting in the forest to receive him, and his heart was immediately stabilized. After the two of them returned to the spiritual field, old Taoist Li was already hemming and hawing, and he couldn't wait to get into his stone house without bothering to talk to Hanyu. Hanyu paused slightly before returning to his stone house. Old Taoist Li's blood qi was a loss because he had a secret in the marketplace. However, this has nothing to do with Hanyu, who also has secrets of his own. Chapter 24 Spirit Refining Technique. Hearing more was ultimately not as good as seeing it with your own eyes. A trip to the Green Harvest Marketplace had opened Hanyu's eyes. Witnessing the scale and situation of the entire market with his own eyes also made him realize that even if a servant disciple like him arrived at the market, he would still be interacting with the bamboo hut area and the reed mat area, and would almost never interact with the outer disciples or cultivators with higher cultivation levels. The Green Harvest Marketplace is not without danger, but the danger is not as great as one might think. In the future, if there is a need again, it would be prudent to make preparations, so it would be worthwhile to go and take a look again. Hanyu thought of this, and then thought of today's exchange with that rags seller Pig Lao San. That person actually does not have a reliable thing in his hands, is also really rare. The jade hairpin that Sister Wei bought earlier, which only had the effect of a protective amulet twice, couldn't have been bought from this Pig Lao San, right? Thinking of this, Hanyu took out the ancient jade slip from his bosom. Pig Lao San's gimmick of being the one with the destiny had given Hanyu the opportunity to copy his secret art jade slip. Now it was time to see what means this secret art was to speed up cultivation. The jade slip was attached to his forehead, and a moment later, Hanyu took it down with a subtle expression. That Pig Lao San was really unexpected when it came to selling useless rags, buying things that really weren't useful at all. Within this jade slip, there was indeed a secret art, and it was indeed left by a Jindan cultivator. The secret art is called Spirit Refining Art, meaning refining the spiritual roots, turning multiple spiritual roots into fewer spiritual roots, or even into a single spiritual root, thus enhancing the progress of cultivation and allowing the cultivator to become a genius of cultivation. At first glance this is indeed very good, but there is a big pit here. This Jindan cultivator himself envisioned the spirit refining technique, which was to refine the excess spirit roots one by one, finally reaching the level of having only one spirit root all over his body, and thus becoming a cultivation genius. But the problem is, the spirit root is destined from birth. Some people do not have a spirit root, some people have a spirit root, some people have 5 spirit roots, some people have a single spirit root. This cultivation qualification is fused with the flesh and blood, basically cannot be changed. The process of consuming a lot of spiritual medicines and spiritual objects to refine the spiritual roots is equal to the continuous self-loss of their own foundation, flesh and blood, and finally delayed the cultivation, but also the loss of the body flesh and blood to become frail and sickly, and life expectancy will also be affected by this. For example, a cultivator in the Qi cultivation realm, if he refines a spiritual root from a 4 spirit root to a 3 spirit root, the cultivation resources needed may already be enough to supply him with a breakthrough to the foundation building realm. When he succeeds in refining, and loses his flesh and blood and lifespan, his own cultivation will inevitably lag behind his cultivation peers, so how meaningful is it to improve his qualifications? Weakness and disease, life expectancy is reduced. Is not it possible to die earlier than the original? Spending a huge amount of cultivation resources just to pursue this kind of result? Wouldn't it be better if the foundation establishment realm and Jindan realm cultivated the spirit refining technique and also used only these cultivation resources to refine the spirit root 1 and increase the cultivation qualifications? Things were not calculated that way. As the cultivation level rises, the spirit root naturally follows the master and becomes more compact and solid, just as naturally as when a person grows up, their bones grow with them. The cultivation level of the foundation establishment realm and Jindan realm is higher, so the cost of refining a spirit root is also higher. All in all, this spirit refining art is already very costly to cultivate from the Qi practicing realm, and if it is cultivated at the foundation establishment realm or Jindan realm, it will only be even more costly, to the point of losing all the blood and money, and to the point of losing one's own body and lifespan. Moreover, each big realm can only refine one kind of spirit root at most. The further the refinement is, the more consuming. Therefore, this secret art is really no way to practice. After Hanyu put down the ancient jade slip, he also felt very sorry. It was hard to find a way to increase his cultivation faster, but he couldn't practice it, so it was too much of a pity. In the end, there is some reluctance to give up, and carefully read the jade slip once again. Hanyu gradually pondered. The Jindan cultivator had made an addition at the end of the spirit refining technique. If the body refining cultivation can also follow, then the defects of the spirit refining technique will perhaps be maximized to make up for it, the physical weakness will no longer exist, and the loss of life will also be completely within the range of bearable. Perhaps it seems to be unproven. However, it felt as if this line of thought was not bad. Spirit alchemy resulted in severe physical damage, and body alchemy was originally to increase one's physique, so it was indeed possible to make amends. Only to do so, the resources needed for spirit alchemy cultivation would be even crazier. If one were to refine a spirit root at minimal cost in the spirit practicing realm, what would be needed was one copy of the cultivation resources that were enough to cultivate to the foundation establishment realm, plus one copy of the resources for the body refining physical cultivation to cultivate to the foundation establishment realm, and finally one more copy of his own daily cultivation resources. In other words, almost 3 resources that could be cultivated to the foundation establishment realm before he could try to cultivate this newly created private secret method that was only a family's idea and had yet to be verified at all. This consumption of resources was really a huge amount, and it was at the risk of becoming sick and weak, and losing one's life without being able to make up for one's origin. Under normal circumstances, there would never be a single servant disciple to try it out. Even those who were well off would never try it out in the face of such an unproven and extremely dangerous secret technique. Hanyu clarified his thoughts and similarly didn't try. He is now too thin, too little knowledge, not to mention there is no body refining cultivation methods, even with a relatively clear idea, can only wait until the conditions are available to try again. In the next few days, Hanyu didn't go to the Green Harvest Market with old Taoist Li. Daily inspections of the spiritual fields, and then taking the Xuanqing fruit to increase his spiritual breath by refining the medicinal power step by step, only limited by the 4 spirit root qualifications, daily arriving at the limit of absorption. Even so, the daily cultivation enhancement, the spirit seed in the dantian have increased, but also more and more rounded aura, which also indicates that he is closer and closer to the second level of qi cultivation. During this period of time, old Taoist Li didn't ask Hanyu to go to the marketplace with him anymore. Instead, he hooked up with Zhang Shan and a few other servant disciples. Hanyu could occasionally see him following Zhang Shan or other servant disciples, nodding his head and hailing them as if he was trying to ingratiate himself with them. Hanyu and Li Laodao are already familiar with each other, and have always known that he is not a soft-hearted, willing to tolerate the temperament when Steward Wang injured him with the wind art, and still harbor a grudge. How could he be so kind to Zhang Shan and the others? Recalling that old Taoist Li had used the blood of live chickens to eat, refined the blood of steeds, and stolen the blood of spirit rats, Hanyu vaguely speculated in his mind. Master Tao, would he not have used someone too? Thinking of this possibility, Hanyu had some complicated feelings. If it's Sun Quan, Hanyu must protect him as much as possible. As for others, such as Zhang Shan, who is suspected of keeping spirits stealing rats, Hanyu certainly won't mind his own business. Unconsciously, some time passed. This night, Hanyu took the Xuanqing fruit and was cultivating, refining the medicinal power. The circumference of the sky was full, suddenly accelerated, crossing an invisible threshold. Immediately afterward, the spirit seed at the dantian sprouted a little bud, and his spiritual energy suddenly increased by several %, so his body was soothed and relaxed. Finally, the second level of qi cultivation. Chapter 25, Blood Training First Level. After breaking through to the second level of qi cultivation, he felt a more abundant flow of spiritual energy, and even his body's sinews and flesh also benefited from the enhancement. What surprised Hanyu even more was that he originally thought that his 9 drops of blood had reached the limit of blood refining, but he didn't expect that after he broke through to the second level of qi cultivation, the limit of holding blood within his body had also become higher, and not only did the original 9 drops of blood turn into 10 drops of blood, but it was even able to continue to improve further. As Hanyu's cultivation level increased, the copying ability in his right hand also increased. Originally, it could copy 1 drop of essence blood a day, but now it was also able to copy 2 drops of essence blood. In this way, the blood droplets could be released 12 times in one breath, and with such an attacking ability, it was thought to have already surpassed that of the ordinary apprentice disciples at the first 3 levels of qi cultivation. Copying the Xuanqing fruit, on the other hand, could not yet be done twice a day, so if you had to do the math, you could probably copy 4 Xuanqing fruits in 3 days. Hanyu sensed this change and was slightly energized in his heart. The second level of qi cultivation, according to the Green Harvest qi cultivation method, the next time the spirit seed sprouted in the dantian, it would be the third level of qi cultivation. When the spirit seed sprouted and spread its first leaf, it would be the fourth level of qi cultivation, and by then, he would be qualified to become a Wanchun Valley's outer disciple. It was also time to go back to the Green Harvest Market to look for body refining techniques or other useful things to further improve themselves. G.A. With 2 small and large cries, the more and more agile and divine Big Crow and Little Crow came weaving through the night and landed in front of Hanyu. It was a normal situation that he hadn't found any spirit fruits today. After all, Wanchun Valley near too many cultivators, very few do not know the goods, but where the spirit fruit spirit grass has the slightest sign, are very easy to be found. Before finding the Xuanqing fruit, spirit blood vine 2 kinds of spirit has been quite uncomplicated. The Big Crow called out to Hanyu lightly. The Big Crow gave a light call to Hanyu, tilting his head in the direction of the window. Hanyu was puzzled. You mean, there's something going on outside? Quietly walking to the window, he saw a shapely figure under the moonlight heading in the direction of Steward Wang's house and lost his smile. Isn't that Senior Sister Wei? Hanyu already knew about her affair with Conservator Wang a month or two ago, so he didn't need to pay attention to it. So what was there to see? However, immediately afterward, Hanyu noticed that what really needed attention wasn't Senior Sister Wei, but rather a crouching figure that moved quietly after Senior Sister Wei walked by. The figure squatted at the junction of Hanyu and Old Taoist Li's two spirit fields, not knowing what it had done, and then slowly moved its body again, walking out for some distance before hastily leaving. Hanyu didn't see who this person was clearly at first, but when he walked farther away and stood up, he recognized him. It was Zhang Shan. What was he doing? Hanyu didn't leave the stone house hastily, but prepared to send Big and Little Crows out to see what was going on. It was at this time that Old Taoist Li's stone house suddenly opened its door. With light and swift footsteps, Old Taoist Li headed straight for the spiritual field, then condensed a blood droplet and shot it into the spiritual field. Afterwards, he carried out the corpse of a spirit-stealing rat from the field, laughed coldly, and returned to his stone house. Hanyu witnessed the entire process, surprised and unsure. He was surprised that Zhang Shan was indeed the one who raised the spirit-stealing rats, verifying an earlier assumption. What he didn't understand was that there were still 40 to 50 days before Hanyu and Li Laodao's green harvest spirit rice matured, so why did Zhang Shan release the spirit-stealing rats at this time, and why did Li Laodao come out to kill the spirit-stealing rats right away, as if he knew about it in advance? Li Laodao has recently gotten close to Zhang Shan and the others. In the end, what is going on to have this kind of situation that people can't understand? Hanyu couldn't figure it out, so he stopped paying attention. The things that Old Taoist Li and Zhang Shan were doing seemed a bit dangerous, so it was better for Hanyu not to get involved. Hanyu combed the feathers of his two small and large crows before letting them go. Early the next morning, Hanyu was inspecting his spiritual field when he saw Zhang Shan hurrying to the front of Old Taoist Li's stone house. After the two of them whispered for a while, Old Taoist Li put on the bamboo basket that was going to the Green Harvest Market and went to the Green Harvest Market together. Hanyu glanced over, thinking that these two were clearly counting on each other last night, but today they were traveling together again. It was really odd. At this time, senior brother Sun Kong walked over from the direction of Lu Lanshi's house with his head hanging down. Hanyu greeted, "Senior brother Sun." Sun Kong nodded his head and replied with Hanyu, still looking sad. "What's wrong, senior brother Sun? Why do you look so unhappy?" Hanyu inquired. Sun Kong said in a bitter voice, "Since the harvest of the spiritual fields, Zhang Shan lent Lulan spiritual rice to cultivate. Lulan has been extraordinarily close to Zhang Shan, and when I look for her to talk to, she's not warm and fuzzy. Hey, originally the relationship was quite good, I didn't expect it to turn out like this." Hanyu was surprised. Sun brother is not to Lu elder sister. Sun Kong shook his head. "That's not true, it's just that I feel that originally we got along very well, but I didn't expect it to suddenly turn out like this. Lulan treats me with such a cold eye, I can't help it. I'm about to break through from the second level of Qi cultivation to the third level of Qi cultivation, so it's impossible to give up the hope of breaking through and hand over the spiritual rice for cultivation to her, right?" Hanyu saw that senior brother Sun, the good old man, was distressed, and there was no way to persuade him. Their seemingly affectionate situation might have originally been an illusion. In fact, Zhang Shan had secretly bred spirit-stealing rats to damage their spirit fields, including Lu Lan's lack of harvest from her spirit field, which might have been caused by Zhang Shan. At the end of the day's cultivation, the sky was getting late, and the dusk sunset was as bright as blood. Hanyu looked at it for a while, calmed his mind, and went back to the house to make preparations for tomorrow's trip to the Green Harvest Market. During the night, a sound of footsteps arrived in front of the stone house, and along with it, there was also a strong smell of blood. Hanyu, who was practicing, noticed it and quickly condensed several drops of essence blood, the blood droplets ready to go. "Little baby." Li Laodao's hoarse voice came from outside the door. Hanyu suddenly realized, opened the door. The blood droplet was hidden behind his back, not put away. Instead of wearing a handyman's gray clothes, Li Laodao came in wearing a black suit, and there was clearly no blood on his body, but there was a pungent smell of blood. What surprised Hanyu even more was that originally the old Taoist had white hair, but at this moment there were actually a few more obvious bright red hairs amongst the white hair. "Master Dao, what are you?" Li Laodao was staring straight at Hanyu. "You, this little child, is not born a devil cultivator? I have gone through a lot of hard work, only to arrive at the first layer of blood training, embarked on the road of cultivation. You, this kid, only practiced blood refining, this blood slaves of the false immortal method, but even the blood gas is not inferior to me at all?" Hanyu was even more surprised. "Master Dao, how do you refine blood a layer? Isn't that a cultivation realm only for demonic sects such as the Demon Blood Sect?" Old Taoist Li nodded. "That's right, it's exactly the cultivation realm of the Devil Blood Sect. Now that I have begun practicing the official chapter of the Magic Blood Sect's technique, the blood refining technique, I have become a cultivator." Chapter 26, Inviting Fellow Taoists to Transmit the Law. The moonlight passed through the window pane, casting mottled and fragmented shadows on the green brick floor. The lamp oil splashed out a few dark reds as it shook, reflecting old Taoist Li's furrowed old face more and more hideously. After Han Yu heard what he said and saw the rich bloody aura all over his body, he didn't dare to let his guard down in his heart. Master Dao, you have the devil blood sex cultivation proper? Originally I didn't, but I have it after killing Zhang Shan, a disciple of the spirit beast sect, today. Li Lao Dao. Han Yu was even more stunned. Zhang Shan? Spirit beast sect? Yes, it is the spirit beast sect. The Green Harvest Marketplace is convenient for external communication, and at the same time it is also convenient for outside clans to contact the disciples of the Wanshan Valley, so I have the opportunity to contact the people of the Demon Blood sect, and Zhang Shan has the opportunity to become a disciple of the Spirit Beast sect, and learn to domesticate the means of stealing the spirit rats. Old Taoist Li hissed, explaining for Han Yu, you think Zhang Shan is some kind of good guy? Again is to give Lulan Spirit Stone, again is for Lulan cultivation, the only thing is to impress Lulan, so that Lulan this future outer disciple to give him a convenient door, and even want to let Lulan to do his Taoist couple. Said with a sneer, this kid is also smart, the last few days to notice that something is not right, give me a set, said Wei Kunyi that woman bred to steal the spirit of the rat, but also said that he saw with his own eyes, want me to report with him to the Wang steward Wei Kunyi. Deceive me just started, do not know that Wei Kunyi that woman is actually the king steward's forbidden domain, do not know that the keeping of spirit stealing rats is Zhang Shan, want to let me touch the king steward's bad luck. Since he is also harboring ill intentions, there is no need for me to hesitate. Today, I will bring him to the Green Harvest Market and kill him together with the people from the Demon Blood sect. By the way, I will exchange this for the blood refining technique cultivation method, and with the help of his spiritual blood, I will be able to pass the threshold of cultivation in one go, and arrive at the first level of the blood practicing technique. Speaking here, the emotion cannot help but high, clenched hands, red and white hair fluttering, body fishy wind drumming. Little child, I've reached the first level of blood cultivation. Han Yu listened to his description and also felt that the twists and turns were arduous. Master Dao, you have traveled all this way, it is really not easy, and now you finally get what you want. Yes, I finally got what I wanted. Old Taoist Li's eyes were bloodshot, staring at Han Yu like a hungry wolf. Suddenly realized that something is not right, quickly pinched the hand, a moment later long exhaled a breath. This magic blood door method is fast point, but this thirst for blood food, breath agitation, must always to a stringent technique to cover up cannot be. Han Yu asked, why did the Taoist master come to me tonight? Old Taoist Li's voice was hoarse, little child, I came to find you today, originally wanted to tell you, so that you do not say to the public that this morning saw me and Zhang Shan go out together. I didn't expect you to be so vigorous, if you follow me into the magic blood sect, you will be able to make a big difference. Wanshan Valley, although it seems to be calm, but in fact, the dark current, not only the devil blood door stupid, even the southern region of the other four major sects of the spirit beast sect have sent people to lurk, you are here to cultivate, resources are limited and dangerous. Han Yu frowned slightly, Master Dao, the path of blood refining is not suitable for me, I'd rather cultivate the green harvest chi practicing heart method. Elder Taoist Li almost laughed in anger, blood refining is not suitable for you? Look at how exuberant your blood chi is. Those who don't practice blood refining can't see it, but those who practice blood refining to reach the first level of blood refining and see you with their own eyes, it's a supreme delicacy. Why do you think I almost couldn't help myself just now? It's not because your blood chi is as delicious as a delicacy. Little child, I brought you into the Wanshan Valley, in fact, I entered the wrong door, in fact, you are one in a million blood refining wizards. You've been practicing in Wanshan Valley for the past few days, have you ever practiced one level of chi? As long as I learn the cultivation method of the Demon Blood sect, I guarantee that in less than a month, you will be able to practice one level of blood. Can you do that in Wanshan Valley? What's the point of you sticking around here? Han Yu's expression was a bit subtle, but, Master Dao, I'm already at the first level of chi cultivation. Old Taoist Li's expression froze. What did you say? Master Dao, I said that I've already practiced chi at the first level. What did you say? Old Taoist Li clenched his fists and looked like he wanted to punch something, then gritted his teeth and cursed, I found out that you people surnamed Han are really good at hiding things. You're just as bad as your grandpa's lackadaisical ass, you're not a thing. He also asked Han Yu, when did you break through to the first level of chi cultivation? Yesterday. After Han Yu answered, Old Taoist Li's mind at least balanced out a bit, muttering in a low voice and cursing twice more before stopping his anger. Little child, since you've already practiced one level of chi, you're no longer on the same path as me. In the future, we don't need to have any more dealings, and we don't need to be involved anymore. Cultivate your green harvest chi practicing heart method properly, and in the future one day become a cultivator of the foundation establishment realm, that is your right path. This is the right path for you. I can't take this path anymore. When Han Yu saw that old Taoist Li was about to leave, he suddenly had a change of heart. Master Taoist, do you think my blood chi can still be used to cultivate the blood refining technique? Old Taoist Li stopped in his tracks, how do I know if it can be practiced? Do you think I know much about cultivation? Besides, you're not joining the Demon Blood sect. If I privately pass on the method to you, the Demon Blood sect will surely skin me and draw out my bones at that time. If you're willing to join the Demon Blood sect, I'll be able to tell you the main chapter of the blood refining technique. Hanyu was a little disappointed. He was now quite thirsty for cultivation techniques, spells and the like. Even if it was from the Demon Blood sect, he was equally unwilling to miss it. At this time, Li Lao Dao turned his head again. His throat overflowed like a broken bellows laughter, revealing the difference between yellow teeth. Small child, disappointed, right? Just said is to play with you. Who let you? This little child does not say a layer of chi practice, called me a disgrace. Hanyu suddenly stunned, really unexpected that the old road is actually joking with himself. Old Taoist Li continued to explain, the devil blood door is a devil cultivator. The biggest characteristic of the wanton and selfish, love how to pass the law on how to pass the law, especially this kind of devil undercover, but also no one to control. Just the devil's door of people more selfish, very few external transmission method, for fear of teaching others, was refined by others as blood food. Said here, ugly face looks solemn and serious. Small child, you give me the immortal fate of Wanchun Valley. I also saw that today to practice blood layer now. I see that we too embarked on a different path, the fate of the end of this also. I'll give you a gift at last, will be cultivated to the foundation realm of the blood refining gong main chapter, hide their own breath astringent art, as well as before promised you the sound transmission into the secret tip are taught to you. Little child, accept this gift. From now on the rivers and lakes are far away, you and I will never meet again. Hanyu's heart sank, and the old Taoist looked at each other, slowly nodding his head and stepping forward. Please, Master Dao. Call me Taoist friend. Old Taoist Li closed his eyes, and what came to mind was the bright young girl with a smile like a flower decades ago. One air, after today, I broke the red dust. I won't care much about your grandson anymore. Yes, please pass the law. Hanyu said in a deep voice. Chapter 27, Introducing Blood Refining. Within the stonehouse, old Taoist Li first whispered to Hanyu about the cultivation method of the breath convergence technique as well as the trick of using the voice transmission technique, and then slightly clenched his teeth as he condensed a drop of essence blood out and handed it to Hanyu. In the end, the blood refining technique is a cultivation method that can't be reduced to mundane paper and pen, so I can only teach you in this way. It's fine for you to just sense the technique, and it's fine for you to refine my blood in passing. Hanyu shook his head slightly. I will only sense the technique, but please wait a little while to retrieve my blood. The blood refining skill needs to lead the body qi and blood, in the Danzhong point condensed blood symbol, so as to form the blood training layer of the circumference of the cycle, blood symbol construction, circumference of the cycle, as well as the location of the blood symbol, if not the door, will not be able to cultivate. Once cultivated, the toughness of one's own body, blood qi, etc. all greatly improved, and as long as the blood is enough, the body can recover from most injuries. Hanyu put this method into his heart, and a faint joy rose up. Wasn't this the best choice for him to cultivate the spirit alchemy technique? It just so happened that he had no shortage of essence blood to replenish himself and recover from his injuries. After the transmission of the law was completed, old Taoist Li's face waxed yellow, and there was a hint of relief in his eyes. Alright, little waif, everything is finished. Hanyu respectfully bowed. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. Old Taoist Li waved his hand. Don't thank me, this is the last relationship between you and me. In the future, if you embark on the devil's way, do not mention my name. If you go the right way, do not be contaminated with the devil's habits. I became a devil, things have to be, you cannot learn from me. After saying that, old Taoist Li turned around and left, his figure gradually blurred under the night color. Hanyu looked at the direction of his departure for a long time. Early the next morning, Hanyu made his usual rounds of the spiritual fields, and glanced across the fields at old Taoist Li, who had also gotten up. Old Taoist Li's face was serious, as if he didn't know him. Hanyu didn't greet him again and went back to the house to cultivate after inspecting the spiritual fields. After finishing the process of refining the medicinal power of the xuanxin fruit into spiritual breath, Hanyu began to carefully look at the secret art of spirit alchemy and blood alchemy. If things went well, he would try to use this secret art to refine a spiritual root, changing his qualification from a 4-spirit root to a 3-spirit root, increasing his cultivation speed and the limit of his cultivation path. While carefully scrutinizing, footsteps came from outside the stone house. Senior Han, are you there? Hanyu put away his belongings and opened the door to the house, seeing that it was Lu Lan who came. Senior sister Lu, what are you looking for me? Lu Lan said, I'm asking you something, have you seen senior brother Zhang today? Zhang Shan. Hanyu's face was colorless. I didn't see senior brother Zhang. Lu Lan didn't think much of it, and said under her breath, strange, where did you go early in the morning? I'll ask somewhere else. When Hanyu saw her say this, he knew that Lu Lan didn't know about Zhang Shan going out yesterday, and thought that Zhang Shan had gone out early in the morning. Sister Lu is looking for brother Zhang for something? It's not too late to wait for him to come back, right? Lu Lan looked a bit depressed. I don't have enough spiritual rice for my cultivation, and I was supposed to ask Zhang to give me some today, but I haven't seen him at this time. Hanyu didn't say another word. There were so many servant disciples in the entire Spirit Field Division, except for Zhang Shan, who had the ulterior motive of befriending Lu Lan and was willing to give her precious cultivation resources. None of the others were willing to take out resources. Han Yu wouldn't do such a thing, and even good old senior brother Sun Kong wouldn't do such a thing. Now that Lu Lan was short on cultivation resources, she naturally came to Zhang Shan. This must also be what Zhang Shan, a latent spirit beast sect disciple, would like to see. It was only to Zhang Shan's own surprise that he himself died too quickly and became a resource for old Taoist Li's cultivation path. After Lu Lan left, Han Yu went back to the house to continue his cultivation. Copy out 2 drops of blood, so as to increase their own blood refining blood chi. After refining the total amount of blood to 11 drops, blood chi full, increase cannot be increased. It is also time to switch to practice blood refining, the main chapter of the blood of the condensation of blood talisman, the method of walking the circumference of the sky. However, Han Yu didn't rush to start, but began practicing the breath convergence technique. When the blood refining technique reached the first level of blood practicing, if there was no breath convergence technique to cover it up, it would emit the smell of blood for 3 days and 3 nights. Han Yu had to cultivate this spell before making a breakthrough. Cultivating the breath convergence technique wasn't difficult for Han Yu. After all, he had already cultivated the wind control technique and water control technique to the point where he was extremely skilled as he wanted to be, and he was also at the second level of chi cultivation. With such a foundation, practicing other spells was also better. 1 hour later, Han Yu had already started the breath convergence technique and was pleasantly surprised to find that although this breath convergence technique's main function was to conceal the residual traces of the blood refining technique's cultivation, it could similarly conceal Han Yu's chi practicing cultivation as well. Simply put, the second level of chi cultivation could be disguised as the first level of chi cultivation more smoothly and naturally. This gave Han Yu another layer of protection. Originally, cultivators in the chi cultivation realm would not be able to see through the specific level of chi cultivation without actively releasing their cultivation, encountering the foundation establishment realm, or practicing the relevant spells to see people's cultivation. Now that Han Yu had practiced the breath convergence technique, even if he actively released his cultivation, he could still disguise himself as a chi practitioner, so naturally, he would be even less likely to be seen through. That night, the moon was high and the wind was dark, and the spiritual field was silent. Han Yu waited for elder sister Wei to go to Steward Wang's side and return, and then, as the night grew deeper and quieter, he began the cultivation of the main chapter of the blood refining technique. His body's essence blood coalesced at the Danzhong point, his mind roared, and his hands and feet went cold. Then this essence blood logically condensed the blood talisman, which carried a twisted pattern, symbolizing the achievement of the first layer of blood refining. Immediately afterward, the blood talisman gulped blood chi and traveled all around his body. Han Yu felt his mind, arms and legs gradually recovering, and the entire person first came to life, and then filled up more and more with blood chi, vitality, and vigor, becoming more than twice as powerful as when he was originally. Feeling the increase in his body's vitality, as well as the available essence blood to recover from his injuries and make up for his losses, Han Yu knew that the obstacles to his cultivation of spirit alchemy no longer existed. From today onwards, he could cultivate the spirit refining technique and improve his spirit root qualification. After Han Yu practiced that sound transmission tip again, it was already late, so he decided to rest and refresh himself to start practicing spirit alchemy tomorrow. Early the next morning, Han Yu checked his reflection against the clear water and was puzzled to find that he did not have red hair on top of his head like old Taoist Li, but still had a black head. Li Laodao practiced blood refining, always surging with bloodthirsty impulses from time to time, and appeared a bit younger after practicing the first layer of blood refining, but red hair appeared on the top of his head amidst the white hair, and he was now tying a bandana to tie up his hair without a bucket hat. Han Yu has been refining his own blood, never had such a feeling, and no red hair. It's really strange. I went out in the morning, still patrolling the spirit field, and saw Sun Kong, Lu Lan, old Taoist Li, senior sister Wei, and 7 or 8 other handyman disciples all getting together to talk. Last night I saw that senior brother Zhang's house did have a light on. I didn't expect him to have made such a decision. Sun Kong said with a sigh. Sister Wei then said, it can't be helped, with Zhang's 5 spirit root qualification, wasting many years cultivating and not being able to cultivate to the 4th level of chi cultivation, it is indeed easy for his heart to become despondent. If he didn't have no more hope, he wouldn't have let senior sister Lu use the spirit rice, so it's obvious that he no longer has hope for cultivation. Lu Lan grasped a piece of yellow paper with writing on it, her eyes tearing up and her expression blank. After Han Yu went up, he realized that Zhang Shan had come back once last night, and then left such a piece of paper, saying that he was going to go out to make a break for it, with an uncertain return date. Chapter 28 Alarming the Deacon. Zhang Shan came back and left a letter? Han Yu listened to this without squinting. In his heart, he thought to himself, old Taoist Li is able to get rid of his own suspicion as soon as possible, so it's not a bad idea. Zhang Shan's senior brother just walked away. What can I do about my cultivation in the future? Lu Lan wiped her tears and said, we had agreed on this. No one responded to her words. Who could take over from Zhang Shan and give her his cultivation resources? In the middle of talking, a shout came from far away, "What are you doing together?" The crowd turned their heads to look, and Steward Wang walked over with a fat belly. Elder Taoist Li's body instantly tensed up, running his breath convergence technique to the extreme and pressing the bucket hat on top of his head smoothly. Hanyu also immediately operated his astringent breath technique, fearing no evil. What if Steward Wang was able to detect his cultivation or signs of the blood refining technique? The two of them obviously thought too much. Steward Wang grinned broadly and came over. Wei Kunyi then revealed a soft smile and walked forward. "Steward Wang, you morning off?" Steward Wang heatedly smiled. "You are also early." And then face, "What are you gathered here to make a mess?" Wei Kunyi from the hands of Lulan pulled out the yellow paper, handed to the Wang steward. "Wang steward, you see, handyman disciple Zhengshan left such a piece of paper, said that breakthrough chi 4 layer of no hope, he went out to wander, return date is not certain." Steward Wang sank his face and took the yellow paper. "Undetermined return? A good one is not sure of the return date. You want to go away, wanna come, take me this spiritual field as his bed and couch?" This is clearly to carry the sex law means absconding, to be handed over to the outer disciples to catch up and bring back, and to give the punishment. After yelling these two sentences, and asked, "This Zhengshan, who of you understand?" Wei Kunyi immediately smiled and said, "Steward Wang, I know. Zhengshan is a 5-spirit root. The entrance has been 20 years, 7 years ago to break through to the 3rd level of chi cultivation, has not broken through. It was thought that because of this, he felt that there was no hope of entering the outer sect in this life, which was why he decided to go out." Steward Wang gave her an appreciative look. Not bad. Xiao Wei, you are deeply in my thoughts." Reaching out to point at Lulan again, he said sternly, "What are you crying about again? Zhengshan is your lover? Do you know where he went?" Lulan hurriedly wiped away her tears, explaining the reason why she was crying. The harvest of the spiritual field was insufficient, and she was not prepared to fill up to the number of 50 pounds of spiritual rice, resulting in all of this year's spiritual rice being collected up, and there were no more resources for cultivation. It was not easy for Zhengshan to promise to give the cultivation resources, but then he left again. Steward Wang frowned and looked at Lulan with slightly red eyes, and then looked at Wei Kunyi. "Is this true?" "It is true," Wei Kunyi replied. "This is not right." Steward Wang's face changed slightly and said to Wei Kunyi, "Where does Zhengshan live? I am going to search." Everyone was stunned, not understanding why Steward Wang had this to say. But Wei Kunyi obviously did not dare to delay, and hurriedly led the way. Steward Wang took 2 steps and then turned back to point at the thick-browed Sun Kong. "You go and call Master Ji and Master Hua to me." Sun Kong knew that he was referring to the other 2 outer disciples who assisted him in the management of the spirit field, and likewise did not dare to delay, and hastily answered before leaving in a hurry. As Steward Wang led Wei Kunyi towards the Zhengshan stonehouse, and Sun Kong went to call the 2 outer disciples, Hanyu, Lulan, and a few others looked at each other in dismay, all able to see the omens of trouble to come. Old Taoist Li quietly retreated and hid back in his stonehouse. "Should we follow and take a look?" an odd job disciple asked. Another servant disciple directly shook his head. "Steward Wang, that temper meets bad things. What if he takes it out on us?" Having said that, several people did not follow, but just explored what happened to Zhengshan and why the search was carried out in the same place. Lulan hesitated for a moment, feeling that she could not escape from this matter. Although the others did not follow, she also followed in the end. A few moments later, Sun Kong led the 2 outer sect brothers surnamed Ji and Hua dressed in green clothes over, and after stopping to ask a question, the 2 brothers, Ji and Hua, hurriedly rushed to Zhengshan's residence. After meeting up with Steward Wang, the 3 of them frowned and muttered a few times before rushing together to Lulan's stonehouse to conduct another search. After that, Steward Wang made Lulan stand still, while Wei Kunyi and Sun Kong watched over Zhengshan and Lulan's residence, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. Immediately after that, Steward Wang released a banana leaf and hurriedly left with the outer disciple surnamed Ji, apparently reporting to the sect, leaving behind the outer disciple surnamed Hua to oversee the situation. Seeing this situation, in addition to Lulan, Wei Kunyi, and Sun Kong, the rest of the odd job disciples hurriedly went back to their respective houses to avoid attracting trouble for themselves. Hanyu returned to his own stone house and operated the breath convergence technique, masking his cultivation at the 1st level of blood cultivation, and his cultivation at the 2nd level of chi cultivation to the 1st level of chi cultivation. And will be their own stonehouse within all the items inventory once valuable as 4 pounds of spirit rice, 2 xuanqing fruit. Grey jade brief was initially introduced to the transmission of skills used, simple jade brief within the spirit refining techniques. There is also a jade brief was initially introduced to lead the way to the gold chi senior brother kindly gifted. Other than that, there's not much left, and Hanyu has already eaten Sun Kang's spiritual rice dumplings, which he copied earlier. By the way, there are also traces of large and small crows. The nest under the bed, the crows on the wall spell cultivation traces, generally no one cares about, for fear that someone carefully searched. Seeing that things have become quite big, Steward Wang reported to the clan, Hanyu did not dare to harbor a fluke. The bird's nest will be dismantled to the point where the original shape cannot be seen, thrown into the spiritual field, and remove other possible traces. The traces cut into the stone wall by the crow's spells earlier were said to have been left by the previous resident handyman disciple. Over here, Han Yu was all set to prepare. Shortly afterward, one after another whistling sound came from the sky above the spirit field. The odd job disciples probed and came out to check, only to see Steward Wang and several green-clothed outer disciples stepping on banana leaves, two more blue-clothed and gold-threaded inner disciples coming in with their swords, and after that, a purple-clothed deacon flew in with his feet on a 5-foot square flower-like artifact that stayed in mid-air. All miscellaneous disciples, go out and gather for questioning without fail. Steward Wang stood on a banana leaf in mid-air and shouted in a stern voice. Han Yu's heart was secretly surprised. The outer disciples came not to mention, the inner disciples have come too. The deacon also came one to know that the inner disciples are all cultivation above the 7th level of Qi cultivation, and after the examination of the door disciples elite, the deacons are even foundation establishment realm cultivators. Zhang Shan, this a handyman disciple, how to alarm so big? Can it be that this actually found some residual traces of old Taoist Li and is coming to capture the demon blood sect demonic cultivators today? Han Yu felt a slight urgency within his heart. If he really found Li Laodao and confirmed that he was a demonic cultivator, would Li Laodao still be able to escape unharmed? Chapter 29 Deacon Lu. As Steward Wang's scolding voice spread throughout the spirit field premises, one by one, the handyman disciples walked out of the stone houses and spirit fields, gathering towards the location of the purple-clothed deacon, Steward Wang, and the others. The purple-clothed deacon did not fall behind, his feet stepped on the flower magic weapon and stood in the air, his gaze as sharp as a falcon, sweeping over the disciples. The two inner disciples were behind him diagonally below, while Steward Wang and the other outer disciples took the initiative to land on banana leaves, diagonally below the inner disciples. This row of cues, like a cone slanting upwards, with the purple-clothed deacon as the highest apex, the difference between high and low status was revealed. A few moments later, the handyman disciples finished gathering. The purple-clothed deacon opened his mouth and asked, "Spirit Field Division handyman disciples, how many people have not yet arrived?" Steward Wang hurriedly compared the list and looked at them one by one, and then quickly reported, including Zhang Shan, there are a total of 5 people who have not arrived today. Zhang Shan, Lulan 2 people live, I personally search, the rest did not come to 4 people, you go to search, some people first catch people over to ask, if no one will ask to understand the whereabouts of people back to be careful to identify the inquiry. Purple-clothed deacon commanded, landed from the sky. Wang Steward looked nervous, in front of him to lead the way, walked into the Zhangshan stonehouse to carefully check. The purple-clothed deacon had a stern face, and with a sweep of his eyes, he stared at the location of Zhangshan's stone bed. The stone bed had been turned upside down, and the back of the bedboard was inscribed with a pattern of a beast head roaring. At the bottom of the bed was a large, dark hole the thickness of a water tank, emitting a fishy odor. Raising a stolen spirit rat is at most a violation of the sect rules, but this exclusive pattern of taming and imperializing beasts is of the spirit beast sect. The purple-clothed deacon said coldly. This Zhangshan is bound to be bought by the spirit beast sect. Steward Wang echoed, Deacon Lu is absolutely right, it must be so. Zhangshan is a 5 spirit root qualification, and has been inducted for 20 years. The spirit beast sect could never have used him to lay out their plans from the beginning, and could only have bought him in the last few years through the green harvest market. The purple-clothed deacon was not concerned about Steward Wang's concurrence, and asked, why did you notice that this Zhangshan had problems and came over to search for him? Steward Wang said in a low voice, disciples did not notice at first, only feel Zhangshan left the spiritual field without knowing what to do, ready to report to the deacon's room, handed over to the outer disciples to track down and dispose of this person who left privately. But I did not expect this person actually gave the cultivation resources to non-relative Lulan, and then hurriedly walked away. This move is a big violation of the common sense of cultivation, so immediately feel wrong. Purple-clothed deacon with his hands behind his back, not bad, you in the spiritual field at the authority, but also did not use all your brain to crotch. On the road of cultivation, there is only one possibility for parents to provide for their children. There is never a time for children to provide for their parents, and even the husband and wife have to settle their accounts. He is a 20-year-old handyman at the spiritual field. Cultivation is difficult to such a point. Why should he provide for people who are not his relatives or relatives? Steward Wang's face was shocked, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his lips shivered. He also thought that he oppressed some inconspicuous, hopeless handyman disciples will not be known. The original has long been the sect deacon in the eyes? This seems to praise him a sentence, but in fact, the meaning of the warning is more obvious. Road deacon, you know what's going on. Disciple this dirty things, in the end cannot hide from you. Road deacon said coldly, if nothing happens, no one first told you these small things do not need to specifically mention once the trouble came. You these small things, is your fatal place. In the future, be more lenient in dealing with people, leave a few points of leeway, that is both for people to leave, but also for yourself to leave. Yes, disciple knows disciple will definitely bear this in mind. Steward Wang wiped his cold sweat and said in a loud voice. Let's go to the place where that Lulan lives and take a look. Steward Wang immediately led the way and introduced in a low voice after arriving at Lulan's stonehouse. Lu Lan has only been in the door for a few years, this year is only 16 years old, 3 spirit root qualification, has already cultivated to the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. It is expected that at the age of 18 or 19 will be able to enter the outer door. Zhang Shan may be trying to coax this little girl to be a Taoist couple, or maybe he is deliberately making a good friend of an outer sect disciple in advance. At the moment, he did not find anything suspicious about Lu Lan, not quite like someone arranged by the Spirit Beast sect, and she has never been to Green Harvest Square Market either. After Steward Wang finished speaking, Deacon Lu carefully surveyed it once, and did not find anything unusual. It really doesn't look like something is wrong, but it can't be taken lightly. Give me a good stare. If she is also confirmed to have been bribed, this steward will not do. Roll to the Southly country to eliminate demons. Yes, Counselor Lu. As this side ended its investigation, 2 inner disciples led the outer disciples on the other side to end their investigation. They escorted a male disciple wearing only a middle garment and bare calves and feet. Deacon Lu, the other 3 had gone to the marketplace to exchange things, and this man was masturbating inside the house, thus refusing to come out. The crowd of disciples couldn't help but pass a muffled laughter at once, and someone even couldn't help but snort out a laugh. The sect was summoned, and this person was actually too busy masturbating to come out, which was also odd. Deacon Lu's face darkened as his foundation establishment Realm Aura was suddenly released. Bastard! Did you enter my Wanchun Valley to specialize in this kind of nasty stuff? The masturbating disciple who didn't even have time to put on his pants was immediately overwhelmed by this aura, unable to move. The other disciples, sensing Deacon Lu's anger, also hastened to put away their amusement, and watched their eyes and noses, not showing any different colors. Wang Hui, punish this muddled asshole severely for posterity. Steward Wang hurriedly responded, holding back his laughter to lead this busy masturbating handyman disciple to the side, first pressing his head into the inside of the water tank. You don't know what's good for you, you still don't know how to cherish the opportunity to cultivate after entering the immortal sect, drink some water first to sober up. Deacon Lu retracted his gaze and scanned the crowd again. Han Yu was as collected as possible and didn't dare to look at old Taoist Li, who was wearing a bucket hat a few steps away. Deacon Lu, however, noticed Li Lao Dao wearing a hat among the crowd and pointed his finger over. The one wearing a hat, take it off. All the disciples turned their heads to look, and Han Yu's heart suddenly tightened, also turning his head to look over. Old Taoist Li had red hair on his head. Only to see Elder Taoist Li place his palm on the bucket hat and slowly remove it, revealing a head of white hair and a gaunt, old, disease-like face. Disciple Li Quan has met Deacon Lu. Deacon Lu was stunned. You're so old and still haven't cultivated for initiation? How did you get into the ranks of miscellaneous disciples? I was over 90 years old before I received the sect token, and I have the 5 spirit root qualification, so I can barely cultivate, so I have the opportunity to join the sect. After Elder Taoist Li explained in this way, Deacon Lu then understood. It is not easy for you to come to cultivate immortality with this appearance. Said a sentence, and then ignored such an old man, dying, or 5 spirit root qualification, who wants to take him as a traitor to buy, is not a joke? Passing the test successfully, old Taoist Li lowered his head, and Han Yu let go of his heart. I don't know what means old Tao Li used to temporarily remove the red hair on top of his head, but as long as he was fine, Han Yu wouldn't be implicated. Deacon Lu asked the 2 inner disciples again, other than Zhang Shan, the houses of those 4 people, have they been searched? Deacon Lu, we've already searched it, but there's only one strange thing that we can't decide on, so I'd like to ask Deacon Lu to take a look at it. An inner disciple sent a silver-white spindle-like object to Deacon Lu's eyes with his object control technique. Deacon Lu only glanced at it and let out a cold snort. Good, they are here too. Chapter 30 Refining Fire to Enhance. Deacon Lu's words baffled all the disciples. An inner disciple asked, Deacon Lu, what is this person's origin again? The group of guys from the little heavenly Luo sect who are proficient in divination and gods. Deacon Lu said that the place you guys searched was clean and clear, nothing? Indeed. Deacon Lu coldly grunted, that's right, that's exactly the style of the little heavenly law sect. This person must have counted on something unfavorable today, so he simply took off and left, returning to the little heavenly law sect. There's no need to search that house of his. After saying the words, release the flower-shaped magic weapon. Today will end here, I have to go to report to the sect leader, you and so on each good cultivation, watch over the spiritual field, shall not regenerate the right and wrong. Without waiting for the crowd to respond, he took off into the air with the silver-white spindle-shaped item. The inner disciples and outer disciples also followed closely behind, leaving only Steward Wang, the one surnamed Ji, and the 3 green-clothed outer disciples surnamed Hua. The outer disciple surnamed Ji let the crowd of servant disciples disperse, smilingly walked next to Steward Wang and watched the fat Steward Wang sell his efforts to clean up that blasphemous servant disciple. This kid, but also a talent. Called us also in front of the deacon disgrace, always have to clean up a bit. Steward Wang pinched that person's neck, shameless thing, still doing it or not? That handyman disciple grunted in a small voice, then I later, only twice a day it. What? Steward Wang, surnamed Ji, surnamed Hua were all dumbfounded. Could this person have been born to breed? Where did he get such a big addiction? On the other side, the miscellaneous disciples dispersed. Lulan still didn't know what was going on and spoke in a low voice to Wei Kunyi, Sun Kong, Elder Taoisli, Hanyu, and a few other people he knew, with a sobbing voice. What kind of trouble has Zhang caused? Actually, even the deacons have come. I didn't know anything and was implicated. If I had known that I would be implicated, I wouldn't have taken his things. It's a bit late to say that now. Wei Kunyi said with a smile, good thing that our clan is open-minded, not all the implicated people are all punished. I heard that some clans, there is a little suspicious will be the disciples of the door to death, that is the real tyranny. Seeing Lulan still in tears, Wei Kunyi added, in 2 days, I will help you to inquire about. Zhang Shan in the end did what things, even the sect are alarmed. Can I inquire about it? Sun Kong asked quite honestly. Wei Kunyi smiled mysteriously, of course I can find out. There are some secrets within our Wanchun Valley that could not be hidden in the first place. Several people went back individually, and when they walked to the front of the spirit field, Hanyu stopped and glanced at the white-haired old Taoist Li. Old Taoist Li seemed to have sensed his gaze and paused slightly before speeding up again and returning to his stone house. Seeing him in such an attitude, Hanyu did not force himself to ask more questions and returned to his stone house to meditate. It was true that Wanchun Valley wasn't too harsh, and only searched the houses of a few suspicious people, while the other servant disciples didn't search for each and every one of them. In such a situation, Hanyu naturally felt relieved. After all, he had secrets of his own. However, under such relatively lax management, the disciples of Wanchun Valley are afraid that there are more people with different ambitions hidden among them, and they are definitely not the only ones like old Taoist Li and Zhang Shan. Hanyu will have to be careful when dealing with people in the future, and not to make friends. After taking the Xuanqing fruit, absorbing the medicinal power and transforming it into spiritual breath, Hanyu practiced the blood refining technique, using his own blood to raise his blood qi and push the blood refining technique around. When the spirit seed in his dantian fully sprouted, that was when he arrived at the third level of qi cultivation. When the second blood-colored pattern of the blood symbol at the Tanzhong acupoint completely coalesced, that would be when he reached the second level of blood refining. With the current speed of cultivation, Hanyu daily inhalation of spiritual qi, medicinal power has a limit. How to arrive at the third level of qi cultivation after half a year while the second level of blood refining, as long as he continues to copy the blood, increase blood qi, is within a month is bound to be reached, blood refining the third level of the maximum of only 2 or 3 months later. Perhaps letting old Taoist Li was right, the magic blood sex method of raising cultivation with essence blood could indeed rapidly push Hanyu's cultivation up. Hanyu was really a genius who practiced the magic blood sex technique. Did you really enter the wrong door? Such a thought surfaced in Hanyu's mind, and then he denied it himself. The demon blood sect had a very bad reputation, and was selfish and deceitful. If Hanyu really only practiced the demon blood sex techniques, I'm afraid he wouldn't have a single day of peace of mind. It would be better to be at the Wanchun Valley spiritual fields now, at least no one would bother him when he practiced. After practicing both the green harvest qi practicing technique and the blood refining technique, Hanyu took a deep breath and calmed down, picking up the spirit refining technique jade slip and carefully rereading it to make sure that it was accurate and familiarized with it, and finally started today's cultivation highlight. Spirit refining technique. With this secret technique, refining the spirit root. Spiritual breath running, spread all over his body, Hanyu began to slowly run in the manner of the spirit refining art, forcing out the 4 spiritual roots from within his body. With just this step, Hanyu felt his body tense up and vaguely aching. It was only because this cultivation qualification spirit root was not owned by a certain part of the body, but was created and embedded in the entire body. This is also the reason that after the spiritual refinement technique is cultivated, if there is no body refining method to maintain it, it will definitely be weak and sickly, and lose its longevity, because this is the reason that it is the body's qualifications that are refined and upgraded. After half an hour, Hanyu finally thought of his own spiritual roots. Gold colored with white, that is the 5 elements of gold. Greenish green, it was the wood of the 5 elements. Blue with black, that was water of the 5 elements. Red pure red, that is the 5 elements of fire. Hanyu has long been clear, although everyone has 5 elements in the body, cultivation qualifications, but there is a bias today. Look, they do not have earth spiritual roots, but the 4 spiritual roots of gold, wood, water and fire, only need to refine the art of alchemy into one of the other 3 spiritual roots of the sustenance. The cultivation speed can be greatly increased. With a slight movement of his mind, Hanyu landed on the fire spiritual root. Metal spiritual roots are good for sword control and attacking. Wood spiritual roots and water spiritual roots are quite useful within the Wanchun Valley. In the end, it would have to be the fire spiritual root. After condensing his own spiritual roots and making the trade-offs, Hanyu operated the spirit refining technique and began to refine his spiritual roots for the first time. When he did so, his body felt like needles stabbing and stinging. Hanyu gritted his teeth and ran for a week in a muffled voice, and by the time he stopped, his body was already wet with sweat, and beads of sweat hung on his forehead. It hurt too much. The tingling pain that was all over his body was so intense that he almost gave up in the middle of it. Fortunately, Hanyu persisted in the end. When he looked at the fire spiritual root again, only a tiny bit of it had been refined. But his body was already clearly feeling weak. Hanyu was secretly shocked in his heart. The difficulty of cultivating the spirit refining technique was even greater than imagined. Afterwards, Hanyu once again operated the green harvest chi practicing heart technique and was pleasantly surprised to find that his absorption limit of the medicinal power was a tiny bit more than before. The effects of the spirit refining technique were immediately apparent, and the upper limit of his daily cultivation increase was raised. The pain of cultivation just now, and the difficulty of cultivation all suddenly turned into the joy of harvest. Even if it's 1,000 times harder, the spirit refining technique must be practiced. Chapter 31, Obtaining the Spirit Blood Vine Again. After increasing today's spirit breath to its limit, Hanyu felt the weakness of his cultivation body and began to run the blood refining technique. With this running, Hanyu immediately felt that the essence blood was slowly consuming, making up for the lack of vital energy in himself. When Hanyu operated the blood refining technique once, a drop of essence blood was dispersed directly into his body, and the feeling of sickness and weakness slowly faded away, replaced by a feeling as warm as if he was being irradiated by the sun. The loss brought about by practicing the spirit refining technique had been made up for on the surface, but Hanyu felt that he still needed to spend a few days figuring out the best way to cultivate and make up for the results before continuing to run the spirit refining technique. While it was important to refine the spirit roots to improve his qualifications, it was also extremely important to not harm the fundamentals or damage his future cultivation path. Hanyu was estimating the cost of his spirit refining technique when he suddenly felt something and got up to stand by the window to look out. He then retracted his gaze. Wei Kunyi was walking towards Steward Wang's residence, which was nothing to be concerned about. Today, after the incident in the spiritual field, Hanyu's crows already had spirituality and knew that they should avoid harm at this time, so they didn't come over to be intimate with Hanyu for a moment as usual. Early the next morning, Hanyu was inspecting the spiritual field. The outer disciple surnamed Hua escorted a person who had been beaten with a whip through the entire spiritual field, yelling under his breath, "Anyone who doesn't look after the spiritual field and cultivate at ease in the future will be this person's downfall." Wherever he went, many of the odd job disciples laughed, because there were no more deacons and inner disciples around. The outer disciple surnamed Hua wasn't as snappy as Steward Wang, and there were even some wisecracks. "Senior Brother Lu, this is a rare occurrence in the world for you. The division has convened, and you, Senior Brother Lu, are busy enjoying yourself, but you really don't waste a moment." It turns out that the person who was whipped and used as an example for public display turned out to be the oddball handyman disciple who blasphemed yesterday, surnamed Lu, with a skinny figure, as if he hadn't grown up. In the face of the crowd ridicule, this disciple surnamed Lu Face Thick Skin said with a smile, "By the King's Steward teaching, I have a deep understanding of their own mistakes originally 4 times a day, 2 times a day, and no longer dare to delay the convening of this great event such as the clan." He was laughing at him. The servant disciples were dumbfounded, for a time unable to say anything. The outer disciple surnamed Hua's face blackened, and directly kicked this bastard into a dog's. "You bastard yourself refuse to compete, but also dare to shamelessly publicize it?" Also warned the crowd, "Who dares to follow his general, must be severely punished without mercy." All of the miscellaneous disciples nodded their heads in agreement, and only after the outer disciple surnamed Hua escorted this surnamed Lu to leave, many people smiled and explored. "Master Lu is really extraordinary." "That's right, Lu's skills, we could not learn our focus on cultivation, early entry into the outer door is the serious. I don't know how he can do it. How much can he eat to make up for it?" Hanyu is not old enough to be interested in these things, he just looked at them and went back to continue practicing. After running the green harvest chi practicing heart technique again that day and confirming that his daily absorption limit had risen by a sliver, Hanyu was somewhat tempted to continue practicing spirit refining technique to continue improving his qualifications. However, after running the blood refining technique and realizing that he was still making up for himself after his blood chi wandered around, Hanyu calmed down. The damage that the spirit refining technique had brought to his body was indeed not small, and raising this sliver of qualification had actually not even ended in 2 days of blood chi making up for it. Even if there was no longer any major harm on the surface, the absorption of blood chi within his body still proved that he needed to continue to make up for it. It was only after another day that Hanyu felt his body return to complete normalcy, no longer taking in additional blood chi. As a price for practicing the spirit refining technique this time, Hanyu had consumed the blood chi of 3 essence bloods before he was able to patch himself up to the point where he would not be left with any lingering problems. The effects of the spirit refining technique were surprisingly good, but the cost was also surprisingly high. Hanyu could only practice the spirit refining technique once every 5 days for 3 days to restore himself, and 2 days to practice the blood refining technique to increase his own essence blood before he could run the spirit refining technique once to increase his cultivation qualifications by a sliver. Until finally the fire spiritual root was completely refined and turned into the 3 spiritual roots. The spirit refining technique within the chi practicing realm was also cultivated to the extreme. Ga. That night, a large and a small crow crossed the night sky and landed inside Hanyu's stone house. In their claws, they held a section of spirit blood vine. Hanyu laughed. "Found the spirit blood vine again? Ga. The big crow nodded, its dark golden pupils carrying an air of anticipation, clearly wanting to take the spirit. The little crow quietly jumped onto Han Yu's shoulder and cawed softly, clearly wanting to eat it as well. The big crow immediately opened its wings and threatened the little crow, which jumped down in aggravation, not daring to take the opportunity to grab its exclusive position again. This time, Han Yu did not immediately agree, but pondered for a moment. His own blood refining skill cultivation is in need of blood chi. After the spirit refining technique to make up for their own blood chi, the consumption is a bit big. There is this spirit blood vine to increase their own blood chi. I think it is also good. After copying the spirit blood vine, Han Yu gave a copy of the spirit blood vine to the large and small crows to share. The two small and large crows ate and drank their fill, refreshed, spreading their wings and flying off into the night sky. Han Yu watched them leave, and then saw a group of black ink dot-like flying birds appear over the spiritual field under the moonlight, squawking and cawing far away. Wasn't the team of crows led by the great crow a little more numerous? Han Yu secretly wondered in his heart. The next morning, Han Yu and inspect the spiritual field. Do not know why, a few days ago about Zhang Shan's secret today began to spread all of a sudden, including Sun Kong, Lu Lan, all with Wei Kunyi after inquiring to know quite detailed. It turns out that Zhang Shan was bought by the spirit beast sect. He also secretly domesticated spirit stealing rats, specializing in stealing other people's green harvest spirit rice. Lu Lan wiped her tears again, and this time, she was crying from anger. How could she see that her spiritual rice was in arrears, and Zhang Shan had lent her cultivation resources on the side? It was all a trap set by Zhang Shan from the very beginning. At the end of the day, she still had a lot of goodwill towards Zhang Shan, but it turned out that she had been counted from the very beginning. That silver-white spindle was deliberately left behind by the people from the Little Tian Luo sect, probably to show their identity or to give us a reminder of the Wanchun Valley. Sun Kong said to Han Yu, "I'm afraid we can't live in peace in Wanchun Valley." Han Yu was a bit puzzled, so Sun Kong explained, this period of time, the devil cultivators of the demon blood sect, the disciples bought by the spirit beast sect have appeared one after another, and even the people from the little heavenly law sect have come to the Wanchun Valley, and we've never been famous for conquering, but specialize in planting spiritual herbs and fruits, so I'm afraid that these sects all have bad intentions. The people from the little heavenly law sect deliberately left behind a clan token, which is not necessarily a warning to our Wanchun Valley, telling us that we've been targeted by other clans. Han Yu was surprised, carefully asked, Sun Kong, Lu Lan, Wei Kuani 3 words, will now Wanchun Valley outside some of the situation set out. 100 years ago, the cultivation of the southern region of the Wanchun Valley, Spirit Beast Sect, Small Tian Luo Sect, Spirit Sword Sect, Xuani Sect, the 5 major sects together to wipe out the wanton attacks on the cultivators, to enhance the strength of the Devil's Blood. Since then, the southern region is only left with the 5 major sects, the Devil's Blood. Once the Devil's cultivator appeared, it will be hunted down by the 5 major sects, and everyone shouted. Among the 5 major clans, the Wanchun Valley is the least good at fighting and attacking, with a 10,000-year-old spirit tree as the clan's symbol spirit, and planting the spirit as the clan's biggest gain. Now, the other sects sent people to infiltrate Wanchun Valley and buy Wanchun Valley disciples, only to be afraid of bad intentions. Chapter 32, The Impending Harvest. As Han Yu listened to them, he understood a lot and couldn't help but feel a bit of urgency inexplicably. If it was true that several large sects had started a war against Wanchun Valley, what could a handyman disciple like them do? Wouldn't their lives be at the whim of others? On second thought, just a few days, this news in the Wanchun Valley even reached the servant disciples. What does this mean? If the sect was strictly guarding its secrets, it shouldn't have spread so quickly, right? Han Yu also did not know what the significance of Wanchun Valley to do so, just concentrate on cultivating themselves again, Qinghe Qi practicing heart method to enhance Qi practicing cultivation, spirit alchemy to enhance the cultivation qualifications. The blood refinement technique could also rapidly increase one's blood chi, but after it was used to make up for the physical damage brought about by the spirit refinement technique, the rate of increase in blood chi slowed down. Han Yu took the spirit blood vine to increase his blood chi, and originally practiced spirit alchemy once every 5 days, shortening it to once every 4 days. Unconsciously, more than a month has passed. Wanchun Valley and other sects did not start a war conflict before the flurry of discussion finally returned to calm. Gradually no one mentioned again. Han Yu also gradually realized that the reason why Wanchun Valley let the disciples, including the odd job disciples, to discuss these things is to tell the rest of the hidden traitors Wanchun Valley has been prepared. You do not have to move the wrong idea. This was a deliberate attempt to alarm others and discourage them. Li Lao Dao and Han Yu no longer communicate, like strangers. Han Yu neither know how he removed the red hair on top of his head that day, also do not know what he has been busy in a hurry recently. Han Yu can only take care of himself and keep practicing, slowly improving, and making progress day by day. His fire spirit root had already refined about 20% of it after one spirit refining technique. The upper limit of daily absorption of medicinal power and increase in spiritual breath had been obviously raised a bit more than the original. The sprouting of the spiritual seed at the Dantian was vaguely obvious, and although there was still a considerable distance from the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, under the accumulation of days and months, it was already a lot faster than before. This kind of cultivation qualification enhancement, to say the least, the loss is great, if only put in the realm of chi cultivation, foundation building, is definitely a great loss, only Hanyu can withstand the loss, dare to try. Early this morning, as soon as Hanyu went out, he noticed the changes in his spiritual field. The green grams of spiritual rice were about half an inch taller than yesterday, and the aura was slowly converging. This was entering the final harvest stage. Senior brother Han, quickly enter the spiritual field and cultivate on your knees. Sun Kong smiles and walks over to say, you're a 4-spirit root, with this opportunity, you might be able to cultivate a layer of chi. Hanyu was reminded by him, and his heart stirred slightly. Yes, it's time to arrive at the first level of chi cultivation in front of people and start practicing spells. Thank you for reminding me, senior son. Hanyu said, entering the spiritual field and sitting down on his knees to cultivate. A few moments later, old Taoist Li went out with his hat on, and Sun Kong called him back. Senior brotherly, take this opportunity to go into the spiritual field to practice. Elder Taoist Li, however, did not stop and shook his head. I have other things to do. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Hanyu sitting in the spiritual field and hurriedly left. Sun Kong was surprised. At this hour, what else is more important than the harvest of the spiritual fields? Then he smiled at Hanyu. I wanted to help the two of you for a moment or two, but since Senior Brotherly himself doesn't care, I'll just make less effort and just help you repel pests and rodents. Hanyu immediately stood up and solemnly thanked him. Thank you, Senior Brother son. No need to be polite, quickly sit down and cultivate, and strive to practice the first level of chi as soon as possible. Sun Kong said with a smile. This morning, Hanyu and Elder Taoist Li passed by a number of miscellaneous disciples outside the spiritual field of the two of them. Lu Lan, Wei Koani, and the others also came over to take a look, and were all quite surprised to see Hanyu cultivating on his knees, while Li Lao Dao actually went out at this time without hurrying to cultivate. In the afternoon, the infamous oddball disciple surnamed Lu smiled and came to look. Coincidentally, your spiritual fields are harvesting, my spiritual fields are also harvesting at this time. Sun Kong, who was helping Hanyu look after the spiritual fields, was immediately surprised. You've been in for years, why don't you plant spiritual fields with everyone else? I was unconsciously delayed by something. The man surnamed Lu said with a smile. Sun Kong was speechless. This person delayed the spiritual field planting. I'm afraid it's because of that downward spiral again, isn't it? Hanyu didn't know this person either, and only knew that he was extremely odd, and that there was nothing to be said about his spirit field harvesting at the same time as his own. After all, the spirit fields were also very far apart. Therefore, they just nodded to recognize each other and learned that this person's name was Lu Yun. Soon after Lu Yun left, Hanyu came out of his spiritual field and told Sun Kong that he seemed to be on the verge of breaking through to the first level of chi cultivation. Sun Kang's face beamed with joy. That's great, entering the first level of chi cultivation will make you a true cultivator, so I'll take you to the Green Harvest Market with me at that time. He still didn't know that Hanyu had already been to the Green Harvest Market once. While he was talking, old Taoist Li, who was wearing a bucket hat, walked hurriedly. Sun Kong raised his hand, and before he could greet him, old Taoist Li went straight to his stone house. Sun Kong saw this and did not chase to talk. After all, he was just being kind, and not pedantic. Son, thank you for watching over me today. When I break through to the first level of chi cultivation tomorrow and learn the spells, it won't be good to delay Sun's cultivation time anymore. Hanyu said this. Sun Kong also nodded. Today, the pests and rats have not yet come, and I have not contributed when you learn the spells. You can scare these spirit insects and spirit-stealing rats by yourself, and it should be effective, and if you really can't deal with it, it's not too late to come back and find me to help. Wei Koani smiled and led Lu Lan over to say hello. Sun Kong smiled and told them the news that Hanyu was about to break through the first level of chi cultivation. When Lu Lan heard this, she opened her mouth to congratulate him, and Wei Kunyi brightened up and said with a smile, Senior brother Han, this is really to congratulate you ah. You and I are both from the South Li Kingdom, we must get close to each other in the future. And a look of concern, reminded, you are new to the country, age and small, some people do not understand the viciousness of the human heart, you can be careful to pay attention in the future. If you break through successfully, you can tell others, but must not tell others before the breakthrough. Once someone in your breakthrough key time to you bad, the consequences are unimaginable ah. Although Hanyu knew that Wei Kunyi had a personal relationship with Steward Wang, what she said at this moment did make sense, so he nodded in agreement, indicating that he knew. Seeing that Hanyu has some potential, Wei Koani puts aside her previous unhappiness about inviting him to dinner and leads Lu Lan towards old Taoist Li's stonehouse. Sun Kong was surprised and asked why. Wei Koani laughed and said, the spiritual rice in the spiritual field gathers chi, such a good opportunity to cultivate Senior Brother Li himself does not use, we cannot miss. I look for Li to talk to see if he is willing to let us sit in his spiritual field tomorrow to cultivate. Chapter 33, The Azure Flock. Wei Kunyi's statement was really a bit of a novelty, but it made sense when one thought about it carefully. Since Li Lao Dao does not pay attention to this 10 days or so, for the handyman disciple's excellent cultivation time, waste a little too much pity. Wei Kunyi and Lu Lan arrived at the door of Li's stonehouse, knocked on the door, and Li came out with a bucket hat. Two sisters, looking for me something? Wei Kunyi, smiling, said his intention. Old Taoist Li thought for a while and said, "These days I am busy in the market, I really can't take care of the spiritual field. In the next few days you can enter the spiritual field to cultivate, and in the meantime, help me to clean up the pests and rats. After a few days, I will come back to take care of the spiritual field myself." Wei Kunyi was overjoyed, nodded and said, "A deal is a deal." Immediately pulling Lu Lan, the two of them walked into Elder Taoist Li's spiritual field for cultivation. Elder Taoist Li took a deep look, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and returned to the stone house. Seeing this scene, Sun Kong frowned slightly as if he wanted to say something. Hanyu asked suspiciously, and Sun Kong explained in a low voice, "Senior brother Li isn't close to us now, so I just can't help even if I wanted to, and there are some things I can only say to you. Green Harvest Spirit Rice right before this cultivation time, you use on your own on the Green Harvest Spirit Rice is not much damage, like Wei's sister, Lu's sister, two people at the same time to absorb the spiritual chi. The Green Harvest Spirit Rice is bound to affect the harvest is less than 50 pounds per mu. When the time comes, no harvest, all surrendered, cultivation path without resources, to more than 1.5 years of grinding, not a pity?" Hanyu suddenly dawned, and then look at Wei Kunyi, Lu Lan, two people. The heart secretly thought they are aware of this matter, but still did not say to Li Lao Dao, or together into the spiritual field cultivation. This cultivation road really cannot count on other people's conscience, such as the Sun Kong brother. I am afraid of 1 in 1,000 may not be there. The next morning, Hanyu told Sun Kong about his breakthrough to the first level of Qi cultivation news, but also deliberately suppressed their own wind art, such as the first time to practice general show once. Sun Kong hastened to congratulate him. Wei Kunyi and Lu Lan heard the news, and both got up and walked out from Li Lao Dao's spiritual field, smiling and congratulating, their attitudes looking a few more points closer than before. From now on, Han senior brother, you take off the mundane, really set foot on the cultivation path, really congratulations. Not bad, now you are our real junior brother. In his words, he even vaguely revealed a layer of meaning. If you don't enter Qi cultivation, you're not even considered a real junior brother, but now you're considered a disciple of the same sect. Hanyu saw the change in their attitudes and responded politely, but would not regard them as close friends. In the morning, the pests came, and a group of spirit worms arrived in Hanyu's spiritual field first. Hanyu released his wind magic, repelling these insects with spiritual chi with a not too harsh wind, and the group of spirit insects rose up in the air and landed in Elder Taoist Li's spiritual field. Wei Kunyi looked at it, indifferent, and continued to cultivate on her knees in Li Lao Dao's spiritual field. She had previously promised Li Lao Dao to deal with insect and rodent infestation, but at the moment, she had already put it behind her, and was only concerned about absorbing the spiritual chi in the spiritual field. Lu Lan paused for a moment, hesitated for a while, about feeling sorry in her heart, and stood up to release the royal wind technique to drive the spirit insects away. The group of spirit insects then flew up and landed far away in another spirit field, instantly triggering a burst of laughter. "Lu Yun! Don't flatter yourself. Come out and look at your spirit field, the pests are coming," someone called out. That Lu Yun still didn't come out, just like before. Many of the servant disciples laughed and laughed, guessing that this guy was busy with dirty things inside the house again, and for a while, the boring and uninteresting spiritual field was even more interesting because of this person. In the afternoon, Wei Kunyi first cultivate to the limit of spiritual chi absorption, then Lu Lan also cultivate to the limit of absorption. The two people will leave with each other. Elder Taoist Li hadn't returned yet, so these two people didn't help him to continue guarding the spiritual field. Shortly after they left, a spirit-stealing rat appeared in the spiritual field of Old Tao Li, whimpering and gnawing on the thin poles and spikes of the green grams of spiritual rice. Sun Kong walked by and saw this scene, and said to Hanyu with a sigh of relief, "Master Li is too old and has poor spiritual roots, so I'm afraid he's going to give up on himself." Shortly afterward, Old Taoist Li came back and saw a spirit-stealing rat being active in his spirit field. First, his face was gloomy, then he laughed a little and went back to the stone house. Seeing him like this, Sun Kong felt more and more that he was giving up on himself, so he didn't talk to him again and only greeted Hanyu before leaving. Hanyu guessed why Old Taoist Li laughed, but the spirit mouse was better for Old Taoist Li to use for practicing than the spirit rice. That night, Hanyu practiced the Green Harvest Chi practicing heart method, refined the medicinal power of the Xuanqing fruit, and then copied the spirit blood vine and took it, specifically to enhance his own blood refining skills. After some cultivation, the distance to the third level of Qi cultivation was once again a bit closer. The progress of the first layer of blood refining had also improved, and the total amount of essence blood had reached 18. Tomorrow, he would be able to practice the spirit refining technique once more to improve his cultivation qualifications. Hanyu's cultivation was fulfilling, planting, and practicing at the spirit field was making solid progress day after day, and certain calculating interactions of the miscellaneous disciples were of little interest. Just like what magic blood door, the southern domain of the 5 sects of strife has not forgotten, the heart cannot help but vaguely some sense of crisis. G.A. A large and a small 2 crows fell through the window. Hanyu reached out to caress the hard iron feathers, smiled and said, "These 2 days there are spirit worms and spirit stealing rats in the spirit field. You can go out and eat enough, maybe you can also increase your strength a little bit." When Hanyu said this, both crows instantly brightened their eyes and rattled their mouths. They instantly took to the air and flew out, and a few moments later, a clattering sound of vibrating wings rang out, and Hanyu stood at the window and looked out, only to see a group of crows led by the big and small crows, dropping down under the pressure of the crows and falling into the various spiritual fields at the spiritual fields. The commotion was not small, and some of the odd job disciples were startled and shouted outside, but the crows didn't stay long, catching some spirit worms and stealing spirit mice before spreading their wings and disappearing into the night sky. Hanyu was surprised that these crows had formed a flock, and even more surprised that many of these crows were actually able to capture spirit worms to eat. Even though only the big and small crows were able to capture the spirit mice, the remaining crows had gradually left the realm of ordinary crows. From cultivating crows with the spirit cultivation technique to now controlling a whole flock of useful crows? Hanyu's mind moved slightly, and he was about to take a break when he heard an angry curse from old Taoist Li next door. Where did he come from? After a brief thought, Hanyu thought that old man Li must have wanted to suck the spirit-stealing rat's blood. The big crow grabbed the spirit-stealing mouse in Li Laodao's spiritual field, causing Li Laodao to lose his target. No wonder Li Laodao cursed. When the big crow flew back again in the night, Hanyu specially explained, "Let it restrain the crows, do not go to steal the spirit mouse with Li Laodao." Early the next morning, Hanyu saw Li Laodao go out again. They glanced at each other. Li Laodao looked bad, opened his mouth to scold, but considering the previous intention, in the end did not talk to Hanyu, grumbled and flung his sleeve away. Hanyu know at a glance, Li Laodao last night is quasi see the big crow. No Hanyu and hide a hand, will have such a performance. Chapter 34 Borrowing Spirit Rice. Last night, the crow flock captured spirit insects and stole spirit rats at the spirit field, and had a full meal. Today, not only was there no insect or rat infestation in Hanyu's spirit field, but there were no miscellaneous disciples encountering insect or rat infestation in the entire spirit field. Hanyu explicitly broke through to the first level of chi cultivation, practiced spells during the day, seemingly, but also let the passing handyman disciples more or less know that he has been practicing chi first level. At night, Hanyu once again ran the spirit refining technique to refine his fire spirit root. After running it, the upper limit of his daily spiritual chi intake rose by a sliver once again, at the cost of once again feeling clearly and unmistakably that he had fallen into a weakened state. After running the blood refining technique and the blood chi compensated for itself, one had to continue consuming essence and blood and running the blood refining technique for 2 more days in order to completely heal their damage. After practicing, he felt a vague movement outside the window, and Hanyu gazed at it before seeing a large, silent crow fall in front of the window. When he got up and walked over, the big crow flew happily and landed on Hanyu's shoulder. It was like a child introducing his masterpiece or toy to his parents. Hanyu sensed the big crow's emotions, raised his hand to straighten out its feathers, and smiled, "Well done. These crows you led, after eating spirit worms and stealing spirit mice, don't they also have spirituality and are able to play a greater role?" "Gah!" the big crow answered. "Good, that's good." Hanyu said, "Take good care of your flock, there will be times when you will be needed in the future." The big crow jumped happily twice and gently pecked Hanyu to show his intimacy, then lifted his wings and flew into the night sky. Behind him, the small crows followed closely, and then a group of larger than normal crows, black as ink, which had gradually developed spirituality. Hanyu quietly watched, his mood light. The next 2 days, pests, rodents also did not appear one after another, only a few sporadic, did not form too much harm. After making up for the damage to his spirit refining technique with his blood refining technique, Hanyu once again devoted himself to cultivation. Wei Kunyi and Lu Lan also went to old Taoist Li's spiritual field every day to practice on their knees. Until 3 days before the harvest of green gram spirit rice, Li Laodao seemed to be suddenly enlightened, and also sat in his own spiritual field to cultivate. Wei Kunyi, Lu Lan only then no longer go over to rub the spiritual chi. The day before the harvest, Sun Kong brought a pocket to Hanyu's stone house. "Senior Han, I see that you are about to harvest the green grams of spiritual rice, and the harvest will probably be around 50 pounds. I brought 10 pounds of spiritual rice to lend to you today, and at that time, if you really have less than 50 pounds of spiritual rice per moo, take advantage of the steward's inattention to make up enough for 50 pounds per moo. At that time, according to 10% of the harvest is your own, how can you also get 25 pounds of spiritual rice, and then return me 10 pounds, you can still leave 15 pounds. Otherwise, if you don't pay attention and turn it all in like senior sister Lu, you'll have no harvest at all." Hanyu hurriedly thanked Sun Kong for his kindness, and then inquired, "Senior brother Sun, if the stewards find out about this, will something happen?" Sun Kong thought for a moment and said, "Unless Steward Wang finds out face to face, he won't usually be specifically targeted." Hearing this, Hanyu was vaguely uneasy. Steward Wang wasn't someone with a very good character. Himself and old Taoist Li had just started half a year ago, and Steward Wang's previous deductions were still fresh in his mind. If he caught him this time, I'm afraid there wouldn't be any good results. What's more, Hanyu didn't actually need spirit rice for his current cultivation, and a dozen or so pounds of spirit rice wasn't even an important cultivation resource for him. After considering it for a moment, Hanyu handed back the 10 pounds of spirit rice given by Sun Kong. Senior brother's son, I'm new here and it's my first spirit field harvest, so I'd rather have no merit than dare to make a mistake. I'll certainly engrave your good intentions in my heart, it's just that this time, I'd like to take a look at the situation first. Sun Kong suddenly realized, nodded his head, you think so, it's not wrong, I'm afraid that you won't be able to accept it in your heart as much as senior sister Lu at that time. Han Yu thanked him from the bottom of his heart and watched Sun Kong leave. Unexpectedly, an hour later, the door of his house was knocked again. Han Yu asked a question, learned that it was Wei Kunyi, heart wondering, it's late, this woman does not go to accompany the king's steward, to find me this little boy to do what? Open the door, Wei Kunyi smiled and walked in, Han brother, you know why I came? I don't know. Han Yu replied. Wei Kunyi laughed, I'm here to help you solve your problems. Your first cultivation of the spirit field, even if it is daily guarding, month after month, watering, expulsion of pests and rodents, may not be able to yield 50 pounds. Once you cannot yield 50 pounds, not only do not get the small merit of the clan, but also all to be surrendered, the grain is not harvested. Senior brother Han, you don't want to continue your daily suffering without spiritual rice for your next cultivation, do you? Han Yu was surprised and thought, could it be that Wei Kunyi is a good person with a good heart? How could she even come to the door to help? What Wei Kunyi said immediately afterward made Han Yu realize that he had misunderstood. After all, Sister Wei is Sister Wei and would never send something over for no reason. I have 15 pounds of spiritual rice here, and I'm familiar with Steward Wang, so that's enough to ensure that you can make up for the shortfall tomorrow when the spiritual rice harvest isn't too far off and reaches 50 pounds or more. In this way, you will be able to obtain 5 minor merits from the clan, and you will also be able to obtain more than 25 pounds of spirit rice, so wouldn't it be good to have enough resources for cultivation? All that is needed is for you to return 25 pounds of spirit rice to senior sister during the next green harvest spirit rice harvest, and then you will have all of this in your hands. Take 15 pounds of spirit rice from her now, and return 25 pounds of spirit rice to her in half a year? Han Yu looked at Wei Kunyi in surprise. Senior sister Wei, I'm afraid I won't be able to pay it back by then. I'm afraid I won't be able to pay it back by then. Wei Kunyi said smilingly, I'm here to help you, and we're all from Nanli Kingdom, so I won't push you too far. Definitely let you afford. Han Yu does not believe that, in case there is really a harvest shortfall accident, she may not still be so good to talk about it. Moreover, Han Yu really doesn't need spiritual rice as a cultivation resource. Sister Wei, forget it. I'm new here. How can I forget about it? I'm just trying to help you out, because you're as young as my own brother. No, sister, I feel uneasy. It's not good if Steward Wang finds out. Han, you're really funny. How will I know Steward Wang? Even if he finds out, he'll turn a blind eye. Wei Kunyi persuaded him repeatedly, but Han Yu just shook his head. Seeing that he really refused to borrow spiritual rice, Wei Kunyi's face was a bit cold. Han junior brother, I hope you think about it. If you do not borrow this spiritual rice, not only is my face here is not good, I'm afraid that Steward Wang there will not be polite with you. After saying this sentence, see Han Yu still did not agree. Wei Kunyi cold snort, left Han Yu stonehouse, towards Li Laodao's stonehouse. Chapter 35, Profit Rolling. Steward Wang? Han Yu's heart sank within him when he heard him from Wei Kunyi's mouth. Is she using Steward Wang's name to scare me, or is Steward Wang really involved? If it's the former it's still fine, if it's the latter wouldn't Han Yu be deliberately targeted if he doesn't borrow spiritual rice without being squeezed? Han Yu secretly thought, and looked at Wei Kunyi's behavior. Wei Kunyi raised his hand and knocked on the door of Li Laodao. Li Xiaodi? Mr. Li? What's the matter? It's about the harvest of the green harvest spiritual rice. I'm resting, we'll talk tomorrow. Old Taoist Li replied coldly. Master Li, I am thinking of you. Old Taoist Li said coldly, no need, please go back. Elder brother Li? Wei Kunyi asked 2 more times and finally stomped her foot in annoyance and turned to leave. Looking at the direction she took, she was neither going to where Steward Wang lived nor to her own place, but to the stonehouse where that oddball, Lu Yun, who loved to masturbate, lived. Han Yu waited quietly, and a few moments later, Wei Kunyi's terrified scream came from afar. How can you be so disgusting? He then fled back to his house in a sorry state. Han Yu, who had a somewhat heavy heart and suspected that he would provoke Steward Wang, was dumbfounded when he heard Wei Kunyi's scream after this one from Lu Yun. That oddball senior brother Lu was really strange and weird, and was out of place with the servant disciples who were trying to cultivate their fields as if the sect and the spiritual fields had all become extraneous, and self-enjoyment was the most important thing. Wei Kunyi had always been a considerate person, able to say a few words to anyone with a smile, but when she encountered a strange person like Lu Yun, she could no longer keep her smile on her face to welcome others. Early the next morning, Han Yu and Li Laodao's spiritual qi had already gradually dispersed within their spiritual fields, and the spikes of green grams of spiritual rice were hanging low, emitting a glittering light. Han Yu and Li Laodao started harvesting the spikes, and as for the green harvest poles, they had to wait until they finished harvesting the spiritual rice before slowly harvesting and pulling them out. The outer disciple surnamed Hua came over to supervise the 2 of them and Lu Yun as they harvested their respective spirit fields. He was very cold to old Taoist Lee and didn't even say a word, but only looked at him with cold eyes. His attitude towards Hanyu, a servant disciple who had already practiced Qi for one level, was not bad, and he even encouraged him to cultivate well and strive to enter the outer sect within 10 years. As for Lu Yun, the outer disciple surnamed Hua went over to look at him once, and there was a burst of scolding, which caused many of the servant disciples to laugh. From the morning to the afternoon, all of the ears of the 5 acres of green grams of spiritual rice in the spiritual field were picked, and after a slight rubbing, the spiritual rice fell out of the husk, and was not as difficult to remove from the husk as the mortal rice. Hanyu himself is completing the hulling of the spiritual rice in front of his stone house. Steward Wang is holding his fat belly, followed by Wei Kunyi, slowly walking from his residence because of his obesity. His eyes are quietly squinting, making it difficult to see what his expression is. Ahem, senior flower brother, thank you. Senior brother Wang. The outer disciple surnamed Huan nodded in response. You go rest and relax, this harvest, I'll record it for them. Steward Wang said. The outer disciple surnamed Flower was a bit surprised. This harvest is just for 3 odd job disciples, if you don't mind this trivial matter. There is no harm, I will do it. Steward Wang said another sentence. The outer disciple surnamed Hua pondered, glanced at Han Yu and Li Lao Dao, and left. After he left, Steward Wang smiled coldly and walked over to Li Lao Dao's harvested spiritual rice first. Contemptuously, he glanced at the man wearing a bucket hat in the appearance of an old farmer. Old mongrel, I heard that you have quite a grudge against me? Old Tao Li muffled his voice and stepped aside to make room for him to check the spirit rice. Steward Wang put his hands behind his back and quietly looked at him, suddenly snorted, no need to look, the mu yield is 29 pounds, less than 30 pounds, you should be punished. Old Taoist Li raised his head and looked at Steward Wang. Steward Wang sneered, how? You are not convinced? At your age, with your qualifications, it is difficult to even enter the first level of Qi cultivation, and you are worthy of speaking to me? Li Old rode coldly look at the Wang steward, turned back to the house, even took out a not big square bucket out he traveled to and from the green harvest market many times, with those mundane people occasionally trade, also have some of their own used to trade equipment. Wang steward, I want to weigh myself, this bucket is 20 pounds. Steward Wang is coldly smiling again, you weigh yourself does not count. After saying the words, the hands of the knuckle, releasing a green shimmering light flew out after the wind whistling, directly in the hands of Li Lao Dao square bucket split in two. Half of the wooden square bucket fell on the ground, and the other half was still in old Taoist Li's hand. Steward Wang smiled triumphantly, how is it? Do you still want to weigh it yourself? Li Lao Dao two eyes deeply look at the Wang steward and Wei Kuani, pursed lips, lowered his head, voice hoarse, I cannot weigh myself, but also please Wang steward do not punish, count my mu yield 30 pounds, can it? See him soft, Wang steward smiled more happily, the original narrowed into a slit in the eyes, but also smiled even slits cannot be seen, acres of 30 pounds? You are not only 29 caddies per mu? How can I count this? Li Lao Dao lowered his head, bent over, seems to have resigned himself to his fate. I can borrow Sister Wei's spiritual rice to make up for it. A cough, this I don't know. Steward Wang turned his back, collected old Taoist Li's spiritual rice, and walked towards Hanyu. If you guys have anything you want to talk about, talk amongst yourselves. Wei Kuani smiled and walked towards Li Lao Dao. Li senior brother, you earlier so, not on the line? Lend you 5 pounds of spiritual rice, the next season to return me 10 pounds, understand? Li Lao Dao raised his eyes in the blood filaments dense, some intimidating. Wei sister, a few days ago, my spiritual field to gather spiritual qi, borrowed you to cultivate things, can you tolerate it too? Wei Kuani boarded up face, eyes arrogant, you refused to cultivate yourself, still think I gave me how many favors? This life is even difficult to step on the road of cultivation, and what qualifications with me to bargain? Elder Taoist Li listened and lowered his head, the coldness in his densely blood-stained eyes intensifying. Was senior sister's lesson is right, but senior brother I also intend to strive to become stronger. I wonder if it is possible to lend me some more spiritual rice. This is right. Wei Kuani twisted her body, smiling like a flower, flirtatious. Li junior brother, I borrowed you at most 15 pounds of spiritual rice, the next season need to return me 25 pounds how? What if I can't pay you back next season? Then the interest rolls over and counts again. At least we're all brothers from the same school. I won't let brotherly suffer, and brotherly won't let me lose money, right? Wei Kuani voice with a few points of complacency. There are Steward Wang in, she is not afraid of odd job disciples dare to owe a debt not to pay. Old Taoist Li lowered his head, his throat slightly hammed and hot a bit as if swallowing saliva. Yes, senior sister Wei. After this matter was discussed, Wei Kuani waited a little while to send the spirit rice over, and after that, she headed back in the direction of Steward Wang, Hanyu, and the two of them. By this time, Steward Wang and Hanyu had already said a few words. Chapter 36, Such Talent. 12 years old, for spirit roots, practicing qi at the first level? Steward Wang asked with his hands behind his back and his big belly sticking out high. Yes, Steward Wang. To be exact, after the winter passed, Hanyu was already 13 years old, it was just that he didn't want to say too much in the face of Steward Wang. He had already seen how Steward Wang released the wind blade technique to oppress old Taoist Li just now, and he was only wary and careful of him. It's not bad, when you're in your 20s, you'll just be able to enter the outer sect and become a senior brother. Steward Wang added. Hanyu thought for a moment and said, by then, Steward Wang would have already entered the inner sect. Steward Wang was stunned for a moment and laughed, inner door? I don't even dare to think about it, but you dare to help me think about it. However, I love to hear this. He also asked Hanyu, have you practiced your wind and water control skills? Let me see. Hanyu nodded his head in response. Wei Kuani also happened to come along and said with a smile, do you want to use spells? I'll open my eyes too? Hanyu didn't answer, and pinched his fingers together to release a deliberately suppressed wind sentry spell. Steward Wang was surprised, a successful release within 3 breaths? You've just broken through, and you've already practiced your spells like this, you're quite talented in the art of magic. Hanyu was also stunned, not realizing that his own wind control technique after suppression was already considered excellent. Within 3 breaths, 1 successful release was considered good, so what was his 2 consecutive wind control techniques within 1 breath? That Xuanxin fruit's long-term use, awakening the spirit and mind, and assisting in the cultivation of spells, was it such a surprise in the eyes of others? Seeing him stunned, Steward Wang laughed. It seems that senior disciple Han still doesn't know what these disciples of ours have to say about their spells. This is no wonder, after all, these were not originally known by the miscellaneous disciples, it had to be the outer disciples who had the need to compare spells. Within 10 breaths, successfully cast a spell. This is even a spell within 5 breaths, a spell success. This spell is even can be used within 3 breaths. A release spell success, even if it is used for actual combat practice, is also enough. Han, your talent is not bad. Yeah, how does it compare to mine? Seeing Steward Wang laughing and joking with Hanyu, Wei Kuani made a snide remark. Steward Wang disdainfully glanced at him, not bothering to comment. Wei Kuani again to please him, with the future of the outer disciples can compare? Wei Kuani see Wang Steward seems to value Hanyu and despise himself, a little heart unhappy, reminded, Wang Steward, today this spiritual rice harvest you see how to calculate? Isn't it time to squeeze this Hanyu kid? Steward Wang nodded, fat big hand pat Hanyu's shoulder. Han senior brother, see your future is promising. Senior brother I do not have to be calculating, let's according to the rules of the door fair to do. This time if you can have a spiritual rice harvest of more than 50 pounds per acre, I'll leave you 2%, how? What? Wei Kunyi was shocked, Steward Wang, this. Why didn't you force him to borrow spiritual rice and roll it over into interest, but instead, 90% of the spiritual rice became 80% of the spiritual rice, making a profit? Steward Wang glared at her. Is there any room for you to speak? Only then did Wei Kunyi hastily shut her mouth, vaguely understanding Steward Wang's thoughts. Hanyu's age is young, his cultivation is not slow, and his talent for spells is good, so it's a foregone conclusion that he'll enter the outer sect, and maybe he'll be more powerful in the future. Steward Wang had decided to be kind to him and not offend him. Hanyu also understood, his heart secretly marveled that he had only shown part of his own cultivation in spells, and the evil people around him had turned into good people with kind brows. On this road of cultivation, it really was the most convincing fact that one could rely on no one but one's own cultivation. Compared to Hanyu, the ostensibly potential-less and useless old Taoist Li was in such a sorry state that his treatment was simply heaven and earth. Although he knew what kind of character Steward Wang was, Hanyu still didn't offend him and thanked him. Subsequently, Steward Wang weighed Hanyu's spiritual rice because Hanyu has never been slack in taking care of the spiritual field, pests and rodents cleaned up in a timely manner, but also did not absorb more green grams of spiritual rice aura, so the acreage of spiritual rice over 50 pounds, and arrived at 51 pounds. Steward Wang gave Hanyu 5 small merits from the clan and left 20% of the harvested spiritual rice from the 5 acres of spiritual fields, that is, 51 pounds of spiritual rice. After another season of planting, you can go to the clan's transmission pavilion to learn new spells, or go to the deacon's room to find a deacon to exchange for other items. As for the spiritual rice, I suggest that you don't rush to the green harvest market to exchange for anything, and focus on your own cultivation. Our Wanchun Valley has always been peaceful, and before entering the outer gate, the ability to fight is not much of a necessity. Raising your cultivation to enter the outer gate is the only priority. If you want to exchange spells or other items, you can just use small merits. Hanyu memorized Steward Wang's instructions, thanking him with his mouth, but feeling ridiculous in his heart. Steward Wang, a harsh and stern person who did not do anything, actually spoke so nicely after seeing Hanyu's good potential that even Wei Kunyi, who was accompanying him, had an uncomfortable look on her face. Afterward, Steward Wang led Wei Kunyi towards Lu Yun's spirit field. You bastard, relying on the fact that you are a third spiritual root, you are so unmotivated. You'll have to be punished this time. After a burst of shouting and cursing, Steward Wang left Lu Yun's spiritual field in a huff. As Hanyu and Sun Kong, who had congratulated Hanyu, listened, they couldn't help but smile at each other. Senior brother Lu really is clearly a third spirit root, so why is he obsessed with that kind of thing? Sun Kong lamented a sentence but also sincerely congratulated Hanyu. Steward Wang has always not much regard for the servant disciples. Hanyu cultivation is not slow, the spirit field planting is also good, but even let him net one side, left 20% of the spirit rice, can be a really good thing. In the future, no one will bully you at the spirit field. Lu Lan's last yield of 48 pounds of spiritual rice, how come Steward Wang and Sister Wei didn't intervene? Hanyu asked, isn't senior sister Lu Lan also a three-spirit route, bound for the outer sect? Sun Kong explained, at that time, in full view of the public, it is impossible to fill the acres of spiritual rice caddies. Zhang Shan also used to steal the spirit of the mouse ahead of time to let Lu's sister to reduce the production. Lu's sister herself did not expect to appear this kind of difference. Besides, that spirit rice of senior sister Wei, borrowed into the hand, is not a benefit. Hanyu indistinct. The two are talking. Wei Kunyi carried the spirit rice to the door of Li Lao Dao. Li senior brother, I send you the spirit rice to come. After saying this sentence, look down at the house door closed, above a yellow paper, come back at night, something out. Wei Kunyi snorted coldly, carrying the spiritual rice walked back, saw Sun Kong, Hanyu. Two people smiled and greeted, and twisted his body to go. Hanyu was puzzled, old Taoist Li is not in the stone house? When did he leave? Sun Kong is also a little strange, just saw Li's senior brother with a few brothers from the side of what is going on. Is it possible that he's going to the market in the evening? Chapter 37, Live to see a man, die to see a corpse. On the day of harvesting the spiritual rice, some people were happy and some were sad. Hanyu because the surface breakthrough to the first level of qi cultivation, but also show more talent in magic, even get Wang Steward in accordance with the rules, get 51 pounds of green grams of spiritual rice, naturally, is an unexpected joy. In contrast, Li Laodao is unlucky, because they know that his age has no potential and are not afraid of offending him. They were Wang Steward, Wei Kunyi face-to-face bullying, it looks powerless to resist. Night is gradually falling. Hanyu will today's Xuanqin fruit medicine after absorbing a slight sense, a little strange Xuanqin fruit is still the same Xuanqin fruit, always feel that the medicine brought to his body than the beginning of taking some less? This is an illusion? Or, the same kind of spiritual fruit to take many times will appear this situation? If that's the case, after a few more days, he'll need to look for another spirit fruit. Hanyu feels that he still lacks some common sense on the road to cultivation, and such things are not possible to ask other handyman disciples. Ask more people will know that you have a spiritual object in your hand, there is no guarantee that it will not start coveting the heart. After practicing, continue to run the blood refining technique, to make up for the damage of practicing the spirit refining technique with blood. Cultivation after a week, Danzhong acupoint blood talisman slightly trembling closed the work, heard Wei Kunyi again knocking on the door of Li Laodao. Master Li, back? I sent you the green harvest spiritual rice you wanted to borrow. Hanyu's face sank slightly as he sighed in his heart. Elder brother Li practiced blood refining and had defected to the demon blood sex people in the green harvest market, so blood food was the most important thing to him, and although spiritual rice was also useful, it came second. Even so, seeing him being oppressed like this, Hanyu's heart couldn't get any lighter. It's just that old Taoist Li has already ascended to the demon blood sex cultivation path and has deliberately disconnected from Hanyu. Li Laodao's house door creaked open. Wei Kunyi giggled proudly and walked in. Soon after, the door closed again. Hanyu didn't care, he finished practicing, waited for the big and small crows to arrive and then smoothed their iron feathers and gave them some affection, and when the big and small crows left, he was ready to rest. Lying on the stone bed, Hanyu always felt that something was wrong, but for a moment he couldn't figure out what was wrong. After a while, he sat up. Not right. Why hasn't Wei Kunyi come out of old Taoist Li's stonehouse? After she entered old Taoist Li's stonehouse, there was no more sound. Doesn't this mean that? Hanyu's heart suddenly jumped up quickly and sharply. From his youth, Li Laodao was a fastidious mortal martial artist, and later the three friends of the Spring Forest were also famous martial artists in the South Li Kingdom. If he didn't have the strength to endure, it would be just fine, but now that he has the strength, the magic blood sect has the attacking spell Blood Drops at its entrance, which is far more powerful than the spells of the Wanchun Valley's servant disciples. Wei Kunyi do not know what to do. The night to find the door, the Taoist master is afraid of simply cannot bear this breath. This matter is bound to be hidden. Li Laodao, as long as not stupid, will not stay at the Wanchun Valley spiritual field waiting for the murderer to be investigated. Really want to provoke out of the deacon level above the cultivator to come to investigate, that is to seek their own death. Hanyu must think of a good countermeasure. Li Laodao has a demonic cultivator cohort in the market side, can walk away, he is not prepared to go together to cultivate the devil. In the night, old Taoist Li's stonehouse is terribly quiet. Hanyu in his own house repeatedly thought, finally made a good response to the initiative if it really came to the foundation cultivator personally search, to see whether he has practiced blood refining, such as the point of last resort. Hanyu can only use the most extreme method to avoid the disaster. First, he abolished the Danzhong acupoint blood charm, abolished the blood refining technique, and then forcefully operated a few times the spirit refining technique to incorporate the excess blood into himself. Of course, this is only a method used in the most compelling circumstances. As long as it's not too harsh, under the cover of the astringent technique, the outer disciples shouldn't find Han Yu's abnormality after all. Han Yu's blood refining technique has always been completely uncharacteristic, and it's extremely different from what old Taoist Li practiced. The next morning, Han Yu woke up as if nothing had happened, and started pulling out the thin poles of the green harvest spiritual rice. All the essence of the green harvest spiritual rice was in the spike head, so the thin rods were useless and could only be used to fertilize the field by burying them in the spiritual field. Old Taoist Li's stonehouse remained silent. After half an acre of thin poles had been plucked, Steward Wang came slowly with his hands behind his back and stomach. After casually greeting Han Yu, Steward Wang asked, "Han, have you seen Wei Kunyi today?" Han Yu slightly shook his head. "I have not seen. This cousin, where did she go? Last night he said he would come over, but he didn't." Steward Wang was wondering, walking towards Wei Kunyi's residence. Just to the door, I saw 4 male handyman disciples or Wei Kunyi door standing talking. Wang Steward immediately upset, suspect that these people are also Wei Kunyi's guests, reprimanded, "What is it? Do not properly cultivate, care for the spiritual field, gathered here, what is the matter?" Servant disciples are afraid of him. At once there are too low voiced to admit fault, bowed to go. "There is a bold," whispered, "Sister Wei said this morning called us to come over to her as a guard, together to buy and sell things in the market. I don't know why, but now I can't open the door even though it's the appointed hour." Aha! Steward Wang heard, the heart secretly think could Wei Kunyi yesterday to find what the handyman disciples to be in love, pleasure to this time? So that even I forgot to serve? Thinking about this, will come to the fire, stepped forward to kick open Wei Kunyi's door, narrowed eyes cold sweep in, and then stunned. No one inside the house. Steward Wang frowned and looked, in Wei Kunyi house reached out and rummaged around, saw her bed under an iron box vaguely contains spiritual qi, they know that inside should be her storage of spiritual stones. Turning back, asked the man who just spoke. "Wei Kunyi told you understand? Going to the market at the hour today?" "Yes, Mr. Wang, I understand. It wasn't like this before, was it?" Steward Wang pressed again. "Indeed not before. Sister Wei is a very thoughtful and careful person, will always be on time for the appointment." Steward Wang's face chilled down, slightly gritting his teeth. "Damn, something happened again. Spirit stone didn't serve me last night, today's appointment wasn't at home Wei Kunyi, this is bad luck. Just how long has it been? Something happened again at the spiritual field. When Deacon Lu finds out, he won't spare me. No, I can't report directly to Deacon Lu, I have to find out for myself first. Gather all of the apprentice disciples at the spiritual field. Call Master Ji and Master Hua as well." With Steward Wang's order, the entire Spirit Field Division was once again bustling with activity, and Han Yu stood with Sun Kong and Lu Lan, joining up with the other servant disciples. Afterward, Steward Wang inventoried those who hadn't arrived today. Li Quan, Lu Yun, Wei Kunyi, and 7 others hadn't arrived, but the rest of the odd job disciples had all arrived. After the outer disciple surnamed Hua counted them, he spoke to Steward Wang and asked, "Senior Brother Wang, what's going on?" Steward Wang said in a cold voice, "Wei Kunyi may have been killed, search Li Quan, Lu Yun, and the other 6 people's residences to see if there are any clues, if not, directly all the disciples' residences in spiritual fields should be searched. We need to see people alive, and we need to see corpses dead." Chapter 38, Waiting to be Sentenced. Lu Yun? Li Quan? Among the 6, these 2 names made the one surnamed Ji, the one surnamed Hua, and the other miscellaneous disciples feel impossible. These 2 people didn't look like they would kill anyone in any way. Lu Yun was like a horny ghost casting a shadow. Obviously the 3 spirit roots had a great future, but he spent the whole day entertaining himself. Strange to the core, such a person was not even too interested in cultivation or spirit fields, and would still go on to kill people? Li Quan is even more needless to say, dying old man, a 5 spirit root qualification, maybe not as strong as some servants who cannot cultivate immortality stronger. He can also kill Wei Kunyi, this cultivator? If there really is something going on, it's probably the other 4 who moved, right? With Steward Wang's order, the outer disciple surnamed Ji called up 2 odd job disciples and started searching. After searching the 2 stonehouses, he went to Lu Yun's stonehouse to search, kicked the door in and directly carried out Lu Yun, who was not wearing any underclothes. The entire Ling Tian office burst into laughter, and even the female disciples turned red with laughter. As expected, Lu Yun was still this strange. The outer disciple surnamed Hua also laughed twice before bringing the other 2 odd job disciples forward to search for Li Quan's stonehouse. Then he came out with a gloomy face, "Senior Brother Wang, something has happened. This has learned the evil methods of the demon blood sect and has harmed Wei Kunyi." At these words, the crowd was in an uproar. Li Lao Dao, the old man who did not live for a few days, actually learned the magic cultivation of the evil law, killed Wei Kunyi? Really? Steward Wang, with a green face, walked quickly. "Really, Mr. Wang, Wei Kunyi's body is in the house, the essence blood has been extracted, it seems to be the work of the magic blood sect." The outer disciple surnamed Hua said under his breath. Wang Steward heart his first regret early know that the old bastard is not good to mess with, yesterday will not listen to Wei Kunyi, forcing too much. Wei Kuan that woman is also, serious cultivation do not know what to say, get some of the wealth and color trading is a breeze, this time well, hitched his own life. Subsequently is annoyed, this old hair in my eyes also do not know how long to learn the magic cultivation of the evil law, this time the road steward asked for punishment, I am afraid that I really want to be punished. Walked to the door of Li Lao Dao, took a look at the already withered and ugly Wei Kuan corpse, Wang steward gritted his teeth and said, it must not be possible to go through the main door of the clan, can only be to escape to the market, and then change their faces to escape. Two senior brothers, the incident happened suddenly, there is no time to lose. I intend to go to the market first to pursue Li Quan this, after he is captured, then report back to the deacon room, what do you think? The two outer disciples surnamed Ji and Hua looked at each other and did not agree. If senior brother Wang insists on doing so, we can't stop him, we just still need to talk to the deaconess room, right? Steward Wang can be ferocious and overbearing to the servants' disciples, to the same outer disciples, not so unreasonable, see the two of them said so, also had to say, Flower's senior brother, I would like you to go to the deacon's room to report it, but also for me to say a few words, say that I in order to catch the devil cultivator Li Quan impatiently, do not dare to delay and immediately set off. The outer disciple surnamed Hua nodded. Steward Wang added, Senior brother Ji, I'd also like to thank you for watching over the spirit field and the odd job disciples, until I come back, or no one from the deacon's room arrives, none of them will be allowed to move. Yes, Senior brother Wang. After the outer disciple surnamed Ji also answered, Steward Wang released his banana leaf and urged it to go straight to the direction of the green harvest market. The outer disciple surnamed Hua also released a 7-foot-long leaf, which was obviously also a refined flying magic weapon, and after stepping on it, he hurriedly flew back to the sect to find the deacon's room to report. Seeing this situation, Han Yu thought in his heart that this time, he was afraid that he would have to startle the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators in the deacon's room again. At that moment, he no longer hesitated, quietly running the spirit refining technique, refining his fire spiritual root. In the past, Han Yu had to patiently make up for 3 days with his essence blood to repair the damage every time he ran it. Now that it was specifically designed to quickly consume essence blood, he naturally ran it again and again. After running the spirit refining technique 5 times, Han Yu's body was already extremely tired and weak, and his blood chi was constantly spreading out to make up for his own damage, making him look like he didn't have any abnormalities on the surface yet, but his essence and blood were already rapidly depleting. After consuming to a certain point, the blood talisman in the center of the Danzhong acupoint is vaguely unable to support. Han Yu's heart is hard to get through this difficult time brought by old Taoist Li. No one will ever come to probe again. Repair back to the essence of the blood is only half a month time. In order to ensure safety, the give and take. Not to mention, at this time, the essence of blood is not a waste of time, is used in conjunction with the spirit refining technique, used to enhance their own qualifications. The blood talisman was directly dispersed, and the Danzhong acupoint immediately stung, nearly vomiting blood. Han Yu's blood practicing layer also fell, no longer able to see any traces that he had once practiced blood refining techniques. Not long after, the grim-faced, purple-robed Deacon Lu led 2 inner disciples, a few outer disciples, and the outer disciple surnamed Hua to return. After going straight to old Taoist Li's residence to check it out, Deacon Lu walked back with a cold face. Wang Hui did this. Are the 2 of you also coming out of the same nostrils and only know how to watch? The disciple is incompetent. The 2 outer disciples surnamed Ji and Hua all bowed their heads in response at once, not daring to speak in defense. Who is most familiar with this Li Quan? Stand out. Deacon Lu asked again in a cold voice. No one responded. Han Yu glanced at Sun Kang and Lu Lan. Sun Kang's eyes signaled that he was relieved and didn't need to come forward. Lu Lan, on the other hand, has slightly reddened eyes and is saddened by Wei Kunyi's sudden murder. What's wrong? No one was familiar with him? Not even those who usually have a lot of interaction? Officer Lu asked again, who knows this Li Quan and has spoken to him within a month? When Officer Lu asked this question, Han Yu, Sun Kang, and Lu Lan knew they couldn't pretend there was no one, and came forward one after another. Sun Kang explained to Mr. Lu, because of the proximity of his spiritual field, we would greet him when we met him in the morning and evening. Officer Lu scrutinized the 3, slightly anxious, just like that? Li Quan is aloof and rarely interacts with others. Sun Kang said, some time ago I reminded him of the harvest of the spiritual field, he also ignored. Officer Lu still feels dissatisfied and wants to press the issue. Han Yu thought in his heart that if he took the initiative to say that he had come all the way to the sect with old Taoist Li at this time, he was afraid that he would immediately have to undergo the harshest scrutiny even if he had already made preparations. He didn't dare to say that it was foolproof. Just at this moment, Steward Wang flew in quickly on a banana leaf. Deacon Lu, it's a big deal, the green harvest market is bound to be hiding the elite of the devil blood sect. Li Quan was cultivated by that devil cultivator. Deacon Lu frowned and shouted coldly, I don't need you to remind me of this kind of thing. A mundane person who obtains the evil methods of a demonic cultivator, of course he obtains them from within the workshop market. Wang Hui, your offense is not small. Steward Wang screamed with a bitter face, Deacon Lu, my sin will be discussed later, there are other handyman disciples who were also killed. What? Deacon Lu soared up and directly jumped onto Steward Wang's banana leaf. There are other servant disciples who were killed? That's right, there are also 4 odd job disciples, also killed yesterday, also the evil method of the demon blood sect. Steward Wang cried out. Where are the handyman disciples? Deacon Lu sternly pressed. It was also from our spirit field division. Steward Wang replied in a trembling voice. Deacon Lu became furious and kicked him off the banana leaf. You did this. Kneeling on the ground, waiting to be sentenced. Steward Wang added the royal wind technique to himself, which barely landed on the ground. Hearing this, he didn't dare to move, kneeling on the ground and waiting. Deacon Lu took a deep breath and instructed the 2 inner disciples behind him, go and notify the Green Harvest Market, investigate Li Quan's last trace and who he was close to in the market. If there are any suspicions, arrest them first and ask questions later. Those who resist will be killed on the spot. The 2 inner disciples then hurriedly boarded their magic weapons and left. Deacon Lu glanced at Sun Kong, Lulan, and Hanyu again, and finally gazed at Lulan. Last time, that person from the Spirit Beast sect, it seems that you were also involved? Lulan immediately stuttered in fear. Deacon, I don't know anything. Deacon Lu saw her look in action as if she really did not know, went forward to the finger sensing the pure spiritual breath, which nodded. It seems that you indeed did not practice the evil law. And said to the crowd, now all in place may not move, I go to report to the head of the door, please head of the door to decide this matter. Chapter 39, Exceptional Talent. 2 inner disciples went to the workshop to inform the matter of old Taoist Li, and Deacon Lu went to report to the sect leader. Steward Wang knelt on the ground and didn't dare to move. The other outer disciples had serious faces and stared at all the handyman disciples present. The odd job disciples were all silenced. Even Lu Yun, who had no underclothes and had always been an oddball, was shrinking into a ball at this time, not daring to make a sound. After half an hour, the 2 inner disciples returned to the spirit field first and asked the road officer where he was going, then they all waited here. After a short while, a carriage carrying flowers flew from the direction of the sect and landed above the spiritual field, instantly sending out a lush fragrance. A woman with half-white hair and middle-aged appearance sat on top of the carriage. Immediately after that, there was another pitch-black walking stick that came through the air, with a middle-aged man with a fierce face on it. The middle-aged woman and middle-aged man were both wearing jade-white elder robes, and they were none other than the Wanchun Valley elders at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Afterwards, several deacons, including Deacon Lu, came with a group of inner and outer disciples, and at a cursory glance there were dozens of them. The 2 elders, a few deacons stayed in mid-air, and the rest of the disciples put away their magic weapons and fell down. The sect master has an order. Deacon Lu announced in a loud voice. The inner disciples, outer disciples, and miscellaneous disciples bowed to the order, except for Steward Wang who remained kneeling. The deacons slightly owed their bodies and listened to the sect leader's order. The 2 elders didn't have much of a reaction and just listened. There were Spirit Beast sect miscreants in front of the Spirit Field office and Demon Blood sect demonic cultivators behind it, so it had to be strictly managed. Wang Hui was handed over to the deacon's room to deprive him of his merits, and sent out to be stationed outside for 10 years, and the Spirit Field office was managed by another candidate chosen by the deacon's room. Wang's steward body soft, paralyzed on the ground. 10 years outside the station, outside the unpredictable winds and rains, the lack of spiritual qi, not only is it difficult to progress in cultivation, there is also the possibility of facing fights and killings. This time, will he be able to come back? Steward Lu continued to announce. At the spiritual field, all the handyman disciples lined up in front, by the clan law enforcement elder Yan, the clan guardian elder Wen to personally identify. All the inner door, outer door disciples listen to the order. Group of 3, the deacon supervised, search all the stonehouse, spirit field, where there is unlawful misbehavior, shall not be spared. Handyman disciples' cultivation resources, shall not be trespassed. With Deacon Lu's announcement, the handyman disciples lined up in 2 teams, one after another, stepped forward to accept the 2 elder Yin and elder One, who had landed on the ground, to personally identify them. The other deacons led the blue-clothed inner disciples and green-clothed outer disciples to begin traveling through the various stone houses and within the spirit fields. Lu Lan, Han Yu, and Sun Kong were called to the forefront by the road manager beforehand. Elder Yen, Elder One, this female disciple, the previous time was related to that Zhang Shan of the Spirit Beast sect, and this time it is related to Li Quan. Please screen it first. Elder One reached out and straightened his half-white hair at his temples, still leaning against the fragrant carriage full of flowers. I'm not going to be able to do that. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it, he said. With tears in her eyes, Lu Lan carefully walked to Elder One. Elder One reached out and pressed his hand on her shoulder, then smiled. I see that it's our green harvest chi practicing heart technique, there's no problem. Senior brother Yen, what do you think? If you say there is no problem, naturally there is no problem. Elder Yen said with a cold face, also, you are older than me, you should call me senior brother Yen. Elder One looked at him faintly, pursed his lips, and then looked at Han Yu and Sun Kong. These 2 as well? These 2 are not familiar with Li Quan, but they have spoken within a month, and that Li Quan is extraordinarily withdrawn and doesn't have a good relationship with people. Deacon Lu said. Cultivating devilish evil methods, of course, will not have any good friends, otherwise covered in blood all day long fishy smell. How can you hide from good friends? Elder One said, beckoning Sun Kong to come forward and press his shoulder as well. This is also fine. Then signaled Hanyu to come forward, reached out and pressed, slightly surprised. You this blood chi tumbling, but also quite exuberant ah? At such a young age, where did you get such a body of chi and blood? Elder Yen immediately frowned. Blood refining technique? Deacon Lu was immediately taken aback, and Sun Kong and Lu Lan were also startled. Hanyu's breathing also tensed. Not. Elder One said, look at his hair, eyes, and the smell of his body. His chi and blood are also his own. It's categorically not the blood refining technique. It's more like he ate some kind of great tonic elixir to have so much chi and blood at a young age. Elder Yin came forward, carefully identify a bit, nodded, not bad, the devil blood door of the devil cultivator to people, demonic beasts, and even unusual beasts' blood is blood food, but whenever a mouthful of down, the body must have a bloody gas, eyes red, hair change color. The more advanced the cultivation, the more the blood is unpleasant to smell. This disciple's chi and blood is strong, it is only after eating the elixir. And asked Hanyu, what kind of elixir have you eaten? Hanyu thought for a moment and described the appearance of the spirit blood vine, a section of vine with reddish-colored water inside. After I drank it, the vine was like snakeskin. Elder Wen and Elder Yen nodded. Not bad, the spirit blood vine is used to gain blood chi. This one is also fine. Next. Hanyu stood with Sun Kong and Lu Lan, and all three of them felt a sense of survival after the robbery. Even if they felt nothing was wrong in their hearts, they still inevitably felt nervous when facing the two white-robed elders of the sect. After the three of them were identified, it wasn't long before Elder Yen reached out and pinched the arm of a handyman. This one had also practiced the blood refining technique and had already eaten blood food, just not to the first level of blood practicing. Deacon Lu immediately stepped forward and searched this person's body all over, before handing him over to the disciples for custody. Elder One also found one person, frowned and asked, are you cultivating the spirit beast sex beast heart-tunnelling deed? That handyman disciple hastily shook his head. Elder One smiled bashfully, lie to me, then you are not good. A flower flew out and landed on this servant disciple's chest, shattering his shirt and revealing the pattern of a roaring beast's head. Deacon Lu immediately stepped forward and pressed the servant disciple down, forcing him to ask where the spirit beast he raised was. Hanyu and the others looked at this scene in surprise, really not expecting that the always peaceful Wanchun Valley spirit field. In addition to these two incidents, there were actually people who quietly lurked and practiced other techniques. The stern-faced Elder Yen couldn't help but say in a deep voice, our Wanchun Valley has always been good to people, and we don't like to fight, and before we followed the destruction of the Devil's Blood sect, it was also because the Devil's sect had taken our disciples to practice their skills. Now we are being treated like a soft persimmon. This kind of regard us as nothing. Elder One sighed, Yen do not have to think so, fighting and killing has never been our clan's specialty, planting alchemy is our specialty. Call me Yen. Elder Yen reminded. Elder Wen's face also cooled down. Then continue, Senior Brother Yen. Elder Yen was silent, so he simply stopped correcting and just continued to check on the other handyman disciples. One by one, the odd job disciples passed, but no more spies appeared, including the odd job disciples' residence side. Apart from the two spies that were just caught, no abnormalities were found. When it was Lu Yen's turn to walk in front of Elder Yen's eyes, Elder Yen first gazed at him, and then inquired in doubt, have you eaten the blazing sun grass in the past few days? Your cultivation has improved and your lust is hard to curb? Lu Yen looked puzzled and shook his head, I don't think I've ever eaten it. Elder Yen reached out and sensed at his dantian, frowning, haven't eaten it? You look like this, strange. Huh, why aren't you wearing any underclothes? At once, someone stifled a laugh and explained in a low voice Lu Yen's person's usual habits. When Elder Yen and Elder One heard this, instead of rebuking and getting angry, they looked at Lu Yen with great surprise. Elder One said, this is an exceptional talent, when you enter the outer sect, go find me and tell me about it, and I'll help you carefully investigate. Deacon Lu and the disciples were so surprised that they didn't expect the elder to actually look at this person, Lu Yun, in his eyes, and for a while no one laughed anymore. Even Lu Yun, who had always been very thick-skinned and heartless, revealed a few touched looks. Chapter 40, Recovering from Wounds. After examining Lu Yun, Elder Yen and Elder Wen examined the other servant disciples once more, and the stone houses and spiritual fields of the servant disciples were all searched once more to make sure that there were no more spies, so they took the two spies away along with Steward Wang. The other deacons, inner and outer disciples also left by their own magic weapons. Only the two outer disciples surnamed Ji and Hua remained at the spiritual fields, restraining all the odd job disciples to cultivate and care for the spiritual fields before the new spiritual field supervisor arrived. Go back to your own homes and cultivate at ease. The elders have detected the hidden dangers in the spiritual field, and there are elders in the marketplace to hunt down the demonic cultivators, so you and the other odd job disciples can feel at ease. After the outer disciple surnamed Flower had finished speaking to all the servant disciples dispersed one after another. Wei Kunyi, Li Quan, and other 8 disciples are killed or spies. The stonehouse is empty. Inside, the things were carefully counted and taken away. Wei Kunyi's body was also disposed of by the inner disciples, handed over to the spirit field for burial. Sun Kong called out to Lu Lan and Han Yu, "Senior sister Lu, senior brother Han, why don't you all go to my place to talk? Today's matter came suddenly, and the two of you don't feel good in your hearts." Lu Lan's heart is indeed not good. First, she was on good terms with Zhang Shan, but Zhang Shan turned out to be a spy of the Spirit Beast sect, trying to scheme against her. Recently she was on good terms with Wei Kunyi, and Wei Kunyi was killed again. No need, I'd better go back to practice. Be careful, when practicing too many distractions, traveling the wrong circumference, but it's a big deal. Sun Kong urged. Lu Lan muffled a response, hurried back. Sun Kong looked at Han Yu again, who also wanted to reorganize himself at this time to see the damage caused by forcibly operating the spirit refining technique 5 times, and didn't agree to his invitation. "Senior brother son, let's talk about it some other time?" "Well, let's talk about it some other time then, and when you're done with your spirit field, let's go around the marketplace together to take a break," Sun Kong proposed. Han Yu nodded in response and returned to his stone house. Exhaling a long breath, he operated the green harvest chi practicing heart technique to refine the residual xuanqin fruit medicinal power. One must not be in a hurry, one must calm down first. Even after the robbery and confirmation of safety, one must not rush to cultivate the blood refining technique. The damage brought about by the spirit refining technique Han Yu had not yet reckoned with. The qualifications had obviously risen by a small amount, and today's ability to absorb the medicinal power in aura had increased again, but it was no more obvious than anything else. Feeling the cultivation speed increase, Han Yu thought, refining blood work if not scattered, cannot pass the clan elders that pass, not to mention these qualifications will not be brought to improve, which said both to protect the life, but also to improve the qualifications, has been considered good. Spending another half a month or a month to cultivate back is completely worth it. After today's spiritual breath growth reached its limit, Han Yu slowly began to investigate the damage brought about by the spirit refining technique and the disadvantages brought about by the scattered blood refining technique within his body. The loss of blood chi was great, with the total amount dropping to around 5 blood. The tingling sensation at the Danzhong acupoint was still there, and it was clear that the blood refining technique wasn't just dispersed, so it was estimated that it would take quite a bit of blood to repair it and recondense the blood talisman. At the same time, the body damage is constantly consuming the remaining essence blood to make up for it. Exactly how many days the repair is completed, currently also can't estimate it. The fire spiritual root had been refined to 40%, and as long as another 60% was refined, Han Yu's cultivation qualification would be transformed from a 4 spirit root to a 3 spirit root, and his cultivation qualification would receive a huge boost. Next, recuperating his injuries and nourishing his blood chi is the first thing to do, and practicing the green harvest chi practicing heart technique must not be put aside. Going to the marketplace would have to be done after recovering from his injuries. After calculating well, Han Yu copied out a section of spirit blood vine, will be the blood chi gain spirit liquid to take, slowly running blood refining blood chi circumference not rush to condense the blood symbol, first recuperate injuries as the most important. The next day, Han Yu went out and continued to clean up the spiritual rice bowls in the spiritual field. After a day of packing, it was finally cleaned up. Because of Sun Kang's previous proposal, Han Yu wasn't in a hurry to find a steward to sow the green harvest spirit rice, but was prepared to wait for another 2 months or so to sow with Sun Kong, Lu Lan, and the others after harvesting the first spirit field. The sowing time was still relatively free, as long as the spirit field was harvested once a year, it wasn't mandatory to plant it right away. Furthermore, the new steward of the spirit field office had not yet arrived. Another day later, Han Yu heard the news from Sun Kong. A devil cultivator had indeed been caught in Green Harvest Market, and along with the 2 servant disciple spies caught 2 days ago, they had all been executed by the clan. As for whether or not it was old Taoist Li who was captured, that was a situation that Sun Kong didn't understand either. It was also this day that 2 stewards came to the spirit field office. The head steward was an inner disciple wearing a blue coat and gold threads, called Sister Li, with an arrogant demeanor and did not speak much. It was said that this senior Sister Li was at the 8th level of chi cultivation, had dual spirit roots, was only 30 years old, and had a promising future. It could be said that it was a cultivation level that all the handyman disciples had to look up to, and might not be able to reach in their entire lives. Deputy steward is a chi practicing 6th layer outer sect disciple, surnamed Hong, quite old, experienced, speaks with a smile, looks quite amiable. The arrival of the head steward, senior Sister Li, and the deputy steward, senior brother Hong, also clearly showed the sect's increased importance to the spiritual field division. The crowd of handyman disciples were all quite nervous at first, worrying about the bad days. After a few days, after realizing that senior Sister Li and senior brother Hong were even less meddlesome than the original steward Wang, and only asked for the registration of all the outgoing handyman disciples in the spirit field office, they were all relieved to continue living as usual. Because these 2 people's cultivation was higher than the original steward Wang, Han Yu was also especially cautious, no longer letting the big crows lead many crows to fly in flocks near the spirit field office, and only letting the big and small crows take advantage of the nighttime to come back, so as not to attract attention. At the same time, in addition to practicing the green harvest chi, practicing heart technique every day, restoring his own blood chi was also progressing steadily. For one thing, the essence and blood hadn't yet recovered to its original level, and the Danjong acupoint was still tingling, so it wasn't time to recoalesce the blood talisman and restore the first level of blood cultivation. Secondly, Hanyu didn't dare to easily condense the blood talisman out of concern for senior sister Li, the inner disciple. After another 20 days, Hanyu's blood essence was no longer consumed on himself, which also signaled that the damage caused by the spirit refining technique had been completely repaired, and the total amount of blood essence was restored to 12. The stabbing pain in the center of the Danjong acupoint had also disappeared. Hanyu could condense the blood talisman again at any time, restoring the first level of blood cultivation. Meanwhile, with the improvement in his cultivation qualifications, originally Hanyu needed to cultivate the green harvest chi practicing heart technique for another 5 months or so before he could cultivate the third level of chi, but now he only needed about 4 months. On this day, Sun Kong came to the door of Hanyu's stone house with a smile. "Senior brother Han, why don't you go to my place for a meal to celebrate?" Hanyu was surprised. "Celebrate?" Immediately, he also smiled. "Senior brother Sun has already broken through to the third level of chi cultivation?" Sun Kong nodded and smiled. Hanyu immediately congratulated. "Congratulations, senior brother Sun, one step closer to being an outer disciple at the fourth level of chi cultivation." Sun Kong laughed. "That's still a long way off, not comparable to senior sister Lu." The two joked and arrived at Sun Kang's residence. Lu Lan was already busy in front of the stove. Because Sun Kong breakthrough joy did not invite outsiders, only Lu Lan and Hanyu, 2 people, so deliberately extravagant some, in addition to some dishes, actually used a caddy of spiritual rice. "Congratulations." After dinner, Sun Kong asked Hanyu, "Lu Lan, in 2 days, do we want to go to the market in 2 days to turn around?" Chapter 41:3 for company. Going to the marketplace? Hanyu did have this idea. For one thing, spiritual rice wasn't very useful for his cultivation, so he should exchange some other items that would help him cultivate and increase his strength. Secondly, the medicinal power of the xuanqing fruit was decreasing for him, and it wasn't easy for the crows to find spiritual grasses and fruits, so he should grow his knowledge and see if he wanted to exchange for pills or spiritual fruits and grasses with others. However, is it appropriate to go to the marketplace right now? Before Hanyu could ask, Lu Lan had already asked Sun Kong, "Senior brother Sun, don't we have to go through senior sister Li's registration check when we go to the market? How uncomfortable would that be? It's better to honestly cultivate in the spiritual field and not go out, right?" Sun Kong smiled and explained to Lu Lan, "What senior sister Lu said is more than 10 days ago. Senior sister Li is an inner disciple, high up in the hierarchy and dedicated to cultivation. Senior brother Hong is also a senior outer disciple at the 6th level of chi cultivation, so it is equally impossible for him to be dedicated to keeping an eye on this matter. These days, senior sister Li and senior brother Hong have been concentrating on their cultivation, and all they need to do is to register their names when entering and exiting, and no one will seriously check them. The marketplace has returned to normal." Lu Lan then suddenly realized, said, "That is possible to go to the market to see just I spirit rice harvest is still a few months, now there is nothing in the hands of exchange, can only look at the hustle and bustle. In fact, we are going to see the crowd." Sun Kong said to her, "In 2 months will be the inner and outer disciple competition. The inner and outer disciples have to pick up a lot of cultivation, fighting items from the market. Now the market has begun to gradually lively. This year, there is also our clan's immortal edge ceremony. There will also be a lot of people flocking to our green harvest market. After all, some of the elders of the family who are cultivators will bring their children to the market to buy cultivation items on purpose." After Lu Lan heard this, she was also a bit eager. "Doesn't this mean that in the next half a year, our green harvest market will become more and more lively? It's not bad for us to go and have a look." Sun Kong had just broken through to the 3rd level of chi cultivation and was in a high mood. Lu Lan also had the intention to go and see the bustle and take a stroll. Hanyu also had the intention of taking the opportunity to grow his knowledge. So the 3 of them discussed and decided to go to the green harvest market together 2 days later. On the night of the day after they returned, when the big and small crows came again, Hanyu asked them to wait for him in the area outside the market in advance. If there were no accidents, there was no need to show up. If there were accidents, it would come in handy as one of the bottom cards. 2 days later, Hanyu met up with Sun Kong and Lu Lan, bringing 30 pounds of spirit rice with him, and making a copy of the spirit blood vine and xuanqing fruit to carry with him. "Senior brother Han, you're bringing so much spiritual rice to the workshop market?" Sun Kong inquired in surprise. "You're not going to cultivate next, ah?" "I'm not necessarily exchanging things, I'm just thinking that in case there's anything I can use, it's convenient to exchange it," Hanyu explained. "That can't bring so much to be stared at how to do?" Sun Kang's face is serious. "Han, listen to me, just bring 5 pounds of spiritual rice. You just went to the green harvest market, so there's no need to bring so many things that will attract attention." Hanyu was originally thinking of exchanging spells and such, but when he saw that Sun Kong was so kind and considerate, he listened to his advice and sent back 30 pounds of spiritual rice, bringing 5 pounds of spiritual rice, only a small cloth bag. Sun Kong then rest assured, only with these spiritual rice, you do not need to bring a hat, veil, and so on to hide their identity, rest assured to buy some things, openly and honestly to and from, surely there will be no one to move a crooked mind. We are 3 handyman disciples traveling together as a group, that is certainly not a problem. Saying that, he himself also brought 5 pounds of spiritual rice, said to the market can be lent to Lulan, Hanyu 2 people to buy things to use, as long as the original caddy after the return to pay back can be. Afterwards, the 3 of them walked out along the road of the spiritual field, and at the end of the spiritual field, they saw the outer disciple surnamed Hua guarding a table and a register, and all those who went out registered their names. After registering their names, Hanyu's trio traveled to the Green Harvest Market with a few other odd job disciples a short distance away from each other. Once again coming to the Green Harvest Market, Hanyu couldn't help but think of the last time old Tali brought himself here at that time. Old Tali was probably meeting up with the devil cultivators from the Demon Blood sect and didn't bother to hang out with Hanyu, who had copied the spirit refining technique himself from the hands of a man named Pig Lao San. Although it was extremely flawed, it could be used seriously in Hanyu's hands, refining spirit roots to enhance cultivation qualifications. Let's go, senior brother Han, I'll introduce you. This is the Reed Mat area, where mundane goods, clan servants, and foreign mortals are traded. There are very few outsiders, and they can't enter the market without permission. This side is the bamboo hut area, where most of the odd job disciples and casual cultivators trade. Further ahead is a serious store. The transaction is generally fair. Wanchun Valley is mainly to maintain the order of the store. This side of the bamboo hut area, Reed Mat area, that unless there is a human life, will manage a little. The market also has a restaurant tea house as a place to live if there are foreign sects to visit or immortal fate ceremony are living in the market. Sun Kong led Hanyu and Lulan as they walked around, introducing Hanyu to those he knew before and those he didn't know. After circling around, Sun Kong, Hanyu, and Lulan took a look at the outer disciples and inner disciples coming and going in the store area. In the end, they went back to the bamboo hut area and the Reed Mat area to look at the items they could potentially buy. Facing the head, a man with an open chest shirt and obese person smiled and solicited for business. Spells, secret arts, elixirs, talismans, all in one place. Fellow Daoist, is there anything you want? Hanyu saw that it was the pig old man who only sold all kinds of mutilated items, and was amused, not moving on the surface. Lulan curiously inquired, do you really have all of them? Sun Kong hurriedly said, this senior brother Zhu is a disciple of the alchemy room, and has a wide range of friendships, so he does own quite a few items, but it's just that they're a bit less than the serious ones. Pig Lao San heatedly smiled, yo, senior brother knows me? Come to the workshop quite a few times, right? What place is disciple? From the Spirit Field Division. Sun Kong replied. Pig Old 3 laughed, Spirit Field Office. A month ago your Spirit Field Office, an old man collusion demon cultivator, killed 5 handyman disciples, attracted the elders, personally visited the Green Harvest Market, strict investigation for several days, can be my business have been delayed. Sun Kong smiled dryly in embarrassment, yes, there is such a thing. So, why don't you take care of the business? Pig Lao San said, dropped his eyes on Lulan's head, look at this senior sister, the hairpin on her head is still sold by me, she should know the most, although the things I sell here are not quite the same in utility, they are certainly value for money. Sun Kong shook his head repeatedly, we didn't bring any spiritual rice, we are just taking a look at the bustle before the disciple competition. With those words, he signaled for Lulan and Hanyu to leave quickly. Hanyu had just taken 2 steps when a white spirit dog appeared in front of him, spitting its tongue and panting. Chapter 42, Donkey Long Face. This spirit dog looks familiar? Before Hanyu could carefully recognize it, a scarlet-clothed girl carrying a medicine basket walked quickly, picked up the white spirit dog, and stuffed it into the medicine basket. This little thing is naughty, please forgive me. After saying that, slightly owed, carrying the basket of medicine towards the stall not far away. Only then did Hanyu recognize that this was the servant disciple named Zhongyu who had been selling evening primrose before, and the white spirit dog was raised by her. Naturally, Zhongyu couldn't have recognized Hanyu, after all, it had been a few months since then, and before that, Hanyu was still wearing a bucket hat. Sun Kong, Lulan, and Hanyu went around the bamboo shed area. Hanyu saw that the prices had not changed much from what he had seen before, it was still 4 or 5 pounds of spirit rice for 1 spirit stone, and a spirit stone was also the price of a chi condensation pill or 3 wind sentry charms or 1 wind blade charm. Last time Hanyu came here, he saw the spirit blood vine for sale, but this time he didn't see it. Is there any spells for sale here? Or maybe it's good to know about immortal cultivation? Hanyu asked Sun Kong. Sun Kong replied in a low voice, of course there are people selling spells, but 1 is the price is not expensive, and 2 is not good to openly sell in the bamboo shed area. After all, the Green Harvest Market belongs to the jurisdiction of the Wanchun Valley clan, and within the clan, it is possible to learn spells twice after being promoted to outer disciple, and the rest of the time, learning spells is less than 10 small feats. If the bamboo shed area of these miscellaneous disciples and casual cultivators hallucinating circulation of spells is not the Wanchun Valley small merit, big merit or suddenly feudal? How could the marketplace be more important than the sect? Hanyu suddenly realized. As for the immortal cultivation insights you want, is it some general knowledge of recognizing spirit medicines and spirits, magic weapons, talismans, and formations? Sun Kong asked Han Yu again. Han Yu nodded. Sun Kong then explained, identifying spiritual medicines is some general knowledge that the servant disciples of the Pill Garden and Alchemy Division possess, and they don't know much to say that they really know a lot. They would have to specialize in planting spiritual medicines or refining elixirs to know. Only then did Han Yu realize. He wanted to know the role of many spiritual grasses and fruits, and wanted to know the power of spells and secret arts. He would have to specialize in spending spiritual rice to learn this knowledge, rather than just buying some insights to know. I think the knowledge of recognizing spiritual grasses and fruits and knowing their roles belongs to the basic common sense part of alchemy and planting spiritual medicine. Bamboo shed area this side sold, I see there is nothing to buy. Sun Kong said, why don't we go to the reed mat area and get some mundane things, so it's not a waste of time. Han Yu pondered for a moment and said, Senior brother son, wait a moment, I'll go buy one thing. Bringing 5 pounds of spirit rice with him, he exchanged 4 pounds and 6 taels of spirit rice for a spirit stone out. Han Yu then quietly copied a spirit stone and came back with it in exchange for a chi condensation dan. You bought the chi condensation dan? Sun Kong was slightly surprised. Well, I'm trying out the effects of the elixir on cultivation, Han Yu replied. Sun Kong knew a little more and reminded Han Yu, pills are indeed fast for cultivation, but you can't completely rely on them. For example, there is a limit to the number of times each person can take the chi condensation pill, and if the limit is exceeded, the pill will lose its effect. The chi condensation dan can release enough spiritual chi for cultivation in a day, and those with too poor spiritual roots, who absorb limited spiritual chi every day, are wasting half of the chi condensation dan's effect. Senior Han, you and I both have 4 spirit roots, using the chi condensation dan is actually a bit of a waste. Han Yu was surprised. He had wanted to try the specific effects of the chi condensation dan himself to see if it could benefit him, and since Sun Kong had made it clear, he was no longer curious. The xuanqing fruit was actually comparable to 3 chi condensation pills, and had the effect of condensing the spirit and clearing the mind. No wonder there were no xuanqing fruits for sale in the bamboo scaffolding area. The spirit fruit was really not bad. No wonder Han Yu can copy 2 daily blood now, or only copy a xuanqing fruit. Because he knew the role of the chi condensation dan, Han Yu also measured the role of the xuanqing fruit in his mind. A little thought, and went to take the chi condensation dan for a wind blade talisman, out of which there is a wind blade technique spell that can be released with spiritual breath inspiration. Sun Kong did not say anything more this time. After all, the last half a year or so at the spiritual field is really a bit uneasy. Han Yu, a bit of protection means is also good. Han Yu still has 4 taels of spirit rice left. In the bamboo hut area basically cannot exchange things. To the reed mat area, the 4-2 spirit rice but expensive, and these cannot embark on the road of cultivation of mundane people to exchange some food and drink things. They have a sense of being flattered to feel that they have been begging for the exchange of spirit rices priced at the market. Very few practitioners take the initiative to take the spirit of the rice to buy things. The 3 of them each bought 2 things. 4 taels of spiritual rice is still not used up. When they arrived at a place selling flour cakes, a middle-aged man with a donkey's long face wrapped his turban and yelled, 3 immortals, do you want to try my flour cake? It's made of the finest flours and round-grained rice. Han Yu bought 3 portions, used up all the spiritual rice, and gave 1 portion to Sun Kong and Lu Lan. Subconsciously, he glanced at the donkey-faced middle-aged man one more time. The middle-aged man smiled, and his voice was not hoarse, but Han Yu always felt as if he and old Taoist Li had similarities. Could it be that they are both the same ugly donkey face? Han, senior brother, this time to the market, but let you first broke the cost. Sun Kong opened his mouth. Lu Lan followed suit and thanked him, saying that if he had any cultivation problems in the future, he could just come to himself. Han Yu laughed. When I first arrived at the spirit field, I had to thank you, senior brother Sun and senior sister Lu, for your help. This spirit rice is nothing, a little token of appreciation, so don't take it to heart. Moreover, since I came here specifically to take a stroll, it's not good to come empty-handed and leave empty-handed. Sun Kong, Lu Lan see him say so, all feel that this little senior brother understand and have heart, really good, in the future should also take care of each other often come and go. Just at this time, someone shouted to another person, senior brother Zhao, quickly go to the restaurant to see. The restaurant hangs this year's predicted rankings of the top 10 of the inner sect and the top 10 of the outer sect. As that senior brother Zhao answered and went to look, quite a few odd job disciples and loose cultivators in the bamboo shed area were also unable to hold back, and together they crowded towards the center area of the green harvest market in front of the restaurant. Sun Kong and Lu Lan were also interested, and pulled Han Yu along towards the direction of the restaurant. Before they even arrived, the road was already crowded with people. Many of the miscellaneous disciples were excitedly chattering away, like they were participating in a lively event like a lantern festival or temple fair. Seeing that it was quite difficult to move forward, Han Yu reminded Sun Kong and Lu Lan, why don't we come back to see it another day? This top 10 ranking we can know sooner or later, now there are too many people. Lu Lan said, since we're here, it would be a shame not to see it with our own eyes. Senior Han, wait outside for a bit, we'll come back once we've seen it. HM? Hanyu was stunned, and when he looked back, he saw Lu Lan and Sun Kong squeezing into the crowd. What's there to see here? It's better to cultivate well and ascend to the top 10 in the future. Furthermore, even if this top 10 is nothing, it's just disciples below the foundation establishment realm, right? Hanyu thought in his heart, turning his eyes to see a store not far from the side that was buying and selling elixirs and pills, so he took a step and walked over. He didn't have the chance just now, but now he's just in time to ask what the Xuanqing fruit and spirit blood vine he brought with him can be exchanged for, and how many spirit stones they can be exchanged for. Chapter 43, General Knowledge of Spirit Plants. Crowds thronged the stone-paved streets, all heading towards the restaurant to watch the action. Hanyu walked to the store that hung the plaque of the 100 Herb Pavilion. The aroma of spirit medicines mixed with the faintest hint of Dan fire charcoal overflowed from the half-covered doorway, slightly pungent and exceptionally refreshing. Guest, do you want to sell spiritual plants or buy pills? Behind the counter turned out a goatee-bearded middle-aged cultivator, dressed in green clothes. It is clearly the Wanchun Valley's outer disciples. Said the words, smiling a survey, is our Wanchun Valley of the same door, not what foreign cultivators wearing grey clothes fake it? Hanyu asked, right at the foot of our Wanchun Valley, this also dare to fake it? Counterfeiting the Wanchun Valley's servant disciples is the least costly. The grey clothes will be like 80% once they wear it, and no one will recognize them if they take off the grey clothes. The goatee-bearded middle-aged cultivator said here and asked Hanyu, what do the guests want to buy? Or what to sell? Hanyu took out the spirit blood vine and put it on the counter. Goatee-bearded middle-aged cultivator nodded, a little fuss-looker not, fingertips flooded with green or a virtual point vine body, about 3 years of spirit blood vine, the roots and whiskers well preserved, can be used to gain physical strength, the price of a spirit stone. A spirit stone? Hanyu was a bit surprised. Compared to the price of the spirit blood vine that was sold at the stalls in the bamboo scaffolding area, the price given in this 100 Herb Pavilion was really cheap. However, considering that this is a proper store in the background of Wanchun Valley, there will never be a situation where they are intercepted in the middle of the road. This price is not too black. A spirit stone won't do anything, so it's better to leave the spirit blood vine for your own use. Hanyu took the spirit blood vine back and took out the Xuanqing fruit in his arms. The goatee-bearded middle-aged cultivator immediately smiled. Xuanqing fruit. This thing is good. This guest, want to sell it? Please take a look at how many spirit stones it's worth. Hanyu said. The middle-aged cultivator nodded, and again, a little green aura tapped on the Xuanqing fruit. 5th-year Xuanqing fruit, excellent quality, can be used to refine the clear heart qi gathering pill. Hanyu then asked, what kind of elixir is this? Is it the same as the qi gathering pill? Goatee-bearded middle-aged cultivator is also looking at this moment. No one, then simply open his mouth to explain. Of course it is not the same. Qi condensation Dan in the early stage of qi cultivation. The role of the middle can still be obvious. Qi cultivation in the middle and late. If you want to take pills, you have to choose the gathering of qi Dan. And in the refining of qi gathering Dan at the same time to add Xuanqing fruit, the formation of clear heart qi gathering Dan is to enhance the cultivation at the same time but also can clear the mind. Distractions do not disturb on the cultivation of alchemy, spells, artifacts, such as the art of the side door, but also has a great role. Goatee-bearded middle-aged cultivator finished his words, turned around and drew out a scented wooden box, placed in front of the Xuanqing fruit. How? 15 spirit stones, guests sell or not? Hanyu heart-shocked, really did not expect Xuanqing fruit actually worth 15 spirit stone. This is not equivalent to 15 qi condensation Dan? Obviously Xuanqing fruit directly take, for the cultivation of only 3 qi condensation Dan roll, more than 1 layer of the roll of bright heart wake up, actually can be sold at such a high price. If it wasn't sold to a store, it would probably be more than 15 spirit stones. I do have the intention to sell it, it's just that spirit stones don't do much for me. I just want to exchange it for something. I don't know if you can directly exchange it here, Hanyu inquired. Exchange for pills or other spirit medicine can be either spirit stones, nothing else. Take your own spirit stones to other stores to buy. The goatee cultivator said. Hanyu then understood, and asked, if I want to know about the knowledge related to spiritual medicine you can have here? Goatee-bearded cultivator immediately smiled. First Xuanqing fruit sealed within the wooden box, waste storage pouch to touch out a grey jade slip, listed 10 spirit stones, common spiritual plant knowledge, and then give you 10 spirit stones, should be able to it? Hanyu was instantly delighted, and hastily put away the jade slip and spirit stones. Feeling that it's inconvenient to hold these things in his hand, he looked towards the goatee-bearded cultivator. Excuse me, how many spirit stones does a storage bag cost? Goatee-bearded middle-aged cultivator immediately laughed. Probably 5 Xuanqing fruit can exchange a storage bag. That's about 75 spirit stones? Hanyu secretly staggered, and then felt justified. With a storage bag, carry things and more, and hidden, is indeed a good choice to carry items. After the transaction was completed, he was ready to say goodbye when a white spirit dog stood behind his feet. Hanyu, surprised to see the scarlet girl Zhongyu again, all the way trotted in, reached out and picked up the white spirit dog neck. To the goatee middle-aged cultivator laughed. Yang brother, you see how lively outside? The restaurant announced this year's prediction of the top 10 inner disciples, the top 10 outer disciples. Even a lot of mortals have come to join in the fun. Goatee-bearded middle-aged cultivator laughed. You this little girl, why not go to see? You do not like to see the most lively? Zhongyu said with a smile, these people are blindly hilarious. When I enter the outer door in the future and reach the first outer door disciple, they are also the same crowded. Good, there is ambition. The goatee-bearded senior brother Yang said with a smile. Zhongyu nodded and glanced at the white spirit dog in her hand again. Seeing that it was still looking at Hanyu at the doorway, Zhongyu was a bit surprised. How is this young senior brother addressed? Did you meet him once just now in the bamboo shed area? Yes, I've seen him before. That's really strange, my spirit dog likes to smell the flavor of the spirit medicine. Twice ran to your feet, is it on you? Before Zhongyu finished speaking, the goatee-bearded senior brother Yang immediately sank his face. Zhongyu, shut up. Prying into other people's secrets is the greatest of all taboos. If someone is so misbehaved, it is possible to take your life. Always remember, don't let trouble come out of your mouth. Yes, senior brother Yang, I know I'm wrong. Zhongyu shrunk her head and apologized to Hanyu with a smile. Junior brother, I apologize to you as well. He also took out a handful of evening primrose from the medicine basket and shoved it to Hanyu. This is a gift for my apology. Hanyu had a spirit stone and a jade tablet in his hand, but he also had to take a handful of evening primrose, so he couldn't hold it at once. Zhongyu rummaged through the 100-herb pavilion and stuffed him with a large cloth bag. Take it, don't be embarrassed. Hanyu saw that she was generous and sincerely apologized, so he didn't push any further. Taking the bag, he stuffed 10 spirit stones, a jade slip of general knowledge of spiritual plants, and the spirit blood vine into it, then excused himself and left. Zhongyu eyed his back and laughed. This young senior brother is not very old, but he still has a lot of things. I forgot to ask him about his name and origin. Yang shook his head slightly and pinched his goatee. Zhongyu, you little girl must pay attention. Our Green Harvest Market and Wanchun Valley are still quite stable. It's not a big deal to inquire with your fellow disciples if you were to change to the outside. If you dare to inquire in this way, you will be in danger of being killed right away. Zhongyu nodded and asked with a smile, I know, brother Yang, right, you are also in the outer door for many years. Why do not you strive for the top 10 of the outer disciples? Yang sighed, age is wasted, the outer door has never been a big achievement, how can I have the face to go on stage to make a fool of myself? What's more, if the top 10 of the outer door is over 40 years old, the deacons are going to interfere. The two of them were talking and looking at the crowd outside the store, each in their own mood. Chapter 44, Surprising Devil Cultivator. Walking out of the 100-herb pavilion, Hanyu saw that Sun Kong and Lu Lan hadn't come back yet, and he still had 10 spirit stones in his hand, so after thinking for a moment, he walked into the spiritual law pavilion again to see if there were any suitable arts for him to practice. After walking in, the store assistant was watching the hustle and bustle of the top 10 predictions of the inner and outer disciples outside, talking one way or the other, not paying much attention to Hanyu. Hanyu asked a couple of sentences, found that a little attack spells are worth more than 20 spirit stones, like the wind art, water control art are 10 spirit stones. The heart secretly thought, the original sect issued spells of such high value that no wonder the casual cultivator wants to seek entry and cannot be given to the sect as a servant disciple, than those who have no one to rely on the casual cultivator, but is really much better. So it seems, Wanchun Valley's entry token, really precious exception. Since he couldn't afford it, Hanyu turned to leave, and just as he reached the door, his body was suddenly slapped. Hanyu looked in surprise, only to see this person with bloodshot eyes. He sneered, and staggered past. Vaguely a fishy gas flashed across the end of his nose. Is this a sign of practicing the blood refining technique? This is the devil's blood sex devil cultivator? Hanyu was about to take a closer look. The devil cultivator flashed into the surging tide of people outside. He was no longer able to pinpoint this person. Did this demonic cultivator just happen to find me? Or did he realize that I'm practicing the blood refining technique? Hanyu's heart was heavy with thoughts, and when he turned to look at the place where the demonic cultivator had shot through, he couldn't see anything unusual. Seeing that Sun Kong and Lu Lan hadn't returned yet, Hanyu went to the mortal reeds area and purchased the same gray clothes in black. Afterwards, he went to an unoccupied corner and quickly changed his handyman gray clothes into all black clothes, directly throwing away his handyman gray clothes. In this way, it shouldn't. Just walked 100 or so steps, not waiting for the two people watching Sun Kong and Lu Lan to come back. Hanyu again saw that bloodshot eyes, with a fishy smell of the person reappeared, hemmed and hawed at himself and disappeared again. Hanyu's heart sank completely. Slating his face, he walked hurriedly towards the outside of the Green Harvest Market. There was no way to wait for Sun Kong and the two of them, and if it really was a demonic cultivator who had set his sights on him, the two of them wouldn't be able to play a greater role, but would instead have their hands tied. It would be better to take advantage of the fact that the entire Green Harvest Market was now attracted by the top 10 inner and outer disciples' predictions, so Hanyu would first see if he could leave safely. Even if he couldn't leave safely, he still had a backhand outside of the marketplace, which was much better than having someone else's hands tied. Hanyu hurriedly walked past the reed mat area, and the horse-faced flower cake vendor was still selling flower cakes at the end of the reed mat area. Walking out of the Green Harvest Market, Hanyu stood at the entrance to the market and glanced back at the two large trees to his left and right, with no one following behind him. However, he sensed that the other party had no intention of letting himself go, and was definitely still following behind. Hopefully there will be no twists and turns, and hopefully no one will follow him. Hanyu had never really fought with anyone before and didn't know the methods of other cultivators, so his heart was really drumming. After walking along the road for a few moments to the nearest dense forest outside the marketplace, a large crow fell from the trees overhead and stood on his shoulder. Hanyu looked up and saw that there were not only small crows on the surrounding trees, but also more than 10 other crows, all with shiny feathers and a little bit of spiritual light in their eyes, so his heart gradually stabilized. After whispering a few big crows, the big crows caught and flew up in the air, then greeted all the crows to hide behind the branches and leaves, pinching the windblade talisman, quietly waiting. Just ready, but also only a dozen breaths of time, a dark red blood light from the woods behind the attack. The devil blood sex demonic cultivators had indeed followed him. When Hanyu saw this dark red blood light, he knew that this was the other party's use of blood refining spells different from the blood droplets. Fist-sized clusters look particularly dirty. I do not know what is composed of. Hanyu immediately activated the wind blade talisman. A green light burst out, cutting open the dark red blood light. The massive bloody light fell to the ground after being cut open, and it was clearly a bloody heart that had been split into two. Wind blade charm. How many of them can you, an odd job disciple, have? How many times can you use it? The male cultivator who had just slapped Hanyu inside the green harvest marketplace stood behind a tree, his eyes full of bloodshot eyes, and he was laughing coldly with an unusually hideous smile. When you run out of wind blade talismans, that's when you'll die. TSK, it's really been a long time since I've encountered a delicacy as tender and delicious as you. With your blood chi filling up, could it be that you know that I'm going to eat your essence and blood, so you purposely have your blood chi filling up like this? Only when Hanyu heard this did he realize the reason for being targeted. It turned out that the breath convergence technique had indeed concealed his cultivation level, and the blood refinement technique had indeed not yet reassembled the blood symbols of the first layer of blood refinement. However, his blood chi is still full, and his age is not too old, appearing weak, precisely the devil cultivator's eyes of the best delicious. This devil cultivator was provoking and threatening while still cautiously hiding behind a tree without coming out, only revealing half of his face, obviously also on guard against Hanyu's tactics. Without hesitation, Hanyu turned around and ran wildly, and in the blink of an eye, he had already run out some distance. The devil cultivator couldn't help but freeze when he saw this. He had originally thought that Hanyu would have some kind of backhand or would play some tricks, but he hadn't expected the other party to choose to run away so decisively. This caused the devil cultivator's heart to suddenly realize that Hanyu was afraid that he really didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. Thinking again that the Wanchun Valley servant disciples were indeed rarely able to obtain attack spells, the devil cultivator's heart became more and more certain that he had been overly cautious before, and now that he had seen through the falsehoods, there was naturally no need to have any more scruples. He took out a bloody heart from his waist storage pouch, and with a shout under his breath, the sacrificed heart transformed into a dark red bloodlight, heading straight for Hanyu's back. At the same time, the devil himself leapt out from behind the tree, chasing after Hanyu, like a ghost. After just 2 steps, the wind suddenly sharpened, and 2 green-colored awns, one on the left and one on the right, fell from the top of his head like lightning. The demonic cultivator was caught off guard, and with great alarm in his heart, he hastily rolled sideways, narrowly dodging one of the wind blades. However, the other wind blade followed him like a shadow, and came towards his arm in a lightning-fast speed. The devil cultivator only felt a sharp pain in his arm, blood splattered everywhere, and his arm was cut off. Just a little bit, this wind blade was going to follow his armpit and cut through his chest and abdomen. The consequences were unimaginable. What in the world is going on? The devil cultivator was horrified and puzzled. Looking up, he only saw that on the more than 10 trees around him, there was an overwhelming patch of crows resting on the trees. The dark golden pupils of these crows were flashing with a bizarre light, staring at him with a deadly stare as if mocking at his woeful condition. What's going on here? He covered his arm and screamed as he endured the pain. At the same time, having lost his control, the sacrificed heart had no strength in its aftermath and smashed into a tree, making a dull sound and splattering a cloud of tainted blood. Hanyu turned around and turned back, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes as 6 pieces of essence blood emerged in front of him. The 6 stone cracking, gold-shattering drops of blood erupted together, shooting together at this devil cultivator with a broken arm. The demonic cultivator was dumbfounded. A fellow disciple? Blood refining technique? What was this all about? A misunderstanding? Just at the same time, before he could speak, there was a slight tremor at the back of his head, and a bloody hole ran through the middle of his brain. It was another blood droplet that struck him down completely from behind him. Darkness struck, and the devil cultivator's last thought faded away. How can someone still kill me? What the hell is going on? Immediately after the demonic cultivator's forehead broke through the bloody hole, Hanyu's 6 blood droplets rushed to the demonic cultivator's body together. Hanyu controlled the 6 blood droplets and hovered in midair, looking toward the back of the forest. Vigilant and careful. This devil cultivator hadn't killed himself, and the one who killed him was another person's blood droplet. A horse-faced middle-aged man carrying a tray with a flour cake slowly walked out. Little child, some days have not seen, can you be okay? Chapter 45 Harvest Storage Bag. The little child? When Hanyu heard this name, he looked at the horse-faced, middle-aged man selling flour cakes in surprise. Master Dao? Didn't I say, I'll call you Master Dao from now on? Wrapped in a turban, old Taoist Li casually put the flour cakes in his hand into a storage bag and said. Hanyu was silent for a moment and inquired, Master Dao, how did you become this appearance? I've taken quite a bit of essence blood recently, and now I'm in the 3rd level of blood training, so of course I look younger. Old Taoist Li replied, furthermore, Wanchun Valley is chasing me, how could I not disguise myself? In the middle of his speech, he saw Hanyu's 6 blood drops still hovering, and did not put them away. Old Taoist Li was a little pleased, you this little child, more and more thoughts, still afraid that I will eat you at this time, as the material for the refining of blood work? Hanyu silent. Elder Taoist Li also does not care, just ha a little, flexed his fingers and flicked out a little bloodlight from the dead demon cultivator body condensed essence blood. As the essence blood condensed, the demonic cultivator's corpse gradually withered, and finally suddenly exploded into a flower of blood, splattering on the surrounding ground, and the soil instantly emitted a snorting sound in black smoke. Afterwards, old Taoist Li put away the blood and said, see? Prevention of people cannot be without, the enemy body pulverized bones cannot be assured, need to be burned, refining to be at ease. Yes, thank you for your teaching, I know. Hanyu answered. The 6 blood drops were still not withdrawn, and the crows on the tree were still staring down at old Taoist Li. Old Taoist Li took a deep look at Hanyu's brow. You're doing the right thing, I'm practicing with human essence blood, and I've already embarked on the evil path. You should indeed be careful and vigilant. After speaking, he turned around and left. After walking out of the woods with a calm face, Elder Taoist Li's heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface, and he was secretly staggered. This little waif, on the contrary, has really raised my crows as spiritual beasts. That group of crows that are roughly psychic and release spells, plus Hanyu's own blood droplets, old Taoist Li is really a bit afraid that he will turn his back and kill himself as a devil cultivator to collect the credit in Wanchun Valley. Only when old Taoist Li left without a trace did Hanyu let out a sigh of relief, retrieving the 6 blood droplets and quickly refining the essence blood to himself. Afterward, he signaled the crow to grab the devil cultivator's storage bag. The big crow quacked, and one of the crows under its command flew forward, grabbing the storage bag and flying towards Hanyu. Hanyu saw nothing unusual before taking the bag. Entering a bit of spiritual breath, he sensed a space the size of a cabinet, in which 2 jars were stored, one with essence blood and the other with a heart soaked in tainted blood. Other than that, there were 5 spirit stones, 2 or 3 pounds of spirit rice, and 3 jade sketches. What are the 3 jade slips? It's a bit inconvenient to look at them in this place. Hanyu needed to leave quickly. Throwing the 2 jars out of the storage bag, then changing the black clothes into gray clothes, and letting the big crows take the storage bag to leave first, and then send it to Hanyu at night. After doing so, Hanyu returned towards the Green Harvest Market. After passing through the reed mat area and seeing that old Taoist Li was still pretending to be a mortal selling flour cakes with his horse face, Hanyu didn't stop and directly walked towards the interior of the marketplace to meet up with Sun Kong and Lu Lan. Once the traces in the forest were discovered, it would mean that there were traces of demonic cultivators outside the Green Harvest Market. It was definitely inappropriate for Hanyu to travel alone, and having companions wouldn't arouse suspicion. Just after passing the bamboo hut area, he saw Sun Kong and Lu Lan waiting at the street side. After seeing Hanyu, both of them showed joyful colors. Sorry, senior brother Han, just now the Green Harvest Brewing House not only announced the prediction of the top 10 inner disciples and outer disciples, but also their cultivation, origins, and specialization in spells. Sun Kong said, the 2 of us, Lu's sister and I, listened a little too much and forgot that you were waiting outside. Hanyu smiled, no need to apologize, I didn't wait long. In fact, it is really a little long. Hanyu shopped 2 stores, but also went out of the market to fight with a magic cultivator once and came back. The bustle is also finished, let's go back. Lu Lan proposed. Sun Kong and Hanyu both agreed, the 3 together to the workshop market outside. On the way, Sun Kong also introduced Hanyu to the top 10 lists of inner disciples and outer disciples. Hanyu listened to the list of people he didn't know. The top 10 of the inner disciples were all young and talented disciples who were at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, while the top 10 of the outer disciples were even younger, and were all talented disciples who were at the 6th level of Qi cultivation. Among them, there was also an outer disciple at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, because the cultivation was too fast, not assessed, not enough merit within the door, not yet entered the inner door, this time predicted as the first person in the outer door. Only in his 20s, he practiced Qi at the 7th level. This kind of cultivation qualification, it really makes people feel like they can't catch up with it. Sun Kong said in awe, this senior brother, it's possible to build a foundation before the age of 40. Hanyu nodded, thinking that if he continued practicing his spirit refining technique, he might not be able to raise his qualifications to this level in the future. He also heard Sun Kong talk about a person's name, the 8th in the outer disciple prediction. It was senior brother Jin Qi. Hanyu was surprised, senior brother Jin Qi? Is his cultivation so high? Sun Kong nodded. Yes, it's been 2 years since senior brother Jin Chi broke through to the 6th level of Chi cultivation, and he specializes in talismans in conjunction with his own spells to attack. Ha, Senior Han, do you know Senior Jin Chi? I can't say I know him, but when I first entered the sect, Jin Chi sent me to the spiritual field. Oh, I see, you're lucky that the 8th in the outer sect, senior brother Jin Chi, sent you to the spiritual field. As Sun Kong was talking, he saw a large group of people blocking the entrance of the marketplace. A green-clothed outer sect disciple droned, by order of the elder. The green harvest market will stop entering and exiting immediately and wait for disposal. Only after disposal can they enter and exit. Some people couldn't help but shout at once, what's happening? Dispose of what? After the elder disposes of it, you will know. After the green-clothed outer disciple finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to anyone. A few moments later, a series of flying spells flew over the heads of the crowd, and a total of 7 or 8 people, including the Wanchun Valley elders, deacons, and inner disciples, returned from the outside in the direction of the marketplace. Another short while later, the outer disciple who was guarding the entrance of the green harvest market opened his mouth to announce, the devil cultivators are killing each other, and the devil cultivators are still lurking in the market. Everyone entering and exiting must reveal their hair and eyes and release their spiritual breath for detection. The crowd that had silted up at the entrance of the marketplace was murmuring, which slowly moved forward, and after going through the inspection, they went out in order. Lu Lan whispered, how come there are devil cultivators again? Our Wanchun Valley, I'm afraid that we have people staring at us, right? Sun Kong also whispered. After a short while, the 3 of them finally arrived at the entrance of the workshop. After checking their eyes and hair, and releasing their spiritual breath to make sure they were clean and free of blood, the 3 of them finally left the market and returned to the spiritual field. The spirit field office also received news of the demonic cultivator and was equally strict. The inner disciple, Senior Sisterly, dressed in golden threads and blue clothes, stood at the end of the spiritual field, personally inspecting all the returning servant disciples, and the 3 from the outer door, Senior Sister Hong, Senior Sister Ji, and Senior Sister Hua, were also accompanying them. After another inspection, Hanyu, Sun Kong, and Lulan finally returned to the spirit field. Standing in front of the spiritual field, Lulan said, I'll never go out again, I'll stay in the spiritual field and cultivate, and when I reach the 4th level of Qi cultivation, I'll go to the outer gate. The moment I go out, I meet a devil cultivator, it's too unlucky. Sun Kong also nodded in agreement, it's not right to go out. It's been a month, who would have thought there would still be devil cultivators? You can't lose your life by watching. Hanyu also feels that the market side is indeed dangerous. If there is not enough certainty, to go to the market should indeed be cautious. After the 3 of them went home, Hanyu practiced until night, when 2 large and small crows quietly fell into the stone house. The big crow stretched out its sharp claws and handed the storage bag to Hanyu. Chapter 46, 3 jade slips. 5 spirit stones, 2 or 3 pounds of spirit rice, and 3 jade slips. The storage bag contained these items. Hanyu put the common spirit plant's jade slip he had obtained today, 10 spirit stones, the spirit blood vine that he hadn't sold, the xuanqing fruit and spirit blood vine that he had originally kept for duplication, and 50 pounds of spirit rice into the storage bag. The green harvest chi practicing heart method that was obtained at the time of entry, and the general knowledge within the sect that was given by senior brother Jin Chi, were also put into the storage bag. The items around him that were related to cultivation were immediately swept away. Hanyu immediately felt a great sense of security, all of his belongings were with him, such a good feeling. Even if there were any searches in the future, it would be difficult to find anything from within his stone house. Afterward, Hanyu took out 3 jade slips and began to scrutinize them. First jade slip, blood and dirt technique. Taking a person's internal organs and mixing them with a small amount of one's own blood to refine them, and manipulating the refined internal organs during battle to achieve the purpose of not consuming oneself too much but being able to defeat the enemy. Hanyu frowned as he read through it, directly tossing the jade slip aside. This spell was too harmful, so it was better not to practice it. The second jade slip, after Hanyu sensed it, his heart was delighted. This was a generalized cultivation spell called Flame, releasing a flame straight towards the enemy to burn them to death, similar to the Wind Blade spell. It was similar to the Wind Blade spell. It could be used by demonic cultivators, as well as ordinary cultivators. This is also the first spell that Hanyu has obtained that can actually be released and clearly used to attack the enemy. The wind control art and water control art are too weak and ineffective to be used to attack the enemy, consuming spirit energy and not to mention being of very little use. The best use of wind control is still to drive, water control is still used to water the ground more convenient, at most a little bit to expel the insects and rats in the spiritual field, and there is no way to even kill the spirit-stealing rats. The third piece of jade slip, the content is tracking art. That is, after the devil cultivator touched Hanyu's body, he could track Hanyu's spells. It also sounded like a useful spell. However, Hanyu couldn't use it for the time being, so he could practice it in his free time later on. Putting all 3 jade slips into his storage pouch, Hanyu took out the common spiritual plant's illustrated knowledge and began to look at it. Ga. The big crow cawed softly and jumped onto his shoulder. Hanyu suddenly stopped, only looking at today's harvest, but I forgot about your credit. Taking out a portion of the spirit blood vine, he gave it to the big crow. Share it and eat it. The big crow took the spirit blood vine, threw it to the little crow, and gently pecked Hanyu. Hanyu was initially puzzled, before it dawned on him. Oh, the reward isn't important, you need to be praised, right? Hanyu reached out for it to arrange its feathers and praised it, and the big crow closed its dark golden pupils comfortably and let out a soft caw. Afterward, it happily spread its wings and flew away, disappearing into the night sky. Seeing it fly away, the little crow grabbed the spirit blood vine and jumped in front of Hanyu, making no secret of the fact that he also wanted to praise it. Hanyu knew that when the big crow was around, the little crow didn't dare to overstep its bounds. Now that the big crow wasn't around, it hastened to seize the opportunity to get close to itself. Reaching out to stroke it twice, he praised it for being great too, and the little crow leaped for joy and took off into the air. Only after they were gone did Hanyu continue to check the common spirit plant diagrams and basic functions. This general knowledge wasn't that profound, but it was important to Hanyu. With this general knowledge, in the future, even if the crows couldn't find the spirit plants, he would be able to copy the items to go to the workshop market to exchange for the spirit fruits and elixirs he wanted, and not too many of them, just one copy, which would be enough to last for a long time. Seeing the late night, Hanyu loosened the jade slip. Today's harvest was vivid in his mind, and all of his own skills brushed over his heart one by one. He wanted to gauge his true power, and also determine his rules of conduct for the future. Qinghe Qi practicing heart method, practicing the second level of Qi, available spells wind control, water control, and breath convergence, and now there are 2 more spells to be learned, tracking and flame. There are also the small spells of transmitting sound into the secret that Elder Taoist Li taught to the mundane martial arts. These are not related to demonic cultivation, available later. Refining Blood Gong Essence Blood 12 has not yet recoalesced in the Danzhong Acupoint Blood Talisman, only in a thought. Now the Wanshan Valley nearby, from time to time demonic cultivators, spies, occasionally have to be strictly investigated. It is really not suitable for cohesion of blood talisman. The mastery spells were Blood Drop, Spirit Nurturing, and Bloodthirsty. These are related to demonic cultivators and must not be exposed in front of people. In addition to this, there are 2 large and small crows that can spit wind blades, and the large crow leads a group of slightly spiritual crows, which is also not a small help. If measured against the servant disciples at the Wanshan Valley spiritual fields, Hanyu felt that the 3 third-level servant disciples wouldn't be a match for him. However, if there were casual cultivators, devil cultivators, spies, and the like over at Green Harvest Market, Hanyu didn't know the other side's details and methods, so it was hard to say. With devil cultivators and spies constantly emerging, it was indeed unsuitable to go to the Green Harvest Market. Hanyu decided that he would first arrive at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation and skillfully master the flame art. If the medicinal power of the Xuanqing fruit lowered further for him, it wouldn't be too late to consider going to the Green Harvest Marketplace to exchange for a new spirit plant or elixir to use. After making a clear decision this night, Hanyu stopped going out for the rest of the day, only occasionally keeping Sun Kong and Lulan company, talking and chatting, eating a meal, and the rest of the time just cultivating and improving his spells inside the house. Unconsciously, another 2 months passed. The news of demonic cultivators and spies didn't come again, and Wanshan Valley gradually resumed its peaceful life. With Hanyu running the spirit refining technique every few days, the fire spiritual root had already been refined by 80%. As his qualifications continue to improve, the amount of spiritual energy he receives from daily cultivation is also increasing. Originally, it was predicted that he would arrive at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation in 4 or 5 months, but now it's only been 2 months, and there will be another month or so before he reaches the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. Under the effect of the Xuanqing fruit to clear the mind and awaken the spirit, the 2 spells of flame art and tracking art have already been mastered and refined. Hanyu can release the flame art once within a breath, and his spiritual breath is enough to release it 5 times. Although it was not as good as the wind control and water control techniques, because the flame technique itself was a more demanding attack spell, it was not easy for Hanyu to achieve this result. As far as he knew, when outer disciples mastered spells, they would normally release them once in 2 or 3 breaths, and they could already be considered to be used in actual combat. Early in the morning of this day, Hanyu walked out of the stone house. Hanyu felt the spiritual qi gathering at his spiritual field. Sun Kong, Lulan both went to their spiritual fields to cultivate on their knees. It turned out to be that their spiritual fields were about to be harvested again. Because of the gathering of spiritual qi, pests and rodents are coming back one after another. The jurisdiction of the spiritual field is similar to that of a year ago, and is not strict, so the big and small crows lead their flock of crows to take advantage of the nighttime color to eat a meal of good food that contains spiritual qi. The crows have gained a lot from this. Not only are their spirit higher, their claws and feathers tougher, but there are also 2 new crows that can spit wind blades, and the big crow brought these 2 crows to meet Hanyu specifically to show off the subordinates he has led. Hanyu praised it twice, and it left happily. A few days later, Sun Kong and Lulan harvested their spiritual fields, and both of them passed 50 pounds, remembering the clan's 5 small merits, and also received more than 50 pounds of spiritual rice. Two people get cultivation resources, mood, specially looking for Hanyu to celebrate, and three people together in the spiritual field planted green grams of spiritual rice, with other handyman disciples plowing the same time. After planting the new green grams of spiritual rice, this day, the spiritual field of many handyman disciples excitedly talking, passing on the news turned out to be the inner disciples. The outer disciples' fighting competition has ended. Chapter 47, 3 Spirit Roots. Hanyu, Sun Kang, and Lu Lan were busy cultivating, harvesting the spirit fields, and sowing the green harvest spirit rice, and had no intention of going over to the green harvest market to watch the action again, much less being qualified to be there in person to watch the inner sect disciple and outer sect disciple fighting competition. Therefore, after their busyness, the inner disciple and outer disciple competition had already ended. The handyman disciples at the spirit field who were doing good things compared the results of the competition with the previous predicted results, and talked about it as if they were very involved. There were even people who had the guts to ask the always arrogant senior sisterly. Surprisingly, senior sisterly didn't reprimand her harshly, but instead said a well-deserved remark about the results of the top 10 inner disciples, that she had also participated in the inner disciples competition, only that her ranking wasn't very high. Only then did the odd job disciples realize that senior sisterly was not necessarily arrogant, but was simply not interested in the usual conversations of the odd job disciples. She was concerned about the inner disciples, practicing chi after the 7th layer, the future of foundation building, and these topics, and the odd job disciples wanted to think of the first 3 layers of chi practice, the spiritual fields, spiritual rice, and these things, and thinking of it in this way, senior sisterly was able to fulfill her duties was already very good. For her to waste her time explaining more to a group of servant disciples was naturally boring and useless to her. Because Sun Kang and Lu Lan were talking about it with gusto, Hanyu couldn't help but listen to an earful. What made him pay a little attention was that senior brother Jin Chi's battle strength was quite impressive, predicting that he would be the 8th of the outer disciples, but he ended up being the 5th of the outer disciples. With this kind of strength, accumulating 2 more years of merit, after practicing Chi's 7 layers of smooth ascension into the inner door, is a matter of course. The other thing is the genius that Sun Kang said, named Sheng Yan, arrived at the 7th level of Qi cultivation in his 20s, and this time the outer disciple competition was the first one because the top 10 of the competition have the merit of the clan to show their appreciation. He has more merit of being the first one of the outer disciples, and then he entered the inner disciples directly. This Sheng Yan is also a double spirit root cultivation qualification. Compared to the 30-year-old, 8th level of Qi cultivation, double spirit root, now guarding the spirit field place of the inner disciple sisterly, is also similar to each other. With this comparison, it turned out that senior sisterly also belonged to the geniuses in the eyes of the odd job disciples and outer disciples, only to enter the inner sect, and then compared further back, she wasn't considered to be a particularly impressive genius. Hanyu looked at the cultivation speed of these geniuses with double spiritual roots and couldn't help but think, unfortunately, the Qi cultivation level can only refine one type of spiritual root, borrowing the foundation building time to completely repair one's own origin before one can begin to refine the second type of spiritual root. Otherwise, if one were to refine to a double or single spiritual root, wouldn't he or she be able to have such a cultivation speed as well? This was also the limit of the spirit refining art. Regardless of how it was repaired, after the spirit refining technique refined the spirit root, the repaired body's yuan qi and losses were no longer sufficient. There would always still be a certain amount of disharmony, like a person who originally had 10 fingers and suddenly chopped off 2 of them. One could only wait until the time of crossing the Great Realm and completing the enhancement of the essence of life to completely bridge the gap, after which the second spiritual root could be refined. The inner disciple and outer disciple competitions were over, and many of the servant disciples' green grams of spiritual rice were planted at the spiritual fields. There was still more than a month left before the Immortal Edge ceremony would be held, and the Wanchun Valley would have to recruit new disciples, so I had heard that it was even more bustling over at the Green Harvest Marketplace. Hanyu, Sun Kang, Lu Lan, 3 people have cultivation resources in hand, but also have the last lesson, also did not go to see the crowd, in addition to inspecting the spiritual field outside will concentrate on cultivation, occasionally small gathering. Without realizing it, another month had passed, and that night, Hanyu ended his spirit refining art practice, his body vibrating slightly. The last remnants of the red-colored, pure red fire spirit roots slowly dissipated within his body, and Hanyu felt that his body and mind had opened a hole at the same time, empty and weak. Hurriedly running his body's essence and blood, he tried to compensate for this emptiness as much as possible. A few moments later, after consuming 8 out of the 12 pieces of essence blood, Hanyu felt the emptiness gradually subside, and the remaining essence blood was still slowly being consumed. At the same time, the uncomfortable feeling on his body was still difficult to eliminate. Hanyu had already anticipated this, and at this moment of finally refining the fire spiritual root, it was normal to have these changes. He took out the prepared spirit blood vine, drank 2 spirit blood vine juices in one gulp, and operated the blood refining technique to replenish his own essence and blood, before stopping. Because of the infestation of demonic cultivators and spies, and the Wanchun Valley clan's inspection, the risk of blood refining is greater, and now Hanyu still hasn't condensed the blood talisman and practiced the blood layer again, but only consumes his own blood constantly in the spirit refining technique's cultivation before slowly replenishing it completely. Now the spirit refining technique refines the fire genus spirit root has not completely disappeared, but turned into the nourishment of the other 3 spirit roots. Hanyu then looked at his own spiritual roots, the golden whitish golden spiritual root, the greenish wooden spiritual root, and the blue near black water spiritual root all had more vitality than the original, and had completely and utterly turned into a 3 spiritual root. The limit of daily absorption of spiritual chi, medicinal power, and transformation of spiritual breath had risen steeply. In the inner disciples and outer disciples, the 3 spirit roots might not be considered anything, but in the servant disciples, the 3 spirit root cultivation qualification was almost a nail in the coffin to become an outer disciple, and already belonged to the genius in the eyes of the servant disciples. After refining the fire spiritual root on this day, Hanyu spent several days taking a spiritual blood vine every day to replenish his essence and blood, as well as the body's obvious deficiencies. The green harvest chi practicing heart technique was absorbing more medicinal energy every day, and the sprouting of the spirit seed in the dantian was becoming more and more obvious, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 3rd level of chi practicing. Seeing that the 3rd level of chi cultivation was just around the corner, Hanyu also discovered a small flaw in the refining of the fire genus spirit root. The power and release speed of the flame technique couldn't be increased any further, and could only be maintained as it was now. Although it was still not weak, it was more or less regrettable that it couldn't be improved. This was clearly a regret brought about by the loss of the fire attribute spiritual root. The spells weren't unusable, but they were clearly inferior to the spells suited to one's own spiritual root in comparison, and ultimately had limited growth. Therefore, in exchange for the metal spiritual root, wood spiritual root, water spiritual root, 3 spiritual root spells enhancement, cap increase, as well as cultivation speed increase, in the end there are gains and losses under, or the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. Another night, the big crow brought a new crow, also capable of spitting wind blades. By now, the entire group of crows had 5 crows that could spit wind blades. The rest of the crows had sharp claws and teeth, tough feathers, and were psychic, so it wasn't impossible for them to be used as combatants. Hanyu was pleased in his heart, and after praising the large and small crows, he let them spread their wings and fly away. The night is deep and quiet, the moonlight is clear, there is no more Zhang Shan who secretly released the stolen spirit rats, there is no more Wei Kunyi who had a private meeting with Steward Wang, and even the old Taoist Li who practiced blood refining and Steward Wang who was disposed of by the clan are nowhere to be found. Hanyu gathered his mind, skimming off all the old events of the past year, just like clear tea skimming off the surface of the tea froth, and began to cultivate. Today was the day he broke through to the 3rd level of chi cultivation. Spiritual breath running around, Xuanqing fruit medicinal power continuously transformed, the spirit seed at the dantian slightly trembled. A small, complete sprout appeared in the dantian, and the circumference of the sky trembled slightly. Traveling for another week, the spiritual breath skyrocketed by tens of %, and the sprout served as the start and end point, continuously gulping spiritual breath from Hanyu's body. The 3rd level of Qi cultivation. Chapter 48 Immortal Fate Ceremony. Hanyu opened his eyes, his heart rejoicing. After coming to Wanchun Valley for more than a year, he had finally practiced the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. It had also turned his 4 spirit root qualification into a 3 spirit root. The hidden increase in longevity, the enhancement of the body's vital energy, and the increase in spiritual breath in his body were all so obvious. The path of cultivation, the path of longevity, was truly addictive and difficult to extricate oneself from. The next step is to let this sprout grow a blade and arrive at the 4th level of Qi cultivation. However, this cultivation speed of mine is far faster than that of other odd job disciples, and I've registered the 4 spirit roots within the sect, so I'm afraid that something will go wrong when the time comes. Hanyu secretly thought in his mind calculations, in order to be on the safe side, cultivation to the 4th level of Qi cultivation should not rush into the outer door, or else attract the elders to carefully probe, who knows what will happen. There's also the fact that the Xuanqing fruit's medicinal power is getting smaller and smaller, which also needs to be resolved. Hanyu had taken too much Xuanqing fruit, and gradually developed drug resistance. The effect of the Xuanqing fruit had obviously weakened from the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, and now it had weakened by another layer, and was obviously only enough for one day's cultivation. Although it was completely sufficient now, if he was thinking about the future, Hanyu had to prepare a replacement item beforehand. Wait until after this year's Immortal Edge ceremony, when the Green Harvest marketplace is no longer so lively, and then go to the marketplace to take a look. There's a lot of hustle and bustle and a lot of trouble, so it's better not to get involved in all the hustle and bustle. Hanyu made up his mind, practiced for another day, and on the 2nd day, when he saw that the spiritual field was a bit dry, he peddled the wind control technique and brought spring water to the front of the spiritual field, using the water control technique to water the spiritual field. After a busy day, the spiritual field was roughly half watered. The next morning, he was watering the spiritual field again when he suddenly heard a chorus of scolding and yelling. Hanyu stopped his labor and looked up. Sun Kong and Lu Lan also came over, and the other odd job disciples all looked over as well. At a glance, senior brother Hong was chastising Lu Yun, and everyone immediately laughed as well. This Lu Yun had always been an oddball, and even though he had been treated differently by Elder One, he didn't show much enthusiasm for cultivation, and still hid inside the house all day long to have fun by himself. I guess he had gotten into trouble with senior brother Hong, who had never been very angry. The sound of brother Hong punishing Lu Yun was heard far away from the spiritual field, and senior sister Li also heard the sound and came out of her own place, releasing her own shuttle-shaped magic weapon and flying up in the air to take a look at it. Seeing that it was Lu Yun, senior sister Li immediately gave a disgusted look and slowly fell down, not bothering to pay attention. Unintentionally, she glanced over and saw Hanyu with his fingers together, his spirit breath tapping on his legs, transforming into a wind control technique, then carrying 2 large buckets and preparing to go carry water. Senior sister Li's heart stirred. Wait. Hanyu stopped in surprise and looked at senior sister Li. Senior sister Li, are you calling me? Not bad, your name is Hanyu? Hanyu was surprised. Senior sister Li knows me? Senior sister Li said, before Wang Hui was sent to be stationed outside the sect, he told us everything he knew about the situation at the spiritual fields in order to reduce his punishment. The 3 spirit root disciples such as Lu Yun and Lu Lan will be able to enter the outer sect in the future, and may also enter the inner sect, so I have a rough idea in my mind within the 4 spirit root disciples. There aren't too many talented ones, and Wang Hui said that you're quite gifted in arts and crafts at a young age, and that you'll be a good fighter when you enter the outer sect in the future. I see that you're not very old and skillful in the use of spells, so I think you should be the Hanyu he was talking about. Hanyu then suddenly realized, Wang's steward guarding the spiritual field is not effective. In order to reduce the punishment, that is to rack their brains to put the spiritual field of the situation better, he also became one of his report is not very conspicuous in the handyman disciple talent. Although it is not considered a genius, but this name actually had the opportunity to be known by senior sister Li, and even the deacons, it is really rare. I didn't expect Steward Wang to remember me practicing spells, Hanyu said. Senior sister Li, I should be the Hanyu Steward Wang was talking about. Not very old indeed. Senior sister Li's lips are a bit thick and her voice is medium flat. How long have you been practicing? What cultivation level? What spells have you practiced? Hanyu for dealing with the interrogation of early countermeasures. Sister Li, I've been practicing for more than a year, now practicing Qi first layer, in a few months probably practicing Qi second layer, practicing wind control and water control. For spiritual roots this cultivation speed is considered fast. You take pills? Senior sister Li asked. I've eaten spirit fruits and spirit blood vines that I don't know the name of. Hanyu replied. Senior sister Li nodded. I see, then you are considered to have practiced hard. Just now, I saw you use the wind control technique, which is indeed a rare proficiency amongst the miscellaneous disciples of the first level of Qi cultivation, so after you accumulate 10 small merits, go to the sect side in exchange for a new spell to learn, which will not be a loss of your talent in arts and crafts. Thank you, Senior Sister Li, for your guidance. Hanyu replied. Li looked at this young junior brother's white, gentle eyes, and also had the feeling that this Han looked much more pleasant. If he had better cultivation qualifications, this kind of art talent would certainly be able to play a greater role. It's much better than Lu Yun, that bastard lazy thing, who has 3 spirit roots but doesn't make much of an effort to cultivate. Right at this moment, a banana leaf drifted in hurriedly. Senior brother Jin Shi stood on the banana leaf and shouted, the sect leader has an order. Senior sister Li immediately changed her face and went forward to inquire. Jin Shi, what happened? Jin Shi said in a deep voice, Senior sister Li, there is something big. As he spoke, 4 people, Senior brother Hong, Senior brother Ji, and Senior brother Hua hurriedly came together to listen to him. Jin Shi said in a loud voice, the sect master has an order. All the places within the door, only leave the necessary outer disciples to guard, the rest of all the inner disciples, outer disciples all clan gathered. All miscellaneous disciples, the door servants, trespassers immediately put to death. After his announcement, Senior sister Li pointed at Senior brother Hua, signaling him to stay. Immediately afterward, he and Senior brother Hong and Senior brother Ji all mounted their magic weapons and headed to the sect along with Jin Shi, leaving only Senior brother Hua at the spirit field to guard it. Elder brother Hua also hurriedly scolded all the handyman disciples to go back to their houses, not to go out, and to wait for the sect's arrangements. Hanyu was secretly surprised in his heart, but he couldn't help but be thankful. Luckily, he didn't condense the blood talisman again and practiced the first layer of blood, so something did happen again. It can't be said that it's a devil cultivator again, or a spy from the spirit beast sect or the little heavenly law sect. If the whole clan were to investigate together, no one would have found out that Hanyu had any relationship with the devil cultivator by now. After returning to the house to cultivate for more than 2 days, Senior brother Hong and Senior brother Ji returned to the spirit field, and then the ban on the spirit field was lifted. The inner disciple, Senior sister Li, didn't come back to the spirit field office, and the 3 outer disciples, Senior brother Hong, Senior brother Ji, and Senior brother Hua, were all fleshly downcast and listless. Hanyu and the other odd job disciples naturally didn't know what had happened, and only secretly wondered. It was only after another day had passed that the odd job disciples realized what had happened. This year's Immortal Fate ceremony in Wanchun Valley, there were only 5 disciples, all of whom had 5 spiritual roots. The rest of the disciples had all been stopped halfway outside of Wanchun Valley and forcibly taken away. The Wanchun Valley Immortal Fate ceremony was immediately discredited and reduced to a laughingstock. Wanchun Valley was furious, gathered all the disciples of the clan, tried to make a claim with the Spirit Beast sect, Little Heavenly Luo sect, Xianyi sect, Spirit Sword sect, but because they have never been good at fighting, the other side of the 4 clans acted at the same time. The Wanchun Valley clan elders, deacons, internal and external disciples gathered. In the end, they beat a retreat and changed to negotiation, reprimand and warning not to repeat the offense. This was also the reason why senior brother Hong and the others were all of a sudden downcast and suffocated in bitterness. The sect was being bullied by a group of people and could not fight back. How depressing. Chapter 49, The Sect's Discussion. Listening to Sun Kong and Lu Lan talk about the news they had just gotten, Han Yu also saw the sadness vaguely carried between their brows. In the end, Wanchun Valley was their clan, and with Wanchun Valley in place, these odd-job disciples would be able to cultivate with greater peace of mind. Whether it was planting spiritual fields or doing something else, in the end, it was a proper path to cultivate immortality, far better than those casual cultivators inside the green harvest market who had one day after another and even had their gong methods in tatters. Now that Wanchun Valley was being bullied by the other 4 clans in the southern region, and couldn't even convene the Immortal Edge ceremony, it had actually already torn its face off. If this continued, once Wanchun Valley couldn't hold on, they, the casual disciples, would still be good? If they were to fall into casual cultivation, in the future, the cultivation method and cultivation resources would have to be hard-fought and fight for their lives to obtain. That kind of uprooted life, no one would want. After Sun Kong and Lu Lan went back, Han Yu also had a crisis in his heart. Wanchun Valley's current situation was not only bullied by the other 4 clans in the southern region, but also hidden by demonic cultivators, and most of all, it was underpowered and not good at fighting. I was afraid that it would really be treated like a fish on a plate. If one day, something big really happened to Wanchun Valley, what would Han Yu do? Now cannot care about the other, must as far as possible, as soon as possible to increase their own strength. Blood refining skills must be regained. When necessary, blood droplets, bloodthirsty techniques and other magic cultivation techniques in order to save their lives, should be used also have to use. Today, it is necessary to condense the blood talisman to increase one's own bottom line to save one's life. Cultivation elevated to the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, Han Yu's copying ability at his right hand increased again. Every day, he could copy 3 essence blood out or 2 sections of spirit blood vine, while the Xuanqing fruit was a bit more difficult to copy, and he could copy 3 of them in 2 days' time. Han Yu also tried to copy other items. Ordinary spirit stone is also 2 pieces per day, ordinary jade is also 2 pieces per day. It is said that the spirit stone, jade there are higher quality, think of copying those more difficult. As for the storage bag, Han Yu had to save up for 7 or 8 days before he could make a copy, and within a short period of time, one would be completely sufficient, not more. Sitting on his knees, he familiarized himself with the way blood qi traveled around the circumference of the sky, forming a blood talisman at the position of the Danzhong point. A pattern appeared on top of the blood talisman. Han Yu easily returned to the 1st level of blood refining. Immediately afterward, after copying 3 pieces of blood for refining, the 1st line completely solidified, and a second trace of the line began to emerge superficially. In the next few days, Han Yu, besides practicing the green harvest qi, practicing heart technique as usual every day, gave all of his replications to the essence blood, only to rapidly increase his strength, not caring about the danger of being detected by the sect for the time being. The atmosphere within the entire Wanchun Valley was decadent and frustrated, tense and uneasy, and was also visible to the naked eye. Han Yu saw with his own eyes that most of the servant disciples in the spiritual field had sad faces, and senior brother Hong, senior brother Ji, and senior brother Hua all had stern faces and didn't smile. Senior sisterly, an inner disciple, even never came to the spiritual field once more. Han Yu is also more and more determined to improve his strength as much as possible. Nothing else can be relied on, only his own strength can give him a chance of survival in the future. In the evening of this day, after refining 3 more pieces of essence blood, a second line appeared clearly on top of Han Yu's blood talisman, and his blood qi traveled through the circumference of the heavens, arriving at the cultivation level of the 2nd level of blood cultivation. In terms of pure essence blood, he could already condense 27 drops, and with the addition of replicating at once, he could have 30 blood droplet chances per battle. For a cultivator at the early stage of qi cultivation, it was simply terrifying for Han Yu to have such a number of attacks, not to mention the cultivation and spells at the 3rd level of qi cultivation, as well as the flock of crows. Han Yu felt slightly comforted in his heart, but still didn't feel satisfied and continued to ascend towards the 3rd level of blood cultivation. It would be difficult for him to arrive at the 3rd to 4th level of qi cultivation in a short period of time. The 2nd to 3rd level of blood cultivation would only take a month, and he would be almost there. Ga. After finishing his cultivation, the big and small crows took advantage of the night to come within the stone house again. Han Yu had just stroked it when the big crow raised its wings, pointed out the window, and cawed softly. "There's a situation?" Han Yu stood at the window and saw nothing under the moonlight. Just as he wanted to ask the big crow again, he suddenly saw a dark shadow pass over his head and quietly fly in the direction of the steward's residence. The direction where the steward lived did not even have any lights on, and there was no sound at all, as if that black shadow just now was just an illusion. Someone went out at night? To do what? It's not going to be anything honorable. Han Yu's heart felt a heavier sense of crisis. Wanchun Valley was in a state of turmoil, and the enemy was watching intently among the 3 outer sect brothers at the spirit field, just who had started going out at night, and what were they going to do? If even they started to waver, wouldn't the sect already be disorganized? One really needs to have more self-preservation power as soon as possible, and one also needs to think of a good way back in the future before doing so. The solemn Wanchun Valley clan main hall, spirit wood as a pillar, winding spirit cage fruit glistening bright, day and night long bright, spirit wood emits a burst of strange medicinal fragrance, refreshing. At this moment, no one in the hall is intoxicated by the medicinal fragrance, but the atmosphere is calm and condensed. In the center of the headmaster's couch, head wearing a golden crown, wearing ribbon golden robes, 3 wisps of long beard, the headmaster of the Wanchun Valley is sitting on it. Next to a flat seat, wearing a brocade-patterned white jade robe, is the Wanchun Valley's supreme elder. The left and right rows had a total of 8 seats, and all of them were wearing jade white robes. Late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm Wanchun Valley elders, Elder Yen and Elder One were among them. At the back of the elders' seats, there were more than 30 purple-clothed deacons, and Deacon Lu and Deacon Fong stood among them with serious expressions. 2 blue-clothed inner disciples stood solemn at the entrance, not smiling. A bronze cauldron loomed in front of the hall, and behind the cauldron, numerous inner disciples stood silently, even their breathing was barely audible. Bang! A muffled sound in the hall. Yen Elder slapped the armrests of the chair, stood up. Sect Master, this breath, we just tolerate it? Last time we gathered all the inner and outer disciples, we were thinking of fighting them, but in the end, we just sent someone to hold them accountable, to warn them. What happened? Now the person who went for accountability has returned, not leaving us any face at all. Xianyi sect, Spirit Sword sect shrugged off not knowing, only said coincidence. Small Tian Luo sect avoided, not let our people into the sect. Spirit Beast sect is the most rampant, first biting back saying that the devil cultivator in our place infested, we may collude with the devil cultivator remnants, and then said that we Wanchun Valley should reflect on why the Immortal Faith ceremony did not have any new disciples. Can see how unpopular. This kind of words can be said to turn black and white upside down and spit blood on people's faces, making our Wanchun Valley a very dangerous place to live. Seeing him getting more and more agitated, Elder Wen coughed lightly. Elder Yen, it's better to listen to what the sect leader and the supreme elder have to say first. Elder Yen sighed and slowly sat down again. I can't stand this breath. Also, senior sister Wen, please call me senior brother Yen. Elder Wen turned her face away, seemingly not hearing. Alright, Elder Yen, there is no need to rush. The headmaster coughed lightly, finally opened his mouth. Today's meeting is for this matter. South Region 5 clans 100 years ago to wipe out the Devil Blood sect is still united. Now the remaining 4 clans on our Wanchun Valley heart, we also suffered a loss, but also asked questions, are not a statement. Elders, deacons together to discuss a countermeasure out of it. Chapter 50 Breaking the Order. After the sect leader finished speaking, a silence fell over the hall, and no one spoke for a while. Even Elder Yen, who was emotional just now, did not rush to open his mouth again at this time. After a few moments, the Supreme Elder said, according to my intention, or to talk to the other 4 sects, ask them clearly what they really want. Let's see if we can talk about bargaining. In the end, do not have to completely turn the other cheek. As soon as these words came out, Elder Yen couldn't help but stand up, bowed and made a salute, saying, Taishang Elder. Last time too, you were the one who said that there might be a misunderstanding, and had people go and ask the 4 sects of their clans, and as a result. Before he could finish his sentence, another elder stood up. Senior brother Yen, that's not a good thing to say. The idea of the Supreme Elder is precisely out of consideration for the current situation of our Wanchun Valley, to be calm and collected, not to be in a hurry and not to be panicked. This is the way to solve the problem. If we really lose our composure, and use the strength of Wanchun Valley to fight with the Spirit Beast sect and their 4 sects, could it be that we all stop practicing in the future? What will happen to Wanchun Valley's inheritance and Taoist lineage? In the end, it's just that the Immortal Edge ceremony has been hindered and there are conflicts with the 4 sects. It's far from the time to fight to the death and block our Dao lineage. Elder Yen said in a cold voice, Elder Bai. Although you're right, I'm afraid that they won't give us any respite, and only want to devour us completely. First sending spies, then breaking the Immortal Edge ceremony, and then humiliating our sect's emissaries, this step-by-step approaching over, we are the same as step-by-step to die with our eyes open. If you can tolerate a moment to be able to solve it, it is just, this has been tolerated, sooner or later to die, it is better to fight with them earlier, to save suffering such a wimpy gas. Elder Bai has not yet answered. The Supreme Elder has slowly opened his mouth. Yen Ming, how do you know that they just want to devour us? Instead of trying to extract benefits from our sect? Elder Taishong, isn't it obvious? How do they have any intention of making peace with us? Elder Yen spoke to Elder Taishang in arrears. Even if they are only extracting benefits now, they will inevitably extract more in the future, and in the end, they will still have to squeeze and annex our Wanchun Valley before they are done. No, you are wrong. The Supreme Elder said indifferently, you think I am weak and beg for peace with their 4 factions, but you don't know that the truth of this world has always been to overcome strength with softness. When your teeth fall out, your tongue won't fall out, that's how softness can live longer after all. As long as there is still a shred of room for maneuver, we should do our best not to clash with the other side, to ask for things, to make conditions we can all give. Are we just going to be like this, letting them bully us? Elder Yen was indignant. The heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. How can we pin the survival of Wanchun Valley on their soft and kind hearts? Of course not. To do nothing would be self-defeating. The Supreme Elder got up and walked to a spirit wood pillar, facing the 8 elders and deacons to speak his thoughts. We have to be soft. We also have to repair our relationship with the 4 sects of clans. As long as we find a reliable one amongst the 4 sects, the other 3 will not easily see us as fish and meat on the board that they can take or leave, and from this, we can gain the opportunity and no longer need to be afraid of being attacked by the joint forces. Elder Yen is not always opposed. After hearing this, silent for a moment, said, people 4 factions join forces, even our immortal destiny ceremony are destroyed, just like to cut off our roots to find a family with us. I'm afraid it's very difficult, right? Elder Wen also got up and saluted from the side and added, finding someone to join forces at this time is actually a gamble of luck. If we pick the right one, we can be safe. If we don't pick the right one, they will eat all our benefits and then come back to reverse what we have to do? Where there is a glimmer of a chance, it is enough to try. The Supreme Elder said, things have come to this point, can be delayed for as long as possible. What conditions can be reached to talk about what conditions? It is better than immediately attracting a siege from the 4 families, isn't it? These words immediately left Elder Yen and Elder Wen speechless as well. The fact that the Supreme Elder had originally considered it this way could indeed not be said to be wrong after all. Wanchun Valley's strength was already not strong, and it was not proficient in fighting techniques, so no matter what, it would be impossible to hold back the 4 clans from joining forces to attack. Soften and negotiate conditions, drag the time some time, as far as possible to find room for maneuver, is indeed not lost as the most sensible way at the moment. Just sounds, is too stifling to suffer. At this moment, seeing that no one opposed the proposal of the Supreme Elder, the headmaster opened his mouth. Elder Tai Shang is old and dignified, all the elders are worried about the clan, the unity within the clan, I am very pleased. However, the way of heaven and earth, yin and yang complement each other, we cannot be paranoid about one end. Elder Tai Shang's method is something we must do, and other methods of self-preservation must also be tried. Elder Tai Shang twirled his beard and nodded slightly. I agree, sect leader, please speak, I am willing to support it. Seeing him say this, the sect leader first smiled slightly and then said in a deep voice, I, Wanchun Valley, have always not invoked foreign enemies, and have only concentrated on cultivation, planting, and alchemy. External attack that is never possible, only to strengthen the protection to prevent the other side from attacking in. I think we must strengthen the clan's defense array, and outside of the defense array, raise another small defense array, only defending where the clan's main peak is located, and if necessary, all disciples will live in the main peak to defend against foreign enemies. When the sect leader said this, Elder Yen and Elder Wen nodded their heads in agreement, including the Supreme Elder, Elder Bai and the others. Now that the situation was grim, and there might even be a danger of the sect collapsing, it was indeed appropriate to do a good job of defending oneself. Even if we can't defeat it, we should always defend it with all our might. The sect leader continued, the resident disciples from all over the world were recalled, and the resources of each place were concentrated on the main peak of the sect, and the green harvest market was no exception. This sect master, once my sect's resident disciples come back, I'm afraid that the local area is going to have loose cultivators, demons, and the like rebel, and the people won't be able to live in peace. An elder opened his mouth and said, pedantic. The Supreme Elder shook his head slightly. Those mundane people never cared who the resident immortal sect was, as long as someone was stationed there to help them. If our Wanchun Valley dies and the Spirit Beast sect sends people there, they will be just as welcome. The most important thing is the safety of our own Wanchun Valley. After the crisis is over, we can send our disciples over again to kill the demons. No one said anything, only to hear the head of the door continued. There is another thing, I would like to ask you all to consult when this clan critical moment, to cheer up the hearts of the people, to encourage the disciples to increase the strength, I want to send a broken order. Broken order? The headmaster and the crowd of puzzled eyes continue to explain. Break the promotion of outer disciples, inner disciples, relax the restrictions on the study of spells, break the entry to absorb scattered cultivators, as well as increase the door collection of the order of exception. Firstly, any loose cultivator who tries to join our Wanchun Valley, after checking that he is not a spy of the 4 sects or a disciple of a devil cultivator, he can be taken in as a servant disciple. They can work for our Wanchun Valley and learn our basic chi practicing method. Secondly, if any servant disciple reaches the 3rd level of chi cultivation, he can be promoted to be an outer disciple, enjoying the treatment of outer disciples walking freely, assigning residence, and carrying out tasks. Third, any outer disciple who reaches the 6th level of chi cultivation can be promoted to inner disciple. They can enjoy the treatment of servant service, main peak of residence, and worshipping the master to build the foundation. Fourth, the original plan to collect 80% of the harvest, upgraded to collect 90% so that the door cultivation resources more, but also to urge more people as soon as possible to cultivate, to become a disciple of the outer door, do not feel at ease as a servant disciple. This is the breakthrough order that I thought of, and it is also the method to enhance the strength of the disciples of the sect at the moment. After the sect leader finished speaking, there was first silence in the hall, then the elders and deacons exploded. Chapter 51, Breaking the ranks one after another. Loose cultivators may not be reliable, right? When the time comes to just take advantage of the situation and refuse to be effective, the ones who suffer will be us. After hearing what the sect leader said about the broken order, Elder Bai couldn't help but say. Elder One, on the other hand, said, our sect captured 90% and only left 10% for the disciples, so the life of the odd job disciples would be too difficult. There are also elders who said that the outer disciples and inner disciples are a bit too lenient. The master of the eyes of the golden light flashes, imposing, said in a deep voice, everyone, very time to do very thing, have to do. Also explained to the crowd in detail, loose cultivator into the clan, first to be verified, to confirm that there is no difference, and then go to start from the handyman disciple in this way, whether he is loyal or not loyal to our Wanchan Valley, have to serve the clan, dedication of resources, in order to obtain the cultivation technique. Elder Bai stopped speaking. Sect leader again pinched beard, continued to say, as for the handyman disciple, if there is a chance to become an outer disciple, naturally do not need to be collected 90% of the harvest if there is no chance to become an outer disciple, can only give more to the sect dedication of some resources from the sect leader below, the elders, the deacons, the inner disciple, the outer disciple, the next everyone has to dedicate, everyone has a risk to their lives, handyman disciples are naturally not an exception. If everyone doesn't dedicate, how will the sect's mountain protection array be strengthened, and how will the main peak protection small array be established? How will Wanchan Valley survive this crisis? Elder One nodded, sect leader is far-sighted, I am naturally willing to listen. Afterwards, the other elders also stopped talking. After all, at this moment, the crisis is imminent, relaxing the disciple promotion test within the door, promoting and cultivating, is also forced to do nothing. All the elders and deacons said, we are willing to follow the arrangements of the sect leader and the supreme elder, and work for the sect without hesitation. Not fearing life and death. The inner disciples outside the gate all followed suit and repeated, willing to serve the sect, without any effort. No fear of life and death. A sect's main hall assembly down, external contact, talk peace, seek to join hands, internal strengthen formation, increase formation, a time also cannot affect the ordinary handyman disciples. The first thing to affect the odd job disciples was the breaking order. Early this morning, Hanyu had just left the stone house when he heard voices all around at the spirit field, quite noisy. Senior brother Hong, senior brother Ji, and senior brother Hua opened their mouths and shouted for all the handyman disciples at the spirit field division to gather in one place to listen to the sect's latest order. In accordance with the previous situation, the handyman disciples at the spirit field office naturally obediently obeyed the order, not daring to talk too much, but this time, I don't know what kind of person was well informed, hearing the content of the order in advance and spreading it privately. There were quite a number of people mingling and talking before the handyman disciples even gathered together. There were even bold people who, seeing that Senior Flower has always been mild-tempered and good at talking, directly asked out, Senior Flower, I heard that the sect will let loose cultivators come in this time and snatch the jobs of our handyman disciples? Is that true? I heard from the servant disciples over at the medicine garden that the sect will let us surrender 90% of our harvest, is that true? The always good-tempered senior flower brother saw that the person who asked the question was half knowledgeable and muttered with only half a claw, and also made a face, no need to ask more questions, quickly gather together and wait for the sect's order. Numerous handyman disciples had to be apprehensive and gather together. Hanyu, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan stood together, their eyes signaling, and did not say much. Senior brother Hong and the three of them counted the number of people, and in the end, senior brother Hua sighed helplessly, who was a neighbor to Lu Yun. Quickly call him here, he's the only one missing. At these words, even the most apprehensive of the handyman disciples couldn't help but burst out laughing, and the atmosphere steeped up to a much more cheerful one. Lu Yun, that oddball, thought he was making fun of himself inside his house again. It's just that Elder One had previously stated that he looked favorably on this oddball, and it was inconvenient for senior brother Hong and the others to feel free to chastise and abuse him in public again. Sometimes when they saw that he didn't know what he was talking about, they really couldn't help it, and it was only once in a while. A few moments later, Lu Yun wiped his hands and lazily arrived, and senior brother Hong began to announce the sect's order. The sect has an order, when this very time, must perform extraordinary things, from now on immediately implement the broken order. Firstly, the broken enrollment of scattered cultivators, eligible people into the Wanchan Valley, as a handyman disciple, can get the basic chi practicing heart method. The servant disciples were all dismayed. They really let the casual cultivators join Wanchan Valley and rob them of the opportunity to farm the land? What are they going to do when the casual cultivators come? Secondly, all the odd job disciples break the rules to surrender 90% of the harvest. The original full surrender with the standard of punishment remains unchanged. When senior brother Hong read this, at once there were odd job disciples who couldn't help but vocalize, "How can we still live here? It's another loose cultivator robbing us of the opportunity to plant, honestly planting the land, but also to pay 90%. Is there any hope for us handyman disciples to cultivate in the future?" Senior brother Hong coldly glanced at the servant disciple who spoke, and that servant disciple immediately shrunk his head, not daring to speak for fear of being punished. Surprisingly, Hong only looked at a glance, did not bother with him, but continued to announce, "Third, all the third layer of chi cultivation handyman disciples, from today onwards to be promoted to become the outer door disciples, can enjoy the outer door disciples free to walk, distribution of residence, the implementation of the mission and other treatments. Fourth, any outer disciple who reaches the 6th level of chi cultivation can be promoted to inner disciple. They can enjoy the services of servants, the main peak of their residence, and the privilege of studying under a master to build a foundation. In addition, the exchange of clan spells used by the clan's large and small merits can also be greatly reduced. For example, the wind blade technique, which originally required 10 small merits from the clan, now only requires 5 small merits to exchange for the technique." Before senior brother Hong finished his words, he was already drowned out by a dozen surprised voices. Sun Kong could not help but raise his hand, his voice trembling. "Steward Hong, I am now at the 3rd level of chi cultivation. Can I become an outer disciple today?" Another 3rd level chi practicing handyman disciple was also excited. "Is there really such a good thing?" "Not bad, exactly." Hong said calmly, "From today onwards, you will all be outer disciples. Wait with me to register, check the cultivation, you can give you the outer disciple clothing, merit identity jade pendant, personal residence, and no longer forced you to labor, let you free to move, take the task to get the clan merit." Sun Kong can no longer hold back a cry of joy. "I have become an outer disciple." Lu Lan, also excited, cheering, with the two of them the same, raised their eyes to see a full 20 to 30 people, all arrived at the 3rd level of chi cultivation, this time qualified to break the qualification to become an outer disciple. Han Yu was also stunned in his heart. First he was happy for Sun Kong and Lu Lan, then he thought that according to this standard, if he were to reveal his cultivation at the 3rd level of chi cultivation at this time, wouldn't it be possible for him to become an outer disciple as well? This thought was just a flash, and then quickly faded away because there was really no sensible and reasonable reason, and it would only bring disaster to himself. Wanchun Valley was making such a big deal of promoting disciples and recruiting disciples, it was also obvious that they were trying to increase the strength of the sect as much as possible to deal with the dire situation. The 3rd level of chi cultivation servant disciples rejoiced, immediately overshadowing some of the previous servant disciples' cries of bitterness. Senior Flower and Senior Ji both smiled and said to Senior Hong, "Senior Hong, I have to congratulate you on this one, you're going to be an inner disciple as well." The older Hong is almost the same expression as usual, only a laugh, waved his hand, "Lucky timing, no need to congratulate." Chapter 52 Loose Cultivator for Neighbor. After Hong finished his announcement, the disciples at the 3rd level of chi cultivation rushed forward to register to become outer disciples. Sun Kong pressed Han Yu's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Senior brother Han, don't worry, if I have any spare capacity, I will definitely help you cultivate to the 3rd level of chi cultivation as soon as possible as well." Lu Lan also said at the side, "Senior disciple Han, after we leave, you must pay more attention, don't let anyone bully you. Also, cultivate more and become an outer sect disciple as soon as possible. After we arrive at the outer sect, we will still help each other." Han Yu nodded and said, "Actually, I'm almost at the 2nd level of chi cultivation, so I'll be able to find you guys when I'm at the 3rd level of chi cultivation." Sun Kong and Lu Lan were both a bit surprised, not expecting Han Yu's 4 spirit root qualification to cultivate quite fast. It's only been more than a year since he was introduced and he's about to cultivate the 2nd level of chi, almost similar to the cultivation qualification of the 3 spirit roots. However, it wasn't the right time to talk to Han Yu about this, so the two lined up to register their names, cultivation levels, and spirit roots. The oddball Lu Yun was right behind the two, also registering his cultivation at the 3rd level of chi cultivation, causing many people to be surprised that this person was so odd and ridiculous that his cultivation growth wasn't slow. No wonder the stewards often punished him and didn't really scrap him. It seems that he really does have redeeming qualities. Hong, senior brother, after I become an outer disciple, what should I do with the spiritual fields I planted at the spiritual fields? After registering, an apprentice disciple at the 3rd level of chi cultivation couldn't help but ask a question. If you can't let go of it, you can come back and continue planting. Hong's senior brother said, the outer disciple obtains merits and rewards in numerous ways, and does not restrict too much, like the odd job disciple, like a year and a half only a little, merit only a few small merits, in fact, is a great waste of time and energy. If you are willing to do this kind of stupid thing, the sect will not force you not to do it, delaying cultivation, that is also your own choice. The disciple who asked the question was suddenly enlightened, and hurriedly said, then of course I will no longer plant spirit fields. Well, your spiritual fields will be given to the newly initiated disciples to plant, it's also considered them picking up a bargain. As senior brother Hong said this, the many servant disciples who were about to become outer disciples didn't feel any more pity, they were all filled with the excitement and hope of being about to become outer disciples. After that, Sun Kong, Lu Lan, Lu Yun and the rest were led by senior brother Hong to the deacon's office at the sect's main peak to undergo cultivation testing. Some of the remaining servant disciples below the third level of Qi cultivation wore a hopeful expression, feeling that there was great hope for them to cultivate to the third level of Qi cultivation and become outer disciples, while others wore a bitter expression and muttered under their breath. Obviously, it wasn't a good thing for them that their days had suddenly become a lot tougher with the introduction of loose cultivators and the payment of 90% of their harvests. Han Yu stood amongst the crowd, with no more familiar faces around him. He didn't say much to the others either, and after standing quietly for a moment, he saw some of the servant disciples still chatting, while others went back to their houses, so he went back to the stone house himself. Senior disciple Han. In the afternoon, a call came from outside. Han Yu went to the door to see that Sun Kong and Lu Lan, who were wearing green clothes and smiling faces, were calling him outside. Senior Han, we're now outer disciples. Han Yu smiled and congratulated them on becoming outer disciples, and wondered why they were back at this time. Sun Kong explained, after we became outer disciples, we're much freer to move around, so as long as we don't wander around the various places that are forbidden to enter at will, we can walk around and look around everywhere else. The two of us, senior sister Lu and I, came back to say goodbye to you, and also packed up our original things to bring to our residence on the way. Han Yu nodded, then asked them about their situation after becoming outer disciples. Mentioning this matter, Sun Kong smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. Actually, it hasn't gotten much better. In the end, this time the order to break the rules is that the clan wants us to grow up as soon as possible and have the strength to use spells to fight, just in case something happens. So some treatment is inevitably unable to keep up. He showed his waist square jade pendant to Han Yu to see, identity merit registration jade pendant, the outer disciple to do the task to obtain merit, identity verification necessary. With this batch of outer disciples can be compared to the original outer disciples jade pendant much rougher. Also, originally, the outer disciples can at least receive a banana leaf or the like as a flying magic weapon. We cannot receive, can only be used in the future to exchange for merit. We don't have enough houses to live in, and there are even cases where 2 or 3 outer disciples are living together temporarily, and the sect is urgently building houses for us. After talking to Han Yu, Sun Kong added, however, in the end, it's still better to be an outer disciple. Both Lu Lan and I have the opportunity to learn more spells. If you have the chance, you should become an outer disciple as soon as possible. Han Yu naturally answered in the affirmative, and then sent Sun Kong and Lu Lan away from the spiritual field. While saying goodbye, Sun Kong remembered something and solemnly warned Han Yu, the first batch of loose cultivators will enter the sect tomorrow, and they are all very selfish and ruthless, not good to get along with, and may have some hidden means in their hands. The spiritual fields around you are all ownerless, and after we both entered the outer sect, Zheng Shan died and Li Quan escaped, so we have to arrange for the scattered cultivators to plant their fields near your side first. So, no matter what, you must be careful and vigilant, don't fall for being bullied or even victimized. If there's nothing you can do, come find me and senior sister Lu, got it? Han Yu listened to his thoughtfulness for himself and naturally nodded. Senior brother Sun, senior sister Lu, I know. That night, the moon was clear and cold, and it was quiet at the spirit field. A large and a small crow landed inside the stone house, and Han Yu had just said a few words to the 2 crows when the large crow prompted him that there was someone in the sky outside. Han Yu again saw the figure riding the black shadow of the magic weapon from the window, heading to the steward's office. It was so far away that he couldn't see exactly who it was, so Han Yu could only make a mental note of it. At least one of the 3 senior brothers at the spirit field was not very trustworthy. Perhaps there was more than one. Early the next morning, Han Yu was inspecting his spiritual field when senior brother Ji led 3 people dressed in handyman's gray clothes over. Leading one of them, a man and a woman, to the front of Lu Lan's spirit field. The 2 of you, husband and wife, will plant these 5 acres of spirit field. Leading another man, who was about 40 years old and carrying a sword like a martial arts warrior, to the front of Sun Kang's spiritual field, you'll plant these 5 acres of spiritual fields. After making a cursory announcement to these 3 about the harvest of the spirit field, senior brother Ji left in a hurry. The husband and wife and the middle-aged chivalrous man looked at each other, and then all looked at Han Yu. The middle-aged chivalrous man walked towards Han Yu, arching his hand in salute. This fellow Taoist, please. Well, you're courteous, fellow Taoist. Han Yu returned the salute. I'm Li Tonghai, may I ask how to address you? My name is Han Yu. Oh, fellow Taoist Han, I'm new here, and I'm very confused about such famous sects as Wanchun Valley, so I hope to give more guidance. As the middle-aged warrior spoke, the couple also came over and announced their names. The man was very handsome and called Tian Qing, while the woman was much more ordinary-looking and called Hui Ling. Han Yu got to know them and said a few words about planting spirit fields, the rules of the spirit field office, and other things, and then returned to his stone house as well. Li Tonghai, Tian Qing, and Hui Ling, 3 loose cultivators, planted 2 spirit fields and became Han Yu's new neighbors from then on. Han Yu didn't know whether their cultivation levels were high or low, and whether their character was good or bad. He only knew that he had to raise his cultivation as much as possible to save his life in future crises. Cultivating the green harvest chi, practicing heart technique and replicating his essence blood to cultivate the blood refining technique on a daily basis, Hanyu was getting closer and closer to the third level of blood practicing. Chapter 53, The Future is Not Enough. Another 20 days had passed in a flash, and in Hanyu's hurried cultivation that felt time was running out. The increase in cultivation at the third level of chi cultivation wasn't that obvious even if he was a 3 spirit root cultivation qualification. If he was just cultivating the green harvest chi cultivation mine method in a step-by-step fashion, how would he have to take a year or two to get from the third level of chi cultivation to the fourth level of chi cultivation? To complete daily cultivation and absorb spiritual breath to the limit, it would also take more than half a year. Now he daily full cultivation blood refining gone, in order to increase self-protection ability as soon as possible, finally cultivated to the third layer of blood training. Danjong acupoint blood talisman on the 3 bloodlines have been converged to form. The body essence blood can be turned into 45 blood droplets. As his strength rises, the essence of blood has also been refined, condensed outside the body when crystal clear as red agate, penetrate the soil, trees, gold and stone penetration power increased significantly, control at will and ease is far better than at other times. It could be said that these 45 essence bloods had not only improved in quantity, but also in essence. This was also the greatest achievement of Hanyu's efforts over this period of time. Hanyu didn't know what the demon blood sect's true inheritance was like, and what strength the demonic cultivator at the third level of blood cultivation should have, just that considering that the Wanchun Valley could be breached at any time, he might not be able to protect himself in the future, and that the enemy wouldn't specifically match him up with an enemy of the same realm if he came to deal with him. Strangely enough, just when he thought that Wanchun Valley was about to usher in the 4 clans to join hands to attack and divide it in one fell swoop, over the past 20 days or so, Wanchun Valley had gradually regained its calmness again, and was even more prosperous than the original. With the implementation of the breaking order, the number of inner disciples had skyrocketed by dozens, the number of outer disciples had also skyrocketed by hundreds, and the number of miscellaneous disciples had also increased by 100 or so through the recruitment of scattered cultivators. Coupled with the sect's external cultivation array and internal construction of the main peak array, the sect's collection has increased, and the tasks have begun to be heavy, so there are people everywhere in the sect who are busy practicing their spells and carrying out their tasks, making it really prosperous for a while. Hanyu didn't know what method Wanchun Valley used to stabilize the situation for the time being, but just by looking at this busy scene, he couldn't help but have a little more hope. Perhaps, Wanchun Valley could really hold its own and not be overrun? Saw. Walking out of the stone house early in the morning, a slight sound of a sword chirping came from a short distance away. Hanyu was accustomed to it. Li Tonghai, a person who never leaves his sword, must practice swordsmanship every day to move his body in order to be strange. Because of this quirk, many of the odd job disciples look at him with a bit of caution. Such a hobby sword art, how to bring a spirit sword clan meaning, but Li Tonghai claimed to practice the second layer of chi cultivation. The practice of the sword is also a mundane family sword. At the moment the spirit of the field to join the casual cultivator also has more than 20 people. Management is very loose, no one really counted on the rigorous investigation. Ever since the release of the order to break the qualification, the servant disciples are holding their breath to become the outer disciples of the third level of chi cultivation, and the outer disciples are all trying their best to cultivate and improve their cultivation level as long as these loose cultivators don't cause any trouble and pay up the sect's resources on time. There is no one to check on them one by one. After finishing his sword practice, Li Tonghai nodded slightly to Hanyu, inserted his long sword back into his back, and went back inside. Brother Cheng is eating. On the other side, a voice came from Tianqing, Huiling, and her husband and wife's stone house, and Huiling stood at the doorway, greeting Tianqing, who stood in front of the spirit field. I know, what's the rush? Tianqing impatiently agreed, and nodded to Hanyu to greet him again, fellow Daoist Han. Fellow Daoist Tian. After Hanyu responded, Tianqing was about to walk back into the stone house. His wife Huiling probably felt a little embarrassed to be reprimanded by her husband, smiled awkwardly, and was about to retreat back into the house. Just at this moment, a huge banana leaf flew from the direction of the sect's main peak. Hanyu looked up, and Tianqing and Huiling, who were originally going to enter the house to eat, also looked over together. Only to see a lively and cute green-clothed outer sect maiden with a scarlet belt slowly landing on the banana leaf, with a 10 or so year old child behind her. This is the spirit field. The green-clothed outer sect girl with the scarlet sash spoke first to the teenage child, and then suddenly exclaimed, "Little White, where are you going again?" The white spirit dog at her feet ran to Hanyu in a puff of smoke with his tongue haji, his tail constantly wagging and sweeping up the dirt. This young girl immediately cheeks slightly red, slightly thin anger. He is already an outer door senior sister, should be erected in front of the odd job disciple's majesty. This little white is also too capricious. However, after a glance at Hanyu, the girl was surprised. Hey, senior brother, we have met in the Square Market's 100 Herb Pavilion? Hanyu then replied, this senior sister, indeed I have seen it before, you also gave some evening primrose at that time. He also recognized that this green-clothed outer sect girl was Zhongyu, who sold Evening Primrose with the white spirit doge. It seemed that she really liked the scarlet color, and after changing into the outer sect disciple's green clothes, she still wanted to use the scarlet belt herself. Yes, it's you. But it's rare, Xiaobai is so close to you. Zhongyu is quite excited to say 2 sentences, is about to continue to say, suddenly feel like this seems to damage their own outer disciple's sister majesty, so they try to put up a face, just at the time of the youthful youth, instead of majesty but slightly interesting. Zhongyu himself about feel that he is very strict, but also pretend to lower the voice, this senior brother, polite. Hanyu heart funny, also face response, see senior sister. The two looked at each other and smiled, and were about to speak again. Tian Chang had already walked quickly, bowed deeply, and bowed. His tone seemed to be from the heart of joy. This outer door senior sister, under Tian Ching, now for the spirit field office of the odd job disciple, respectfully asks senior sister well, the immortal path to prosperity. After saying his words, he raised his face, showing his rather handsome face as much as possible. Zhongyu looked at him, but was not very happy, but frowned slightly. You, this person, your heart is not very good, talk to me again, I will let Xiaobai bite you. Ah. Tianqing was stunned. He did not expect that he would be treated like this after he respectfully saluted and put his heart into leaving a good impression. His wife, Hui Ling, rushed over, nervous and careful. Brother Chang, what did you say to this outer sex senior sister? Tianqing cold eyes, signaling her to shut up, and to Zhongyu respectfully salute. Senior sister has an order, junior brother should obey, this will be retired. After saying his words, he pulled up Hui Ling and walked away, chiding in a low voice under his breath. Who told you to come over to disgrace yourself? But I'm afraid you don't know the rules of the spirit field office. The husband and wife spoke and returned to the stone house. Zhongyu withdrew her displeased gaze and remembered that the main thing was yet to be done. She said to the teenage child beside her, Wei Xiaoluo, you live next to this senior brother, I will tell you about the rules of the spirit field office, and if there is anything you don't understand, you can also ask the other senior brothers of the spirit field office. Zhongyu pointed to the empty stone house of old Li Dao and said to Wei Xiaoluo. Wei Xiaoluo's eyes were a bit wry and flexible, nodding his head repeatedly and responding. In his heart, he didn't know what he was thinking. After arranging this matter, Wei Xiaoluo entered his own stone house. Zhongyu saw the white spirit dog still in front of Hanyu, suddenly angry. Small white, still not back? If you don't come back, I'm going to cut off your dog food. Only then did the white spirit dog run back to her. Bad little white, go back and clean you up. Zhongyu kicked it gently in a bad mood and stepped on the banana leaf. After she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something and turned her head to look at Hanyu again. This senior brother, perhaps I shouldn't have said this, but I see that Xiaobai really likes you, and I think you have some spirit medicine on you, which you can use for cultivation that will inevitably progress extremely fast. Now the sect breaking order is a rare opportunity. If you can arrive at the 3rd level of chi cultivation as soon as possible, it is better to focus on cultivation first, and become an outer disciple as soon as possible. The convenience of an outer disciple is after all far superior to that of an odd job disciple. Also, the new sect breaking order is coming soon. You and other handyman disciples, you also have to prepare for the big competition. Chapter 54, Thousand Illusions Successor. When Hanyu heard Zhongyu's first 2 sentences, his heart was actually unavoidably unhappy. When this Zhongyu was in the 100 Herb Pavilion, she was just mouthy, and now that the white spirit dog had come up to her again, she was talking about how she was carrying spirit medicines on her body. Although it didn't sound like she had bad intentions and was only urging him to use the spirit medicine to cultivate as soon as possible, arriving at the 3rd level of chi cultivation and entering the outer sect, but this heart of man is a heart of man, and she was really talking too much, especially speculating about what others had on them, which was really a big no-no. However, hearing the last sentence, Hanyu was surprised. There's still a sect breaking order? Even the miscellaneous disciples have a big competition? Well, I heard it from the inner sect senior sister. Zhongyu said, our Wanchun Valley is not in a good situation now. If necessary, even the servant disciples have to play a role. Hanyu was surprised. This past nearly a month, did not see any enemies. The enemy is not directly over, but the situation has not changed much better. The main peak side of all the inner and outer disciples are busy. Zhongyu explained, if there were really no more disputes, why would the sect need to be so intense? That's true. Hanyu then asked, is it possible that the sect can make disciples with 2nd level chi cultivation become outer disciples? If you are proficient in spells, and you stand out in the general competition for miscellaneous disciples, the new sect breaking order may not necessarily fail to break the rules and absorb you as an outer disciple. Hearing Zhongyu's words, Hanyu's heart stirred. If that was the case, I'm afraid it would be possible for him to reveal his cultivation at the 2nd level of chi cultivation and become an outer sect disciple. However, thinking that he was at the 3rd level of blood cultivation, if he went to the main peak, it would be risky to meet with the deacons and elders at the foundation establishment realm, so for the time being, he dismissed the idea. Thank you for reminding me. However, there's one thing I have to advise senior sister. Although your white spirit dog's ability to scout for pills is good, in the future you should keep it under control. Don't use it on other people. If not, I'm afraid it won't be a good thing in the future. Zhongyu smiled apologetically at Hanyu. I'm really sorry about this, I'll pay more attention in the future. She also reprimanded the white spirit dog at her feet. Bad little white, do you hear me? If you dare to disobey me again, I'll cut off your dog food and starve you. The white spirit dog whimpered. Zhongyu then urged the banana leaf to leave again. Before leaving, she left a sentence. If there is a need for me, just let someone pass the word. I will definitely do you a favor as a compensation. After seeing Zhongyu, the young girl, fly away on the banana leaf, Hanyu also returned to the stone house. On the other side of the stone house, Tianchang and Huiling, husband and wife, were eating their meals with a sour face and didn't say a word. Tianchang put down his chopsticks and got up with a cold face. Huiling couldn't help but speak up. Brother Qing, could it be that you've fallen in love with that outer sex senior sister? Nonsense. Tianchang didn't even return his head and said. Huiling, as his pillow, of course understood how his words did not fit his heart, and her eyes reddened in aggravation. Brother Qing, you said before, as long as I bring you into the Wanchun Valley, you'll be good to me and we'll be a couple for the rest of our lives, and you'll never dislike me. So what? Tianqing coldly asked. I am now in the Wanchun Valley, is it by your help? It was the Wanchun Valley that broke the rules to accept casual cultivators, and I came in on my own with my own skills, so what does it have to do with you? Huiling sat aggrieved and silently wept. But in the end, she didn't dare to make her beloved angry and didn't dare to speak again. Tianqing looked more and more annoyed, coldly said, cry, just know to cry. If I had known that you were so useless, my profound and wonderful method also should not let you practice. You're a Wanchun Valley servant disciple, and my thousand illusions sex only heir to have a relationship. It's already heaven's great fortune, and now you still want to talk to me? Huiling didn't dare to respond, and could only weep silently. Her husband, Tianqing, was someone she met more than a year ago at the Green Harvest Market, and because he was so handsome and coaxing, she fell in love with him without a second thought, and promised him that she would find a way to bring him into the Wanchun Valley. At that time, Huiling was still a servant disciple of Wanchun Valley. Now that the couple had finally blended into the Wanchun Valley, happiness did not come with it, and Tianqing's greed for his senior sister made her sad. What Tianchang mouth claimed what thousand illusion sect, she has not heard of it, just the secret art of illusion and concealment is really magical. Even a former servant of Wanchun Valley like her can hide over the deacon to mix in, the rest of the nothing, not at all like the appearance of any heir. At noon, a burst of footsteps arrived outside Han Yu's stone house. Senior brother, I'm Wei Xiaoluo, come to ask a question. Han Yu went out the door. Wei Xiaoluo, what do you want me to do? I haven't asked you your name yet. My name is Han Yu. That would be senior brother Han. Wei Xiaoluo is quite smart, slightly pleasing smile. I want to ask Han senior brother, the original Wanchun Valley has a female disciple called Wei Kunyi, Southly country people, have you ever heard of it? Han Yu was surprised and did not show any color. Wei Kunyi? She turned out to be an odd job disciple of the Spirit Field Division, I have indeed seen it. Wei Xiaoluo then quickly asked, now what? Where did this Wei Kunyi go? What kind of person are you? I am the child of the concubine of the Wei family. I should call Wei Kunyi as my sister, but I am too small and concubine, I have never met. Wei Xiaoluo hurriedly replied, and said the cause and effect. Wei Kunyi original also in the Qinghe Square city and Wei family sent people contact once a month or two, but recently there is no contact. Wei family feel uneasy, just I have cultivation qualification, so I want to think of ways to enter the door to see the situation. Han Yu also has nothing to hide, told Wei Xiaoluo, Wei Kunyi is dead. How did she die? How did he die? He was killed by a demonic cultivator, not very lucky. Han Yu also said Wei Kunyi dead time. Wei Xiaoluo suddenly realized, no wonder so long do not contact the Wei family, the original has died. Then a bit of joy appeared in his eyes, and asked Han Yu some questions about life and planting spiritual fields, and hurriedly left. Han Yu was puzzled in his heart, the same Wei family, how come he was happy that Wei Kunyi died instead? What kind of strange behavior is this? Never mind, it's none of my business, just focus on practicing. That night, Han Yu finished practicing and realized that there was another movement outside. This time, it wasn't the movement of a magic weapon in the sky, but rather, he didn't know which servant disciple was sneaking around the spiritual fields, just a flash of a figure, leaving behind a pungent odor, and then disappeared immediately afterward. Is it the original Wanchun Valley handyman disciples, or just joined a short period of time of loose cultivators? People's hearts are unpredictable. Han Yu did not rush out to see exactly. The next morning, outside the clamor sounded, Han Yu went out to check. Hong, Hua, Ji, three brothers face ugly, with a lot of handyman disciples stood in front of a large area of dead spiritual rice seedlings. Nai Tonghai, Tiancheng, and other family spiritual field nearly 20 acres actually all were poisoned to death. Chapter 55, Killing Thieves. Who did it? Dressed in blue clothes, has become an inner disciple by virtue of the 6th level of Qi cultivation. Brother Hong cold face, to gather around the handyman disciples asked. Naturally, no one answered. I don't care if one of you is intentional or unintentional to poison the spiritual field of the etching spirit scattered into the spiritual field. As long as you are willing to come forward, I will not kill everyone. Our Wanchun Valley has always been not like to fight, generous and benevolent. As long as you are willing to come forward, we'll certainly still give you a chance to repent and start a new life. Hong continued, if you don't come out now, wait until I catch. Don't talk about how the clan, I myself will be the first to break you into pieces, make your life worse than death. He spoke sternly, but still no one answered. Then let's watch. Senior brother Hong quickly swept through the crowd's expressions and ultimately found nothing. Those who were poisoned today's spiritual field all follow me. Other handyman disciples gathered, not allowed to walk out. I would like to see if anyone found any traces. Li Tonghai, Tian Qing, Wei Ling and the other 2 servant disciples were all taken away for questioning by senior brother Hong, and Han Yu and the other servant disciples waited for further questioning. A few moments later, an odd job disciple ran out of the stewardship office with a hasty expression on his face, shouting in shock, I really don't know. I really didn't know. At the end of his life, he still dares to run away. Senior brother Hong chased him out of the doorway and with his fingers together, he shouted, go. A jagged black leaf floated from his side, swirling across the body of the fleeing servant disciple. That servant disciple's body was instantly broken in 2, blood spurting out. At the same time, a pungent odor spread out from the corpse of the servant disciple. Senior brother Ji and senior brother Hua both immediately rejoiced, it's really him. This is the erotic spirit scatter odor. Not bad, it is this thief. Senior brother Hong nodded his head, his face colored with anger. What a big dog's guts, daring to act recklessly even under my nose. Fortunately, we caught the source in time and were able to account for it to the sect. Senior Flower said with a smile, this is not a big fault, but rather a credit. Hong turned his anger into joy, that's true. The 2 senior disciples with me to control the odor of the spirit eroding powder, so as not to injure the spiritual field. The rest of the handyman disciples will go back to their own homes, not to move around freely, and cultivate at ease. With his words, the odd job disciples hurriedly returned. After Han Yu returned to the stone house, he thought to himself that this matter was strange. If one were to use spirit eroding scatter, he wouldn't bring it on his body to see senior brother Hong no matter what. Instead, that servant disciple did so, and was also killed on the spot by senior brother Hong. Is it true that senior brother Hong found out the truth, or is he deliberately trying to die without proof? The senior brother who went out at night, could it be the 6th level Qi cultivation senior brother Hong, who had already become an inner disciple? Under the suspicion in his heart, Han Yu felt that the spiritual field was in great danger. Not only is brother Hong suspicious, but the other 2 brothers and all the other servant disciples can't be trusted. In the future, he should be more cautious and improve his strength. Early in the morning of the 2nd day, Wei Xiaoluo, who had just been initiated, once again found Han Yu. Senior brother Han, why didn't you also tell me that the place where I'm living now is Li Quan's residence and the place where he killed Wei Kunyi? When I heard that yesterday, I wasn't comfortable in my heart. Han Yu hadn't thought about it, but when he heard Wei Xiaoluo say it, he said, that's a bit of a coincidence. It's not just a coincidence, it's just creepy. My name is Wei, and I'm living in this mansion, so nothing is going to happen, right? Wei Xiaoluo said, Han brother, I trust you the most, if anything happens, you must help me ah. Han Yu glanced at him and nodded without moving. Trusted me the most, yet you found someone else to ask for information. You've got your own way of asking for information, why do you need me? It was not clear whether he was merely being sly or had another purpose. In short, one had to avoid this Wei Xiaoluo as well. As the 2 of them were talking, a large banana leaf slowly floated by, and on it stood 3 people. Han Yu smiled as soon as he saw them. The first person is senior brother Jin Qi. He was at the 6th level of Qi cultivation 2 years ago, and now he's already wearing the blue coat of the inner sect under the order of breaking the qualification. After Jin Qi, there were Sun Kong and Lu Lan, 2 outer disciples in green. The banana leaf slowly fell. Sun Kong, Lu Lan and Han Yu looked at each other and smiled, not saying much, only standing after senior brother Jin Qi. Senior brother Hong, senior brother Ji, and senior brother Hua hurriedly arrived. Elder brother Hong. Jin Qi slightly arched his hand to senior brother Hong. Senior brother Jin came this time, but the sect has another order? Senior brother Hong smiled as he returned the bow and asked. Jin Qi laughed. Hong senior brother reported yesterday, the clan is very appreciated, so let me come over to read out the reward for you, as well as the clan's other orders. A small merit, not enough to mention. Senior brother Hong smiled modestly. Afterwards, he summoned the servant disciples to listen to Jin Qi read out the rewards and the sect's orders. Inner disciple Hong Liang, for his merit in guarding the spirit field and capturing the spy in time, he was awarded 1 great merit of the sect, 1 practice spell in the transmission pavilion, and 1 bottle of Qi gathering pill. Outer disciples Ji Yida and Hua Qi similarly have 5 minor merits and a bottle of Qi gathering dan. Hong Liang, Ji Yida, and Hua Qi all showed joyful colors and hurriedly thanked the sect for their rewards. Jin Qi also solemnly read out, the sect also has a new breaking order. 3 days later, all handyman disciples will participate in the grand competition, and those with outstanding talent, excellent potential, and outstanding performance in a skill will be selected to enter the outer sect. With this announcement, all the handyman disciples revealed joyful colors, rubbing their fists and eager to try. Someone asked, "This senior brother, is there a limit on the cultivation level for the handyman disciple competition? Is there a limit to the cultivation level?" Jinshi replied, "There is no restriction on cultivation, as long as you are above the first level of chi cultivation. If you have joined the sect for more than a year, you can participate." All the servants' disciples even showed their joyful colors, only the recently introduced casual cultivators did not look too good. Tianqing couldn't help but say, "Brother Jin, why do you need to join the sect for more than a year before you can participate? A loose cultivator like me has cultivation in himself, and doesn't need a year of cultivation. This is a sect order, and I only have the duty to convey and follow orders." Jinshi replied. Tianqing wanted to speak, but in the end, he did not speak. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will understand that this restriction of more than 1 year of entry is to block the casual cultivators from entering the outer sect and make them work as odd job disciples to dedicate themselves to Wanchun Valley. The scattered cultivators are complex, unpredictable hearts, really let them mix into the outer door, inner door, Wanchun Valley internal formation secrets will be leaked out, then there is really no possibility of guarding the mountain gate. After Jinshi finished his announcement, he explained to Hong Liang about the specific time and place for the odd job disciples as well as matters related to their participation. Sun Kong and Lu Lan took this opportunity to speak to Han Yu. "Senior apprentice brother Han, you've always used spells well, this time, you must participate in the handyman disciple competition and strive to enter the outer sect." "Not bad, we'll be waiting for you at the outer gate." Han Yu was a bit hesitant. I've only just practiced chi at the second level, can I do it?" When Sun Kong and Lu Lan heard this, they looked at each other and laughed. "We all became outer sect disciples at the third level of chi cultivation, and now the second level of chi cultivation is the highest cultivation level among the servant disciples, and you're a genius in arts and crafts, so you'll definitely be able to enter the outer sect." Jinshi finished talking with Hong Liang, just heard this sentence, then looked at Han Yu one more time, smiled and said, "This senior brother, is it not a year ago to take the token to worship the clan, I sent you to the spiritual field?" Chapter 56, The Person Who Poisoned. Han Yu saw that Jinshi still remembered himself, so he stepped forward and answered, "Yes, senior brother Jin, at that time, you saw that I was new here and didn't know anything, so you gave me a piece of jade slips of general knowledge of the rules of the sect. I also have to thank gold senior brother Care at the beginning." Jinshi laughed, "Fellow brothers, help each other should be, no need to thank. You are now practicing the second layer of chi?" "Yes, golden brother." "You magic quite talented?" Jinshi asked again. Han Yu replied, "I don't know if I am, but it turns out that Steward Wang and Senior Sister Li have said that I'm pretty good at practicing martial arts, and I don't know if they're encouraging me on purpose." "Senior Wang? Wang has always been a strict person, since he said that your arts can be, I think it is indeed not bad." Jinshi smiled and said, "Work hard and take advantage of this breaking order to join the outer sect." Han Yu answered under his breath. Sun Kong and Lu Lan raised their eyes and looked around, and saw that the spiritual rice that the two had originally planted was poisoned by the spirit eroding scatter, so they couldn't help but feel some pity. That spy is really hateful, good spiritual rice, not even harvest time and then poisoned to death. It's about to make our sect have less resources and be unable to fight against their sect. This kind of spy must be severely punished after the discovery. Talking about this topic, Jinshi also cannot help but look serious. The clan is now outside the big enemy, really heavy crisis. Afterwards, Jinshi, Sun Kong and Lu Lan left on a banana leaf. Many of the miscellaneous disciples flocked to Hong Liang, Ged, and Hua Qi, and began to inquire about the matters of the miscellaneous disciple competition, as well as registering to participate. Han Yu quietly looked at them twice and quietly returned to his stone house. That night, after the green harvest chi practicing heart technique and blood refining technique were finished, the spirit refining technique could no longer be used within the chi practicing realm, and all the other spells had already been practiced. Han Yu considered the matter of the handyman disciple competition this time around. If he didn't participate, he was afraid that it would be a bit unreasonable, and so many people had seen how much Jinshi, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan were looking forward to him today. If one participates, how much one has to perform to become an outer disciple or not, this needs careful attention. Tomorrow, simply go and ask about the situation, and then find a way to exchange their 5 small merits to the transmission pavilion for a spell out. Just then, the big and small crows spread their wings and flew in, landing in front of Han Yu. Han Yu was about to comb their feathers when the big crow cawed softly, signaling that there was a situation outside. Han Yu then got up and looked out, only to see a figure quietly standing in front of his spiritual field, the pungent odor faintly coming from him. The person who had released the spirit eroding scatter had come running again, and this time he actually wanted to poison his own green harvest spirit rice. This can't be ignored. Han Yu whispered to a large and a small crow, and the 2 crows flew out of the window, quietly approaching the man. Hanyu himself quietly opened the door, a stringent technique to collect as much of his own breath as possible, 2 drops of essence blood hanging at his side, ready to kill that person in one fell swoop. That person is very vigilant. I do not know whether it is aware of the 2 crows near or Hanyu out, immediately put away the spirit of the eclipse, turn and run. The 2 crows immediately spewed wind blades from their mouths. Under the night, the man immediately planted himself on the ground with a muffled grunt. Obviously not dead, but his leg was definitely injured. Hanyu slowly walked up and didn't get close, only using the small spell taught by Elder Taoist Li to transmit his voice. Who are you? The man suppressed his voice and said bitterly, Spirit Beast Sect Immortal Master, I'm one of us, I'm from the Wei family of the Southern Li Kingdom. It turned out to be Wei Xiaoluo who had just been initiated. He actually started poisoning the Green Harvest Spirit Rice with Spirit Eroding Scatter when he had just been initiated for only a few days. Seeing that he had revealed his identity and mistakenly recognized himself as one of the Spirit Beast Sect's own, Hanyu transmitted another voice. So what if the Wei family? Immortal Master, since you drive the Spirit Beast to cut off my leg, should be the Spirit Beast Sect people. I do not know if the Immortal Master knows that the Spirit Beast Sect has decided to let the Wei family in the south of the country to change the dynasty. I came to Wanshan Valley, one to contact Wei Kunyi, told her to rebel against the Wanshan Valley together, and the second is in order to poison Wei Xiaoluo, rushed to say, and also couldn't help but draw a big mouthful of cool air. Obviously the pain is very strong. Hanyu continued to pass the sound into the secret. Can there be proof of identity? Yes, all in the storage bag. Who else knows your identity? Han Liang also knows, he killed yesterday to help me cover up. Wei Xiaoluo hadn't finished saying this yet, 2 drops of blood cut through the night sky and penetrated his brain, and his body instantly went limp and paralyzed on the ground. Hanyu raised his hand, and the big crow fell from the sky and stood on his shoulder, bringing him his storage bag. Hanyu sent a voice message to Big Crow as well. The big crow nodded, spread its wings and flew away, grabbing Wei Xiaoluo's side storage bag and returning to Hanyu's side. Seeing nothing strange, Hanyu immediately put Wei Xiaoluo's body into his own storage bag, instructed the big and small crows to quickly clean up the bloodstains around them, and returned to his own stone house with quick steps. Han Liang, who is at the 6th level of Qi cultivation, chose to join the Spirit Beast Sect. Yesterday killed that handyman disciple, really is Han Liang intentionally, that spirit eroding loose as he planted the evidence, and deliberately killed in public. This matter cannot be publicized. Wei Xiaoluo can only be missing, not killed by Hanyu. Otherwise, with Wanshan Valley's current unrest, Hanyu would immediately become a thorn in the side of the Spirit Beast Sect's spies, and would be assassinated at some point. Afterward, calming his heart, Hanyu carefully checked Wei Xiaoluo's storage bag to see if there were any tracking spells or other spells left in it. Only then did he check the items inside. A bottle of Spirit Eroding Scatter, it works to poison herbs, and it also works to poison cultivators. It was just that the odor was pungent, and unless the cultivator was stupid enough to drink it himself, there was no way to poison it. A piece of jade slip, named Basic Qi Practicing Method. The content is different from Green Harvest Qi Practicing Method, much more simple and rough. This is the Qi Practicing Method used by most of the loose cultivators outside Wei Xiaoluo, is to use this to cultivate to the first level of Qi Practicing, and mix into the Wanshan Valley. A piece of jade slip is the Green Harvest Qi Practicing Method, which Wei Xiaoluo obtained after his initiation. Hanyu himself also has it, but it's not much use. There was also the last piece of jade slip, the Beast Heart Tongshin, which talked about the Spirit Beast Sect disciples' method of heart-to-heart communication with their own spirit beasts. Initial cultivation, heart-to-heart. Further cultivation. To ensure absolute control of the spirit beast, we must cultivate the beast heart through the spirit of the pattern, called the beast heart through the spirit of the contract. Hanyu looked at, said he did not need to absolute control of the crows, the size of the crows raised by the art of raising the spirit with their own relationship with the top good. The beast heart psychic contract is not necessary. However, this preliminary training, short-distance heart-to-heart, can still learn a lesson. Lastly, is Wei Xiaoluo as a Spirit Beast Sect spice token, a piece of beast head-like items, non-golden, non-iron, heavy. After Hanyu looked through the items inside, he put them all back. A few moments later, the 2 crows returned, signaling to Hanyu that they had cleaned up all the bloodstains. They were raised as blood refining techniques, and were extremely sensitive to blood, and now they were also spirit birds and such, far more perceptive than humans in this regard. After praising the 2 crows, Hanyu rewarded the 2 crows with 2 pieces of essence blood each, letting them take Wei Xiaoluo's storage bag with them and put it outside to hide. Packing up everything, he waited for the dawn. Chapter 57, Peeping Secret Technique. Early morning daylight sprinkled down at the Wanshan Valley spiritual fields, a patch of green seedlings shaking slightly. Hanyu cruised around his spiritual field as usual. Yesterday's Spirit Eroding Scatter had only been around for a short while, and hadn't yet had the chance to cause damage to the Green Harvest Spirit Rice. Not far away, the swords were soughing, and Li Tonghai practiced his sword skills once more, nodded slightly to Hanyu, and returned to his stone house. Hanyu also just nodded. Is Li Tonghai not afraid of a crooked shadow, or is he simply not prepared to cover up? Is he a member of the Spirit Sword sect, or is he simply a martial arts chivalrous person? Perhaps if Han Yu went to test Li Tonghai and asked him about the martial arts exploits of the three friends of Quanlin, he might be able to tell if he was a martial artist. But that wasn't really necessary for Han Yu. Wanchun Valley now has many spies within the clan, the hearts of the people are fluctuating. Han Yu's first priority is self-preservation. To help the clan to detect spies is really not what he should do, and does not have this kind of strength. Brother Ching, it's time to eat. Not far away came Huiling's soft voice calling. Han Yu felt something and turned his head to look, only to see Tian Qing looking down at his own spiritual field. Just now, was he looking at himself? Just as Han Yu thought of this, Tian Qing already had a look on his face that he had just seen him, and smiled as he raised his head to greet him. Senior Han, are you also looking at the spiritual field? Yesterday, I saw that you weren't looking for Hongguan. Yesterday, I saw that you didn't look for Supervisor Hong to sign up for the Handyman Disciple competition, but are you going to sign up today? Tian Qing said with a smile. Han Yu naturally wouldn't tell him the truth from the bottom of his heart, and just said, I don't have much confidence in this, and I'm still considering whether to participate. Senior brother Han is too modest. Yesterday, the inner disciple and the two outer disciples praised you for your talent in arts and crafts, and the great opportunity to become an outer disciple is right in front of you, so how can you not participate? Tian Qing complimented, if you attend, you'll be able to become an outer disciple and learn more of the sect's subtle spells. Because of this reasoning, it doesn't make sense for Han Yu not to participate in the Handyman Disciple competition. To participate in this competition with confidence, he must know more in advance. The breath convergence technique is enough to allow him to face Chi practitioner realm cultivators without revealing his flaws, but once a foundation establishment realm cultivator gets close enough to check the spiritual breath in his body, it's easy to find out that he's practicing the blood refining technique's blood symbol of the Danzhong acupoint. Now that the third layer of blood refining is practiced, there are already 3 bloodlines on the blood talisman, and it is not possible to easily dissipate the work. Brother Ching, you're chatting with senior brother Han after dinner? Huiling came over to talk. Tian Chang looked at her coldly. What's the matter with you? Go back and wait. Oh. Huiling is aggrieved and wants to say something. I just want to come over and ask. Brother Han has been a member for more than a year. He should have 10 small merits, right? Isn't it time to go to the Law Transmission Pavilion to exchange spells? Tian Qing immediately brightened up, and then immediately sank his face. Nonsense, how can we ask more about senior brother Han's matters? After saying his words, he compensated Han Yu with a smile and said he was sorry, and hurriedly tugged Huiling back to the stone house. What's the point of you looking for surname Han to say this? After entering the house, Tian Qing raised his hand and slapped Huiling in the face. Huiling whispered, Brother Qing, did not you say that the 1,000 illusion sect's secret techniques of the past are hidden in the 5 clans of the southern region and the demon blood sect's demonic cultivators, and that you want to blend into the most peaceful Wanchun Valley to obtain the secret techniques of the past through the transmission pavilion? I'll ask around for you. Slap. Another slap on her face. Tian Chang gritted his teeth, stupid. Is there such a thing as inquiring? We risked being probed by Foundation establishment cultivators to enter the Wanchun Valley, and it was so hard to muddle through that we were almost defeated because of you. The spells of the Transmission Pavilion I do not personally select, do not know what secret spells I need, but also with my 1,000 illusion sect's unique techniques to stimulate the maximum power Ing actually asked a second level of Chi cultivation of odd job disciples, he knows a fart. Both sides of Huiling's face were reddened with tears, and she whispered, Brother Chang, don't be angry, that's what I thought. Just because he's an apprentice disciple at the second level of Chi cultivation, we can only go and ask. You see, he is young, his cultivation is at the second level of Chi cultivation just like the two of us, and he is about to enter the outer gate, and the servant disciples of the Wanchun Valley have always been uneducated, so he won't understand what's going on even if he asks a few more questions. Even if he realizes that something is wrong, let's just kill him, it's not much of a problem, and we can still keep it a secret. Don't you think so, Brother Chang? Tian Qing raised his hand, and Huiling instantly flinched, worried about receiving another slap. But unexpectedly, Tian Qing just touched her red and swollen cheeks and laughed a little. If you say so, it's also a little reasonable. Huiling immediately smiled curtly. Tian Qing twisted hard, and she did not dare to scream in pain, for fear that her beloved would get tired of her. Think about it, how should I trick this kid into going over? Let him go to the transmission pavilion to help look at the spells. Have to think about it. We can hardly rely on secret techniques to hide from the foundation building cultivators, but we can't return empty-handed. Another pair of restless ones. Han Yu noticed that Tian Chang and Huiling were looking and talking differently, and felt that there was really no way to cultivate in peace at this spiritual field. The 3 casual cultivator neighbors who had moved in all had problems. Wei Xiaoluo was a spy of the Spirit Beast sect, Li Tonghai was suspected to be a spy of the Spirit Sword sect, and Tian Chang and Huiling's husband and wife's purpose was unknown, but they also obviously had something to ask for. If the disciple competition isn't too harsh, becoming an outer disciple is also a good choice. At least after moving to the main peak, away from these loose cultivators, there will be far fewer spies. Of course, the likelihood of meeting elders and deacons is also much higher. There are pros and cons to this as well. Han Yu weighed the pros and cons in his heart and walked towards the steward's office, where Hong Liang and Ji Yida were not present, and only Hua Qi, who was usually the best person to talk to, was here. After seeing Han Yu, Hua Qi laughed. I said yesterday, senior brother Jean named you, why did not you register for the handyman disciple competition? So it is to avoid the crowd, today over. Come on, I'll register you. Tomorrow you have to send to the clan. The day after tomorrow will have to be the official competition. Han Yu has long thought of not excusing himself so as not to draw attention to himself. Then, I'll trouble you, senior flower. No need to be polite, look at your age and talent. Even if you don't enter the outer sect this time, you'll definitely enter the outer sect in the future. Hua Qi said with a smile, registering Han Yu's name and age. Han Yu, 13 years old, for spirit roots, second level of Qi cultivation, 1 year and 2 months after entering. After registering, Han Yu tried to ask about the situation of this handyman disciple competition. Hua Qi was a kind person, and Han Yu was relatively promising, so no one came to disturb him at this moment, so he told Han Yu about this general service disciple competition. This clan's handyman disciple competition, once again, the admission of outer disciples, to put it bluntly, or because our clan's situation is grim, had to increase the number of reliable disciples under the door. In the past month, our sect has said all the good and bad words to the other 4 sects, and has also tried to marry them and give them favors in order to gain a respite, but there has been almost no progress at all. The clan must plan for the worst, and cannot be muddy, good and bad, can only choose the more excellent and useful and the reliable miscellaneous disciples, to further increase the power of the clan and the main peak. Hua Qi first said the reason for the new breakthrough order. Han Yu previously did not understand, and now suddenly had a sense of clarity. Chapter 58 Senate a bit. The original 2 to 3,000 odd job disciples, before the third level of Qi cultivation into the outer door of a few hundred people, heard that the clan has a crisis and ran away dozens of people. Now there are still 2,000 up and down. After joining the sect, the casual cultivator becomes a servant disciple, and is not counted in this big competition. It is expected that the handyman disciple competition, the competition will be more than 1,000 people, divided into 20 rings, almost a day of competition. In addition, there are also refining, alchemy, talisman making, medicine aspects will also be selected, in which the best of the best. Han Yu listened to Hua Qi's introduction of the many detailed things about the servant disciples, and asked about the people who would be watching the battle and presiding over the competition. Hua Qi replied, the person who supervises the selection is the deacon of the door, the one who maintains order is the inner disciple and the outer disciple. The final result will be reported to elder by an elder yen, and then reported to the sect leader and the elder of the supreme elder. Han Yu asked in surprise, in this way, is it necessary for all 2,000 disciples to go through layers of testing? From the deacon to the elders to the sect leader, this also delays a lot of time, right? I'm afraid 1 day is not enough time for the selection. Which is so exaggerated. Hua Qi laughed. From the registration of this level, basically has been the spies mixed into the possibility of brush off 99%, are the clan trusted disciples. Participate in the great competition of the handyman disciples really qualified to enter the outer door, will only be the deacons. Pay attention to the rest cannot even enter the outer door, even if there is something else in mind, can only go back to planting effectiveness, simply cannot be used to sift through carefully. Han Yu listened to Hua Qi's careful introduction, and gradually put his heart down. Wanshan Valley's headmasters and elders are all very busy right now, and this time, the servant disciples who break into the outer door are mainly the deacon's responsibility, so when the time comes, they will only issue the outer disciple identity jade pendant and clothes in the deacon's room, arrange for a place to live, and do not have to do any more checking. If this is the case, the outer disciple is not impossible to try. After all, the miscellaneous disciples side is mixed with spies, even a steward like Hong Liang has quietly joined the spirit beast sect, the danger is really not small. Senior flower brother, I still have the sect's 5 small merits here, is it too late to go to the law transmission pavilion to exchange spells? Han Yu asked. This is a flower. Qi pondered for a moment. I guard the spiritual field. Hong, G2 brothers are not now, really cannot take you to the main peak of the transmission of law pavilion. If you go by yourself, I'm afraid to be interrogated by the main peak patrol as a spy, but also have to be familiar with the person to take you over to exchange. Do you have a familiar person? For example, yesterday's senior brother Jean, or 2 outer door senior brothers and sisters, I can send a message on behalf of them to take you to the law transmission pavilion. Han Yu thought to himself that although senior brother Jean was a good person, he was not in a good position to bother him now. Sun Kong and Lu Lan are familiar with themselves, but they have just entered the outer gate, so they can't wear themselves, and there's no way to send themselves back and forth. Turning to think of a person, also owes himself a reparation, also happens to have a flying magic weapon, then said, outer disciple Zhongyu can pick me up back and forth. Hua Qi was a little surprised. Oh? Zhongyu? That little girl who was so bold? A few days ago she sent handyman disciple Wei Xiaoluo to come, put down the person and left, or Wei Xiaoluo himself found Hong's senior brother to register, and she did not send the person to our hands to come. Said here, already cannot help but laugh. You know this little girl? Well, let her transport me to the law transmission pavilion, should be able to. Okay, right now I don't have time. When I go back to the main peak in the evening, give you a message by the way, tomorrow she will come over to pick you up. Hua Chi said. Thank you, senior brother Hua. Han Yu opened his mouth to thank him. Senior Flower Chi's willingness to say so much and pass on the message was already a kindness to others, so Han Yu naturally couldn't possibly demand that people put aside their duties and cultivation to specifically delay their time to bring themselves to the law transmission pavilion. Returning to his spiritual field from the stewardship office, before entering the house, Tian Cheng popped his head up again and greeted him with a smile. Hey, Han, have you signed up yet? I signed up. That's great. Since our couple entered the sect, we have the best relationship with senior brother Han, and we are also the most cared for by senior brother Han. Tian Cheng's face was happy. Now that brother Han has signed up for the competition and is about to become an outer disciple, we have to celebrate. Brother Han, do not excuse, I have wine and food here, and then steamed a pot of spiritual rice. Please, you must have the honor to come at noon, for you to celebrate in advance. We, husband and wife, also have 2 words from the bottom of our hearts that we were about to say to you. Han Yu was a bit confused by this sudden burst of enthusiasm, and hastily excused himself. No need, let's talk about it later. This is not even need to think much, know that the other side must have some plans. Emil, I don't know what kind of trouble I'm going to get into. Han, senior brother, in the future we'll have to trouble you to help take care of more, you can be sure to appreciate. Tian Cheng hurriedly said that he was about to walk over and passionately persuade him. There's no need for that. Han Yu directly raised his face and went back to his stone house. This kind of thing, there is no need to get entangled, not to go is not to go. The last said to Han Yu to help Wei Xiaoluo, this time has been cool. This Tian Cheng couple said what to help, you die that kind of help method? Han Yu thought he refused, it should be fine, but did not expect to arrive at noon. Tian Cheng, Wei Ling husband and wife actually together with the food and wine to the door, said they must express their feelings. Han Yu saw that they actually came to the door, so he didn't bother to be polite. Opening the door to the house, he left the dishes and Ling rice behind and told them to take the wine back. Well, I'll take the thought. I'm a person who doesn't like to eat with people, so you guys can leave now. Tian Cheng and Hui Ling's couple's cheeks twitched slightly as they looked at each other. This kid, it seems like he's not that easy to deal with. What about this? Senior Han, can you let us in to say a few words of thanks from the heart? Hui Ling pleaded in a small voice. Han Yu slightly shook his head. There's no need to thank me, I don't have anything worth thanking you for. There's no need to hide what you have to say, just say it here, it's just as good. Tian Cheng and Hui Ling both gritted their teeth a bit at once. This brat is more than a bad deal, it's simply a stinking rock. How can we talk here? Although it was some distance from the crossing, could it be the same thing as going into the house to talk? Hui Ling hesitated for a moment, looked at Tian Cheng, and tentatively asked Han Yu, senior brother Han, besides thanking you, we also want to ask you about learning spells in the transmission pavilion. As far as we know, the sect only needs 10 small merits to go exchange for a spell, is that right? Han Yu saw that the couple was no longer going to enter the room to talk, and was slightly relieved to just say a few words at the door, so it wasn't that much of a problem. 10 small merits can exchange quite good spells, the clan has a broken order, now 5 small merits can exchange general spells. Tian Cheng and Hui Ling were greatly surprised. Is that so? Didn't it used to be 10 small merits? Now 5 small merits? How do we not know? Oh, we are casual cultivators who have just entered, it is inevitable that we are not the same as your original disciples. After a few words, Tian Cheng stopped letting Hui Ling talk and talked to Han Yu himself. Brother Han, you have enough small merits on you now, so you're ready to exchange them for magic spells, aren't you? I don't know, does senior brother Han have any plans to exchange? Niz and I have been in the green harvest market for many years, and we have some experience, so we might be able to help Han Yu with some of your research. Chapter 59, Secret Messages. What's the point? Han Yu immediately rebuffed, there's nothing to detail, and I'm not going to tell anyone what spells I'm exchanging. Tian Cheng's face first stiffened, then he searched for a moment and said happily, in that case, senior brother Han is indeed going to exchange spells before the big competition, right? I'm not going to ask you what spells you're exchanging, I'm just going to tell you some suggestions and experiences, so it's up to you whether you listen to me or not, so how about this? Said the words, also do not care if Han Yu is impatient, directly said, in the 1st to 3rd level of Qi cultivation, the average cultivator thought of fighting, perhaps thought of as the wind blade art, fire art and other offensive law, or control of the earth this kind of favorable defense. But did not consider, the real fight on the cultivator of the early Qi cultivation is absolutely dangerous and dangerous, this time the strength of the weak, how to be invincible? First of all, let the enemy cannot find your trail, into the fight, retreat can run, which is called invincible. Han Yu was not ready to listen to Tian Cheng so say, actually really have a few points of truth, will come to interest. Oh, according to you, what spell should I choose? Seeing that he was finally willing to say more, Tian Cheng was instantly energized, brother Han, listen to me, I really have some experience in this area. Wind blade art, flame art, earth control art and so on look useful, in fact, for the cultivators of the first stage of Qi cultivation is not very useful, the real useful is actually 2 spells. One is the wind art. This you have learned. With this spell, once you can't defeat the opponent, turn around and run, generally the same as the pre-chi practicing enemy can't catch up. Another spell, I can't remember the name of the phantom body or phantom to say, maybe not called this name, but know the function of the spell, to spirit breath phantom shadow, the combination of real and virtual, so that the enemy can't find the real body where. In this way, when the enemy attacks you, it will hit the shadow, you take the opportunity to escape or launch a fatal blow to the enemy, or enough time. This is the cultivator of the first stage of chi cultivation must fight, life-saving method. I think that senior brother Han converted out of the inevitable useful. Han Yu listened carefully, looking toward Tian Xing. Wei Ling husband and wife seem to be particularly hopeful that they will exchange this spell, knowing that there must be something odd here. I'll think about it. I always feel that the wind blade technique is better. Hey! Tian Xing couldn't help but be surprised that I persuaded so much for nothing. Right at this moment, a banana leaf flew from the direction of the sect's main peak and landed in front of Han Yu's spiritual field. Collecting the banana leaf and landing on the ground were two inner disciples in blue. One was Hong Liang, and the other was Wang Hui, the former steward of the spiritual field division. Seeing the two inner disciples land directly here, Tian Xing's palms trembled slightly. Wei Ling subconsciously swallowed her saliva, and both husband and wife began to get nervous. The two of them, Hong Liang and Wang Hui, however, ignored them and just talked to themselves. Master Wang, this is the residence of Wei Kuanyi's younger brother, Wei Xiaoluo. He also specifically asked me to inquire about you, wanting to thank you for taking care of his sister, and of course, wanting to ask some things about his sister, Wei Kuanyi. Speaking of this matter, Wang Hui some complex feelings. I do not know his sister early trigger the devil cultivator to start, is considered my misfortune or my luck. If it is not to annoy Li Quan that old bastard, maybe she is still alive and well. I am still in the spiritual field office as a steward, not to be exiled outside. Now that the sect is in trouble, I have the chance to break the rules and come back, otherwise I'm afraid I'd really have to die of old age outside. As the two of them talked, they crossed over Han Yu's spiritual field and walked to old Taoist Li's original spiritual field, which was where Wei Xiaoluo was currently residing. Wei Xiaoluo? Don't you want to see Master Wang? I've called Master Wang here now, so come out quickly. Hong Liang opened his mouth and called out. After he called out 2 more times, Wang Hui couldn't help but say, is it not here? Hong Liang frowned. Not in? Shouldn't be. This is a deal. Wei Xiaoluo? Wei Xiaoluo. Called twice more, Hong Liang frowned and walked to the window, looked inside, and was instantly displeased, really not there. This kid is comfortable, let me invite you over. He himself does not know where to run. Wang Hui instantly remembered the previous things of Zhang Shan and Li Quan, and proposed, there is nothing weird, right? Should we go in and search? If we search and find any items from the Spirit Beast sect, wouldn't this kid Wei Xiaoluo be exposed? How can he be a spy again? Hong Liang immediately covered up for Wei Xiaoluo. There's no need to search, maybe he just happened to go out. He also asked Han Yu, Tian Xing, and Hui Ling, have you seen Wei Xiaoluo? All 3 of them shook their heads, saying they hadn't seen Wei Xiaoluo. Hong Liang also asked Li Tonghai, who was carrying a sword and had just walked out the door, and you, come here. Have you seen Wei Xiaoluo? Li Tonghai walked over, close to, take a look at Hong Liang, was first stunned, then if realized, bowed his head and replied, Hong Steward, I have not seen. Hong Liang originally did not want to be too complicated. After hearing the answer, he directly waved his hand. Good, there is no more business for you guys. All go back. Wei Xiaoluo, where did this kid run off to? He also smiled at Wang Hui and said, Senior brother Wang, you just came back not long ago. I haven't had the time to receive you. There is about the spiritual field. I also have to ask for more experience from you. So today, when it's time to eat, I'll be the host and go to the market to drink some of the best Green Harvest wine. How about it? I'm sorry. Green Harvest brew is very expensive. Wang Hui touched his belly and laughed, his eyes flashed, and then asked, should we look for this Wei Xiaoluo, or search for it? It just happens to be absent, there is no need for this. Hong Liang waved his hand again and said with a smile, let's go eat a meal first, and then come back and see if we can meet him. Han Yu heard their conversation and understood why Wei Xiaoluo had disappeared, but Hong Liang was trying to minimize the matter. If he really searched carefully, in case Wei Xiaoluo left something behind to point at him, wouldn't he be asking for death? Seeing that Hong Liang still refused to search Wei Xiaoluo's place and find his whereabouts, Wang Hui glanced at Hong Liang again thoughtfully and smiled on his face. Oh, what senior brother Hong said is also true. When he looked around and saw Han Yu, he smiled and came over. Your name is Han Yu, right? I remember that you are now practicing the 2nd layer of Qi no? Senior brother Wang, I've already practiced the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, Han Yu replied. Oh, then you practice hard. 2 days later, you want to take part in the big competition of the servant disciples? Not bad. Wang Hui smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Last time you told me that I could become an inner disciple, now I really became an inner disciple. It is also considered to be thanks to your blessing, accidentally fulfilled. Said the words, eyes forcefully signaling, and purposely forcefully pat Han Yu's arm. Han Yu immediately woke up, his eyes locking with Wang Hui to determine what message he was trying to convey to himself. At this time, Hong Liang also followed him over. Han Yu takes another look at Hong Liang, and suddenly realizes that Hong Liang's eyes are vaguely redder than normal, with a bit more blood. Ha! Is this a sign of blood refining after taking blood food? Didn't he defect to the spirit beast sect? Moreover, Hong Liang's hair wasn't red, and there was no smell of blood around his body. Chapter 60, Thousand Illusions. Han Yu wasn't sure what was going on with Hong Liang, but Wang Hui's hint had been received, which was always good. Right at this moment, Wang Hui was probably worried that Han Yu was young and didn't know what to do, and made it a point to say, Han Jr. brother, I see that you have a good talent for arts and crafts, and your future is bound to be not bad. I've gotten along very well with Ji and Hua, so if you need any help in the future, you might as well go to them. Just say my name, and they definitely won't refuse. Yes, senior brother Wang, I understand. Han Yu nodded and answered. Hong Liang laughed from the side and said, Senior brother Wang is really a man who loves talent. This kind of care, if the other miscellaneous disciples knew about it, I'm afraid they would be uncomfortable in their hearts, right? Those talentless and incompetent people will neither bring me any benefits nor threats, I'm still not afraid of them? Wang Hui said with a big smile, Brother Hong, let's go and drink green harvest wine? Let's go! Let's have a good drink today. The two of them talked and rode the banana leaf towards the green harvest market. Li Tonghai watched the two people's backs disappear in the distance, and even let out a cold snort full of anger, returning straight to his stone house. Tian Chang and Hui Ling, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief and scowled to return to their home. Han Yu could not be bothered to pay attention to Li Tonghai's abnormality at this moment, sinking his eyes, suddenly called out to Tian Ching, Hui Ling, two people, you two, wait. He didn't go looking for trouble for himself, but he didn't expect Wang Hui to bring trouble with him just after he returned to the spirit field. He was told to find Ji Yida and Hua Qi to send a message to the sect to report on Hong Liang's abnormality. In this kind of haste, involved in the trouble of inner disciple mutiny, pass the message or not? Regardless of whether he passes the message or not, Han Yu is afraid that he will have to deal with an elder's level of scrutiny afterward. To be safe, Han Yu can either quickly escape from the spiritual field and escape from Wanchun Valley, or he can only abolish his blood training third level cultivation again, or else the blood talisman of the third blood training level will be suspended in the Danzhong acupoint, and any elder who probes with the foundation establishment realm's mana can't be hidden from the past. Convergence technique can help him in not being contacted by outsiders when convergence breath, concealed chi cultivation realm cultivation is still possible, the foundation realm hand contact probing, that is not hidden. Because of this, Han Yu called out to Tian Chang and Hui Ling. Whether it's fleeing the Wanchun Valley, or scrapping the blood talisman again, anyway, the trouble has already caught up, things have already made a big deal of the couple's ulterior motives, hidden malice, Han Yu simply resolved it all together. Han brother, what else is going on? You ask what else. Han Yu fingers together, a breath of time of flame with the finger waved forward, straight to Tian Ching body. Tian Cheng pulled Hui Ling in front of his body, and at the same time, he drew back and shouted, Why are you attacking our couple? Are you a spy? I was ordered by Master Wang to catch you. Han Yu's mouth shouted, You husband and wife are suspicious, prying into the transmission pavilion spells, still don't tie your hands and capture. Along with his mouth shouting, another flame art, straight to Tian Cheng. Tian Cheng was horrified, this kid is only 12 or 13 years old, practicing Qi second layer, how to spell so familiar? He hurriedly pinched his hand and crouched down. Han Yu's first flame landed on Hui Ling. She was pulled in by her husband as a shield and was caught off guard by the full hit. Suddenly her body was set ablaze and she rolled to the ground, screaming miserably. The original mediocre face fluctuated violently for a while, and even her appearance changed drastically, no longer the original appearance. The second flame, caught up with Tian Cheng, but burned an empty space. That Tian Cheng is like a dream bubble, violently trembling a bit, snapping cracked, turned out to be a phantom. The real Tian Cheng had already stepped on the royal wind technique and arrived 100 feet away in a puff of smoke. The man then rode off in a single bound, heading straight for the exit at the spirit field in a single breath before any of the other handyman disciples could react. Han Yu shouted twice and saw that no one was stopping Tian Cheng, so he simply stopped shouting. Looking at Hui Ling on the ground again, with tears in her eyes and a pretty face, she was already dying. Han Yu did not let his guard down in the slightest, and with his fingers together, he was ready to send out another flame art. Hui Ling's voice was thin, gritted her teeth and whispered, Thousand Illusions secret art, I have recorded a copy and carry it close to my body. This art can hide from the detection of foundation cultivators, can be beneficial illusion spells. You are a genius, you will surpass Tian Cheng in the coming day, and make him regret it, so that he can get rid of his anger for me. After saying this, he died, staring at Han Yu with both eyes. Han Yu slightly concentrated, did not relax vigilance, another wind art impact on the body of Hui Ling, to see her really dead, there is nothing on the body of the secret plan, then quickly went forward, touched out a piece of jade too. Then look again, Hui Ling's eyes gradually closed, seems to have been resting in peace. Just put away the jade, Li Tonghai, a few handyman disciples have heard the sound, see Han Yu in front of the horizontal body of a woman, all surprised and stunned. Not far away, more laboring disciples, Ji Yida, Hua Qi also heard the sound and rushed here. What happened? Han Yu, who killed this woman? Isn't this Ling Hui? Ji Ida, Hua Qi arrived and asked in surprise. Han Yu hurriedly explained, just now, Tian Qing, Wei Ling husband and wife approached me to ask after the spells of the transmission pavilion, and it looked to me like they were unsettled. It so happened that senior brother Hong and senior brother Wang came, and senior brother Wang explained one thing to me to do, and this couple was snooping around, so I suspected that they were spies, and there was indeed something odd under the test. This Wei Ling was killed by me on the spot, and that Tian Qing just fled outward. Hua Qi directly shook his head. You say this is Wei Ling? No, this is Ling Hui. She was originally a spirit field office handyman disciple, about a year ago privately left Wanchun Valley without knowing where she was, and surprisingly did not expect to change her face and come back as a spy. Ji Ida said, things are urgent, let's not say what the reason is, let's first catch that Tianqing back. Let's catch that Tianqing first, he won't be able to run far. Han Yu immediately said that Tianqing is not the most important, there is another thing, need to two senior brothers as soon as possible to inform the clan, this is also the most important thing brother Wang entrusted me to do. What else is more important than catching spies? Ji Ida asked with a frown. Han Yu stepped forward and whispered to Ji Ida and Hua Qi, senior brother Wang hinted to me that Hong Liang has a problem. Now that he and Hong Liang both went to the workshop together, the sect should go and arrest Hong Liang first. What? Ji Ida and Hua Qi were shocked, are you telling the truth? Indeed, senior brother Wang hinted to me, and I also saw Hong Liang's two eyes glowing red, as if he had practiced the blood refining technique. Han Yu said. How do you know that the blood refining technique will make both eyes red? Ji Ida asked. Last time, when Elder One examined me, he specially explained it. After Han Yu answered, Ji Ida and Hua Qi looked at each other before making a quick decision. I'll go after Tianqing, senior flower brother, you go to the sect and report the matter of Hong Liang. Ji Ida also pointed to the four odd job disciples, you four, first lock Han Yu inside the house, not allowing him to leave a step, waiting for the sect's rewards and punishments to be handed down. The rest of the handyman disciples, all their own back to the house, not allowed to go out a step. Those who go out will be punished as spies. Everything will be arranged, Ji Ida on the magic weapon straight to the exit of the spiritual field. Hua Qi boarded the magic weapon and went to the main peak of the sect. Li Tonghai and the other servant disciples went back to their respective homes, and the four servant disciples watched over Han Yu as he entered the stone house. After entering the stone house, Han Yu first secretly sighed. At this moment, either take advantage of the absence of senior brothers, kill out of the spiritual field or abolish the third layer of blood cultivation must make a decision. Thinking of what Wei Ling said about the Thousand Illusions secret technique, which can block foundation cultivators from probing as well as the method of changing one's face, and Tianqing's means of confusing people's ears, Han Yu's heart and mind moved slightly. If this skill was learned, it would be useful in the future. Picking up the Thousand Illusions secret technique jade slip, Han Yu looked at it for a moment, gradually revealing a happy color. This secret art, it came at the right time. Chapter 61, A Man of Merit. The Thousand Illusions secret art in Han Yu's hands originated from a clan called the Thousand Illusions sect. The opening words were that the sect had been destroyed, and several of the secret arts were mutilated and left to be filled in by those who came after them. At present, the secret art in hand is mainly what Tianqing and his wife have shown, hiding their cultivation, changing their appearance, and condensing illusions to confuse their enemies. What surprised Han Yu the most was naturally the way to hide cultivation. The same as to hide cultivation, a stringent art cannot be practicing realm to detect out, is already very powerful. Cultivation of a thousand illusion secret art of Tianqing, Wei Ling two people but in the workshop market, the introduction to the Wanchun Valley, more than once by the foundation establishment realm inventory, hard not a problem. Especially when the couple was initiated, Wei Ling was the original Wanchun Valley servant disciple, practicing the green harvest chi practicing heart method, only the second level of chi practicing, but concealed from the foundation establishment realm's personal inspection. The thousand illusion mysterious techniques concealment ability is strong, and this can be seen. Time is urgent, although there are other aspects of the Thousand Illusions secret technique, such as the behavior of Tianqing, looking for the 5 southern domains related arts, complementary secret arts, inspire stronger power or can be supplemented, delete the secret art, Han Yu has been temporarily cannot be concerned about. Copying a Xuanqing fruit and taking it with his mouth open, by virtue of the Xuanqing fruit's ability to clear the mind and enhance the cultivation state, Han Yu will quickly cultivate the Thousand Illusions secret art in the shortest possible time, and will have the ability to conceal his cultivation status. By then, when combined with the breath concealment technique, the probing of the foundation establishment realm would be concealed. The real and the imaginary were born from each other, and 1,000 phases returned to the illusion. Using the spirit as a medium and the blood as a guide, the spirit and blood will change one's destiny. Han Yu sat cross-legged in the stone house and began to cultivate. Spirit breath pulls, his own blood is pulled, slowly changing with his mind, gradually covering up his own cultivation, Danzhong point blood symbol. Cultivating the blood refining technique had instead become a convenience at this time, allowing him to condense his own blood essence extremely quickly, in conjunction with concealment and illusion. The core concept of the Thousand Illusions secret art is not the kind of spell that hides cultivation with the operation of the spiritual breath, but the spiritual breath, the essence of the blood to fully cooperate with the illusion of change, from the spiritual breath, the circumference of the sky, the dantian, the flesh and blood of all aspects of all the camouflage and illusion of the secret art of disguising the real. No wonder even the Foundation realm close proximity probing cannot be found abnormal. This secret art can indeed be called powerful. Outside the spiritual field, the atmosphere was silent. Hanyu condensed his mind and practiced the Thousand Illusions secret art inside the house. The first run was successful, and the state of full blood chi was concealed. Running again, this secret art is even more to his liking. The third level of chi cultivation is covered up to the second level of chi cultivation, and the Danjong Acupoint's blood talisman is covered up without any trace. Even if someone from the Foundation establishment realm came to investigate, under the premise of not harming him, he would not be able to detect his true cultivation and the blood refining technique. This secret art was truly powerful in terms of concealment. Hanyu ran the Thousand Illusions secret art once more, making sure that the illusion was very solid and thorough. After not much longer, Ji Yida's voice spoke from outside. Has he ever come out? Senior brother Ji, he hasn't come out and has been cultivating inside the house, an odd job disciple answered. Ji Yida walked into the stone house with a sullen face, first using his hand to sense if Hanyu's body's spiritual energy was normal and pure, and then carefully observing his hair and eyes. Afterward, he began to ask, Hanyu, tell me about the specific circumstances of your conversation with Tian Chang and Ling Wei. Did senior brother Ji catch Tian Chang? Hanyu asked. Ji Yida didn't answer Hanyu's question, but just pressed, answer whatever I ask you. If you hide anything, I'll ask Tian Chang, and you'll be arrested as a spy. Hanyu then told Ji Yida in detail what happened today. Tian Chang, Hui Ling, two people had to invite him to dinner, but also with him to inquire about the exchange of spells in the pavilion of transmission of the law, very suspicious, and then encountered Wang Hui, Hong Liang, two people. Hanyu wanted to take down the two people, but the result of the fight, dead one, escaped one. What kind of spell exchange aspect did Tian Chang ask about? Ji Yida asked again carefully. He asked, does the law transmission pavilion have any spells in terms of illusions, suggesting that I exchange such spells? Hanyu said, I see that the idea the couple is playing is that they want me to redeem it first, and then they'll come back to rob me. Ji Yida listened carefully and nodded, okay, I'll ask Tian Chang to go again. Tian Chang was caught? Hanyu naturally wasn't afraid to confront his confession, and what he said was the truth, only that he didn't specify what phantom body and shadow type spells Tian Chang was looking for. Right at this moment, Ji Yida suddenly turned around and made a gesture to hit, drinking, spy, still trying to pretend. Hanyu looked at him with a surprised expression on his face. Four eyes met, and Ji Yida scratched his nose in embarrassment. I didn't mean anything by trying you out. It seems like you're indeed not a spy. After Ji Yida walked out of the stone house, he didn't leave, and rode the magic weapon to guard the sky outside the stone house, monitoring all the movements at the entire spiritual field. Hanyu at first did not understand why he did not go to find Tian Chang to verify the questioning, and then only to determine that Ji Yida in fact did not catch Tian Chang. He just said to find Tian Chang questioning, but also deliberately test. If Hanyu was flustered and said any inconsistent, cover-up lies, he would have been fooled. It also didn't take long for several flying spells to fly in, and Deacon Lu flew in with another deacon, leading Jin Qi and several other inner disciples, Hua Qi, and several other outer disciples. Ji Yida hurriedly urged his magic weapon to go up and made a report in mid-air. The two deacons landed down, identified Ling Hui's corpse, made sure that Tian Chang had fled, and went to the residence of Tian Chang and Ling Hui to take a closer look before calling Hanyu out. It seemed that this disciple named Hanyu should not be a spy. Deacon Lu spoke, personally pressed on Hanyu's body to sense his cultivation and spiritual breath, determined that there were no traces of other feats, and nodded. If he was a spy, he wouldn't have notified Wang Hui of what happened, nor would he have taken the initiative to capture Tian Chang and Ling Hui. Ji Yida bowed his head and reported, indeed. Because of this, we didn't search too far and didn't forcefully interrogate to force the issue. Hua Qi added from the side, it's just that the situation was so urgent that we couldn't verify what happened to senior brother Hong and senior brother Wang, and we were worried that what Hanyu said wasn't true, so we could only put him under guard first. Steward Lu nodded, our Wanchun Valley is not the kind of sect that is harsh and demanding, and you guys have done things with all your heart. He also pressed Hanyu's shoulder, relieved, you personally killed the clan spies, conveyed important information, this is meritorious, the clan will not let meritorious people cold heart. You don't need to think too much, the door has its own rewards for you. Hanyu saw that he had indeed passed the test with the Thousand Illusions mysterious technique, his heart was relieved, and he softly answered in the affirmative. Ji Yida asked at this time, that Hong Liang Hong's senior brother 80% is practicing the blood refining technique, and Elder Yen has already led people to personally capture him. Deacon Lu said. It is really practicing blood refining. Ji Yida is slightly frightened, fortunately found early, otherwise we will not also be refined by his blood? Looking at Hanyu again, he thought to himself that this Han junior brother is really a loyal disciple. Tian Chang has already fled the Wanshan Valley clan. The chase is not as good as Deacon Lu and others did not go to waste energy to search a group of people waiting in Han Yu's stonehouse before. Concentrate on waiting for the news of the market side. Chapter 62, This Bite of Bad Breath. Outside the green harvest market, banana leaves fell from mid-air. 2,000-year-old acacias were right in front of him, and Wang Hui was about to head inside the workshop market when Hong Liang called out to him. Master Wang, wait and walk slowly, let's talk. Talk, what is there to talk about? I can't wait to go into the marketplace to drink green harvest brew. Wang Hui said with a smile on his face. I also have something in my heart that I want to talk to you. Hong Liang stopped and said with great emotion, once upon a time, the two of us were still outer disciples, and at that time, the inner disciples were flying across the sky above the green harvest marketplace, and we, the outer disciples, were envious. But what's the use of being envious? The inner disciples have many conveniences and are highly valued. Ultimately, it is not something that we outer disciples can think about. If you want to become an inner disciple, how harsh are the conditions? Cultivation at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, accumulation of clan merit, and also having to go through an examination within the gate to enter the inner gate. Wang Hui listened carefully and nodded. That's not bad. It was indeed difficult to enter the inner sect disciples at that time. However, we are quite lucky now, catching up with the order to break the rules and finally becoming inner disciples as well. Before the words were finished, Hong Liang shook his head in disbelief. This inner disciple of ours, can it be compared to the original inner disciple? We have been promoted, and all aspects are much worse than the original. For example, this magic weapon, the original, we can't fly directly into the green harvest marketplace. Now that we have become inner disciples, we still cannot say what we are looking for. Wang Hui laughed. Now that the clan's danger is more important than anything else, the green harvest marketplace naturally can't let the disciples fly around on the magic weapon, which is actually reasonable. Hong Liang inexplicably laughed. Senior disciple Wan's temper is quite good, very different from what he has seen before. Could it be that the sect has sent you to be stationed, but it has honed your temper? Wang Hui, still wearing a smile, to the following: some of the incompetent people, I naturally have a temper to the clan, I would never dare to have a temper. What's more, I made a mistake in the first place, guilty of admitting punishment, and talk about what temper is not temper. It is rare to be so thoughtful. Hong Liang said. Just at this time, a horse-faced middle-aged man holding a tray of things slowly walked out of the marketplace, slowly walking. Walking in front of Hong Liang and Wang Hui, the middle-aged man revealed a pleasing smile. Immortal masters, would you like to try the flour cake I made? It's made from fresh flowers and good rice. Hong Liang smiled. We don't have gold and silver to give you. The middle-aged man hemmed and hawed. If the immortal master is willing to taste, it is already my honor. The flour cake is not worth a few dollars. How dare I charge the immortal master? With these words, he touched a small knife, cut out 2 small pieces of light red flour cake, carefully held it, and handed it to Hong Liang and Wang Hui. Wang Hui looked at Hong Liang with a smile. Hong Liang reached out to take a piece of flour cake and said with a smile, then I will taste it. Opening his mouth to eat it, he nodded slightly, fresh, sweet and soft, it's really good. Then he looked at Wang Hui. Master Wang, you also taste it? Wang Hui faced smilingly, hands do not pick up this flour cake, footsteps to the back of the market retreat. Master Wang? Hong Liang's face changed slightly, you are. Hong Liang, do you think I am stupid? Wang Hui said as he retreated, if it is within the marketplace, I may still fall for it, but outside of the marketplace, I will not fall for it. Words have not finished, that middle-aged horse-faced rice cake vendor has a head of bright red hair exploded, covered with a thick bloody gas. In a flash, he exploded into a bloody shadow, and with a bang, he knocked Wang Hui, who was trying to escape, to the ground. Immediately after, a foot heavily stepped on top of Wang Hui's chest, stomping him out with a large mouthful of blood. In the midst of that blood filled and lingered, a hoarse voice with a bit of sneer, long time no see, Steward Wang. Wang Hui tried to open his eyes to recognize, saw the face after the blood gas cover, tried to recall, shocked and angry, Li Quan, it's you old bastard. Not bad, it is me. Li Laodao's face is fastidious and hideous. Steward Wang, you have a mouthful of old mongrels, and you have repeatedly scorned me. Do you know that I, Li, will not be subjected to this kind of foolishness in my life? I didn't expect that I would still stay in Green Harvest Market, right? I didn't expect that I am now at the 7th level of blood training and have become the leader of the demon blood sect here, right? Today, I finally stepped on you, this fat pig, and raised your bones to ashes, ha 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 ha. This is really the most pleasurable thing in life. Hong Liang reminded in a whisper, you quickly kill him to escape, I still have to disguise a little bit with your hands, this will come people. Between the words, the market side has been someone out of the door to look, someone far to see Li Laodao covered in blood. Chi diffuse appearance, has been alarmed and shouted demonic cultivator. The commotion has begun to spread. Wanchun Valley disciples are bound to be rapidly rushing. Old Taoist Li said in a cold voice, how can I feel pain in my heart if I don't let him die? This will kill him. It's a pity that it wasn't done properly, otherwise it could have been a bit more secretive. Hong Liang frowned, and said you have to kill him by name, quickly kill it. Li Lao Dao but waved his hand and said, "Today out of this bite of bad gas, suddenly the heart is smooth. In the future, I hid, according to the original method of contact, will not be wrong." Speaking at the same time, 7 or 8 dark red, slightly dirty blood droplets at the same time toward the feet of Wang Hui shot out. Bang 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 successively several muffled sounds. Old Taoist Li looked down and was surprised. The blood droplets all hit a thick banana leaf, the very same flying magic weapon that Wang Hui drove on a daily basis. In times of emergency when his life depended on it, Wang Hui had released this item as a protection. In the end, it was a refined artifact. The 7 or 8 blood droplets shot only made the surface of the artifact broken, and the spiritual light flickered and flickered. Wang Hui, who had blood coming out of his mouth, didn't dare to delay. Just like a fat caterpillar clinging to the back of a leaf, he grabbed the banana leaf and urged his spirit breath. The banana leaf shook violently and wrapped him 5 feet above the ground, heading straight to the green harvest market. Seeing the scene, Hong Liang couldn't help but be annoyed. If it wasn't for this Li Quan wanting to kill Wang Hui, why would I have tricked him out? And how could such a matter arise? If Wang Hui doesn't die, I won't be able to settle down in Wanchun Valley anymore. It's too late to do anything. Do you still have any hope? Old Taoist Li shouted. His body's blood qi surged wildly, and 7 or 8 more blood drops shot towards the banana leaf where Wang Hui was. At the same time, his body transformed into a blood shadow, his long blood-red hair flying in the wind. His fists were clenched and his arms were raised high, mang enough blood and qi in his body to blast towards Wang Hui with his familiar martial arts techniques. Hong Liang's face showed a bitter color, but he had no other choice but to bite his teeth. The 2 fire talismans in his hand were activated left and right at the same time, heading straight for the banana leaf. This time Wanchun Valley was completely unable to stay. If he killed Wang Hui, he was a traitor. If he didn't kill Wang Hui, he was also a spy, and there was definitely no possibility of staying. In the next instant, 7 or 8 blood droplets bombarded Wang Hui's banana leaf first. "Save me!" Wang Hui let out a shriek. The banana leaf even dissipated its spiritual light, several holes appeared, and slowly fell down. Immediately after, Elder Taoist Li's bloody hair flew as he blasted through the banana leaf with one punch. The smell of blood hit his face, the sound of the banana leaf tearing was right next to his ears, and Wang Hui's eyes widened in fear. "To Master Dao, death comes!" Old Taoist Li roared with hideous quickness and blasted Wang Hui's fat body. Wang Hui's entire body was like a rag pocket, flying high up and falling down heavily. The 2 flame arts that Hong Liang had released by borrowing talismans arrived only at this time, landing in the empty space and blackening the ground. Inside the Green Harvest Marketplace, a few of the nearest Wanchun Valley outer disciples had already arrived first, shouting under their breath, "Demon cultivators will not escape." Elder Taoist Li raised his eyes to see that a magic weapon light had risen in the marketplace, and he knew that he could not delay any longer, otherwise when the cultivators of the Foundation Establishment realm came, he would no longer be able to escape. His blood qi wrapped and coalesced, exploded with all his might, unleashed the bloodthirsty art, and transformed into an extremely fast blood light. Sweeping past Hong Liang's side, he took him on after a slight pause and drilled into the dense forest in a puff of smoke. A dozen or so breaths later, the 2 deacons sitting in the workshop market had already arrived, and after listening to 2 sentences about what happened, they went straight in the direction of the dense forest and chased after him on their magic weapons. After a few more moments, Elder Yin flew from the direction of the sect with his feet on a black rattan cane, and after quickly asking to make sure that Hong Liang was colluding with the demonic cultivator, he also flew towards the dense forest and went after the demonic cultivator. Chapter 63 Qi Gathering Pill. Not long after, Elder Yen and the 2 deacons returned together with cold faces. As soon as the Wanchun Valley disciples took a look at their faces, they knew that they definitely hadn't caught the devil cultivator. "Still alive?" Taking a look at Wang Hui, who had already been carried aside to lie flat, Elder Yen inquired. "There is still a breath, organs are broken, sternum ribs are broken." 100 Herb Pavilion's young shopkeeper said on the side, "I gave him to take the Springback Dan, just to see if he can survive. He is also a disciple of the Wanchun Valley, and when there was a sect disciple whose life was in danger outside the marketplace, he also rushed to come to his aid." Elder Yin frowned slightly and walked behind Wang Hui, sensing his Foundation Establishment realm mana. He said, "It's not like he can't live. 1 more rejuvenation pill and 2 blood surgery pills, I'll help him out." Boss Yang then took out 2 bottles of pills and poured out 3. Elder Yin signaled him to wait a moment and urged his magic power to clean up Wang Hui's body of bruises and broken bones, causing him to vomit blood in large gulps, before giving him all 3 pills to take. After a few moments, Wang Hui slowly returned to his senses. Elder Yen, Hong Liang colluded with the renegade servant disciple Li Quan and cultivated the blood refining demon technique. "I know, you can run the circumference at ease and recuperate your injuries." Elder Yen said, "This time you are also considered meritorious, just too reckless." Wang Hui said in a difficult whisper, "I only temporarily discovered Hong Liang's abnormality at the spiritual field today. When Hong Liang invited me for a drink, I didn't know that he was going to kill me today. Because I felt that the time was not too late, I only let an odd job disciple pass on a message as a guarantee, thinking that he would not be able to run away when he arrived within the Green Harvest Market. I really didn't expect him to make a move today, or outside of the marketplace. Elder Yen nodded slightly, seeing that it wouldn't hurt for him to say a few more words in spirit, and asked, Li Quan is that old handyman disciple that you bullied? Yes, nowadays he is at the 7th level of blood refining. According to his self-proclaimed claim, all the Devil's Blood sect demonic cultivators near our Wanchun Valley listened to his orders, and he should have formally entered the Devil's Blood sect. Wang Hui whispered. You rather deserve it as well. Elder Yen gave him a displeased look. This Li Quan Ju Dao can only be dying, was forced by you to the path of the Devil cultivator, but even so ruthless, with today's creation. I am afraid that he did not drink a lot of people's blood. Also asked Wang Hui, how did you find Hong Liang's not right? Because there were 2 times before the spiritual field to look for handyman disciples were not there, both were defected or killed. Disciples pay extra attention to this. Wang Hui whispered back, today Hong Liang brought me to Wei Kunyi's younger brother Wei Xiaoluo, said that this person has something to say, there are benefits to give me. I went without defense. As a result, Wei Xiaoluo is not, no one knows where to go. I want to search for Wei Xiaoluo whereabouts. Hong Liang 3 times do not let, but also purposely pull away from the topic. I suspect that he has a problem. Originally thought that he was perhaps for the clan labor, eyes a little red, then add suspicion, how to look at it all feel wrong, then hinted at the handyman disciple Hanyu. This kid has a talent for practicing spells, and is really a smart and resourceful one. Elder Yen listened carefully, but blackface, Wei Kunyi's brother Wei Xiaoluo? Wei Kunyi is the prime minister's daughter of Nanli state who has a nasty relationship with you. That is to say, if it were not for you having these underhanded things, you would not have been fooled and coaxed today, and there would not have been Li Quan to kill you? Wang Hui smiled dryly with a weak heart, probably Elder Yen. You bastard. Elder Yen nearly slapped this bastard to death, but finally held back in the end. The merits and faults will be offset, recuperate your injuries. After saying that, Elder Yen whisked his sleeve away with a cold snort, and the people who came with him all followed to ride on the magic weapon and head to the spirit field. The deacons of the Green Harvest Market, the inner and outer disciples, shopkeeper Yang and others looked at each other and lifted Wang Hui up to send him back to the market to recuperate from his injuries. The Black Rattan cane and more than a dozen flying spells landed one after another, and Elder Yen and the rest of the group landed at the spiritual field. Deacon Lu and another deacon led Jin Qi, Ji Yida, Hua Qi, and other inner and outer disciples to come forward to greet them, and there were only Hanyu and the other 4 servant disciples who had originally watched over Hanyu. Deacon Lu quickly reported to Elder Yen about the things on this side of the spiritual field, as well as his own initial processing. Hanyu, Ji Yida, Hua Qi, 3 people have personally probed, there is no problem, as well as the other odd job disciples are strictly prohibited from going out. Elder Yen took a look at the groundling Hui body, and then looked at Hanyu. Good, your age, cultivation of the 2nd layer of Qi practice, spells practice like this, people are smart and bold, but really a good talent. Afterwards, he felt sorry for himself. If it is peaceful years, this Hanyu efforts to cultivate to the inner door, not lose the door elite. Now there is not much time to cultivate this kind of potential disciple. Can you sign up for the day after tomorrow's handyman disciple competition? Elder Yen asked again. Elder Yen, I've signed up, Hanyu replied. Since you've signed up, with your current fighting ability, it's only natural that you'll be recognized as an outer disciple, but I can't reward you by promoting you as an outer disciple. Elder Yen deliberated a bit. Do you have anything you want? Hanyu then replied, I want to improve my cultivation as soon as possible, and secondly, I want to learn more spells, but if it's difficult, the rest is fine. Elder Yen was not surprised when he heard, this idea of yours is also common to people on the road to cultivation. This way, I give you to count the clan 10 small merit, you can go to the transmission pavilion to exchange spells, and then give you an extra bottle of Qi Gathering Dan. This gathering Qi Dan in the Qi realm in the middle and late used to enhance the effect of cultivation is good, used in the Qi practicing early, the utility of a little waste, but more obvious effect, you 10 days of careful use, do not take too much. Hanyu quickly thanked him. Elder Yen took out a bottle of Qi Gathering Dan from his storage bag and gave it to him. As for Hanyu's small merit record, Hua Qi and Ji Ida will naturally record it, so there's no need to say much. Has that Wei Xiaoluo been found? Elder Yen asked again. No. Deacon Lu, Ji Ida, and Hua Qi all shook their heads. But there are other suspicious disciples. Elder Yen swept his gaze as he spoke and suddenly looked stern as he waved one hand out. The black rattan cane swept across like a black python, smashing through Li Tonghai's stone house 100 feet away. Immediately after a sharp sound of chiming gold came, Li Tonghai's red face, a long sword in front of his body, was suppressed by the black rattan cane and retreated back and forth, retreated straight to the spiritual field outside the stonehouse, and stepped down a green grass and spiritual rice sapling into the soil. Feeling Li Tonghai's aura, Elder Yen said in a cold voice, with the 8th level of Qi cultivation mixing into my Wanchun Valley servant disciples, sneaking and spying, your spirit sword sect has always boasted of being bright and upright, when would you also do this kind of thing? Do you have no shame in your sword heart? Li Tonghai crossed his sword and resisted with great difficulty. At the same time, he angrily shouted, your Wanchun Valley colluded with the remaining members of the Devil's Blood sect, shouldn't you be even more deserving of a guilty conscience? Chapter 64, Lone Star. What? Elder Yen, Deacon Lu, the inner and outer disciples, and Han Yu were all surprised. Deacon Lu and the other deacon flanked on both sides and surrounded Li Tonghai. Elder Yen slowly relaxed his black rattan cane and stopped attacking fiercely. Li Tonghai hurriedly glanced down at the spirit sword in front of him and saw that the sword's aura was already unstable. It was heartbreaking to see that with a late stage of chi cultivation resisting the attack of a late stage of foundation building, even if it was only for a few short breaths, the loss was not small. Of course, the sword is not destroyed, is already his best efforts, and also Elder Yen wants to ask the reason. Don't kill him first. I'll ask him. With Elder Yan's words, Deacon Lu and another deacon respectively put their swords on Li Tonghai's side, controlling him and not telling him to move. Elder Yan's black rattan cane was even hanging above Li Tonghai's head, only needing a thought to move, he could beat Li Tonghai's brains out. What do you mean by saying that Wanchun Valley colluded with demonic cultivators? Elder Yen stared at Li Tonghai and asked. Li Tonghai laughed coldly. I saw with my own eyes that Hong Liang, the steward of the Spirit Field Division and inner disciple, cultivated the blood refining technique. Isn't that a fact? Elder Yen frowned. Then do you know that I brought my people this time to chase after Hong Liang? Did you catch up? Did you kill him? Did you let him go? Li Tonghai was first stunned, then said in disbelief. Elder Yen saw him say more and more ridiculous, heart even more puzzled. Spirit sword sex sword cultivators have always been good reputation. This person look is not the kind of head-scurrying meticulously villain. Why to say that Wanchun Valley collusion with the devil cultivator? Is there any misunderstanding here? Who in this room doesn't know that Wanchun Valley has been purging spies from its disciples time and time again? As long as they are caught, they can only be killed. You, a disciple of the Spirit Sword sect, where on earth did you hear that our Wanchun Valley is colluding with devil cultivators? We've never heard of such a ridiculous fallacy. Li Tonghai was unimpressed and said, all the people here are from Wanchun Valley, so what's so strange that you're the ones who say what's right and what's wrong? In addition to your Wanchun Valley, which of the remaining 4 clans in the southern region do not know that you collude with demonic cultivators, with the intention of subverting the southern region? They are waiting to join hands to eliminate you evil devils in crooked paths. Our Wanchun Valley has become a devilish path? Who said such a ridiculous thing? Could it be that your 4 sects are hostile to our Wanchun Valley because of this ridiculous rumor? Not to mention that Elder Yen laughed back in anger. The 2 deacons and the many disciples all felt ridiculous. We plant fields, grow elixirs, refine pills, and don't even practice much in fighting. Who's evil and crooked is like this? However, looking at Li Tonghai's angry eyes and righteous appearance, it seems to really feel so, then it is even more ridiculous. I have seen with my own eyes, your Wanchun Valley does have disciples who are devil cultivators. Li Tonghai angled his head and drank. I was ordered by my master, specifically to investigate this matter, and now, although the identity is revealed, it is also considered to be killing the body. When my master kills and destroys your Wanchun Valley, even though I died in your hands, I will be able to rest in peace after all. Elder Yin looked at him this kind of speech look, probably not the kind of people who hurt the sky, helplessly said, Spirit Sword Sex Kid, our Wanchun Valley disciples have some private collusion with the devil cultivator. I'm this elder-led deacons, internal and external disciples to chase and kill. It's not a lie, right? Why don't you believe it, but instead are convinced by that kind of rumor? Who actually told you that we colluded with devils in Wanchun Valley? What exactly do we want by colluding with the devil cultivators? A few queries down the line, Li Tonghai also realized that Elder Yen was trying to explain patiently to himself, and with a doubtful heart, he looked around. You guys really went after the devil cultivators? There is no collusion with demonic cultivators within your sect with the intention of subverting the southern region and spreading misery amongst the living? Elder Yen asked rhetorically, we only want to cultivate, plant fields, and refine pills. What good is it for us to have people in a state of misery? The 2 deacons, many disciples nodded their heads. Maybe you guys are in disguise, or maybe you've all been tricked. Li Tonghai said half-heartedly. I see, maybe it's your sect that's been tricked instead. Elder Yen frowned and said. Li Tonghai still didn't believe it. What happened today? And what about that Hong Liang? Elder Yen was about to explain. Li Tonghai shook his head again. You can't say, Hanyu, you say it. Everyone was surprised and looked at Hanyu. Hanyu was also a bit surprised. I say? Not bad. I see that even though you're young, you cultivate and patrol the fields every day, you have a firm heart, you're not the kind of person who kills people indiscriminately and covets the devil's teachings. You come to tell me the original story, I will believe you a little more. Li Tonghai said seriously. It turned out that every day after he practiced his sword, Hanyu's inspection of the fields and his return to the house for cultivation were all watched by him, so he knew that Hanyu was a dedicated cultivator, and also knew that Hanyu was a simple handyman disciple. He didn't trust other people's words, but if it was Hanyu who spoke, he thought it shouldn't be false. Hanyu then told the story of today's incident with Wang Hui, Hong Liang, Tian Sheng, and Ling Hui one after another. Li Tonghai carefully asked about the details, and Hanyu answered one by one. After Li Tonghai finished asking, he frowned and thought. Your Wanchun Valley, you really didn't collude with the devil sect? Naturally not. Elder Yen said in no uncertain terms, and the rest of the crowd nodded. Then why? How do we know if you ask us? Elder Yan's face was unhappy. Boy, who is your master, who dared to send you to Wanchun Valley to be a spy? Aren't you afraid that we will slaughter you, a disciple of the 8th level of Qi cultivation? Li Tonghai's face was respectful, his hands clasped his sword in front of his chest. My master, Yi Gushing. What? Elder Yan's face immediately turned white, hurriedly withdrawing the black rattan cane, fearing that he would accidentally kill this Li Tonghai. You are Lone Star Ye's disciple? Not bad. Li Tonghai responded with his head held high, with a hidden sense of pride. Is it possible that your master is also going to attack Wanchun Valley? Elder Yan asked in a trembling voice. If Wanchun Valley is evil and crooked, my master will naturally not let it go. My master's enmity with the Devil's Blood sect is as deep as the sea, not sharing the same sky, who knows? Elder Yan was instantly anxious, but my Wanchun Valley indeed did not collude with the devil cultivators, this is just a misunderstanding. Feeling that his words may not have enough weight, Elder Yan hastened to add, Go, I will take you to see the sect leader and the supreme elder, to recognize right and wrong, then you must explain to your master. Wanchun Valley is really a righteous sect, never evil and crooked things. After saying this, he even reached out and grabbed Li Tonghai's arm, shared the magic weapon with him, and went straight to the main peak of the sect. Deacon Lu saw that the always tough Elder Yan was actually so scornful of that spirit sword sexy Lusheng, and was also surprised. He then disposed of some subsequent placement matters at the spirit field with another deacon, and led the inner and outer disciples to leave. Only Ji Yida, Hua Qi, and Han Yu were left in place. Today's matter, I've worked hard for you, senior apprentice brother Han. Hua Qi said to Han Yu, I'll take credit for your work, so go rest yourself. By the way, are you going to the Law Transmission Pavilion tomorrow? I'll call out to Zhongyu for you, and if Zhongyu isn't available, there's no harm in me giving you a special ride. Han Yu responded, Please ask senior flower brother to tell Zhongyu. If she's too busy to get away, I'll wait until after the miscellaneous disciple competition to exchange spells. Ji Yida, Hua Qi, and the other 4 servant disciples left separately, taking Ling Hui's corpse with them. Han Yu stood at the same place, looking towards the collapsed stone house of Li Tonghai, which used to be Sun Kang's residence, towards the stone houses of Tian Chang and Ling Hui, which used to be Lu Lan's residence, and towards the stone house of Wei Xiaoluo, which used to be old Taoist Li's residence. Now there was no one in the house. His neighbors had changed so quickly. Lamenting only for a moment, Han Yu returned to the house, calmed his mind, and began to take stock of today's harvest. The 1,000 illusions mysterious art had been practiced for the first time in a hurry, and there were still a lot of subtleties that he hadn't tried yet. Just the camouflage alone had helped Han Yu avoid detection by the Foundation establishment realm. Other than that, it was a bottle of Qi gathering pills, 10 clan minor merits, and Han Yu's clan minor merits had thus accumulated to 15. Of course, for Han Yu, the biggest gain was not exposing his own cards, not having to leave the Wanchun Valley in a hurry, and being able to gain a period of peace of mind for cultivation. Chapter 65 What You Practice and Learn. Night fell, and silence reigned at the spiritual field. Moonlight sprinkled over the spiritual field and the stone house, and even poured into the house through the window. Han Yu sat cross-legged on top of the stone bed, meditating on his next cultivation priorities in the dead of night. The green harvest Qi practicing heart technique was the main cultivation for practicing Qi, so it was natural to cultivate it day after day to reach the limit of spirit breath growth. The blood refining technique was able to quickly improve combat and life preservation abilities, so it was also something to be practiced daily. The secret art of 1,000 illusions involves Han Yu's key to not being seen through, so he must also become more familiar with it, and wait until he learns all the illusions and disguises, so that he can enter and exit the Wanchun Valley more easily and casually in the future. In addition, yesterday just got the Spirit Beast Sex Beast Heart Spirit deed, in fact, can also be quietly retrieved to practice, with the family's crows to connect more closely and solidly. Originally, Han Yu had only planned to practice a little bit, not the Tongling deed pattern. Now that he had the 1,000 illusions secret art to cover it up, the Tongling deed pattern could be practiced as well, depending on whether Han Yu needed it or not, and whether or not he had time to practice one more door. And then, there's the clan reward given by Elder Yin, the Qi gathering pill and 10 small feats. Tomorrow Han Yu will go to the transmission pavilion to exchange spells, but also have to think carefully about a total of 15 small merits to exchange for what kind of spells originally thought to exchange for 5 small merits of the Windblade art, and now all of a sudden can choose a lot of leeway. These things flowed in his mind, and after prioritizing, Han Yu took out a white Qi gathering dan, opened his mouth and took it down, running the green harvest Qi practicing heart technique. He wanted to personally compare the advantages and disadvantages of the Qi gathering pill and the Xuanqing fruit in terms of cultivation, so that he could also determine his resource planning for cultivation in the future. As the medicinal power of the Qi gathering pill gradually melted away, Han Yu carried his spiritual breath around the sky, converting the medicinal power into spiritual breath, and finally returning it to the sprout at the Dantian. The sprout at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation shook slightly in small increments. By the time the sprout sent out its first full leaf, Han Yu would arrive at the 4th level of Qi cultivation. After running for a few cycles, Han Yu slowly stopped, estimating the medicinal power of the Qi gathering pill in his heart, and slightly rejoiced. Perhaps it was because he had just started taking the chi-gathering pill. After refining the medicinal power today, the remaining medicinal power was condensed but not dispersed, and he was actually able to cultivate for more than 3 days. In other words, each chi-gathering pill was enough for 4 days of cultivation, greatly exceeding the amount of medicinal power the xuanqing fruit could provide to Hanyu. As an elixir for the middle and late stages of chi cultivation, although it was a waste of time, the effect was also really fast. The reason why it outperforms the xuanqing fruit by a lot, of course, there are also Hanyu taking xuanqing fruit too many times, resulting in the efficacy of the medicine fading. However, if you want to take out to compare, the value of xuanqing fruit is still better than chi-gathering dan is just a kind of clearing the mind and concentrating on the role, that is, it is different from the pure cultivation, increased cultivation pills. Open his eyes, end today's cultivation. The big and small crows have stopped in front of the bed, quietly waiting for him. Because of their spiritual nature, they know how to hide and keep quiet. The big and small crows do not shout and barge in at night, and have always been extremely restrained. After seeing them, Hanyu smiled. Tomorrow I choose spells. I still have to see what feats are available, and I can let you guys come out and move around in the open. Otherwise, when I become an outer disciple and come into contact with more and more powerful disciples, the two of you won't be able to come to me. The big and small crows cawed softly and nodded their heads. They naturally couldn't afford not to see Hanyu for a long time. A few moments later, the big and small crows spread their wings and flew away, and Hanyu couldn't help but think of old Taoist Li again. Today's matter of Hong Liang, Wang Hui, in the workshop market side exactly how he as a handyman disciple also have no way to know. Where Hong Liang's cultivation of the blood skill came from, he couldn't possibly arouse suspicion to pursue it either. Because of Hong Liang, probably the marketplace will have to search again, right? Old Taoist Li was selling flour cakes at the market, so he didn't know if he would be exposed. Early the next morning, a cheerful shout came from outside Hanyu's stone house. Master Han, Master Han. Hanyu got up and opened the door to see Zhongyu with the scarlet belt, but without the white spirit dog by his side. Senior brother Han, is it you who wants me to take you to the law transmission pavilion to exchange your techniques? I heard the news from Hua Qi, so I came over today. Well, I'm not familiar with the other senior brothers and sisters, so it wouldn't be a good idea to bother anyone else, so I can only ask senior sister Zhong for your help. Hanyu said, didn't sister Zhong bring your spirit dog today? Little White is too greedy, I'm afraid he'll offend you again. Come, I'll take you to the law transmission pavilion, come on up. Zhongyu spoke and released the banana leaf pieces. Senior sister Zhong, how do you manage your spirit dogs within the gate? I also want to raise some kind of spirit pet, but I'm afraid of being misunderstood, Hanyu inquired to Zhongyu after stepping onto the banana leaf. Zhongyu smiled and said, what are you afraid of? Just tell the elders of the sect, won't that be enough? Seeing how she said it as a matter of course, Hanyu reminded, I don't know any clan elders. Oh, so then there is no harm for you to learn a beast such as spells, register their own spirit animal is, our clan was not strict, but also on the recent difficulties in the clan, spies are very much, only to strictly check. Zhongyu said smilingly, voice with silver bells like, lively and cheerful, now have to let the clan know, you harness the beast of the spell from where, is not the spirit of the beast of the beast of the beast heart through the spirit of the contract. So, you exchange one of the sect's law transmission pavilion will be fine. I see, thank you for your guidance, senior sister Zhong, Hanyu said. No need, speaking of which, I have to congratulate you. Zhongyu said with a smile, Hua Qi told me that you were a great success yesterday, even the elders and deacons praised you for your skill, killing the spies with your own hands, and cooperating with the other brothers to pass on the message, making a mark. Hanyu was a bit stunned, not expecting Hua Qi to say good things about himself to Zhongyu. This is too much of a compliment, I'm just lucky that I happened to run into it. Hee, you're quite modest, senior brother Han. Zhongyu laughed like a bell. In the midst of their conversation, the banana leaf slowly approached the main peak of the sect, and before they got close, a layer of light green light swept through the air. Zhongyu reminded Hanyu, don't be nervous, this is the main peak of the new formation, specializing in identifying whether or not the clanspeople, generally as long as there is a foreign disciple identity jade pendant will be able to enter. I've heard that if the enemy comes to attack, then it may isolate the inside and outside, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Hanyu was a bit puzzled, I heard it from one of the elders of the medicinal garden. Zhongyu smiled and explained, then catalyzed the banana leaf to enter the main peak, then crossed the layers of buildings and pavilions, arriving in front of the law transmission pavilion not far below the clan's main hall. Look, that's the ring for tomorrow's competition. Standing in front of the law transmission pavilion, Zhongyu pointed at a large blank stone platform halfway up the mountainside and said to Hanyu. Hanyu looked twice, that should be where the inner and outer disciples practiced on weekdays, and now the stone platforms were arranged one by one, waiting for the big competition to start tomorrow. Zhongyu waited for him to finish looking, then said, alright, you can go in and exchange spells now, I'll wait for you outside, and I'll send you back after you've exchanged. Thank you for waiting, senior sister Zhong. Hanyu nodded slightly and walked towards the door of the spell transmission pavilion. No need to be polite. Zhongyu smiled behind him. Chapter 66, A Shame. Stepping into the law transmission pavilion, another green light greeted him. This green light fluctuated a bit from Han Yu's body, apparently because he wasn't an inner or outer disciple. Sensing the fluctuations, a young voice came from a room not too far away. To enter the law transmission pavilion, a miscellaneous disciple needs to notify his name, possess a small merit, and exchange for a spell category. With this voice, a blue-clothed inner disciple walked out from within the room. Come over and verify your identity. The storage bag is placed at the door. No one is allowed to bring it in. After the verification is correct, then we will exchange the merit with you. Han Yu then put down the storage bag. The green light of the formation then enveloped the bag, preventing others from touching it or taking it into the law transmission pavilion himself. Han Yu walked up and told the inner disciple his identity. Han Yu, an odd job disciple at the Spirit Field Division, possessing 15 small feats, and wanting to exchange for beast writing spells and attack spells. Thinking of his own 1,000 illusions secret art, he added another, or illusion spells and other categories would like to see. I do not know if it is possible. Into the outer door to say, miscellaneous disciples to exchange, can only wait for me to bring spells jade slip, decide to change or not. The blue-clothed inner disciple said, leading Han Yu to the room, standing in front of a stone tablet. Another purple-clothed deacon was in the room, took a look, and didn't say much. Han Yu was not unfamiliar with stone tablets. When he had entered the school, the deacon's office had used a stone tablet to record his name and root, and that stone tablet also served the purpose of detecting his spiritual roots and distributing the clan's merits. Compared to the stone tablet in the deacon's room, the one in the law transmission pavilion was much smaller and more delicate, only 4 feet square. The blue-clothed inner disciple spoke to the stone tablet. Han Yu, an odd job disciple of the Spirit Field Division, has come to the law transmission pavilion to exchange. The stone tablet then showed, Han Yu, servant disciple of the Spirit Field Division, 13 years old, for spirit roots, 15 minor feats. Tap the spirit breath on the stone tablet. The blue-clothed inner disciple reminded Han Yu again. Long before he moved, Han Yu had already used the 1,000 illusions secret technique to make a good cover, so he stepped forward at this time, outputting a bit of spiritual breath and tapping it on the stone tablet. The green harvest chi practicing heart technique is unmistakable. The stone tablet showed it. Han Yu could also see that this tablet was not only smaller than the one in the deacon's room, but it also possessed some inferior capabilities. If it was the stone tablet in the deacon's room, it should be able to more accurately verify one's identity rather than just sensing the cultivation technique. The blue-clothed inner disciple nodded. Well, that wouldn't be wrong. You want 3 categories of arts, beast mastery, attack, and illusion, don't you? I'll get you the 3 simplest categories of spells over here. You can exchange one for 5 small merits, and with 15 small merits, you'll be just about to run out. The purple-clothed deacon raised his eyes again at this time to look at Han Yu, and slowly said, get him the beast mastery, sharp gold, and illusionary body spells. The blue-robed inner disciple was surprised and whispered, Deacon this seems to be more than 15 small merits. The purple-clothed deacon surnamed he said, this handyman disciple has a talent for arts, yesterday made a merit, this matter I have already known in the sect hall. Tomorrow, the general competition of the servant disciples, he will be able to enter the outer door to get the wind blade art, ice condensation art, earth control art, fire art 2 of the 4, there is no need to spend another 5 small merits to exchange this kind of spells, just give him a little bit of the good. The blue-robed inner disciple nodded, but did not act immediately, his face still had a difficult look on it. The purple-clothed deacon surnamed he waved his hand, go, Elder Bai is here. If Elder Bai asks, just say that I personally handled this matter. Yes. The blue-robed inner disciple then got up and went to get the spell jade slip. Only Deacon he and Han Yu remained in the room. Han Yu opened his mouth to say thank you, disciple Han Yu, thank you Deacon he for taking care of me. There's no need to thank me, you have this potential yourself, it would be a shame if you didn't explore it. Deacon he said here, voice slightly melancholy, the clan is difficult to predict. If one day the clan really cannot be sustained, you and these disciples may be the last little spark. In the end, we have to rely on you to remember the name Wanchun Valley. Deacon He's words were very pessimistic and disappointing, and after he finished speaking, he looked at the 13-year-old boy in front of him and shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. What is there to say to this little kid? What use can it be? Learn well, you can use it in the future. Speaking, the blue-clothed inner disciple has taken 3 jade slips, the sect passes on the law, may not be borrowed, not to mention not allowed to sell, once found, will certainly be severely punished. All of the jade slips are marked by the sect, and outsiders will not dare to acquire them. After cautioning him, he handed the jade slips to Han Yu. Since Han Yu knew that the technique exceeded the 15 small feats, or that Deacon He took special care of it, he naturally stopped being picky, and after thanking Deacon He left with the 3 jade slips. Today's copying ability has not yet been used, but unfortunately, the sect is not without rules, and it is impossible to allow disciples to break into the law transmission pavilion at will, like picking vegetables from a stall, or Han Yu could at least quietly copy 1 or 2 spells. However, on second thought, in and out of the case of a spell array detection, to bring more jade slips to leave the spell transmission cabinet is also impossible. By the same token, the items sold in the marketplace are not something that can be copied by just reaching out and touching them. For Hanyu to copy better items and techniques, he would still have to increase his own cultivation and reach out for better and better things. Walking up to the entrance of the law transmission pavilion, the green light dispersed a corner, allowing him to take his storage bag. Hanyu then put the 3 jade slips into the storage bag and walked out of the law transmission pavilion. You dare to yell in front of the law transmission pavilion and sell your raggedest stuff? Zhongyu was smilingly talking to someone. Talking to Zhongyu was that workshop market selling rags pig old 3, he this time also wore the outer disciple's green clothes, but I do not know whether it is physically obese, or accustomed to dress like this, or frankly half of the chest, very unsightly. Hey, Zhongyu, you say this borrow my 10 guts, I also dare not in the main peak of the sect Wanlia. Pig Lao-san said, raised his head to look at Hanyu who walked out of the law transmission pavilion, as if assessing whether Hanyu could buy him something. I know good, put away your little plan, be careful to be severely punished by the deacons. Zhongyu said with a smile and talked to Hanyu again. Hanyu, have you picked out your spells yet? Let's go back? Aha! Hanyu answered, I have to thank you, Sister Zhong. You're welcome, you're welcome. Zhongyu said, released his banana leaf, greeted Hanyu up. Hanyu was about to go forward. Pig old 3 is bright, to Hanyu is to raise his hand as a salute. I said who is it? It turns out to be our Wanchun Valley's new art genius. I've heard about you, do you want to change your art today? Why don't you listen to my opinion? Hanyu's face sank as he jumped onto a banana leaf and urged Zhongyu, let's go back. Zhongyu laughed, and while urging the banana leaf, she turned back to Pig Lao-san and scoffed, Pig Lao-san, look at your reputation, it's not very good. If you dare to think wrongly again, beware of the sect punishing you. Pig Lao-san awkwardly dry laughed too, wait for them to go far away, only to mutter in a low voice too. It's getting harder and harder to find the wrongdoer. On the way back to the spiritual field, Zhongyu asked Hanyu about this again, do you know Pig Lao-san's reputation? Not to mention knowing that I'm a small handyman disciple, how can I afford such praise as a genius of Wanchun Valley? This is a big trouble. Hanyu gave an explanation. Only then did Zhongyu realize, you're very careful. So many people were coaxed into a stupor by Pig Lao-san saying 2 good words and buying his stuff. In the middle of talking, the spirit field place arrived. Hanyu got off the banana leaf and said goodbye to Zhongyu, thanking her in the process. Zhongyu also waved her hand to say goodbye, rest well, tomorrow's handyman disciple competition, I'll go to cheer for you. After saying this, she picked up the banana leaf and left. After she left, Hanyu didn't go back to the stone house, but took out 3 jade slips and walked towards the spirit field stewardship office. Chapter 67, Please leave the spirit field. Senior brother Han, what's the matter here? Just after arriving at the spirit field stewardship office, Hua Qi saw Hanyu and got up at the window to inquire. Together with Hua Qi, there was also Ji Ida and inner disciple senior sister Li. When Hua Qi asked, they all looked at Hanyu. Hanyu then explained his intentions, Senior flower brother, I earned 15 small merits yesterday, so I went to the law transmission pavilion today to exchange spells because of law transmission pavilion deacon his favor. I exchanged 3 spells, beast mastery, sharpened gold, and illusory body. Now I've brought the jade slip over. Hua Qi didn't understand what he meant. Oh, that's not bad. You have changed 3 spells, go back and cultivate yourself, why do you need to come to our stewardship office once? This time, Senior Sister Li opened her mouth and explained, Beast Mastery, Sharp Gold, and Illusionary Body are worth 40 kongs before the Order of Breaking Ranks, and even with the Order of Breaking Ranks, they are worth 20 kongs. Deacon he is deliberately taking care of Senior Brother Han. Han, this art talent of yours was reported yesterday by Deacon Lu, Elder Yen, and because of the battle record of killing Ling Hui with your own hands, it is now somewhat famous within the sect. Hanyu also did feel that he was famous in front of the deacons and some of the disciples, and now that he heard Senior Sister Li emphasize it again, he couldn't help but think to himself. This is famous. The disciples of the Wanchun Valley were really bad at fighting, so much so that he, a miscellaneous disciple, actually startled quite a few people by fighting and killing people. Senior Brother Han, you mean to tell us that you didn't get your spells haphazardly, but that they came from the Dharma Transmission Pavilion when practicing in the future? Don't think of you as some kind of spy, don't you? After finishing her explanation, Senior Sister Li inquired to Hanyu again. Hanyu nodded. What Senior Sister Li said is exactly what I was thinking. The Sharp Gold technique and Illusory Body technique are nothing more than that, but that Beast Mastery technique, I'm worried about being mistaken for the Spirit Beast sex, although the side of the Law Transmission Pavilion said that I can cultivate it without worrying about it. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, I'd better talk to my senior brothers and sisters in advance. If senior brothers and sisters don't feel good about it, I'll cultivate this spell later. Senior Sister Li heard this and glanced at Hanyu with satisfaction. Not bad, you did save us a lot of trouble by saying it in advance. If you don't say it, the day we see that you've raised a spirit beast, we'll have to arrest you for interrogation and search. He also asked Hanyu, have you thought about what spirit beasts to raise? Hanyu nodded, I've thought about it, and it's also a little bit of my wish before. When I joined Wanchun Valley, I had a raven with me, which was witnessed by Deacon Fong and Jean Chi of the Deacon's Room, as well as Steward Wang Hui. But later, when I was busy practicing cultivation, the raven was released into the forest and left to fend for itself. I want to find that crow again and turn it into my harnessed beast. Senior Sisterly was puzzled. Did you bring an unusual crow? Is it a spirit beast? I don't know if it's a spirit beast or not, I only know that it's bigger than an ordinary crow. Han Yu replied. If you're practicing the art of beast mastery, the first choice is still a spirit beast. Sisterly suggested, if it's just an ordinary beast that's a bit stronger than its counterpart, there's no need to waste the beast mastery technique. Our clan's beast mastery is different from the spirit beast sex, and we can only harness and cultivate one spirit beast, so don't waste this valuable opportunity. Han Yu lowered his head and said, Senior Sisterly, I chose the beast harnessing technique for this crow. If it wasn't for it, I wouldn't have considered the beast harnessing technique. Hearing him say this, Senior Sisterly also stopped persuading. Since it is your heart's desire to do so, I won't say anymore. And then pondered for a while, said, Wang Hui, Hong Liang, two people one after another accident, the spiritual field office is now again my jurisdiction. Tomorrow, after the big competition of servant disciples, you will become an outer disciple. You can choose to stay in the main peak, or you can talk to the deacon, return to the spiritual field to help me manage servant disciples. Han Yu was a bit surprised. I can choose to go back to the spirit field office? When you make your request, just tell me that you've already discussed it with me. Senior Sisterly said, now that the main peak is busy and there are many inner and outer disciples who have just broken through, and there are no external tasks, it's very noisy and crowded. Even the cranes have been noisy. Fly away more than half. Banana trees are looking not spirit, really is not a place of pure cultivation. Han Yu does not want to live in the main peak, lest he meets the elders and is always on edge. If he can come back to the spiritual field and talk to Senior Sisterly about the crows, that would be the best thing of all. Senior Sisterly, if I can really become an outer disciple, I'll choose to return to the spirit field. When Han Yu said this, some smiles appeared on Senior Sisterly's always cool face as she nodded, and Ji Yida and Hua Qi also smiled good-naturedly. If there were no surprises, after tomorrow, Han Yu would become an outer disciple, and they would be fellow members of the spirit field office. This was naturally different from the previous journeyman disciples. After speaking with Senior Sisterly, Ji Yida, and Hua Qi, Han Yu's heart was also greatly stabilized. Not only was the matter of the crows settled, but even the outer disciple's place of return afterward had been decided, so after tomorrow, he would be able to cultivate at ease again. Even if the Wanchun Valley couldn't last too long, Han Yu's departure from the spiritual field would be the most free and convenient. Speaking of which, yesterday, Elder Yen had grabbed Ling Jian's sex Li Tonghai and left in a hurry, and now he didn't know what the outcome would be. Is Yi Lixing of the Spirit Sword sect that scary? The always serious and unsmiling Elder Yen had broken. After returning to the stone house, he first practiced the green harvest chi, practicing heart technique to refine the remaining medicinal power of the remaining chi gathering pills, and after raising his spiritual breath to the limit of today's cultivation, he practiced the blood refining technique once more. After that, he practiced the blood refining technique once more. After that, he consulted the Thousand Illusions mysterious technique and increased his understanding a little bit. After that, it was time to carefully study the beast mastery art, sharp gold art, and illusory body art. Sharp gold art spent an hour, the first practice, use out, but also some power if there is a weapon, attached to the weapon, suddenly sharpened greatly increased, cutting iron like mud. If there is no weapon, sharp gold art can also form a separate attack. The first practice has been no less than the wind blade art if it is skillful, plus Han Yu has a metal root. I'm afraid that simply inspire sharp gold art can be a lot more powerful than the wind blade art. This is really better than wind blade art and flame art, no wonder it's not one of the spells that can be exchanged for 5 small merits. Then look at the beast mastery, Han Yu against the spirit beast sex, beast heart spiritual pact, to see the difference between the two high and low. Do not cultivate the beast heart Tong Ling Chi, just with the spirit beast's heart to heart, then the beast mastery art is still relatively comparable. But if compared to the cultivation of the beast heart spirit pact and the harnessing of many kinds of spirit beasts, the beast mastery technique is much inferior to Han Yu's cultivation of the beast mastery technique for the time being, and when there is a need in the future, he will come back to cultivate the spirit beast sex technique. Spent an hour, and the beast mastery preliminary learning, the big and small crows are not there. Han Yu also has no way to verify. He picked up the illusory body technique again to learn it. Once he learned it, Han Yu was stunned that the Thousand Illusions secret technique reacted marvelously with the illusionary body technique. Within the Thousand Illusions secret art itself, there is the method of illusion, such as Tian Qing's illusionary body to avoid being chased and escape from life. Han Yu only looked at a rough idea for the time being, after all, it had just arrived, and hadn't yet had time to learn. But this phantom body art just arrived in the hands. The first practice, Han Yu directly phantom 2 phantom doppelganger out. And this was simply an ability that was not present on the illusory body technique given by the Dharma Transmission Pavilion. According to the jade slip of the Dharma Transmission Pavilion, this illusory body technique is only an illusory body at the end of the practice, so as to confuse the enemy, and if one is skillful in practicing it, one can make it difficult for the enemy to distinguish between the real and the fake. Han Yu's first practice, there are already 2 phantom bodies, and already more detailed and clear, not that kind of fuzzy figure. Chapter 68, Harnessing the Beast Crow. Looking at the 2 phantoms in front of him that were similar to his own, Han Yu finally completely understood why Tian Chang and Ling Hui had been encouraging him to exchange his illusion aspect spells. It turned out that the 1000 Illusions secret art was actually so useful in this regard. The degree of illusion was much finer than simply practicing the illusionary body technique, and there were 2 figures illuminated at the very beginning, and the number might even increase if one were to cultivate even more proficiently. At that time, it would be difficult for the enemy to distinguish between the real and the fake, and Han Yu would have an additional layer of freedom to advance and retreat. Thinking of this, Han Yu's expression was a bit odd. This was the reason why Tian Chang had persuaded him to exchange for illusion-type spells, so that he could take advantage of the opportunity to attack and escape. Now that Han Yu had learned the 1000 Illusions secret art and the illusion body art, he had really realized Tian Chang's persuasion. If Tian Chang, who had escaped the Wanchun Valley, were to learn of this, he wondered if he would feel happy. After all, Han Yu was still quite obedient to his persuasion. Cultivation time seems extraordinarily fast. After practicing Qi and Blood, the 3 spells that just arrived were learned, Han Yu came back to his senses, and the sky was already dark. Today's copying ability, Han Yu did not use, but began to accumulate his copying ability if used daily, is to copy the Xuanqing fruit, blood, jade simple such items. If a period of time is not used, it is possible to accumulate the ability to copy the more complex and precious items. As his cultivation increased, his daily copying ability also increased, and if he didn't use it for a few days, the accumulated copying ability became more. Right now, there were no items particularly worth copying for a while, and the residual medicinal power of the Qi gathering pill was already enough for Han Yu to use for the moment, so he accumulated a bit of copying ability for future backup. As the night deepened, a large and a small crow flew in with their wings spread out. After landing along the window, Han Yu reached out and touched the big crow. Ga. The big crow chirped softly and squinted comfortably. Han Yu also touched the little crow, which also cawed softly in delight. After cawing, he peeked at the big crow and saw that the big crow was staring at him, so the little crow hurriedly shut up and hid to the side, not daring to grab the favor that belonged to the big crow. Today, I learned the art of animal control, so it will be much more convenient for you to appear in the future. Which one of you 2 will be my beast master? As soon as Han Yu's words fell, the big crow and the little crow probed over together, both clearly willing. The big raven then gave the little raven a warning look. The little crow cawed softly in aggravation, and helplessly shrank to the side, giving this opportunity to the big crow. Han Yu was not surprised to see this. The 2 large and small crows had their priorities clearly defined, and it was still clear that they came first. Furthermore, the big raven was leading the raven flock, so he should indeed use the beast mastery technique first. So he raised his hand, inputting spiritual breath into the big crow's body, running the beast mastery technique. The big crow's body trembled slightly, and its own aura instinctively tried to resist, but it was collected. A moment later, Han Yu let go of his hand. Unlike the blood refining technique's spirit nurturing technique, after the success of the beast harnessing technique, Han Yu's ability to sense and connect with the great crow was much stronger. After all, the spirit nurturing technique only feeds blood qi, essence and blood, and in the end, it's just a way to raise mundane beasts to be more ferocious and abnormal, not necessarily turning them into spirit beasts, but more into vicious beasts that are close to their masters. Now the beast mastery technique is successful. Within a mile, even if the big crow is not seen by Han Yu, even if it is hidden, Han Yu can also clearly perceive the direction of its existence within 20 feet, the mind to communicate quickly, no problem. This also means that the big crow can work closely with Han Yu from now on, without the need for any words, will be able to tacitly attack the enemy, and can greatly increase Han Yu's combat power. And this is not the limit of the beast mastery. As Han Yu's strength rises, his perception of the big crow's location and distance will continue to rise. In addition, after the use of the beast mastery technique, it also basically eliminates the possibility of the beasts rebelling, but whenever there is a bit of disloyalty, the owner will quickly notice it and punish or even kill it. This beast mastery technique was a thoroughly practical spell for Han Yu. Although it was a bit inferior to the beast heart tumbling contract, it was completely sufficient for now. After completing the beast harnessing technique, Han Yu looked at the big crow again and clearly learned that it was loyal and loving to him, even to the point of admiration, and couldn't help but smile. The 2 big and small crows' loyalty to him was actually known to Han Yu long before the beast harnessing technique, but now it was just a clearer sense of it. Combing the feathers of the big crow, feeling the double fit of his own spiritual breath and blood qi with it, Han Yu also felt more and more intimate. In this way, after only 2 days, the great crow would be able to appear by Han Yu's side in the open. Early in the morning of the 2nd day, just after dawn, Ji Yida and Hua Qi urged all the participants in the handyman disciple competition to get up. There were too many people, and transporting the magic weapons one by one was too much of a hassle, so the crowd walked out along the entrance of the valley at the spirit field, crossed over the medicine garden land, a valley at the alchemy place, a hill, and finally passed through a number of tall banana trees before finally arriving under the main peak of the sect. All the disciples passed through the green light of the main peak formation and arrived at the mountainside above the grand competition ring. Before the grand competition ring, a couple thousand miscellaneous disciples soon gathered in a bustling manner. Most of them were participating in the grand competition, and a small portion were here to watch and cheer. On top of that, there were the purple-clothed deacons and inner and outer disciples who were presiding over the matter. There were also some inner and outer sect disciples who hadn't come to perform their duties, but to watch the fun. Han Yu and the miscellaneous disciples at the spirit field had just stood their ground when they saw Zhong Yu waving to herself from a slightly higher position across the room. She had indeed come to cheer herself on. Looking in other directions, he saw the thick-browed Sun Kong with a naive smile on his face, and the diminutive Lulan tiptoeing around and waving, and Han Yu smiled and nodded his head in response to the two of them. In addition to this, Han Yu also saw Pig Lao San weaving through the crowd with his chest bare, like a fat loach, drilling when he had time. When the time for the grand competition arrived, a purple-clothed deacon flew up in the air to announce the start of the grand competition for the miscellaneous service disciples to break into the outer sect. In front of each ring stood the inner disciples and outer disciples, and they began to compare the lists and call out names. At first, Han Yu's name hadn't been called out, and Han Yu had only watched from under the ring as the odd job disciples competed in a battle. The level of the Wanchun Valley's disciples' battles was indeed very poor. Most of the cases both sides released each other royal wind technique, trying to drive the opponent off the ring. Many of the handyman disciples both sides released spells to no spiritual breath, only in the ring to stare at each other dry eyes. This situation was of course that both sides were not qualified to continue participating in the grand competition, and were directly driven down by the deacons or ring guard disciples. It wasn't until an hour later that Han Yu heard his name ring out in front of a ring. Spirit Field Division Handyman Disciple, Han Yu. Yes, Fang Dawei, the miscellaneous disciple of the Pill Garden Division. Chapter 69, The Finalization. As Han Yu stepped onto the ring, Zhong Yu, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan all looked towards the ring where Han Yu was and got up to walk over. Pig Lao San, who was weaving in and out of the crowd, also turned his head to look over and said to the handyman disciple who was talking in front of him, "This senior brother, see? If you don't buy my stuff, once you meet this Han Yu, you'll be knocked out of the ring immediately, and you'll have no chance with the outer sect again." The servant disciple didn't quite believe it. "Is it true?" "Of course it's true. How could I lie to you?" Pig Old 3 pat his chest with chest hair. "I tell you, become a disciple of the outer door is not only rely on the dead-eyed boredom cultivation, but also have to be flexible and changeable. Take this bracelet I gave you for example, there are still 2 times the ability to use replaced with a defensive amulet, how to be several pieces of spirit stones, right? This is 2 chances to turn defeat into victory. I'll sell you 3 spirit stones, isn't that worth it?" The servant disciple was a bit moved, and after hesitating for a while, he said, let's see. Some deacons and inner and outer disciples heard Han Yu's name and swept over to take a look at this side of the ring. And on a small stand further away, Li Tonghai, who was carrying a sword, accompanied by a purple-clad deacon from Wanchun Valley, was also watching this Wanchun Valley handyman disciple competition. Seeing with his own eyes these ridiculously inferior to the spirit sword sex disciples, Li Tonghai once again confirmed his inner thoughts after meeting the Wanchun Valley's headmaster. This Wanchun Valley is not a clan that likes to fight at all, and the servant disciples are also harmless and dedicated to planting and cultivating spiritual plants, so where would they go to collude with the devil cultivators? There was neither that ambition nor that ability. Perhaps, one should really report the situation in Wanchun Valley to Master Teacher and ask him to come back with a decision. With his cynicism and clear sense of right and wrong, he would never let a devil cultivator go, nor would he kill a good person. Wanchun Valley colludes with the devil cultivator. In the end, who is the one who says it is true? Fortunately, the master sent me to spy, so that there is no misunderstanding in the end. As Li Tonghai was thinking, he suddenly saw Han Yu ascending the ring, so he gazed at him. The purple-clothed deacon of Wanchun Valley on the side noticed his eyes and said, "That's Han Yu, right, your neighbor at the spirit field." "Aha!" Li Tonghai said, "He is quite focused on his cultivation, he should be a good one. Unfortunately, he has a 4 spirit root talent, so it is difficult to build a foundation even if he wastes his life." The deacon said with a little regret. Li Tonghai nodded slightly. "It's quite a pity." After another glance, Han Yu had already forced his opponent to admit defeat with a skillful flame art and stopped looking. "Go see your master, I've thought about it," Li Tonghai said. The purple-clothed deacon was instantly overjoyed. "You're willing to activate the contact sword talisman and invite the spirit sword sect over to discuss the big event? Not bad. At that time, my master will naturally come over to discern right from wrong." Li Tonghai said, "Is Wanchun Valley colluding with devil cultivators? My master will know at a glance." The two of them no longer watched the great competition of handyman disciples at the ring and hurriedly left, returning to the main peak sect hall. Han Yu waited in the ring for a few breaths. The opposite side came up a young man holding a medicine hoe in his hand. Upon seeing this preparation on the other side, Han Yu couldn't help but be surprised. Han Yu at the spirit field? The inner disciple guarding the ring confirmed the identity of the two. "Yes." "At the medicine garden, Fang Dawei?" "Yes." Alright, the competition can begin. With the inner disciple's announcement, the apprentice disciple named Feng Dawei from the Pill Garden office hurriedly stepped forward, waving his medicinal hoe and running towards Hanyu. Before he arrived, Hanyu lifted his finger, and a flame rushed directly to him. Feng Dawei was startled, hurriedly dodging, running to a corner of the ring to avoid the flames after the shock. You know fireworks? Hanyu nodded and asked him as well, is that a magic weapon inside your hand? No, it's just a refined one, except for being hard and good for digging and loosening the soil, it's not much use. Feng Dawei said, I thought to use my family's martial arts, but also an advantage, better than the water control technique. As he spoke, he looked at Hanyu tentatively, can you still release spells? If you release another firework spell, I'll admit defeat. Hanyu then put his fingers together and invoked his spirit energy to release a second firework spell. Feng Dawei immediately raised his medicine hoe, I concede. The inner disciple recorded the victory and defeat and let the two get out of the ring together. Hanyu still had to wait for his name to be called before he could start the next round of competition. Just as he stepped down from the ring, Zhongyu came over. Hanyu, your spells aren't that bad. A lot of outer disciples aren't as good as you. Sun Kong and Lu Lan also came over to greet Hanyu, who had just won a match. When the four of them bumped into each other, Zhongyu, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan were all a bit surprised. However, Zhongyu is cheerful and loves to smile, and reaches out and pulls out a small pocket fried melon seeds soaked in evening primrose juice. Why don't you eat some together? Greeting Hanyu, Sun Kong, Lu Lan to the side to eat melon seeds, talk and chat. The melon seeds are slightly bitter, but the mouth and tongue are cool, and there is a lingering fragrance, which is a long aftertaste. Sun Kong, Lu Lan, and Zhongyu introduced each other, and then together with melon seeds to talk, but also gradually become acquaintances. Hanyu was at the side of a few melon seeds silently, saw the just competed Feng Dawei held up the medicine hoe and signaled to himself, so also raised his hand and nodded. Feng Dawei smiled and turned away. The one with the medicine hoe just now, isn't he a bit of a scoundrel? If that's the case, wouldn't everyone be able to enter the outer gate if they all took magic weapons to protect themselves and attack? Lu Lan gave Hanyu a hug. Zhongyu laughed, if you can get a protective magic weapon, attack magic weapon, you can get a lot of cultivation resources, the third level of chi cultivation, and still need to wait until now to grab a place with these servant disciples off? Today's big competition for the odd job disciples is below the third level of chi cultivation, and there won't be a few that can take out magic weapons and practice spells. Lu Lan nodded indistinctly, this is also have spiritual rice and stones to cultivate, will not wait until now cannot enter the outer door. While talking, Zhongyu suddenly saw Pig Lao San in the crowd. He was surrounded by dozens of odd job disciples, all listening to him gesticulating and proclaiming something, nodding their heads in agreement from time to time. Zhongyu instantly frowned. Senior disciple Han. You really need to pay attention. Have you seen that Pig Lao San? That guy is the one who picks up rags after his senior brothers and sisters, some messy pills, spells that are about to be scrapped, and broken spells, all of which he saves up as treasures. It would be fine if it was usual, but now that those handyman disciples have bought his stuff, they might actually be a bit of a threat to you. Hanyu looked over and nodded as well, raising his guard. Those rags certainly don't serve much purpose, but in the early stages of chi cultivation, being able to attack or defend once could potentially seal the victory, so it's important not to be unguarded. Next, will only be more intense than one round, not like with his opponent Dawei the same. After about half an hour, Hanyu's name was called again. Once again, he mounted the ring and waited for the second round to begin. Chapter 70. This time, Hanyu's opponent was a dark-skinned servant disciple. As soon as the start was announced, the handyman disciple's eyes were alert as he held two talismans in his hands, one on the left and one on the right. Facing the same first-round victor, his opponent clearly had more tricks up his sleeve. As soon as Hanyu saw this, he put his spirit breath into action and waved his fingers forward, sending a flame straight towards his opponent. He didn't know what talisman the servant disciple was holding, so he had to attack first to test it. The opposite side of the handyman disciple saw the flame art attack, but also the same expression of nervousness, immediately stimulate a talisman, forming a thin as cicada wings of the body shield. When the flame art struck the shield fluctuated violently and slowly dissipated. It dawned on Hanyu, so this was the utility of the talisman. Resisting an attack from an ordinary spell once. The opposite apprentice disciple fixed his gaze on Hanyu again and activated another talisman, and a wind blade came towards Hanyu. Hanyu once again waved his hand to activate his spiritual breath, and a flame art was once again sent out, colliding with the wind blade art. Immediately afterward, without looking at the result of the collision between the flame art and the wind blade art, another flame art was issued immediately afterward. In just a few short breaths, 3 flame arts were released smoothly and accurately, and there was a gasp of surprise from the stage. Who is this? How are the spells so fast? How many times had he practiced this? Not to mention the Wanchun Valley's odd job disciples, even the outer disciples and inner disciples were surprised that the disciple on stage was not even at the third level of chi cultivation, so how could he be so adept at fighting spells? Not far away from the 2 purple-clothed deacons responsible for supervision also looked over, slightly nodded, said in the mouth. One after another, almost no lag. This Han Yu's art talent is really good. No wonder he was able to kill the traitor. We have few outer disciples in Wanchun Valley who are so skilled in magic arts. The crowd exclaimed in the middle of the discussion. Han Yu's first flame art collided with the wind blade art. The ring was a muffled sound. Spiritual breath cast fire and wind blade structure collision with each other at once broken, turned into a person-sized flame. Burning fiercely will be the whole ring light. Before the flames could be extinguished, Han Yu's second flame art had already passed through and headed straight for his opponent. The opponent was squinting, unable to see the bright light of the burning flames, and before he could regain his senses, he was hit by Han Yu's second flame art. He immediately screamed in shock and rolled down the ring, constantly fluttering the flames on his body. A purple-clothed deacon immediately came forward and raised his hand to condense a piece of ice, extinguishing the flames on this handyman disciple's body. Han Yu wins. After that, the deacon glanced at Han Yu in the ring and nodded approvingly. Han Yu then raised his hand in salute to the deacon and then stepped down from the ring. Zhong Yu, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan all came forward and looked at Han Yu with astonished faces. Senior brother Han, you're really something. It's only the second level of chi cultivation and you're already so powerful, I feel like I'm not even your opponent. Zhong Yu spoke. Sun Kong and Lu Lan also nodded, I feel like I'm not either. This flame art of yours is too powerful. Han Yu smiled and saw Zhong Yu handing him fried melon seeds again, so he took them. Before he could speak again, an obese body had already pushed aside the bystanders to reach Han Yu. Aya. This senior brother Han is really something. This hand of flame art is pure fire, no wonder the spies also want to drink in your hands. Pig Lao San, who had a few chest hairs exposed, came up to Han Yu and praised him, and then changed his tone of voice. Senior Han, in the battle just now, did you ever feel that some places were not so perfect? For example, if you had a defensive artifact or amulet, you wouldn't have to risk using the flame art against the wind blade art, wouldn't you? For example, if you had an offensive magic weapon, a wind blade talisman or a firework talisman, you would be able to end the battle much more easily, wouldn't you say? For example, if you are at the second level of chi cultivation and release 3 fireworks, you should not be able to recover your spirit energy for a while, and you need to replenish your spirit energy to be able to participate in the next competition, don't you think so? Pig old 3-Face Slippery, hey smiled at Han Yu hinted, should buy some things from him here. Han Yu heard him say this, but also a heart. Although Pig Lao San's words were meant to sell his rags, the reasoning really wasn't wrong. If he had an attack magic weapon, a defense magic weapon, a flight magic weapon, and an attack and defense talisman, it would indeed be much easier to fight. Even if it wasn't used for the great competition, it would still be necessary to use it purely for self-defense in the future. Just Pig Lao San's pile of rags, there is no need to buy it. Zhong Yu also said at this time, Pig Lao San, there is no need for you to bring out those things to disgrace yourself. After eating your pills, you have to spend several times the time to patiently clean up the poison, or maybe you can't clean it up. Hurry up and go to the side. Said the words, took out a vial to Han senior brother, I have here to condensed chi Dan can lend you. Do you want to temporarily use to restore the spiritual breath? You pig old threesome annoyed, black face to her, Zhong Yu, delay my business, can cross the line off. Senior Han is my friend, if you want to screw my friend, it is also you who crossed the line first, to put it mildly. Zhong Yu said with a smile. Pig Lao San glared at her rather unpleasantly. In the end he didn't choose to roll his eyes, he just said, the other miscellaneous disciples, there are no more friends of yours, right? No more. Pig Lao San then warned Zhong Yu, if you delay my business any longer, I will really flip my face off. And then turned around and yelled at the other handyman disciples, see? Did you see that? How high magic skills of the senior disciple, this time also began to take pills. I have limited pills, talismans, magic weapons, want to buy quickly, first come first served. Just after shouting 2 sentences, a few of the handyman disciples gathered over. Pig Lao San was overjoyed and was about to sell his goods, but the servant disciples dispersed again. Pig Lao San looked at him suspiciously, only to realize that a purple-clad deacon was standing behind him, and immediately shivered. Deacon bye. Deacon White looked at him with a cold smile. Kid, I've been watching you for half a day. With Dan poison pills sold to the hands of the Green Harvest Market casual cultivators, the door also lazy tube, now really dare to sell to the door disciples. You kid belongs to the intentional harm, guilty of the door rules, no not no? Pig old 3 instantly shivering all over the fat. White Deacon, I do not know anything. For the first time you spare me a time. Go to the law enforcement office and wait to be punished. Deacon White picked him up, stepped onto the magic weapon, and left the ring. After this Pig Lao San was taken away, the handyman disciple competition was suddenly much cleaner than the repeated clamoring and agitation, and some of the handyman disciples didn't think about buying extra stuff to take shortcuts. Han Yu went through 2 more rounds of competition. 1 round is the opponent will use the wind blade art, a round of opponent is from the Pig old 3 hands to buy a defense weapon. Both did not give Han Yu too much trouble. There were still less than 100 remaining odd job disciples. After refining the remaining chi-gathering pills as a supplement to recover, Han Yu participated in 2 more rounds of competition, and was finally listed among the last 20 servant disciples with a perfect score. These 20-odd job disciples who stayed until the end were naturally all those who entered the outer sect. Only one last thing remained. The final rankings of the Handyman Disciple Competition. Chapter 71. I'm here to help you. Since there was a grand competition, there would be rankings, and there would be rewards based on the rankings. This was one of the best ways to encourage the disciples. Although this time was a grand competition that broke the rules for accepting servant disciples into the outer sect, so many servant disciples had competed up to this point, it was only natural that they should be encouraged and encouraged. In addition to Han Yu and the other 20 people who had just won the battle, the purple-clothed deacon brought in 8 more people, who were also the servant disciples who had been admitted to the outer gate today, and were servant disciples with specialties and talents in other areas, such as talisman painting, artifact refining, alchemy, and medicine planting, which were particularly promising. After bringing these 8 people, the purple-clothed deacon announced, "You 28 people this time to break into the outer door is also the clan to see that you have a little expertise, extra preferential treatment, in the hope that you can play a greater role for the clan. Now from among you to choose this handyman disciple top 10, from the first to the 10th, respectively, to 10 small merit to a small merit, 10 pieces of spirit stone to a piece of spirit stone reward, that is, the first 10 small merit, 10 pieces of spirit stone, ranked to the 10th a small merit a piece of spirit stone." Outside of the 10th place, there were no rewards. Who wants to participate in this top 10 competition? If anyone is giving up, they can also present themselves immediately now. After the deacon finished his announcement, within the 8 people that were just brought in, 7 of them immediately raised their hands to give up and not participate in the ranking competition. And of the remaining 20 people, there were also 3 who realized that they were not strong enough and gave up on the top 10 rankings. Only 18 odd job disciples were left to participate in this final ranking competition. 20 rings seemed too many at this point. The purple-clothed deacon announced that the ranking competition would begin in 9 rings. Han Yu was naturally ranked against an opponent named Li Xian, who had a cultivation level of the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, and was able to use offensive spells and hold talismans in his hands. Han Yu should have no difficulty with such an opponent, after all, he had just fought a similar one. However, when the great competition came to an end, even the miscellaneous disciples below the 3rd level of Qi cultivation were the cream of the crop. Li Xian was already able to release spells between 2 breaths and had more than 1 talisman in his hand, and under successive excitations, he actually preempted Han Yu and launched 3 attacks in 1 breath. Han Yu gazed at his concentration and dodged once before sending out 3 consecutive flame spells before defeating his opponent with great difficulty. In this way, Han Yu came to the top 9. Han Yu didn't wait to get out of the ring to rest before another round of competition came. This time the opponent is called Wang Tang, then the previous opponent is even more exaggerated. Completely not a servant disciple should be directly holding an intact sword magic weapon, do not know whether it is the elders to give, or his own savings to buy. The 2nd level of Qi cultivation also has no way to stimulate the power of the magic weapon. Wang Tang just hold in the hand, input some spiritual breath, waving the sharp sword magic weapon, while Han used flame art to cut out. When Han Yu saw this, he couldn't help but set his eyes on the sword. Having talismans, magic weapons, and the like beforehand could indeed give you a head start in battle. Unfortunately, they were too big to be copied in public. Otherwise, yesterday's accumulated copying ability and today's unused copying ability together might be able to copy this sharp sword magic weapon. Right now, the most important thing was to see if he could beat his opponent as much as possible and win a higher ranking. Han Yu pondered for a moment, utilized his spirit breath, and released a royal wind technique on himself first, followed by a royal wind technique on Wang Tang. When Wang Tang saw the royal wind technique coming, he hurriedly input his spirit breath and wielded his sword. Han Yu also did not stop resting, relying on the fact that his wind magic consumed less and he was quick to use it. Successive wind magic went straight at Wang Tang. Wang Tang at first did not think so, gradually face grave, after waving several times sword magic weapon to break open the wind art. See, Han Yu actually still have the strength, and their own spirit breath is getting less and less, suddenly anxious. After another chopping off of the royal wind technique, Wang Tang clenched his teeth and input his remaining spirit energy into the sharp sword magic weapon. The magic weapon immediately emerged glittering white light. Wang Tang held up the sword magic weapon to Han Yu, rushed to the 2nd level of Qi cultivation. Forcible use of this offensive magic weapon, at most this is so-so, far from pinch to drive freely is still far from it. Han Yu feet wind, easily avoided, hand is another wind magic issued. Wang Tang was caught off guard, and was immediately pushed off the ring by the wind art. Standing up again, the losing Wang Tang looked at Han Yu with a slightly different look. "You just used the royal wind art on yourself and guessed that I might want to attack you?" Han Yu nodded and walked down to the ring. Wang Tang didn't have much spiritual breath and couldn't withstand the exertion, which was what Han Yu thought of. Giving himself a wind-robbing technique beforehand was also a way to face a sharp sword and magic weapon, with no bottom in his heart, so he could run away at any time. "Then you are really powerful, nothing inside your hand, unlike me who brought my father's magic weapon, and still haven't won over you," Wang Tang said in admiration. Then walked to the other side, talking to a middle-aged-looking blue-clothed inner disciple. Looking at the appearance, there were a few similarities. It should be his father. Zhongyu, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan all rushed over at this time, telling Hanyu to hurry up and meditate to recover his spiritual energy. The next opponents are even more formidable. Senior brother Han, you don't have any talismans or magic weapons, and you don't have any other spirit beasts or pills or anything like that, so you can only rely on your own spells to compete with them. Anyway, you've already entered the outer sect, and now you've become one of the top 5, so even if you lose, it's worth it. Hanyu nodded, refining the power of the chi-gathering pill and restoring his spiritual breath to perfection once again. The other rankings were in the middle of the competition. Zhongyu said to him with an excited expression, "Just now when you restored your internal breath, I purposely looked at it. Senior brother Han, you're already set at the top 4. Winning once more will be the top 2, and winning twice more will be first place." Sun Kong and Lu Lan both had excited expressions as well. "Senior brother Han, it's possible for you to get first place in the miscellaneous disciple competition." Hanyu slightly shook his head. "The clan is in trouble and has repeatedly broken the rules to include outer disciples, so for me to be first like this at only the second level of chi cultivation is actually nothing to write home about." "How can you say it's nothing? In the end, the first in the grand competition is the first in the grand competition, and will definitely be taken special care of by the sect," Zhongyu said seriously. Hanyu still shook his head. "That's hard too. Next they have magic weapons and talismans. If they use them, you can use them too." Zhongyu had a bright idea and proposed, "I'll bring Little White over to help you fight together." Little White is still quite resistant to a beating. Hanyu was slightly stunned, thought for a moment and said, "I don't think it's necessary. The first 4 places are already good. There's no need to hurt your spirit animal because of this." Seeing that he didn't agree, Zhongyu was a bit surprised and said with a smile, "It seems that Xiao Bai has been spared a chance to get beaten up, so it's better for me to go back and clean it up myself." At this time Hanyu's name was called again. Climb to the ring. Opposite is a age with Hanyu about the age of the handyman disciple, called by Lingyun, hand holding a sword, wearing a spirit armor, a magic weapon spirit light flashes. Hanyu knew at a glance that unless he exposed his blood refining skills and called in the crows, he could not beat this opponent by simply using spells, not to mention the fact that the spells have attack and defense, but also don't know how many talismans and elixirs to support them. This Bai Lingyun, whose family's child is he? Could it be related to Deacon Bai who just captured Pig Lao San? If that was the case, this appearance was understandable. It seemed that this time, there would only be a 3rd or 4th place finish, and the harvest was not bad. Just as Hanyu was about to give up, a sharp sword with spiritual light within it flew in with a whoosh, falling from the sky and plunging straight into the ring, the sound of the sword's chirping echoing endlessly. "I'll come to your aid if you don't win." Chapter 72, Unexpected Pleasure. Whose flying sword? Hanyu, his opponent on the ring, Bai Lingyun, and the many spectator disciples under the ring turned their heads together to look. Only to see that on the side of the stands, Li Tonghai was pointing his sword and pinching it, smiling at Hanyu's side. It was actually him who was speaking. Hanyu was surprised. In this Wanchun Valley's General Service Disciple competition, Li Tonghai, a spirit sword sect spy, even came out in such a big way, and wanted to help himself? Looking again at Li Tonghai's expression, he was very light-hearted. On his side, there is Elder Yen and another unseen elder, also with a smile on their faces, smilingly watching. It seems that Li Tonghai has stayed in Wanchun Valley very well, and Wanchun Valley is not even restraining him. Elder Brother Han. Li Tonghai smiled and raised his voice and said, "Everyone else is holding a magic weapon, but you have nothing. Will not you be won over? My flying sword is refined by fine gold. The master himself has always been to cut down the demons, sweep away injustice as the sword blade. Today I lent it to Brother Han, so let's have a good fight with others." Hanyu replied, "You are at the 8th level of chi cultivation, so you don't have to call me Han. Since I called you all before, why should I cover up and change my mind?" Li Tonghai laughed. "Han brother, gossip less, then use my sword." Hanyu saw that Li Tonghai was quick to speak, and the 2 Wanchun Valley elders beside him were not half dissatisfied, so he reached out to hold the flying sword that was inserted into the ring. Just as soon as his palm gripped it, Hanyu had a judgment. 2 days of replication power, difficult to replicate this flying sword. It takes 3 days of replication power accumulation to replicate this flying sword. Replicating Xuanxin fruit, essence blood, and the like has never been this difficult. It seems that directly replicating this kind of refined artifacts consumes even more replication power. If you don't really need it, and you're just raising your cultivation level, it would be more appropriate to copy Xuanxin fruit, essence blood, spirit blood vine, or pills. On this side, Hanyu gripped the flying sword and pulled it out easily by gently lifting it from the ring, the spiritual light gulping brightly. Bai Lingyun on the other side of the ring saw that he might lose, and couldn't help but open his mouth. "We're about to start fighting here. Wouldn't it be against the rules to give something away like this?" Elder Bai, who came with Elder Yen beside Li Tonghai, smiled and spoke, "All right, Lingyun, come down." Bai Lingyun was immediately aggrieved. "Grandpa, I haven't lost yet. Let you come down as soon as you can. You're covered in magic weapons, you did win. It would be nice to make it to the top 4, said Elder Bai. Bai Lingyun took a deep breath, huffed and puffed, undid his armor, threw away his sharp sword magic weapon, took off his necklace, and threw his bracelet on the ground. "This is always fine, right? Hanyu saw him gamble on not using his magic weapon, and himself reinserted Lee Tonghai's flying sword back into the ring. Under the ring, the purple-clothed deacon looked to Elder Bai. Elder Bai smiled. He's willing to give it a try, so let's give it a try. The purple-clothed deacon nodded and announced the start of the match. Hanyu then raised his hand and unleashed a royal wind technique, directly pushing Bai Lingyun down towards the ring. Bai Lingyun exclaimed, "Wait, I'm not ready yet." As if Hanyu didn't hear him, he unleashed another wind magic, pushing him straight down the ring. The purple-clothed deacon leapt up and caught Bai Lingyun. Bai Lingyun stood on the ground, glaring at Hanyu, who was clearly the same age in the ring, his mouth flattened, and his eyes gradually reddened as if he wanted to cry. Finally, he gave a hard sniffle and shouted, "This time, count yourself out." After shouting, he ran away without looking back. While running, he quickly raised his hand to wipe his eyes. "Bai Lingyun, your stuff." The purple-clothed deacon reminded a sentence, and seeing that Bai Lingyun had already run away, he had no choice but to go forward and collect the pile of magic artifacts and hand them back to Elder Bai. Elder Bai smiled and took it. This child's spiritual roots are bad, and his family pampers him, his heart has to be tempered. Hanyu watched this scene and also lamented in his heart, Bai Lingyun is about the same age as himself, and with this array of magic weapons, I'm afraid it's harder to kill than the average 6th level of chi cultivation, isn't it? Without waiting for Hanyu to get out of the ring, the purple-clothed deacon came over to announce, the other side of the battle was also over. Hanyu and Meng Bao divided up the first and second place winners of the competition. With those words, he signaled for a servant disciple with blood on his body, leading a beast with long fangs, to come up to the ring. As soon as the two sides faced each other, before the start was announced, Hanyu drew the flying sword given by Lee Tonghai. This opponent was different from everyone else, carrying blood on his body, and Hanyu had to be ready for anything. Meng Bao frowned at the flying sword in Hanyu's hand, then looked at the beast beside him and raised his hand. "I concede. His sword is too sharp. I'm afraid he'll hurt my long-toothed tiger." The deacon was instantly surprised. "You're conceding defeat?" Meng Bao nodded. "Yes, his sword is too sharp." Hanyu asked him, "I don't use my sword, you don't use your long-toothed tiger, how about a match?" "Then I'm even less of a match for you." Meng Bao said helplessly, "I'm good at raising spirit animals. You'll be the first in this competition, and I'll be the second." Hearing him say that, Hanyu didn't say anything more. "I thought the fourth place should stop, but I didn't expect Lee Tonghai to intervene, so he actually had the opportunity to rely on the benefits of the magic weapon to win the first place in the competition." Take the long sword walked down the ring, to the bleachers hands back to Lee Tonghai, "Thanks for the help, I did not want to win the first, is really unexpected." "Why do you need to be polite, senior brother Han?" Lee Tonghai joked, the flying sword into the back of the scabbard. "I see, these practice chi second layer of the servant disciples are indeed far from your opponent, one by one to rely on external forces to overpower you so no one to rely on. Since I have seen it, I naturally want to help. Next, there's nothing more for me to do, senior brother Han, I'll see you in the future." After saying his words, he gave a slight nod to Elder Yen and Elder Bai beside him, and the three of them rose up in the air and left the main peak of the Wanchun Valley sect by magic weapon. Hanyu followed their backs and saw that after they left the main peak, they passed through the sky above the Wanchun Valley's mountain protection formation, stopping high in the sky as if they were three black dots. Immediately afterward, a dazzling cold light flashed by, like a glazed reflection, like the flashing of a shooting star. This light flashed and disappeared towards the distance. The three black dots of Elder Yen, Elder Bai, and Lee Tonghai then stopped there quietly, waiting for something. "Good, senior brother Han, first in the grand competition." Zhong Yu's cheers came from behind him. Hanyu turned his head and saw Zhong Yu, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan all smiling as they walked over to congratulate him. Many of the odd job disciples also looked over, either in admiration, envy, or surprise. Even the deacons and inner and outer disciples had quite a few of them looking over and noticing themselves. This second level of chi cultivation, the great competition of handyman disciples, is nothing, right? Hanyu just finished, wearing a purple coat of white deacon walked over. "Words cannot say so, no matter how to say is the clan's official competition, you can get first, is your ability. Come on, I'll lead you 28 to the deacon's room to change into outer disciple clothes, jade pendants, and register for rewards." Hanyu answered and followed, along with the other 25 people behind Deacon Bai. Lingyun ran away crying and hasn't returned yet, and another disciple was injured by Meng Bao's long-toothed tiger and is now unable to walk. 28 people, then only 26 went to the deacon's room together. On the way, Li Xian, Wang Tong, and Meng Bao, who had lost to Hanyu, all greeted him and praised him for being great and achieving first place in the grand competition. There was no hatred between them, and Hanyu wasn't arrogant, so he responded politely, and everyone was considered to be unrecognizable without a fight. When they arrived at the deacon's room, all of them changed into the green clothes of the outer disciples, matched with the slightly rough outer disciple identity jade pendant, and selected 2 outer disciple spells from each of the 4 disciplines of wind blade technique, ice condensation technique, earth control technique, and flame technique. Hanyu picked the wind blade art and ice condensation art. After all, he didn't have an earth root, so there was no need to specialize in earth control. The 10 minor merits that ranked first were issued by the stone tablet to Han Yu's outer disciple Jade Pendant, and were no longer given to others to count and report. 10 spirit stones were also issued to him. The deacon's room then began arranging where they, the outer disciples, would go. Han Yu opened his mouth to ask, "May I ask the deacon, can I go back to the spirit field office? Senior Sister Lee at the spirit field office has already told me to go to the spirit field office to help her after I become an outer disciple." Chapter 73 Exchange. You want to go to the spirit field office? Not stay at the main peak? The deacon of the deacon room asked Han Yu. Yes. Han Yu said, wondering if the deacon could arrange it. Arrangement, naturally, is not difficult. After all, now all want to stay in the main peak as much as possible. The main peak here disciples do not have a lot of accommodation, have begun to 2 or 3 people share a residence. The deacon said, if you are willing, will not give you in the main peak housing, directly arranged for you to go to the spiritual field is to save some trouble. Just, are you sure you want to go to the spiritual field? I'm sure. Han Yu replied. Good, then go. The deacon nodded to the big stone tablet in the deacon's room and inputted his magic power to change Han Yu's identity. Now you are one of the outer disciples in charge of the spirit field office, you can go back to the spirit field office directly. Han Yu also asked the deacon, I still have some spirit stones and small merits, can I exchange some items from the door? The deacon nodded, it's fine to exchange from me. Originally, the clan didn't allow spirit stones to purchase items within the clan, and only exchanged items for large and small merits, and spirit stones needed to be purchased at the Green Harvest Market nowadays. Under special circumstances, spirit stones can be purchased for items within the clan, but the price is a bit more expensive than at the Green Harvest Market. What do you want to exchange? Are you exchanging in front of so many people? Han Yu hesitated for a moment, although he had 10 small merits, 20 spirit stones, and 50 pounds of spirit rice, and was eager to exchange some things. It would be too inappropriate to do so in public. The deacon saw that he was being careful, and didn't take it personally. You can also wait for no one to come over to exchange, or I'll have a disciple introduce you first, and you can wait a while before deciding to exchange. Please ask the deacon to arrange for a disciple, and I'll see how to redeem it. That deacon listened to Han Yu's choice, nodded slightly, and opened his mouth in the direction of the deacon room's side room. Lu Yun? Calling out, there was no response. Frowning slightly, the deacon called out again, Lu Yun. Still no response. Shan Yan? Deacon Lu, disciple here. A young man in his early 20s, wearing the blue clothes of the inner sect, with a white face, walked out from the side room and slightly owed his body. What did that bastard Lu Yun do? Didn't Elder Wen tell him to come and walk in the deacon's room to cure him? Deacon Lu asked impatiently, why has he disappeared again this moment? Disciple does not know. After Shang Yan answered, the corner of his mouth quietly skimmed, obviously disdaining this person, Lu Yun. This asshole. If it wasn't for the fact that his physique outside of his spiritual root was different from normal people, would he have indulged him in this kind of nonsense? Deacon Lu snorted coldly, forget it, you take this Han Yu to the side room, see what he can exchange, and then come to me to exchange it after you've discussed it. If you see that asshole Lu Yun, beat him up and tell him to come over. Shang Yan immediately rubbed his fists, obviously came to the spirit, yes, I will go. He even greeted Han Yu with a bit of impatience, Senior brother Han, come with me. Han Yu thought to himself, this inner disciple's vigor seems a bit off, is Yun so hateful? He entered the side room. Entering the side room, there was another inner disciple and a few outer disciples. Shang Yan did not introduce himself to Han Yu, but called another outer disciple over, Li Hua, come here and help this Han introduce how to exchange small merits and spirit stones for items in the sect. He also asked a few others, have you seen Lu Yun? Deacon Lu personally gave the word that we can beat him up and teach him a lesson. The rest of the few people were instantly energized. One said, I know, he went to the small forest at the back. Another said, go, beat him up. Anyway, this kid has no face and is not afraid of a beating. A group of people suddenly went out from the back door of the deacon's room under the leadership of Shang Yan, very excited. Li Hua smiled and began to explain to Han Yu about the prices of small feats and spirit stone exchange items within the clan. Han Yu asked, that Lu Yun, isn't he afraid of a fight? Well, this kid has an abnormal physique and recovers quickly, and I don't know what the reason is. Li Hua said, according to the theory, he should cultivate well and serve the clan, but he can't find anyone to do some underhanded things. Not to mention us, the deacon is also quite disgusted with him not competing, and the opportunity to beat him out of anger, the heart will be comfortable. Anyway, he recovers quickly, and his thick skin is not afraid to fight. In the middle of the conversation, Shang Yan and other disciples from the deacon's room brought Lu Yun back. Lu Yun's face was a bit bruised and swollen, and he woefully put on his clothes, muttering, what's the big deal, I'm just going to go along with it, you guys are a bit hard on him. When he saw Han Yu again, he greeted him with a smile, aren't you the one from the spiritual field, what's his name? Han Yu also could not help but smile a little, my name is Han Yu, Lu's senior brother. Oh, you also became an outer disciple? 3rd level of Qi cultivation? Pretty fast. Shang Yan kicked him in the back and staggered him, stupid, is your brain dripping out? Today, in the great competition of the servant disciples, they will be selected as outer disciples, and senior disciple Han will be the first one in the competition. Lu Yun was surprised. Huh? He's the first in the competition? Brother Shang, you also won the competition and joined the inner sect, didn't you? You were both first in the competition. Idiot. Shang Yen didn't bother talking about him and just cursed. Can it be compared to a servant disciple breaking into the outer sect, and a 7th level chi practicing, outer sect disciple who was first in the grand competition to enter the inner sect? But this asshole fight is refreshing. Next time there is a chance to fight again. Deacon Lu wants to see you, go now. Lu Yun hurriedly answered and went to the main hall of the deacon's room, and a few moments later, he was scolded and returned resentfully. Han Yu listened to Li Hua continue to introduce the exchangeable items within the sect, and exchanging them for spirit stones wasn't cheap. If it wasn't for the fact that the sect was indeed in peril and in need of resources, it wouldn't be allowing spirit stones to be exchanged for items right now. 20 spirit stones, 50 pounds of spirit rice, or about 30 spirit stones, can be exchanged for 24 talismans or 3 bottles of chi condensation pills. Spiritual plants and medicines couldn't be exchanged because the sect was in trouble, and these had to be kept for backup. In terms of exchanging feats, 10 spirit stones could only be used as 5 small feats, and one would have to go to the transmission pavilion to exchange them again. If he wanted to exchange magic weapons, it would be even more expensive. Han Yu's spirit stones and spirit rice combined with 10 small merits would only be able to exchange for one of the lowest grade magic weapons other than the banana leaf. Banana leaves were indeed cheap, and could be exchanged for one with 10 spirit stones or 5 small merits. After all, it was produced from a few large banana trees within the Wanchun Valley, slightly refined, and had been issued to outer disciples in the past. Nowadays, it still needed to be exchanged specifically, and had already raised the price. Listening to these exchange prices, and then think about Bai Ling Yun's body of magic weapons, Han Yu's heart can't help but envy. There is a grandfather who is an elder, and there is a deacon surnamed Bai inside the deacon. It is indeed a privileged life, and generally will not be aggrieved. Han Yu thought about the exchange items, and saw that outside the just entered the outer door of the servant disciples have already left one after another, so he walked out of the side room to find Deacon Lu to exchange. 2 amulets of protection, 2 amulets of sharp gold, 2 amulets of giant strength, 2 amulets of wind blade, 2 amulets of flame, 2 amulets of ice condensation, 2 amulets of earth control, 2 amulets of cleansing, and 1 flying banana leaf? Deacon Lu repeated Han Yu's request, slightly puzzled. You're not exchanging items that help you cultivate? The day before yesterday, Elder Yen rewarded me with a bottle of chi gathering pill for my service. Deacon Lu suddenly realized, that's enough for you to cultivate. Before long, I think you'll be able to become a 3rd level chi practitioner. After exchanging these items to Han Yu used up 5 small merits and 20 spirit stones, leaving only 5 small merits and 50 pounds of spirit rice. Putting this stack of talismans away and inputting his spirit breath to refine the flying banana leaf, Han Yu was able to fly in the air to and from the spiritual field and other places, making it much more convenient. Han Yu took just 2 steps out of the deacon's room when he met Deacon Bai holding Bai Ling Yun's hand. They should be coming over to collect Bai Ling Yun's outer sect clothes and jade pendant. Deacon Bai smiled and nodded at Han Yu. Bai Ling Yun tried to keep a straight face as if she didn't want to see Han Yu, but she couldn't help but glare at him. Han Yu owed a slight salute to Deacon Bai and rode on a banana leaf, his spiritual breath catalyzing him as he rose into the air and flew beyond the main peak. When he occasionally looked up, the 3 black dots of Elder Bai, Elder Yen, and Li Tonghai were still there in the distance. They're still waiting there? Han Yu thought in his mind as he passed through the green light of the sect's main peaks formation and headed to the spirit field. Chapter 74 Fierce and Dangerous. Senior Brother Han, awesome. The banana leaf had just landed at the spirit field stewardship, and Hua Chi poked his head out to greet him with a smile. Indeed awesome, first in the grand competition. Ji Yida said. Han Yu then laughed. The 2 senior brothers have also watched the great competition of the servant disciples, and should know that it was a fluke that I was able to achieve first place, and it was a close call. Besides, the competition for servant disciples below the 3rd level of chi cultivation is not much of a competition. There's no need to be modest, any more modesty would be presumptuous. Senior Sister Li walked out, her admiring gaze falling on Han Yu. Although your spiritual root is poor, this spell talent is really rare among our Wanchun Valley disciples. Then she said to Han Yu, Senior Brother Han, pack up your quarters and bring them all to this side of the stewardship office, there are still rooms available here. Senior Sister Li, I've been planting this spiritual field for a while, should I arrange it for the other apprentice disciples or wait for the harvest to come later? Han Yu asked. In the end, you planted your own spiritual field, and you are now at the spiritual field, then wait for the harvest. After Senior Sister Li finished speaking, Han Yu responded. After packing up his belongings, he moved to a room in the stewardship office that was a bit separated from Senior Sister Li, Hua Chi, and Ged. Another word to Senior Sister Li, I'll go over to the woods to look for my crows and see if I can find them and use the beast mastery technique. Senior Sister Li reminded, you became an outer disciple, much more freedom of movement, this matter does not need to talk to me specifically. But you also have to be careful to pay attention to. Recently, the management of the clan is much stricter. Meet the clan patrol team, you have to accept the inspection. 10,000 cannot resist, so as not to cause misunderstanding. And it's getting late, come back before dark. Hanyu responded to the note, catalyzed the banana leaf in the spiritual field around a circle, in the valley not far from a dense forest since the big crow is located. Summoning the big crow, Hanyu brought it back to the spiritual field and showed it to senior sisterly Hua Qi and Ji Ida. All three were a bit surprised. This crow carries spiritual qi, it's considered a spirit bird. Senior brother Han, you're in luck, the crow you brought into the sect is also a spirit bird, you'll have help in the future. Hanyu's intention was to let them see the big crow, so that they could logically let the big crow follow them and help them out in the future, and after his goal was accomplished, he let the big crow fly away again. Senior Han, aren't you going to keep this crow with you? Anyway, I know where it is, and I've already used the beast mastery technique, so it'll be much easier to find it in the future. If you stay around and keep it all day, it will consume a lot. Hanyu gave a reason. Senior sisterly also analyzed it with him. There are pros and cons to this choice. The good thing is that you don't have to consume your resources in cultivation time. The bad thing is that if you don't pay attention to someone else or some other spirit beast killing your crow, you might not be able to find out in time. If you still have the energy left outside of cultivation, it's better to bring your own spirit beast with you as much as possible. Yes. Senior sisterly, I know. After the big crow spread its wings and flew away, the sky grew dark, and Hanyu quietly cultivated in his room. The spirit refining technique would have to wait until the foundation establishment realm before refining the spirit root again. The green harvest chi practicing heart technique and the blood refining technique were practiced daily. The 1,000 illusory mysteries and illusory body technique still needed to be practiced more, with a view to playing a greater role. The beast mastery technique and sharp gold technique were still unskilled, and the beast heart tunneling contract, wind blade technique, and ice condensation technique had yet to be learned. The blood droplet, spirit nurturing art, flame art, wind control art, and water control art were all relatively proficient. The bloodthirsty art hadn't been used since I learned it. At the end of today's cultivation, he had reached the daily growth limit for the 3 spiritual roots of gold, water, and wood. Hanyu began to estimate the number of items he could copy. What could he copy after accumulating 2 days of copying ability? The talismans could probably be copied 4 times, and the chi gathering pills could probably be copied 3 times, that was the estimate. The Xuanqin fruit could be copied 3 times, the spirit blood vine could be copied 4 times, and Hanyu's own blood could be copied 6 times. This was Hanyu's own practical verification, and this was how much he had accumulated in 2 days of copying ability. The banana leaf can't be copied, so it will take about 3 days to accumulate the copying ability. For the storage bag, it would take about 7 or 8 days to accumulate the copying ability. Hanyu had gradually discovered the law of copying in his right hand before, and today, with so many items in his hand, he had thoroughly determined that the smaller the head, the less aura, and the fewer refining methods, the easier it was to copy. Once the head is large, even if it's a simple banana leaf, even if it's not worth a lot of spirit stones, it's more laborious to duplicate, and Li Tonghai's flying sword requires the same amount of duplication ability to accumulate. Hanyu thought in his heart, it seems that in the future, the target he wants to copy, the highest priority is still that kind of unrefined, small, powerful spiritual plants and medicines, followed by some pills, talismans, and the like. Instead, it would be uneconomical to use a large magic weapon. The night is as dark as ink. Elder Bai, Elder Yen, Li Tonghai, 3 people like 3 statues, standing quietly in the air. It had been nearly 6 hours, and the emotions of the 3 had gradually turned from the initial anticipation to restlessness, after which they were all gradually disappointed and sank their hearts. After the sword talisman was sent out, there was never a response. After a few more moments, the main peak formation and the twofold mountain protection formation fluctuated one after another. An ethereal floral scent slowly came from the air as Elder Wen's flowery carriage sailed in, followed closely by the spells of the Wanchun Valley sect leader, the Supreme Elder, and several other elders. Has Mr. Yi not responded to the sword talisman yet? The sect master asked. There has never been a time when Master's sword talisman was sent out and never failed to respond. Li Tonghai nodded, looking serious and vaguely worried. It seems that the situation in Wanchun Valley is afraid to be worse than we thought. This is someone purposely blocking the sword talisman from letting Mr. Yi and the Spirit Sword sect know the true situation of Wanchun Valley, the sect leader said slowly. This shows that the other party knows that Wanchun Valley has not colluded with the demonic cultivators, but is purposely trying to frame us in Wanchun Valley, to put us to death. Moreover, there is at least one Jindan realm cultivator lurking around Wanchun Valley, deliberately isolating our news and leaving us to die with our hands tied. The words of the sect leader caused the hearts of the Supreme Elder and the elders to be heavy, and above this night sky, the group of people each rode their magic weapons in silence. Just who is it that wants to be so intent on exterminating Wanchun Valley? And for what reason? They have no clue. Let me go back to the Spirit Sword sect. I want to personally tell my master, there is a conspiracy here, do not fall for the dastardly villain's tricks. Li Tonghai spoke eagerly and anxiously. If you leave alone at this time, you will immediately be killed, and it will be disguised as if it was us, Wanchun Valley, who killed you. The Supreme Elder immediately vetoed his idea. Right now, outside of the Wanchun Valley, there was already a great danger lurking. What should we do? We can't just sit back and wait for others to come to our door, right? Elder Yen couldn't help but get impatient and said through clenched teeth. The sect leader gently shook his head and slowly said, that naturally won't work. Elders, you immediately go back and guard the mountain protection formation and the main peak formation, and if necessary, gather all the inner and outer disciples to guard the formation. I and the Supreme Elder will personally escort Li Tonghai to the Spirit Sword Sect as long as the news gets through. The Spirit Sword Sect and Mr. Yu will certainly not allow the conspiracy to happen and stand by with folded arms. As long as we have the Spirit Sword Sect as an ally, our Wanchun Valley will be saved. Chapter 75, Above the Main Peak. With the order of the sect leader, Elder Yen, Elder Bai, Elder Wen, and the other 8 elders didn't dare to delay and returned to the main peak hall of the sect to activate the formation. The 8 elders passed into the confined Wanchun Valley where the core of the earth veins were located to make sure that the already functioning sect mountain protection formation hub and the main peak formation hub were functioning without any errors. 2 elders were then left behind to keep an eye on the formation at this location in case of any mishaps. The remaining 6 elders returned to the main peak hall. This time, I don't know if sect leader and the others will be able to arrive at the Spirit Sword Sect without any problems. Elder Bai said in a deep voice, his voice echoing within the main hall. This topic was too heavy, and every elder's heart was heavy. The medicinal aroma of the spirit wood within the great hall could not stop this sullen, darkly anxious and uneasy atmosphere from pervading. Elder Yan's eyes were cold and stern as he analyzed the situation. If it is just 1 or 2 Jin Dan, merely lurking to intercept our Wanchun Valley's external news exchange, it should still not be difficult. Fear is afraid of the other side joining forces in the end. We are not sure who exactly in the Spirit Beast sect, Xianyi sect, and Little Tian Luo sect fabricated the rumor that we are colluding with demonic cultivators. Maybe there are even people within the Spirit Sword sect who aren't on the same page as Yi Lone Star. If that's really the case, it would really be extremely bad. Another elder said. There are also elders talking about the previous Wanchun Valley hard to make peace when the things, in my opinion, the Spirit Beast sect is the most suspicious. When the destruction of our Immortal Fate ceremony, Xianyi sect, Spirit Sword sect, Small Tian Luo sect do not tell us what the reason is. It looks like it was deceived. Only the Spirit Beast sect, a mouthful of a we collude with the Devil Cultivator, completely believe the words, blood spit. Elder by side, just look at the surface. Is this, who knows how the inside story of our Wanchun Valley unknowingly being framed by others, and now have a difficult to say, even the plea for peace cannot be obtained. It is really boring. Elder Yen was a bit surprised. You are not the same opinion with the Supreme Elder, and strongly advocate for peace? I thought you wouldn't be angry. What do you call it? Elder Bai did not have a good temper. My family up and down in the clan, how could I not look forward to the clan peacefully through the difficult times? Other people bully to the head, of course I also angry, but people every clan than our Wanchun Valley more adept at fighting, we have to tolerate. This is also a fact. Nowadays, I'm afraid that we can't have peace even if we tolerate it, so how can I not be angry? Elder Bai's words, the clan hall once again condensed. These elders, who is not angry, who is not worried about the fate of the clan in the future? After a few moments of silence, Elder Wen slowly spoke, it's not helpful to talk about this now. Sect leader and Supreme Elder will escort Li Tonghai to Spirit Sword Sect tonight. If we succeed, we will be safe. If we don't succeed, we will never be safe again. Now that it's just us, we must focus all our strength and make preparations. Elder Yen, I'm counting on you. Elder Yen reminded, Senior Sister Wen, it is time to call Senior Brother Yen. Elder Wen didn't seem to have heard, and continued, Senior Brother Yen, you go to call up the deacons of the sect's main peak and all the inner and outer disciples to stand by when something goes wrong. We will gather all of these forces and guard the formation with all of our strength. After hearing this, Elder Yen got up and walked out of the main hall, stepping on the black rattan cane to shuttle through the sect's main peak deacons' residences. Not long after, Deacon Lu, Deacon Fang, Deacon He, Deacon Bai, and other 20 to 30 deacons gathered one after another, listening to Elder Yan's order to gather the many inner and outer disciples of the sect's main peak. Deacon Lu, who is responsible for the allocation of personnel in the deacon room during the day and has a better understanding of the situation, came forward to report, Elder Yen, there is still a deacon, Hu Biao, who has not yet returned from the Green Harvest Market. Green Harvest Market, Mountain Gate, Spirit Field, Medicine Garden, Alchemy, Talisman, Ancestor's Tomb, and Patrol totaling 10 inner disciples and 29 outer disciples are also outside the main peak. Should we call them back to the main peak as well? Elder Yen pondered for a moment. You do this matter, go and return quickly. Deacon Lu nodded and released his magic weapon to fly out of the main peak. When he arrived at the main peak formation green light, the formation did not directly open as usual, allowing Deacon Lu to pass. Deacon Lu landed back in surprise. Elder Yen, I can't seem to get out. Elder Yen is not surprised. This is the formation has opened higher protection, strict defense, no one may enter or leave. Now the situation is not so urgent. I go back and discuss with the other elders, should be able to temporarily lower the array protection, let you go out and call Hu Biao and the others back to the main peak. Deacon Lu answered in the affirmative. It was also at this time that Elder Yen suddenly felt something and looked towards the end of the distant sky in the depths of the night. It was a faint light like an oil lamp. However, it then transformed into a green-colored radiance that suddenly bloomed brightly. It was the 10,000 years everlasting spring. Sure enough, there was an ambush. Elder Yen was horrified, the sect leader and the others were fighting to the death. Then he shouted, all the deacons, all the inner and outer disciples of the main peak, immediately listen to the order outside the sect's main hall, no one is allowed to go out. With Elder Yan's order, the deacons quickly accelerated the speed of gathering disciples. The entire Wanchun Valley sect's main peak instantly became noisy, and under the deacon's scolding, the inner and outer disciples quickly returned to silence. Jin Qi, Shang Yan, and the other 200 or so inner disciples gathered one after another and stood behind the giant tripod outside the sect's main hall. On the other hand, more than 1,600 outer disciples stood behind the inner disciples one after another under the command of the deacons. These outer disciples not only included the original outer disciples at the 4th and 5th level of Qi cultivation, but Sun Kong, Lulan, Zhongyu, and the others at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation were also listed, as well as by Ling Yun, Meng Bao, Li Shen, and Wang Tong, who had just become outer disciples during the daytime, were also gathered. Lu Yun panicked and tied his belt, mixing in with the crowd. Even Pig Lao San, who had just been punished during the day, was also carried out, waiting to be punished for his crimes. All of them waited quietly with tense expressions, not to mention that the inner disciples and outer disciples didn't know if a violent attack would come next, even the elders and deacons didn't know how the situation had become. After the light of the 10,000 years everlasting spring bloomed for that instant, it never lit up again. The light in front of the sect hall was originally very bright, but at this moment, nearly 2,000 people had gathered, and projected to the back of the outer disciples, the light on everyone's face had turned obscure. Sun Kong turned back to look at Lu Lan, who was also looking at him, and the two of them exchanged glances, both wanting to speak. The deacons were staring nearby, preventing the exchanging of words and the unrest of people's hearts. Senior brother Sun, if Wanchun Valley is breached, can we still live? I don't know how senior brother Han is doing at the spirit field. If he stays outside the main peak, will we be unlucky or will he be more unlucky? Hopefully, the great disaster of the sect will be safe and sound, and we will all be able to get through it safely. Wanchun Valley Clan main peak, the air has been stagnant, so heavy that everyone unconsciously lightens their breathing. Time is extraordinarily slow, every drop is unbearable, the color of the night fades bit by bit, like ink being diluted by water. The rest of the places outside the main peak are not yet known. And the color of the sky is actually getting brighter. Chapter 76. Thanks a lot. Let's go. The moonlight was dim, zeroing in on top of the Wanchun Valley Neon's mountain protection formation. In the sky above the large formation, the Wanchun Valley sect leader wore a golden crown on his head and a ribbon and gold robe, pinching 3 strands of his long beard as he slowly said under his breath. Under his feet, a Zhanglong green jade gourd gulped spiritual light, and the Supreme Elder stood side by side with him. Li Tonghai was right behind the two. With the 8 elders of Wanchun Valley returning to the sect, they should also move to depart. On this trip, I'm afraid that there will be no peace. The Supreme Elder said slowly under his breath. Even if it's not peaceful, we have to go. The Spirit Sword Sect and Patriarchy are the only possible reinforcements we can get. The Master said words, a man noiselessly rapped Li Tonghai, so that he is free from traveling. Broken wind influenced Jindan realm speed is too fast. Bring up the broken wind for Qi realm cultivators or a kind of injury, if not protect, Li Tonghai simply cannot stand, only from the magic weapon fell. The sect leader then catalyzed the green jade gourd, cutting through the night sky at an extremely fast speed, heading straight outside. 2 breaths later, it was already 100 miles away from the Wanchun Valley's protective mountain formation. The imagined interception did not come, the sect leader and the Supreme Elder did not look eased as a result. Since things happen, there must be a reason. The sword talisman sent out by Li Tonghai could not have failed for no reason, and there must be someone who is causing trouble. Would the other party sit back and watch them leave Wanchun Valley? Especially after intercepting the sword talisman, it was even more impossible. After another dozen or so breaths, the green jade gourd had already reached 1,000 miles away from the Wanchun Valley. Sword light suddenly came from the front. A middle-aged man with a flying sword on his feet, his eyebrows are detached, and when he sees the jade gourd, he will be happy to transmit the voice of God over, but the Wanchun Valley Qi sect head in person? Spirit Sword Sect Kuyuan, dispatched by Brother Yi, came to Wanchun Valley to inquire about the whereabouts of disciple Li Tonghai. Today, I suddenly received a broken sword talisman from Li Tonghai. The words are not clear. It seems that my brother's disciple is in a dangerous situation. Wanchun Valley Qi sect leader did not stop the jade gourd, but directly responded with a divine voice, "This is not the place to talk, let's go back to the Spirit Sword Sect to see sect leader Yi to talk about it." After saying this, he urged the green jade gourd even faster, without the slightest intention of stopping to wait for the Spirit Sword Sect's Kuyuan. A flash of sword light, Spirit Sword Sect Kuyuan will fly sword and green jade gourd flush, together towards the direction of the Spirit Sword Sect. At the same time mouth laughs, Li Tonghai, you kid, since it is here, why not say hello to the teacher uncle? You have hardened your wings? Because there is Chi Sect leader magic power protection, Li Tonghai at this time is able to talk and act. Uncle Ko, why did you come? If I didn't come, your master would have complained about me. Koyuan laughed and said, your sword talisman is incomplete. Your master will send a sword talisman to the Zhou dynasty Haojing, which is closer to Wanchun Valley. Pity your uncle, I am drinking with the flower girl, actually want to get rid of the red powder friend, to find your non-competitive nephew TSK. What a good wine and good people, tonight even have to empty degree. See, he said reasonable, it is the past temperament. Li Tonghai heart doubts gradually put down, laughed, uncle, you are still so free and easy. If my master knows, I'm afraid he will punish you again. Hey, your master, that person cold and uninteresting to know the joy of the world and the red dust and powder, always say what wine and color corrosion of the mind, will make the sword heart blind. Kuyuan did not think that said, if I say, long life and the line of fun, is what should be taken. Wanchun Valley sect leader Chi urged the green jade gourd with all his might and was silent. The supreme elder interjected from the side and said, Your Excellency, if you have this kind of pleasure, this time from the Spirit Sword Sect return, I will send you a treasured spirit wine, invite you to get away for a month in the Southly capital, what's the harm? Is this true? Kuyuan said. Naturally, it is true. The supreme elder said with a smile. It's a deal. Kuyuan said excitedly. Just at this time, the front suddenly, jade gourd and Kuyuan's flying sword collided in an invisible barrier above, violent tremor endlessly. Almost at the same time, a huge two-winged black bear suddenly appeared from behind the invisible barrier, pouncing on the green jade gourd in the air, a huge bare paw of 1 square foot, directly slapping over. In the end, it still came. Wanchun Valley sect leader Chi urged the green jade gourd to hastily retreat, dodging the double-winged black bear, and drank under his breath, Spirit Beast Sect. Sure enough, it's you guys. No one answered. Wisps of silver thread suddenly emerged, wrapped around Kuyuan's flying sword, and toward the green jade gourd like silver snakes intertwined and entangled. When sect leader Chi saw this scene, his teeth were even more clenched. The Tianji Luo net. Little Tian Luo sect is not at the mountain gate to tell fortunes. For what reason? Have we, Wanchun Valley, ever offended you? A soft laugh rang out. A person wearing a veil, unable to tell if it was a man or a woman, old or young, stood with a silver-white spindle in her hand stepping into the air. Sect leader Chi, this is not true. It's not that when something is destroyed, a reason must be given. The destruction of Wanchun Valley is precisely the destiny of heaven. A majestic man, wearing protective armor, flew out from behind the invisible barrier, stepping on top of the twin-winged black bear's forehead, the beast's head snarling tattoos from chest to chin, extraordinarily hideous. He coldly smiled, that makes sense. However, if your Wanchun Valley is unconvinced, I can also give you a reason. Colluding with demonic cultivators is incompatible with heaven and earth, and I am about to exterminate you. This is just your false accusation, Shi sect leader angrily said. In fact, you guys know better than me, Wanchun Valley did not collude with devil cultivators at all. So what? A sword quietly stretched out and penetrated Kuyuan's body. Afterwards, the voice of speech rang out just then, and a turquoise-eyed Taoist drew back his magic sword and said blandly. Kuyuan incredulously fell to his knees on top of the flying sword, blood in his mouth, and turned his head to look. Xian sect? You three families are actually together? Not bad, Wanchun Valley should be exterminated. The blue-eyed Taoist said coldly. The small Tian Luo sect person with the veil, smilingly added from the side, kill your 2 Spirit Sword Sect disciples, and then go to tell Yi Guxing, this is Wanchun Valley collusion of demonic cultivators. Think, Yi Guxing anger on the head, one person will demolish the entire Wanchun Valley, right? Seeing the 3 Jindan realm cultivators in front of him, all of them are not easy to deal with, and then there is another Spirit Beast Sect Jindan realm cultivator, driving a one-horned boa constrictor also appeared in the figure. Wanchun Valley Chi sect leader heart grief and anger, you 3 clans in the end why target our Wanchun Valley? This is so unscrupulous. You won't understand even if you say it, why don't you just be a confused one and die in shape? The majestic man from the Spirit Beast Sect responded, then urged the double-winged black bear to come forward, its paw waving like a small mountain, bringing up a howling wind and heading straight for sect leader Chi's green jade gourd. The enemy is so numerous, Chi sect doesn't dare to respond, urging the jade gourd backward to try to escape. Behind them, but at this point in time, a large silver and white silk line emerged. Blocked their way back. The man from the Little Heavenly Law sect laughed softly and said, at this point, how can I let you run away? The jade gourd instantly accelerated, avoiding the silver and white threads, avoiding the 2-winged black bear attack, and then turned and charged forward. Just at this time, Kuyuan suddenly sprayed a mouthful of blood, barely stood up, flying sword to break free from the silver and white silk thread. Mouth said, quickly go, I will break the back. After saying that, the long sword swept, several sword-ons shot out, the severity was extreme. Double-winged black bear, one-horned python, silver-white silk thread, Xian sect Taoist actually for a time all unable to get close to the green jade gourd increased a safe area. Sect leader Qi instantly seized the opportunity and urged the green jade gourd to frantically move forward, attempting to bypass the invisible barrier. The Supreme Elder turned back to Kuyuan and drank out, together. A green vine in his hand was thrown out, heading straight for Kuyuan, curling around his waist and yanking him directly onto the green jade gourd. "Thank you," Kuyuan said gratefully, with blood at the corner of his mouth. "There is no need to be polite, my Wanchun Valley has no reason to give up the life-saving benefactor." The Supreme Elder responded in a deep voice. "Then I still need to thank you." Kuyuan suddenly raised his eyes, a sword light suddenly penetrated the Elder Taishan's dantian. "I didn't say that I wanted to save your lives. Thank you for facilitating me." Chapter 77, 10,000 Years of Eternal Spring. You. The Supreme Elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Kuyuan. At the same time, the green vine in his hand transformed into a stern whip shadow and lashed towards Kuyuan's head. Kuyuan had expected, the same Jindan realm, Wanchun Valley Taishan Elder qualification old, strength is stronger, if he is greedy to continue to attack, then only two people will die together. In the meantime, even the flying sword did not have the opportunity to retrieve, Kuyuan will be vertical body to fly back. Just no flying sword, purely with Jindan cultivation across the flight, the speed can be much slower. The Supreme Elder gritted his teeth and once again forcibly operated his mana, drawing out a green vine whip shadow. At the same time, Sect leader Qi drank under his breath, "How dare the thief!" Turning the green jade gourd, the mouth of that gourd immediately spewed out a palm-sized runic orb that contained electric light. "Help me!" Kuyuan looked at the electric light on the ball, faintly flickered and wandered, and immediately exclaimed in alarm. This was the secret technique of the Wanchun Valley, the Greenwood Thunder Pill. If the green tree whip and this thunder pill hit him at the same time, he was afraid that his physical body would be destroyed immediately. Right at this moment, a silver wire wrapped around Kuyuan's arm, yanking him quickly away from the range of the Supreme Elder's attack. At the same time, Xianyi Sect's Taoist priest stepped forward and blocked a golden soup talisman in front of the Greenwood Thunder Pellet. Ka-ching! The Greenwood Thunder Pellet cracked open a thin slit, streaks of lightning rushed out, in a flash it was like green snakes dancing about, the surrounding sea of clouds were torn out of existence, even the moonlight was distorted into a greenish-blue-colored glow. Golden soup talisman transformed barriers, really solid as gold, against dozens of green lightning, some intense bombardment. When the cyan-colored thunder light dispersed, this golden soup talisman also reached its limit, slowly trembling a bit, then also slowly dispersed. In the golden soup talisman after the Xianyi sect Taoist, small Tian Luo sect people, spirit sword sect Kuyuan 3 people unharmed. Small Tian Luo sect person laughed and said, "I know you Wanchun Valley are turtle, many years of savings and have not been conquering, even when the extermination of the magic blood door also did not contribute much. Surely there are still some things green with thunder pill since can be used, must be ethereal with thunder bead is almost the same, right? Since you know that we also have a bottom, why do you have to be so upside down and aggressive? Aren't you afraid that the fish will die?" Sect leader Qi looked around and angrily shouted at the 2 Jindan cultivators from the Spirit Beast sect and 1 Jindan cultivator each from the Xianyi sect Spirit Sword sect's Little Tian Luo sect. "Didn't I tell you earlier? This is your Manchun Valley's heavenly destiny." Small Tian Luo sect that cannot distinguish between men and women, the veiled person laughed softly, silver-white spindle in the hand. "Originally we are ready to slowly approach, the results we are not in a hurry, you guys are in a hurry instead. Oh, this does not give us the opportunity to take advantage of? Do you really think that the Spirit Sword sect are all the kind of dull wood like Lone Star Yi, thinking that black and white are clear and good and evil are separated? Look at this Spirit Sword sect's senior brother, is not the same choice to destroy your Wanchun Valley? This kind of deliberately attacking the heart of the yin and yang, Xi sect leader, the Supreme Elder naturally did not put on the heart. Continuing to consume, Wanchun Valley would only be slowly trapped to death, and the situation would only become more desperate. If you believe such words from the enemy and think along these lines, then the purpose of the little heavenly Luo sect will have been achieved is to make your mind uncertain and hesitant, and then bury you here. Jindan realm exchanges were extremely fast, from Kuyuan's sneak attack on the Supreme Elder to sect leader Qi's green with thunder pellet blasting the golden soup talisman. In fact, it only took place in a very short period of time. It was at this time that Li Tonghai angrily drew his sword. "Senior uncle, what are you doing? Knowing that Wanchun Valley has not colluded with the demonic cultivators, yet you still want to frame them in this name and sneak attack, are you not afraid of the sword heart?" Kuyuan laughed coldly. Sword heart again. Going to the Nima's sword heart. "I just love to drink and love beautiful women and love to enjoy, I just don't want to talk to ye Lone Star that bullseye cutie. The same, moving life and death to look down, just for the sake of the sword heart. Spirit Sword sect wants friends, wants a better life, not all day long the sword heart is the supreme treasure, every day sword heart. I've heard enough, and I've had enough of you cuties. Lunatics. The paths are different, not the same." Li Tonghai's eyes gradually scorn, "You are not sincere, you could have quit the Spirit Sword sect to go to other sects, and then there is any conflict, each according to their own abilities. But chose to choose this way of wreaking havoc in Spirit Sword sect, my master is definitely going to behead you." Ko Yuan subconsciously shrunk his head. It was as if a sword light that traversed the south of the sky was really sweeping over, requiring him to dodge. Fear nothing. The majestic man from the spirit beast sect laughed. Our 4 sects join forces, we can destroy the Wanchun Valley, and we can also destroy Yigushing. The 5 clans of the southern domain had always been at peace with each other and did not interfere with each other. The Supreme Elder drew out the long sword that ran through his body, poured out 2 pills and took them, and said coldly, in the beginning, the Devil's Blood sect caused a lot of harm, so the party joined hands to exterminate it, and this is also out of righteousness, out of self-help. Our Wanchun Valley is dedicated to cultivation, planting elixir alchemy, and how to be targeted by you like this? Shi sect leader's mind quietly transmits, Elder, are you alright? Dantian is broken, Jindan is okay, mana is not smooth, it is difficult to fight for a long time. Taishang Elder responded. Then immediately break out. I still have dozens of green with thunder pills here, not without a fight. I'll break the back. The Supreme Elder responded with a deep gaze. Wouldn't that be? There is no time to hesitate, this old bone of mine, if I can take away a few as a few it's better than leaving it all here and the clan being destroyed. The Supreme Elder finally responded, take Li Tonghai to Lone Star Yi, he is the only one in the entire southern region who has the strength to do so. The sword heart of that sword is not raised for nothing. The 2 hearts and minds exchanged only in an instant. Immediately after that, the green jade gourd burst out 10 green with thunder pellets heading straight for the invisible barrier in front of them. Hundreds of green-colored thunderbolts crisscrossed and roared, and for a time the invisible barrier was also shaken violently. Immediately afterward, the spiritual light on the green jade gourd blossomed and crashed into it with an unrelenting frenzy. Zila! An unpleasant sound rang out, and the invisible barrier finally broke open. In the next instant, 5 Jindans, 3 in front and 2 in the back, surrounded it, blocking the green jade gourd's way to and back. Consuming 10 cyanwood thunder pills, as well as so much mana, to forcefully break through the barrier we set up in advance. Sect Leader Chi, how much strength do you still have to defend yourself? The person from the Lesser Heavenly Law sect said with another light laugh. I'm sure that this is what you expected? The Supreme Elder asked. That's natural. Before the person from the Lesser Heavenly Law sect finished speaking, Sect Leader Chi and the Supreme Elder shouted at the same time. The green jade gourd transformed into an extremely bright meteor, its speed catalyzed to the limit as it flew straight ahead. The Spirit Beast sect's 2 Jindan and Xianyi sect's Jindan Daoist trio hurriedly intercepted it at the same time. The silver-white threads of the Little Heavenly Luo sect also instantly soared forward. It was also at this moment that the Supreme Elder crashed into the middle of the 3 of them, and a golden Dan erupted out of his violet mansion and hung in the air, cracks in the green aura faintly emerging. The Majestic Man and the Xianyi sect Daoist were all startled at once, stopping their figures and retreating wildly. This old man actually want to self-detonate Jindan? Spirit Beast sect's other Jindan was urging the unicorn python with all his might, but he also froze for a moment when he saw the situation. Just so slow for a split second, a green light threw the sky to the ground, flooding everything in a radius of dozens of miles, swallowing him along with the unicorn python completely. An old voice echoed, curling up. 10,000 years of everlasting spring. For a long time, this heavenly green light slowly dispersed. At the core of the Jindan self-explosion of the Supreme Elder, Spirit Beast sect, the Jindan cultivator riding the one-horned python has been all ashes, body and head no survivors. The Spirit Beast sect's Majestic Man's feet were drenched in blood from the palms of the 2 winged black bears. The Xianyi sect's Daoist's clothes were torn and tattered, his heart palpitating. Small Tianluo sect Jindan cultivator veil fell, revealing a thin pale face. He and Kuyuan 2 people even if the distance is a little far away, but also less full resistance. Jindan self-explosion aftermath of the same face shocked, the expression of the woeful. I did not expect Wanchun Valley this turtle-like sect, can still have this kind of desperation to bite the ruthlessness. The man from the Little Heavenly Law sect said. My senior brother is dead. The Majestic Man from the Spirit Beast sect roared angrily, the old man from Wanchun Valley has taken away a young Jindan cultivator like my senior brother. What's the use of talking about this now? Xianyi sect Daoist said, we decided to join forces to destroy Wanchun Valley, we should have realized that this is only a Jindan. Next there is that sect leader, and there is also the ethereal with thunder bead that can even threaten the Jindan realm. Maybe 2 or 3 more Jindan realm will die. The cost of a single Wanchun Valley in the district was too great. Spirit Beast sect's Majestic Man gritted his teeth, 2 or 3 more Jindan deaths, won't our 3 sects have to appear as sects without Jindan cultivators? If that's the case, we might as well. At the beginning, we agreed to slowly grind this turtle-like sect to death. The man from the Little Heavenly Law sect said, after all, man's calculation is not as good as God's calculation. Who would have thought that the tortoise also has a strong nature of biting people? People give us the requirements as 30 years period, Wanchun Valley veins are not allowed to stay, the commitment is generous, but also cannot allow us to back out. This is also the destiny of heaven. Kuyuan saw the 3 clans talking and seemed to exclude themselves, and opened his mouth to remind, if we add Lone Star Yi, I'm afraid that more than 2 or 3 Jindan will have to die. Adding Lone Star Yi, it is indeed even more dangerous. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that there are no Jindan cultivators in Wanchun Valley and break through Wanchun Valley first? The mountain protection formation that connects to the Earth's veins can't be broken in a day, and it's not good for us to destroy the Earth's veins by attacking too strongly. When Lone Star Yi, Chi, and even the entire Spirit Sword sect come together, what are we going to do? It is imperative that we go to the Spirit Sword sect together and call all the Jindan in our clan. Either kill the surname Chi in advance, or try to convince Lone Star Yi as much as possible it's really not possible, we can only rely on you to deal with Lone Star Yi, Kuyuan. The Spirit Beast sect, Xian Yi sect, and Xiao Tian Luo sect discussed with each other, and finally looked at Kuyuan together. Kuyuan was stunned, huh? If I can raise my head in front of Cool Sunya, I would still join forces with you guys? Chapter 78, Before Sword Peak. A pill stuffed into his mouth, Wanchun Valley Chi sect master didn't dare to pause for a moment. While converting the medicinal power into mana, he was dead set on urging the Green Jade Gourd, and headed straight for the Spirit Sword sect, which was 10,000 miles away. Seeing a piece of hidden sword flashes and lights from afar, Sect Master Chi and Li Tonghai both finally breathed a sigh of relief. Spirit Sword Sect's gate is located on top of 9 isolated sword peaks. The peaks are steep as if they were axe splits, and the entire body is as black as quenched cold iron. Mountain stone texture like sword marks interlaced day and night, there are sword aura flashes, is the Spirit Sword Sect's biggest feature. Just approaching the Spirit Sword Sect, there are 2 disciples stepping on flying swords. Who is it? It's me. Li Tonghai answered, quickly let us in. Senior brotherly? The 2 disciples looked at each other in surprise and then looked at sect leader Chi in confusion. Who is the person who came with you? Wanchun Valley sect master Chi. What? Colluding with the demonic cultivator Wanchun Valley? The 2 disciples glanced at each other, and a bit of vigilance arose on their faces. Senior brotherly, why are you with him? Don't you know that the sect master hates devils? This matter is a misunderstanding. I was ordered by my master to investigate this matter, and after my investigation, I have determined that Wanchun Valley has not colluded with devil cultivators. I'm going to take him to see master to explain the reason. Li Tonghai hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. The 2 Spirit Sword sect disciples looked at each other. After all, the matter is important, do not dare to believe in all. Please wait outside, we will report to the sect. Quickly go to report to my master. If you meet my senior brothers and sisters, please also invite them to come. Li Tonghai carefully handed over. A Spirit Sword sect disciple hurried away. Li Tonghai couldn't help himself and droned at his figure. Go quickly. In less than a moment, the Spirit Sword sect disciples have not yet returned. The sky quickly flew 4 people on the double-winged black bear. The Spirit Beast sect's majestic cultivator, Kuyuan, stood side by side. On the silver-white spindle stood the thin cultivator of the Little Heavenly Law sect, and on top of a Dharma sword stood the Xuani sect's Taoist. The 4 had just arrived. Kuyuan grabbed the first to turn black and white, angrily shouting, Wanchun Valley Chi Wanfa. Colluding with a devil cultivator is not enough. How dare you compel my Spirit Sword sect disciples, damn you. Accompanying this roar, he put his fingers together and his sword chi burst out, heading straight for Li Tonghai. The Spirit Beast sect and Xianyi sect both also simultaneously directed their attacks straight towards Li Tonghai. As long as this person was killed, Chi Wanfa would be unable to defend himself, and Yi Lixing would find it difficult to investigate. They knew this reasoning, and of course, sect leader Chi knew it as well. As the only witness that could gain trust in Cool Sunya, once Li Tonghai died, would Cool Sunya believe himself, or would he believe Kuyuan and the other sects? Fearfully, there was no suspense at all. At that moment, he did not hesitate to protect Li Tonghai with his own Jindan magic power, and urged the green jade gourd to block in front of the 2 people, and sprayed 10 green wood thunder pellets from the gourd's mouth to offset Kuyuan's 3 people's attacks amidst the chaotic dance of thunder. Just at the same time, Chi sect leader suddenly looked dazed for a moment, looked to the oblique side and said in surprise, Yi sect leader is here. The thin man of the Little Heavenly Luo sect let out a feminine low laugh, knowing that his all-out backstabbing had worked. His skinny palms rippled with veins, and his mana could barely control the silver-white spindle. When sect leader Chi came back to his senses, it was only a matter of a mere instant. A silver-white thread had already penetrated his chest in the donjong position. Face pale, lost blood small Tian Luo sect cultivator hand pinched this line, try his best at the same time, eyes full of fierce color, surname Cheese, this is the fate of the heavens, you admit it. Nonsense, how can my sect be victimized by you and others? Chi sect leader forced to endure the severe pain in his body, the mana is not smooth, angrily shouted, storage bag in the fly out of a golden sword, gritted teeth to cut to this silver and white silk thread. At the same time to open his mouth to take pills. For Jindan cultivators join hands, and will not give him this opportunity? The greenwood thunder pellet thunder had stopped, and the 3 Jindan from the Spirit Beast sect's majestic cultivator, Koyuan, Xianyi sect's Taoist, and the Spirit Beast sect's majestic cultivator, attacked together from the front, covering Li Tonghai and sect leader Chi together. The skinny cultivator from the Little Heavenly Luo sect was even more greatly inputting his mana, pulling the silver-white silk threads. In an instant, Chi sect leader's chest was filled with blood and flesh, and a fist-sized bloody hole had appeared. After Chi sect leader's golden sword chopped down, the silver-white silk threads were certainly chopped off, and the elixir was also finally served, but the three Jindan realms attacks were already solid and incomparable to bombard to. Could it be that my Wanchun Valley is destined to die? Am I destined to die here? In despair, sect leader Chi urged his no longer fluent mana and tried to hold the green jade gourd in front of him, blocking himself and Li Tonghai. But it seemed like it was already too late. Right at this moment, a sword light streaked out from the peak of the sword, dazzling in a flash, and both heaven and earth were suddenly brightened. Who wants to kill my disciple? A voice rang out coldly. Senior brother, it's Chi Wanfa, the sect leader of Wanchun Valley, who wants to kill your disciple, Li Tonghai, Kuyuan immediately called out. No. Li Tonghai opened his mouth to speak, but Kuyuan and the other four Jindan cultivators joined together to form a real pressure with their mana, making it difficult for him to speak and his face reddened. With one hand covering the bloody hole in his chest, sect leader Chi immediately pressed his other hand behind Li Tonghai, struggling to protect him with his mana. Quickly say, Master, save me. Uncle wants to kill me. Master Chi colluded with outsiders, not only want to harm Wanchun Valley, but also want to kill me. Li Tonghai immediately opened his mouth and shouted at the place where the sword light came from. Another sword light lit up, a white-haired man stepped on the sword and came, behind him hundreds of spirit sword sect disciples followed, sword light dotted like a fluorescent light, will be almost illuminated by the night, sword Chi rushed to the sky, face to face. Kuyuan also hastened to explain, Senior brother, Chi Wanfa, this person is very cunning, compelled your disciples, said. Say what? The white-haired man's face is not old, and his sword eyebrows are raised. Just a rhetorical question, Kuyuan actually stuck, did not dare to speak immediately. Not waiting for Kuyuan to answer, the white-haired man swept through the crowd, his eyes like electric light to deter people sharp. Even if my disciple is compelled by someone, he should inform me first. You guys can't wait to kill? What kind of reasoning is that? For Jindan, besieging one, what is the reason? Is Wanchun Valley sure it's colluding with the devils? Collusion. Kuyuan immediately said. There is no such thing. Li Tonghai was being protected by the injured sect leader Chi, and knowing that the matter was urgent, he also hastened to retort. Senior, I personally heard my senior uncle admit with the other three sects that they had originally intentionally falsely accused Wanchun Valley of colluding with the Devil sect as a way to destroy Wanchun Valley. Is that so? Cool Sunya swept his eyes over sect leader Chi, who was injured and had to protect Li Tonghai. This indeed did not seem like a bad person. It was just that the devil cultivator was cunning and insidious. Who knew if this would be a conspiracy? In the past, before and after the extermination of the demon blood sect, it is not precisely this kind of seemingly innocent, miserable people to deceive and muddle through, and then cause tragedy? When it comes to demonic cultivators, one must be cautious and cross-examine them repeatedly. Chi sect master said under his breath, Ye patriarch, this matter is true, Wanchun Valley has never colluded with demonic cultivators. Then who is colluding with the devil cultivators? Lone Star Yi asked again. Sect leader Chi was instantly stopped by the question and said helplessly, I don't know about this matter, perhaps it is their three sects that are related to the devil cultivators, and the thieves are crying out to catch the thieves, or perhaps it is no one who is colluding with the devil cultivators, it is just that they want to destroy our Wanchun Valley, and only then do they accuse us falsely. Kuyuan, Spirit Beast sect, Xianyi sect, and Xiaotian Luo sect then droned, it is Wanchun Valley that colludes with devil cultivators. Cool Sunya frowned slightly, how can one side of the story be used as evidence? Patriarch Yi did not know. The stout cultivator of Spirit Beast sect immediately shouted, from last year to this year, there are devil cultivators infesting in Wanchun Valley's green harvest market and the servant disciples, killing and maiming a lot of people. This matter is known to the casual cultivators, and it's not difficult to find the witnesses if Wanchun Valley doesn't collude with the devil cultivators. Why do the devil cultivators all go to Wanchun Valley? This shows that Wanchun Valley is exactly the nest of devil cultivators. Devil cultivator intentionally misbehaved, our clan arrested the devil cultivator, not let them harm people, is it also our fault? Sect leader Chi asked angrily. For many years, the devil cultivators have only misbehaved with you in Wanchun Valley? Patriarch Yi, this person is skillful with his words, please kill this thief as soon as possible. If sect leader Yi doesn't want to do it, letting us do it is just the same. The Spirit Beast sect's majestic cultivator said, and called out to sect leader Chi, not only is your Wanchun Valley infested with demonic cultivators, but we have also captured a demonic cultivator who has personally admitted to colluding with Wanchun Valley with the intention of causing the lives of the people to be in a state of abject misery. Not only that, but there are also people within your clan who cultivate the blood refining technique. And, on the way here, didn't your elder of Wanchun Valley use the bloodthirsty technique to kill my senior brother in a sudden outburst? Nonsense, a bunch of nonsense. Seeing that he had turned black and white so upside down, Sect Master Chi was also furious. Yi Lushing listened quietly and suddenly raised his hand. A sword light was bright and incomparable, reflecting white hair like snow. Wanchun Valley said that they don't know who is a devil cultivator, and Spirit Beast sect said that Wanchun Valley colludes with devil cultivators. We will go to Wanchun Valley tomorrow and check it out on the spot. If it is proved that Wanchun Valley is colluding with demonic cultivators, we will immediately exterminate all those who cultivate demonic skills. Elder brother, if it cannot be proved, then what? Ko Yuan subconsciously asked. I will have to enforce the door rules and punish you first, and then use the sword to ask for justice from all of you. Yi Lixing said faintly. Chapter 79, Sword Like Coal. I'm afraid that this is not good. As soon as Yi Guixing's words fell, 3 Jindan from the Spirit Beast sect, Xianyi sect, and Little Heavenly Luo sect all spoke up. If they were to really do this, wouldn't the Wanchun Valley be cleansed and safe? Even if there really were people in Wanchun Valley who practiced the demon blood sex techniques, and if they killed all of those who practiced them, wouldn't Wanchun Valley still be occupying the land veins all the same? Their purpose is still not accomplished. Ko Yuan even said, indeed it's not right, why are you punishing me, senior brother? Li Tonghai, on the other hand, said, Senior, I still have something to say that hasn't been said yet. Did you receive the sword talisman I sent? Ko Yuan said that you received the sword talisman, but the talisman is incomplete, so the master gave him a sword talisman, sent him to Wanchun Valley to find me. On the way, he joined the Spirit Beast sect and their 3 families to sneak up on the elder of Wanchun Valley, causing the elder to blow up his own Jindan. Nonsense! You were obviously compelled by the Wanchun Valley. Ko Yuan wanted to say more, but Yi Guixing's palm was already holding a round-handled black sword. Elder brother? Cool Sunya said coldly, in that case, I understand. No wonder your sword heart is dusty, no wonder your sword rhyme is unclear. Even with a trace of my sword rhyme loss I thought you were going to change your ways and learn the sword from me. It turns out that it is the interception of my master and disciple sword talisman left. Senior brother, my senior brother, you spare me once. I was also confused for a moment. Surprisingly, Ko Yuan did not retort anymore and directly knelt in front of Yi Guixing in the air, trembling and begging for forgiveness. Yi Guixing turned his back and said slowly, after so many years, you still haven't grown. When I first took you in, and asked for the heart of the sword in front of the sword test monument, you said that you were oppressed by the landlord, and when you grew up and learned the skills, you wanted to sleep with the landlord's daughter, and you wanted to eat the delicious food from the landlord's house. I later asked you, have a grudge to revenge, have revenge, why did not you think to kill the landlord first? You cannot answer. At that time, I knew that you seemed to be wild and unruly, but in fact, soft and fearful of hardness, the nature of the heart does not fit in the heart of the sword. But the world's reasoning, not in the heart of the sword should be fast cultivation. My disciples, for spirit root also have, 5 spirit root also have, cultivation may not be much high, but the heart is good. And you, although not suitable for the sword heart, always difficult to correct, but the spiritual root is superior, only talk about cultivation is indeed fast, even can cultivate into Jindan. Behind him, Ko Yuan slowly clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Jindan realm sword chi slowly condensed. Sword heart, sword heart, sword heart again. I'll let you know how powerful I am this time. Master. Li Tonghai couldn't help but open his mouth to remind Ko Yuan he. Cool Sunya raised his hand indifferently, still with his back to Ko Yuan. If he dares to make a move, I will look at him highly. He doesn't understand when I tell him about sword heart, his unproductive sword aura is as obvious as his killing intent. When I see through it, there is no chance. I've had enough of you for a long time. Ko Yuan raised his head violently and roared, his sword chi surging straight towards Yi Guixing. In the end, he was a spirit sword sect Jindan. At this time, although he did not have a flying sword, the sword chi still filled dozens of feet. Li Tonghai and other disciples with low cultivation level only felt that their eyes were like thorns, and vaguely painful. Spirit Beast sect, Xianyi sect, and Xiaotian Luo sect 3 Jindan cultivators together nervously watched the result and were ready to strike if Ko Yuan could have a slight chance to win. They would swarm up and slaughter Yi Guixing and Qiwan Fa. Sect leader Qi was even more nervous than them. Sword cultivator attack, really sharp. Without a flying sword, Ko Yuan's this full force strike, he would only need to use quite a few greenwood thunder pills to counteract it. If he used his flying sword and built up his momentum, it would be even more terrifying. Lone Star Yi must not make any mistakes because of this. Just under the crowd's eyes cutting tightly, Yi Luxing's long drooping hair slightly bulging and fluttering, a sword light like a stunning wings, issued from the black sword, down and up diagonally across, arc, momentary air stagnation. Like a hot knife cutting white snow, light and fast. Naturally, the sharpness was unrivaled, slicing through all of Ko Yuan's sword chi. Ko Yuan screamed miserably and flew backwards, a long sword wound already dripping with blood between his chest and abdomen. The 2 spirit sword sect elders immediately came forward with their swords, one on the left and the other on the right to grab him, not allowing him to escape. Yi Guixing said, "You have lost your sword and your heart is filthy, what is the use of keeping it? Don't kill me." When Ko Yuan heard his words, his eyes widened and he shouted in horror. "Give you a sword, again?" Lone Star Yi asked. Ko Yuan instantly shook his head and just shouted loudly, "Senior brother, don't kill me. You shouldn't collude with outsiders and harm my disciple." Seeing that he didn't even have the courage to fight again, Yi Luxing's eyes fluctuated slightly, then the black sword was raised and a sword light flew into Ko Yuan's brow within the mud pill palace. Ko Yuan was instantly silent, his eyes gray. A Jindan slowly floated out of the violet mansion. Yi Gushing raised his hand, wrapped this golden dan with sword chi, quietly watched, and in the end did not directly stir up. Send it to the sword washing pool. This skill of his, from the Spirit Sword Sect, in the end also belongs to the Spirit Sword Sect. Spirit Sword Sect elders went forward, holding up Kuyuan Jindan, slowly back, although not a word, but the palms of the hands cannot help but tremble. Golden Dan Cultivator Kuyuan, this is dead? Not to mention that the Spirit Beast Sect, Xianyi Sect, and Little Tianluo Sect were horrified, but Sect leader Qi also felt his scalp tingle. He had known that Yi Gushing was strong, but he had not expected it to be this strong. Killing Kuyuan, a Jindan realm, was actually as simple as killing a chicken. To what level had this person raised his sword heart? What level of cultivation has he reached? Right at this moment, Yi Lixing turned his eyes to the three of the Spirit Beast Sect and said coldly, "Compel my disciple, hunt down and kill my disciple, what are you going to say? If the three of you join forces and attack the Wanchun Valley, I may not be able to deal with you, but at most I will advise you to do so, but you dare to involve the Devil's Sect and pull my Spirit Sword Sect into the trap, your intentions are sinister, so how can you be forgiven lightly?" The round black sword swung out, a sword light like a broken moon, chopped to the Xianyi Sect Taoist. The Taoist's figure slightly stiffened, was cut apart by the sword light, actually a puppet. 50 years later, come back for another lesson. The puppet let out this one voice before splitting in two and becoming silent again. 100 miles away, under a green pine in the mountains, the real Xianyi Sect Taoist staggered violently for a moment, holding onto the trunk of the tree before he could barely stand still, his eyes filled with horror. What a strong sword! Not bothering to contact and wait for the other two, he quietly and quickly moved away. Yi Lixing narrowed his eyes slightly as the sword light flashed again, chopping at the skinny cultivator of the Little Tianluo Sect. The skinny cultivator wrapped himself in silver-white silk threads in a split second. After the sword light cut through the silver-white silk thread, only a broken silver-white spindle remained, and the skinny cultivator had disappeared. Wanchun Valley is lingering on, how many more years can it last? Heaven's destiny is to destroy you. The remaining sound curled up from the spindle. It turned out that this Little Tianluo Sect cultivator had actually prepared for this, leaving behind a replacement item, and the main body had fled to an unknown place. Yi Lushing then looked at the Spirit Beast Sect cultivator, who had already fled 100 miles away on the double-winged black bear. Go! The round-handled black sword transformed into a meteor in a flash, cutting through the air and bringing out ear-piercing popping sounds. A few breaths later, the black sword returned with blood. Sect leader Yi, did you kill him? Patriarch Qi carefully inquired. Lone Star Yi frowned slightly, one should be dead, I don't know if it's him or that bear. Sect Master Qi was a little disappointed when he heard that, under the Spirit Beast Sect's beast heart-tumbling deed, it was thought that it should be the spirit beasts that died earlier than the people. However, thinking that Yi Lixing had already stepped in to help, and that the situation was now much better than before, his mood perked up again. Thanks to Patriarch Yi for stepping in to help, Wanchun Valley finally has a way to live, I can't thank you enough. There is no need to do so, they compel the Spirit Sword Sect disciples, intending to harm my disciple, they should think of committing a crime on my Lone Star Yi's sword blade. Yi Lushing said, also, after daybreak, I am going to Wanchun Valley. Sect leader Qi said joyfully, is Sect leader Yi going to protect my Wanchun Valley? Wanchun Valley is willing to ally with Spirit Sword Sect. If there are any conditions, Spirit Sword Sect can just mention them. Cool Sun Ye slowly shook his head, no, I want to probe first, whether you have colluded with demonic cultivators or not. Sect leader Qi was stunned for a moment, then frankly, please, Sect leader Yi, feel free to probe. Yi Lixing gazed at him and nodded. Thousands of miles away, in the night sky, a bloody aura filled the air. The Spirit Beast Sect's majestic cultivator lowered his head and crouched over the corpse of the twin-winged black bear, slurping down the essence blood of his dead spirit beast as a sword wound slowly healed at his back. Blood-red hair slowly arose, his eyes red and hideous. Lone Star Yi. Wanchun Valley. Spoiling my plan to dominate the southern region. Unfortunately, Wanchun Valley doesn't know the reason why the three clans are joining forces. Xianyi Sect and Little Tianluo Sect only thought that my Spirit Beast Sect was for the so-called promise of breaking the Dan and transforming into an infant. The man from Xianyi Sect called for a fight with Yi Gushing in 50 years, which is just to offer the land vein of Wanchun Valley in 30 years to get the chance to break the Dan and turn into an infant, and to become the first Yuaning in the southern region in 50 years, which he thought was beautiful. Little Tianluo Sect, that fortune teller, a mouthful of heavenly destiny, always feel that there are other calculations. Regardless of how they are, now things are still promising, as long as the first to enhance the strength, everything is possible. At that time, I Spirit Beast Sect may not be unable to rule the southern region, for a party hegemony. Suddenly thinking of the sword light that spanned 100 miles and still injured him, the Spirit Beast Sect's majestic cultivator slightly shivered. This stinky and hard sword cultivator. It seems that the blood refining technique needs more disciples to practice it. Chapter 80 Sacred Blood. The early morning sunlight shone at the spirit field. The thin poles of the green harvest spiritual rice stood upright, and the thin leaves spread out, carrying vibrant life. The servants who got up early had already begun to take a turn around the spiritual fields to see how their own spiritual fields were growing. Hanyu walked out of the room where the disciple in charge lived, and somewhat naturally walked towards his own spiritual field. On the way, when a servant disciple saw him dressed in green and wearing a jade pendant, he came forward and bowed, with a hint of eagerness and admiration in his eyes. Senior brother Han. Hanyu was a bit uncomfortable at first, but after meeting 2 or 3 of them, he learned to nod slightly in response. Walking to his spiritual field, he looked at it for a couple of moments, and without pausing, Hanyu slowly walked back to the stewardship office. Cultivators were minding their own business, so naturally, they couldn't talk about having breakfast together or anything. Just before Hanyu entered the house, a banana leaf flew in with 2 outer disciples in green clothes. As soon as they landed, they anxiously called out, "Is Sister Lee at the spirit field? The big thing is not good." Hanyu was surprised and asked, "2 senior brothers, what big thing is not good?" The sect's main peak array and mountain protection array are in full operation at the same time, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. The 2 outer disciples said, "Our inner and outer disciples in the alchemy department and patrols, the weaponry department, the ancestors' mausoleum, and the medicinal garden are no longer able to go to the main peak of the sect." Senior Sister Lee, Ji Ida, and Hua Chi heard the sound, and all of them also had shocked expressions on their faces. The formation is fully energized to this extent, but has the external enemy arrived? Why don't you let us go to the main peak to be effective, and what purpose can we serve by staying here? Now that the formation is energized, we can neither go to the main peak nor have any way to leave the coverage area of the mountain protecting formation? Isn't this? The 2 outer disciples from the alchemy division looked anxious, and Ji Ida and Hua Chi couldn't help but feel anxious and uneasy as well. Senior Sister Lee also couldn't help but frown slightly and said in a deep voice, "It seems that this time the matter is urgent, and the sect can't even care about us inner and outer disciples just in case. There is no way for the Green Harvest Market and the deacons and disciples outside of the mountain protecting formation to come back either. They don't even have a way to hide in the mountain protector formation, and their situation is even worse than ours. Has no one gone to the main peak to inquire?" The 2 outer disciples at the alchemy division shook their heads slightly. "We only just found out today and came over to inform you. However, a senior brother has already gone outside the main peak formation to inquire about the situation on the main peak, and I think he will be back soon. You guys wait a bit and keep an eye on the spiritual fields, I'll go ask as well." Senior Sister Lee barked at Hanyu, Ji Ida, and Hua Chi, and boarded her magic weapon to head straight for the direction of the sect's main peak. After a short while, Senior Sister Lee returned with a serious expression. The sect master and the supreme elder had gone out to the Spirit Sword sect to seek help, and had yet to return. Wanchun Valley is in the most critical time at the moment, and the dual major formations are in full operation just to prevent enemy Jindan cultivators from sneaking in silently and destroying our sect completely. All we can do now is to do our respective duties and wait for the good news. Don't alarm the odd job disciples and servants, so as not to cause a disturbance." Hanyu, Ji Ida, and Hua Chi were all silent when they heard this. This situation is really dangerous. If the sect leader and the supreme elder don't return once they're gone, won't Wanchun Valley be doomed to extinction? An outer disciple at the alchemy division couldn't help but say, "What if there is no good news?" Senior Sister Lee glanced at him and ignored it. This kind of words, is there any need to ask? If the news was bad, Wanchun Valley could not survive whether or not they, the disciples, could live, and what kind of identity they would become all depended on the mood of others. The 2 outer disciples of the alchemy office also felt that this topic was really hard to talk about, and once again wrote on the banana leaf, returning to the alchemy office. Returning to the stewardship office, Senior Sister Lee, Ji Ida, Hua Chi, and Hanyu all looked at each other without speaking. If it was true that the sect was not. Hua Chi opened his mouth to speak, somewhat unable to say anything else. When the time comes, each will have their own destiny, and there's nothing to say. Senior Sister Lee spoke, her slightly thicker lips pursed slightly. "For now, it's time for each of you to do your own thing. Junior Brother Ji and Junior Brother Hua, accompany me to patrol the spirit field, and tell the odd job disciples to go back to their houses and not to go out." Ji Ida and Hua Chi nodded their heads. Senior Sister Lee looked at Hanyu again. "Senior Brother Han, is your beast harnessing crow around? Go look for it now, see if it's within the sect's mountain protection formation. If you can find it, bring it back." Hanyu nodded. "Yes, Senior Sister Lee, there will be more than one helper when the time comes." The always cool Senior Sister Lee heard this sentence and inexplicably smiled a little. "You may know when the time comes. When the worst comes to the worst, just a lowly spirit beast, what kind of helpers are there? The only thing is that there is a spirit beast clan among the enemy. Maybe see him also driving a spirit beast, born of love for talent, will be under his door, that can be better than the other disciples. What can be done, that's all, right?" Senior Sister Lee led Ji Ida and Hua Chi to start inspecting the spiritual fields, and the odd job disciples who had just gone out were driven back to their stone houses one after another, staying quiet and unaware of what was going on. Hanyu found large and small crows, as well as crow flocks, in the dense forest at the edge of the valley at the spiritual field. In the face of today's situation, Hanyu was also a bit uneasy in his heart. Could Wanchun Valley survive this crisis or not? If he was outside the Mountain Protective Array in the Green Harvest Market, Hanyu would have a way out now within the Mountain Protective Array. Either Wanchun Valley releases the Mountain Protective Array or the enemy breaks through the Mountain Protective Array, or else it's a difficult task for him to leave. If he became a prisoner of another clan, he would not be able to live or die on his own, and even if he lived, he would certainly be squeezed even more, and there would be no way that he would be treated favorably. That was certainly not what Hanyu wanted. In Wanchun Valley as an outer disciple, there is still considerable freedom. If captured, it is certainly nothing is at their disposal, much more miserable than a servant disciple. If the Mountain Protection Array is really broken, Wanchun Valley has no more hope, then it can only take the opportunity to escape. I hope those sects won't even spare some ordinary disciples. Hanyu made up his mind, took the Great Crow with him, and returned to the spiritual field. Just as he returned to the spirit field, before he had time to speak with Senior Sisterly, the ground suddenly dimmed and glowed vaguely red. Hanyu and the others raised their heads in shock to see that half of the sky had already been turned into a blood red, like a sea of blood rolling backward, with a thick, fishy aura. Dozens of silhouettes floated silently above the blood-red sky, outside the Mountain Protection Formation. The first person, with pure black robes and long, blood-red hair, sent an eerie, teasing laugh into the Wanchun Valley Mountain Protector Formation. He. This seed holy blood real person heard that the valley has been destroyed by the Golden Dan, only to leave you and other weak and unsupported, very poor. Today specially come here to send a big kindness, help one or two. Chapter 81 Blood Day. Sacred Blood? Ji Yida subconsciously repeated a sentence, shocked to call out another name, Devil Blood Sect. It was indeed the Devil Blood Sect. The Devil Blood Sect had always not called themselves devils, but instead called themselves Sacred Blood. Senior Sisterly muttered under her breath, why wasn't it the Spirit Beast Sect and the others who came over at this time, but instead, it was the Devil Cultivators who came. The sect leader and the Supreme Elder, have they really been killed? It would be better if it was the Spirit Beast Sect who came over to at least have the possibility of saving a life. Hua Chi whispered. Senior Sisterly, Ji Yida, and Hanyu all agreed with this when they heard it. If the Demon Blood Sect were to fight their way in, all of Wanchun Valley's disciples would be resources for other people's cultivation, like spirit stones and rice, and that would really mean there would be no way to live. An elder of Wanchun Valley's voice rang out at the Mountain Protection Formation, remnants of the Devil's Blood Sect, don't talk too much. Just want to take advantage of the absence of our master, playing tricks, killing and maiming the disciples of Wanchun Valley. The Sacred Blood real person issued a cold and cheeky voice, this is not true. Your two Jindan in Wanchun Valley were all killed by others, leaving the old and weak cultivators in this valley to be bullied by others, isn't it pitiful? Today, this seed is here to ask the Wanchun Valley you body into the blood, into my belly, help me practice. In this way, you will be able to follow my seed together with the blood of the southern region, the might of the living, no longer be bullied, can be said to be the best of both worlds. I hope you won't be stingy, so that you won't suffer from the pain of skinning. What a bunch of nonsense. Elder voices on the mountain guard formation sternly rebuked, Wanchun Valley up and down, how can we allow you another unbridled? All the disciples listened to the order, facing the devil blood door remnants, cannot have a chance of heart, the other side will only be your blood drained, used for cultivation, absolutely no way to live. Wrong. Sacred Blood real person again laughed and said, this seed is not the kind of heartless people? At most, you will be used as blood slaves, there is still a way to live. Said the words, gently clapped his hands, bring up. Only to see 20 or 30 people in the Devil's Blood Sect, escorted a group of people, standing in a circle of 20 square feet of blood-red silk cloth close to the Wanchun Valley Mountain Protection Array, will show these people appearance in front of the crowd. Devil's Blood Sector wrapped in black cloth, only exposed eyes and blood-red hair, and was pressed crowd, Mountain Protection Array Hanyu, Lee's sister, and other people are clearly seen. Deaconess who? Senior Sisterly called out in a small voice. The rest of the inner and outer disciples further away, on the main peak, might not be able to see it, but the elders who were controlling and maintaining the Wanchun Valley's Mountain Protection Formation could see it clearly. The ones who had been captured by the Demon Blood Sect were the deacon of the Green Harvest Market, Hu Biao, and the others. In other words, the demonic cultivators first broke down and looted the Green Harvest Market outside of the Mountain Protection Formation. Everyone in Wanchun Valley look carefully, if you are a blood slave, that is the case, you can live just the same. Sacred Blood real person a sentence, Hu Biao, and others all shivered and lie down on top of the red silk, 5 bodies to the ground, kowtow to him. Master. Sacred Blood real person nodded with satisfaction, if you don't become a blood slave, it will be another end. With a wave of his hand, Hu Biao and the other blood slaves were brought down, and the other 5 were brought up. Among them, there was an inner disciple of Wanchun Valley dressed in blue, rather obese, and it was none other than the former Wanchun Valley Spiritual Field Division Steward Wang Hui. Senior brother Wang? Ji Yida and Hua Chi both lost their voices and shouted. Senior Sisterly looked intolerant. After he recuperated from his injuries over at the Green Harvest Market, he also went along to lead the duties of the market, but he didn't expect that the first to suffer was actually him. What's more, he didn't expect that he, who had originally bullied the odd job disciples, would have such determination at this time. Hanyu also gazed at him, and before he could lament that Wang Hui actually had the courage to sacrifice his life for the clan, he realized that the two demon blood sect cultivators standing beside Wang Hui on the left and right, although they were hiding their faces, were somewhat familiar. One looked like old Taoist Li, and upon further scrutiny, the other looked like Hong Liang. Yes, even if Wang Hui begged for mercy, these two were bound to spare him. Li Laodao, after all, was officially listed within the walls of the Devil Blood sect. As the Holy Blood realist's words fell, his 5 fingers opened, and Wang Hui and the other 4 loose cultivators all let out miserable howling sounds, followed by their bodies drying up and their corpses falling on top of the mountain protector formation, sliding down with long blood trails, only leaving behind 5 pieces of essence blood of different sizes, which were successively put into the palm of the sacred blood realist. Holy Blood Real person laughs, will 5 blood mixed into a blood red pill appearance, and then ordered, small children, listen to the order, will your blood all offer 5 drops to, I want to break through this mountain protection array. Devil's Blood sect crowd answered together, each person condensed out 5 drops of blood, together cast to the Holy Blood Real person. Holy Blood Real body filled with bloody breath, will all the blood and blood red pill combination, hands repeatedly pinch, seems to join what special techniques, that blood red pill on the red light is more and more blooming, the last dazzling actually exceeded the daylight. This is to attack the formation? Hanyu was thinking, suddenly feel their own blood a burst of agitation, seems to respond to the sky as red as the blood of the Dan pill? Ha! What kind of attack is this? It's an attack that invokes the cultivation of the blood refining technique through the air? Hanyu's mind turned, and he immediately suppressed some of his own blood's agitation, and there was nothing unusual about it. His essence blood is pure and unrivaled, so outsiders can't control it. Just at the same time, the stone house at the spiritual field suddenly ran out of 2 handymen, their eyes bloodshot, their mouths roaring, blood. I want to drink blood. How is it that there are again practicing blood refining techniques? Hua Qi shouted in alarm. The more the sect breaks down and cannot be broken down, the more anxious it becomes, and the demonic cultivators thus have an opportunity to take advantage of it. Senior Sister Li spoke, her eyes glancing worriedly in the direction of the main peak. Originally, the mountain protection formation was also sturdy enough, and at this time, if the main peak was in chaos. As they spoke, Hanyu, Senior Sister Li, Ji Yida, and Hua Qi simultaneously sent out their spells, killing the 2 red-eyed, maddened servant disciples on the spot. The direction of the sect's main peak suddenly flashed with red light, and there was truly a turmoil because of that Dan pill tugging on those practicing the blood refining technique. Immediately after that, outside of the mountain protection formation, the sacred blood realist laughed maniacally, suddenly flashed, and threw out the Dan pill that was as red as the blood sun. That Dan pill traced a bright red trajectory, and surprisingly did not land on top of the mountain protector formation, but instead blasted on top of the verdant sky-high giant tree at the mountain gate. A huge rumbling sound, a silent but true roar suddenly came out from the giant tree. Subsequently, a huge invisible fluctuation slowly brewed, slowly rushing outwards to impact everything around it. A cry of alarm was immediately heard from the mountain protector formation, ancestral tree rest in anger. This is the enemy attacking you, don't tug on the mountain protection formation and give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of it. It's too late. Sacred Blood Railman laughed wildly, body into bloodlight, along the fluctuation of the Tongtian ancestral tree and the mountain protection formation collision gap forward, will break into the formation. Right at this moment, the ancestral tree of a 2 feet thick branch but suddenly stretched out, suddenly turned to sweep, immediately sent him flying out. This tree branch carrying a majestic force came extremely fast, and the sacred blood real person was also hit by a dusty face. Gnashing his teeth to stabilize his body, cursed, turtle shell is really hard, know the trick in advance, create such an opportunity have not been able to break. Suddenly, he gazed at his eyes and saw that there were already more than 10 disciples of the Devil's Blood sect who had already taken advantage of the gaps in the formation and the time when the ancestral tree was attacking them, and had broken through the gates of the Wanchun Valley to enter the mountain protector formation. The sacred blood realist was instantly overjoyed and let out a loud voice, "Little brats, kill for me. Gather the essence blood together. Inside and outside, break this Wanchun Valley formation." Chapter 82, Killing the Enemy. The formation is broken? The devil cultivator into the mountain protection formation? Ji Yida and Hua Qi are all trembling in their hearts. Are they going to die here? Hanyu looked at the head of the still intact mountain protection formation, reminded, they want to be inside and outside. The sacred blood real person hasn't come in yet, only his men. It was only then that Ji Yida and Hua Qi came back to their senses, and Senior Sister Li also steeled herself. Not bad, just a couple of henchmen, we just need to. Before the words were finished, a blood-red silhouette stepping on top of a flying head had already arrived in the sky above the spiritual field, carrying an incomparably thick and bloody aura, and rushing towards the 4 with a fierce smile. Found you guys. Senior Sister Li, Ji Yida, and Hua Qi were all startled and hurriedly used their own means. Senior Sister Li sent out her own pike-shaped magic weapon, while Ji Yida and Hua Qi all used a windblade talisman in unison. The 3 of them shot out 3 attacks at the blood-red figure together. That blood-red figure's cunning body suddenly deflection, bizarre circle a stroke, let these three attacks fall through, not waiting for Lee's sister's shuttle-shaped magic weapon turn around, waved his hand to release a piece of dark red blood fog. This blood mist was odd at first glance. Senior sister Lee, Ji-Ida, Hua-Chi, and Hanyu hurriedly retreated backward together. The blood-red figure laughed strangely, and several blood droplets mixed into the blood mist and shot out. Because the trajectory of the blood droplets could not be seen, when the blood droplets drilled into the blood mist, the distance was already extremely short, and Senior Sister Lee and Hua-Chi were all in a state of confusion as they dodged. Ji-Ida and Hanyu were instantly pierced through their bodies. Ji-Ida was pierced through his shoulder blade, and with a cry of pain, he turned around and ran wildly away. Hanyu was pierced through his chest and shook slightly, dissipating into a shadow. Ha! The blood-red figure shouted softly in surprise, and right at this moment, a wind blade suddenly attacked from the back, and the blood-red figure shook slightly and dodged over, looking back to where the wind blade came from. It turned out to be a huge-sized crow. Sins of the beast also dare to. Before the words fell, Senior Sister Lee's shuttle-shaped magic weapon had already turned around and headed straight for the blood-red figure. The blood-red figure stepped on the flying head, sidestepped the spell, and swung out another piece of blood mist to surround Senior Sister Lee's shuttle-shaped spell. Senior Sister Lee was instantly shocked. Under the shroud of blood mist, her magic weapon was actually unable to maneuver. Whoosh! Another wind blade flew in. Is this not over? The blood-red figure was instantly furious, soaring out a blood droplet, heading straight for the great crow, death to come. At this moment, the blood droplet had just left his hand, when two spells suddenly shot out from directly below him, a sharp gold spell, a wind blade spell, followed by a flame spell. The blood-red figure was instantly flooded by the three spells. Hanyu revealed himself below and looked nervously above. It seemed that it was because he had inspired two talismans and followed up with another flame spell that there were three immediately following spells in a row. Little. The blood-red figure was in a sorry state. One arm along with half of his shoulder had been directly cut off, dripping with blood. He could barely stand, a pair of blood-red eyes staring deathly at Hanyu. No wonder it was a shadow just now. This little hid to give me a fatal blow. Give me death. Heavy force of foot flying head, that head then seven bleeding, screamed repeatedly, erupted a cloud of bloodstains, pouncing head to face fell on the Hanyu below. In an instant, the Hanyu below was covered in blood. It then twisted slightly and transformed back into a shadow. Immediately afterward, another wind blade and a flaming art fell on the blood-red figure. The wind blade was the third one sent by the great crow, and the flaming art was sent by Hanyu in another place. This newly appeared Hanyu, with a translucent barrier in front of his body, turned out to have activated a protective amulet in advance. Little improper man. The two spell strikes came at the same time, and the blood-red figure stared wide-eyed and screamed miserably as he was penetrated through the chest by the final strike of Senior Sister Lee's shuttle spell, and as he was dying, he was still staring deathly at Hanyu behind the protective amulet. This brat. How come he's even more shady than us devil cultivators? Senior Sister Han, you're. Senior Sister Lee put away her bloodstained magic weapon, the corners of her eyes twitching slightly and inexplicably, not knowing what to say. Illusionary body techniques, talismans, spells, and beast harnessing techniques, did they all add up to be used like this? It always felt as if it was a bit indescribable. It seemed like it was, but it also seemed out of place here in the Wanshan Valley. You are too resourceful. Hua-Chi joyfully said. Ah, yes, Senior Sister Han, you're too resourceful. Senior Sister Lee also felt like she had finally found the right words and nodded her head in address. Hanyu nodded and raised his hand to point at the demonic cultivator's corpse. The big crow then flew over, grabbing the devil cultivator's waste storage bag before throwing it down with a shriek. Hanyu immediately sent a flame spell over, burning the demonic cultivator's body along with the storage bag. And then greeted the big crow over, only to see it cracked gold through the middle of the hard claws. A little crimson blood slowly seeped out. Do not know what attack caused. Anti-normal people, if you reach out to take, not dead, also have to be seriously injured. Fortunately, there is no poisoning or other signs. Han Senior brother, really careful. Hua-Chi looked at this scene and couldn't help but open his mouth slightly before saying. Senior Sister Lee also nodded, and when she turned her eyes, she saw Ji-Ida covering his shoulder again as he rode back on his magic weapon, and his face instantly sank. Ji-Ida, you escaped quickly. Leave us behind to pad your back. Ji-Ida, but did not defend, panicked trembling voice, fast run more powerful chase come. The medicine garden was killed. After saying this, without looking back, he urged the magic weapon again to continue to flee forward. At this time, Senior Sister Lee, Hanyu, and Hua-Chi also saw a bloody light coming from a few miles away, with a breathtaking momentum like a rainbow. That blood light rolled into the stone house of an odd job disciple, immediately bringing up a miserable scream and condensing out essence blood to float. At a glance, it was clear that this was not something cultivators at the chi practicing realm could deal with. Senior Sister Lee immediately set up a flying shuttle, and Hua-Chi also stepped onto his own leaf file. Split up and go. Don't run around like Ji-Ida or you'll all die. Senior Sister Lee then set up her flying shuttle and flew away, and Huachi also rode on his magic weapon and chose another direction to fly away. When they left, Hanyu's silhouette transformed into two, heading in two separate directions, while his own silhouette faded into obscurity. The Thousand Illusions secret technique, two phantoms to hide his figure, was used exactly at this moment. The big crow clawed down and grabbed Hanyu, who was hiding his figure, and quickly flew into the dense forest on the other side of the spiritual field. Hanyu landed on a tree branch and looked around at the crows before revealing his figure. Taking out an earth control talisman, Hanyu activated it and lifted up a clump of bushes, hiding himself in the dirt below, while communicating with the big crows to feel everything around the dense forest. He also asked the crows to eliminate the traces of dirt as much as possible. Next, is to wait. If the mountain protection formation was completely breached, Hanyu would have to find a way to survive before avoiding the enemy and going elsewhere. If the Wanchun Valley could still be saved, then there was no need for Hanyu to leave again. If there was really a demonic cultivator searching for him, Hanyu would have to use all his means and fight to the death. As he was thinking amongst the dirt, he suddenly sensed a new change through the perspective of the great crow. A bright light suddenly streaked across the sky, sweeping away half of the blood-red sky. Immediately afterward was a voice of cold determination that even Hanyu, who was hiding under the bushes and dirt, could hear clearly. Devil cultivator, damn you! Chapter 83 Internal and External Extermination. When Hanyu heard this, his heart was relieved. Although the Wanchun Valley sect master and the Supreme Elder didn't know whether they were alive or dead, the Spirit Sword sect's sword cultivators were finally coming. Perhaps there was still a chance that Wanchun Valley wouldn't be destroyed? After that cold cry, followed by sword light sweeping outside the Wanchun Valley's protective mountain formation, in a flash, blood-colored recluse silhouettes shot out in all directions, and screams of misery continued. Yi Lixing, do you really want to be my enemy? Not waiting for the holy blood real person to finish his words, Yi Gushing held a round-handled black sword, white hair fluttering, eyebrows sharp, devil cultivators, all to die. With a broken shout, the sword light was already swung out, vertical and horizontal like the Milky Way hanging upside down, pouring unstoppable. The holy blood real person screamed miserably, turned into bloodlight and fled madly outwards. Yi Lushing stepped on the flying sword, like a flowing rainbow in the sky, closely following behind, and catalyzed his black sword to the extreme. In an instant, the sword light from the back of the heart through the holy blood real person, until the front, while his chest donjung point at a blood-red gold dan straight out. Afterwards, his hand clenched and the sword chi spread across, annihilating this golden dan into smithereens. Yi Gushing quietly watched as the body of the sacred blood realist and the golden elixir were all crushed, and a look of pleasure appeared in his eyes. His heart was clear, and his sword heart became more and more clear. He only hated that 100 years ago, he was not strong enough to exterminate the demon blood sect, resulting in the remaining devil cultivators under the siege of the 5 sects. Now, I finally killed the last Jindan of the demon sect. The past and the old can finally be consoled. Yi Lushing eyes slightly trance, seems to flash back to when the happy and carefree small sect scene, but also just a moment of trance, back to God, more cold and harsh. To the 20 to 30 disciples of the Spirit Sword sect who followed him, he commanded in a deep voice, behead all of these demonic cultivators, not one of them will be left behind. Devil cultivators, all deserve to die. Wanchun Valley sect master Chi Wanfa and Spirit Sword sect disciples such as Li Tonghai were chasing and killing those devil cultivators, who turned into a bloody light and fled madly. After hearing Yi Gushing's command, Li Tonghai and the other Spirit Sword sect disciples roared in agreement. A voice also hurriedly came from the Wanchun Valley Mountain Protection Formation. Sect leader, you finally returned. Just now, when the devil cultivator used his means, Elder Zhao suddenly showed signs of practicing the blood refining technique, went berserk and attacked Elder Wang, and the two of them died together. At the main peak, there was a deacon and a disciple who also went berserk and were all killed. Now the main peak is safe and sound. The devil cultivator attacked the ancestor tree at the mountain gate, triggering the anger of the ancestor tree, so the fluctuation of the mountain protection formation, into the 15 devil cultivator into the mountain protection formation, is killing my Wanchun Valley disciples and inner and outer disciples. Chi Wanfa heard, was shocked, actually have 15 devil cultivators mixed in? Are there any Jindan realm cultivators? No, the highest is the Foundation Establishment realm. Elder's voice came from the mountain protection formation. Chi Wanfa was relieved and commanded, open the entrance to the mountain protection formation, I want to go in and kill the devil cultivators. Elder Yen, Elder Bai, Elder Wen, the three of you lead 20 deacons with me to kill the demonic cultivator. Yes, master. The mountain protection array opened an entrance, Chi Wanfa immediately drove the jade gourd into it, the main peak array also opened an exit, Elder Bai, Elder Yen, Elder Wen led 20 deacons to fly out with their magic weapons, the two sides merged together, and quickly began to purge all the demonic cultivators in the mountain protection array. Within a short time, 12 devil cultivators were exterminated, and quite a few odd job disciples, inner and outer disciples were also saved. Sect leader, Elder Bai looked at the mountain protection formation. Seeing that the demonic cultivators inside and outside the mountain protector formation had already been eliminated and the situation was no longer as pressing, Elder Bai softly asked. He blew up his Jindan and died with a Jindan of the spirit beast sect. Chi Wanfa's face showed sorrow and said in a deep voice. Once this was said, although Elder Bai, Elder Yen, and Elder Wen all had expectations in their hearts, they still couldn't help but mourn in their hearts. Elder Tu Hai claimed to be soft to conquer hard, in order to protect Wanchun Valley to seek peace with the outside world as much as possible. The result really came to the time of action, but as such a strong temperament is really for the clan to bow and scrape to the end of his life. The matter of the Supreme Elder, say later, right now there are still 3 devil cultivators in the mountain protection array, need to find out to kill, and then invite the guests of the Spirit Sword sect to come in. Chi Wanfa suppressed the color of grief and said. There should still be 2 left. A deacon opened his mouth. Li Yunxia, an inner disciple, reported that 4 disciples at their spiritual field killed a devil cultivator with an approximate cultivation of the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Chi Wanfa and the 3 elders were surprised. How could the spiritual field division have such combat power? What were the casualties? Later, they encountered a foundation establishment devil cultivator, killed an outer disciple Ji Yida, Hua Qi, and Han Yu scattered and fled. Currently do not know whether they are alive or dead. Chi Wanfa nodded, then find and kill the remaining 2 devil cultivators as soon as possible. The crowd responded, harnessing their magic weapons and carefully searching at the spirit field, alchemy, refining, medicine garden, and other places, and wherever they saw them, there were a lot of deaths and injuries among the odd job disciples. As if it was already safe. This calamity of Wanchun Valley should have passed. Hanyu came to this conclusion after learning through the great crow under the shrubs and in the dirt that the demonic cultivators outside were being constantly hunted down. Will old Taoist Li be able to escape safely? Hanyu didn't know. He wished that the one escorting Wang Hui today wasn't Li Laodao, and that Li Laodao hadn't followed the sacred blood realist to attack the Wanchun Valley, otherwise, he was afraid that it would be very difficult for him to get out of today's situation. Just as he was about to get up from under the shrub, the great crow suddenly told Hanyu that there was a situation through mind communication. Hanyu immediately prepared himself. Not long after, a demonic cultivator gasped for breath and ducked into the woods, standing under the canopy and cursing in a low voice. Lurking and cultivating for all these years, suddenly summoned to attack Wanchun Valley as a result, I had a hard time fighting my way in, but he was slaughtered outside the mountain protection formation. What can Laozi do now? Is there not no way to live? Eyes a turn, see around a piece of crows pressurized in the branches to look at themselves, each with a spiritual chi, the devil cultivator immediately happy. Wanchun Valley this group of goods, fighting bull is not, the family is really some good things off. These spirit birds, just so that I can eat some essence blood, replenish. After saying that, his body blood chi surging, turned into a cloud of blood mist toward the surrounding crows shrouded over. The crows had lifted their wings and flew, looking as if they wanted to use their claws to grab him. But as soon as they flew into the blood mist, they wobbled and stopped moving. This demonic cultivator joyfully said, "Good birds throw themselves into the net, really good." Reaching out to grab the crow in the blood mist, he tried to take its essence blood to replenish himself. Right at this moment, 4 wind blades flew from 3 different directions and slashed at the demonic cultivator. Ha! The devil cultivator let out a strange cry and hurriedly transformed into a blood shadow, zigzagging and avoiding in a flash, hiding before the shrubs under the tree on the other side. Flat-haired beast, so can spells. This is better, so the essence of blood will be more sufficient. As he was talking, he suddenly realized something and looked back, dumbstruck. 30 or 40 drops of blood are floating behind him, close at hand. Not waiting for him to react, a brain poured onto him, penetrating his body and beating him into a bloody mess. Chapter 84 Hastening Away. A crow fell from a branch and picked up this devil cultivator's storage bag. 2 wind blades, once again, cut open the demonic cultivator's corpse. Confirming that the storage bag was safe and the demonic cultivator was dead, Hanyu came out of the mud under the shrubs and first sent out a flame spell to burn the demonic cultivator's corpse. In the midst of the flames rising, a miserable scream rang out abruptly. Hanyu's eyebrows immediately jumped slightly as the devil cultivator's means of preserving their lives were so strong. If he didn't use the flames just now, as long as he had more blood, I'm afraid this devil cultivator would be able to come back to life, right? After burning the body of the devil cultivator, Hanyu let the crows invert the storage bag, again confirming that there was no mistake, before finally taking over the storage bag. 2 dark red jade slips in the storage bag, that is the blood refining technique and blood droplets, bloodthirsty technique, blood mist technique, blood recluse technique 4 spells. The blood mist technique and blood transportation technique were all inspired by one's own essence blood, which wasn't disgusting. Hanyu could learn them, although they were useless most of the time, and could still save his life when necessary. A few empty jars stained with blood, thought to be the original storage of blood, now all used up. Other than that, there were spirit stones, gold, silver and jewelry, as well as several sets of clothes, and proof of identity. Lu Daniu, Lujia Village, Dawa Township, Heiha County. Wang Yofu, Vegetable Market Street, Heiha County. Black Mountain Market entry and exit exclusively permitted, lost will not be replaced. The first two identities were the two identities that this demonic cultivator had disguised in the place called Heiha County, one as a villager and the other as a resident of the county. The latter identity was actually a proof of entry and exit in another workshop city, Black Mountain Workshop City, with aura and special patterns on it. Hanyu didn't know where this Black Mountain Workshop market was, thinking that it wasn't close. This demonic cultivator had been summoned by the Sacred Blood Realist from a great distance, but as a result, the Sacred Blood Realist was killed first, and he didn't get any benefits at all, so it's no wonder that he was so cursing and indignant. Handing this storage bag over to the crows for safekeeping, a few moments later, Hanyu had the big crows fly up to take a look at the surrounding situation. Seeing that the deacons of Wanchun Valley were searching for devil cultivators and disciples in the sky not far away, and had gradually searched this way, Hanyu released the banana leaf in his storage bag and slowly flew out. Hanyu! Deacon Lu and the other deacon flew over at once. You were hiding in the dense forest just now. Did you see a devil cultivator just now? I saw a seriously injured one that I killed. Hanyu replied. Killing an enemy is nothing to hide. If someone saw a demonic cultivator, it would be inappropriate for him to cover it up instead. Good. Deacon Lu was delighted and asked, how did you kill them? I exchanged quite a few talismans, and had the help of my beast riding crows, and was also hiding in the forest. The demonic cultivator was seriously injured and caught off guard, so he fell. Are there any more demonic cultivators? Another deacon asked. I didn't see any more. Take us to see the demonic cultivator's corpse. Deacon Lu said to Hanyu. Hanyu nodded his head and communicated his mind to the big crow, telling it to hide elsewhere with its flock of crows, then led the two deacons to see where the demonic cultivator had just been burned. The two deacons determined that the burnt one was indeed a demonic cultivator, and there was also a bloody aura around, so they no longer had any doubts, and after searching the dense forest again, they brought Hanyu to meet up with the sect leader and the three elders. As soon as they met, Hanyu saw that among the disciples with the sect leader, elders, and deacons were Senior Sisterly and Hua Chi. These two also looked over and both revealed joyful colors and nodded. After Deacon Lu reported, sect leader Chi Wanfa said, in this case, there is only one demonic cultivator left to be found. Before he finished speaking, a deacon came to report, sect leader, a devil cultivator was found at the mountain spring, hiding inside the water, and has been caught and eradicated. Chi Wanfa nodded slightly. There will be no more hidden dangers. Open the entrance and exit of the formation and invite the guests of the Spirit Sword sect to come in. Have the outer disciples come out some from the main peak and take stock of each place to see how much was lost. With Chi Wanfa's order, the Wanchun Valley formation opened, and the sect leader, elders, and deacons greeted Spirit Sword sect Shi Gushing and his party as they entered and headed to the main peak. Senior Sisterly, Hua Chi, and Hanyu gathered together and headed to the spirit field to take stock of the losses. Senior brother Ji was killed? He had it coming. Scared out of his wits by the demonic cultivator, he bumped around like a headless fly, and when he met another demonic cultivator, he got him killed. Senior Sisterly spoke under her breath without any hint of nostalgia. After all, she is not familiar with Ji Yida. Ji Yida first fled from the battlefield and then run around, naturally led her heart to feel good. Hua Chi and Ji Yida in the spiritual field of companionship for many years, but the mood is a little sad. Usually get along quite well, did not expect him. Just don't talk about him, Han's senior brother. You can be really smart and resourceful, and remove another devil cultivator. Hanyu, expression helpless, said, I just exchanged all the talismans used up, just barely managed to do. The devil cultivator can be really difficult to kill. Yes, devil cultivators can be really hard to kill. Our Wanchun Valley disciples are no match. Hua Chi agreed. Can survive is very good. Sisterly said, talismans can be used up later to buy again. Life is gone, everything is gone. Han Jr. brother, do not be distressed. This time you personally killed a demon cultivator. The clan will not be able to reduce your reward. Hanyu nodded. Hua Chi added, we, Wanchun Valley, should be safe and sound, right? I think so. Sisterly said. The three of them talked and returned to the spiritual field, and saw that many of the odd job disciples were still in despair, with some crying and others running away, so they hurriedly reorganized the order and took stock of the losses. After the trio's announcement, and also because all the order in all parts of the Wanchun Valley began to be restored, the odd job disciples at the spirit field finally gradually regained a normal state of mind, although they were all still a bit stunned. 35 people were confirmed killed by the demonic cultivators, and 11 people were missing, not knowing whether they were killed or fled to somewhere. The spiritual fields were not much damaged. At most, the odd job disciples ran into the spiritual fields to hide and inadvertently killed a few green grams of spiritual rice, which was nothing. Hua Chi and Li said, in that case, the loss of our spiritual field is not much. The medicinal garden side was killed by the demonic cultivator, and the odd job disciples don't know how to arrange it next. Hanyu on the sidelines silently listening. After not long, the sky sword light flashes. Hanyu, three people looked up, only to see the head of a white-hair fluttering swordsman, followed by the spirit sword sect of the other disciples of the disciples. The Spirit Sword sect's crowd had left the Wanchun Valley. Spirit Sword sect, just like that? Hua Chi said in surprise. Senior Sisterly and Hanyu were also uncertain. After another short while, a few banana leaves slowly flew in from the direction of the main peak, with more than a dozen outer disciples on them. Hanyu saw outer sect disciples like Sun Kong, Lulan, Zhongyu, Lu Yun, and even Bai Lingyun and Pig Lao San. The banana leaf fell, and these outer disciples explained their intentions. The sect had asked them to come over to give the Spirit Field Division a hand. Is there anything we can do to help? Zhongyu opened her mouth with red eyes and asked. Senior Sister Li was surprised. This senior sister, what's wrong with you? She is from the Pill Garden Division. There are many acquaintances in the Pill Garden Division, and that side has been victimized by demonic cultivators. Pig Lao San explained. Sister Li indistinctly patted Zhongyu's shoulder. Senior sister said, those devil cultivators have been eradicated clean, those senior brothers and sisters in heaven, but also certainly can rest in peace. She also asked the dozen or so outer disciples who had just arrived, why did the people of the Spirit Sword sect leave so quickly? Do you know why? All of them shook their heads and said they did not know. It seems that we can only wait for news from the sect. Senior Sisterly said, all senior brothers and sisters, this side of the spiritual field has basically been reorganized. You can go back to resume your duties or go to other places to help out and take a look. A dozen or so outer disciples asked about the specifics of the spirit field office so that they could report back to the deacons. Sun Kong and Lu Lan hurriedly said a few words to Hanyu, waved goodbye, and followed along. Chapter 85 Reward. The battle had just passed, and the entirety of Wanchun Valley was extraordinarily busy. Zhongyu, Sun Kong, and the other outer disciples came once, and Jin Qi, Shang Yin, and the other inner disciples came again after an hour or so to ascertain the losses at the spiritual fields, and by the way, brought the remnants of Ji Yida's relics over. Hua Qi somewhat sadly received the relics, said he later if there is an opportunity to go to Ji Yida's hometown West Moon Country, will help him to compassionately settle down. Towards evening, Deacon Lu and Deacon Fong came to the spiritual field office once more, calling Senior Sisterly, Hua Qi, and Hanyu to inquire about the current situation at the spiritual field office. As a double spiritual root cultivation qualification, Senior Sisterly was also one of the more outstanding inner disciples, so she didn't shy away from the deacon's questioning and directly asked about today's situation in the sect. In the face of Li, Hua Qi, Hanyu, these three experienced the life and death test of loyal disciples. The deacon did not speak frankly, urged them not to make a big fuss in the servant disciples, then told them some of the truth servant disciples sooner or later will also know, just now is not suitable for too much to declare, lest the people's hearts fluctuate. Elder of the Supreme Elder blew himself up and died. Elder Zhao practiced blood refining and died with Elder Wang, and a deacon also died because he practiced blood refining. The servant disciples died more than 300, the outer disciples died 12, and the inner disciples died 3. The good news is that a Jindan cultivator from the Spirit Beast sect was directly killed by the Supreme Elder, and the demonic cultivator Sacred Blood Realist who came to invade was also killed by Yi Lushing from the Spirit Sword sect, so Wanchun Valley is basically safe for the rest of the year. How is it that you still feel that you don't understand Deacon Lu? Why did the Spirit Beast sect and the others come to fight us? Sister Li asked. I don't know, I only know that their excuse is that we collude with devil cultivators. Deacon Lu said, right now it seems that the devil cultivator with them to cooperate is quite good. Collusion with the devil cultivator is more like them in the end. What is the reason to come to join forces to attack us? Wanchun Valley, until now do not understand, probably want to our clan cultivation resources are divided up. Why did the Spirit Sword sect leave in such a hurry? Not allying with us? Deacon Lu heard, suddenly smiled bitterly, if the alliance is so easy, our southern region this side has long been a few sects allied with each other. Our southern region of the ancestors' legacy of the sects in fact, are clearly instructed not to be allied, can only rest assured that the development of their own. Like 100 years ago, the devil's blood is a scourge of the southern region of 100,000 miles, caused by the wrath of the people. The 5 join forces to destroy the devil's blood is a rare situation now. The spirit of the beast clan, Xuanyi Dor, the small Tianluo clan to destroy the surface reason for the Wanchun Valley, but also our collusion with the devil's cultivator, which is not considered to be alliance. With other sects is already difficult, with the Spirit Sword sect this Cold Sword cultivation sect alliance, that is difficult and difficult. It's just that right now the 3 clans in the southern region are eyeing us, and we are desperate, so we can't help but want to seek an alliance with the Spirit Sword sect. Spirit Sword sect Yi Gushing's concern is not our Wanchun Valley, but where there are demonic cultivators. After confirming that there are no demonic cultivators in our Wanchun Valley's elders and deacons, he left behind a handmade sword heart talisman for our Wanchun Valley, and then rushed to the Spirit Beast sect, the Xuanyi sect, and the Little Tianluo sect to confirm the situation of the demonic cultivators. If our Wanchun Valley is besieged again, we can activate the Sword Heart Talisman, and he will immediately sense it and come to Wanchun Valley to help us once. For the rest, if we are ostracized and bullied by other sects again, the Spirit Sword sect will not care about our Wanchun Valley unless the other sects have colluded with demonic cultivators. Is that actually the case? The Spirit Sword sect's original most important purpose was not to aid Wanchun Valley, but to hunt down and kill all characters related to demonic cultivators. Relieving the siege of Wanchun Valley and leaving behind a sword heart talisman for future help was indeed also a great favor, but it was obvious that the alliance and joining forces with what Wanchun Valley wanted was still quite a bit worse. If the Spirit Beast sect, the Xianyi sect, and the Little Heavenly Law sect all have no sign of demonic cultivators on their side, does the Spirit Sword sect no longer care? Wanchun Valley will be besieged by the hostility of the three sects again. Han Yu opened his mouth to ask. Speaking of this topic, Deacon Lu and Deacon Fong both laughed. Even if there were no devil cultivators, their three clans would definitely have to give Yi Lixing a statement. After all, chasing down Yi Lixing's disciple, compelling Yi Lixing's senior brother, causing him to personally kill his senior brother with Jindan cultivation, there was bound to be a price to pay. If there was no means to counteract Lone Star Yi, it was possible to be directly killed by the Golden Dan within the sect. Senior Sister Li immediately said, "It's best to kill all of their Jindan, so as to save them from thinking about our Wanchun Valley again. We've never caused trouble, and we don't know why they would come to bully us. If that's really the case, it's the best, but however Lone Star Yi is no longer strong, it's impossible for him to single-handedly attack a clan with a single sword. Our Wanchun Valley has the ancestral tree left behind by our master ancestor, and the clan protection of the Spirit Beast sect, the Xuanyi sect, and the Lesser Celestial Luo sect are just as good as they are not bad." Deacon Lu voiced his speculation. Yi Lone Star can approximately only take out a mouthful of bad anger. If it was found that they really colluded with the devil cultivators, Yi Lusheng would really have to do whatever it takes to go through with them. Does Lone Star Yi hate devil cultivators so much? More than hate, completely is not share the same heaven. As for what reason, we do not know. The devil blood door in the beginning of the heinous crimes, done too much blood refining evil deeds, and even take the whole city of tens of thousands of people refining the blood of the horrifying things. Even our Wanchun Valley and the devil cultivators are irreconcilable, can be seen to be really hateful. Sister Li, Hua Qi, Han Yu listened, also thought deeply. The Wanchun Valley is extremely hated by this kind of sect, so it really can't be anything good. On this day, after Deacon Lu and Deacon Fong came, another deacon came the next day and escorted 4 people with sealed cultivation to the spirit fields for planting. It turned out to be the cultivators that the demonic cultivators had captured from the Green Harvest Market, who had just been sucked of their essence blood and used as blood slaves, but hadn't yet had the chance to cultivate the blood refining technique. Within these 4 people, there was an original Wanchun Valley outer disciple, and there were 3 loose cultivators, all of them hanging their heads and quite frustrated. The original Green Harvest Market deacon Hu Biao was similarly sealed off from cultivation and sent to labor over at the Pill Garden Division. Another day passed, and the odd job disciples gradually received the news of the truth about the changes in the sect. And at this time, Senior Sister Li also brought back the latest news from the main peak. In the past 2 days, Lone Star Yi had successively blocked the doors of the Spirit Beast sect, Xianyi sect, and Little Heavenly Luo sect, forcing each of the 3 sects to send someone out to apologize and promise to never make enemies of the Spirit Sword sect again. He also expelled the Jindan cultivators of the sect who were chasing Qi Wanhua that night from the open face of the sect, saying that Yi Guxing could kill them whenever he met, no matter when or where he was. In the end, Yi Lixing could not break through the 3 sects' mountain protection formations, nor did he find any more traces of demonic cultivators. In the future, the original head of Spirit Beast sect's Jindan cultivator Song Wanxiong, Xuanyi sect's Jindan cultivator Spiritine Taoist, and Little Heavenly Luo sect's Jindan cultivator Qin Listening might still be the same in the sect, but as long as they went out of the sect, there was a possibility that they would be killed by Yi Guxing's name. It was also a rare spectacle for the 3 great sects to hide from Yi Lusheng alone. No wonder when Elder Yin heard that Li Tonghai was Cool Sun Ye's disciple, he instantly didn't dare to do anything to kill him, but instead, he was willing to say a few more words as soon as he heard that there was a possibility that he might be able to connect with Cool Sun Ye. He brought it directly to the sect head. Hua Qi listened to Senior Sister Li lament, "This Mr. Yi can really be a sword over the southern region. It's just a pity that he didn't make the 3 sects stop targeting our Wanchun Valley." Sister Li sighed, "I heard the deacon say, relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. The Spirit Sword sect helped us to solve the urgent problem, and left a sword heart talisman, is already a great generosity of aid. Our Wanchun Valley is not related to others, we can't always rely on others in the future. If we think about it, we will have to make new arrangements for Wanchun Valley." The sect's new arrangements had yet to be issued, but the rewards for Senior Sister Li, Hua Qi, and Han Yu came first. If the 3 of them kill a devil cultivator together, each of them will get 10 small merits, 1 spell practice in the transmission pavilion, and 1 bottle of chi gathering pill. Han Yu, who killed a devil cultivator alone, received 1 major merit, 1 spell practice in the Dharma transmission pavilion, and all available pills and spells in the chi cultivation realm of his choice. Chapter 86 Forbidden Cultivation. This time, when the devil cultivator attacked, Han Yu received 1 major merit, 10 minor merits, 2 chances to practice in the Dharma transmission pavilion, a bottle of chi gathering pill, and 1 chance to choose an elixir or magic weapon. The cultivation resources were suddenly filled up again. Han Yu didn't rush to the FA transmission pavilion to choose spells. Wanchun Valley's safety is now guaranteed, and in his hands, the Thousand Illusion Secret Art, Sharp Gold Art, Beast Mastery Art, Wind Blade Art, and Ice Condensation Art are enough for him to learn for a while, and he might as well save them for the future and redeem the big and small feats, and the opportunity to pass on the spells for the ones that he needs more. For Hanyu, the most important thing right now was to increase his cultivation speed. The original Chi Gathering Dan hadn't been used up yet, and with another bottle of Chi Gathering Dan, Hanyu was confident that he would break through to the 4th level of Chi cultivation in a few months, and by then he could also report to the sect that he had broken through to the 3rd level of Chi cultivation. After all, there were enough pills, and the clan had a lot of rewards, so it made sense to break through a little faster. But it would be good if it was even faster. After transforming the 4 spirit roots into 3 spirit roots, the daily spirit breath enhancement limit had increased quite a bit, but it was still a bit slow in Hanyu's eyes. He couldn't always compare his cultivation speed with the miscellaneous disciples and outer disciples, and when the enemy called, he wouldn't be able to look at how long he had been cultivating. He only wanted to raise his cultivation level as soon as possible to get rid of the situation of being weaker than others as soon as possible. Hanyu flew to the main peak of the sect on a banana leaf and went to the deacon's room to ask Deacon Lu on duty which was the best type of pill to raise cultivation at the Chi refining stage. He wanted to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. If he could really raise his cultivation quickly, then even if he didn't exchange his magic weapon, he would have to exchange his elixir first. Deacon Lu had a good impression of Hanyu, the outer disciple with good spell talent who had personally killed traders and demonic cultivators, so he made a point of thinking carefully. If it was a general rule, the Clearing Heart and Gathering Chi Dan was better than the Gathering Chi Dan and the Gathering Chi Dan was better than the Gathering Chi Dan, which were all of the elixirs. Hanyu was a little disappointed. If it is only Clear Heart Chi Gathering Dan, he took Xuanqing Fruit and Chi Gathering Dan can reach the same effect, and for the effect of cultivation enhancement is still the same. The upper limit for daily absorption of spiritual energy and enhancement of spiritual breath would still be the same. The elixir he was asking for was able to increase the daily limit in addition to the daily limit. Deacon Lu didn't finish, and continued, however, our Wanchun Valley focuses on spiritual plants, and our ancestor has passed down a lot of pills, some of which aren't available in our southern region. I used to be a disciple in the alchemy division. I remember reading the Dan Fong introduction. There is also a pill better than the Clear Heart Gathering Chi Dan, called Practicing Chi Increase Spirit Dan. It is said that practicing Chi Realm to take, immediately increase the cultivation of 10 days after the work. Immediately increase? Hanyu was immediately impressed. There is this kind of elixir? Deacon Lu laughed. We don't have it in the southern domain, and we can't refine it because we don't have that crucial elixir. What kind of elixir? A kind of spirit medicine called Jade Spirit Berry, not mature useless, mature after a little touch will immediately flow, only a few hours available expiration will be useless, but also must be highly skilled alchemist immediately open the furnace. Deacon Lu said with a smile, the conditions are very harsh, even outside the southern region of the larger clans, a few years may not be able to have a furnace Chi increase Spirit Dan, the most outstanding disciples may not get a few in a lifetime. Hanyu listened to the heart of regret. This Chi enhancement Dan good roll is good, but on the contrary, so rare, the entire southern region or not, indeed is not worth deliberately pursue. If only I had the chance to make a copy of this elixir, it would be great. I won't exchange it for now, so I'll wait until my cultivation level is a bit higher before exchanging it for something usable. Hanyu bid farewell to Deacon Lu and left the deacon's room. Just as he left the deacon's room, he saw Pig Laosan smiling and talking to Bai Lingyun about something mysterious, vaguely hearing something about having a destiny or not. Bai Lingyun had a languid look on his face. Hanyu took one look and left on a banana leaf. Is Pig Laosan pushing spirit alchemy again? Bai Lingyun's spiritual roots weren't good, and the 2 foundation establishment cultivators in his family might be able to afford him to refine his spiritual roots within the Chi practicing realm? This spirit refining technique was originally a Jindan cultivator's secret technique, which had not previously been circulated to the public, and had fallen into the hands of Pig Laosan, who was similar to the tools of the trade. Like Bai Lingyun, he might really be able to make a name for himself by practicing the spirit refining technique. Hanyu returned to the spirit field for another day of cultivation. The next day, Deacon Lu brought 11 outer disciples to the spirit field to announce the sect's latest orders. Senior Sisterly, Hanyu, and Hua Chi gathered the miscellaneous disciples to listen. The sect has ordered that due to the threat from outside temporarily receding, the sect has begun to recover at full strength. The order to break the rules is no longer enforced. The rules for outer disciples at the 4th level of Chi cultivation and inner disciples at the 7th level of Chi cultivation are reinstated, and the inner and outer disciples who have already broken the rules will retain their inner and outer disciple treatments and will not be returned. Transmission Pavilion exchange for minor merits does not restore the original price. Encouraging disciples to learn more spells. Spirit stones are no longer exchanged for sect items unless they are surrendered in exchange for minor merits. All inner and outer disciples receive production labor tasks at each place to promote the sect's recovery. Take the spirit field as an example. For the harvesting of odd job disciples, they can keep 30% of the acre yield above 50 pounds and be credited with 5 small merits. They can keep 20% of the acre yield above 30 pounds and be credited with 3 small merits, and for acre yields below 30 pounds, they will not be credited with any merits, and all of them will be surrendered. Internal and external disciples can receive 10 acres of spiritual fields, obtain 10 small merits at harvest time, and retain 50% of the harvest for themselves. The odd job disciples listened with a bit of joy, diluting the fear and anxiety of the previous days when the sect was attacked into the mountain protection formation and their lives were at risk. Although the inner and outer disciples were treated much better than them, it was only natural. Deacon Lu said to Hanyu, in view of the clan's weak strength and the need to deal with external enemies, the clan has set up a special fighting hall, led by the sect leader himself and nurtured by a number of elders and deacons. Internal and external disciples with expertise in fighting all can enter the fighting hall. Fighting hall exchange spells require very little merit, excellent performance. There are additional rewards. Senior sister Li and Hua Qi looked at Hanyu with a smile. Hanyu laughed, I'm only at the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, my cultivation is too poor, and I relied on the talismans I exchanged before, so I'll try again when I'm at the 4th level of Qi cultivation, and my cultivation as an outer disciple is well established. Deacon Lu nodded, don't forget to go at that time. The 2nd level of Qi cultivation on the battle performance so fierce, the entire Wanchun Valley are rare. Fighting hall inside is to have him won. Then let 11 outer disciples to come forward, 10 of them are normal over to receive 10 acres of spiritual fields of outer disciples. The last person was Pig Lao San, who had his cultivation blocked. Deacon Lu lifted Pig Lao San and kicked him down, announcing aloud another thing. Yesterday, Elder Bai personally reported to the sect to punish the Shu San, and specially punished him to be an odd job disciple at the spirit field. The sect notified all inner and outer doors and handyman disciples that it is forbidden to cultivate him to spread all spells and secret arts. Especially a secret art named Spirit Refining Art. Chapter 87 Blood Refining 4th Layer. Spirit Refining Art? Hanyu stood behind senior sister Li and Hua Qi, listening quietly. Pig Lao San yesterday this was selling the spirit refining technique to Bai Lingyun, and also at the same time attracting Elder Bai's attention to clean him up straight away. However, what was the reason for reporting the spirit refining technique to the sect and banning its practice? May I ask Deacon Lu, is the spirit refining technique the same demonic cultivation technique as the blood refining technique? Senior sister Li opened her mouth to inquire. We need to inventory the cultivation of this secret art, and what signs to look out for. There is no need to check and pay attention. Practicing this secret art will surely lead to a violent death. The sect does not allow you to cultivate, is to save your life, not this secret art has any redeeming qualities. As Deacon Lu spoke, he kicked Pig Lao San again in annoyance. It was just that this bastard sold it to casual cultivators in the Green Harvest marketplace, but now he dares to sell this kind of 9 deaths and 1 life, extremely dangerous thing within the sect. He is simply a bastard. 9 deaths and 1 life? Extremely dangerous? Deacon Lu's words made senior sister Li, Hua Qi, and the 10 outer disciples who came with him to plant the spirit field all curious and surprised. What kind of secret art was this that was so ferocious? Seeing their curiosity, Deacon Lu didn't say anything about the effects of refining the spirit roots, but only told them about the aftermath. Cultivating this spirit refining technique was to lay hands on one's own natural origin and toss it. The first is the loss of life, the second is weakness and sickness, which makes it easy to die quickly within a few years. Even if you are lucky enough to survive a few years without dying a violent death, you must succeed in building a foundation within 30 years, otherwise you will die because of the loss of life. Moreover, practicing this spirit refining technique is incredibly demanding. It requires not bad spell talent, extremely high body refining talent, enough cultivation resources to supply a cultivator with cultivation to the 6th level of foundation establishment, body refining technique and body refining cultivation to the foundation establishment realm, and all 4 of these in parallel in order to be able to cultivate, and even then, it is still hard to know whether one will live or die. Senior sister Li, Hua Qi, and the other inner and outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples were all appalled. What kind of bizarre secret art is this? It requires such a high level of talent, so many cultivation resources, and is also extremely dangerous. Life and death are hard to predict. Who would be so highly talented not to properly cultivate, but to take so many cultivation resources and risk their life to break? Wouldn't it be suicide? This pig old 3 all the things involved are not trustworthy. In the future, wherever found that he tried to do business, directly reported to the clan, can get a small merit. At that time the clan will naturally abolish his cultivation, so that he cannot even be a handyman disciple to do. Pig Lao San forehead cold sweat straight up, lying on the ground hastily state, Deacon Lu, disciple no wrong. In the future, I will not worry about my cultivation, and I will never do business again, not to mention that I will not victimize my fellow disciples. The sect has given me this opportunity to reform myself, I will cherish it. I hope you'll honor your word. Deacon Lu said, all the items you sell, the clan all collected and destroyed, less left behind to harm other disciples. In the future, the clan will have any more pills with poison, spirit refining techniques to cultivate people, or less your culpability. Disciple will definitely reform. Peg Lao San hurriedly stated his position. After Deacon Lu droned on, he left the spiritual field by magic weapon. Peg Lao San's entire body collapsed to the ground, both eyes empty, finally survived. The spiritual field was previously killed by demonic cultivators, and there just happened to be spare spiritual fields. Senior Sister Li, Huaqi and Hanyu arranged 10 acres of spiritual fields for each of the 10 outer disciples, and then arranged 5 acres of spiritual fields for Peg Lao San. Afterwards, the three of them discussed a little. Senior Sister Li also received 10 acres of spiritual fields, Huaqi also received 10 acres, Hanyu originally had 5 acres, he also added 5 acres of spiritual fields. 3 people in the spiritual field stewardship, but also received additional spiritual fields. On the one hand, the clan does need, after the casualties of the disciples, the spiritual fields have no main spiritual fields waiting to be allocated. On the other hand, there were still 2 to 3 months before these spiritual fields would be harvested with green grams and spiritual rice. Once harvested, inner and outer disciples can get 50% of the harvest per acre. 10 acres of spiritual fields is 250-60 pounds of green grams of spiritual rice, and the clan is also credited with 10 small merit. This kind of rich reward, not to mention Huaqi, Hanyu cannot afford to give up, even Li's sister cannot miss. The sect's order to restore vitality was indeed very powerful, and under the generous rewards, the inner and outer disciples were immediately willing to participate in the labor of each place. By the number of people on the second day, there were already no spare spirit fields at the spirit fields. Within just a few days, even the medicine garden, which had suffered a lot of casualties, was already full of inner and outer disciples. Wanchun Valley gradually regained its calmness amidst the bustle of this restoration of life, slowly soothing away the previous trepidation and pain. The remaining members of the Devil's Blood sect did not find any more traces, and the 3 sects of the Spirit Beast sect, the Little Heavenly Luo sect, and the Xianyi sect became even more closed than the Wanchun Valley, and each one of them closed their doors, as if once they left the house, Yilixing was about to hit the door. As the sect stabilized, Hanyu's cultivation life resumed calmly, and every day, apart from inspecting his own spiritual fields and doing his duty as a disciple in charge, he would take the qi-gathering pills and cultivate the green harvest qi practicing heart technique. Other than that, he also took xuanxing fruit and concentrated on practicing sharp gold art, wind blade art, ice condensation art, beast mastery art, and thousand illusions secret art. The sharp gold art, wind blade art, and ice condensation art were gradually able to use them skillfully. The beast mastery technique was also getting more and more comfortable, and the connection with the Great Crow was even more tight and natural. Only the thousand illusions secret art, this secret art is the more you learn the deeper, the more Hanyu delves into it, the more surprised he is. Illusionary body art under the thousand illusions secret art, a release can be released between a phantom and 3 phantoms as you wish, and even more unpredictable. Like Linghui, like a disguise their own cultivation and cultivation techniques, also enough to let the Foundation Realm cultivators cannot be found, unless attacked, mana test. In addition to this, there is another layer of the thousand illusions secret art that Hanyu has used before, which is similar to the illusionary body technique's blindfold technique. It was similar to changing one's face, but the actual application was quite different. For example, the storage bag will be covered up into a clothing model. This is the change of face. The storage bag will be covered up, so that outsiders cannot see a little, as if nothing. This is the blindfold method. Hanyu will be a thousand illusory secret art in-depth learning, will be able to in the middle of the battle will be their own existence as far as possible to cover up, and then with let the enemy to see their own phantom, true or false, which is another possible reversal of victory or defeat of the method. Nowadays, the spiritual field of the inner and outer disciples increased a lot. The clan deacon from time to time to check. Hanyu and Li's sister, Huaqi, live quite close to all sorts of reasons attached. Hanyu did not take the risk of practicing the beast heart tong ling qiu, blood escape technique, blood mist technique, and even the daily practice of the refined blood gong, convergence of a lot of people, but only to copy the essence of the 2 blood, but there is still the replication of the power to accumulate down. Unconsciously, nearly 2 months have passed. 2 bottles of qi gathering Dan used only the last 2. Hanyu has accumulated more than 10 days of copying power. The sharp gold technique, wind blade technique, and ice condensation technique were all practiced to perfection. The spiritual breath embracing sprout transformed by the green harvest qi practicing heart technique in the dantian had already shaken and was about to spread one of its blades completely. The 4th level of qi practicing was already fast approaching. And at the Danzhong acupoint, above the blood symbol, 4 lines have been formed, already refining blood at the 4th level. Chapter 88 Crow Flame. Blood refining was ahead of qi cultivation, and this result was what Hanyu had expected. Under the constant supply of his own homogeneous blood, the progress of the blood refining technique was indeed fast, and even after converging on the speed of cultivation, it still exceeded the qi practicing cultivation level. The most praiseworthy thing about demonic cultivators was that one was the fast cultivation of the technique, and the other was the weird and vicious spells. But the shortcomings are also very obvious: hurt the sky, make many enemies, and easy to go crazy and cannot control themselves, not die of madness, but also very easy to die of being surrounded by people. Fortunately, Han Yu's eyes and hair never change color, and there is no bloody smell on his body, coupled with the Thousand Illusions secret art and the convergence art to cover it up, and also Han Yu's achievements in personally killing spies and demonic cultivators. No one will suspect that Han Yu has any problems. After the 4th level of blood refining, the essence blood increased from over 40 drops to 68. Han Yu didn't need to compare the purity and quantity of his blood with the demonic cultivators to guess that under the same level of cultivation, he was definitely far superior to them. The 4th level of blood refining has been reached, and there's another layer of confidence for self-preservation. The 4th level of chi cultivation is not far behind. On this day, Han Yu came out of the stewardship office and saw senior sister Li and Hua Qi talking to a few outer disciples who had come over from the main peak. At the head of the group was Bai Ling Yun, with a bit of annoyance on his face. Followed by him was one with a long-toothed tiger, Meng Bao, who had once fought against Han Yu during the miscellaneous disciple competition, as well as one called Wang Tang and one called Li Xian. Perhaps they were all from the same batch, and had entered the outer sect by way of the servant-disciple competition, and the 4 of them seemed to have a good relationship. As soon as he saw Han Yu, Bai Ling Yun couldn't help but raise his hand in greeting. Han Yu, come here quickly. Han Yu walked over a bit puzzled. Meng Bao, Wang Tang, and Li Xian all greeted him with smiles, and Han Yu responded in kind. What brings you all to the spirit field office? I'm looking for Zhu San. That guy is truly detestable, he actually dared to harm me with his spirit refining technique. Bai Ling Yun was furious. I've been refining my body for 2 months, and I haven't even been able to get started on the 1st level, so if I were to cultivate spirit alchemy first, wouldn't I have to wait for death after I lose my life? After hearing this, Han Yu was surprised and asked, do you want to practice spirit refining? Isn't the sect forbidden to practice this art? Bai Ling Yun instantly blushed, very blushing. I thought Zhu San said that secret art and I have a destiny, others cannot repair, think can I can. My grandpa said that if I want to cultivate spiritual arts can also, first cultivate the body refining art to the 3rd layer of body refining. I practiced these 2 months, only to know that in the refining of the body on top of the talent is not outstanding. If it is hastily practiced refining art, longevity began to lose, when the elixir are not saved back. It turns out that Bai Ling Yun 2 months ago also believed that the pig old 3 so-called fate of the argument, and now refining the body is difficult to realize. Know that refining the art of cultivation cannot be, to find the pig old 3 to settle the score. Han Yu has not yet spoken. Senior sister Li has already waved her hand. Zhu San, this person really should be punished. You go to export the bad anger is no harm. By the way, she also pointed out the direction for them to go and find Pig Lao San. Bai Ling Yun was overjoyed and went over with Meng Bao, Wang Tang, and Li Xian, and in a short time he came back with a smile on his face. He is ultimately more naive, but he is satisfied with just a few words of scolding to Pig Lao San. Han Yu, I see that quite a few of your disciples at the spiritual fields are sitting between the fields and practicing on their knees. What is the reason for this? Bai Ling Yun asked Han Yu curiously. Perhaps it was because he was Han Yu's age that he was more willing to say a few words, and the frustration of losing to Han Yu in the original handyman disciple competition had also unconsciously subsided. Han Yu then explains to him that the spiritual fields will soon be harvested, and in about 10 days' time, the spiritual chi will be gathered, which will make it easier to cultivate at this time. So that's how it is. Bai Ling Yun realized, I used to learn how to make talismans at the talisman office, but I didn't know about the mysteries here. Han Yu was slightly speechless as he listened to us. Our ordinary servant disciples are planting fields, growing pills, picking water for the alchemy department, carrying things for the refining department, and even when they enter the talisman department, they are also helping to make and organize the talisman paper. You, the handyman disciple, is making talismans in advance. The elders of the family are capable, and they really do jump ahead in everything. Bai Ling Yun and the others left the spirit field on their magic weapons, and Han Yu and Hua Qi also went to the spirit field to take a look and also sat down for a little cultivation. Senior sister Li's cultivation level was high, so there was no way for her to go to the spiritual field to cultivate, otherwise the spiritual field was going to reduce production. Not long after, a large 4-foot-long crow flew from afar and landed beside Han Yu. Han Yu stood up and walked out of the spiritual field with the large crow in his hand. Senior brother Han, this crow of yours is so divine. Pig Lao San smiled and greeted him in the middle of the field. He was really shameless. Han Yu was so young and his cultivation was lower than his, he actually called him senior brother. Han Yu glanced at him. Did Bai Ling Yun not teach you a lesson just now? White brother is kind, I sincerely apologize to him, he spared me. Pig Lao San said with a smile. While talking, the big crow spread its wings and flew away, abruptly rushed into the spiritual field, grabbed a squeaking, desperately struggling to steal the spirit of the mouse. It flew around Han Yu for a bit, quacking twice. Go! Han Yu knew that it was going back to feed the other crows and help them awaken. The big crow then exerted force on its claws and scratched the spirit-stealing rat to death before flying away far away with it. Pig Lao San looked on with envy. Senior brother Han, this spirit bird of yours is remarkable. Catching a spirit-stealing mouse like this could be worth 2 pounds of spiritual rice. Senior Han, why don't you let him hand over the spirit mouse? Wouldn't it be better to exchange it for spiritual rice? Hanyu looked over. Who are you looking for to exchange for spiritual rice? You? Pig Lao San was like being stung by a scorpion, and hurriedly waved his hands. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. After saying that, he left in a hurry, not daring to say anything more. Because Hanyu's beast mastery is open and aboveboard, the big crow as his spirit bird is also no need to cover up, this day down from the spiritual field to catch a full 7 soul-stealing rats to bring back to the dense forest. The laboring disciples couldn't deal with the spirit-stealing rats, so they were grateful to Hanyu. Some of the outer disciples made a point of telling Hanyu not to let his crows catch the spirit-stealing rats in their spiritual fields, so they could figure out how to deal with them on their own. Senior Sister Li and Hua Qi also looked amused, saying that Hanyu's crow was really spiritual, and now that he was catching so many spirit-stealing rats, he must be using them as food storage. That night, the big crow brought 3 new crows that could release wind blade techniques and possessed aura. Hanyu used the spirit nurturing technique to settle a relationship with each of these 3 crows with his essence blood. With this, there were a total of 8 crows in the flock that could release wind blade magic. After another day, 3 more crows possessed aura, turning them into inferior spirit beasts. 2 of them could release wind blade techniques, while the other released flame techniques instead of wind blade techniques, causing Hanyu to be slightly surprised, as he thought that all of the crows under his command would definitely be wind blade techniques in the future. A few days later, Hanyu's crows added 2 more that could release wind blade spells, totaling 13 crows that could release spells. The green grass and spiritual rice in the spiritual field also finally saw another harvest. Chapter 89,000 Years Sunken Wood Heart. One after another, the outer disciples and odd job disciples harvested the green grams of spiritual rice from the spiritual fields with joyful faces, and the 2 of them, Hua Qi and Hanyu, recorded the harvest in minor merits. After the sect intentionally encouraged the birth of interest. Handyman disciples planting 5 acres of spiritual fields only needed to produce more than 50 pounds of spiritual rice per acre to receive 30% of the harvested spiritual rice, and 5 small merits inner and outer disciples planting 10 acres of spiritual fields would receive half of the spiritual rice and 10 small merits. In other words, as long as one sincerely planted spiritual fields, the miscellaneous disciples could generally get more than 75 pounds of green harvest spiritual rice, and the inner and outer disciples could generally get more than 250 pounds of green harvest spiritual rice. This is obviously a good amount of cultivation resources. Green harvest spirit rice harvested once every 6 or 7 months. This harvest to calculate, the handyman disciples can eat spirit rice balls every day. Inside and outside the door disciples can even eat spirit rice twice a day. Moreover, the small merit required for the sect to pass on the law is also half of what it used to be, and the difficulty of learning spells is greatly reduced. This was the case at the spirit field, and it was similar at all other places. As the cultivation of Wanchun Valley's disciples improved, the entire sect's strength recovery and enhancement would inevitably be greatly accelerated. There was another hidden benefit for the spiritual field division's odd job disciples, and that was that Senior Sister Li wasn't the same as Wang Hui's kind of low-stepping, high-flying steward. She was most concerned about her own cultivation speed, and had always acted impartially in the spiritual field division. After Hanyu, Hua Qi, and Senior Sister Li registered the other disciples, they harvested their own 10 acres of spiritual fields, and registered their harvests in minor merits. Afterward, they sent it to the deacon's room to pay the green harvest spiritual rice in merits. Hanyu thus received 260 pounds of spiritual rice from planting the spiritual field and 10 small merits. On top of that, for guarding the spiritual field for less than half a year, he should have been credited with 7 small merits and 4 chi condensation pills, which were converted into 10 small merits. From this, Hanyu's merits totaled to 1 major merit and 35 minor merits. After Senior Sister Li and Hua Qi exchanged their cultivation needs, they returned to the spiritual fields first. Hanyu purposely went to the Law Transmission Pavilion to inquire about the Jade Spirit Berry and Qi Enhancing Spirit Pill, and determined that this Spirit Medicine and Qi Enhancing Spirit Pill were only recorded, and that the Wanchun Valley in the southern region did not have them, so he had to give them up for the time being. 1 big merit, 35 small merits, accumulated more than 10 days of replication ability. Hanyu, although exchange cannot accelerate the speed of cultivation Qi Enhancement Spirit Dan, but there is also a need to exchange some more useful items, so that their cultivation path is more smooth. Hanyu already knew about the talismans, pills, and elixirs of the Qi cultivation realm, so he didn't need to exchange them. A magic weapon could be exchanged for one, but he always felt that it wasn't optimal. As for formations, even if they were small, it wasn't something that a few dozen disciples with small feats could hope for, and it was too eye-catching within the Wanchun Valley for Hanyu to redeem at all. Should I ask about something in the Foundation Establishment realm, and then replicate it when I return? A thought rose in Hanyu, and he felt his vision broaden. He asked Deacon Lu if he could take a look at the items exchanged in the Foundation Establishment realm to open his eyes. Deacon Lu didn't care, and listed a few items for Hanyu casually, all of which he could barely exchange for 15 small merits. A Foundation Establishment realm Blazing Flame Talisman 15 small merits, a Foundation Establishment realm Gangjin Talisman 20 small merits, a Foundation Establishment realm Thunderbolt Talisman 30 small merits, 1 foundation establishment realm spirit fruit. Hanyu asked Deacon Lu, this spirit fruit, can I take it at the chi cultivation realm? Foundation realm practitioners only use it for alchemy, taking it directly is the next best thing, and for chi cultivators, the fruit is too strong, injuring the circumference of the sky and the spirit breath too much. Deacon Lu said. After hearing this, Hanyu extinguished the idea of exchanging the spirit fruit. When Sheng Yin escorted Lu Yun into the deacon's room, he nodded slightly when he saw Hanyu and waited for Deacon Lu to deal with him. When he saw Lu Yun being a jerk again, Deacon Lu's face first looked furious, then he helplessly waved his hand, this bastard. Go on. When Sheng Yin escorted Lu Yun into the side room, Deacon Lu said to Hanyu, I see that you've achieved both great and small feats, have pills, and are diligent in your cultivation, so the first thing you asked me about was the way to increase your spiritual breath as soon as possible, followed by magical artifacts and the like. I can give you a suggestion. I'd like to ask Deacon Lu for guidance. Hanyu hurriedly said. In terms of spiritual root cultivation qualifications, your current increase in spiritual breath has been supplemented by the chi gathering pill, which has already reached the extreme, and there is no way to increase it. Deacon Lu smiled and said, but if we take our Wanchen Valley's cultivation method, it hasn't reached the extreme yet. Among your 4 spiritual roots, do you have a wooden spiritual root? Hanyu replied, I do have a wooden spiritual root. Deacon Lu nodded his head in delight. There is a wooden spiritual root. Cultivation is also the sex green harvest chi practicing heart method. This is the exchange of a piece of Wanchen Valley at the gate of the ancestral tree off the 1,000 years of sunken wood heart. Holding this 1,000 years of sunken wood heart cultivation will allow you to cultivate the extreme daily in 3 months in addition to the increase in the spirit of some more breath. This is the special and wonderful use of the sex cultivation technique, wood spirit root, and the sex ancestral tree. One of the 3 is indispensable, and it is also considered to be the blessing that the ancestor left behind for the descendants in the first place. I think that when the ancestor came from the outside world, it is a wooden single spiritual root to create the Wanchen Valley, will be placed in front of the door of his tree, and passed on to the disciples to practice chi, foundation, jindan 3 kinds of method. Said the words, suddenly realized that said too far, and back to ask Hanyu, how? Do you want to exchange the 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart? Hanyu immediately replied, I'm willing to exchange it, but I don't know if I have enough merit. Enough, 1 great merit, redeem a piece, just right. If you make a great merit for the clan, you can exchange it for something you can't exchange for a small merit, and that's what a great merit is all about. Deacon Lu said here, see Hanyu still expressed willingness, gratified smile, this disciple in the cultivation of the road is really a courageous, sharp upward, just born spirit root is poor. In this case, 1,000 years of sunken wood heart for him, is also just right. The large stone tablet in the deacon's room cast a spiritual light, retrieving a great merit recorded on the rough jade pendant at Hanyu's waist. Deacon Lu then took out a 7-foot-long, square-shaped jade box from the storehouse. Opening the jade box, aura poured out, a layer of spiritual liquid contained dozens of brownish-green jade ring-like slices lying quietly. Deacon Lu takes out a palm-sized jade box, spreads a layer of spiritual liquid, puts a piece of jade ring-like thin slice into the jade box, and hands it to Hanyu. Within 3 months, it is useful for cultivation. After 3 months, you can give this 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart to the weaponry refining division and let them refine a magic weapon for you. It's also a good material. Hanyu solemnly accepted the jade box and thanked Deacon Lu before leaving the deacon's room. Originally, he had the intention of exchanging the remaining 35 minor merits for the Foundation Establishment Realm's Thunder and Lightning Talisman and Gung Jin Talisman, but on second thought, this choice was too outlandish for a disciple who was clearly at the second level of chi cultivation, so he dismissed the idea. Putting the jade box into his storage bag, Hanyu didn't go directly back to the spiritual field, but instead rode the banana leaf to the medicinal garden. When the devil cultivators attacked, the medicine garden suffered the most, so the sect arranged for many outer disciples to come over to the medicine garden, and Sun Kong and Lu Lan were among them. Hanyu just happened to be free to pass by today, so he went by the way to see aside. Chapter 90, the 4th level of Qi practicing. Senior disciple Han. At the medicinal garden, Hanyu met Sun Kong, Lu Lan, and also Zhangyu. After meeting, Sun Kong asked Hanyu about his recent life at the spirit field and how his cultivation was going. Hanyu told him that he had been practicing diligently with the Qi gathering pill and was not far from the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, and all 3 of them were quite happy for him. Hanyu said that he has been practicing diligently since he was initiated, and he also encountered something in the clan and gained credit, so his cultivation progress is about to catch up with ours. Zhongyu said with a smile, she had already gotten over the sadness of the murder of the disciples at the medicine garden. Hanyu was at the medicine garden, watching a disciple with a medicine hoe pass by, and couldn't help but think of Feng Dawei, the servant disciple who carried a medicine hoe during the servant-disciple competition. The medicine garden was killed by demonic cultivators, so it must be hard for him to be spared as well. Hanyu couldn't help but feel alarmed. If there is no self-preservation, things like Feng Dawei will happen at any time on the road to immortal cultivation and longevity. Preserving one's own life first is the most important thing. Wanchun Valley had barely survived a difficult time with the help of the Spirit Sword sect, but the Spirit Beast sect, Xianyi sect, and Little Tianluo sect might not be dead to Wanchun Valley. The crisis would strike again at some point. After bidding farewell to Sun Kong, Lulan, and Zhongyu, Han Yu returned to the spirit field. Sitting in his house, he opened the jade box and took out the 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart from the spiritual liquid, holding it in his hand to run the green harvest chi practicing heart technique. Almost instantly, he could clearly feel his wood genus spiritual root vaguely moving, and the buds transformed by his spiritual breath and his dantian also gained an extra layer of lively and spirited meaning. When Han Yu encountered this situation, he was initially puzzled, but gradually realized what was going on. In addition to his own cultivation qualifications, there was also the difference between being in tune with the gong method or not. Holding the 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart shed from the ancestral tree and practicing the green harvest chi practicing heart technique left behind by the ancestor of Wanchun Valley, coupled with the wood genus spiritual root, this was a fit for the operation of the gong method, and the extreme of the increase in spiritual breath was also an extra cut. After running for 2 weeks and days, Han Yu was able to determine the effect of the Millennium Sunken Wood Heart, which was about an extra 10% on top of the extreme increase in his 3 spirit roots' daily spiritual breath. It didn't seem like much, but under the accumulation of days and months, it was a huge gain. Han Yu stopped cultivating and started a new attempt. Can he duplicate the 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart? Holding this jade ring-shaped sheet in his right hand, his mind moved, and the accumulated copying power was rapidly consumed, able to be copied. After consuming a full 12 days of replication power and a flash of thought, an identical 1,000-year sunken wood heart flake appeared in his other hand. Han Yu had carefully verified that he now knew the rules for copying items on his own. As his cultivation increased, the ability to copy items also increased a bit along with it, and as long as he didn't use it, the copying ability would accumulate, and it wouldn't accumulate anymore until about 20 days, like a bucket being full. The ability to copy items had a great deal to do with the size of the item, the material, and whether or not it had been refined, and had nothing to do with the selling value of others. 1,000 years of sunken wood heart such as only 2 inches in size, also did not go through the refining of the same items, actually directly consumed his accumulation of 12 days of copying ability, visible material and so on. To what point? This was truly worthy of the name of 1,000 years. Copying finished, Han Yu left and right hands each hold a piece of Millennium Sunken Wood Heart began to practice, running a week days after, according to the spiritual breath increase to make an estimate. It's not that 2,000-year-old Sunken Wood Hearts will increase the amount of cultivation by 20%. 2,000-year-old Sunken Wood Heart has already reached the limit of Han Yu's ability to fit into the technique, only about 18% or so, and adding another 1,000-year-old Sunken Wood Heart won't have any more effect. After all, Han Yu's wood spiritual root was only one of the 3 spiritual roots, so even if he could fit into the green harvest chi practicing heart technique, the upper limit wouldn't be too high. Furthermore, Han Yu's cultivation qualifications changed from a 4 spirit root to a 3 spirit root, and added another 18% of the gong method fit on top of the 3 spirit root cultivation extreme, which was already far beyond the original. Unfortunately, there was no opportunity to obtain the chi cultivation spirit increasing pill, or else the chi cultivation realm would have no more difficulties. The next time his cultivation speed increases, he may only be able to refine a spirit root after he reaches the foundation establishment realm. When Han Yu thought of this, he also thought of the pain of spirit refining cultivation and all the harsh conditions he had consumed nearly 200 pieces of his own blood to make up for the damage he had done, and if he were to switch to the Devil's Blood sect for cultivation, it would be the equivalent of eating 20 to 30 cultivators. Even by Ling Yun's descendants of immortal cultivators, who had no shortage of cultivation resources, were unable to practice, so it seemed that the spirit refining technique was doomed to not be passed on to the outside world. After finishing his thoughts, Han Yu consumed 2 days of replication power to replicate the same jade box and spirit liquid, placing the second piece of 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart into it, and putting both jade boxes into his storage bag. After this day, Han Yu practiced the green harvest chi practicing heart technique every day, holding the 2,000-year-old sunken wood hearts in his hands. Unconsciously after 10 or so days, this day was running the circumference of the sky, the vitality in the dantian was spiritual, a leaf on the sprout completely stretched out, the spiritual breath leapt through, instantly arriving at a new level, his body was soothed and relaxed. Chi cultivation 4th layer, it's done. Also officially stepped into the middle stage of chi cultivation. Not only did his spirit breath increase by several percent, his body also gained, and his lifespan was extended as a result. Fortunately, Han Yu used his blood refining technique to make up for the physical deficit brought about by the spirit refining technique, or else the increased lifespan wouldn't have been enough to make up for the damage. After breaking through to the 4th level of chi cultivation, Han Yu purposely copied an extra piece of 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart to be used for future copying. 2 more days later, Senior Sisterly received seeds of green grams and spiritual rice from the deacon's office, and Han Yu and Hua Qi worked together to distribute them to the servant disciples at the spiritual fields, and to the inner and outer disciples who planted the spiritual fields. Where is Yu San? Come receive the spiritual rice seeds. Sent to the last few people, Hua Qi drank twice, no one answered, suddenly surprised, where is Zhu San? One of the outer disciples said, Hua Qi, I think he went out early this morning, probably to the market. The market? Hua Qi was surprised, what did he go to the marketplace for? After the demonic cultivator attack, Qinghe market just like no security, scattered cultivators become very few one Chenggu short period of time and not much external mission, just let the disciples in the door to restore the strength of the clan, Qinghe market of the number of people greatly reduced, less than 20% of the previous, very depressed. This is not known. That outer disciple replied. Repeatedly do not change. The sect strictly forbids him to do the selling business again, once discovered will abolish his cultivation, he actually dares to go to the market again. Hua Qi said, directly skipping over the person Zhu San and distributing the remaining spirit rice seeds, leaving only the three of him, Han Yu, and senior sister Li. The three of them then each began to act on their own 10 acres of spirit fields to turn over the soil and plant. Senior sister Li's flying shuttles were very handy, directly entering the soil layer and repeatedly shuttling, and in less than half an hour, the 10 acres of spiritual fields had been turned over. Han Yu's banana leaf and Hua Qi's 7-foot tree leaf were far inferior to senior sister Li's magic weapon, so they also followed suit, maneuvering the magic weapon vertically across the soil, and it also took half a day to turn over the spiritual field. After turning over the soil, Hua Qi was a bit surprised. Senior Han, are you so full of spiritual energy? I thought you didn't have enough spiritual energy today. Han Yu smiled, it's just a coincidence that I just broke through to the 3rd level of Qi cultivation yesterday. Chapter 91, Concubines. Qi cultivation 3rd layer? Hua Qi can't help but be surprised again. Han Jr. brother, you're practicing Qi 3rd layer? Then not waiting for Han Yu to explain, he himself is the first to figure out, right, the clan rewarded you with 2 bottles of Qi gathering pills, and you exchanged for a piece of 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart. This kind of cultivation resources piled up, it would be strange if you were to cultivate slowly. After the seeding was completed, senior sister Li, who was carrying water back in her storage bag, listened to the conversation between the two men and rode over on her flying shuttle, smiling at Han Yu. Han Yu, you're doing well. When it comes to cultivation, you must not slack off, you must continue to work hard. Yes, senior sister Li. Han Yu said, I wish you success in building your foundation soon. Sister Li pursed her slightly thicker lips and smiled bashfully, how can it be so simple to succeed in foundation building? Just to the 9th level of Qi cultivation, I'll need another year or 2 as well. 9th level of Qi cultivation to foundation building, wasting 1 or 2 decades is also unusual, or worse, foundation building failure, lifelong difficult to enter the foundation. Hua Qi smiled and said, senior sister is double spirit root such top cultivation qualification, I think it must be smooth and nothing. Sister Li shook her head slightly, above the double spiritual root there is a single spiritual root, above the single spiritual root there are other cultivation spirit body outside the spiritual root there are some special physique, in the battle, cultivation, recovery extraordinarily have the advantage, is also born with extraordinary talent. I have a double spiritual root, what is it? It's only because our southern domain is far inferior to other great domains, and our disciples have ordinary qualifications, that I can be called a genius because of my dual spiritual roots. Hua Qi and Han Yu were naturally less knowledgeable than her, and were surprised to hear this. So single spirit root and double spirit root aren't the most excellent cultivation geniuses? Senior sister Li said this, frowned a bit, and cited an example. For example, that Lu Yun, although his actions and behaviors were always annoying, he did have a special physique that restored himself extremely quickly. The deacons and other disciples often look at him unfavorably, but outside of his 3 spirit root cultivation qualifications, he really does have special talents that no one else can compare to. Said the words and looked toward Han Yu, smiled. Another example, Han's senior brother is particularly good at spell cultivation, the battle also seems to be exceptionally powerful, although I'm not sure if there is a special physique, but ultimately in the spells and battles are far more than his peers, writing in the dust. Han Yu was surprised, do I actually count? You're at the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, no elders to support you, but you managed to win the 1st place in the grand competition. Naturally, you are far ahead of your peers, only that your cultivation is still low nowadays, so you can't see it clearly yet, so maybe in the future, we'll be able to ascertain that you have a natural talent as well. After Li finished speaking, Hua Qi also said that Han Yu's future was certainly promising. Han Yu made a mental note of senior sister Li's statement, and after a few polite words, he and Hua Qi began sowing spiritual seeds in the spiritual fields. Busy until the afternoon darkness, the two borrowed the magic weapon flight, coupled with the immortal cultivator's body is not comparable to ordinary people, and finally will be 10 acres of their own spiritual field sowing finished. Sister Li has already watered the fields, Han Yu and Hua Qi will have to wait until tomorrow to water the fields. Hua Qi couldn't help but joke with Han Yu, it's good to have a higher cultivation level, planting is much faster than us. Han Yu smiled along. Han Yu smiled along with him. If cultivating immortality was just about planting faster, it would be too boring. The big crow flew in at this time. Han Yu reached out to stop it, and returned to the management office with Hua Qi. That's Zhu San, isn't it? Just a short distance away, Hua Qi suddenly stopped, pointing to a few acres away from the figure of Pig Lao San. Han Yu nodded. It's him, yes. Call him in for a good interrogation. The clan forbids him to sell anything and has blocked his cultivation so that he can focus on farming and cultivation. So what is he doing in the market? Hua Chi said, opened his mouth and called Pig Lao San to the front. Why are you not at the spiritual field today? Pig Lao San hurriedly came forward and said with a fawning smile, reporting to Hua senior brother, some days ago I harvested my spiritual field and got 75 pounds of green harvest spiritual rice. I went to the green harvest market today to exchange it for some food and drink. Is that so? You didn't sell anything harmful to the outside world? Hua Chi sized up Pig Lao San and coldly pressed. No. Pig Lao San guaranteed, the clan has an order, how dare I disobey it? Hua Chi looked around him again and continued to ask, didn't you say you went to buy food and drink to enjoy? Where are they? Pig old three face embarrassed, report Flower's senior brother, I now cultivation sealed, storage bag is also seized, but also brought a few pounds of spirit rice to go with the workshop market read mat area of the mortals to buy some things. Some of the food and drink of the mortals is enough to fill my appetite. For this matter, a whole day in the workshop market? You ate and drank for a whole day? Hua Chi continued to press the issue. Pig Lao San's smile became even more awkward, as if he was somewhat unable to speak. What? Can't say it? Then I will have to report you to the sect for disposal. Hua Chi drank. Pig Lao San looked around and quietly lowered his voice. Senior Flower brother, Senior Han, this matter involves my personal secrets, please give me a little bit of face and keep it quiet. Seeing him trying to get closer to speak, Hua Chi took a step backwards. You stand still and speak, I can hear you. Han Yu didn't move, and there was already an additional sharp gold talisman in his hand as well. The big crow on his shoulder has dark golden pupils staring at Pig Lao San, and a wind blade is ready to spit outwardly at any time. After experiencing some calamity in the clan, Wanchun Valley from top to bottom of the spies, demonic cultivators guarded heart greatly improved, and then not the original as a hindsight. Pig old three smile bitter, Hua senior brother, Han senior brother, you suspect anyone should not suspect me, but I am the cultivation is blocked, cannot do anything. If you have something to say, just say it, no need to get close. Han Yu clasped the sharp gold talisman in his palm and said in a deep voice. Pig Lao San then whispered, this matter is really my private secret, and it would be a shame to tell it. Two senior brothers, you also know that I practice Qi third layer, was close to the sect cultivation, planting in the spiritual land in the future, this life is no longer difficult to seek immortal cultivation. I thought to myself, I'd rather enjoy myself, get married and have children, so that my children and grandchildren can come back to cultivate immortality, and at least be one step ahead of those mortals. What's more, the clan is experiencing difficulties and is bound to have a shortage of manpower in the future, so it will definitely be easier than before for my children and grandchildren to join the clan. I've been out here all day today, picking out my concubines. When Hua Chi and Han Yu heard this, they really didn't expect Pig Lao San to actually stay in the market for this reason. Wife and concubine. Are you looking for two women? Have you ever found one? Pig Lao San hemmed and hawed and laughed a bit, stretching out a palm, at least two, it's best to have 5. Today only find a good one, later have the opportunity to find again. Hua Chi frowned, where is the evidence? Where is the woman you are looking for? Do you want to find 5 women and bring them all back to the spirit field? Pig Lao San quickly took out a deed of sale from his pocket and handed it to Hua Chi. Brother Hua, please look, I bought this one, her father sold it to me. The woman I bought will only be used to carry on the family line, and will never be brought to the spirit field, so please don't worry, 2 senior brothers. Hua Chi glanced at the deed of sale, shook his head in disbelief, and casually handed it back to him. I will inform Senior Sisterly about this matter, and when the time comes, Senior Sisterly will go to the marketplace to inquire. If there is any half-truth, you will be dead to the world. Yes, of course I know, I will never hide anything. Pig Lao San hurriedly owed his body and said. When Han Yu and Hua Chi returned to the stewardship office, Hua Chi informed Senior Sisterly about Pig Lao San. Li was also unimpressed with Pig Lao San's choice. If cultivating immortality is so simple as to give up and rely on the descendants of future generations, then the heart is not good enough, and it would be better not to cultivate from the start. After that, and thought, 2 brothers, you think this Shu San said is true or not? Han Yu replied, only heard him say, after all, cannot be taken seriously. Just in case, it's better to bring him to the market and compare them one by one before you can rest assured. Well, that's right, we can't afford to have any more spies making waves nowadays, any suspicions must be investigated to the end, no ambiguity. Sisterly also dare not relax vigilance, today it is already late, we'll wait for tomorrow to take Zhu San to the market one by one check against. And also instructed, tomorrow Han you go with me, Flower's senior brother you look after the spiritual field, by the way, to help Han watered the spiritual field. Hua Chi was stunned, then smiled, good, just spend some more time. Han Yu is a little embarrassed, it's too hard on Flower's senior brother, watering every other day won't hurt, or I'll water it myself. It's just a small matter, you've been practicing for a short time, so it's a good time for you to go to the workshop with Senior Sisterly to get a better understanding of the city. With a few words between Sisterly and Hua Chi, the matter was settled. Chapter 92, The Royal Family. As the night sank in, Hanyu held 2,000-year-old sunken wood hearts in his hands, increasing his daily spiritual breath to the extreme, and afterward copying and refining 2 drops of essence blood. His blood refining technique also improved. Afterwards, he quietly practiced the 1,000 illusions secret art, illusory body art, ice condensation art, sharp gold art, wind blade art, flame art, and other spells are not suitable for practicing inside the house, but nowadays, many people in Wanchun Valley know that Hanyu is a talented disciple in the art of magic, so it won't hurt to wait until there's time to find an open space to practice in a big way. Hanyu's own art talent is indeed not bad. Taking Xuanqing fruit for a long time under the cultivation of art is even more proficient, a breath of time between the release of 2 attack spells, which is the Wanchun Valley many disciples are difficult to imagine. This was also the key to him being able to surprise and defeat his opponents. It wasn't just that he could see the timing, it was that he was quick to release his spells, talismans, and blood drops, and was able to seize the moment in time. Sometimes it's one thing to look in the eye and see it, it's another thing to be able to do it. Of course, after Senior Sister Li cited Lu Yun as an example and also said that Hanyu might also have a natural talent in this area, it wouldn't be impossible for Hanyu to be a bit more impressive. It's just that he didn't want to draw attention to himself at the moment. Early the next morning, Senior Sister Li called Hanyu, who was responsible for calling Pig Lao San out, bringing banana leaves, and heading to the market. Pig Lao San stood on the banana leaf with a difficult look on his face. Senior Sister Li, Senior Brother Han, I haven't received my spirit seed yet, and after my cultivation is sealed, I have to rely on drudgery to cultivate the 5 acres of spiritual fields, so it's not a good idea to delay for too long. Hanyu didn't answer, just behind him, holding the sharp gold talisman in his hand. Senior Sister Li also ignored Pig Lao San, urging her own flying shuttles and traveling side by side with Hanyu's banana leaf. Arriving at the entrance to the Green Harvest Market, before they even landed, they saw a group of people under 2 large acacia trees at the entrance to the market pointing at the 5 kneeling people. At the head of a woman wearing cloud brocade fancy dress with a pale face, cloud temples scattered, inserted gold hairpin, fancy dress worn out. Please Wanchun Valley Immortal Master have mercy. Save my Southly country up and down in the fire. After saying this, she heavily knocked her forehead on the ground, begging continuously. On the side of the woman, a 7 or 8-year-old child wearing a 4-clawed dragon robe, red eyes also followed. Please Wanchun Valley Immortal Master mercy. After shouting, he leaned on the woman again, sobbing in a small voice. Behind the mother and child, an old minister with gray hair and 2 strong guards also followed suit. Please have mercy on Immortal Master Wanchun Valley. Senior Sister Li and Hanyu slowly fell down with Pig Lao San, and the woman with the cloud temples and golden hairpin immediately seemed to see hope, and hurriedly knelt and prostrated herself forward. Immortal Master. Concubine Yu is the noble consort of the Southernly Kingdom. Now that the traitor Wei Gang has killed His Majesty, usurped the throne, and hunted down the 5th prince of His Majesty's bloodline, our lives are at stake. Please Wanchun Valley Immortal Master in mind to ask my South Korea court for many years of obedience, mercy and grace, kill the traitors, return my royal family a justice. With those words, he called out to Senior Sister Li again and again, thumping, and a few times later, there was already blood on his forehead. Senior Sister Li frowned slightly and turned her head to ask the 2 outer disciples guarding the entrance of the workshop. What's going on here? The 2 outer disciples didn't recognize Senior Sister Li, but they could tell that she was an inner disciple through her blue clothes, and hurriedly explained in a low voice, this Senior Sister, this person is the Yu noble consort of the Jiang clan's royal family from the Southernly country, and has brought the Jiang clan's 5th prince to our Wanchun Valley to ask for help. There was a rebellion over in the Southernly country. Prime Minister Wei Gang killed the Jiang clan's emperor, empress, and crown prince, and according to this noble consort Yu, only the 5 of them were left to escape. She's been kneeling and begging here for several hours a day for 2 days. What did the clan say? Senior Sister Li asked, is no one coming to deal with it? The disciple who guards the door then replied, the clan has already let the deacon come and say yesterday, now the door is fully restored to life, and no more foreign disciples will be sent out within 10 years. If the 5 of them are willing, they can live in the Green Harvest Market. The new royal family of the Southly state would never dare to come over to make trouble. The 5th prince wait until the age of 10 years old to test the qualifications of the spiritual root. If there is a qualification, can also be worshipped in the Wanchun Valley under the door. Sister Li nodded. Mundane power struggle, the clan has never been involved, now willing to take in and promise to let the 5th prince worship under the door, is also benevolent, they won't? The disciple explains, the rules of the cultivation world, once the 5th prince began to cultivate immortality, he can no longer be the emperor, but he is the last bloodline of the Jiang royal family, so they begged us to Wanchun Valley to help take back the throne. When Senior Sister Li heard this, her face turned cold and she no longer cared about this matter, ignoring the 5 people in the line of Yu noble consort and the 5th prince who were begging bitterly. The greatest use of the secular world to the clan is to provide entry disciples. The clan used to send out disciples' main duty is to eliminate demons, get rid of the evil loose cultivators. Meet dynasty change is also to report to the clan. It is not possible for a certain family name of the royal family to go to the clan to intervene. Sisterly turned to the gatekeeper disciple to ask about the pig old 3 things. The gatekeeper disciple does not know Sisterly then took Hanyu, pig old 3 into the market, into the read mat area to investigate some, but from the mouth of a few mortals verified that the pig old 3 yesterday was indeed once ate and drank by a woman. There are a lot of simple mortal dwellings at the back of the read mat area, and the woman that Pig Lao San purchased is living there. Sisterly saw with her own eyes the woman that Pig Lao San had bought, short, low-browed, not very beautiful, and there were other people to testify to that, so she gradually dispelled her doubts in her heart. The gatekeeper disciples also do not remember the pig old 3 yesterday selling goods, then it should be no. Sisterly said to Hanyu, it seems that Ju San is quite honest. Pig Lao San also smiled back, yes, let's hurry back, I still have to hurry to plant the spiritual fields. I have to hurry up and plant the spiritual fields so that I can find more women to carry on my family's legacy. Shut up. Senior Sisterly frowned slightly and chided. She was dedicated to cultivation, and what she detested most was people who didn't seek advancement. Hanyu nodded and didn't say anything more, thinking of another matter in his mind. According to what he knew from Wei Shaluo, the prime minister of the Southernly Kingdom had defected to the spirit beast sect long ago, and Hong Liang, who practiced the blood refining technique, was also related to the spirit beast sect. Now that the Prime Minister of the Southernly Kingdom, Wei Gang, had rebelled and the royal family had changed their surnames, was it simply a change of dynasty, or was there a conspiracy behind it by the Spirit Beast sect or the Demon Blood sect? If it was the former, it would be fine, but if it was the latter, the number of disciples entering Wanchun Valley in the future would be greatly reduced, and the Immortal Edge ceremony would never be able to be held again. Sisterly, Hanyu, Pig Lao San and their group of 3 walked out of the entrance of the Green Harvest Market, while Noble Consort Yu, the 5th prince and the other 5 were still kneeling on the ground without getting up, as if they were waiting for an immortal master to be soft-hearted and then do them a favor. Although Hanyu had his doubts, it was obviously unwise to open his mouth in public at this time, and to confirm his suspicions, he would have to find another time. Therefore, after just a quick glance, he unfolded his banana leaf magic weapon and loaded up Pig Lao San, preparing to return to the spiritual field with Senior Sisterly. As he flew up, Hanyu saw 2 loose cultivators who didn't belong to Wanchun Valley's disciples walk up to talk to Yu Guifei, and was slightly surprised, so he looked back for one more glance. Brother Han, look at that noble consort Yu, what's her appearance? Pig old 3C Hanyu looked back, thought he also moved heart, squeeze eyebrows, very lewd close to ask. Chapter 93 is really an enemy. How is Yu Guifei, what has it got to do with me? Hanyu did not follow the words of the Pig old 3 to talk about the Yu Guifei, just asked, you have to come to the market in recent days to buy concubines? Seeing that he was able to pull a face despite his young age, Pig Lao San hurriedly owed him a smile. Yes, Senior Brother Han, I'm thinking of purchasing a concubine while I still have some spiritual rice on hand. Since the cultivation is blocked, he is also really willing to cheek, no matter who you see as a senior brother, senior sister so-called. Incidentally, pay attention to some things in the market for me, I will find you when I have time to ask a question. Hanyu said. Good. I'll take care of it. Pig Lao San's eyes paid attention to Han Yu's expression and tentatively asked, I have to pay attention to this Yu Guifei's news? What's this nonsense? Han Yu frowned. Pig Lao San immediately began to smile again. Hey, look at my mouth, nonsense. All the news of the entire marketplace, I'll help you ask around, and report to you at the time. Brother Han, how about this? Han Yu heard him say to listen to all the news, the heart of a move, but remembered the Qi increased spirit Dan and Jade spirit berries. These 2 things if someone outside to help themselves to listen to, can be much better than their own head hard repair. But Pig old 3 this person Han you cannot trust, things have to come one by one. First, the royal family of the Southernly state related news to inquire, combing the situation, it is not too late. After returning, Han Yu saw that Hua Qi had already watered his 10 acres of spiritual fields, and also hastened to thank him, taking out spiritual rice at night to make a spiritual rice treat for Senior Sisterly and Hua Qi. There is a back and forth, the 3 people have a better relationship, the words are also more cordial, should be the spirit field office in these 2 years since the most cordial and close to the 3 stewardship of the disciples. In the evening of the second day, Pig Lao San approached Han Yu to report the news he had inquired about. The 2 Wen family brothers, 2 loose cultivators, had moved towards the Zhang clan's royal family, and they had agreed with that noble consort Yu to enjoy the riches of the earth after helping the Zhang clan's royal family to restore the country, and noble consort Yu had already agreed to do so. The Zhang clan's 5th prince and a guard were left behind in the marketplace. Noble consort Yu, the 3 of them, and the 2 Wen family brothers, the 2 loose cultivators, had already left to depart for Southly Kingdom. What cultivation level are the Wen family brothers? Han Yu asked. Pig old 3 introduction, 2 are practicing Qi 3rd layer, have a father handed down a flying magic weapon, and learned a number of spells, in the loose cultivator inside is also not to be messed with. Probably because it's too hard to be a casual cultivator, and Wanchun Valley doesn't care about Nanli Kingdom now, they want to take the opportunity to enjoy themselves in the past. Han Yu nodded, thinking that it would be best if someone went to try. If the Jiang clan successfully restored the country, the Southly country is all normal. If the Jiang clan cannot successfully restore the country, even if there are other casual cultivators involved, it should not be able to stay with the Wen family brothers who have a flying magic weapon. It is through this matter to see the truth behind the scene. Ask Pig Lao San some other aspects of the market news. Han Yu is also considered to grow some insights. Next, a few days in a row, Pig Lao San morning busy planting spiritual fields, afternoon to go to the green harvest market to look for women, rushed to the evening before hastily returned. On the day when the 5 acres of spiritual fields were finally planted, he got new news and hurriedly came to find Han Yu to report. Han Yu was practicing the sharp gold technique on an open space in front of the spirit field management office. His fingers pinched, and the spirit breath was immediately stimulated, and a stone 2 feet away in front of him was immediately cut open with a slash, and a little bit of stone powder flew up. Pig Old 3 see him this spell light and casual, all effortless, also can't help but secretly stagger, sincerely clapping. Han's senior brother spells with really good. Han Yu turned his eyes to look at him. Is there news from the marketplace? Yes, senior brother Han, there is news. Pig Lao San reports, there are mortals in the town of Seeking Immortality who are traveling with the Green Harvest market side, and today there is news that the Wei family of the Southernly Kingdom killed the rebels, and the Wen brothers and Yu Guifei are all dead. The Wen brothers have flying magic weapon, if everything goes well, as early as 2 days ago should come to the market to pick up the 5th prince to succeed to the throne. Only now the news came. It also shows that they have indeed been killed. That Wei's royal family is really well prepared. Actually, even the Wen family brothers can have a way to deal with. Just a pity that Yu Guifei, that dainty charm of the beauty, actually also like this. Speaking here, Pig Lao San felt that he had said too much and hurriedly peeked at Han Yu. Han Yu said, so the south of the country is indeed strange. There is a need to remind the Wanchun Valley. He also asked Pig Lao San, have you bought another woman? By another one, now 2 women, consumption is a bit much. Pig Lao San said, I am going to wait for half a year before adding other women. The market is now crowded? There are more people than a few days ago. Is business good? Pig Lao San was immediately startled. Senior Han, don't joke with me. The clan doesn't allow me to do business. There is one more thing for you to do. Help me keep an eye out for some rare fruits or elixirs. You were in the alchemy room. This is also insightful. Some common visible items do not need to tell me. Han Yu said to Pig Lao San. Pig Lao San nodded. Okay, I'll be sure to keep an eye out for you, senior brother Han. Han Yu reminded, if it's really useful to me, I'll give you spirit rice as payment. Pig Lao San immediately smiled. That's so embarrassing. Then he asked carefully, this isn't really my business, is it? If you are honest, it does not count. If you play tricks on me, not only do not get the spiritual rice, but also count you as a business. After Han Yu finished, Pig Lao San nodded repeatedly. Yes, I know. Senior Han, I'll definitely help you ask around and keep an eye out for uncommon spirit fruits and elixirs. Soon after Pig Lao San left, Han Yu continued practicing his spells. Just after practicing the wind blade technique twice, Hua Qi spoke to Han Yu. Senior brother Han, senior sister Li is looking for you. After Han Yu entered the room, he saw Li pursing her slightly thicker lips and looking at herself with a serious face. Han Yu, you've seen Shu San 3 times in the past few days. What's the matter? Can't it be that you have moved to find a woman? Although your qualifications are not good, magic is a good talent. Now borrowing pills in 1,000 years of sunken wood heart breakthrough to the 3rd level of chi cultivation. It is not easy. Should be sharp cultivation, should not have such a depraved idea, and should not be with Shu San and other people to deal with. Han Yu said that Li's sister face, although cold, but the heart is hot. This is worried about their own messy friends, do not properly cultivate. Not to mention the Wanchun Valley's high regard for Han Yu. Just say that these senior brothers and sisters who get along very well, they should also remind the Southly state of the matter, so that the clan can make early responses to avoid the crisis. Inside his heart, he pondered, connecting his thoughts together. Han Yu said after a slight pause, Senior sisterly, you've misunderstood. I'm looking for Zhu San. There's something else going on. What is it that requires looking for such a person who doesn't correct his path? I'm looking for him to inquire about the royal family of the Southernly Kingdom. Senior sisterly frowned. The royal family of the Southernly Kingdom has changed, and the dynasty has changed. What does that have to do with our clan? Han Yu replied solemnly, Senior sisterly, I suspect that this Wei's royal family is supported by the spirit beast sect or demonic cultivators, and is actually enemies with Wanchun Valley. Chapter 94, Dishonest. Senior sisterly and Hua Qi were taken aback when they heard this. Senior brother Han, why do you say that? Han Yu told what he had in mind. Senior sisterly didn't know much about the Spirit Field Office before, but senior brother Hua should know that when I was originally at the Spirit Field Office, I had a few acquaintances and neighbors, and it just so happened that 2 of them were children of the Wei clan's royal family. The first, called Wei Kuan-yi, is now the emperor of the Wei clan. Wei Gang's own daughter with the steward Wang Hui has a relationship, but also with the spirit beast sect spy Zhang Shan close exchanges. The second one, called Wei Xiaoluo, is the son of Wei's concubine. When he first entered the Spirit Field Office, the devil cultivator spy Hong Liang had a very good relationship with him, and even brought Wang Hui to look for him. Later confirmed that Hong Liang is to kill Wang Hui. Now things still strange. Why Hong Liang want to kill Wang Hui, to bring Wang Hui to find Wei Xiaoluo? Why did Han Liang bring Wang Hui to Wei Xiaoluo when he wanted to kill him? And where did Wei Xiaoluo go after that day? The Wei family sent people to Wanchun Valley, but they always happened to be mixed up with the spies of the Spirit Beast sect and the spies of the Devil Cultivators, and at the time when Wanchun Valley was being forced to be besieged by the foreign enemies, they happened to usurp the throne, which also coincided with the matter of the foreign enemies of Wanchun Valley destroying the Immortal Fate ceremony and forbidding the Wanchun Valley to enroll new disciples. I thought that this matter was not a coincidence, so I asked Zhu San to probe for information. When senior sister Li and Hua Qi both heard this, they could no longer help but tense up. Could Zhu San have spied on the news? Yes, he spied on the news. Han Yu continued, according to Zhu San, there is a pair of Wen family brothers within the Green Harvest Market, at the third level of Qi cultivation, who have flying spells and know a few spells, and decided to help the Jiang clan's royal family to restore the country because of their greed for the riches of the southern Li kingdom. It is reasonable to say that they have flying magic weapon, they can already attack and retreat, invincible, even if they cannot help each other under the army or one or two loose cultivators, it is not always die in the South Li country. Now the two brothers but were killed, one did not come back to the South Li State Wei's royal family behind. I'm afraid that really have Wanchun Valley's enemies to do backing. Listening to Han Yu's words and learning that the South Li Kingdom's royal family had already killed two cultivators at the third level of Qi cultivation, senior sister Li's brows were even more furrowed. This matter is not trivial. Senior brother Han, call the Zhu San and come with me to report this to my master. Senior sister Li, as an inner disciple, had already worshipped the sect elder as her teacher. It was just that she usually cultivated at ease, and would not ask for advice in front of her from time to time, and would only ask for advice and help from her master if she really had difficulties with cultivation. Now that the matter is important, senior sister Li will go directly to the master. Han Yu called on Zhu San and left the spiritual field with Li. Pig Lao San only heard what was going on the way and looked at Han Yu with a face full of joy and excitement. Senior brother Han, you mean you've brought me credit? I'm expected to cultivate again? Wait for the sect to dispose of it. Han Yu responded. Pig Lao San agreed, still unable to hide his excitement. Yes, wait for the sect to dispose of it. The three arrived at the main peak of the clan before a compound. The door of a servant went in to report. Not long before the three met Li sisters' teacher LV Elder. Elder Lu listened to the original story, also felt that the matter is not trivial. Bring three people to the sect hall outside waiting. He went to the hall to find the head of the report. After a short while, Elder Lu came out. The sect leader is still in seclusion today, so it's not convenient to disturb him. I will talk to the other elders first. You three go back first. The sect will have its own arrangements at that time. If the verification is correct, you will be rewarded at that time. Master. Elder Sister Li is a little worried. The Spirit Beast sect is still not dead in the water? Elder Lu smiled and comforted. The sect still has a sword talisman of Lone Star Yi, which is enough to get the sect through the biggest crisis. What's more, after our Wanchun Valley went through this disaster, we already have the heart of self-improvement up and down, and are working hard to cultivate new Jindan realms, and the Hall of Battles is also working hard to cultivate deacons and disciples specializing in battles. In a few more decades, even if there is no Lone Star Yi and Spirit Sword sect, our Wanchun Valley will no longer fear them. Senior Sister Li let out a sigh of relief at these words. That's good. After Senior Sister Li, Han Yu, and Pig Lao San returned to the spirit field, Senior Sister Li and Han Yu were fine, but Pig Lao San was the most excited and couldn't help but confirm with Han Yu again and again. Han elder brother, do you think I've made a merit with you this time? Brother Han, you say to really be considered a merit. How will the clan reward me? Will my seal be lifted? It'd be great if they did. I wouldn't have to buy a woman. Senior Sister Li listened to him and gave him a slight side eye. If you unlock your ban, will you cultivate properly and stop buying women to pass on your family's legacy? Pig Lao San hemmed and hawed and laughed. Well, yes. This not quite truthful appearance immediately made Senior Sister Li unhappy. In the end, is it not? Sort of, almost a meaning if the clan remembers in my merit, willing to give me to unseal the ban, I will explain the reason to Han's senior brother. Pig Old 3 smiled and said. Li elder sister looked at him faintly, also remembered that this time he did have merit in prying information, did not force. Han's senior brother, beware of this person, he is not honest. After saying this, she went back to the house. After Li's sister left, Pig Lao San laughed and said, Han's senior brother, I just don't want to tell others. In fact, don't need to wait for the clan reward. The real reason I will tell the truth, please don't tell others. Han Yu slightly stared. The real reason? I have no hope of practicing cultivation, so I have to save up some cultivation resources for later. I'm going to buy a few more concubines, put them in the market, and then let them earn me some cultivation resources so that when I unlock my ban or pass on my family's name, I won't be short of cultivation resources in my hands. The ones I've bought now are not the women I want to pass on to the next generation. Pig Lao San said this. Han Yu surprised. They are just mortals who cannot cultivate. How to help you earn cultivation use? That is of course he. Pig Old 3 rather lewdly squeezed his eyes, suddenly noticed that Han Yu's age is only 13 years old, and immediately cursed himself for being stupid. This senior brother Han cultivation techniques fast, the mind is also agile, but in the end is not yet grown up, do not yet know the male and female matters, talk to him about these he can understand the strange. No wonder some days ago asked him how Yu Guifei posture he was indifferent, the original when he looked at Yu Guifei, thinking about Wei's royal family is not right. Nothing, Han senior brother you rest early. This time Zhu-san get your promotion, in the future we'll certainly listen to the orders of senior brother Han. Pig Lao-san hurriedly said, owing his body to take his leave. Han Yu reminded him, keep an eye out for rare fruits and pills for me. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. After Pig Lao-san left, Han Yu returned to his room, calmed his mind, and began his own cultivation. Holding a 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart in his hand, he practiced the green harvest chi practicing heart technique. This was followed by the blood refining technique and the 1,000 illusions secret art. Cultivating late into the night, the big crow flew in with the little crow. Having not seen the little crow for a long time, it couldn't help but circle around Han Yu intimately, bouncing up and down. The big crow is also spiritually aware, knowing that he can come to his master day and night, but the little crow can't, and this time he didn't drive away the pampered little crow. Han Yu looked at the big and small crows in front of him, the moonlight sprinkled, and couldn't help but think of the many nights he had spent as an odd job disciple before, which were similar. Suddenly it dawned on him, Pig Lao-san bought more than one woman to earn money to use for cultivation. Is the intention to make those women like Wei Kuan-yi looking for Wang Hui? This matter is still crooked. If he really does it, the sect will still punish him. Sister Li was right, this person is indeed dishonest. Hurriedly after a few more days, day after day cultivation to look after the spiritual field, cultivation as green grams of spiritual rice slowly increase, but also full. On this day, Elder Lu personally visited the spiritual field and called Han Yu, Senior Sister Li, and Pig Lao-san, announcing the clan's rewards for the three. Chapter 95 Tokens and Artifacts. Han Yu is smart and meticulous, and has detected the foreign enemy's plots for the sect, so the sect leader has ordered that he will reward him with a great merit, a body-protecting magic artifact, an initiation token, and a bottle of chi-gathering pill. After Elder Lu finished speaking, he handed Han Yu a green-colored ring, a disc-shaped Wanchun Valley initiation token, and a bottle of chi-gathering pill. Han Yu had already taken nearly 20 chi-gathering pills, and the potency of the pills had yet to diminish now that the sect was giving another bottle. It was a way for Han Yu to not have to be in a hurry to copy chi-gathering pills, and it also allowed Han Yu to not have to overly conceal his cultivation speed, which could be directly attributed to the sect's reward of chi-gathering pills. Disc-shaped Wanchun Valley token, which was used when Han Yu was initiated, did not expect that this time the clan reward actually gave him such an item. Entrance token can be associated with future generations, can also be given away, usually transformed into an ordinary small tree appearance. Ordinary people difficult to distinguish the authenticity of the spirit of the breath, mana infusion. The small tree can be a large tree with luxuriant branches and leaves. At first, Li Lao Dao has seen Han Yu's grandfather to show the immortal things, and hang out for many years, know a lot of things, which smoothly from Han Yu's hands to take the entrance token of Wanchun Valley. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to take such an artifact like token from the outer door by pure chance. Among the three items, the most valuable is undoubtedly the green circle body protector, which can be large or small. The smallest can be made into earrings, rings, can also be changed into a bracelet size, the largest can be a belt. The role of the body protector is to cover the body, and does not depend on the shape of the size of the location. There is a difference. After Han Yu received the three items, Elder Lu announced the rewards for Senior Sister Li and Pig Lao-san. Senior Sister Li received 5 small merits and a bottle of chi-gathering pill for her report. Pig Lao-san was rewarded for prying for information, unlocked the ban, and could cultivate. However, he would not restore the status of outer disciple, and would only be a servant disciple in the future, and would still not be allowed to sell anything to the disciples in the sect. Pig Lao-san was ecstatic, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing, "Thank you for the sect's grace, allowing disciples to resume cultivation." After getting up, he bowed to Han Yu again and thanked him. "Thank you, Senior Brother Han, for lifting me up." "Thank you, Senior Brother Han." Han Yu signaled that he didn't need to thank him, but just remembered one thing: since you'll be able to cultivate in the future, don't do anything crooked. The 2 women you bought before, what are you going to arrange? Pig Lao-san's smile suddenly dried up a bit. "Senior Brother Han, this Elder Lu and Senior Sister Li are all here." "What? It's not easy to say? What is it?" Elder Lu immediately noticed the abnormality and gazed at it. Pig Old 3 and Dry Smile 2 also know that he cannot deny, whispered, "Report Lu Elder, disciple some time ago felt that the cultivation is blocked, there is no hope to cultivate immortality, so I am ready to buy a mortal woman as a concubine, to carry on the family, and therefore bought 2 women. As he said that, he hesitated slightly and equivocated. "Now that I can cultivate, I will resell these 2 women later on." Elder Lu and Senior Sister Li both frowned at once. Elder Lu rebuked, "This is a bastardized statement. Since you're going to pass on your family's name to someone else, how can you sell them if you bought them back as wives and concubines? What kind of asshole would sell his wife out? There is no shame in this kind of thing." It's not Piggy's voice that's mumbling. "I didn't intend to give them to you. I didn't intend to give them to you to carry on your family's name, but you won't treat them as human beings? Then you're just like an animal, aren't you?" Elder Lu was very unhappy. Zhu-san, although the Wanchun Valley generally does not care about such family matters, but if the abuse of mortals is too much, it will intervene. Before the clan has not yet suffered when some of the demonic beasts, demonic cultivators rebel, Wanchun Valley disciples to tube scattered cultivators abuse bullying mortals, Wanchun Valley disciples will also tube this is to let the Southly Country, West Moon Country these places do not have scattered cultivators rebellion of the margins. Now that you are a disciple of Wanchun Valley, are you not as conscientious as those loose cultivators? Speaking of this, Elder Lu's face grew more and more unsightly. As he reprimanded Pig Lao San, he couldn't help but think of how peaceful the Wanchun Valley had been in maintaining order in the two neighboring countries and a few neighboring countries, but now even the mundane world was in chaos, the enemies were moving around, and the Wanchun Valley was constantly cultivating as many disciples as possible to increase the strength of the sect. There is no telling how long this confrontation will last and how it will end up. Hearing Elder Lu's reprimand, Pig Lao San wilted and replied, "Yes, Elder, I know. I will definitely not treat them harshly in the future. Even if I arrange for them to leave, I will arrange good families for them and not let them suffer. This is barely decent." Elder Lu's face slightly slowed down. Senior Sisterly asked, "Senior, is it true that the Southly Kingdom is haunted by enemies over there?" Elder Lu nodded slightly. The sect sent people to the Southernly Country, and the people from the Wei clan's royal family shunned them and specifically asked about the Immortal Edge ceremony, but there was no response either. That usurper Wei gang originally also interacted with Wanchun Valley's disciples, the Immortal Edge ceremony he sent people over several times, it is impossible that he didn't know how to respond to it, and favored this way to the people sent by Wanchun Valley, so it must be odd. The court of the Southernly state should not send people over to participate in the Immortal Edge ceremony again. Senior, are they colluding with the Spirit Beast sect or the Devil cultivators? Senior Sisterly asked. The sect hasn't found out yet. Elder Lu waved his hand. "You don't need to think too much, feel free to cultivate us, although the clan is difficult, there is still us above, the sky can't fall down." After the instruction, he went back to the main peak. After Elder Lu left, Pig Lao San whispered to Hanyu, "Brother Han, why did you say I bought a woman in front of Elder Lu?" Hanyu said calmly, "I feel like you're not doing the right thing." Pig Lao San was stunned. "Is that the reason?" "Senior Brother Han, I bought just mortals, what's wrong with that?" Sisterly said coldly from the sidelines, "Although those two women are mortals, they are also human beings. After you bought them, you said that as concubines for you to carry on the family line, but do not treat them as human beings, and then sold them out. Is there any reason?" Sisterly said here, thoughtfully, and looked to the Pig Old Three. "You would not have thought of taking those two women, playing what dirty thoughts?" No, absolutely no such thing." Pig Old Three quickly shook his head. "It is best not to. If you are harshly abusing mortals, do not think. I will certainly report to the sect to severely punish you," Senior Sisterly said in a deep voice. When Senior Sisterly also left, Pig Lao San requested Hanyu in a low voice, "Senior Brother Han, what I said before, don't tell Senior Sisterly that I didn't do anything either. Since I didn't do anything, then treat those two women better." Hanyu said, "If you don't treat them well, I'll report it to the sect as well." Ah! Pig Lao San's face stiffened. He had wanted to buy two tools to make money, but now he really had to lose money to keep them? This intention was a loss. Chapter 96, Desire for a New Technique. After Pig Lao San left as well, Hanyu inputted his spiritual breath into the circle rewarded by the sect. Afterward, he shrunk the ring and put it on a finger of his left hand. Afterward, he glanced at the Wanchun Valley initiation token, and Hanyu pondered. It seems that although the sect knew that Hanyu was talented in arts, they didn't look at his 4 spirit root cultivation qualifications, thinking that his future cultivation path would ultimately be limited, and that they would use this token in the future, and would allow their children and grandchildren to come and worship in the Wanchun Valley. Cultivate hard, if not, it may come true. After this day, Hanyu's life hadn't changed too much compared to before, and every day, he took the big crow around the spiritual field, looking at the spiritual field and inspecting the other parts of the spiritual field as well. Every day, he practiced the green harvest chi practicing heart technique, the blood refining technique, the 1,000 illusions secret technique, and various spells. Unconsciously, as January passed, the second spirit breath bud in Hanyu's dantian began to sprout, and when the second leaf spread out, it would be at the 5th level of chi cultivation, and on top of the 2 leaves, another section would grow, transforming the bud into a sapling, which would be at the 6th level of chi cultivation. At the Danzhong acupoint, the 5th blood-colored pattern on top of the blood talisman initially emerged, also progressing towards the 5th level of blood cultivation. The combination of the 1,000 illusions secret art and the illusionary body art, as well as the means to conceal one's body and change one's appearance, Hanyu also practiced diligently to master as much as possible. At the same time, he had also cultivated the sharp gold technique, wind blade technique, and ice condensation technique to the point where they were just as handy as the flame technique. The mastery of the beast mastery art became even more proficient, and coupled with his secret cultivation at the 4th level of chi practicing, the sensing distance with the great crow also increased to 1.5 miles, and the direct mind communication also increased to about 30 feet. Unconsciously, the spells that he had previously exchanged within the Wanchun Valley had all been practiced almost to the same extent, and there was still one major merit, 35 minor merits, and 2 chances to learn spells in the transmission pavilion, so Hanyu also felt that he should learn new spells. After leaving the door, he was about to release the banana leaf to head to the main peak when Pig Lao-san happened to pass by the stewardship office with 2 women, and when he saw Hanyu, he hurriedly came over to salute and greet him. Because senior sisterly and Hanyu didn't allow Pig Lao-san to treat or sell the 2 women harshly, Pig Lao-san had no choice but to bring the 2 women to the spiritual field. After all, it's a waste to keep them in Green Harvest Market for nothing, so it's better to come over to help do some work and take care of his life. Because of Hanyu's promotion and unblocking, Pig Lao-san has been traveling to and from the market since January, but he also sends new news to Hanyu from time to time. After the 5th prince, the only bloodline of the Jiang royal family, learned that noble consort Yu and her entourage had died, he cried and begged for a few days in the Green Harvest Market, pleading with Wanchunga to avenge the deaths of his father and mother. Wanchun Valley naturally will not agree, that the 5th prince ultimately had to accept the reality, only waiting for the age of 10 years old to test the spiritual root qualification, to see if you can join the Wanchun Valley. If there is no cultivation qualification, then he can only be a lifetime of hiding in the Green Harvest Market, and then there is no way to go out. Wei's royal family of Southly Kingdom also sent someone to ask to see Wanchun Valley Immortal Master, expresses the intention of obedience, but also said that because of the tyranny of Zhang's royal family in the previous dynasty, the people are not happy, so that the demons are overgrown. Southly Kingdom in recent years, I'm afraid that it's difficult to find a suitable immortal seedling to send to Wanchun Valley. If Wanchun Valley is willing to send out disciples to kill the demons and eliminate the devils, then it would be the best. Also, I would like to ask Immortal Master Wanchun Valley to make it easier for them to arrest the 5th prince, who is the remnant of a tyrannical ruler, and put him to justice. No matter how good-tempered Wanchun Valley was, it couldn't tolerate these mortals first betraying Wanchun Valley and becoming traitors to the enemy, and then running in front of them to make a fool of themselves. Elder Wen used 100 Flowers poison on this messenger and told him to report to Emperor Wei of the Wei clan Wei gang. Since he has become someone else's dog, he doesn't need to be a fake anymore. This messenger does not know the means of cultivators, really went back to the south to report to the Emperor of Wei. Until the outbreak of the 100 Flowers poison, eunuchs, palace maids, guards, civil and military officials died. Hundreds of people. Wei gang was also almost poisoned to death on the spot. After this incident, Wei's royal family was first furious, ultimately unable to do anything about it, and finally came to his senses more afraid, and no longer dare to play mind games with the immortal sect. They even took the initiative to increase the size of the immortal-seeking town, so that the number of mortals coming to the immortal-seeking town in the Green Harvest Marketplace increased, and they showed their weakness to Wanchun Valley and begged for peace. Naturally, Wanchun Valley would not put them in their eyes, and after teaching them a lesson, they no longer cared as long as the enemy behind the Wei clan's royal family didn't move. Wanchun Valley would be at ease for one more day to develop. In addition to the matter of Nanli Kingdom, in this month, Pig Lao-san also found Hanyu a kind of Wanchun Valley has never seen a rare spirit fruit, more than 20 small black balls, saved into a ball, with spiritual chi on it. Hanyu also studied the common spirit plant Jade Brief, listened to the description, did not guess what this is, the spirit fruit, followed the pig. Old 3 went to the market, after seeing with their own eyes to realize that the so-called spirit fruit is actually fake. In fact, it is a wild fruit full of stars. Counterfeit this person's spirit stone powder dipped in a little water, and then splash the water with aura on the mundane fruit. Let people see this fruit with aura. Naturally thought it was really what the spirit medicine spirit plant. I can only say that most of the masters and brothers here in Wanchun Valley know what they're talking about, and that rare fruits and elixirs aren't that easy to find. Hanyu gave a slight nod to Pig Lao-san, and wrote on a banana leaf to go to the sect's Law Transmission Pavilion to learn spells. Entering the Law Transmission Pavilion and putting down his storage bag, Hanyu met Deacon He of the Law Transmission Pavilion again. Deacon He had an impression of Hanyu, a disciple who wasn't very old and was good at using spells, and asked with a smile, "What spells are you here to learn this time?" "You should have learned quite a few spells. Have you learned them all?" Reporting to Deacon He, "I have learned them all," Hanyu replied. "Good, in that case, you're also an exceptional talent." Deacon He nodded approvingly. "Originally an apprentice disciple, but now you're already an outer disciple, so it's really fate. This time, you have 2 opportunities to pass on the magic. What spells are you going to choose?" Hanyu inquired. "May I ask Deacon He, can I only choose spells for this opportunity to pass on the law? Can I choose something else?" "Choose something else?" Deacon He was slightly surprised. "With your cultivation at the chi practicing realm, there are a few more spells you can learn, but you can't change your gongfu, and there are only a handful of secret techniques, so what do you want to learn besides?" "What else do you want to learn?" "Introductory talisman making, introductory alchemy, introductory artifact refining?" Hanyu explained. "Deacon He, I've already mastered quite a few spells now, so learning more would be like repeating myself. If I really want to fight with others, I can only use the sharpened gold, wind blade, or flame techniques with one hand, so if I learn other spells, that's all I'll learn." "I see." Deacon He nodded. "The spells that other people have mastered in half a year and a year are not difficult for you, and learning more spells again feels repetitive. There is an extremely dangerous secret art that has been banned by the sect, called spirit refining. Have you heard of it? Hanyu was stunned. Deacon He, do you want me to practice this art? Of course not, just warning you not to covet the secret art. Secret art is indeed more magical than spells and more powerful as the refining art. After practicing life laws, extremely difficult to make up for it, is not suitable for practice. As for what you choose, I cannot be bothered. After all, you are now a disciple of the outer door, qualified to go to the chi cultivation stage art display to choose. When Deacon He said this, Hanyu understood. Deacon He was not suggesting that he cultivates secret arts, but Hanyu as an outer disciple already had the qualifications to go up and pick by himself. Owing a slight bow to Deacon He, Hanyu walked towards the chi cultivation stage arts display. Chapter 97 Thick Skin. All the spells and secret spells that could be learned in the chi cultivation realm were in the first floor of the law transmission pavilion. The storage bag was stored at the entrance, and all jade simplification exchanges needed to pass through Deacon He and the small stone tablet of the law transmission pavilion, so there wasn't any possibility of taking out more. Hanyu walked along the wooden shelves displaying jade slips, walking past some of the spells he had mastered. Illusionary body technique, sharp gold technique, wind blade technique, ice condensation technique, flame technique, and beast mastery technique are all spells that Hanyu has learned and is already proficient in, so there's no need to look at them more. He paused in front of the spells he hadn't learned before, such as body protecting art, earth armor art, light body art, giant strength art, mesmerizing art, confusing eye art, and so on, which Hanyu wanted to learn, and felt that it would be useful if he learned it well. However, he felt that the two opportunities to learn spells in the Dharma Transmission Pavilion shouldn't be wasted on ordinary spells with 5 or 10 small feats. It is also impossible to exchange spells that exceed the chi refining stage with these two opportunities to pass on the law. Therefore, this time around, it was still necessary to carefully select and pick out the most worthwhile ones. Introductory talisman, talisman making, talisman paper making, a row of shelves displaying jade slips. Hanyu walked to the shelf related to talisman making. Walking further, there was another row of jade slips for the introduction to alchemy, and those available at the chi cultivation realm to learn alchemy. Then after that was the introduction to weapon refining, refining offensive and defensive magic weapons, flying magic weapons, puppets and dolls, and the like. These 3 categories were all of some interest to Hanyu, but it wasn't something he wanted to learn right away. For example, related to alchemy, Chi Enhancement Pill and Jade Spirit Berry, Hanyu has neither Jade Spirit Berry nor Chi Enhancement Pill formula, so it's too early to learn alchemy. Related to the art of weapon refining, Hanyu is now practicing with 1,000 years of sunken wood heart, although only a thin piece, but it is the deacon praised as a good material for refining weapons. After he practiced 1,000 years of sunken wood heart will inevitably become more and more, by then he does need to use the art of weapon refining. But to learn the art of refining, at the moment there is still no hurry. This row of refining related, with small merits slowly exchange more worthwhile. It is not appropriate to use the opportunity to learn spells in the transmission pavilion to exchange one of the pieces. A few rows further ahead, there are jade slips related to planting spiritual plants and spiritual rice. There are jade slips related to formations that can be learned at the chi cultivation realm, as well as jade slips related to the introduction of formations. There were also some strange insights and miscellaneous jade slips. Hanyu looked at so many jade slips and felt that many of them would definitely be useful if he learned them, but he had a limited number of times to learn them. Finally, Hanyu saw the secret arts that could be learned at the chi cultivation realm. Spirit refining technique. There was the most eye-catching wooden plaque hanging in the empty space, with no jade slips beside it indicating that there was this secret art in the door, but it couldn't be exchanged for learning. Hanyu moved on to another secret art, the spirit explosion art. This one doesn't just have a jade slip, there's also a brief introduction on the wooden plaque. Disregarding the circumference of the sky, forcibly explode the spiritual energy of the body, releasing it for a short period of time, either to attack the enemy or to escape. Hanyu knew the flaws as soon as he saw it, and once he couldn't escape or knock down the enemy, his own spiritual breath was depleted and he was hurt by the outburst, so he was instantly at the mercy of others. This secret art was also too uncertain. Hanyu continued to look ahead, and after reading a few more secret arts that were similar to the spirit explosion art, he stopped again. The Greenwood Body Protection Technique. There was a brief introduction below, absorbing the breath of a spirit tree for body protection, and if you're in the middle of a forest, it's even more useful for camouflage and concealment. There are no obvious flaws, and it fits in well with the Wanchun Valley technique. Camouflage, concealment, and astringent art, 1,000 illusions secret art is also somewhat compatible. This secret art is learnable, and it's just the right time to add a body protection secret art in addition to the body protection artifacts. Hanyu took this jade slip from the wooden tablet and continued to check out the other secret arts. After taking just 2 steps, he stopped in front of another wooden tablet in surprise. Spirit nurturing art. The demon blood sex spirit nurturing technique also had a place here? Upon closer inspection, he realized that it wasn't the same thing. The spirit nurturing secret art was to cultivate and increase the spirituality of artifacts and animals with spirit breath or spirit stones, spirit rice, and other things. The demon blood sect's spirit nurturing art was to use one's own essence blood to cultivate mundane beasts, making them more ferocious and obedient. There was a slight similarity, but the biggest difference was that Hanyu feeding the crows with his own essence blood would generally not prompt the crows to possess aura and turn into inferior spirit beasts. Those crows led by the big crow now evolved into inferior spirit beasts, all of which happened after first eating spirit-stealing rats and spirit blood vines that contained spiritual chi. For ordinary crows, under normal circumstances, it was of course impossible to enjoy items with spiritual chi because the great crow led and deliberately took care of cultivating the colony. It was only then that other crows gradually appeared to turn into inferior spiritual beasts. The transmission pavilion's spirit nurturing technique is a secret technique. The use should not be as simple as just feeding animals or artifacts spiritual breath or spiritual rice. Especially for magic artifacts and the like, how to carry out spirit nourishment was indeed something Hanyu didn't know. After Hanyu looked at a few other secret arts, he made his decision. Greenwood body protecting art, spirit nurturing art, 2 secret arts held in his hands. He also went to the refining art side and took a jade slip of the introductory refining art, and took the jade slip of the confusing eyesight art. Finally, he came before Deacon He. Seeing the 4 jade slips, Deacon He was a bit worried that Hanyu was greedy. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure, Deacon He." Seeing that Hanyu was sure, Deacon He didn't say anything more and gave him the exchange. 2 chances to pass on the teachings for 2 secret arts. The 2 spells, Introduction to Artifact Refining and Eye Confusion, consumed 15 Xiaogong for redemption, leaving Hanyu with 20 Xiaogong. After redeeming, Hanyu retrieved his storage bag, went to the medicinal garden to meet with Sun Kang, and then returned to the spiritual field to start practicing again. This cultivation was another few months long, until the green harvest spirit rice matured again. In the southern region's 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the peaks were like fangs piercing through the sea of clouds, and the mountains were surrounded by mist all year round. Because it was where the spirit beast immortal sect was located, no one dared to come to hunt or cut firewood. The main peak of the Voltron cliff is shaped like a giant beast, and the mountain path is paved with bloodstained stones. 100 miles after the main peak, in a forbidden area of the spirit beast sect in the 10,000 Beast mountain range, a 1,000-foot waterfall falls into a cold pool, and the water roars so loudly that it is almost impossible to hear the sound of human voices. On the side of this cold pool, a man wearing protective armor and a bearded man was sitting cross-legged and motionless. Several figures wearing bucket hats slowly fell down and took steps. The head of the spirit beast sect, in order to avoid yelixing, actually hid here for purification, but he really had the leisure to do so. The first person, coldly and strangely laughed. Song Wanxiong raised his eyes to look at him, his eyes densely covered in blood. "How powerful that stinking rock of Yi Lone Star is, you should know better than me. After all, you are the one who has personally experienced what it's like to be nearly exterminated." Sacred blood. At these words, the holy blood real person lifted the bucket hat, revealing pale hair, drooping old face, stormy anger, and drank. "Loss, you still have the face to say. If you didn't tell me that all the 2 major Jindan of Wanchun Valley died, it is my holy blood sect's great opportunity to occupy Wanchun Valley and re-establish the sect. How would I bring the years of savings of latent manpower together, letting Lone Star Yi, Chi Wanfa, they swept away? And you, Song Wanxiong, after victimizing me, you actually led the spirit beast sect to cultivate the blood refining technique, which is even more unscrupulous than my holy blood sect. Am I a remaining member of the sacred blood sect, or are you Song Wanxiong a remaining member of the sacred blood sect? If you think I am, then even if I am, what's the harm?" Song Wanxiong responded. Sacred blood realist coldly, "Then you are brazen." Chapter 98 Giant Eyes. That is no longer relevant. In the face of the sacred blood realist's comment, Song Wanxiong remained seated on his knees and said blandly, "In the past, your demon blood sect did all the evil things. I asked you to fight against Yi Lone Star. No matter who lives or dies, it is considered to be doing justice for heaven. Unfortunately, holy blood, you are a little bit worse. Even the real strength of Yi Lone Star did not test out. I would have thought, how you have to lose with Yi Lone Star. Sacred blood real cold hum, you 3 Jindan get together are holding head, but also by the leaf Lone Star that kid blocked the door. Even your head of the door cannot keep, but in turn count on this seat? You are so shameless, but also dare to say for heaven, our holy blood sect is not a soft-hearted saint?" Song Wanxiong calmly replied, "Say those again, already irrelevant. At the present time, you should see that other can lie, blood refining will not. I bring the spirit beast sect up and down the cultivation of blood refining. Past grudges will be meaningless. In the future, we can only be each other's most reliable allies. To plan as the other 4 clans, as well as the entire southern region." Sacred blood realist stopped complaining, staring at Song Wanxiong for a few breaths before saying, "You're right when you say that. After practicing the blood refining technique, the spirit beast sect indeed has no way back. Our sacred blood sect has always been a powerful and resourceful sect, not caring about past grudges, but only looking at the benefits in front of us." Song Wanxiong said blandly, "Can put the Yuyui guile, turn the other cheek to say this good, holy blood, you are also good skills. Idle talk aside, what are you going to do next?" Sacred blood realist was impatient. "What benefit can this seat get? I want to raise my strength, kill Lone Star Yi, destroy the other clans, and dominate the southern domain. You can join me, and at that time, I'll allow you to allow the Demon Blood sect to re-establish a sect in the southern domain. Hearing Song Wanxiong's words, Holy Blood realist coldly smiled. The past can be ignored by this seat. You do not take too far to confuse the seat. Only ask you, right now, how do you give this seat benefits? Help you restore your Jindan cultivation. How? Song Wanxiong's gaze was fixed on the Sacred Blood realist, with a hidden intention of testing. Sacred Blood responded coldly, this seat's Jindan cultivation still need you to restore? This seat has its own methods. Don't need to? Song Wanxiong inexplicably laughed. In the end, it is a strong calm, afraid of being eaten by me, or really have another grasp and means? If you have any spare blood, this seat is indeed useful. Sacred Blood real person said words, pushed over a henchman, removed his hat, revealing a long thin horse face. This person and this seat has some relations. You help him cultivate to the late stage of the foundation realm. Help the seat to cultivate a competent henchman. Not difficult, right? It's not difficult. It's not difficult. Song Wanxiong glanced at the long, thin, horse-faced, Taoist-robed man and didn't care, just smiled lightly and said, starting this year, the Spirit Beast Sect Immortal Edge ceremony will be held every year, with many more people added every year, and the 10,000 Beasts mountain range will be searched to pick up all the wild beasts and demonic beasts. The opportunity is rare. Sacred Blood, aren't you going to follow and enjoy it? Sacred Blood realist was slightly stunned. Good, a famous sect, it's really something. Who would have thought that the Spirit Beast Sect would turn out like this? Laughing again, he said, since you are so kind, how would this seat refuse? When will the banquet be held? In that case, he still has a few moments of self-preservation also, so I won't eat him. When he recovers his Jindan cultivation, he will indeed be a fighting force. Song Wanxiong, after observing the words and ambiguous up, when I am ready, will invite you. Our Spirit Beast sect here Forbidden Land you also more than once to come, at that time we'll send people over to find you. Really want a hard to collect the blood to give the Sacred Blood real person to enjoy, he also do not want to give up. Holy Blood real person calmly said, at that time, don't forget, this seat is in this 10,000 beast mountain range in the training. And to that horse-faced Taoist command, Li Quan, you will stay in the Spirit Beast sect. Song Wanxiong collection of blood naturally will not be less than your share. As soon as possible to build the 9th level of the foundation. When the time comes, this seat still has things to arrange for you. Yes, sect master. Li Quan bowed and replied. As the Sacred Blood realist and his party left, Song Wanxiong summoned a deacon under his sect to take Li Quan away. The sound of the waterfall was still gurgling, and Song Wanxiong was still sitting cross-legged on one side. After a long time, his divine sense spread out and went deep into the cold pool. You have heard it all, right? A pair of large eyes slowly lit up in the depths of the cold pool. You are talking in my ears, how could I not know? Song Wanxiong's divine sense continued to convey, Xuani sect wants to achieve Yuaning, and Little Heavenly Luo sect wants to please the upper sect, both of which have made Wanchun Valley their target. They won't rest, and in less than 10 years, there will definitely be another action. I first mix in it, find a chance to use them with Lone Star Yi and Wanchun Valley as a cultivation etc. You will then help me achieve Yuaning and dominate the southern region. Why do I need to look at other people's faces again? His face was not abnormal, but his divine sense said quite a lot to the owner of the huge double eyes in the depths of the cold pool. Upper sect. A cold voice came from the depths of the cold pool with an unknown meaning. It is still necessary to send people to check. What is the mystery of the veins of the Wanchun Valley? The upper clan wants things not directly send people to take, but also left a 30-year period, fake hand the local clans in the southern region, very strange. Don't worry, I have sent some people who do not practice blood work to investigate. Song Wanxiong responded, spend some more time, think there will be a harvest. There is no more echo under the cold pool, only the roar of waterfall after waterfall, and the white water splashes and jumps to dissipate without a trace. It was another night of clear moonlight. Within the Spirit Field Stewardship Office's residence, Hanyu slowly opened his eyes as he held 2,000-year-old sunken wood hearts in his hands. After putting these 2 pieces of Millennium sunken wood hearts, which were no longer useful for cultivating the green harvest chi practicing heart technique, into his storage pouch, Hanyu already had 8 used pieces of Millennium sunken wood hearts in his storage pouch, as well as 3 pieces of Millennium sunken wood hearts that had yet to be used in the jade box. Every 2 pieces of 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart can be used for 2 or 3 months. It shouldn't be used so fast, but Hanyu has practiced the secret art greenwood body protecting art in addition to the greenwood chi practicing heart method. This secret art is the best at absorbing spirit wood breath, and the green harvest chi practicing heart technique is obviously the same secret art. The spirit wood breath of the 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart is the perfect thing to absorb for the greenwood body protecting technique. Hanyu's Millennium sunken wood heart suddenly consumed at a greatly increased rate, and in addition to the chi-gathering pill, essence blood, and xuanqing fruit used for cultivation to make copies, the rest of the copying power was all used on the Millennium sunken wood heart. The effect is also pleasing. The greenwood body protection technique contains the spiritual wood breath, forming an automatic body protection spell, which is significantly stronger than the circular body protection spells given by the sect. Hanyu had once let a flock of crows try it out, and it didn't budge under a dozen wind blade spells. With Hanyu's understanding of the division of magic weapons, this kind of protection was at least equivalent to the top-grade magic weapons of the late Qi cultivation stage. Chapter 99, The New Jindan. The circle body protecting artifact given by the sect was only a top-grade artifact in the early stage of Qi cultivation. Protecting against 3 simultaneous attacks from pre-practicing Qi or 2 mid-practicing Qi spells was already the limit, and anything more would be beyond the ability to protect. And the greenwood body protection technique of the protective power is comparable to the late Qi cultivation of the upper grade artifacts, and may even be more than that. With the absorption of more thousands of years of sunken wood soul wood breath, it will become even stronger. With this kind of comparison, it was evident how much potential this secret art had when there was an abundance of spirit wood breath. Not to mention the use of camouflage and concealment, in conjunction with the Thousand Illusion secret art. Once one entered the woods, not even the birds, beasts, and flying insects would be able to recognize Hanyu's presence. Another secret art exchanged a few months ago, the spiritual breath nurturing art. Hanyu also learned it, and while practicing the spell, he specialized in cultivating 2 crows of different sizes, which also yielded obvious results. The aura of these 2 crows is becoming more and more prevalent, and it may not be long before they break through the shackles again and become mid-stage Qi cultivation spirit beasts. Hanyu had also learned how to refine artifacts, and had yet to attempt to refine artifacts, but he was already familiar with the categorization and identification of artifacts. There's also the spell Confusing Eye art, which Hanyu felt could be a little enhanced with the Thousand Illusions secret art before, and after learning it, it was true. After learning it, it was true. In addition to the abilities of the illusionary body art, changing one's face, concealing one's form, and restraining breath, adding an extra layer of confusing people's ears and eyes, the Thousand Illusions secret technique was indeed more likely to deceive the enemy and hide and conceal. Hanyu had also gotten a tracking technique from a devil cultivator before, and combining it with the Thousand Illusions secret technique allowed him to hide himself better while leaving his enemies with nowhere to run. In the past few months, Hanyu's Qi cultivation progress has been very fast. In the 3 spirit root qualification cultivation speed on the extreme plus 2000 years of sunken wood heart technique fit increase, day by day cultivation will be raised to the spirit breath growth extreme. This kind of continuous enhancement, day by day under the diligent cultivation, even if it is a double spirit root qualification, may not be as fast as him, but from the 4th layer of Qi cultivation to Qi cultivation 5th layer, still have to half a year time is expected to break through. The 4th level of blood refining, under the daily supply of blood essence, could break through to the 5th level of blood refining in a few more days. Even though Hanyu had marveled at the speed of improvement of demonic cultivators on more than one occasion, now that the contrast was so obvious in himself, he couldn't help but be amazed. Devil cultivator is heard heaven in harmony, chaotic heart, large realm breakthrough is difficult, easy to take their own lives, themselves also fierce infighting if there are no such shortcomings. Devil cultivators are also with the Wanchun Valley's senior brothers and sisters of trustworthy character. Hanyu may really go to become a devil cultivator. After practicing this night, Hanyu went to the unoccupied open space outside the management office early the next morning and practiced his spells as usual. Senior sister Li and Hua Qi came out to watch for a moment, and only after Hanyu had stopped using his sharp gold, wind blade, ice congealer, flame, and illusionary body spells once more did the 2 of them open their mouths with smiles. Senior brother Han's spell usage is getting better and better. Hua Qi sighed in admiration. If I didn't have a magic weapon and was purely competing in spells, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to support myself for 3 rounds. Sister Li wore a smile. Han's senior brother in the spells above, even if not born talented, but certainly not far from it, and so hard, have this kind of strength is really deserved. However, as Han practiced his spells, he should not forget that cultivation is the root of all spells. If you don't have a high cultivation level, no matter how strong your spells are, they are still rootless trees that can only shine for a while. The spirit field is about to be harvested. Senior brother Han should also go to the spirit field to borrow aura for a bit of cultivation, saving your Qi gathering pill and the 1000-year-old sunken wood heart. Hanyu nodded. It's natural to go and cultivate. As he was talking, the big crow flew in and closed its wings to stand above his shoulders. Hua Qi smiled again and said, Senior brother Han, this spirit bird of yours is going to show off its skills again this time. Last time it caught quite a few spirit-stealing rats and went back to use them as food. I see that it has so much aura all over its body. I'm afraid it's going to go even further after eating many more spirit-stealing rats, right? Hanyu waved his hand slightly. I'm afraid it'll be hard to catch spirit-stealing rats this time. The sect is now deliberately treating its disciples well and encouraging them to learn spells, and after the last harvest of the spiritual fields, even the odd job disciples at the 1st or 2nd level of Qi cultivation are now mostly learning windblade techniques or flame techniques, and their cultivation levels are increasing faster than before. If my crows go and catch the spirit-stealing rats again, I'm afraid it will only be seen by them as robbing them of their benefits. Senior sister Li and Hua Qi also dawned on me when they heard this. This is also true. The sect purposely allows all disciples to raise their cultivation level to facilitate the exchange of spells. Nowadays, these disciples of ours can be much stronger than the original, and there will no longer be a situation where a single demonic cultivator wreaks havoc and kills dozens of miscellaneous disciples. After the harvest of this spiritual field, the strength of these disciples at the spiritual field will usher in a new increase. The three of them spoke and walked towards the middle of the spirit field. In addition to their duties at the stewardship office, each of the three had 10 acres of spiritual fields that were also included in this harvest. The 10 acres of spiritual fields that Hanyu planted were the original 5 acres of spiritual fields that he and old Taoist Li each had. In the middle of the walk, Pig Lao San ran over to greet the three of them with a flattering smile on his face. Senior brother Han, senior sister Li, senior brother Hua. Shu San, what do you have to show senior brother Han again? It's not that fake elixir from last time, right? Hua Chi asked in jest. Because Pig Lao San was repaying Hanyu's favor by unlocking the forbidden system, he would take some strange and weird things for Hanyu to see 8 out of 10 days, and Hua Chi and senior sister Li had all grown accustomed to it. No, this time should be really a little rare. There is a spirit fruit, apricot size, crystal clear, with spiritual chi, selling spirit fruit of the traveler said that he from other places hard to get, about 10 days from the Black Mountain market over there. Pig Lao San said. Hanyu was not concerned about this, just said, call me together to go to the market at that time to take a look. He had the intention to ask for some rare fruits or pills to increase his cultivation speed. But it turns out that the more rare it is, the more likely it is to be fake or misidentified. Inside the Green Harvest Market next to the Wanshan Valley, it was really difficult to just happen to buy rare spirit fruits or elixirs that other people didn't recognize. So far, Pig Lao San had told him 7 times, and not once had he bought anything truly useful. Gradually, Hanyu no longer held out much hope, treating it as a way to gain knowledge. As he was talking, Hanyu suddenly frowned and subconsciously looked toward the spiritual field to his side. Only to see that the spiritual chi that had originally stayed between the green grams of spiritual rice, ready to catalyze the maturation of the spiritual rice, was like a stream converging into a river, converging towards the sky together, and then surging away towards the outside of the spiritual field. The green harvest spiritual rice was just about to mature at the critical time. How did the spiritual chi leave? Seeing this unprecedented scene, senior sister Li, Hua Chi, Hanyu and the others were all taken aback. Where was the aura going? The green harvest spiritual rice is going to lose production now, isn't it? Senior sister Li remained silent as she boarded the flying shuttle and flew up in the air. Hanyu and Hua Chi both flew up on their magic devices as well. Afterward, the three of them and the other disciples who were checking out the situation were all stunned. All of the spiritual chi in the entire Wanshan Valley was surging wildly towards the main peak, forming a vortex of spiritual chi that was visible to the naked eye. In order to allow more spiritual chi to pour in, the Wanshan Valley's mountain protection formation had also opened up the upper area, and the green light of the main peak's mountain protection formation had also disappeared and was closed for the time being. The aura vortexes gathered more and more visibly. This was Hua Chi making a sound in surprise. This is the new Jindan condensing. Senior sister Li was overjoyed. The second Jindan cultivator, under the clan's many years of savings and all-out support, had finally appeared. Chapter 100 Middle Crow Stage. A new Jindan cultivator? So soon? Hanyu was first surprised, then his heart gave birth to conjecture. Elder LV, senior sister Li's teacher, had said that he was working hard to cultivate the Jindan realm, and that he wouldn't be threatened again in a few decades, so I'm afraid that he was saying that he was going to take all of Wanshan Valley's savings over the years, and that he was going to feed more than one Jindan cultivator in a few decades. By then, Wanshan Valley 3 or 4 Jindan cultivators think should be able to solve all the crisis. After the spiritual chi vortex was formed, it quietly hovered for half a day. The odd job disciples at the spiritual field were surprised at first, worrying about the lack of harvest of green grams and spiritual rice later. When they learned that the clan's new Jindan cultivator was condensing the Jindan, they also all looked towards the direction of the main peak. Half a day later, the spiritual chi vortex quickly closed in and returned to the main peak. In an instant, an aura spread out conspicuously. All the disciples of Wanshan Valley, wherever there was a sense, understood that there was an additional Jindan realm existence in the direction of the main peak. The previously gathered aura spread out quickly in a flash, like a wave returning to all parts of Wanshan Valley, even more than before, full of spirit. Immediately afterward, the huge ancestral tree at the mountain gate shook its branches, seemingly celebrating the appearance of a new Jindan cultivator, its leaves clattering like a burst of celebratory violent applause, echoing within the Wanshan Valley. After a few more moments, the sect leader's voice carried a joyous note, spreading throughout the entire sect. Congratulations to Elder Yen for stepping into the Golden Dan. The happy news was completely confirmed, and disciples from all over the Wanshan Valley responded one after another. Congratulations to Elder Yen for stepping into the Golden Dan. A few moments later, Elder Yan's Jindan realm aura gradually converged. The main peak formation reopened, and the mountain protection formation returned to normal. Senior sister Li, Hua Chi, and Hanyu gradually fell, and some of the inner and outer disciples who were planting spirit fields at the spirit fields came over to speak with joyful faces. This is good. Our sect has another Jindan cultivator. Senior sister Li and Hua Chi were also unable to hide their joy. When the odd job disciples saw that the aura had returned and did not delay the harvesting of the green grams and rice, and that the clan had another Jindan cultivator, they were all refreshed and happy. In this way, Wanchun Valley would be safe and sound, and everyone would be able to cultivate in peace. Everyone was rejoicing, and Pig Lao-san followed suit, and after he laughed, while everyone dispersed, he asked suspiciously to Senior Sisterly, Hanyu, and Huachi, Senior Brother Han, Senior Sisterly, there's one thing I don't quite understand. You guys said that the sect is now able to raise Elder Yin to the Jindan realm within a year, why didn't they do so before? Senior Sisterly snorted coldly, if you had put your mind more on cultivation, you wouldn't have asked such a childish and ridiculous question. From the 9th level of Qi cultivation to foundation building, and from the 9th level of foundation building to Jindan, which of these two major hurdles in cultivation is not a gamble of great luck and courage? Even if the resources used for cultivation are extremely well prepared, is 10 times more than ordinary people, encountered this kind of cultivation big hurdles, life and death, do not dare to say how long within a certain period of time can break through, everything has to be gambled. This is Yin Elder Lucky smooth breakthrough to the realm of Jindan, you feel easy, wondering why not pour the whole clan before for him to break through, but do not know that this is the clan under the power of a big gamble. If Elder Yin is unable to break through in 10, 20, or even 50 years, or if he fails to break through and has an accident, how much will the clan lose? Previously, when the clan was in danger, of course, the elders were also practicing hard and striving for breakthroughs, not slacking off at all. Could it be that the clan's danger was all pinned on the elders' breakthroughs? If they don't make a breakthrough, they'll all be waiting to die? It wasn't just Pig Lao-san who was confused, even Hanyu and Huachi were suddenly confused. Previously, the clan had been targeted by 3 other clans, and under those circumstances, the elders had to shoulder heavy responsibilities while practicing, so naturally, they couldn't place all their hopes on them breaking through to Jindan cultivation. On this day, Elder Yin broke through to Jindan cultivation, and on the next day, Wanchun Valley announced that in order to celebrate, it would reward all the disciples of the clan with an opportunity to learn spells, choosing any one of the Qi cultivation stage spells such as Flame Art, Ice Condensation Art, Earth Control Art, and Wind Blade Art. As this reward came down, all the disciples could not help but look joyful. Learning one more spell not only enhanced the strength of the disciples, but also allowed the disciples to save cultivation resources and be more loyal to the sect. Wanchun Valley was also trying to enhance the strength of the disciples under the door and the available disciple combat power of the entire sect as much as possible. This time the clan designated to learn a narrow range of spells. Hanyu did not have much room to choose, just from the refining stage spells to choose the light body art. After learning the light body technique, Hanyu felt his body float lightly. Combined with the full power of the wind sentry technique, although he couldn't fly in the air, he was extremely fast, no less than activating the banana leaf spell. In his heart, he secretly thought that if he added the bloodthirsty art and blood escape art, with such a full force outburst, combined with the 1,000 illusions secret art's confusing ears, even if he met an enemy stronger than himself, he might not have no chance of escaping. After all the disciples of the entire clan had mastered at least one attack spell, the only bad thing for Hanyu was that his big crow had no way to legitimately go to the spiritual fields to catch and steal spirit mice. Even the odd job disciples were saying one after another that they no longer needed Senior Brother Han's great crow to help remove insect and rat infestations. Gah! The big crow landed on Hanyu's shoulder with a bit of dissatisfaction. Huachi saw it from the sidelines and said with a smile, Senior Brother Han, the spirit bird of yours can't eat the spirit stealing rats, so the unhappiness in his heart is obvious at a glance. The big crow turned his eyes to look at it and rattled again. Nonsense, I have the master to raise, this is what I am going to give my subordinates to eat. If my subordinates can't get stronger, that means they can't be more effective for their master. It's true that it's not happy either. It doesn't matter if you don't have a spirit-stealing mouse, I'll find something with aura for it, so that it can practice mid-stage Qi as soon as possible. Hanyu said. Huachi first nodded, if you can successfully break through, Han Jr. brother, you suddenly increased your combat power, there are not many outside disciples inside your opponent. He also laughed, this spirit bird of yours didn't catch up with the good times. Previously Wang Hui's senior brother when the spirit field office supervisor, our Wanchun Valley peace and tranquility, every harvest to the green harvest spirit rice, steal the spirit rats infestation also no one care, only to drive away the matter, at that time that the spirit beast sex spies Zhang Shan also specially raised steal the spirit rats. If that time, you this spirit bird can naturally eat a lot of food, the handyman disciples will only be grateful to you. Hanyu laughed, how could I not have come from that time, senior flower brother? The previous Wanchun Valley was indeed extremely slack. It's also true that, fortunately, it's changed now. Huachi said, and everyone started practicing hard. That night, Hanyu copied 2 Xuanqing fruits out and gave them to the big and small crows to eat. It was also just as he had predicted, and the big and small crows were indeed just short of this proverbial kick in the pants. After eating the Xuanqing fruit, the 2 crows shrunk into a ball in front of Hanyu and began to ascend. After half the night, the 2 crows woke up, their feathers were still as black as ink, but they already possessed the protective power of a pre-Qi practicing artifact, and the attack power of their claws and beaks was also like that of a pre-Qi practicing attack artifact. The The dark golden pupils of the eyes are still the same, the eye circle weak, more than a layer of gold, as if the eyes were painted with gold powder. Hanyu tried the spell abilities of both the small and large crows. The small crow's ability is very simple, 3 wind blades can be instantly fired in a single burst at most, and the attack power has gone up a level. The big crow's spell ability was a step higher. It was able to unleash 4 wind blades in one breath, while also controlling the crows more smoothly and freely, and it also increased its mutual sensing and communication with Hanyu. Chapter 101 Bodyguard Epiphany. G.A. G.A. The 2 crows leaned intimately against Hanyu's left and right shoulders after they were successfully elevated. The 2 crows, the larger one more than 4 feet long and the smaller one 3 feet long, had their bodies and feathers, claws and beaks strengthened after being impregnated with aura, thus making them light and powerful, and immune to dust and dirt. In the last 6 months, the crows have been searching around the Wanchun Valley, and haven't found any new spirit fruits, and have found Xuanqing fruit once more, spirit bloodvine twice, and evening primrose twice more, because Hanyu has all of them, and didn't ask for them again, and only allowed the crows to eat them on their own. Is there any disciple at the spirit field that has any abnormalities lately? Especially Pig Lao San. Hanyu asked the 2 small and large crows again. The little crow did not share his mind, but was able to understand his words, and immediately quacked softly, and the big crow immediately transmitted the meaning of the little crow to Hanyu. Because the big crow accompanied Hanyu more around the clock, he didn't know as much as the little crow about the observations of the crows in various parts of the spiritual field. In addition to the big crow and the little crow, there were originally 11 crows that possessed aura, and their intelligence was already no less than that of a normal human, and now that half a year had passed, there were 3 more crows that also possessed aura, and could release the wind blade technique. This also meant that Hanyu not only had 16 crows as helpers in fighting and searching for spirit fruits, but also had eyes and ears in inconspicuous places at the spiritual fields. I don't know if it was due to Wanchun Valley's strict management and the remaining disciples being more loyal, but in the past period of time, Hanyu hadn't found anything special by asking the crows. This time, the big crows conveyed the meaning of the little crows, and there were no special gains, only that one of Pig Lao San's women was pregnant. Pig Lao San's woman is pregnant? Hanyu was a bit surprised. Because Pig Lao San's heart wasn't right before, although Hanyu used him, he couldn't help but be a bit wary of him. Now that Pig Lao San's woman is pregnant, when Pig Lao San really has offspring, maybe he won't be so unethical anymore, right? In the blink of an eye, 8 days passed. Spiritual field of the green rice has ended the harvest. Hanyu 10 acres of spiritual field harvest, hand over half, leaving 256 pounds of spiritual rice, remember 10 small merit. He has been in charge of the spiritual field for half a year, and has a bottle of Qi condensation dan. Senior Sister Li and Hua Qi were similar. Hanyu, Hua Qi, and Senior Sister Li also used the convenience of their positions to earn a total of 256 pounds of spirit rice, a bottle of Qi gathering dan, and 20 minor merits. The rewards were generous. In the words of Senior Sister Li, she used to go out and do the task of eliminating demons and devils, and this is similar to what she took, and there is no risk, and the sect has also reduced the merit required for the exchange of the transmission of the law. Wanchun Valley is really pushing its disciples to become stronger. Hanyu saw that the small merits had reached 40, and no longer hesitated, consuming 35 small merits in the deacon's room to exchange for a Foundation Establishment Realm Gangjin Talisman and a Foundation Establishment Realm Thunderbolt Talisman. Before, he didn't exchange it because Hanyu was worried about the sect's probing. Nowadays, on the one hand, the clan secretly let a few other elders break through to Jindan as much as possible, on the other hand, let all the disciples work hard to cultivate spells, improve their cultivation and fighting strength. Hanyu, the clan assured that the disciples, learned a lot of spells, to exchange for 2 life-preserving items is also reasonable. Other than Deacon Lu of the Deacon's Room, who urged Hanyu not to use such dangerous talismans on fellow disciples, no one else knew about it. In the end, Hanyu went to the transmission pavilion to exchange the remaining 5 small merits for the basic jade slips of weapon refining, which was an introduction before, and now he's looking at the basics again, so when he's almost done learning, he can start refining with the spirit materials on a trial basis. Returning to the spirit field, Hanyu also began to try to copy the Foundation Establishment Realm Thunder and Lightning Talisman and Gangjin Talisman. Unsurprisingly, the power of 1 day or 2 days of replication didn't allow for these 2 talismans to be replicated. In terms of item size, both talisman papers were not large. The material of the talisman paper was extraordinary, not something cultivators of the Qi practitioner realm could access in terms of the complexity of the drawing. It was likewise not something cultivators of the Qi practitioner realm could access. With 7 days of replication power accumulation, one can replicate a Thunderbolt talisman or a Gangjin talisman, which is similar to the replication power required for a storage bag. After Hanyu made a copy of the Thunderbolt Talisman and the Gangjin Talisman, he didn't continue to make copies of the Qi Gathering Pill, Xuanqing Fruit, Essence Blood, and the 1,000-year sunken wood heart used in his cultivation, which had already filled up the use of copying power, and in a short period of time, Hanyu only had so much copying power to accumulate. After finishing copying the talisman paper, Hanyu carefully examined the basics of weapon refining. At first, he needed spiritual materials to practice, and secondly, he needed to master the refining techniques, and in the process of refining, he had to determine the shape, utility, and so on, which was all learning. There was no rush on this, it could be learned slowly. Finally, Hanyu began today's cultivation. Holding 2,000-year-old sunken wood hearts in his hands, he operated the green harvest chi practicing heart technique, while the green wood body protecting technique was also drawing in the spiritual wood breath of the 1,000-year-old sunken wood hearts. Unconsciously, the cultivation went deeper, as if he was in the center of the trees. Hanyu forgot about the time and the circumference of the heavens, and only instinctively swallowed the spiritual chi. From all over the body of the comfortable and cozy feeling came, as if a person in the womb, innate worry-free feeling, but also as being made up for an important piece of the golden OU. Stunned to open his eyes, Hanyu realized that it was already daybreak. There was joy in his heart, as well as realization. Last night, the greenwood body protection technique was finally completed, bringing him stronger protection, and I don't know if it's because the green harvest chi practicing heart technique, greenwood body protection technique, the 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart, and the wood spirit root fit together, but it actually gave him a strange epiphany to make up for his own shortcomings. As a result, Hanyu felt in a better state than before. His body, spirit breath, dantian, and circumference all carried an indescribably rounded and natural feeling. The second leaf sprouting in the dantian had clearly stretched outward, at least as much as the cultivation effort in January, and his cultivation had increased significantly. The movement of spiritual breath and the traveling of the circumference out of the dantian was even more light and natural than before, coming from the heart. This is of course a good thing. However, Hanyu had another layer of feeling in his heart, and that was that perhaps the deep origin damage of the spirit refining technique had been partially compensated for as a result. In terms of the spirit refining technique's flaws, although he had continuously made up for most of the damage with the blood refining technique, which had already not hindered his cultivation and longevity, the deeper origin damage, however, needed to be compensated for by borrowing the heaven and earth's power of creation that was generally associated with leaping the dragon gate when he broke through from practicing chi to building the foundation. This time, the epiphany and compensation brought about by the consummation of the greenwood body protecting technique seemed to have served a similar purpose, accomplishing a compensation. Unfortunately, this opportunity only came once in the chi refining stage as well. The greenwood body protecting technique had reached the limit of what Hanyu could cultivate at the chi refining stage. If he were to accumulate more spirit wood breath, it would be detrimental to him. Just as the green harvest chi practicing heart technique had to be replaced when it reached the foundation establishment realm, the greenwood body protecting technique also had a more complex secret cultivation method when it reached the foundation establishment realm, which was not something Hanyu could accomplish at this moment. As the price of the epiphany, the 2,000-year-old sunken wood mind wood breath in his hand was completely lost, reduced to a spiritual material for refining weapons. The next greenwood body protecting technique will not absorb the spirit wood breath replication power of the moment, can again empty a piece, but can be accumulated to replicate the foundation establishment realm's thunder and lightning talisman and Gengjin talisman. These two kinds of talismans, for cultivators in the chi practicing realm, I think they should work well. There was another thing that Hanyu also felt marvelous about. He was supposed to break through the blood refining technique to the 5th level of blood refining last night, and this epiphany had delayed the breakthrough of the blood refining technique. Now that it was dawn, it wasn't a good idea to cultivate again, lest senior sister Li and Hua Qi pass by the door and notice anything strange. Thinking of this, Hanyu in his mind to write down another thing. If there is a masking breath, blocking the outside world eyes, protective cultivation formation is also an excellent convenience. Chapter 102, The So-Called Traveling Merchants. Hanyu, did you get something out of your cultivation yesterday? When Hanyu met Hua Qi at the door of his house, Hua Qi inquired in surprise. Hanyu some puzzled, Hua Qi showed him to go to the water tank to take a picture. Your face today is unusual. Hanyu was puzzled, and released the water control technique. A clear water gushed out from the tank, and condensed into a circle in front of him, like a mirror. He then saw his own appearance. His skin was glistening and eye-catching, and his eyes contained spiritual energy. Indeed, at a glance, it felt like his cultivation had just improved. With a thought, Hanyu slowly restrained his appearance from the afterglow of his epiphany and laughed. It's probably because the residual medicinal power of the chi-gathering pill is a bit too much, and it's overflowing. Hua Qi slightly enviously smiled and said, to gather chi dan used for cultivation, Han's senior brother Yu in the early stage of chi cultivation disciples is also considered unique. The middle stage of chi cultivation may not be able to do so. You constantly take chi dan. However, once I saw this skillful skill of yours, I felt that it was only natural for you to use the chi-gathering pill for cultivation. As the two of them were talking, Peg Lao-san came over with a smile. Senior brother Han, are you free to go to the market today? Counting the days, that traveling merchant should almost be coming from the Black Mountain marketplace. Hanyu nodded. Good, it's time to go and take a look. He also said to Hua Qi, Hua senior brother, I'll go to the market to look at the spirit fruits. If senior sister Li asks about it, help me say so. Hua Qi laughed. Good, you go, senior brother Han. Hanyu released the banana leaf, signaling Peg Lao-san to stand up, and flew towards the green harvest market. Exiting from the spiritual field past the range of the mountain protection array, Han Yu's big crow followed, landing on Han Yu's shoulder and cawing with a crooked head. Pig Lao San laughed and said, "This spirit bird is really majestic." The big crow's golden eyes and dark golden pupils stared at him, looking at him uncomfortably, then turned his head again. "Those two women in your house, how come they are not helping you harvest at the spirit field these 2 days?" Han Yu suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Pig Lao San was a bit surprised, and then answered with a smile, "Senior brother Han, they miss their families a bit, so I let them go home for a while." Han Yu didn't move to look at him and didn't say anything else. Even the woman carrying his own child cannot be treated well. This person is ruthless and selfish. How long can he remember his own kindness? Can't be trusted, can't be used. In the future, when inquiring about spiritual fruits and the like, it seems that they will have to look for other people, or simply come to the market by themselves. In the middle of the conversation, the two arrived at the entrance of the green harvest market. After dropping the banana leaf and putting it in his storage bag, Han Yu took Big Crow and Pig Lao San through the reed mat area to the bamboo shed area. Pig Lao San looked around, a little anxious. Why isn't that traveling merchant here? Next to a thin monkey-like cultivator chimed in, "You are asking about the traveling merchants from other markets?" "Yes, you, do you know?" "No, just now he has come. There is a person want to trade with him some taboo things. The green harvest workshop inside the market cannot be traded. 2 people out of the workshop market, to the east of 10 miles of the small assembly to go." That thin monkey cultivator replied. Pig Lao San suddenly realized, and then looked at Han Yu. "Han brother, we wait here for him to come back, or go to the small assembly to see?" "Wait for him to come back," Han Yu said calmly. "Well, good, I'm sure he'll be back soon," nodded Pig Lao San. The thin monkey cultivator laughed. "Come back is back, by then things will be sold out." The small assembly side of the cultivators are not reveal their identity. Not a few of the rich and powerful. Some good things once taken out, immediately scramble light, can be much faster than the green harvest market. Pig Lao San was surprised. After thinking about it, he whispered to Han Yu, "It's really like that over there in the small assembly. They are all people with covered faces and unknown identities, and they are very generous, so if we continue to wait, I'm afraid that the spirit fruits will be bought in advance." Han Yu's expression was stoic. "It doesn't matter, I'll turn around, take a look, and forget about it if I can't buy it." After saying his words, he waved his hand and let the big crow fly away. "If you're tired of waiting, go back by yourself first." This sentence seems to be said to the big crow, but also seems to be said to Pig Lao San. Pig Lao San watched the big crow spread its wings and fly away, and smiled awkwardly. "Senior Han didn't say this to me, did he? Are you feeling impatient too?" Han Yu asked. "I thought only the crows were impatient. If you're impatient too, you can also go back. I'll stroll around the marketplace by myself." "Senior brother Han, you helped me unlock the restrictions and let me cultivate again. It's like a gift to me, so how could I be impatient? I will definitely accompany you even if I have to wait for a few more days, no complaints whatsoever," Pig Lao San said in a loud voice. Han Yu stopped talking and only walked around the bamboo shed area to watch the stalls. That thin monkey cultivator said is true or false, Han Yu does not know, but he felt wrong. Directly let the big crow to go outside the marketplace to summon their crows waiting. In the previous half year or so, Pig Lao San had asked Han Yu to come see the spirit fruit 7 or 8 times, and never once did he need to go outside the marketplace. This time, he had to go outside the market, so Han Yu had to take precautions. Not to mention that Pig Lao San had just kicked out his pregnant woman. Even if Pig Lao San was a good person, Han Yu couldn't go to a strange place and gamble his life away just because he was a good person. Han Yu hadn't even heard of that small assembly before, so he couldn't possibly listen to a few words and go straight there to take a risk. Pig Lao San exchanged a quick and covert glance with the thin monkey cultivator. Afterward, Pig Lao San continued to follow Han Yu, while the skinny monkey cultivator hurriedly left and returned quietly in a short time. After about an hour, Han Yu said, "It seems that the traveling merchant won't come back today. I'd better go back, and the matter of purchasing spirit fruits will be discussed later." Pig Lao San was surprised. "Senior brother Han, don't you want to wait a little longer?" "No, I won't wait," Han Yu said and walked towards the outside of the marketplace. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but at this time, a man wearing a black robe with a storage bag on his waist and a goat's beard came from outside. The thin monkey cultivator pointed to this goat-bearded man and greeted Han Yu and Pig Lao San. "My 2 friends, the traveling merchants are here. Are you still buying?" he asked the goat-bearded man. Han Yu asked the man with the goatee, "Are you a traveling merchant? Where are you from?" "I've traveled to and from all the markets in the southern region, and I've been outside the southern region." This goatee man smiled and said, "Do you want to buy something?" Pig Old 3 asked, "You here can have spirit fruit? Last time I asked you, the kind of unusual and difficult to see the spirit of the fruit. Yesterday there was, just now in that small assembly has been sold out." The goat-bearded man smiled and said, "Do you two have any needs?" "I don't mind saying it carefully, I'll bring it to you when I come next time." Pig Lao San looked disappointed and looked at Han Yu. "Look, senior brother Han, it's really sold out. We'll have to hurry next time. By the way, brother Han, what kind of spiritual fruits and elixirs do you want? Why don't you tell this traveling merchant? He may be able to bring them next time he comes back." Han Yu's gaze seemed to be unintentional as he swept over Pig Lao San, the skinny monkey, and the goatee in front of him, becoming more and more uneasy. I want a spirit fruit, 1 inch in size, reddish-red like fire in appearance, with a thin veil, quite rare in utility, able to enhance the fire spirit root. He opened his mouth and made one up, just to see how the goatee answered. Goatbeard nodded, full of promise. Good to say, next month I come to Green Harvest Market again, we'll certainly give you to bring. However, you have to prepare the spirit stone in advance, this spirit fruit is specially searched for you, the price is expensive. If you prepare too few spirit stones, I won't sell it to you. Let's talk about it next month. Han Yu said to himself, I just made up this fruit, you can't name it, but you're sure to bring it to me. Today, this time I came to the Green Harvest Market, from Pig Lao San to the skinny monkey and goatee in front of me, there is not a single one that is not eccentric. Next month, I still go to the small assembly, you can go there to find me then. Good. After Han Yu made an agreement with the goatee, he didn't stay any longer and took Pig Lao San out of the Green Harvest Market to return to the spiritual field. Along the way, Pig Lao San was very talkative, saying that he would definitely help Han Yu buy the required spirit fruits next time, even if he had to spend all his money. Han Yu finally dropped the banana leaf and nodded to him. Good, it's rare that you have this heart. I'll definitely let you get what you want, literally dump your family's money. Chapter 103, Crow-tan. After Pig Lao San left, Han Yu directly dispatched crows to keep an eye on him in the neighborhood of the Green Harvest Marketplace, and also had the crows check out the direction of the so-called small gathering. Naturally, there would be no more gains today. After inspecting the spiritual fields, Han Yu returned to his room to cultivate. When it was late at night, he first practiced the Green Harvest Chi practicing heart technique, then copied his essence blood and practiced the blood refining technique. The essence blood of his body surged into the Danjong point above the blood talisman, and returned once swallowed and spat out. Above the blood talisman, the 5th pattern coalesced completely. The 5th layer of blood refining was finally accomplished. 97 drops of body essence blood, and pure and incomparable, not containing any foreign impurities. This was absolutely unimaginable amongst demonic cultivators. The means of self-preservation had been enhanced some more. On the second day, there was no abnormality around Pig Lao San or the Green Harvest Market. A few crows went over to the small assembly and were relayed by the big crow after they returned. There at the small assembly, it seemed like there was usually no one there at all. It should be a gathering that only happens at a fixed time. On the third day, there were finally people in the small gathering, but they were all very vigilant, wearing white robes and big sleeves with masks or hats to hide their faces and identities. A crow came close for a moment, and because of its aura, it was suspected of being a bred spirit bird and was injured by a cultivator with a spell. On the same day, another crow also made a discovery. Not at the spiritual field, but in the middle of the woods outside the Wanchun Valley workshop, a crow saw a red-eyed man talking to a child with a guard, very carefully. The red-eyed man said to the child, Wanchun Valley sees death, your Jiang family has only one only child, how much longer do you have to wait before you can avenge your death? Only listen to me, you can take revenge. It turned out that the devil cultivator appeared around the Green Harvest Market again, and lured the 5th prince of the Jiang clan's royal family to practice blood refining. When the 5th prince of the Jiang clan was in the middle of his revenge, he really couldn't withstand the temptation and chose to put himself under the devil cultivator's door and started practicing the blood refining technique. The matter of the demonic cultivator and the Jiang clan's 5th prince, Han Yu first put aside, let the big crow bring the injured crow, gave a xuanqing fruit, both to appease and reward. The raven had already established a connection with Han Yu with its spirit cultivation technique essence blood, and although it wasn't the kind of powerful constraints like the beast heart psychic contract or the beast mastery technique, it was natural to be close to Han Yu. After receiving Han Yu's reward, he was immediately refreshed and wanted to come over and peck Han Yu to show his intimacy. The big crow immediately spread its wings and pushed it away. The crow fell over and stood up with a shrunken head. Han Yu smiled, reached out to touch its head, combed its feathers, and nodded at the big crow's head. It's been injured, so don't be petty. The big crow gurgled softly and finally stopped waving its wings to drive it away. The crow then happily snuggled up to Han Yu for a while before leaving with the big crow. After a few more days since the Jiang clan's 5th prince practiced blood refining, the 5th prince met with the demonic cultivator again. Han Yu had wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to get more information, but it turned out that the demonic cultivator seemed to be just a casual cultivator who occasionally obtained the blood refining skill, and didn't seem like a disciple of the demon blood sect, and was still thinking about obtaining more blood food through the Jiang clan's 5th prince, as well as living a life of riches and honor in the future. In that case, it was almost time to inform the sect about them. It was also on this day that Han Yu finally learned the exact news of Pig Lao San through the crows once again. Pig Lao San didn't go directly to the Green Harvest Market after leaving the spiritual field this day, but went directly to the small assembly side and changed his face to meet some people before heading back to the Green Harvest Market. At the small gathering side, it would be dangerous for crows to approach inside the Green Harvest Market. Crows would be too conspicuous if they intruded. After that, Pig Lao San and the thin monkey-like cultivator came out from the Green Harvest Market together and went to the small gathering side. The crows had no way to get close, but just watched them leave talking and laughing from the big acacia tree at the entrance of the green harvest market, not knowing what they had said. Early the next morning, Hanyu brought his great crow to find Senior Sister Lee. He reported on his great crow's recent discoveries. Senior Sister Lee was stunned upon hearing this. Senior Brother Han, are you saying that the Jiang clan's fifth prince colluded with demonic cultivators and practiced blood refining? Shu-san abuses mortals and colludes with cultivators who don't know where they're coming from, with the intention of misbehaving? Your big crow found all this out? Indeed it was, but I implore Senior Sister Lee to give me a special note when she reports to the sect, and not to give me any more public rewards or announce my great crow, so that others won't target me and my great crow. Hanyu explained, the reason why Zhu-san is onto me, I think it's because I have too many items in my hands, such as chi-gathering pills, spiritual rice, 1,000-year-old sunken wood hearts, and various spells, and he didn't fall for it because he couldn't guess that I could use the great crow to find out what he was doing, so he didn't fall for it. If the sect announces another reward for me, and then announces my great crow as well, I'm afraid that the next time someone backstabs me, I won't be able to hide from them anymore. Besides, if I don't announce it, I might be able to discover some more spies for the sect. Senior Sister Lee nodded. You have a point, I'll be sure to make all of this clear when I report to my master. By the way, Senior Brother Han, how does Zhu-san mistreat mortals? There were originally 2 women in his house, and my crows found out that one was pregnant some time ago, and as a result, both women were sent away by him to nowhere. Hanyu explained, I had thought to congratulate him, but I didn't expect him to conceal the pregnant woman without a word and dispose of her privately. This bastard. Senior Sister Lee's face was furious. A tiger's poison is still not enough to eat its child, is he even worse than a beast? Senior Han, keep an eye on Zhu-san, don't let him get away, don't hesitate to strike when necessary. I'll go and report to my master. Just this such mutilation of mortals is enough for the sect to clean him up. After finishing her speech, Senior Sister Lee hurriedly boarded the shuttle and headed to the main peak of Wanchun Valley. Hanyu then patrolled the spirit fields unhurriedly, just as he always did. Pig Lao-san saw Hanyu through the window and cursed in his heart, but squeezed out a smile and walked out the door to greet Hanyu. Hanyu nodded slightly, and Pig Lao-san complimented him before returning to his stone house. Pig Lao-san was a grateful person, and after Hanyu lifted him up and lifted the restriction, he sincerely thanked him for about 2 days. Immediately afterward, he was upset, just a 4-spirit root brat, because of a bit of art talent, but also coincidentally made a merit. Actually, with fried beans with chi dan generally eat down, there are so many resources to supply. How not to let people envy and cynicism? How unfair is Wanchun Valley? I was just a clever seller of goods, and I was severely punished, and almost couldn't cultivate anymore. Do you want me to be thankful for that? The palm of his hand pressed on the storage bag in his bosom, thinking of the spirit etching powder inside. Pig Lao-san's indignation gradually subsided. Soon do it. At that time we'll be able to take away all his things pushed to the devil cultivator or spirit beast sect. The sect will certainly not think that I sow a smile all day with people. The surface of the loyal small roll is the real underhanded person. Thinking of the complacency, his face could not help but reveal a few moments of sinister real smile. Just then, a voice came from the doorway. Shu-san, in or out? Chapter 104, Recognizing the Storage Bag. Hearing someone shouting, Pig Lao-san got up and walked to the door, didn't open the door, stood behind the door and asked first, who was looking for me? Looking for you to ask about the spiritual field. The person said. Pig old 3 puzzled, but still feel that should be nothing, then opened the door, with a smile on his face. The spiritual field, I do not know. Before he finished speaking, a rattan whip rolled over like a python, binding his entire body firmly. Deacon White maneuvered the greenish-gray rattan whip and looked at Pig Lao-san with a cold smile. I haven't seen you for some days, Shu-san. Deacon White. Pig Lao-san was startled. The matter of me selling Bai Ling Yun's spirit refining technique has not yet passed? Why are you hitting the door again? In theory, that matter should be considered to have passed. After all, you were lucky enough to have the credit turned around. Deacon Bai laughed coldly. But who let you be found out by our Bai family again? Your matter is over. I am wrongly accused. This is a frame-up. Your Bai family framed me. I am wrongly accused. Shu-san shouted at once. Injustice? Search and you will know. Deacon White signaled to the 2 inner disciples behind him, Jin Qi and Shang Yan, to search his residence and body. I don't believe that he doesn't have cracks. Jin Qi and Shang Yan each took 2 outer disciples, one searched the house and the other searched Shu-san's body. In just a few breaths, the storage bag in Pig Lao-san's arms was drawn out. An outer disciple tried to open the storage bag, but couldn't. Deacon Bai, this storage bag cannot be opened. It is also a storage bag that recognizes the owner. This item is rare in the chi refining stage. Deacon White looked at Pig Lao-san. Shu-san, the sect collected all your harvest and storage bag last time. Now how come you have a storage bag again, or this kind of valuable, specialized in recognizing the owner? Pig Lao-san immediately shouted, Deacon Bai, don't deliberately wrong me. The clan later allowed me to do business again, just not allowed me to sell to the clan disciples. I do business with other casual cultivators. Earn such a storage bag is also reasonable. Deacon White smiled disdainfully. It's already happened, but still this kind of sophistry, when I really can't do anything about you? Shu-san, you now honestly explain, there is still a way to live if you refuse to be honest. Don't blame me for not being polite. Deacon Bai, you deliberately framed me, I have nothing to say. Shu-san's neck is strong. Deacon White sneered, you're asking for death, no one else is to blame. Escort him, go to the refinery, have his spirit breath and blood, the refinery has its own way to open this storage bag. With a wave of his hand, he took the people on his magic weapon and went straight to the refinery. Seeing them leave, Senior Sisterly smiled at Han Yu and asked, how is it? Senior Brother Han, is this disposition okay? Han Yu nodded, naturally, it's good. Sisterly added, the thin man who colluded with Shu-san shouldn't be able to escape, and won't be able to deny it when the time comes. There's also the Jiang clan's fifth prince and the demonic cultivator, who shouldn't be able to escape either. Master also thought deeply of your proposal and decided that this time the reward for you will no longer be known to outsiders, depending on how many can be confirmed and captured. Two people are talking. Hua Qi hurried over. Li Senior Sister, Han Senior Brother, just now as the White Deacon brought people over to catch people? There are spies again? Senior Sisterly nodded. Yes, it's Shu-san. Hua Qi was surprised but not surprised that Shu-san, indeed is full of crooked ideas. I thought he was grateful to Han Senior Brother, has reformed. It seems like he couldn't help but violate the rules again. Both Senior Sisterly and Han Yu nodded and didn't say anything more on the topic. Han Yu was acting out of self-preservation, and Senior Sisterly also kept her promise and didn't say anything more to anyone else. After all, Han Yu's cultivation level was indeed not high, and it was indeed not good for more people to know about his report to the sect and the rewards he received. The next day, Senior Sisterly made a special trip to the main peak to see how the report went. After returning, she informed Han Yu. The Jiang clan's fifth prince was captured and brought to Wanchun Valley, and the demonic cultivator resisted and killed on the spot. Shu-san's storage bag was opened. In addition to spiritual rice, there are many items that are not allowed to be resold, such as spirit eroding scattering, blood refining kung fu, and the jade slips of spells passed down by the clan, which are enough to nullify his cultivation. The thin cultivator was also captured by Wanchun Valley, a loose cultivator who was used to killing and robbing people. The goatee-bearded merchant was not captured, and it was not known if he had made a disguise in advance, or if he had really left the green harvest market. The sect is interrogating Shu-san and that loose cultivator. I think more information, the whereabouts of those two women will soon be known. Sister Li concluded. Han Yu was really surprised. Shu-san and the skinny cultivator is only chi cultivation, actually able to hold out until this time has not yet honestly explained, is also rare. If they don't give an explanation, the clan will search their souls directly, right? After another day, Pig Old 3 and Thin Cultivator in the end is from beginning to end to explain clearly, including Pig Old 3 will bring two women to the small assembly soul, and then do not ask the dead and alive the direction of the unknown, including they are ready to ambush Han Yu, and then go with the traveler to the other market. That traveling merchant really did come from another market and is indeed not in the green harvest market now. It's just that unlike what he said before, this traveling merchant didn't come from the Black Mountain market within the Great Zhou dynasty, but rather the Spirit Beast sect side of the 10,000 Beasts market near the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. According to this traveling merchant, the Spirit Beast sect has opened its gates and decided to recruit many disciples every year, regardless of any origin. Even the casual cultivators are not rejected. Nowadays, the entire 10,000 Beasts market had become the most prosperous location in the entire southern region, with a large number of people from the Southernly Kingdom, Western Moon Kingdom, Great Zhou Dynasty, and even Eastern barbarians and Northern Chang going to the 10,000 Beasts market to seek immortality and ask for help. This was a great opportunity for them to show off their skills and make money left and right. Now that Pig Lao San and the thin loose cultivator had been captured, it was obvious that they would no longer have this opportunity to escape to the 10,000 Beasts market with that traveling merchant. Listening to Senior Sister Li's narration and verifying Pig Lao San's plot, Han Yu was also a bit surprised by the Spirit Beast sect's behavior. Senior Sister Li, while our sect is working hard to improve its strength, the Spirit Beast sect side is also refusing to rest. Yeah, they're also still acting stupidly. Senior Sister Li can't help but frown slightly when she talks about this topic. I really don't know why they are fighting with our Wanchun Valley like this. After 2 more days, Jin Shi sent rewards to Han Yu and Senior Sister Li. Senior Sister Li was rewarded for her report and received 10 small merits and a bottle of chi gathering pills. Han Yu obtained important information correctly, got a big merit, a master storage bag, a bottle of gas gathering pills, a piece of Millennium Sunkenwood heart, and a bottle of beast spirit pills used to raise chi cultivation stage spirit beasts. At the same time also bring news, Pig Old 3 and Thin Loose Cultivator Hands are human life, not only killed the cultivator, no less than 10 people killed mortals, has been the clan's soul searching and then killed. Considering that the Zhengs in the South China has always been obedient to the Wanchun Valley, considering the Zheng's 5th son is less than 10 years old, even the spiritual root cannot be measured, more is the eagerness to take revenge under the compulsion of the devil cultivator. The Wanchun Valley is only to abolish his blood refining skills, and temporarily raised in the Wanchun Valley by the servants to take care of. 2 years later, the spiritual root test, and then decide whether he stays or goes. Chapter 105, 14 years old. Senior brother Han, senior sister has lent you another reward for your work. After senior brother Jin Shi left, senior sister Lee smiled and said, with another year, I think my cultivation will be able to reach the 9th level of Qi cultivation. If you make another achievement, you may not even need a year. Hanyu smiled, achievement also depends on opportunity. If there is no opportunity, you can't even think about it if you want to achieve success. Regardless of whether or not you make another achievement, the clan's expectations and trust in you are already very high. Sisterly said here, worried about Hanyu's young age, does not know the clan's painstaking, specifically for him to explain, afraid of you by the 4 spiritual root qualifications dragged down, cultivation is too slow, the clan gave you a piece of 1,000 years of sunkenwood heart, a bottle of Qi Dan, so that you break through as soon as possible. Because of your spirit beast has made a merit, specially give you a bottle of beast spirit Dan, let the spirit beast become stronger and grow. Because your items have been coveted, you are specially given a storage bag that recognizes its owner. From now on, your important items will be placed in the recognizable storage bag, and unimportant items will be placed in an ordinary storage bag, so even if someone steals your storage bag, they won't be able to take your items. What senior sisterly said, Hanyu himself felt. It had to be said that ever since he had shown his talent for arts and crafts and had successively made meritorious achievements for the clan had never been stingy with the rewards he returned. The senior brothers and sisters were also mostly good people with few disagreements. If it weren't for the threat of foreign enemies, Wanchun Valley would really be an excellent choice for a long-term immortal cultivation. Returning to his room, Hanyu inputs his spirit breath into the storage bag to complete his mastery, and then puts his original storage bag's 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart, Xuanxing fruit, spirit blood vine, Qi gathering pill, for foundation establishment realm talismans, and 20 Qi practicing realm talismans into the new storage bag. The Qi gathering pill, 1,000-year sunken wood heart, and beast spirit pill that he had just obtained were also put into it. The internal space of the new storage bag is not as large as the original storage bag, but just a recognized master, more secure, it is better than the original storage bag. In Hanyu's original storage bag, there were only spiritual rice, spiritual stones, various types of spells, and 2 pieces of weapon refining jade slips, which were not very important items. After taking stock of the harvest, Hanyu sat down in the house to meditate. The events of Pig Lao San and the demonic cultivator flowed by, and had already passed as far as he was concerned. Taking the Qi gathering pill, holding the 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart in his hand, he operated the green harvest Qi practicing heart technique to increase his spiritual breath to its limit. After the big crow arrived that night, Hanyu gave it a beast spirit pill to taste to see how the medicinal power was. The big crow tasted the beast spirit elixir, and responded to Hanyu. The beast spirit elixir was far inferior to the Xuanxing fruit, and slightly worse than the spirit blood vine, but more than the spirit stealing mouse. Hanyu's heart then had a calculation beast spirit Dan to help ordinary crows to awaken. To the early Qi cultivation crows as a reward are still good, for the middle Qi cultivation of the big crows, small crows, although the role of the big crows, although also have, is not too big. The next morning, again as usual, Hanyu practiced his spells next to the spirit field stewardship. The days gradually returned to calm, and a few days later, senior sisterly retrieved the green harvest spirit seed, and it was another few days of busyness at the spirit field. Senior sisterly, Huaqi, Hanyu, and the outer disciples who planted the spiritual fields, and the odd job disciples turned the spiritual fields over and loosened the soil, sowed the seeds, and watered the fields. When they were finally free, they watched Hanyu practicing his spells, while the outer disciples and servant disciples had all recently exchanged quite a few spells and had spiritual rice for cultivation, so they couldn't help but get itchy and eager to give it a try. Some people tried to ask if they could practice spells with Hanyu in this empty space. Just practicing spells on the surface, Hanyu naturally had no inhibitions. This started the ball rolling, and in just a few days, more than a dozen people wanted to practice spells, and even though more people didn't practice on the field, they clearly wanted to try their hand at it. After Hanyu conferred with senior sisterly and Huaqi, he reported to the sect that the spirit field office should set up a venue for practicing spells and sparring on weekdays. The original Wanchun Valley had a lot of restrictions on spells, and before the disciples became outer disciples, very few of them had acquired attack spells or had experience in sparring, so there were no such venues in all places except the main peak. Nowadays, there are 20 to 30 outer disciples planting 10 acres of spiritual fields at the spiritual fields, and the odd job disciples have all learned 1 or 2 attack or defense spells, so there is indeed a need to practice their spells regularly. By coincidence, not only the spiritual fields division, but also the pill garden division and the weapon refining division both made similar requests around the same time. They were all in a similar situation. The number of disciples who had mastered spells had increased, the venues for practicing spells were insufficient, and it was inconvenient to go to the main peak. The sect simply agreed, and set aside all 5 places: the spiritual field, pill garden, weaponry, alchemy, and talismans as sites for practicing spells. The entire Wanchun Valley immediately looked much more lively, with disciples practicing spells everywhere, and it was only at the mountain gates, patrols, and ancestor tombs where the rotating guards were quieter. Compared to the Wanchun Valley that used to be quiet for cultivation and planting, the current Wanchun Valley seemed to have become a very different sect, and both Senior Sister Lee and Huachi felt that they weren't quite adapted to it for a while, and even said a word or two about this strange change to Hanyu. After planting the spirit field, unknowingly, it was another 20 days, Hanyu cultivated daily to enhance his cultivation, practicing the Thousand Illusions secret art, all kinds of spells, and also practicing the Greenwood body protection art and spirit breath nurturing spirit art. The crows were also going out every day, searching for medicinal herbs on one hand, and checking for demonic cultivators or spies on the other. Because the crows were observing from afar, they were able to figure out the time and rules of the small gatherings outside of the Green Harvest Marketplace. Every 4th and 9th day of the year was the time for the small gatherings to get together. Almost all participants hide their identities in cultivation and usually behave in a more restrained manner, and when they occasionally make a move, all of them run to kill each other, without leaving the slightest bit of leeway. The participants of this small gathering were mainly Qi cultivation realm cultivators. In the evening of this day, Hanyu learned from Big Crow that the goatee-bearded merchant had come to Green Harvest Market again. The next day, Hanyu informed Senior Sister Lee of this news, who then went to report to Elder Lu. He thought that this matter would be handily resolved, but he didn't realize that something had gone wrong. The goatee-bearded merchant was exceptionally treacherous and cunning, and the one who entered the marketplace was actually a human puppet, with the main body hiding in an unknown location. After Wanchun Valley captured the puppet, the traveling merchant took the initiative to cut off the connection, and then no more sound, just leaving Wanchun Valley a puppet that had lost control. Afterward, Wanchun Valley rewarded Hanyu with a bottle of Beast Spirit Pill as a reward for his beast's hard work. Under the effect of the Beast Spirit Pill, the crows under Hanyu's command had 4 more that possessed aura, awakened their spells, and became pre-Qi practicing spirit birds. In total, there are 2 crows in the middle stage of Qi cultivation, 18 crows in the early stage of Qi cultivation, and dozens of crows that have not yet become spirit beasts. Time slowly moved forward, passing slowly, and then passing amazingly fast. After a few more months, Hanyu is already 14 years old, his stature has unconsciously grown a cut taller, and most of his childishness has faded from his brows and eyes. Dantian at the spiritual breath bud, the second leaf has been stretched to only a few, another month or 2 will be able to break through. This year's Wanchun Valley Inner and Outer Disciple Competition has begun registration. Chapter 106, Bound to Ascend the Stage. With the Inner and Outer Disciple Competition just around the corner, the Pill Garden Division had gained a lot of free time, so Zhongyu took advantage of the fact that Sun Kong and Lu Lan both had time to ride on a banana leaf together to look for Hanyu at the spirit field. As soon as they met, Zhongyu's spirit dog Xiaobai looked at Hanyu, huffed and puffed and spat out his tongue, wagging his tail out into the wind. Zhongyu kicked it in the face, "Don't make a scene." Xiaobai rolled on the ground, then rolled over and stood up again, shaking off the dust on his body. It's really resistant to being beaten up. When he was looking toward Hanyu, a 5-foot-long, majestic, golden-eyed crow landed on Hanyu's shoulder, its dark golden pupils staring at Little White, soundless and silent. Little White's white fur exploded all over his body, whimpering and hurriedly hiding behind Zhongyu's feet. Zhongyu couldn't help but slap her hand and laugh out loud. "You mangy puppy, when you meet Senior Brother Han's big bird, you're scared." Sun Kong, Lu Lan, and not far away, Senior Sister Lee and Huachi also couldn't help but laugh. This white spirit dog was really good at avoiding harm. With a smile on her face, Zhongyu opens the storage bag at the Scarlet Belt and distributes fried melon seeds with evening primrose to Hanyu, Sun Kong, Lu Lan, Senior Sister Lee, and Huachi, and then enters the steward's office to talk and chat together. Zhongyu asked about the situation of Pig Lao San, who was imprisoned at the spirit field. Because of colluding with loose cultivators and plotting to kill the sect's disciples, he has already been executed by the sect. Zhongyu was surprised, and cannot help but sigh. Long ago felt that he took those bad things to sell spirit stones some not enough moral, but at that time is still quite clear price later began not to tell the truth, borrowing the clan is in trouble, intentionally pitfalls of this clan disciples, that time is already very bad. In the end, actually going to kill the disciples of this clan, this can really not be expected at all. Speaking of which, Pig Lao San deserved what he got, but Zhongyu and him were also considered acquaintances who had set up stalls together in the bamboo shed area, so he couldn't bear to say more about right and wrong after his death. After a few more words, Sun Kong asked Hanyu, "This outer sect disciple competition, do you want to participate, Senior Brother Han?" Lu Lan added, "Senior Brother Han, you're also at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation now, just like the 2 of us, and your spells are so good, do you want to go and compete for the top 10 outer disciples?" Hanyu slightly shook his head. "It's not necessary, the outer disciples are mostly at the 4th or 5th level of Qi cultivation. This year, there may be a breakthrough to the 6th level of Qi cultivation, and no longer broken into the inner door, my 3rd level of Qi cultivation, how to be their rivals." Hanyu wasn't prepared to participate in the grand competition, mainly because he was worried about being discovered by the Jindan Realm's sect master and Elder Yen. Although under the operation of the Thousand Illusions secret art and the convergence art, his blood refining technique wouldn't be seen through by the outside world as long as he didn't use it. Moreover, his blood refining technique was also the most special case, with no traces of half a demonic cultivator, but in the end, he shouldn't go to the Jindan realm cultivator to try too much before. Hearing this, Zhang Yu, Sun Kang, and Lu Lan all felt some regret. Hua Qi also said, Han senior brother, you're skillful in your techniques and release them very quickly. Even though I'm at the 5th level of Qi cultivation, I feel that I may not be your opponent. You really should participate in the outer disciple competition and give it a try. The words have just fallen, but Li senior sister on the side of a bashful smile, smoothly Zhong Yu will give the melon seeds, shelling only melon seeds left on the side. What are you anxious? Right now, the sect is only talking about letting the inner and outer disciples enroll, but they haven't set a constitution yet. As far as I know, in this year's outer sect, there are 3 disciples who are bound to participate in the grand competition, and I cannot refuse. The first one is called Lu Yun. This person has 3 spirit roots and is born with a fast recovery time. After Elder Wen took him in as a disciple, his bad habits did not change, causing a lot of disciples and deacons to look at him with disdain. This time, Elder Wen is bound to let him participate in the outer sect disciple competition, forcing him to show his strength, so that he won't be looked down upon by people who always talk about him. The second is Elder Bai's Jr., Bai Ling Yun. Elder Bai said that his spiritual root is not good, need to more polishing to see the gap, in the future will not be whimsical to cultivate what spirit refining art, this time the outer disciple competition, let him also participate. The third one is you, senior brother Han. Han Yu was stunned and looked at senior sister Li. Me? Not bad, it's exactly you. Senior sister Li smiled, I told you before that the sect holds you in high regard, guessing that you're an exceptional talent in spell cultivation. So far you have used 4 or 5 bottles of Qi gathering pills, and are about to practice Qi at the 4th level. The clan supports this behavior of taking Qi gathering pills in advance, and keeps rewarding you and urging you to progress in your cultivation, and this is supposed to be specifically for you alone to consider only. My master Elder Lu has said that you will inevitably have to appear on stage to display your spells for the elders to see. If my master teacher doesn't enroll you in this outer sect disciple competition, Elder Yen or the sect leader will also designate you to participate. When Han Yu heard this, he realized that he couldn't avoid this outer sect disciple competition. Because of his spell talent and because of his repeated achievements, Han Yu had already been valued by Wanchun Valley. If he was proven to have a natural talent for spells, it would only be more inconvenient for him to meet the sect leader and elders in the future. Han Yu was having a hard time in his mind when a thought suddenly rose up. If he were in the Spirit Sword sect, which is as cynical as hatred, and has no quarrel with demonic cultivators, Han Yu would never dare to have such a thought. But Wanchun Valley here division up and down the calm very, as long as it is not a spy, do not want to harm people, in fact, has always been punished very light, but also very forgiving. Pig Old 3 to refining the spirit of the art almost harmed the white elders of the progeny, but also did not directly kill. Zhang's 5th prince was compelled to practice refining the blood, but only was abolished refining blood, and did not directly hit and kill. Previously caught spies, are rarely killed on the spot, are brought back to interrogate, after confirmation and then disposed of. Even Li Tonghai, a disciple sent by the Spirit Sword sect, was able to discuss with the elders of Wanchun Valley whether or not they had colluded with the devil cultivators, and finally treated him as a guest. If Han Yu was born with exceptional talent in spells and happened to have practiced the blood refining technique at no cost, would Wanchun Valley kill him? Would the Wanchun Valley kill him or abolish him, or would they consider him to have mastered the technique and treat him more favorably from now on? After this idea was born, a new line of thought emerged in Han Yu's mind. In a real emergency, it might be possible to try. But before that, Han Yu still had to be careful to inquire from the side about Wanchun Valley's views on such matters. Until he was sure of his safety, this idea was still extremely dangerous and should not be attempted hastily. Great! Senior apprentice brother Han, Sun Kang, Hua Qi, and the others were all overjoyed. When the time comes for you to participate in the outer sect disciple competition, we'll definitely be there to cheer for you. Han Yu thanked them under his breath and looked at Senior Sister Li. Senior Sister Li, will you be participating in the inner sect disciple competition? Senior Sister Li nodded slightly. I'll try my hand at fighting someone, not looking for any ranking, just adding some experience. Then she suggested to Han Yu, also, Senior Sister Han, before participating in the grand competition, you should also go by attack and defense spells, otherwise, if you only rely on spells, you'll be too disadvantaged and won't be able to get a good ranking. Han Yu, see the outer disciples' big competition is difficult to refuse, then know that this magic weapon is bound to by life and death struggle. He can use the blood refining skills blood droplets, can use the foundation talisman, can use the crows surrounded by killing, these 3 means all have no way to use in the ring. And by magic weapon is to increase the strength, is not a loss. I still have a lot of spirit rice and some spirit stones in my hand, so why don't I just go and buy them back today? When Han Yu said this, Zhong Yu, Sun Kang, and Lu Lan were all excited and wanted to take advantage of today's free time to go to the Green Harvest Market together. Senior Sister Li had little interest in such matters, and after eating the peeled melon seeds in one bite, she went back to practicing. Hua Qi had to look after the spirit field office, so it wasn't convenient for him to follow. So the four of them, Han Yu, Zhang Yu, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan, rode on 2 banana leaves and traveled to the Green Harvest Market as a group. Chapter 107, What is the Master for? As the 4 Wanchun Valley outer disciples wearing green clothes and jade pendants passed through the reed mat area where mortals set up stalls and the bamboo hut area where cultivators operated sporadically, from time to time, some people quietly looked at them, and many of them were envious. It was inevitable that mortals who couldn't cultivate, or casual cultivators who had no sect, would see 4 Wanchun Valley outer disciples like Han Yu traveling together and envy them for being able to cultivate immortality and live a long life, and envy them for having the convenience of a sect. Zhang Yu had once set up a stall in the bamboo shed area to sell the evening primrose she had grown herself. She even greeted 2 of them that she knew when she passed by the bamboo shed area. Uncle Zhang. Brother and sister-in-law Dong didn't come along today? The big brother Dong's face showed sadness. The devil cultivator came to Green Harvest Market last time, and she has no cultivation, just the mortals who are proficient in martial arts, and she was eaten up by the essence blood before she could escape. Zhang Yu suddenly also remembered the tragic situation at the medicine garden. Some ugly face, sigh, the devil cultivator is really evil. Green Harvest Market was also ravaged by demonic cultivators once before, and only now has it barely regained its vitality. Because of this matter, Zhang Yu cannot help but be a bit depressed. When passing by the 100 Herb Pavilion with the spirit dog Xiaobai went in to look for acquaintances to talk. Han Yu, Sun Kong, Lu Lan 3 people passed by the entrance of the spiritual law pavilion and then passed by the entrance of the restaurant. Seeing many people talking to each other again at the restaurant, Sun Kong and Lu Lan looked up and saw that it was again this year's top 10 list of inner and outer disciple predictions, and were instantly greatly interested. Han Yu saw them jumping up and down again, wanting to join in the fun, but also can't help but smile a little. You guys go and take a look, I'll go to the spiritual artifact pavilion myself to buy a magic weapon and then come find you. Sun Kong and Lu Lan then went to look at the restaurant's list of this year's top 10 disciples. Han Yu went to the Spirit Weapon Pavilion, which is also the store where the magic weapons refined within the Wanchun Valley clan are sold to the public. Han Yu now has 2 big merits, 5 small merits, 600 pounds of green harvest spirit rice, 5 or 6 spirit stones. It is no longer appropriate to exchange merits for magic weapons, since the clan abolished the order to break the rules, and then not allowed to exchange spirit rice and spirit stones directly in the door. It was for this reason that he came to the Green Harvest Market to make his purchase. Seeing Han Yu wearing green clothes and carrying an identity jade pendant, the handyman disciple who greeted him hurriedly addressed him respectfully, "Senior brother, are you coming to buy a magic weapon?" "Not bad." Han Yu nodded his head. Sect disciples are cheaper than ordinary apprentices to buy artifacts, but they need to verify their identity. "Can you meet with the shopkeeper? If you check your identity, it will be much cheaper." The servant disciple inquired. "I can do that." Han Yu followed the servant disciple to see the Spirit Weapon Pavilion shopkeeper, an older inner disciple, and a younger outer disciple. Upon meeting, the older inner disciple didn't recognize Han Yu, but the outer disciple who followed him already recognized him. "Han Yu, you're here to buy a magic weapon?" Han Yu also recognized him. "Wang Teng. You're working as a steward in the Spirit Weapon Pavilion?" Wang Teng explained, "The sect arranged a task for me to come and help senior brother Qian manage the Spirit Vessel Pavilion for a year." He also explained to the older inner disciple, "Senior brother Qian, this is an outer disciple that I know, named Han Yu, who was the first in the miscellaneous disciple competition and joined the outer disciple with me." Brother Qian nodded his head and said, "That's good," and examined Han Yu's jade pendant before saying that Han Yu had purchased the artifacts at a 20% discount. Han Yu will be 600 pounds of green grams of spiritual rice exhausted, pick and choose, exchanged for a flying sword to the scattered cultivators sold 150 spirit stones, 4 feet long, if the activation of the spiritual breath up to 7 feet. If used for flying, it is naturally much faster than a banana leaf. If it is attached to the sharp gold technique, it is enough to destroy the pre-cultivation level artifacts in a single blow, and the lower grade artifacts in the mid-cultivation level may not be able to block it. If this is attached to the foundation realm of the Gangjin talisman, will not be even more powerful? Han Yu thought in his heart that he could try it out if he had the time. It would be hard for anyone to think of attaching the power of a foundation establishment spell on top of a Qi cultivation realm artifact. Saying goodbye to Wang Teng of the Spirit Weapon Pavilion, Han Yu hadn't gone out far before he saw a pale woman walking towards him with a hurried step and a happy face. "Immortal Master Han. I saw you just now in the reed seating area and almost thought I had mistaken you." Han Yu also recognized this woman and was surprised. "Zhu San's woman? Why are you here? Didn't Zhu San say he sold these 2 women?" The pale woman gritted her teeth. "Zhu San ignored my pregnancy and sold us to someone else, but fortunately someone bought us and then sold us again, and the last owner we met just let us be slaves and maids, and didn't make things too difficult for us. I then aborted that sinful seed, at ease as a human maid. This is also considered to be a blessing in the misfortune of 2 women, Han Yu thought in his heart. Han Yu thought in his heart, and then asked, "You specially came to find me, and what is the matter?" "Immortal Master Han, my master explained that he asked me to make sure to invite you to be his guest when I see you." the pale woman said. Hanyu immediately rose in his heart to be wary of her that the master purchased the next two women. Could it be that he is precisely to set his sights on himself? Who is your master? This, we do not know, only know that the master is the master. The pale woman said. Looking for me, and what is the matter? The master said, to talk business with you. Hanyu decisively refused. That won't be necessary. I've never had the intention of talking business with anyone. Immortal Master Han, can you wait a moment while I go back and report to the master? Perhaps the master will come over to see you. The woman hurriedly pleaded. See me? In this green harvest market? Hanyu was slightly surprised. The woman nodded repeatedly. Master, he lives in the green harvest market. Living within the green harvest market, to meet within the market, then this person shouldn't be too much of a threat. However, exactly still dislike this kind of trouble. Hanyu said, do not have to come to see me, I also have nothing to buy and sell business. The woman wanted to say something but did not say, deeply owed a salute, and quickly walked away, straight to the back of the bamboo hut area in the wooden house that is supposed to be some of the loose cultivators live in the place. Hanyu did not stay, just called Sun Kong, Lu Lan out of the restaurant, and with the 100-herb pavilion Zhongyu rendezvous, then ready to leave the market. Just as they passed by the roadside of the bamboo shed area, a middle-aged round-faced man with two women greeted Hanyu with a smile. Fellow Taoist Han, nice to meet you again. Hanyu's four stopped in their tracks, and Zhongyu's three men all looked at Hanyu in confusion. Is this an acquaintance? Hanyu frowned at the round-faced man, pretty sure he'd never seen this person before. Who are you? I've never seen you before. I really didn't find the spirit fruit that you entrusted me to buy last time, so I had to come over and give you a reply. The middle-aged round-faced man laughed. Moreover, Zhu-san and the others are counting on you. It has nothing to do with me, so why should I let Wanchun Valley arrest me, a merchant earning some hard cash? Hanyu instantly flipped his palms, cupping a foundation establishment talisman in each of his left and right hands as he stared at the man. So it was that traveling merchant. Chapter 108, The Puppet. Fellow Taoist Han, wait. When the middle-aged round-faced man saw that Hanyu was about to make a move at the drop of a hat, and that the talisman in his hand was full of spiritual energy and not an ordinary chi refining stage talisman, he was also appalled, and hurriedly opened his mouth. I'm just a traveling merchant, never want to fight and kill. Moreover, my puppet body, what's the use of killing me? Wouldn't it be better to do business with me? A puppet body? Hanyu examined this middle-aged round-faced man with surprise. He really couldn't tell the difference without reminding him, and only after reminding him did he realize that the details of his body were vaguely not quite right. This traveling merchant was really rich and generous, and after trapping a puppet in the green harvest market, he was willing to send another puppet over. Seeing that Hanyu seemed to be about to make a direct move, Zhongyu, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan were all startled as well, and looked at the round-faced man and the two women warily. Senior brother Han, who is this man? Doing what? Hanyu slightly shook his head. Not a good person. Last time, he was conspiring with someone to cheat me to death. This time, he's talking about some kind of business. Maybe he's trying to harm me again. I'll report him to the clan. Fellow Taoist Han, listen to me. That traveling merchant does not know where the real body is hiding, manipulating the round-faced puppet to accompany the smile. Previously offended, really because I do not know Han Taoist friends and that Ju 3 inside, just Ju 3 two people are willing to go with me to the outside of the business. I see a profit, then help acquaintances to do a convenient. In no way do harm to the intention. Hanyu coldly said, you say easily, the matter of my life, how can I gullibly trust you innocent? Seeing that he was half unwilling to compromise, the round-faced puppet laughed a bit and spoke quickly. Since fellow Taoist Han said so, I won't argue too much. Favors aren't in, business is in. I actually just want to talk business with you. Shu-san said that you have a piece of 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart on you, and I'm very interested in it. If fellow Taoist Han is interested, you may wish to make some trade requests to me, where I own it, the price is negotiable. You said last time the spirit fruit, similar appearance does have, to say enhance the fire spirit root of the spirit medicine wonders, but is not that kind of appearance. Fellow Taoist Han, can still need? If you need, I'll find a way to help you find, in exchange for your 1,000 years of sunken wood heart. Hanyu faintly said, no need, immediately the clan will come to catch you, you may not be able to escape. Besides, I won't be doing any business with you. Why do you need to be so obsessed with the past? The round-faced puppet let out a sigh. This way, since the remaining anger has not subsided, I will ask you to calm down this puppet and the two servants. If you still have eyes for them, please take them. If you don't want to do business today, I'll see you at the Green Harvest Market in 2 months, and I'll bring new goods. At that time, if you are interested, you might as well come back to the Green Harvest Market. After saying his words, and without waiting for Hanyu to reply, the round-faced middle-aged man's eyes darkened and he was no longer alive. The traveling merchant disconnected, apparently hiding again. Last time, Wanchun Valley couldn't catch him, and this time it seems difficult to do so as well. Hanyu looked at the puppet and then at the two pale, terrified women. They had thought they had met a kind host, but only then did they realize that this was actually the enemy of Immortal Master Han, the person that the Wanchun Valley clan wanted to capture. The reason why these two women were bought by the merchant is really because they know Hanyu, have been to the Wanchun Valley's spiritual fields, so they are seen as some use. Senior brother Han, what should we do? Lulan asked Hanyu in a low voice. This person said that he would give the puppet and the two women to senior brother Han. The two women don't matter, but such a lifelike puppet is a rare artifact. It would not be incomprehensible for senior brother Han to be moved by this. Hanyu did not hesitate. This is the market street, not only them, there are other people coming and going, he cannot hide, and there is no need to try to hide from the clan. Not to mention, this traveling merchant has many tricks up his sleeve and comes from the outside. If Hanyu is greedy and foolish, who knows if the puppet and the two women will have any hidden tricks up their sleeves? Putting away the two foundation establishment talismans, Hanyu said to Zhongyu, Sister Zhong, you know the shopkeeper of the 100 Herb Pavilion, so you should be able to notify the deacons in the market as soon as possible to come and deal with this matter. Please go and inform them. Zhongyu nodded her head and led her spirit dog, Xiaobai, to go at a brisk pace. Not long after, the deacon on duty in the marketplace led several disciples to come and inquire about what happened. Hanyu reported truthfully, with Zhongyu, Sun Kong, Lu Lan, and the two mortal women serving as circumstantial witnesses. The deacon checked it against the evidence and told them to wait at the marketplace's manager's office. He himself took the puppet with him and headed to the sect's main peak to report. Returning about an hour later, the deacon gazed and nodded at Hanyu, saying under his breath, Hanyu, all four of you go back. This matter will be dealt with by the sect itself. Hanyu, the four of you then all said your goodbyes and left. After taking a step out, he saw the two women that Ju-san had bought and sold were full of tears, shivering like cattle and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Hanyu couldn't help but ask one more question, dare to ask the deacon, how are these two women going to be disposed of? In order to prevent them from being used again and being unfavorable to you, the clan accepted them as servants. The deacon replied, although there will be no mortal riches, a lifetime of peace and longevity, and no more bullying, should not be difficult. Hanyu's heart was relieved. The two women immediately knelt down and kowtowed, sniveling, grateful for Wanchun Valley's acceptance. If they were to be driven out again, they really didn't know if they had a chance to live. Not to mention, if Wanchun Valley were to take offense, killing them would only be a thought away. After returning to the spiritual field, Zhongyu, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan said their goodbyes and returned to the medicinal garden, while Hanyu practiced the flying swords he had just purchased in the open space. After the big crow flew in, Hanyu asked it to practice with him again. The flying sword shot, the big crow fired 4 windblade spells in a row, and Hanyu released the spells in his hand at the same time, a 3-pronged attack. The outer disciples in the middle stage of chi cultivation would not be able to easily withstand it, he thought. In this spiritual field practice spells on the ground, the other outer disciples, the odd job disciples also have more than a dozen are practicing. At this moment to see Hanyu, the spells, spirit beasts are all extremely sharp, the attack instantly fell in one place, will be made of stone target instantly into flying ash a piece of, cannot help but look at the dumbfounded. Han brother, this is to participate in the outer disciple competition, or go to the fellow disciples frustrated? After practicing, Hanyu went back to the house and cultivated on his knees again, not because of the praise of some disciples at the spiritual field will be self-complacent. The next morning, as soon as I opened the door, I saw senior sister Lee standing at the door with a strange gaze. Han junior brother, you made another achievement yesterday? Hanyu also strange, Lee senior sister, why do you know? The clan has orders for me to send you yesterday's reward, and no outsiders are allowed to know about it. Sister Lee said, rewarded you 5 small merit, a puppet, a bottle of Chi Dan. And surprised, I do not understand, you and what merit, only give 5 small merit, but give you such a generous reward. Hanyu then explained the reason. Senior sister Lee immediately smiled in relief, I see. The clan didn't take your benefits, and when they took one of your puppets, they returned it to you. And give you chi gathering pills, this is still urging you to cultivate well and focus on raising your cultivation. Hanyu nodded, the clan's painstaking efforts, I'll keep that in mind. Afterwards, senior sister Lee handed him the puppet and chi gathering Dan from her storage bag, encouraging him with a few words. While talking, a voice suddenly came from the sky. Spirit Beast Sex Envoy has come to visit Wanchun Valley. I also hope to see you and clear up any misunderstandings and release all former enmities. Chapter 109, Bad Breath. With this loud call, the disciples of Wanchun Valley all looked outwards, only to see that outside of the mountain protection formation, 3 gray flying cranes came lifting their wings, and on the back of each crane stood a man. Spirit Beast Sex people came? Still want to clear up misunderstandings and forget about old grudges? Hanyu and Sister Lee looked at each other, all feel unbelievable. Wanchun Valley Elder and the Spirit Beast sect Jindan cultivator died together. This kind of deep hatred for the two clans cannot be said to be unraveled. Misunderstandings unraveled? In the front, there were false accusations of colluding with devil cultivators in Wanchun Valley and obstructing the Wanchun Valley Immortal Fate ceremony, and in the back, there was the Southly Kingdom side that seemed to be associated with the Spirit Beast sect, and the hostility was still clear. In this case, what to say about solving misunderstandings and releasing former suspicions? Is it not a dream in general? With this Spirit Beast sect envoy's voice into the Wanchun Valley, the main peak of the Wanchun Valley's formation Greenlight and the mountain protection array light were all energized. Immediately after, sect leader Chi Wanfa led 2 elders to fly out from the sect's main peak and came to the edge of the sky within the mountain protective formation and looked at the spirit beast sect's 3 comers who were treading on gray cranes through the formation. The leader is wearing leather armor under the short robe. Smiling behind the 2 followers are wearing dark green strong clothing, waist spirit animal bag contraction expansion constantly, hidden beast slow roar. The man in the leather armor said loudly, Spirit Beast Sect Elder Mochiena, by order of the sect to pay a special visit to the Wanchun Valley. The voice was like gold and jade striking each other, quite resounding. Chi Wanfa said coldly, Are you following the orders of Spirit Beast sect leader Song Wanxiong? That is not true. Emochienha arched his hand and owed his body, smiled and said, My Spirit Beast sect's former sect leader, because he was blinded by the Devil Cultivator's trickery, mistakenly thought that Wanchun Valley was colluding with the Devil Cultivator, and teamed up with Xuani sect's Jindan Cultivator, Spirit East Taoist, Little Heavenly Luo sect's Jindan Cultivator, Qin Hearing, and Spirit Sword sect's Jindan Cultivator, Ko Yuan, to target Wanchun Valley. This misunderstanding triggered a fight, resulting in the Wanchun Valley, Spirit Sword sect, and Spirit Beast sect each losing a Jindan cultivator, causing Patriarch Yixing to angrily draw his sword. The reason for this is that the remaining demonic cultivator, the Holy Blood Realist, is in the middle of stirring up trouble, targeting the 5 clans in the southern region of us to set up a conspiracy, so that there is this kind of intense conflict. Before the siege of Wanchun Valley by the Sacred Blood Realist, followed by Mr. Yixing's teachings, my Spirit Beast sect repented and understood the conspiracy of the Devil Cultivator and the innocence of Wanchun Valley. Therefore, the sect sent me here to solve the misunderstanding with Wanchun Valley and release the former suspicion. On the one hand, to reunite, not to be exploited by the Devil Cultivator. Secondly, hand in hand, to discuss the great plans of the clan. Chi Wanfa's face was indifferent, not moved at all. Emochienha's words, at first listen indeed reasonable, still can be explained. However, after Chi Wanfa had experienced the bloodbath of the Supreme Elder, the demonic cultivator's attack, and the Spirit Sword sect's proper assistance, he had already had a very different mindset. No longer rely on other people's peace talks, show good hope, more understand their own strength to be invincible reasoning. More than a year ago, if the Spirit Beast sect is this kind of attitude, even if there is a trap, Wanchun Valley will certainly try to strive for peace, do not want to fight with others. But nowadays, how can peace be placed in the hands and mouths of others? We Wanchun Valley and the Spirit Beast sect have nothing to talk about the clan's big plans, and there is no misunderstanding to be solved, whether it is a friend or a foe, we are clearly distinguishable. Chi Wanfa, who wears a golden crown and a ribbon in gold robe, said coldly. Emochienha seems to have expected this. Chi sect leader, why be so sure, won't it fall right into the Devil Cultivator's plotting and scheming? In my opinion, it is still the right way for the 5 southern domain clans to join hands again and eliminate the Devil Cultivators. It's a bunch of nonsense. Chi Wanfa raised his hand, the remaining demonic cultivators have already lost their climate, so what is there to say? Seeing as you are a messenger, I, Wanchun Valley, will not kill incoming messengers, get lost and go back to your Spirit Beast sect. The remaining Devil Cultivator, the Sacred Blood Realist, had already been killed by Cool Sunya in front of Wanchun Valley, and this matter was well known to all, so why would it be necessary for the 5 clans in the southern region to join hands again? What's more, the 5 sects nowadays have already made a ruthless move, what else is there to talk about? Seeing Chi Wanfa say this, Emochienha however smiled again and said, Sect leader Chi, there is no need to rush to see our Spirit Beast sect as an enemy first. I came this time precisely for the sake of goodwill. The conflict between the 5 major clans in the southern region was only instigated by demonic cultivators, a misunderstanding. Not only has my Spirit Beast sect come to its senses, but Xianyi sect and Little Tian Luo sect have also realized their mistakes, and their emissaries are on their way, and they are equally willing to make amends with Wanchun Valley. Afterwards, we will also invite the Spirit Sword sect, so that the 5 major clans in the southern region will be reunited and release their former enmity, and then there will be no more gaps, so that the demonic cultivators can be swept away, and the world will be peaceful. Chi Wanfa's eyes are cold, no fluctuations. What are you 3 selling inside the gourd? Why not say it all? Why hide it? Emochienha was stunned. Sect Master Chi, in the face of such a good situation, still refused to believe? Luckily, my Spirit Beast sect is prepared for this and brought enough gifts. Said to the 2 people behind him, bring out the gift, show our sincerity. Behind the 2 Spirit Beast sect disciples dressed in dark green strong suit mouth promise, left hand right hand each ahead, carry in the hands to Chi Wanfa and the 2 elders show. Emochienha pointed to the 2 heads in the hands of one of the disciples. Sect leader Chi, please see, this is the head of the Emperor and Empress of the West Moon Kingdom. This West Moon country has always been around the Wanchun Valley, only the part of obedience, cannot have second thoughts? Because of some misunderstanding between Wanchun Valley and the Spirit Beast sect, the Emperor of the West Moon Kingdom quietly sent a letter of state to the Spirit Beast sect, bowing down to them and speaking disrespectfully of Wanchun Valley. I Spirit Beast sect is an immortal, and with the Wanchun Valley for generations, if not the ancestor forbid the alliance, we have long been close as a family. How can I see the Wanchun Valley by the common people so disrespectful? Therefore, we killed the emperor and empress of the West Moon Kingdom and destroyed 5 cities, so that they would know how to show respect to immortals. Hearing him say this, Chi Wanfa and the 2 elders were appalled. Your spirit beast sect destroys 5 cities, how many mortal people will be displaced? Sect leader Chi need not worry, my spirit beast sect has its own arrangements and destination for these mortals. Mo Qian has said, this is also a small punishment. Chi Wanfa had known about the spirit beast sect's ability to spit blood, and naturally did not dare to believe this kind of words, suspecting that the spirit beast sect was again reversing black and white, and even more so, doubted that they would make arrangements for these mortals, resulting in the destruction of the living. Not waiting for Chi Wanfa to question, Mo Qian pointed to 2 heads in the hands of another disciple, an old man with a horrified and appalled look, and an old woman. Sect leader Chi, please look, these 2 are Emperor Wei Gang of the Southernly Kingdom and his Empress Wei Gang. This person is bold and arrogant, provoking the Wanchun Valley, and privately practicing the blood-refining demon technique with the intention of immortality. When the spirit beast sect learned of this, they killed this thief and his empress, and also destroyed 5 cities in Nanli Kingdom. Special for the Wanchun Valley out of a mouthful of bad anger. Chapter 110. The Tao is different. After Mo Qianhe finished speaking, he wore a smile on his face and looked at Chi Wanfa. Sect leader Chi, are you still satisfied with the spirit beast sect's gift? Chi Wanfa snapped, ridiculous. What is the difference between your spirit beast sect's behavior and the demon blood sect of 100 years ago? When the West Moon Kingdom destroyed 5 cities, hundreds of thousands of mortal people were displaced. When the Southly Kingdom destroyed 5 more cities, more than 100,000 mortal people suffered. I Wanchun Valley, why you spirit beast sect under the guise of killing the 2 emperors, the mortal people of this sin do not say what is for the Wanchun Valley out of anger, such a deep sin, we cannot afford. Mo Qianhe owes his body with a smile, Chi sect need not worry, I spirit beast sect since I do so, will certainly dispose of this matter, will never allow those mortals to roam around, like the magic blood door that makes a mess of woe. The spirit beast sect has such good intentions? Chi Wanfa naturally refused to believe it. The spirit beast sect is doing this, hurting the peace of heaven, and in the Western Moon Country and Southernly Country, the 2 neighboring countries of the Wanchun Valley, this is by no means a gift, but rather a wanton act. I will now make my position clear to your spirit beast sect. The Wanchun Valley does not believe in any of your spirit beast sect's words or actions, and will not talk to you about resolving any misunderstandings, nor will I allow your spirit beast sect to continue to stay in these 2 countries, the Wanchun Valley's neighboring countries. If you retreat, then there will be no offense. If you do not retreat, still want to scourge the 2 countries of mortals, against the southern region of the ancestors of the original protection of the living, non-alignment covenant and other agreements, I Wanchun Valley will certainly want to you and other spirit beast sect under the banner of the whole number of expulsion, do not allow you to make a mess again. Seeing Chi Wanfa's resolute attitude, Mo Qianhe finally stopped laughing and gradually frowned. This gentle as a rabbit, fighting like a tortoise General Wanchun Valley, should not hear the peace talks to rejoice, and then accommodate some muddle through? Now why is it as difficult as a hedgehog? Sect leader Chi, why are you so stubborn? Wouldn't it be a good thing for the 5 southern sects to restore peace and clear up misunderstandings? Chi Wanfa is no longer polite, declared in a deep voice, originally I cannot believe that the spirit beast sect wolf's ambition to do not offend is already the best end. Now see you kill mortals, destroy the city without caring, and even more know that you are no longer a righteous sect, not a bit of compassion. In the past, the master of Wanchun Valley said, the immortal cultivator is also immortal, although the mediocre masses of short life seems to have no redeeming qualities, but is the source of living water, the root of the tree. Harsh abuse of mortals will bring about their own destruction. Spirit beast sect now also began to sin, I Wanchun Valley and you have a different road, do not conspire. Mo Qianhe's face sank, it's too much for sect leader Chi to say so. The truth is like this, why bother covering it up? Chi Wanfa said coldly, if Spirit Beast sect wants to befriend Wanchun Valley, it is really unnecessary. Do not have to visit, do not have to pull what relationship, as long as no longer come to find Wanchun Valley trouble, not to mention do not come to the Wanchun Valley surrounding the killing, harsh abuse of mortals, that is the greatest sincerity. Mo Qianhe, you go back and tell Song Wanxiong, if you want to be unsettled, I'm not afraid of the Spirit Beast sect in Wanchun Valley. If you really have some sincerity, then remove all Spirit Beast sect disciples from the surrounding area. Thinking of something else, he added. Starting tomorrow, I, Wanchun Valley, will send out my resident disciples to Southly Country and West Moon Country to help the mortal kingdoms fight against chaos and return peace. If these resident disciples have a little accident, no matter what the reason is, what devil cultivator or small Tian Luo clan or Xianyi clan, spirit sword sect, or simply your spirit beast sect direct action, your spirit beast sect's lies will not be broken. After saying that, I am Mo Qianhe, hidden threatening intent. Si Chi Wanfa big you do not go, will leave you the idea, Mo Qianhe heart cursed, on the surface politely said, Chi master of our spirit beast sect misunderstanding is really too deep, I have to report back to the clan, as soon as possible to solve the misunderstanding. This will leave. The spirit beast sect trio turned to leave on the grey crane. Chi Wanfa eyed their backs with heavy eyes. Sect leader, is this the time to send the resident disciples to the Southernly Country and Western Moon Country? Behind him, Elder Bai asked in a low voice, "The Spirit Beast sect is not like a good person. I'm afraid something is really going to happen." Chi Wanfa frowned and replied, "We have to go even if there is danger. The Spirit Beast sect has killed the Emperor and Empress of the two countries under the pretext of taking out their anger for the Wanchun Valley this time, destroying 10 cities and pools, and at least 200,000 to 300,000 people have been affected. If we don't dare to step forward, won't all these things be on our heads? At that time, our reputation of Wanchun Valley will be unbearable. What difference is there between us and a demonic cultivator? Moreover, the situation of these two countries and the intentions of the Spirit Beast sect, our sect knows very little about them now, so we must also send our disciples out to investigate." Speaking here, added, "I am also following the trend, deliberately put words to force the Spirit Beast sect not to lay hands on our station disciples, but if the Spirit Beast sect really has any conspiracy to ease the relationship with the Wanchun Valley, they won't lay hands on our station disciples, and the station disciples will be able to be safe instead, and they can take the opportunity to calm down the chaos in the two mortal countries, and also not to let the Wanchun Valley's reputation be tarnished. If they do strike, then although we lose a number of our resident disciples, we can immediately understand to what extent the situation has become treacherous." Elder Bai was silent. That is to say, this matter is actually a 1 in 9 chance of survival, and it is highly likely that the outgoing resident disciples will be killed by the enemy. Elder Lu, who was also listening from the sidelines, thought for a moment before proposing, "Find the older, inner and outer disciples with poor spiritual root qualifications who are unable to break through, prepare the Wanchun Valley initiation tokens for their family's offspring, and send out any other rewards that can be given such as magical artifacts, spirit stones, and elixirs ahead of time. Let's see who of them is willing to do this 9 deaths in 1 life mission." Chi Wanfa nodded with a heavy expression. It can only be so. The Spirit Beast sect's people had left, and the sect didn't seem to believe him. Hanyu and Senior Sisterly tilted their heads as they watched the sect leader deal with the Spirit Beast sect's people, and Hua Chi also walked over to talk. Due to the distance between them, they didn't know what the sect leader said to the other party, but only knew that the Spirit Beast sect's emissary didn't even come into the mountain protection formation before he left, and obviously didn't clear up any misunderstandings or forget about his past enmity. Senior Sisterly said, "The Spirit Beast sect is indeed untrustworthy, and the sect is doing the right thing." Hanyu also nodded, deeply convinced. Previously, those 3 sects were full of malicious intent to destroy Wanchun Valley, and now, no matter how much they talk about it, it is indeed untrustworthy. After some discussion, Senior Sisterly said that she would go to her master, Elder Lu, to ask about the situation. After Hanyu and Hua Chi toured the spiritual fields, they returned to their houses and took out the puppet they had just obtained, examining it carefully. The puppet was 6 feet tall and not outstanding in appearance, not the middle-aged, round-faced puppet left behind by the traveling merchant, but the image of an ordinary youth in his early 20s. The clan collected that puppet and gave Hanyu a puppet refined by the clan. Hanyu found the core at the back of the puppet's neck, dripped blood into it, and then inputted spiritual breath to refine it. The 6-foot-tall puppet came to life and bowed according to Hanyu's wishes. "My name is Li Crow, please teach me." Chapter 111, Showing Talent Again. This puppet, it had quite a few uses. Not only is it used for external communication and purchasing items, even fighting and escaping can be completely useful. Hanyu's heart stirred slightly, and then he understood the power of this puppet in detail. The attack and defense were equivalent to a mid-grade artifact at the early stage of Qi cultivation, which wasn't very impressive compared to Hanyu's current strength, but was powerful enough for the average early stage of Qi cultivation cultivator. Even a mid-stage Qi cultivator couldn't ensure that every attack would be able to break through the defense of a pre-stage Qi cultivation mid-grade magic weapon, and that every defense would be able to block a pre-stage Qi cultivation mid-grade magic weapon attack. If coupled with the convenience of being able to disguise as a human and be manipulated by its owner to communicate and fight with outsiders, the value of this puppet would certainly far exceed the flying sword Hanyu had just purchased that was priced at 150 spirit stones. Hanyu dressed the puppet Li Crow in black and then released the 1000 Illusions secret arts fusion of illusion body art and confusion eye art together, and there were 5 Hanyu's figures in the room, 3 of which were illusion body art illusions, one of which was the puppet Li Crow whose appearance had changed to be exactly the same as Hanyu's, and the other of which was Hanyu himself. Seeing this scene, Hanyu nodded slightly. Not bad, this way, whether it's a battle or retreat, you can confuse your opponent and make it more convenient. The puppet given by the traveling merchant wasn't reliable, but the one given by the clan was not only reliable, but also allowed Hanyu to enter and exit freely. After putting the puppet away, the thought in Hanyu's mind became clearer and clearer. After gradually displaying his crow and spell talent to the sect, he also understood more and more about the sect. Because of his talent and merits, the sect also clearly trusted and valued him. If Hanyu further demonstrated his talent to this extent, and the clan was still willing to trust and support him, he would take root in the Wanchun Valley as an honorable disciple, so what's wrong with that? Wanchun Valley clan is not no unscrupulous villains, but that is, after all, a small number. The entire clan up and down the vast majority of the integrity and goodwill, the clan is also fair. Wanchun Valley, such a place, always better than the unsupported scattered cultivators, but also better than the bloodthirsty killers of the devil cultivators, harboring evil intentions to turn black and white of the spirit beast sect of those places. Hanyu thought like this, and in his heart, he realized that it was impossible to tell the sect directly about the blood refining technique, spirit refining technique, and the thousand illusion secret technique, and what he tried in the beginning could only be seemingly normal spells. For example, confusion eye technique. After thinking of a good way to test the waters, Hanyu calmed his mind and began today's cultivation. Holding 2,000-year-old sunken wood hearts in his hands, he revolved his spiritual breath around the sky. The second leaf sprouting in the dantian slowly stretches closer and closer to the fifth level of chi cultivation. Early the next morning, after Hanyu inspected the spirit field, he was ready to go to the law transmission pavilion to find Deacon He according to what he had thought of. Senior Sisterly called out to him, "Senior Brother Han, do you know what the spirit beast sect came here for yesterday?" Hanyu shook his head in disbelief, so Senior Sisterly told him the reason she had inquired from her master, Elder Lu. The spirit beast sect said that it was the devil cultivators who provoked them to befriend Wanchun Valley, killing the Emperor and Empress of the West Moon Kingdom and destroying 5 cities, and also killing the Emperor and Empress of the Southly Kingdom and destroying 5 cities, which resulted in the deaths of an unknown number of mortals and the loss of their homes, and said that they were taking revenge for Wanchun Valley. The sect leader naturally disliked this kind of behavior and didn't trust the spirit beast sect, sending them away with a warning. Next, the sect will send some disciples who have no hope of breaking through to the Western Moon Country and the Southerly Country to clean up this chaotic situation, lest the spirit beast sect destroy the reputation of our Wanchun Valley, and lest the mortals suffer too much. After hearing this, Hanyu was even more glad that he was cultivating in Wanchun Valley instead of the spirit beast sect. Killing emperors and empresses and destroying 10 cities at every turn, this sect is really cool and brutal. After thanking Senior Sisterly for telling him about this, Hanyu boarded his flying sword and headed to the sect's main peak. Outside the sect's main peak formation, Hanyu's jade pendant flickered, the identity of the outer disciple was verified, and the green light converged to allow him to enter. Because of yesterday's emissary from the spirit beast sect, Wanchun Valley was once again strictly guarded. After entering the main peak of the sect, Hanyu landed his flying sword in front of the law transmission pavilion, and saw an old man wearing the robes of a green outer disciple talking in a low voice to a teenager in his late teens wearing a gray servant disciple. An old man and a young man had similar faces, and the teenager's red eyes were constantly wiping tears and sobbing. "Grandpa, you do not have to go. That old man is smiling with a few spills. Silly child, don't say this. I have poor cultivation qualifications and have reached my limit. Your father did not have a spiritual root, you are even worse than my spiritual root. If you do not take the opportunity for you and future generations to earn the cultivation used in entry token, our family will even cultivate the future of the immortal road will be cut off. The future generations have a spiritual root is also difficult to worship the immortal door. Besides, the sect has also made it clear that this is just a risk, and we may not necessarily have to die. If we miss this opportunity, we'll never have another chance to receive such a generous reward." Hanyu listened to the conversation between the grandparents and grandchildren, and compared to what Senior Sisterly had said, he understood what was going on here, but he didn't judge, and walked into the law transmission pavilion without pausing in his footsteps. Taking off his storage bag, Hanyu came in front of Deacon He. "Hanyu, do you have another small merit to exchange for spells? Or are you continuing to learn the art of refining weapons?" Deacon He asked. Hanyu said, "Deacon He, I didn't come here to exchange spells this time, but to ask you for advice on art techniques." Deacon He was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Oh? You do trust me?" "That's right, the clan has not yet arranged for you to worship a teacher. You can only ask your senior brother to teach you at most when you are practicing spells alone, so it's inevitable that you are a bit confused. It's just as well that I have some free time now, so if you have any doubts about magic, just ask." Hanyu nodded. "Deacon He, there are some things I don't understand about practicing the eye confusion technique, and it's not the same as what's stated on the jade slip." "How is it different?" Deacon He asked with a smile. The jade slip said that if one is successful in practicing the art of confusing the eyes, one can activate the spiritual breath and create a false impression in a flash to confuse the enemy, so that the enemy can't distinguish between the real and the fake, and then get the chance to attack or retreat. This false impression should be instantaneous, and is only used to confuse the enemy, is that right? Deacon He nodded. "Naturally so. But the illusion I created, why would it stay for some time before disappearing?" Hanyu asked, "Is it because I practiced wrongly, or something else?" Deacon He frowned at Hanyu. "What kind of question is this called? Do you mean that your eye confusion technique was even better when you used it than the best effect recorded on the jade slip? Is this statement true or false? Let me see it." "Wait, the spell transmission pavilion has strict formations, so no spells are allowed, so follow me to the spell practicing platform." Deacon He stood up and called an inner disciple to watch over the situation, bringing Hanyu out of the law transmission pavilion. Hanyu brought his own storage bag, and after leaving the law transmission pavilion, he didn't see the old man and young man and grandson again. After the two of them arrived at the practice platform, Deacon he waved his hand to indicate that the inner and outer disciples practicing their techniques didn't need to come over and salute, and found a place to signal Hanyu to release the confusion eye technique. Hanyu released the eye confusion technique on the target in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the target transformed into Deacon He's appearance. Stunned, Deacon He walked forward, reached out and touched it slightly, and was even more surprised when his fingers passed through the figure and it didn't dissipate. This should be instantly dispersed, confusing the enemy's illusion, actually can still be like this. This is the eye confusion technique? Hanyu nodded. This is really strange. Isn't this something that can only be done by practicing shadow creation to the point of proficiency? How could you do it with just the eye confusion technique? Deacon he looked left and right, tutaying in wonder. Soon afterward, as Hanyu's released spiritual breath dispersed and the illusion dispersed, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Hanyu, follow me. Chapter 112, Worshipping the Master. Along with Deacon he walked to a familiar compound. This was exactly where Elder Lu, senior sister Li's teacher, lived. Deacon he asked the servant to report back before leading Hanyu into the compound. Inside Elder Lu's compound, 12 gray-haired old men were standing at the moment, 8 in outer sect green clothes and 4 in inner sect blue clothes, all respectfully following Elder Lu's instructions. Beside these 12 old men, there was also an 8-year-old child kneeling. When Deacon he and Hanyu came in, Elder Lu was admonishing the arrangement to the end. Regardless of whether it's a demonic cultivator, spirit beast sect, or whatever demon or devil, the sect doesn't require you to fight to the death. The first thing is to find a way to deliver the news back, the second thing is to save your lives, and the last thing is to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils to counteract the chaos and stabilize the country. For yourselves and your descendants, the cultivation, clan tokens, magic weapons, pills and talismans have all been given to you, and the special spirit wood blades for delivering messages have also been given to you. Each of you will send back news at least once a day to let the sect know what you have seen and heard. The 12 white-haired old men all bowed their heads and answered yes. Elder Lu then handed over to the 8-year-old child, Jiang Jing. You're also in great danger this time out, but you insist on inheriting the throne, so the sect can give you this opportunity. If you really die, the Jiang clan's royal family will be cut off, and it will be your destiny to do so. If you do succeed the throne, remember the warning of the Wanchun Valley, do not practice any immortal cultivation methods, let alone blood refining technique. Once discovered, you will be severely punished. The child named Jiang Jing, who was the Jiang clan's 5th prince, listened to Elder Lu's words and bowed respectfully to thank him. After Elder Lu made the arrangements, he signaled for them to leave immediately after packing up. After these people left, Deacon He went up to Elder Lu and spoke to him. That Jiang Jing, it seems like the clan didn't give him any protective items? The sect has already been benevolent to him. It's him who feels that the opportunity is rare and wants to go as an emperor to take revenge on Wei. Elder Lu said that it's up to his own destiny, and we're just going along for the ride. After all, the Spirit Beast sect killed Wei Gang. It is considered to give Zhang's royal family revenge. In the future, who is the master of this mortal kingdom, how the grudges, or undetermined things. Deacon He suddenly, I see. You came to find me, and what is the matter? Elder Lu finished his question and then set his eyes on Hanyu. Is it related to Hanyu? Yes, Elder Lu. Deacon He said, I found that Hanyu's art talent is indeed exceptional. He used the eye confusion technique, but it can be as vivid as a shadow making technique, and stay as long as 20 breaths. Elder Lu's face was joyful. Is that true? If it's true, then it's true that he was born with a special talent in arts and crafts, and even his 4 spirit root qualifications have a lot of potential. Hanyu, use the eye confusion technique to show me. Hanyu immediately took the order to use the eye confusion technique to condense Elder Lu's appearance, and then slowly dispersed it after 20 breaths. Elder Lu verified it with his own hands, nodded repeatedly, and asked Hanyu, what do you usually feel when you are practicing spells? Seeing that things were going as smoothly as his heart desired, Hanyu replied, reporting to Elder Lu, I just feel that spell cultivation isn't difficult. The 2 secret arts, the Greenwood body protecting art and the spirit nurturing art, that I exchanged from the law transmission pavilion weren't much more difficult. There is also the fact that the eye confusion technique and the illusionary body technique are quite different from what is recorded in the jade slip after cultivation. Both Elder Lu and Deacon He were stunned. There are still surprises? Deacon He inquired in a shocked voice, you've successfully cultivated the 2 secret arts, the Greenwood body protecting art and the spirit nurturing art? You've only been redeeming them for a few months, right? Hanyu nodded. Elder Lu also asked, illusory body technique, you've also cultivated better results? Quickly make it out for me to see. There's also the Greenwood body protecting technique and the spirit nurturing technique, show them to me as well. Hanyu then brought out the illusory body technique. Originally, this technique only illuminated a single figure. He directly illuminated 2 figures. After Elder Lu and Deacon He looked at it carefully, they were all overjoyed. Deacon He commented, in this way, it's the same as the split body illusion technique. The Chi practicing stage's illusionary body technique definitely couldn't do this. Hanyu excited the green-colored peripheral shield of the Greenwood body protection technique again. Elder Lu and Deacon He reached out again to feel it carefully, and then they all wore cheerful faces. The power of this body protection secret art protection had also been cultivated. No one within the Qi practicing realm can break it. Hanyu, it's really hard for you to actually succeed in practicing this secret art at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. With this secret art, you'll definitely shine in the outer sect disciple competition. After lamenting for a few moments, Elder Lu asked Hanyu, did you succeed in cultivating the spirit cultivation technique as well? Yes, I cultivated the spirit beast crow from the early stage of Qi cultivation to the middle stage of Qi cultivation, Hanyu said. Hanyu said. Good, great. Elder Lu smiled as he stroked his palms and looked at Deacon He first. He Jin, you've sent me good news. Then he looked at Hanyu. Hanyu, are you willing to worship me in advance? Or do you want to wait until you become an inner disciple in the future, and then wait for the sect to arrange a master? Deacon He, who was also smiling, was stunned when he heard this, and then couldn't help but mutter aside, Elder Lu, since Hanyu is certain that he's a natural-born talent, is there still a need to wait until he becomes an inner disciple before arranging for a master? Report it to the sect leader, and it will certainly be properly arranged. Elder Lu's gaze was fixed on Elder He. Elder Lu stared at Deacon He Jin, are you worried that I won't be able to teach Hanyu? Only then did Deacon He shut his mouth and gave Hanyu a wink. Only then did Hanyu understand Elder Lu's idea to take this disciple of his ahead of time, lest the other elders compete with him. Deacon He was kindly reminding himself that he didn't need to make a hasty choice. Elder Lu's small mind was poked and prodded, and was actually a bit embarrassed, so he coughed lightly. Hanyu, you can consider this matter yourself. The 2 Jindan cultivators, sect leader and Elder Yen, will not take on disciples easily, and Elder One and Elder Mu are in full cultivation to impact Jindan, so they don't have time to instruct their disciples. Even if you report it to the sect leader and then arrange it, it's me, Elder Bai, and Elder Mao who are most likely to become your master. Seeing that he was speaking in a pleasant manner and still wanted to let himself worship his master, Hanyu asked, Elder Lu, if I worship my master, can I still stay at the spirit field to cultivate? I'm used to living there. There is nothing wrong with that. Elder Lu carried his hands behind his back and paced slowly. Nowadays the main peak disciples don't have many houses. If you want to move to the main peak, I would have to help you vacate your house instead, which would be troublesome. Then, can I cultivate a few more spells? For example, the spells I bought from the workshop side, Hanyu asked. Elder Lu smiled again. That's certainly possible. As long as it doesn't harm the heavens or the earth, and isn't harmful to yourself, others, or the clan, I'll allow you to practice as many spells as you wish. You don't have to report to me to practice it. Hanyu heard this and asked seriously, as long as it doesn't harm the heavens or the reasoning, or harm yourself or others, or harm the clan, can I really practice it? I don't have to report to you? Elder Lu thought for a moment and nodded. Not bad. Hanyu, you have both talent and merit for the clan. After worshipping me as a teacher, I naturally have to make things easier for you, instead of restricting you and making you lose your spirit and talent. His promise was undoubtedly Hanyu's most desired retreat. With Elder Lu's promise, Hanyu's quiet practice of the blood refining technique, even if he was really found out in the future, he would have a defense, and his chances of surviving would be greatly increased. Of course, it was best not to be discovered by anyone. Hanyu was considering the worst-case scenario first. Receiving the promise, Hanyu had no more hesitation and bowed solemnly. Disciple Hanyu, greetings to Master. Chapter 113, Little 18. Good. Seeing Hanyu pay his respects to his master, Elder Lu was overjoyed and hurriedly reached out to help him up. Good, Hanyu. You're much more pleasant to the eye than that Lu Yun that senior sister Wen took in. Deacon He saw that Hanyu was willing to pay homage to Elder Lu, so he stopped reminding him to report to the sect before paying homage. He smiled and said, I've heard Deacons Lu Mo and Lu Sheng complaining that Lu Yun's disciple, though born with exceptional talent, has no great ambition and is very lewd and indecent. There is no need to say much about this person. Elder Lu waved his hand in disdain. It's only because senior sister Wen favors her famous disciple that she doesn't control him strictly. If it was in the hands of senior brother Yen, she would have already made him take off a layer of skin. Also said to Hanyu, I have not many disciples under my name, a total of 17, not according to the strength of cultivation, but only according to the order of worship. Now you worship into my name, is the 18th disciple. Li Yunxia, the supervisor of the spiritual field office, is your 13th senior sister. If you want to learn any spells, you can come to me directly. If there's anything, you can go to her first, and if she can't help you, you can find me again. Hanyu answered and said that he would take note of it. After the instructions were finished, Elder Lu first said, You're coming with me to see the sect leader. Then he pondered slightly. That's just it, you go back on your own first. I'll report this matter of you becoming my disciple to the sect leader and record it within the sect. On another day, I will ask Li Yunxia to bring you the resources you need for cultivation. Prepare for the outer sect disciple competition 3 days from now and try to get a good ranking. Hanyu answered and said goodbye under his breath. Deacon He couldn't help but laugh a bit from the side. Elder Lu was obviously worried about being snatched away from his disciple, but he didn't bring him to meet the sect leader and the other elders. Seeing Hanyu leaving, Deacon He also opened his mouth to say goodbye. Before the two could walk out of Elder Lu's compound, voices suddenly came from outside the Wanchun Valley. The Xianyi sect's emissary had come to apologize and make amends to Wanchun Valley by order of the sect master. The emissary from the lesser heavenly Luo sect has come to visit by order of the sect leader. Due to the lax discipline of the Jindan cultivators within the sect, he apologizes to 10,000 Spring Valley to make amends. With these two voices, Elder Lu directly rose up in the air, joining sect leader Qi Wanfa and Elder Bai in the air, passing through the main peak Grand Array formation, and flying out to negotiate with the emissaries of the Xianyi sect and the lesser heavenly Law sect. The main peak Grand Formation Array and the Mountain Protector Grand Formation Array were also open to maximum at the same time. Walking out of Elder Lu's compound, Deacon He saw Hanyu looking towards the direction of Elder Lu and the sect leader's flight outside the main peak, and thought that he was uneasy in his heart, so he comforted him by saying, "Don't worry, the sect has its own way of dealing with this. You have a rare talent, and you need to raise your cultivation as soon as possible in order to give fuller play to your talent in the art of magic. Now the array is stimulated, you cannot leave the main peak for a while. Why not follow me to the Law Transmission Pavilion? I'm about to return to the Law Transmission Pavilion to fulfill my duties." Hanyu replied, "I'll wait here at my master's place and return to the spiritual field later, so I won't cause any trouble for you, Deacon He. Also, thank you for your kind reminder just now, Deacon He." Deacon He smiled and said, "There is no need to thank me. In fact, there is no difference in which elder's name you worship, that is, Elder Wen controls loosely, and Elder Yen controls strictly this kind of nuance. In the final analysis, the path of cultivation after worshipping the master is still up to you. Besides, Elder Lu is thinking of taking on a new apprentice because he values you. Another elder may not still value you as much, and it's right for you to take him as your teacher." "Yes, I understand in my heart." Hanyu nodded. "As long as you understand, you wait here, I'll return to the Law Transmission Pavilion first." Deacon He returned to the Dharma Transmission Pavilion and Hanyu waited in front of Elder Lu's compound. About 2 moments later, the sect leader, Elder Lu, and Elder Bai flew back to the main peak and went straight back to the main hall to discuss things. The main peak formation returned to normal a few moments later, allowing the disciples to enter and exit again. Hanyu didn't continue to wait, and when he saw that he could return to the spiritual field from the main peak, he stepped on his flying sword and passed through the green light of the main peak formation to return to the spiritual field. After returning to the spiritual field, he saw that Senior Sister Li and Hua Qi were there, so Hanyu greeted them and the three of them talked about the matter of the emissaries from the Little Heavenly Luo sect and the Xianyi sect who had just come. The three of them didn't know what was going on inside, but only knew that the sect leader still saw the two emissaries through the Mountain Protector formation, and directly told them to leave. Clearly there was no possibility of reconciliation with Xianyi sect and Little Tian Luo sect. Wanchun Valley was nearly destroyed by the Spirit Beast sect, Xuanyi sect, and Shao Tian Luo sect after being falsely accused, and now says what misunderstanding, lacks discipline, came to make amends and apologize and so on. Naturally, it is not believable. Speaking, Ms. Li speculated, Xianyi sect and Shao Tian Luo sect don't know whether they will be the same as Spirit Beast sect, killing mortals to give us Wanchun Valley as gifts. If that's really the case, our Wanchun Valley's reputation can be too much spoiled by them. If I don't have anything to do tomorrow, I'll go find my senior and ask." Hanyu said, "When Senior Sister goes, help me greet Master Teacher as well." Senior Sister Li and Hua Qi both looked at him with surprised faces at once. "Senior Sister Han, you've worshipped your master? Which one is your master?" Hanyu explained, "Today, I went to the Law Transmission Pavilion and inquired about how my spell cultivation didn't seem to be quite the same as what was recorded on the Jade Slip, and Deacon He said that I had a talent for spells and took me to see Elder Lu. Elder Lu accepted me as a disciple, ranked 18. Senior Sister Li, Master said you are my 13th senior sister." Senior Sister Li Yunxia was pleasantly surprised and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Good. Call me Senior Sister in the future, Senior Sister will naturally take care of you. You're now the 18th senior brother under the name of your senior father, Little 18, huh? Senior Sister should still call me Han Junior Brother. Hanyu said. Senior Sister Li smiled narrowly and winked. "No, I'll call you Little 18. Hanyu was speechless, but Sister Li was even happier looking at this gentle-eyed, proper-formed Little 18. It's wonderful to say that originally, Li was also a meticulous, focused on cultivation image, at that time also led a lot of odd job disciples daunted now familiar with Hanyu, gradually talking and laughing, more like a big sister. Hua Qi is very envious on the side. Li Senior Sister Double Spirit Root, Han Senior Brother Art Genius, you all worship the clan elder's name. I want to cultivate to the 7th level of Qi cultivation, enter the inner sect, and then worship the sect elders, but I still don't know what year or month." Sister Li put away her smile and seriously encouraged, "Flower Junior Brother, you are not too old, focus on cultivation, there is still hope to enter the inner sect. You mustn't be distracted and slack off in your cultivation." Hua Qi was greatly encouraged by what he heard, and after the conversation, he hurriedly went back to his room to practice. "Elders, what do you think of the Xianyi sect and the Little Tian Luo sect coming this time with this kind of rhetoric?" Inside the main peak hall of Wanchun Valley, sect leader Qi Wanfa, who wore a golden crown on his head, sat in the center, and Elder Yen Ming, who had just broken through to Jindan, sat to the side in a brocade-printed white jade robe. The three elders, Elder Bai, Elder Lu, and Elder Mao, sat on the lower seats. There were also two elders, Elder Wen and Elder Mu, who were in submerged cultivation, attempting to break through the Golden Dan, and thus did not participate in this deliberation. Elder Yen Ming said, "Sect leader, in my opinion, it is by no means credible. Even if they swear by it, first saying something about misunderstanding and lax discipline and then telling us something about the Spirit Beast sect being suspicious and intending to join hands with us to deal with the Spirit Beast sect, it's still not believable. It's more likely that they are a nest of snakes and rats, and have another plan to harm Wanchun Valley." Chapter 114, My Disciple. After Elder Yen Ming finished speaking, no one in the hall objected. After experiencing the sect crisis, Wanchun Valley was now striving to build up its strength, so it would be unwise to trust the Spirit Beast sect, Xianyi sect, and Little Tian Luo sect, the three sects with bad intentions, to stir up anything else. The sect leader was thinking like this, and Elder Lu, Elder Bai, and Elder Mao were likewise thinking like this. What Elder Yen said is consistent with what I am thinking. Xianyi sect and Little Heavenly Law sect have suggested that the Spirit Beast sect is suspicious, and it is indeed unusual whether it is the Spirit Beast sect holding the Immortal Fate ceremony once a year or destroying quite a few cities of mortals and driving a large number of mortals to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. They are all clear that it is not something that an immortal cultivator sect that specializes in cultivation should be doing. Of course, just because the Spirit Beast sect was suspicious did not mean that the two of them were credible. Although whatever gifts they sent are precious and seem to have sincerity, our Wanchun Valley is not lacking in these things. The only thing I can do is to improve my own strength, in order to be able to respond to all changes West Moon Country, Southly Country. Two countries can manage to manage, cannot manage, can only wait for the future to say. Chi Wanfa said here, looked at Elder Lu, to the two countries of the disciples and the ginger orphans can be arranged? All have been arranged, the clan promised something in advance to their family descendants as well as myself. Elder Lu said, just now there was a delay, perhaps not in time to go, think now has begun to leave the mountain gate one after another. That would be good. Chi Wanfa pondered for a moment and asked, can there be others of this age who are willing to risk their lives for the sect? Elder Lu replied, among the inner and outer disciples, there are still a few disciples who are approaching the end of their lifespan and have poor qualifications, but they may not be willing to take risks and go out, and are more willing to live longer in the sect. Their lives are precious, so it's not really their fault. Chi Wanfa did sympathize with them, and asked, there should be such disciples amongst the odd job disciples as well? There are naturally more such cases amongst the odd job disciples, and it is estimated that there are dozens of them. But the cultivation level is often low, and are all five elements of the mixed spiritual roots, and cannot be used. Chi Wanfa said, we can't use them, but we must use them, you find them to arrange, if they are willing to risk their lives for the clan, the treatment will be generous. The entire southern region has been disturbed, Wanchun Valley dedicated to cultivation but always cannot be peaceful, now also have to contact the outside world, to inquire up, and cannot allow the Spirit Beast sect to turn right and wrong. Elder Lu asked, all of them? Not bad, all those who are old and have no hope of breaking through, whether they're odd job disciples or inner and outer disciples, all of them must be used. Chi Wanfa said, the southerly country and western moon countryside might still need reinforcements, and some of the doings of the Spirit Beast sect, Xianyi sect, and Little Tian Luo sect need to be probed. More importantly, it is necessary to travel to the Great Zhou dynasty to form further ties with the Spirit Sword sect. Although both our Wanchun Valley and Spirit Sword sect follow our ancestors' orders and are not prepared to form an alliance, what the Spirit Beast sect and their three families are doing is really disturbing today, especially the Spirit Beast sect, which has the intention of abusing and killing mortals, and should not be left unguarded. These things use a lot of people, life and death is hard to predict. If the young disciples with potential and talent within the sect were to do it, Wanchun Valley would have to lose quite a few outstanding disciples. Let these disciples who are older and have lived many years of peace in Wanchun Valley try it out. Elder Lu nodded, yes, I will start asking questions today. After a short pause, there was a hidden smile on his face. Speaking of talented young disciples, in the last 2 years, 2 new ones have appeared in Wanchun Valley. One is senior sister Wen's disciple, named Lu Yun. Elder Yen Ming grunted, this person has empty talent, quite unbearable. I once also have some expectations for him, but unfortunately into the name of Sister Wen is not strict control, now do not talk about it. Elder Bai laughed, it's a pity that senior sister Wen is not here, otherwise she would have been very happy to hear you call her senior sister. Elder Yen Ming tensed his face, the corner of his mouth curled slightly. When she breaks through to Jin Dan, she will naturally be senior sister Wen again. Ha, then she will have to correct your name again. Elder Bai said. Elder Yen Ming's usual stern brows softened slightly, and then asked Elder Lu, you said one Lu Yun, who was the other one? Oh, the other one, that's my 18th disciple Han Yu. Elder Lu said with a smile, although he has 4 spirit root qualifications, he has cultivated the greenwood body protecting technique at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, and with all his protective power, it's hard to injure him at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, so he's really a natural talent when it comes to arts and crafts. Chi Wanfa, Yen Ming, Elder Bai and Elder Mao all looked at Elder Lu together. Elder Lu, what did you say? I'm saying that this Hanyu is an extraordinary talent in arts and crafts. No, wait a moment. How can this be your disciple? When did you accept him as your disciple? Elder Bai's eyes widened as he raised his hand to stop him. Elder LV had a smile on his face, a bland look on his face, seemingly puzzled. Just today, what's wrong? LV Chang. Shouldn't you discuss this with us first? Elder Bai asked. Elder Mao also had an amused and a few good-natured looks on his face, reaching out and pointing at Elder LV. Alright, Elder LV, take in a disciple first, fearing that we will rob you of your disciple. Shi Wanfa and Yen Ming also understood what was going on and were both amused. Elder Lu accepting a disciple in advance is really a bit of a cautionary tale. It's just, since Elder Lu accepted it, he should teach it well. Don't waste Hanyu's exceptional talent. His 4 spirit root cultivation qualifications are indeed a bit poor. Since you become his master, think of a way to help him out and see if you can raise his cultivation level as soon as possible. Seeing that his purpose was accomplished, Elder Lu also smiled more and more happily. Yes, sect leader, I will naturally help him with his plans. If you don't teach him well, beware of me snatching him for you. Elder Bai threatened. Elder Yen Ming also laughed. I've also seen Hanyu, and I see that he's a strict and upright disciple, and he's quite a sight to behold. If you guys can't teach him well, let me do it then. Elder Lu saw that even he was a bit impressed, and immediately felt even more critical. This 18 disciple really need to help him raise his cultivation, otherwise even if he is not snatched away, he will still cause people to laugh. Another day of cultivation passed, and he was one step closer to the 5th level of Qi cultivation. Hanyu made his usual rounds of the spiritual fields and practiced his spells on the 2nd day, and then returned to his house to practice. In the evening, Senior Sisterly saw him come out of the house door with the big crow and opened her mouth to call him. Little 18, Masterly has something good for you. Hanyu went forward. Senior Sisterly handed him 2 bottles of Qi gathering pills and a jade slip. These 2 bottles of Qi gathering pills are more than enough for you to cultivate to the 4th level of Qi cultivation. Master said that when the Qi gathering pills are too heavy and don't have much to gain, then he will think of a way to do it. Inside this jade slip is a spell that Master himself once practiced at the Qi refining stage and does not belong to the sect transmission pavilion, so you can practice it. Chapter 115, One Leaf Blinds the Eye. After handing Hanyu 2 bottles of Qi gathering pills and the jade slip, Senior Sisterly talked to Hanyu about the arrival of the emissaries from the Xianyi sect and the Little Tian Luo sect. Elder Lu didn't tell her the specific details, only saying that this clan couldn't trust these 2 clans and wouldn't accept the gifts they brought, so he let them leave. This was not a surprise. After all, the matter that Senior Sisterly asked about involved the sect's decision-making. Being able to ask was Elder Lu's willingness to talk to his disciple more. Not being able to ask was normal. Sisterly went back to her room to practice. Hanyu also went back to his room to practice. Hanyu already had a bottle of Qi gathering pill in his hand, and Elder Lu, the master he had just worshipped, had given him 2 more bottles. In this way, he didn't need to use his replication power on Qi gathering pills for a short period of time. He only needed to occasionally replicate the Xuanqin fruit when practicing spells, replicate the essence blood when practicing the blood refining technique, and the remaining replication power could be given to the Foundation Establishment Talisman, Thunderbolt Talisman and Gengjin Talisman, as well as to the 1000-year Sunken Wood Heart. In addition to the 2 bottles of Qi gathering pills, Elder Lu also gave Hanyu a spell that he used during his Qi refining stage. Hanyu picked up the jade slip and carefully examined it. Inside was a spell called One Leaf Blinds Eye. The name of this spell didn't seem like the name of a spell from the Law Transmission Pavilion. Looking closely at the content, it was a spell similar to the blindfolding technique, which confused the enemy's vision. Unlike the confuse eyesight technique that created a phantom illusion out of it, the purpose of this One Leaf Blinds Eye spell was to obscure the opponent's line of sight. If the cultivation was unfamiliar, then even if the opponent was hit by the spell, they would still see a darkness in front of their eyes, and then they would be able to react. According to common sense, as long as they reacted, it was generally not too difficult to break this type of illusion spell, and the release of spirit breath or spells forward could generally break the illusion. However, Hanyu had the addition of the 1000 illusion mysteries, as well as the illusion body technique, the confusion eye technique, and the 1000 illusion mysteries own concealment, transformation, and restraining breath, and so on, so that thinking about it, One Leaf Blinds the Eyes might not be unable to play a greater role. G.A. The big crow cawed softly, reminding Hanyu, who was mesmerized by the spell. Hanyu smiled and touched its feathers. With a sense of gold and iron, you go and call the little crow to come too. After some time, if there are no accidents, it shouldn't be a problem to have 1 or 2 more crows around me. The big crow cawed with some dissatisfaction. What's the point of having them follow? None of them are as useful as me anyway. You're bigger now, and you can even take me flying. Some of the matters of inquiring about information would have only been appropriate for the size of an ordinary crow. Hanyu explained. Big has its benefits, and small has its uses. The big crow is more of a pet, not wanting the other crows to steal the master's time with him, and then obediently spread his wings and flew away to bring the little crow. Hanyu asked the little crow about what the crows had seen today, and after confirming that there was nothing special, he let the big and small crows leave. He also practiced the one leaf blinds the eye spell that he had just obtained, and was considered to have learned it. After that, the puppet Li Crow's manipulation will also practice some, so as not to use in the future when raw. The next day, another day rushed by. On the third day of the outer sect disciple competition, early in the morning Zhong Yu brought Sun Kong and Lu Lan to the spirit field. Senior Han, you are going to participate in the disciple competition today, right? Naturally, I'm going. Senior sister Li was also about to go to the main peak with Han Yu and said with a smile. She was quite concerned about the young 18th disciple who had just joined her master's name. Zhong Yu excitedly hugged her spirit dog Xiaobai tightly, strangling the mangy dog and spitting out her tongue. Senior brother Han is proficient in arts and techniques, so he'll definitely be able to get a good ranking. We're all going to cheer you on today. Thank you, senior brother and sister. Han Yu finished with a smile and raised his arm. The big crow then lifted its wings from the roof of the steward's office and landed on Han Yu's shoulder, its dark and glowing tail feathers hanging down behind him. Afterward, Han Yu mounted his flying sword, senior sister Li stepped onto the flying shuttle, and Zhong Yu stood on a banana leaf as the three of them flew together toward the main peak. Senior brother Sun, you and senior sister Lu haven't exchanged your flying spells yet? Han Yu slowed down the speed of his flying sword to be flush with the banana leaf and opened his mouth to ask. Sun Kong smiled and responded, actually, we've already exchanged one, which is also a banana leaf. Because neither of us has a storage bag, it would be a waste to exchange 2 banana leaves, so the two of us exchanged only 1 banana leaf, enough to use when necessary, but not good enough to carry around normally. When this year passes, the two of us will combine our efforts to exchange a storage bag out. Han Yu originally thought that if the two of them didn't have any banana leaves, he could give them the extra banana leaf that he had no use for. But they have already exchanged banana leaves, and ready to exchange storage bags together always feel that giving them banana leaves again, some redundant? Between words, flying swords, flying shuttles, banana leaves have one after another through the main peak formation greenlight, to the ring. Today's outer disciple competition, participate in the competition of the outer disciples is not many, watching the miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, and even inner disciples, but there are many. There were deacons maintaining order, and there were also deacons who came specifically to see the outer disciples competition. Han Yu had just landed when he saw the two of them, Elder Lu and Elder Bai, on the viewing platform directly in front of the ring. Both senior sister Li and Han Yu went over together, saluting Elder Lu and paying respects to Elder Bai. Good, behave well. Elder Lu laughed and nodded at Han Yu. Elder Bai looked at this scene and hummed faintly, specializing in taking the trouble to snatch it away in advance. I'd like to see if you can teach it well. It was fine if he didn't say it, but once he said it, Elder Lu laughed even more happily. Don't worry, I'm sure I can teach it well. Han Yu, see? Elder Bai has high hopes for you as well, so you must perform well today and show all your strength. Han Yu responded respectfully. Elder Bai didn't bother to say much to this guy who took advantage of him, pointing Han Yu to the side. Ling Yun is over there, you can go talk to him. Han Yu looked along, only to see Bai Ling Yun smiling and raising his hand to greet. Han Yu, quickly come over. Beside him were Li Xin, Meng Bao, and Meng Bao's long-toothed tiger. When Han Yu walked over, Bai Ling Yun spoke to him as if he had found a playmate. My grandpa said that we're all new to the outer sect, and to participate in the outer sect competition today is to get a better understanding. Meng Bao, Li Xian, and the others also signed up to participate. Wang Tang would like to participate, but unfortunately the spiritual weapon pavilion site is busy, there is no way to take time out. The top 10 rewards for outer disciples this time around are quite a lot. Han Yu nodded as he listened. By the way, he waved his hand with senior sister Li, Zhong Yu, and the others, signaling that he would say a few words over here. Zhong Yu took out more fried melon seeds to share and nodded with a smile. Senior sister Li also resumed her usual appearance, peeling melon seeds while nodding her head. In the sound of Bai Ling Yun's words, the outer sect disciple grand competition had begun, with a total of 106 disciples participating in the grand competition. In order to ensure fairness, the disciples participating in this grand competition could choose to use or not use external forces such as magic weapons, talismans, pills, and spirit beasts. If you do not use external force, the opponent may not use external force fair than their own cultivation and art ability. If you use external force and your opponent does not use external force, then you may not use it either, and you still have to compare your own cultivation and spell ability. Only if both of you are willing to use external force, you can both use. Because of this detailed regulations, as fair as possible, the ranking of the inner and outer disciples is exceptionally uncontroversial. Even if the cultivation is poor, no weapon may not be unable to win by fluke. The first round of the competition began. 10 rings began to compete at the same time. Han Yu heard a familiar name. Deacon Room Outer Disciple Lu Yun. Chapter 116. Deacon Room Outer Disciple Lu Yun. As this name rang out, quite a few people looked over, and there were others who directly couldn't help but cover their mouths and burst out laughing. Apparently, Lu Yun was also considered to be famous. Only to see a ring on the right side, Lu Yun scratched his head and walked up to the ring in disheveled clothes. I don't use spells, just my own. Opposite him, another outer disciple also mounted the stage and laughed quite happily. Lu Yun, I know you don't correct the way to make people laugh every day. I was thinking that it would be hard for me to even make it to the first round at the 4th level of chi cultivation, but it's really my luck that I met you. Lu Yun looked at him. Fine, then I'll go easy on him. When that outer disciple saw that not only did he not admit defeat, but he seemed to be sure of his victory, his anger bubbled up. Good, I'll go lighter as well. After saying that, he recited silently under his breath and pinched his fingers, and a flame went straight towards Lu Yun. The seemingly unorthodox Lu Yun also finally started releasing spells at this time. With his fingers up, he pointed in front of him, and an aura surfaced. Body protecting spell. The flames landed on top of the protective spell, and after the collision, the flames went out, the protective spell flickered slightly, and the aura dispersed. Apparently, Lu Yun's cultivation in this spell was not that outstanding, and he could not support himself after blocking just one spell. When Lu Yun's opponent saw this, he rejoiced. Let's see how you can hold out. Within 2 breaths, he unleashed a second flame spell, heading straight for Lu Yun. Lu Yun used another body protection spell. After the two sides clashed again, Lu Yun used his body protection spell for the 3rd time. The outer disciple opposite him was stunned. What do you mean? Is that all you know? Lu Yun shook his head and used his 4th body protecting spell after the body protecting spell. His opponent was confused and did not attack again. So he watched as he used his 5th and 6th body protection techniques again, all of which were blocked in front of his body. The 4 body protecting technique spiritual lights were arranged in sequence. What made his scalp even more numb was that Lu Yun, a person who had always been made fun of, seemed to still have some strength left, and was actually still using body protection techniques. After using another body protecting spell, Lu Yun stopped and asked suspiciously, "You're not releasing any more spells?" Below the ring, no one snickered at Lu Yun anymore. The more they laughed before, the more shocked they were now. His opponent stared blankly. "How many protective spells are you going to use?" "I'll use as many body protection techniques as you have attacks. After all, I just recover fast," Lu Yun said, using another body protection technique. His opponent finally became completely tense. "It can be used again? How can I fight?" "Okay, you don't have to use it again, I admit defeat." Lu Yun scratched his head. "You're admitting defeat? Didn't you say you'd go easy on him?" His opponent clenched his teeth and grimaced as he jumped out of the ring as if he didn't hear him. Lu Yun also swayed and walked out of the ring. Seeing that Lu Yun actually won by this other method, the ring was filled with amazement, and no one belittled or made fun of Lu Yun anymore. Although this Lu Yun was a bit ridiculous, he was indeed quite capable. Bai Lingyun lamented to Han Yu, Li Xian, and Meng Bao. "No wonder my grandpa just said he wasn't motivated and never said he wasn't capable. His talent is quite impressive." All 3 Han Yu nodded. The first round of the competition hadn't ended yet, and soon Meng Bao was called, and he walked onto the ring with his long-toothed tiger, and his opponent happened to have a protective artifact as well, and both sides were willing to use external forces. A few moments later, Meng Bao with his long-toothed tiger defeat and admit defeat, the opponent of the 4th level of chi cultivation, higher than his cultivation. Spells are also skillful, not only magic weapon, there are talismans. Meng Bao just broke through to the 3rd level of chi cultivation. Chi cultivation of the long-toothed tiger means a clear lack of pri, is not a rival. After Meng Bao came back, Bai Lingyun, Li Xian comforted him not to be discouraged. After all, they were all broken into the outer door, certainly worse than the other outer disciples. This outer disciple competition is to open the eyes of the world. Not long after, Li Xian and Bai Lingyun were also called by name one after another and mounted the ring, and both were unsurprisingly defeated. Especially Bai Lingyun, as soon as his opponent saw him covered in magic weapons and holding talismans, he immediately said that he didn't need to use external force. Once he didn't use external force, Bai Lingyun's mastery of spells was just barely functional, so naturally, he was going to lose to the outer disciple at the 4th level of chi cultivation. Even though he had long been prepared for defeat, when he was really defeated, Bai Lingyun still looked a little frustrated with a bulging face. Just at this time, another name was called out from a ring on the right side. Han Yu, an outer disciple of the Spirit Field Division. Yes, Alchemy Division outer disciple Wang Wu. Bai Lingyun, Li Xian, and Meng Bao all looked toward Han Yu. "Han Yu, don't force it. Our strength is indeed no match for the outer disciples, so just do your best." Han Yu nodded. "Okay, I'll do my best." Gaga. The large crow on his shoulder looked at the 3 of them with dark golden pupils and opened its beak to let out an inexplicable caw, sounding a bit like someone was laughing. Han Yu shared his heart with it, and with his backhand, he touched its tail feathers that fell behind him. "People also have good intentions. What are you laughing at, rude?" Only then did the big crow stop talking. With the big crow on his shoulder and his flying sword in hand, Han Yu mounted the ring. The person in charge of supervision next to the ring was Deacon Bai Lingyun's elder, whom Han Yu had met before. As soon as Wang Wu, an outer disciple of the opposite alchemy division, saw Han Yu with a flying sword and a spirit bird, he raised his hand and signaled, "I don't use external force, only spells." And to Han Yu, this senior disciple, "Let's not use external force, shall we?" "Good." Han Yu answered, putting his flying sword and protective ring into his storage bag, and signaling Big Crow to go wait on the side first. Seeing this scene under the ring, senior sister Lee couldn't help but inexplicably pursed her lips and smoothly grabbed Zhongyu another handful of melon seeds. To think that someone would think that senior brother Han's strength lies in external forces. Above the grandstand, Elder Bai quietly watched, glancing at Elder Lu on his side, seeing his eyes squinting with laughter, and thinking, I'd like to see what the accomplishments of the artistry exalted talent that you purposely took on as an apprentice ahead of time are. Han Yu and Wang Wu agreed not to use external force, so Deacon Bai announced the start of the competition. Han Yu pointed his finger, 2 figures split out left and right, and 3 Han Yu figures immediately appeared in the ring. One stood in its original position, while the other 2 figures quickly approached Wang Wu from the left and right sides. Afterwards, the 3 figures pinched together towards Wang Wu, seemingly wanting to release spells. Wang Wu immediately panicked. What kind of spell is this? Han Yu, who was on the right side of his body, did not answer, but just a wind blade spell burst out and landed at Wang Wu's feet. At the same time, the Han Yu in his original position and the Han Yu on his left side all turned into shadows and disappeared. Han Yu didn't even have time to use more complicated means or more illusionary techniques. Wang Wu, who was at the 4th level of Qi cultivation, then messed up himself first and couldn't block his spell attacks. Deacon Bai beside the ring opened his mouth and said, Han Yu, victorious. Until Han Yu was declared the victor, Wang Wu on the ring and the disciples watching the battle below the ring were all quite bewildered. What spell did Han Yu use? How did he get close to Wang Wu's right side? How did it only take 2 breaths for a wind blade to land at Wang Wu's feet and win? Gradually came back to his senses, only to feel that Han Yu's power is not the same as all the previous outer disciples standing on the opposite side of the release of spells or attack or defense, his spells one after another, but also fluent straight to the eyes of others. If you really want to go up against him, I'm afraid that it would be hard to react. Elder Bai nodded and praised, illusory body technique can be used like this, it's really a natural talent. This kind of attack, in the Qi refining period, is comparable to a Quicksilver attack, a 1-2 punch that is flawless. Thank you. This disciple of mine has a small talent. Elder Lu narrowed his eyes with a smile once again. Elder Bai was genuinely praising him, but at this time, he couldn't help but lose his temper. After taking advantage, say less. No wonder you're taking on an apprentice early. In my place, I would have to accept a disciple as well. Chapter 117, Winning Streak. Junior Brother Han. Han Yu stepped down from the ring, and when he saw senior sister Lee smiling and raising her hand in greeting, he looked over and also saw the surprised and inexplicable gazes of the 3 Zhongyu people. As he walked through the crowd, attention and comments came like a tidal wave. With all eyes on him, Han Yu gazed slightly before suppressing a hint of nervousness within his heart. The big crow fell down and stood on his shoulder, pecking at his hair, its dark gold pupils filled with joy. Han Yu stroked the big crow's tail feathers again, his heart connecting. Bai Lingyun, Meng Bao, and Li Xian also came over at this time. Han Yu, why are you so powerful? Bai Lingyun asked in disbelief. Without waiting for Han Yu to answer, he added with slight frustration, I thought we deserved to lose to the other outer disciples, I didn't realize it was just that I was too weak. It turns out that the gap between me and you is so big. Elder Bai walked with his hands behind his back, and when he heard this, he went along with the trend of polishing the heart of his own juniors. Han Yu also practiced spells hard to get where he is today. If you want to improve your strength, you also have to work hard and stop thinking about the evil ways to be good. Grandpa, I know. Bai Lingyun glanced at Han Yu and nodded, as if he was going to make Han Yu his target next. Let's go back and cultivate. Elder Bai said. Bai Lingyun was a bit hesitant. Ancestral grandfather, can I watch a bit longer? Then you can watch it yourself, I have to go. Elder Bai carried his hand on his back and nodded to Han Yu, you have good talent, don't waste it. Han Yu owed his body slightly and thanked the elder for his praise. Ancestral grandfather, you're not watching? Bai Lingyun asked curiously. Elder Bai finally paused in his footsteps, slightly exasperated. No more watching, if you continue to watch, Lu Qing's face still doesn't know what kind of smile he'll get. With those words, he hurried away. Not long after, the first round of the competition ended. Because there were also accidents in the first round, there were still 52 people left in the second round. After a short rest, the outer disciple competition continued to start. The remaining disciples all had their own strengths, and the battle was even more intense than before. Lu Yun, an outer disciple of the deacon's office, faced Wu Wing, an outer disciple of the alchemy division. Han Yu, an outer disciple of the spirit field division, versus Zhou Yan, an outer disciple of the talisman division. Voices rang out one after another, and Lu Yun walked onto a ring first. Han Yu didn't pause either, walking towards a ring. Bai Lingyun, who was already in the talisman division and knew Zhou Yan well, hurriedly reminded from the back, senior brother Zhou has a 5th level cultivation in Qi cultivation, lots of talismans, and magic weapons, so don't be a hard ass. Gaga. The big crow on Han Yu's shoulder seemed to let out a laugh again, shaking its ebony head. Han Yu paused slightly, turned his head to Bai Lingyun to thank him, and mounted the ring. Zhou Yan looked to be about 30 years old, with a storage bag on his waist. He should be fully stocked with talismans, and his inner armor spirit light was vaguely revealed under his green robe. Han's senior apprentice brother. Zhou Yan smiled and arched his hand to Hanyu. We use external force how? Zhou Yan also saw the situation of Hanyu competition, if only on the art. The other side of the art skillful, victory or defeat is really not easy to say. But in terms of external forces, their own storage bag of talismans and the body of the magic weapon should be more advantageous. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do that. Hanyu replied calmly, then took out his flying sword, finger ring, and a stack of talismans from his storage bag. The defense ring was put on, the flying sword was held in his hand, and a sharp gold talisman was taken out from the stack of talismans and pasted on top of the flying sword, which was so sharp that it could injure anyone who touched it. The big crow flies up in the air, dark golden pupils staring at the opposite side of Zhou Yan, waiting for an opportunity to move. Start? The deacon took one look at both of them to see that they were ready and announced the start. Along with the deacon's words, Hanyu's flying sword shot out in an instant. Zhou Yan's hand talisman has just been stimulated. The wind blade technique used in the attack actually did not touch the flying sword and passed by mistake, directly in front of Hanyu and was easily dodged by Hanyu, landing in the ring above the stone cut out a trace. At the same time, Hanyu's flying sword directly penetrated Zhou Yan's protective art, piercing through his outer green clothes and colliding with his inner armor defensive artifacts, making ear-piercing sounds. Zhou Yan's face instantly turned white, and it was extremely difficult to be affected by the collision wave of the magic weapon. Lowered his head to look again. She practicing preliminary stage top grade inner armor magic weapon actually appeared cracks. Zhou Yan is even more face a shock. Good sharp flying sword. Hurriedly rolled over, trying to avoid Hanyu's flying sword. At the same time, the hand pulls out a stack of talismans. This is going to inspire more protective arts. The flying sword was 5 feet in the air, zigzagging and reversing, and before he could even get up, it brushed past his ear, deeply missing 3 inches into the green stone ring. Zhou Yan's hand froze, and the talisman could no longer be activated. Hanyu wins. The deacon announced. Zhou Yan stood up resentfully. Senior brother Han's flying sword is very powerful. Your talisman is not bad either. Hanyu smiled faintly and was polite under his breath as he stroked his palm over the plume of the big crow and headed down to the ring. It was preparing to attack, but it didn't expect Zhou Yan to lose here, so it was sulking. When the disciples watching under the ring saw the result of this battle, many of them were quite surprised. Even senior sisterly said, I thought that you would be more or less stalemated for a few moments before you could win, but I didn't expect that you would actually win in one round. This person is at the 5th level of Qi cultivation, right? Sun Kong and Lu Lan both marveled. They had witnessed Han Yu's initiation. Just 2 years had passed, and an outer disciple of the 5th level of Qi cultivation had actually lost in a single round in Han Yu's hands. Comparing it to before, it was really unimaginable. Bai Lingyun, Li Xian, and Meng Bao also came over, congratulating Han Yu with a sense of surprise. You were able to defeat senior brother Zhou, who is at the 5th level of Qi cultivation, so maybe you'll be able to squeeze into the top 10 of the outer sect with a cultivation of the 3rd level of Qi cultivation in the outer sect in this outer sect disciple competition. Han Yu had a few words with them, and on the other side of the ring, Lu Yun also defeated an opponent at the 4th level of Qi cultivation. Not long after, the 3rd round of the competition began again. In this round, Han Yu met another outer sect disciple at the 5th level of Qi cultivation, who also knew Han Yu better. He probably felt that Han Yu's skillful techniques were limited, and that the flying swords were too sharp to resist, so he deliberately chose not to use any external force and competed with Han Yu in spells. Han Yu once again manifested 2 figures, indistinguishable from the real one. The outer disciple hurriedly attacked one of them, but it was a phantom, and then the body protection spell was broken by Han Yu's sharp gold technique. The real body was there. Just then, his eyes blinked, and another Han Yu appeared on the other side to unleash spells on him. He was stunned and confused, then resolved to ignore it. The one who had just unleashed the spell was definitely the real one. However, right at this moment, a wind blade spell flew by, cutting off a corner of his robe. Han Yu reminded, Senior brother, you've lost. That outer sect senior brother was dumbfounded. How could you be real? The original one. Turning his head to look, the original Han Yu who had released the spell gradually turned into a shadow and dispersed. The big crow slowly fell from the sky, cawing proudly, its feathers sweeping over the non-existent dust on its master's shoulders with a deliberate gesture. G.A. With the 3rd round of the competition over, there were only 12 people left in the entire outer sect disciple competition. Han Yu was almost ranked among the top 10 of the outer sect. Chapter 118 Spirit Explosion Technique. Not bad. Between the gaps in the competition, Elder Lu called Han Yu to him and nodded in delight. Han Yu, it's not easy for you to make it this far in the outer sect disciple competition with your 3rd level cultivation of Qi cultivation. Han Yu took the opportunity to open his mouth. Master, I obtained 1,000 years after the heart of the sunken wood, and there are Qi pills to complement. Day after day hard training, yesterday has broken through to the 4th level of Qi cultivation. Elder Lu was instantly delighted. You've already practiced the 4th level of Qi cultivation? Yes, I just broke through yesterday, and I haven't had a chance to report to my master yet. Good, good. Elder Lu nodded his head repeatedly. You have entered the middle stage of Qi cultivation, which is much different than before. You must not slack off. You must know that one day the chi gathering pills will run out of power. You must also improve your own cultivation as soon as possible. I'll give you a task, within 2 years to break through to the 5th level of chi cultivation. As long as you can do it, I will certainly reward you. Do you have the confidence to complete? Hanyu immediately answered, yes, master, I have the confidence to complete it. As a matter of fact, Hanyu could probably break through to the 5th level of chi cultivation in a few days. Now that he had taken the opportunity to report his cultivation at the 4th level of chi cultivation, he wouldn't have to hide his cultivation too much in the future, so as not to appear sneaky. Another round of competition began. In order to give the remaining disciples more time to rest and recuperate, there was only one ring left to start the competition. The outer sect disciple competition had finally entered the time when all the observing disciples were watching together. The first match. Hanyu, an outer disciple of the spiritual field office, versus Lu Yun, an outer disciple of the deacon's office. This matchup lifted everyone's spirits. Born with a talent for recovery, Lu Yun versus Hanyu with a talent for spells, both were rookie disciples who had gained some notoriety in the last 2 years, so which was stronger? Lu Yun yawned as he came onto the stage, scratching his disheveled hair and grinning. Senior disciple Han, I know your strength is extraordinary. It's just that my master teacher sent word to me that if I can't make it to the top 3 of the outer sect, I'll be the first one to clean me up when she comes out of the gate. Next, I won't be polite. Hanyu nodded slightly. Good, do you need external force? No need for external force, just start. As Lu Yun spoke, he ripped open his lapel and bare his dry and thin upper body. Under the ring, there was an uproar. Some female disciples are reserved by nature, and have never interacted with men too much since they have known better, so they blushed in shame or froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. Deacon Bai angrily rebuked, Lu Yun, you bastard, what are you doing again? A voice came, this is the secret technique he practiced, no need to make a fuss, just announce the start. Deacon Bai turned his eyes to see Elder Yen floating down on the stands, alongside Elder Lu, and immediately asked no more questions, the competition will begin. Elder Lu raised his eyebrows, Elder Yen, what secret art has Lu Yun cultivated? Spirit exploding art. Spirit explosion technique. Elder Sister Wen actually passed this on to him? Elder Lu was first startled, then it dawned on him, not bad, this is just the right technique for him to use. Then he laughed a little, unfortunately, when it comes to my 18 disciples, they will have to be destroyed. Elder Yen sniffed and looked at the 2 people in the ring. Did Hanyu really cultivate the greenwood body protecting technique? It's hard to hurt him in the chi practicing realm? Yes, exactly. The greenwood body protecting technique requires spirit wood breath. Where did he get so much spirit wood breath? Elder Lu was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. I don't care to pry into my disciple's secrets as long as he is on the right path and has his heart set on the clan. The stronger he is, the better. This is also true. Elder Yen nodded. With his natural talent, it was indeed impossible for him to be a spy sent from elsewhere. Between the 2 elders' conversations, as Deacon Bai announced the start of the competition, Hanyu put away his flysword, finger ring, and let the big crow fly away, and didn't take out his talisman. He then released a protective spell in front of his body. Lu Yun's behavior of untying his shirt was very odd, and Hanyu had to be on guard. On Lu Yun's body, a spiritual light suddenly flickered for a moment, followed by a surge in his aura. With a stamp of his foot, his entire body actually soared like a magic weapon, heading straight for Hanyu. His fists clenched, and his spiritual breath entwined around them. Hanyu was surprised. What kind of berserk fighting method is this? Then it dawned on him that bursting out spirit breath and erupting beyond his own limits in a short period of time was the spirit explosion technique that he had once seen introduced. For ordinary people, the spirit explosion technique could only explode for a moment, but for Lu Yun, who was born with a fast recovery time, the spirit explosion technique could allow him to last for a long time and have a strength that exceeded his limit. With a flash of thought, he tapped his fingers, releasing 2 protective arts in succession in a single breath. Lu Yun slammed his fist on the protective spell in front of Hanyu, and because of the violent explosive power of his fist with spirit breath, it actually smashed through a layer of protective spells directly. Then Lu Yun stopped in surprise, looking at Hanyu after 2 layers of protective spells, and easily released 2 more protective spells one after another. In front of him, there were 4 body protection techniques in just 2 breaths. Even Lu Yun, who had always been mentally exhausted, was inexplicably stunned at this point. This body protecting technique is arranged to block the enemy, isn't it what I used in the first battle? Why is Hanyu using this method too? Naturally, Lu Yun couldn't be so dull as to smash away the protective spells with one fist and go against Hanyu to consume his spirit breath and spells. Although his spirit explosion technique didn't have the troublesome after effects of other people's outbursts, there was an upper limit to its naturally fast recovery, and he had to take down Hanyu within 1 incense stick of time, or else he wouldn't be able to hold out himself. With a step of his feet, he turned a corner, intending to attack Hanyu from another direction. Hanyu pinched and swayed, splitting into 2 phantom bodies, one left and one right to dodge towards the sides. Lu Yun was also anticipating this spell from Han Yu and wasn't affected by the two figures, just bypassing the 4 layers of defense and heading straight for the original Han Yu figure's position, slamming the fist that entangled the spiritual breath over with great speed. Han Yu laughed a little. You're lucky to have made the right bet. Another confusion eye technique landed in front of Lu Yun, creating another illusion out of it. Lu Yun didn't pause and continued to smash forward. The fist smashed away, and the phantom illusion slowly fluctuated a bit to dissipate. Lu Yun turned his head in shock. Han Yu had reached the other side of the 4-layer body protection technique, and all of his original illusionary bodies had disappeared. Han Yu didn't slow down, releasing 2 more layers of body protection techniques and quietly looking at Lu Yun. Something bad is going to happen. Lu Yun realized that he might not be Han Yu's opponent, and there was no hope for him to win the top 3 spots in the outer disciple competition, so his master would definitely punish him severely. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun ran towards Han Yu. This time, Han Yu had split into 2 phantom bodies, and Lu Yun had made a mistake last time. This time, he didn't have a reckless mindset and stopped to observe the difference between Han Yu's main body and the 2 phantom bodies. With this pause, a Han Yu that appeared to be an illusionary body soared with spells in his hands. Lu Yun hurriedly rolled over to dodge it and went straight for that Han Yu's real body. A wind blade spell came head-on, and he hurriedly rolled over to dodge it. Immediately afterward, there was a sharp gold spell that appeared directly in his dodging position, penetrating his arm and causing him to bleed profusely. I admit defeat. Don't fight. Lu Yun finally realized completely that he was no match and directly crouched down with his head in his hands, his posture so skilled that it was heartbreaking. The crowd of disciples under the ring saw this scene, and while they were surprised, they all felt amused. Above the stands, Elder Lu and Elder Yen glanced at each other, both seeing the other's surprise. It wasn't surprising that Han Yu had won. What was surprising was that his last card, the Greenwood body protection technique, hadn't been used. How could this kid be so good at fighting? Master Lu, I think this Han Yu under your name is really Elder Yen. Coughed lightly. This matter is exempt, don't even think about it. Chapter 119, Number 1 in the Outer Sect. Defeating Lu Yun and walking down the ring, Han Yu was already among the top 6 Outer Sect disciples. Even Zhongyu, Sun Kong, and Lu Lan, who had encouraged Han Yu before, were in a trance at this time and could not help but feel a sense of unreality. Is it true that he is one of the top 10 in the Outer Sect and on the list? Han's senior brother is so powerful. By Ling Yun, Meng Bao, Li Xin, 3 people even more face to face, unable to speak. He is a servant disciple broken into the outer door. We are also a servant disciple broken into the outer door. This difference is too big. The competition continued on the ring. Elder Yen called Lu Yun to the front of the stands. Sister Wen has always been lenient with her disciples, but she has high hopes for you. This time it was just a matter of time, but don't let her down next time. Do you understand? Lu Yun nodded solemnly with a guilty look on his face. This is still somewhat decent, watch the next competition well. Elder Yen spoke and then looked at Elder Lu. If Han Yu can come first in the outer sect this time, should he be allowed to enter the inner sect? Elder Lu smiled. I'll ask him when the time comes. According to the first rank of the outer sect disciples, he should be admitted to the inner sect, but looking at his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi cultivation, it will be difficult for him to reach the 7th level of Qi cultivation in the next 5 years, so it's not appropriate for him to enter the inner sect now. Regardless of whether he joins the inner sect or not, we still need to find a way to let him cultivate faster. He has already taken a lot of Qi gathering pills, and if he uses a few more bottles, he will definitely lose a lot of his effectiveness. Elder Yen nodded slowly. Han Yu had practiced Qi at the 4th level so quickly, which was due to the bottle of Qi gathering pills he had given him earlier. This disciple's talent in arts and fighting was excellent, and if he could be pushed to above foundation establishment with his resources, he would definitely be the strongest among the deacons in the sect in terms of combat power. At the end of the 6 battles, the losing 6 went to another ring to compete for the 4 spots from 7th to 10th in the top 10. The victorious 6 began the 6 into the top 3 contest. Han Yu was once again called by name. Opposite was the outer disciple guarding the ancestor's tomb, called Zhang Shi, silent, practicing Qi at the 6th level before practicing Qi at the 5th level. After the breakthrough order was cancelled, he broke through to the 6th level of Qi practicing again. Both sides stood in the ring. Han Yu and Zhang Shi stood opposite each other. Seeing that Zhang Shi didn't say anything, Han Yu asked, Senior brother Zhang, do we need to use external force? I have a higher cultivation level than you, so you should use external force. Zhang Shi replied. Seeing him say that, Han Yu said, I can actually do it. Senior brother Zhang can also use external force. Zhang Shi nodded, not intending to take any magic weapons or talismans from his storage bag, and there was no aura on his body. Seeing him like this, Han Yu also did not rely on the benefits of the Great Crow and the Flying Sword, but concentrated on competing with him in spells. Zhang Shi's spells were quite well practiced, and he was one of the best among the outer disciples, with a body protection spell and a flame fire spell, one attacking and one defending, only a bit slower than Han Yu's spell release speed. The two men exchanged a few rounds each with spells, after which Han Yu confused Zhang Shi's gaze with the illusion of body and confusion of eye spells, and a spell landed in front of Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi was stunned for a moment and didn't say much, immediately admitting defeat. 3 contests ended, the victor 3 locked the top 3, the loser 3 aside contest to determine the 4, 5, 6 ranking. Seeing that the first outer disciple was about to be born, the atmosphere under the ring became more and more enthusiastic. Hanyu once again ascended the stage. Looking at the enthusiasm of the onlookers under the ring, he couldn't help but think back to the time when he saw so many people crowd around him when he saw the top 10 inner and outer disciples' single prediction at the restaurant in the Green Harvest Market. To this day, he stood in the ring, just one step away from the first place in the outer sect competition, and still couldn't understand where the eagerness of these people came from. Across the ring stood a ball of light. This was not an exaggeration, but a true description. Because the opponent had so many spells piled up on his body, the aura was stacked on top of each other, completely blinding people to his true colors. Another by Lingyun? Hanyu had just popped up this thought when he heard someone shout from under the ring, "Senior Brotherly, bring us the magic weapon from the refining division and come back with an outer disciple first." Hanyu was instantly enlightened. No wonder there are so many magic weapons. It's against a senior brother who specializes in refining artifacts. Deacon Bai is also a bit speechless. Do you guys need to use external forces here? The more artifacts you have, the better, and you'll only lose faster with your hands full. Li Yibao from the weapon refining department said after the spirit light of the weapon, "Han senior brother, I have seen your competition. I feel that your art is powerful. I use external force to be sure to win over you. This time you are willing to use external force?" Hanyu looked at him. "A magic weapon, I do not have any opinion, but I have the talisman of the Foundation realm in my hands. If these magic weapons of yours are damaged, the refining department will not be held accountable?" "I don't think so," Li Yibao exclaimed. "How do you still have things of the Foundation establishment realm in your hand?" "Redeemed out of curiosity." "Then it's better not to use external force. I'll compete with you for spells and cultivation." Li Yifort hurriedly unloaded all of his spells and put them in his storage bag. After Deacon Bai announced the start, he was defeated by Hanyu in a few rounds. Li Yibao then competed with Fengjin, another 6th level Qi cultivation disciple from the alchemy room, and once again, he lost and was determined to be the 3rd place winner of the outer disciple competition. Hanyu, an outer disciple of the spiritual field division, versus Fengjin, an outer disciple of the alchemy room. The winner will be first in the grand competition, and the loser will be second in the grand competition. After Deacon Bai called the 2 men up, he directly announced, "Fengjin has already taken Qing Xin Qi gathering pill and other pills today, so the use of external force is not prohibited for this competition. Hanyu, do you want to compete now, or do you want to wait for the effects of Fengjin's pills to pass before choosing not to use external force?" Hanyu replied, "Then let's compete now. The competition begins." As Deacon Bai's voice fell, Fengjin stepped on his feet and came straight at Hanyu, as fast as a spell. He was achieving something similar to the spirit explosion technique by taking more than one elixir. Hanyu used his body armor to block his body, but Fengjin was unusually agile and shifted his body, bypassing the body armor and running straight at Hanyu from the side. At the same time, a white pellet smashed over towards Hanyu, and halfway there, a large mass of fragrant white smoke erupted, enveloping Hanyu. This ring after ring of non-stop attack, not confined to the spell attack defense of the dexterity of change, is how Fengjin usually cannot reach, now in the clear heart gathering Qi Dan and other pills under the effect, but extraordinarily sober use of their own strengths to find a chance to win. Hanyu saw the other party step by step. White pills do not know what use, also understand that he needs to fight quickly, not long delay. The flying sword, with the sharp gold technique attached to it, crossed over the white smoke and headed straight for Fengjin. Bang, a muffled sound. Fengjin hand raised brown wooden magic weapon, blocked in front of the flying sword. That magic weapon suddenly gradually appear cracks. Fengjin did not care. In his right hand appeared a green vine entangled spear magic weapon, spiritual breath infusion, spiritual light flowing color. This green vine twisted spear passed through the white smoke and dust, piercing through the finger ring's defense in a flash and landing on top of a layer of green shield. Hanyu's cyanwood shield was finally triggered. Fengjin's expression sank. What kind of defense spell is this again? I'm a mid-grade magic weapon of the late Qi cultivation stage, and it was hard to borrow it from my inner sect brother, so how can I not break through the defense under full power? Must think of a way. Suddenly his hand was empty, his heart was secretly shocked. Sharp gold technique attached flying sword has Fengjin's hand defense magic weapon completely broken. The power of defense was immediately lost. At the same time, in the direction of the back of Fengjin's head, the sound of harsh wind sounded one after another. Deacon Bai immediately stepped forward, one in front of the other, blocking the flying sword in front of Fengjin and the 2 wind blades spewed out by the big crow behind him, declaring, "Hanyu wins." The first place in the Outer Sect Disciple competition was Hanyu. Chapter 120, The Wonder of Change. Outer Sect Number 1. Among the crowd under the ring, Zhongyu couldn't help but raise little white in her hand and shout loudly. Hanyu hadn't yet achieved first place in the Outer Sect, and being shouted at by her, he couldn't help but feel rather uncomfortable. But surprisingly, not only did Sun Kong and Lulan follow, but also quite a few disciples they knew or didn't know followed. Hanyu swept over with a glance and saw Bai Lingyun, Li Xin, Meng Bao, and the others all following suit and shouting outer sect number 1, and Wang Wu, Lu Yun, Zhou Yan, Li Yibao, and the others who had just competed with Hanyu, were all looking down at the ring as well. Senior sister Li beckoned and smiled, reciting wordlessly under her breath, little 18. Zheng Shi of the Ancestors' Mausoleum was also watching silently from the stage. In the ring, Feng Jin somewhat woefully put away his magic weapons and pills. Senior brother Han, it's still you who is more skillful. He pulled out a white and a black elixir and handed them to Hanyu. The white one has a scent, while the black one has a pungent odor. Just now, the white elixir is a scent-retaining pill, used to leave a scent mark. Once contaminated, it won't fade away for 10 days. You need to use the black elixir to get rid of the smell of the mark, and I saw that your shadow spells are sharp, so I had to come up with this way to mark your real body and distinguish between your phantom shadows. Hanyu drifted off, feeling that the pill was indeed useful, so he thanked Feng Jin before reaching out to accept it. Afterward, Deacon Bai called Hanyu and Feng Jin, and then called the third-place winner, Li Yibao, as well as the following 7 disciples, Zheng Shi and Lu Yun, to the ring to announce their rewards. For this outer sect disciple competition, the 7th through 10th place winners were all given 20 small merits and 2 bottles of Qi condensation dan. Although it wasn't much, it was equivalent to doing sect tasks for more than a year, not to mention that the top 10 in the outer sect itself was also an honor. For the 4th to 6th place, there would be 30 small merits and 2 bottles of Qi gathering dan. This is very attractive. 30 small function exchange a few spells, 2 bottles of gas gathering pills for cultivation is also extraordinarily durable. The 3rd place, 35 small work, clear heart Qi gathering dan 2 bottles, practice Qi middle stage magic weapon, talisman, elixir, secret art of choice or enter the inner door, worship deacon. The 2nd place, 40 small merits, 2 bottles of Qing Xin Qi gathering pills, a choice of any one of the middle stage Qi practicing magic weapon, talisman, elixir, or secret technique or enter the inner sect and pay homage to the master elder. The 1st place, 50 small merits, 3 bottles of clear heart Qi gathering pills, one of the late Qi practicing magic weapons, talismans, pills, and secret techniques of your choice, or entry into the inner sect and worship of the masters and elders. Hearing the rewards, Hanyu's heart couldn't help but rejoice. 50 small merits for his exchange of spells, secret arts, and artifacts for the Qi cultivation realm was suddenly much more generous, able to exchange 7 or 8 jade slips out in one breath. 3 bottles of clear heart Qi gathering pill is also a very good cultivation elixir, better than Qi gathering pill with Xian Xin fruit clear heart condensation effect. Not to mention, you can also pick a reward for the late stage of Qi cultivation. After the announcement, Deacon Bai directly handed out the rewards, and the bottom 7 directly retired. As for the top 3 choices, Deacon Bai brought Hanyu's trio to Elder Yan and Elder Lu. The 2nd place Feng Jin and the 3rd place Li Yibao chose to become inner disciples, waiting for the sect to arrange for a master to accept them. It was the 1st place Hanyu who came last. Do you want to be an inner disciple? Elder Lu asked Hanyu. Elder Yan's gaze slightly sized up Hanyu, didn't look any further anyway, he couldn't snatch it, this was LV Qing's disciple, he didn't have to bother himself much. Hanyu naturally didn't choose an inner disciple. He had already worshipped Elder Lu and received the greatest benefits, the rest of what the name of inner disciple, moving to the main peak to live, assigning servants to take care of his life, was unattractive to him. He still preferred to cultivate over at the spirit field. Senior, my cultivation level is not high, there is no need for me to enter the inner sect now. Elder Lu nodded slightly. Well then, choose any one of the late stage Qi cultivation spells, talismans, pills, and secret techniques. I've heard Deacon Lu talk about a Qi cultivation spirit increasing elixir. After taking it, it immediately increases the cultivation spirit breath by 10 days, which can greatly save time for disciples with poor qualifications like me. Hanyu asked, do you know if there's such a pill in the sect? Elder Lu mused, there shouldn't be any in Wanchun Valley, I've never heard of it. In that case, I'll find someone to ask, and if there really is such a potion, I'll get you a bottle. If not, I'll see what's more appropriate for you to exchange at that time. Hanyu answered, yes, I thank you, master. Thank you for what? You're poorly qualified, but you're gifted in arts and crafts, so it's only right that you think about it more. Elder Lu said smilingly, this time, you achieved 1st place as an outer disciple. Elder Yan and I are both pleased for you. Elder Yan was stunned. What reckoning? Why also bring me? Do you still want me to give a gift? Elder Lu looked at him with a smile. You really don't want to give? Elder Yan snorted coldly and stood up, as if he was about to brush his sleeve away. I'm not going to give it. You're robbing a disciple. Do you still have a point? Just as the 2 elders were secretly signaling with their eyes, Elder Bai suddenly swept from the direction of the main peak's top hall and nodded his head to the 2 elders. Seeing this scene, Elder Yan and Elder Lu instantly knew that business was important, and also extinguished their jokes. Alright, the outer sect disciple competition is over, you all go back individually. All the disciples dispersed one after another. Many of them were excitedly talking about the matter of the outer disciple competition. Originally, the Green Harvest restaurant predicted that there was no Hanyu in the top 10 outer disciple list, but now Hanyu directly took the 1st place in the outer disciple competition, which in itself was the best topic, the biggest surprise, making the crowd talk about it with great excitement. Han Yu watched as senior sister Li, Zhongyu, Bai Lingyun, and the others came over to talk, and he himself was ready to walk over. Right at this moment, Elder Yen thought of something and called out to him, Han Yu, you go with your master to the clan hall, there are still things unfinished. After saying this, he flew out with Elder Bai through the main peak formation, seemingly waiting for something. Han Yu was stunned for a moment and led the order. Nodding his head in greeting to senior sister Li, Zhongyu, Bai Lingyun, and the others, he let the great raven stand on his shoulder and rode on Elder Lu's magical flying boat phalanx to the top of the main peak. Eyes on his departing back, Zhongyu lamented, senior brother Han has become the #1 in the outer sect at only the 3rd level of chi cultivation, and he has also become a disciple of the elder. He really calls for envy. I have to work hard on my cultivation as well to be ranked in the top 10 as soon as possible. Senior sister Li reminded, I just learned that senior brother Han has already practiced the 4th level of chi cultivation. What? Sun Kong, Lu Lan, and Bai Lingyun were all dumbfounded. Han Yu had only just practiced the 2nd level of chi cultivation a year ago. How did he surpass us all now? How did he cultivate so fast? Zhongyu asked out in surprise. He has made many achievements, and he has never stopped taking the chi gathering pills, which are only used in the middle and late stages of chi cultivation, and he has been personally instructed by the elders, so his cultivation is naturally fast. Senior sister Li explained. The crowd was dazed and amazed, especially Sun Kong and Lu Lan, who were the most shocked. Han Yu in the spiritual field, and they are not far away from the neighbors. They have always seen as a junior brother. Now this junior brother chi practice 4-layer, the first outer disciple and worship teacher elder, while they are still chi practice 3-layer, outer disciples in the silent. The change of the strange, really all beyond imagination, like in a dream. Chapter 121 Why have nonsense? Following behind Elder Lu and bypassing a giant tripod in front of the hall, Han Yu walked to the entrance of the main peak hall. Just at this moment, inside the main hall, Chi Pom sect, Elder Mao, 2 people with a few deacons, more than a dozen inner disciples. Elder Mao stepped forward and said to sect leader Chi, senior brother Yen and senior brother Bai have already gone to greet them. Sect leader Chi nodded and swept his gaze behind him. This is your disciple Han Yu? How is the ranking of the outer sect disciple competition? The outer disciple competition just ended, and he was lucky to win first place. Elder Lu replied with a smile. Sect leader Chi was slightly surprised, then nodded in approval. Not bad. Elder Mao, on the other hand, looked amused. Good, you've snatched him this time. How about that Lu Yun that senior sister Wen chose? He also made it into the top 10, not bad at all. Elder Lu said with a smile, slightly worse than Han Yu. Seeing that he was still showing off, Elder Mao laughed and said, wait for senior sister Wen to come out of the gate, then you can say this to her. Elder Lu shut his mouth at once. Elder Wen was not a good talker. Right at this moment, Elder Yen and Elder Bai led 3 guests into the main peak formation and landed in front of the main hall. Sect leader Chi, Elder Mao, and Elder Lu together led the deacons and disciples forward to greet them. Elder Bai took 2 quick steps and introduced the identities of both parties under his breath. The person who came was Spirit Sword Sect's Jindan cultivator, Supreme Elderine Hong, with snow-white beard and hair, carrying an ancient and simple long sword. The other 2 were Spirit Sword Sect Deacon Fong 11 and Yi Lone Star disciple Li Tonghai. Sect head Chi, Elder Yen, and the elders invited In Hong, Fong 11, and Li Tonghai inside, while the deacons and disciples of Wanchun Valley waited outside the hall. Han Yu didn't know many deacons and inner disciples, and since it was such a serious time, he naturally stood at the end without making a sound. The Spirit Beast sect, Little Tian Luo sect, and Xianyi sect had come to the door a few days ago with bad intentions. Now the Spirit Sword sect had come to visit the 5 clans in the southern region of the Wanchun Valley, so were they going to be divided into hostile parties now? Inside the hall, Chi sect leader and Spirit Sword sect Supreme Elderine Hong opened their mouths and exchanged pleasantries, then firstly thanked. Last time, with the help of Patriarch Yi, Wanchun Valley was able to get through a difficult time of life and death, and all the people in the door were grateful. After that, he talked about the causes and consequences of contacting the Spirit Sword sect this time. The Spirit Beast sect had been wreaking havoc on mortals, constantly moving them into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and holding the Immortal Fate ceremony, which was very suspicious. The Little Heavenly Luo sect and the Xianyi sect were also working together with the Spirit Beast sect, and were equally ill-intentioned. For this reason, Wanchun Valley divided their troops into 2 ways. On the one hand, they sent disciples to maintain the order of the mortals in the West Moon Country and South Li Country. On the other hand, they sent disciples to contact the Spirit Sword sect to investigate what the Spirit Beast sect was doing. Nowadays, there are already disciples stationed over in the West Moon Country and South Leaving Country, except for some scattered cultivators with demonic beasts and devil cultivators still causing chaos. The mortal dynasties are ending the chaos and restoring their rule, and there is no human population around the 10 cities that were destroyed, and they have already been determined to have been captured by the Spirit Beast sect. Sect leader Chi said one after another about the news that these disciples had sent back, all kinds of abnormalities that had to be taken seriously, and therefore specially informed your sect. Captive population reminds me of the demon blood sect that ravaged the mortal cities. In Hong Hand Pinch White Beard said in a deep voice, Spirit Beast sect, this is on the evil path? If it is the right path, to have so many mortals is not useful, but just a burden. Not bad. I suspect that the spirit beast sect is either practicing some kind of magic technique, or is the raid of beasts to eat people, but there is no real evidence. The Beast Mountain range is very vast, the Spirit Beast clan, and not allow outsiders to go in to see. It is also possible to capture these mortals to build the clan or specifically for the expansion of the clan's population, she said his suspicions. In Hong white eyebrow slightly wrinkled. We came to the Wanchun Valley before the Yi Patriarch just got the news that the devil cultivator sacred blood real person has not yet died. In the East China Sea countryside of the mortals set up a blood sacrifice plot, so he has gone to the East China Sea country. With his nature, he would definitely want to kill all the demonic cultivators before returning. Now that the Spirit Beast sect is actually showing signs of demonic cultivators on their side, and with the Xianyi sect and Little Heavenly Law sect both advancing and retreating in the same direction and Patriarchy not being there, our current strength is not enough to face all three of them at the same time. It would be a bad idea to rush out and cause the clan to suffer. Eldarine is a mature man, what he said is very true. Sect Leader Qi then said, let's wait for Sect Leader Yi to come back before we discuss this in detail, or can we activate the sword talisman now to invite him back? After In Hong pondered, he slightly shook his head. The Spirit Beast sect is suspicious, and the Sacred Blood realist over in the East Sea country even has to be in charge of it, so if we invite Patriarchy back, what will happen when the East Sea country is in a state of devastation and demonic cultivators are wreaking havoc over there? First, let the Patriarch in the East China Sea country to eliminate the devil cultivator. We will see what the Spirit Beast sect and what they want to do. If they don't continue to plunder the population, for the time being they can still be peaceful, waiting for the Patriarch to come back and then slowly talk about it. If there is this matter again, it must be into the evil demons. We must let the early Patriarch to come back. I will also let the disciples under the door to do more investigation, and pass the order to the Great Zhou dynasty to strictly investigate the population of various places. Sect Leader Qi immediately said, until then, we, Wanchun Valley, will guard the sect, as well as pay attention to the situation of the mortals in the Southerly Kingdom and the Western Moon Kingdom. We also ask the Spirit Sword sect to pay attention to the vicinity of the Great Zhou dynasty, and whether or not the Spirit Beast sect is plundering the population. If the Spirit Beast sect, Xianyi sect, and Little Heavenly Luo sect continue to plunder the population and wreak havoc on the mortals, we will have to activate the sword symbol at that time, and ask Patriarchy to return quickly to do justice. The two sides conferred on this for a moment, and each left a copy of the summoning spell. Wanchun Valley had already sent disciples to the Great Zhou dynasty and Spirit Sword sect's mountain, and Spirit Sword sect would also send some disciples to come to the Southly Kingdom and Wanchun Valley side, as well as to facilitate communication with each other. In this way, the two sects would have two ways to communicate with each other, one fast and one slow, plus the sword talisman to contact Yi Guxing, counting as 3 ways. After finishing this matter, In Hong took the initiative to talk about something else. In the current 5 major clans of the southern domain, the ancestors all came from the outside world, with different origins. The Wanchun Valley ancestors came earlier, the Spirit Sword sect ancestors came later, and actually experienced quite a few sects in between that were destroyed, replaced with name changes, and things like that. Thousands of years ago, there were also 5 major clans, when the Magic Blood sect and the Thousand Illusions sect were still among the 5 major clans, and now they are also gone. Ancestors are not allowed to make alliances, there is their own reasoning, but right now this situation in the southern region I feel that our two clans are still closely linked better. In Hong said, our patriarch's nature is straight and hard, like a sword in the sky, and not too concerned about external things, sometimes indeed. He didn't say any more, but Sect Leader Qi and the others had already realized it in their hearts. Yi Guxing was indeed like a sharp sword, sometimes did not make sense. Of course, if Lone Star Yi had not rejected Wanchun Valley's idea of an alliance, Wanchun Valley would not have been so motivated now. Now that Spirit Sword Sect's Supreme Elder In Hong had this idea, it was just icing on the cake for Wanchun Valley, and was no longer sending charcoal in the snow. Wanchun Valley wouldn't pin all its hopes on outsiders' help anymore. After a few more moments of conversation, the Spirit Sword Sect trio took their leave. When they arrived outside the hall, Elder Yin beckoned for Han Yu to come over and asked with a smile, Li Tonghai, do you still remember Han Yu? Li Tonghai smiled a bit and arched his hand, saying, I met senior brother Han. Only then did Han Yu understand Elder Yan's intention of letting himself come to the sect's main hall, and also smiled and raised his hand. Why do you need to be courteous, senior brotherly? The name of the spiritual field cannot be taken seriously? Before that, I would like to thank you for giving me a sword to help me out. Now into the outer door, everything can be okay? Li Tonghai asked. Han Yu then said his current situation, the 4th level of Qi cultivation, the first outer disciple, under the name of Elder Lu. Ha! Li Tonghai chatting with him, but did not realize forget the surrounding crowd, blurted out, your Wanchun Valley outer door so loose? The 4th level of Qi cultivation can also take the first place in the outer door? Spirit Sword Sect's Supreme Elder In Hong and Deacon Fong 11 shouted in unison to stop, don't talk nonsense. Chapter 122, Losing. Wanchun Valley's fights were sparse, naturally, In Hong and Fong 11 had a good idea of what to expect. If not, the Wanchun Valley would not have been in such a sorry state before, not to mention that it would not have been regarded as a fish on a plate by the Spirit Beast sect and the Devil cultivators one after the other. But how could this be said in front of the Wanchun Valley sect leader and elders? After rebuking Li Tonghai, In Hong looked at Sect Leader Chi. Sect Leader Chi, this disciple has spoken out of turn, so I hope to apologize more. Sect Leader Chi nodded first and then looked at Elder Yen and Elder Lu. I don't understand the inner workings of the competition, you guys should understand. Elder Yen immediately understood and spoke. Han Yu was born with exceptional talent in arts and techniques. He learned them quickly and mastered them well, defeating several disciples at the 6th level of Qi cultivation in a straight fight, and achieving the first place in the outer sect. At this point, it dawned on In Hong, Fong 11, and Li Tonghai. Li Tonghai hurriedly owed deeply, behind the back of the long sword or forward. Kid ignorance, a moment of mouth. I hope that Wanchun Valley you forgive. She sect leader smiled. No harm, just straight talk. Wanchun Valley has always been good at fighting few, suddenly there is this one, indeed appear outstanding. Although Han Yu's cultivation is not high, he has also killed spies, demonic cultivators, the actual combat is not bad. Li Tonghai was pleasantly surprised and looked at Han Yu. Brother Han, you've killed a devil cultivator with your own hands? Han Yu nodded. Li Tonghai Morpheal Handish, come forward, whispered, I also killed a devil cultivator, but almost by him to the back of the harm, said really thrilling. Seeing the two of them talking and chatting, just like fellow disciples, Chi sect leader smiled and stayed. Rare juniors talk to each other, in elder, and why go in too much haste? Why don't you stop for a while and try the tea and food of Wanchun Valley, okay? In Hong also saw Li Tonghai and Han Yu two people talk happily, not good to brush off the face, laughed, meal is not necessary, and then taste a spiritual tea it, just now the tea elegant fragrance refreshing, very light spirit, really good. Shi Master laughed and invited him to return to the hall to take his seat. Seeing the elders have returned to the main hall, Li Tonghai is eager to try. Han senior brother, let's discuss a sword? Han Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Senior brotherly, I don't know swordplay, so I'm afraid I won't be able to discuss swords. Just think of it as a sword fight. You're at the 8th level of Qi cultivation and I'm at the 4th, how can I fight? It doesn't matter, I won't use my full strength. Let's see how you fight and kill the devil cultivators, and also show you how I kill the devil cultivators. Looking at Li Tonghai's eagerness and urging, Han Yu realized that he was still a good fighter. No wonder he couldn't stay idle at the spirit field and practice swordsmanship every day. Spirit sword sect disciples, are they also straightforward and warlike? They do what they want to do? It was so different from the peaceful atmosphere of Wanchun Valley. Several deacons and inner disciples of Wanchun Valley looked over curiously. Han Yu said, Senior brotherly, it's not convenient to compete here, right? We can go to your Wanchun Valley's competition ring. Li Tonghai said. Han Yu was still about to refuse, when Elder Yan's voice came from inside the hall. No harm done, just before that big cauldron, you two will have a friendly exchange. Elder Lu also stepped out and said with a smile, Han Yu, you follow the Spirit Sword Sect's senior disciples to learn, so you won't be too busy fighting with others in the future, so you don't have to care about winning or losing anything. Seeing that the division elders were also interested in letting themselves try their hand, Han Yu nodded and stood with Li Tonghai in front of the giant tripod at the entrance of the hall. The deacons and inner disciples were all immediately interested and stood on the sidelines to watch. Sect leader Chi, In Hong, Elder Yen, Elder Mao, and Fong 11, who had just entered the great hall and hadn't savored a few mouthfuls of tea, also walked out and watched with smiles. Apparently none of them had taken this matter to heart either, and only watched as Li Tonghai and Han Yu exchanged bouts. Both sides stood still, so there was no need to ask what to use or not to use external force. Senior brother Han, you attack first. Li Tonghai said. Good. Han Yu pinched his hand and first slapped a sharp gold technique on top of his flying sword. Immediately after that, his body swayed and split into two phantom bodies. All three figures were holding the hilts of the flying swords, the left, center, and right running together towards Li Tonghai. At the same time, Han Yu's shoulder on the big crow has flown up in the air, opened his mouth as four wind blade chain spit directly toward Li Tonghai fell. As soon as this powerful attack came out, the deacons and inner disciples of Wanchun Valley were all stunned. Sect head Chi, Elder Mao, and Spirit Sword Sect's Supreme Elder In Hong were all surprised as well. Spirit Sword Sect Deacon Fong 11 couldn't help but murmur, this disciple's fighting style is quite fierce, and does have the qualifications to be number one in the outer sect. How could there be such a ferocious 4th level Qi practicing disciple in the Wanchun Valley? No wonder he was able to win first place in the outer sect. Li Tonghai eyes Han Yu Spirit Bird spit 4 windblade first, then there are 3 figures difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. The heart of the dark thought a year did not see him actually stronger than the original so much, no wonder you can kill the devil cultivator. Then the heart of the great feeling of pride, spiritual breath running, the sword on the flow of spiritual light, against the 4 wind blade. A sword swung out immediately after the chopping out. Immediately after Li Tonghai turned back and swung his sword across, sword light flashes, the nearest left side of Han Yu a sword cut open, it is a shadow. Although Li Tonghai's cultivation is high, although the sword is strong, these 2 swords also need time. By this time, the other 2 Han Yu figures had already reached his eyes. Li Tonghai had already lost the lead and retreated, while the sword light once again slashed down diagonally. Spirit sword sect sword cultivators, they really are sharp in their attacks. Sect leader Qi exclaimed. In Hong, however, had a subtle look on his face, but, yet, he lost. With his words, Li Tonghai chopped apart the two figures in front of him with a stunned expression. How is it that neither of them are? Where is Han Yu? Han Yu's figure slowly surfaced behind him, holding a sharp gold art flying sword and pointing it at his back. Li Tonghai couldn't see clearly from the battle, but sect leader Qi, Elder Yen, and In Hong, along with Elder Bai, Elder Mao, and the deacons could all see it. Han Yu had not split into two phantom bodies, but three, and he had used a spell to confuse his ears and eyes, and he himself had hidden his tracks, quietly approaching Li Tonghai. Practicing Qi 8 layer of sword cultivator, Li Tonghai in his successive attacks actually did not notice the real attack on the cultivation and strength. It should be Li Tonghai is better, but on the fight, there is no doubt that Li Tonghai failed. Li Tonghai, like a goose, turned to Han Yu in a daze. I've lost here? In the actual battle, you have already lost your life, so naturally you lost. In Hong said, and praised Han Yu, a good disciple who was good at fighting. Although the fourth level of Qi cultivation, looking at the entire southern region, it is difficult to have a few Qi refining stage disciples to be your opponent. It's just that your swordplay is a bit poor, and there's not much in the way of rules and regulations. With those words, he took out a jade slip and placed it in Han Yu's hand. This sword technique is something I created in the past, so let's use it as the price for this exchange. Han Yu looked toward the clan elders and Elder Lu. Sect leader Qi had a joyful expression on his face and nodded slightly. Take it, you have a rare talent, improve your cultivation properly, you can be a pillar of the sect in the future, don't let down Elder Yin's intention. Elder Lu even smiled and gestured repeatedly, letting him not have to be polite. Only then did Han Yu accept the jade slip and thank Spirit Sword Sect Supreme Elder In Hong. Chapter 123 Celebration at the Spirit Field. I'll see you next time, we'll come back to discuss swords. After Li Tonghai said this to Han Yu, the three members of the Spirit Sword Sect's group left Wanchun Valley under the farewell of Sect Leader Qi and the elders. Moments later, Sect Leader Qi and the elders returned. Elder Lu smiled and urged Han Yu to cultivate well, then told him to return to the Spirit Field first. After Han Yu left, Elder Mao reminded him that the servant disciples of the various places had always been the easiest for the enemy to contact and buy through the Green Harvest Market, and now that Han Yu's talent was so promising that he could outperform a sword cultivator at the 8th level of Qi cultivation, why not leave him to live in the main peak? If he stayed outside the main peak, it would be too late to regret in case of an accident. He used to be at the spiritual field, he is used to it, plus there is one of my disciples who is also at the spiritual field. Elder Lu laughed, such an extraordinary talent in arts and techniques, who of us can teach him at all times by keeping him at the main peak? When we were at the 4th level of Qi cultivation, can there be one that compares to him like this? Instead of placing him in front of us and letting him follow suit, it would be better to give him what he needs to allow him to improve on his own, lest he wear out his spiritual opportunity nature. Elder Yen put his hands behind his back. Good is good, afraid that he learned should not have learned the Green Harvest Square City with spells to harm the cultivators, not in the minority, and even have Zhu San kind of even with the door to be harmed. Don't worry, Han Yu is not a stupid person. Before that, he said with me. Do not harm yourself, do not harm the clan, do not harm heaven and earth, all three of these spells will only be practiced. Elder Lu smiled and said, remembering another thing, have you guys ever heard of the Qi practicing spirit increasing pill? It is said to be an elixir that when taken, immediately adds 10 days of cultivation. My disciple, who is the first in the outer sect competition, wants this kind of elixir. Elder Yen heard slightly surprised, there is this kind of elixir? I have never heard of it. If there really is, I give one that lazy disciple into 2 bottles, will not immediately be able to practice the 5th level of Qi? But Sect Master Qi said, this pill does exist. It seems that this disciple Han Yu has given a lot of thought to increasing his cultivation. However, the elixir required for this potion has never been grown in our southern region, and the refining itself is also quite difficult. Right now the situation in the southern region, I'm afraid it's very difficult to go back to find this potion for him. Elder Lu, you might as well ask him about the other items he needs. If the sect leader says there is none, then there really isn't any. Elder Lu was a bit disappointed. I'll ask around again. Afterwards, sect leader Qi spoke up again. Since the disciples from the southerly country, the western moon country, and the disciples in contact with the spirit sword sect did not encounter any siege except for a few accidents, it is thought that the spirit beast sect is not ready to directly break up with us now. Next, we will take care of the Southly Kingdom and the West Moon Kingdom, maintain contact with the Spirit Sword sect, and pay attention to the movements of the Spirit Beast sect, the Xianyi sect, and the Little Heavenly Law sect. Regardless of whether Lone Star Yi cares about the Spirit Beast sect's signs of demonic cultivators when he returns from the Eastern Sea Country, we in Wanchun Valley must be prepared to deal with them in a foolproof manner. Elder Yen and the other 4 conferred with sect leader Qi, and finally looked together at where the array formation that led directly to the Earth's veins was located in the main hall. Elder Wan and Elder Mu, can the 2 of them successfully break through to Jindan? Senior Disciple Han. Congratulations to the first in the outer sect disciple competition. Hanyu stepped on his flying sword and just arrived at the spiritual field. Senior sister Li, Huaqi, Sun Kong, Lulan, Zhongyu, and the others congratulated him with smiles on their faces. Bai Lingyun and Meng Bao were also there, looking at Hanyu with a bit of admiration in their eyes. Even quite a few of the odd job disciples at the spirit field heard the sound and came, all of them bowing to Hanyu to congratulate him. Congratulations to senior brother Han for being the first in the outer sect. After Hanyu responded, they excitedly exchanged pleasantries and left. We've all witnessed senior brother Han practicing hard on the Dharma field day after day. Now it's true that he's number one in the outer sect. As the crowd at the spirit field came and went, only senior sister Li, Sun Kong, Bai Lingyun, and a few others finally remained at the stewardship office. Hanyu didn't expect Sun Kong and Bai Lingyun to congratulate him, and was about to thank him again when Bai Lingyun pointed to the back and said happily, Li Xian is back, and Wang Tang is with him. Hanyu looked back and saw Li Xian floating on a banana leaf, and Wang Tang from the Spiritual Law Pavilion in Green Harvest Market was also on the banana leaf. As the banana leaf fell, Li Xian took out his storage bag and handed it to Bai Lingyun. Senior brother Bai, I've already purchased the Green Harvest brew and dishes, and the remaining spirit stones and food are in the storage bag. Wang Tang, on the other hand, turned to Hanyu. Li Xian said that you were first in the outer disciple competition. I thought that he was playing a joke on me, but I didn't think that it was actually true, so I hastened to take my leave and followed him over here as well. Congratulations, Hanyu. Hanyu saw that his face was full of joy, and these people around him were also genuinely happy, so his heart couldn't help but warm up. It's true, there's nothing wrong with gradually displaying your strength and being a disciple of the Wanchun Valley. I asked Li Xian to help me out and buy a table of food and wine from the Green Harvest restaurant, just in time to celebrate you today. Bai Lingyun spoke to Hanyu. Congratulations on being number one in the outer sect, Hanyu. Thank you, Bai Lingyun. Hanyu thanked him. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Bai Lingyun's little face smiled like a flower blooming, and hurriedly waved her hands, and greeted the crowd to enter the house and take their seats, and took her own storage bag, and set out the food and wine on the table. This meal was unusually extravagant for the ordinary outer disciples. 10 dishes, dao with spiritual qi, some were made from the meat of spiritual beasts and birds, some even mundane ingredients had been soaked and stewed in specialized spiritual liquid. 1 pot of Green Harvest brew, 1 cup for each of the 10 people at the full table. Bai Lingyun felt slightly embarrassed by the number of drinks and dishes, so he was a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, I bought fewer drinks and dishes. Everyone rushed to persuade, quite a bit. This kind of expensive wines and dishes priced in spirit stones were just enough to taste the flavor, and were not meant to be used as a meal to satiate the stomach. Right, spirit stones should still be used for cultivation. The Green Harvest brew contained spiritual qi within it, crystallizing like a mountain spring, sweet in the mouth and floating through the body. The dishes with spiritual qi were also all delicious, and eating them in the mouth was beneficial to the increase of spiritual breath. After a celebratory meal, Hanyu sent Zhongyu, Sun Kong, Bai Lingyun, and the others away, then tidied up a bit and returned to his room. Today's outer sect grand competition was the first. Hanyu had gotten 50 small merits, 3 bottles of clear heart qi gathering pills, and there was still one more reward yet to be claimed. In addition to this, the Spirit Sword Sect's Supreme Elder sent a jade slip of the sword technique, and Feng Jin sent a black and a white scent retaining pill used for tracking, all of which were also useful harvests. Hanyu also took the opportunity to inform his master, Elder Lu, that he had already practiced the 4th level of qi. With more and more spells and abilities displayed in the ring, no one would naturally feel suspicious of him in the future. Taking stock, Hanyu's mind slowly calmed down. After practicing the Green Harvest qi practicing heart technique and the blood refining technique, he picked up the jade slip to check the sword technique, and when he took a look at it, he needed a sight for the sword technique to be performed, so Hanyu first put it into his storage bag and learned it on another day. Under the night, the big crows with small crows arrived. Hanyu first took out the Xuanqin fruit, rewarded the big crows to help today. The little crow learns from the others, bowing and tilting its tail to Hanyu to express its congratulations. Hanyu also smiled and gave it a beast spirit pill. In a couple days, you'll gradually follow the big crow and fly over. At that time, both of you will come in front of me, and I'll ask Master Teacher how to control multiple spirit beasts in passing, and whether or not I can learn the Beast Heart Spiritual Pact. If my master can say yes, then I'll always be able to find a way to do blood refining in the future. At that time, Hanyu would no longer have any worries. Chapter 124 Beast Heart Psychic. Early the next morning, Hanyu and senior sister Li Yunxia once again traveled to the main peak together. Today was the inner sect disciple competition, and senior sister Li had also signed up. However, there were a few inner disciples who had failed to break through to foundation establishment at the 9th level of qi cultivation and appeared exceptionally strong at the qi refining stage, and the top 10 of the inner disciple competition would mainly only be generated amongst them. Hanyu watched the whole morning, and saw that senior sister Li, senior brother Jin Qi, Sheng Yan and others were all defeated by inner disciples at the 9th level of qi cultivation, and the top 10 of the inner disciples weren't people he knew, so he returned to the spiritual field with senior sister Li. In the afternoon at the spirit field, Hanyu practiced the sword cultivation method left by the Spirit Sword Sect's Supreme Elder. This sword cultivation method was Yin Hong's private sword technique called Yin sword technique, which contained 4 moves: Xingfeng, Luyun, Folding Plum, and Slamming Rainbow. Xingfeng is a sword cultivator to cultivate the sharpness of the flying sword, the flow of spiritual breath transported on the sword, no less than the sharp gold technique attached to the flying sword, practiced and skilled as if it had ever been. The flowing clouds are swept by the sword, a reasonable attack in front of an enemy or a group of enemies. Folding Plum is the blade of the sword, light chopping the enemy precision to achieve the purpose of the attack. Subdue the enemy. Rainbow is the most powerful, full force outbursts, stabbing the vitals. If you just look at the rough introduction, sword cultivation method does not seem to be surprising, but inside all kinds of use of the spirit of the law, so that the flying sword faster and sharper and more penetrating, sharpness in the many attacks, and the law of the door has always ranked among the best, is not just a name. Not to mention, the sword cultivation method for how to use the sword, how to accurately attack the enemy's vitals, repeatedly described and emphasized, so that Han Yu gradually remembered in his mind. That afternoon, Han Yu practiced the 4 preliminary moves of this Yin sword technique and went back to his house to continue practicing. The next day, he continued practicing after inspecting the spiritual fields. When the outer disciples and the odd job disciples saw him as the number 1 in the outer sect, they had a lot of respect for him. After a few more days, Han Yu held 2,000-year-old sunken wood hearts in his hands, carefully running his spiritual breath around the sky, and after walking for a week, the second leaf sprouting in his dantian completely stretched out. Thus, he had crossed the threshold and finally achieved the 5th level of qi cultivation. Next, the sprout at the dantian will grow a section, from bud to seedling, before reaching the 6th level of qi cultivation. Han Yu cultivated for a night to stabilize his newly broken through breath and circumference. Early the next morning, Han Yu had just left the house when he saw Hua Qi marveling. "Senior brother Han, look, your big crow brought back a new one. You're so lucky." Han Yu followed his gaze and saw the big crow's tail feathers hanging down on the roof. Next to it stood the small crow that was bigger than an ordinary crow but not too big, also black and oily, with feathers like ink and iron. The beast mastery technique can only control one spirit animal, and this extra one, I don't know how I can control it. As Han Yu spoke, Senior Sister Li sniffed and walked out, carefully sizing up the small crow. Seeing that it was also a spirit bird, she laughed and said, "It might be a good idea to ask your master about this matter, to see if he has any methods. You still have a lot of small merits. You can also go to the Law Transmission Pavilion to exchange spells, or exchange spells to control spirit beasts, beast ring, spirit beast bag, and so on." Han Yu heard that there were other methods and said, "These aren't what I want." He was most curious to know if Elder Lu would agree if he asked him if he could cultivate the beast heart psychic compact. The 3 of them said a few words, and Senior Sister Li went back to practicing on her own. Han Yu and Hua Qi both toured the spirit field for a week when they suddenly saw Elder Lu's flying boat flying from the direction of the medicinal garden. Elder Lu and a few inner disciples got out of the flying boat, so Han Yu and Hua Qi went forward to greet them. "Master, is something wrong?" "Yes, there is something. An outer disciple at the pill garden colluded with the spirit beast sect's spies and inquired about our sect's secrets, and has already been killed," Elder Lu said with a not-so-good look on his face. He also asked Han Yu, "Li Yunxia isn't here? Senior Sister Li is cultivating. Why aren't you practicing?" Elder Lu frowned slightly. Disciples go to cultivate after inspecting the spirit fields. Senior Sister Li's dual spirit root qualification inevitably makes her cultivation time longer, and my disciples' 4 spirit root qualification, with the help of the qi gathering pill, has less growth in spirit breath from daily cultivation, so it's a shorter period of time. Han Yu explained clearly. Elder Lu nodded. "Good, you still need to focus on cultivation, don't slack off, and don't procrastinate too much on these things like spirit fields." Adding, "I have another matter this time. I have carefully inquired about the qi practicing spirit increasing pill that you mentioned before, and there really is no such pill in the entire southern region. You'll have to choose something else for the reward of the outer sect grand competition." Han Yu nodded and didn't hurry to choose, but instead turned his head to look at the roof of the stewardship office. "Look, Master, my crow has brought a new one back on its own, and it's also a spirit beast." "Oh? Then you have good luck." Elder Lu glanced at it and didn't care too much. Han Yu hesitated and said in a low voice, "Master, let me borrow a step to speak." Elder Lu was surprised, but he didn't refuse and went inside with him. "What is it, so mysterious?" "Master, my big crow said that it has befriended more than one crow, all of which can be brought back to me. I see that the opportunity is rare and I don't want to give it up," Han Yu reported. Elder Lu was a bit surprised, then nodded his head in agreement. "If several spirit beasts, all of them, can be used for you, it's indeed a good opportunity that shouldn't be missed." Seeing him say this, Han Yu then said, "As far as I know, the sect doesn't master so many beast harnessing methods at the same time, and it's inconvenient if you use a magic weapon or something like that. Can a disciple find a way to cultivate a method of harnessing multiple beasts at the same time?" Elder Lu was a bit surprised. A method of harnessing multiple beasts? This would have to be the spirit beast sex method. Han Yu nodded and said tentatively, "Can disciple buy the spirit beast sex method from the green harvest market and come back? And then cultivate it?" Elder Lu pondered slightly and shook his head. Han Yu was disappointed. "Disagree? only to hear Elder Lu say, "What to buy? The Spirit Beast sect has been sending disciples to run and make waves for the past 2 years, and there has long been a jade slip of the Beast Heart Toneling deed within the sect, so I'll be able to bring it to you in a moment. However, I have to talk to the sect leader and Elder Yin first, and let all the elders understand that you are under my orders to cultivate the Beast Heart spiritual pact, so that they do not see it, and then beat you to death at once. After I make it clear and the clan agrees within the clan, you can then start cultivating the Beast Heart Toneling deed. Until then, you should not cultivate." Han Yu's heart perked up and he nodded, "Yes, master." Also, cultivating the Beast Heart Toneling deed is only to allow you to master spirit beasts, it's not to allow you to change your main cultivation technique, not to mention allowing you to delay your cultivation progress. Elder Lu said in a deep voice, "If you can't distinguish between your primary and secondary, I will personally abolish your Beast Heart Toneling deed and put you back on the right path. Do you understand?" "Yes, disciple knows." Han Yu solemnly said as long as he passed the Beast Heart Toneling deed this time, one will be two. Even if he is found to be practicing blood refining in the future, it is expected that he will only be severely punished, not to the point of immediate execution. Another day later, Senior Sister Lee brought Han Yu the jade slip of the Beast Heart Toneling pact, as well as the sex order. Han Yu can cultivate the Beast Heart spiritual pact, but it can only be used for controlling spirit beasts, not for any other purpose, not to privately cultivate any of the spirit beast sect's subsequent techniques, and not to teach it to anyone. If you privately increase the types of spirit beasts without reporting to the sect, privately use spirit beasts to spy on the sect's secrets, privately collude with outsiders, and other disloyal behaviors to the sect will kill without mercy and will not show any mercy. In short, he was only allowed to cultivate the Beast Heart Spirit Pact, and there were many restrictions. Chapter 125 Spiritual Liquid in Crows. No matter how many restrictions there were, as long as they made a start, there would be hope for the future. Han Yu took out the Beast Heart Spirit Pact and began practicing. The first thing to do with the Beast Heart Toneling contract was to inscribe the contract lines. As long as a Spirit Beast sect disciple was able to harness a Spirit Beast, this was a necessary step. It was also for this reason that Spirit Beast sect disciples who came to be spies or collude with 10,000 Spring Valley's disciples often revealed their identities in the contract tattoo. There was this contract tattoo on themselves, and there was also on the Spirit Beasts. Take a drop of the Spirit Bird's heart blood and mix it with your own essence blood. Transporting spiritual breath to draw the contract text, the blood point on the forehead or heart of the spirit beast, from then on the spiritual rhinoceros mutual illumination, master and slave follow each other. Han Yu will be this beast heart psychic contract one day to learn a general, and carefully compared to the details, gradually understand. A few days later, Han Yu hadn't yet gone to conclude the beast heart psychic contract with the crows, but Elder Lu took the flying boat to the spiritual field again. He first inquired about Han Yu's cultivation, and then asked if he had practiced the beast heart psychic pact. Learning that Han Yu hadn't yet done so, Elder Lu nodded in approval. "Yes, there's no need to rush this matter, as long as you can control the spirit beasts." He added, "I'm here to ask you about the reward for being the first in the outer sect competition. Previously, you said that the chi enhancement pills are not available in Wanchun Valley to say that there are other rewards. You don't seem to have what you want urgently. I'll help you think of two, see if you need it." Han Yu was surprised, thinking that he was already doing well by being able to break the rules to cultivate the Beast Heart Spirit contract, and didn't expect to receive the rewards of the outer disciple competition. "Master, which two rewards are they?" "The first kind of reward, since you cultivate the Beast Heart Toneling Chi and have more than one spirit beast, you will simply be rewarded with a spirit beast pouch, so that you can walk with your spirit beast, and it will be convenient for you to fight when the time comes." Elder Lu said, "The second reward, you have successfully cultivated the Greenwood body protecting technique, so it is evident that even though you have 4 spirit roots, the wood spirit root should be the most outstanding among them. Since this is the case, I will grant you a bottle of ancestral tree spiritual liquid. Taking 1 drop per day should gain you another boost in your cultivation. Which one do you choose?" Han Yu didn't hesitate after hearing this. "Master, I'll choose the ancestral tree spiritual liquid." Elder Lu's face was even more joyful when he heard this. "Not bad, the child is teachable. If you choose the spirit animal bag, I have to teach you the world's exotic beasts or many foreign objects and then strong that is not your own, the spirit animals and then more, but also does not help you to cultivate longevity. If you are too eager to achieve quick success, the pursuit of the immediate means of attack, the future of all flowers, but only a spring, how to compare with the cultivation of the road of evergreen and everlasting spring?" After speaking, Elder Lu took out a white jade bottle and handed it to Han Yu. "I've brought you the ancestral tree spirit liquid, so cultivate properly without delay. This ancestral tree spiritual liquid is the dew of 3 years aura from our Wanchun Valley's ancestral tree, infused with the ancestral tree's spiritual breath and pure aura, and is itself a spirit that can only be exchanged for great merit within the sect. Now that your wood spirit root is more prevalent than other spirit roots, with this ancestral tree spirit liquid, and also with the 1,000-year-old sinking wood heart and clear heart chi gathering pill, your cultivation should increase faster, and you should be more certain of breaking through to the 5th level of chi cultivation within 2 years. Han Yu immediately responded, "I will definitely break through to the next level as soon as possible." After Elder Lu finished his explanation, he left again. Elder Sisterly smiled and said, "Good, little 18, ever since you worshipped the Master has ignored us elder brothers and sisters. I was about to ask Master Teacher what the Spirit Beast sect was up to when they sent spies here recently, but Master Teacher left first." Hanyu laughed, but it wasn't easy to refute. In less than 10 days of worship, Elder Lu had specifically come to the spirit field to find him twice, so it was clear that he did hold him in high regard. "Sister, next time to see the Master also take me one, as a disciple, should always go to greet the Master, to do the heart." "Okay, then call you to go together," Li said. Back inside the house, Hanyu did not first use the ancestral tree spiritual liquid to cultivate, but held the jade bottle tightly in his right hand, and with the power of replication, he copied a jade bottle with ancestral tree spiritual liquid as well, and it even took 15 days of replication power, which is more than the 1,000 years of sunken wood heart. Hanyu was secretly surprised in his heart, under about the same size, and without refining techniques, the ancestral tree spiritual liquid consumed more copying power, proving that its material was even more precious and hard to come by. Putting away one jade bottle, Hanyu opened the other and poured out a drop of ancestral tree spiritual liquid that was as green as jade. He took it in his mouth and began practicing the green harvest chi practicing heart technique. After 2 weeks of traveling, Hanyu's face was filled with joy. The cultivation effect was actually no less effective than using 2,000-year-old sunken wood hearts at the same time. Afterwards, Hanyu held the 2,000-year-old sunken wood hearts in his hands, took the heart cleansing and chi gathering pill, and another drop of ancestral tree spiritual liquid. After finishing his cultivation, he was even more joyful. Taking the ancestral tree spiritual liquid for the first time every day was indeed the most effective, and it was also the optimal number of times to take it as explained by Elder Lu. The second time he took it, the effect was more than half as bad, which was a huge waste for any normal cultivator. But Hanyu wasn't afraid of such waste. Hanyu decided to take 3 drops of ancestral tree spiritual liquid daily in the future. In this way, his cultivation could be greatly accelerated again, and he might be able to cultivate chi to the 6th level within a year. On the second day, Hanyu followed the big crow to the dense forest where the crows gathered. He began to conclude the beast heart psychic contract with the crows. Taking out a bowl, Hanyu forced out 30 pieces of blood. The big crow cawed, the small crow led the way, followed by 18 pre-chi cultivation crows. In turn, Hanyu took out a drop of heart blood. After taking the blood, Hanyu in the left hand small arm transported the spiritual chi, slowly engraved the animal heart tunneling pattern. The spirit platform reflects the blood, and the knot passes through the ghost. Using the heart as a guide, transforming the mind into a boat. The point of crossing the beasts is not blocked. 10,000 feathers and 1,000 scales share this contract. After the engraving was completed, the image of a bird flying with its wings spread out slowly appeared on the small arm of his left hand. Hanyu was satisfied. He didn't really like that kind of roaring beast head style of psychic contract. The appearance of the psychic contract of spirit birds and beasts was different. He still quite liked it. Calling the little crow and the other 18 crows up, Hanyu dipped his finger in the mixed blood from both sides and tapped them on their foreheads one by one. The blood then seeped in, and the 19 crows quieted down and didn't move a muscle. The big crow sat on a tree branch in front of him, and more ordinary crows watched quietly in the forest. After a few more moments, the little crow woke up, cawed happily, and jumped in front of Hanyu, pecking intimately, feeling the feeling of being connected to Hanyu's mind. Immediately afterward, the other crows also woke up one after another, all wanting to come up and get close to Hanyu as well. Ga. Seeing that some of them were even trying to jump onto Hanyu's shoulders, the big crow cawed majestically. The crows all behaved themselves. Hanyu stood there quietly, his eyes slightly closed, feeling the heart-to-heart of the 20 large and small crows in front of him. Then, the corners of Hanyu's mouth rose slightly as he let out a soft laugh. The laughter seemed to be a response to the crows. Just then, as if sensing its master's thoughts, the large crow swiftly flew from behind Hanyu. Its ebony wings waved repeatedly, and a current of air steadily lifted Hanyu up. As the large crow flew up, the small crow led by 19 crows also cawed joyfully. They were followed closely by dozens of ordinary crows further back, who also joined in together, turning into a storm of crows, forming a spectacular sight. This storm lifted Hanyu up into the sky above the dense forest, making him physically and mentally lighter as well. Hanyu opened his arms, his body swaying slightly with the flow of air currents from the crows lifting, as if he was one with the dense forest, the sky, the distant spirit fields, and all parts of Wanchun Valley. Chapter 126: The Passing of a Deceased Person. 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, Spirit Beast Immortal Sect. A group of people were treading on bloodstained stones, slowly walking up the mountain path from the foot of the mountain to the Voltron cliff, which was shaped like a gigantic beast perched on the cliff. The bloodstained stone lines were connected together like streaks of blood-colored ripples, and if one looked down for a long time, it would be slightly creepy. The current 2 people were the Spirit Beast sect's outer disciples. One had a beast head roaring pattern on his cheeks, and the other had a beast head pattern on the back of his neck. In the center were 20 young and strong men. After these 20 strong men, there were 2 more Spirit Beast sect outer disciples. The strong men looked at them as they walked, tooting. Some couldn't help their excitement and exchanged words. Once we're on the main peak of the Voltron cliff, we're also members of the Immortal Sect. It's really not easy to day and night hard training, according to the Immortal Sect, to give the method of cultivation to the present, can be considered to have some fame. Still, the Spirit Beast Immortal Sect's Immortal Masters have a word of honor, and really want to take us under their tutelage, but it's a pity that we have to sever our ties, and can't meet with our family again. Cultivating immortality for a long life, of course. Shut up. An outer disciple impatiently rebuked, if you talk more, I will kill you here. Only then did the burly men shut their mouths and just looked at each other, and continued to walk up the mountain under the leadership of the 4 Spirit Beast Sect outer disciples again. After walking halfway up the mountain, they stopped at an open place. A deacon with bright red hair and piercingly bright red eyes came with his hands behind his back, his eyes swept over the 20 strong men and licked his tongue. Here again? An outer disciple answered, yes, Deacon Shue. Deacon Shue stared dead on at the 20 strong men and swallowed his saliva. Alright, this will be sent. His eyes were greedy, his tongue carried saliva, and his saliva swallowing movements were obvious and bizarre, instantly causing the 20 strong men to feel uneasy. It was like a group of sheep who had never seen a wolf before but also instinctively felt that this was going to eat them in general. May I ask if we are going to worship the Immortal Sect? Where are we going? This one, you don't need to care much. Deacon Shue said, come on, Grey Cranes, it's your turn to do it. The 20 strong men were taken aback, turning their heads to look left and right, only to see 2 one-person tall gray cranes slowly stepping out, one on the left and one on the right, spewing out a grayish aura that spread over. A few breaths later, all 20 strong men fainted to the end. Deacon Shue swallowed another mouthful of saliva and came close to the front of one of the strong men, his tongue licking the other's cheek. Fragrant, too fragrant. If I could take a sip, how much would this quench my thirst? Do you think so? When the 4 outer disciples saw the scene, they were all secretly balking in their hearts. A year ago, Deacon Shue was still a stern and old-fashioned deacon, although he was unsympathetic and called for respect. At least he was a human being, but now he was unconsciously revealing this insane and inhuman gesture. As if there is a little dissatisfaction, they will also be treated as blood food to be devoured. An outer disciple whispered to remind Deacon Shue, today these 20, to be sent to the blood-quenching office. The blood-quenching office would be too wasteful. The blood-quenching office always mixes all kinds of blood, and the beautiful name of removing impurities. In fact, what impurities can be removed? Directly break open the head, from here to drink a big mouthful. Deacon Shue said while his fingers cut through the skin of a strong man, watching the blood beads slowly oozing out. His eyes were filled with fascination, his saliva was already dripping unconsciously. The 4 outer disciples saw that their errand was about to go wrong and hurriedly reminded together. Deacon Shue, these people must not be moved. Well, they must not be moved, they must not be moved. Deacon Shue became infuriated and let out a hungry beast-like roar as he transformed into a blood-red figure and went straight inside the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. There were more than 100,000 relocated mortals in there, so enjoying 1 or 2 of them wasn't in the way. Only after Deacon Shue left did the 4 outer disciples load the 20 strong men into a magic vessel and transport them within a formation 10 miles behind the Volsun cliff. Entering the formation, the thick blood came to the surface, which was sickening. The 20 strong men were picked up and juxtaposed with some spirit beasts, unconscious, and thrown into a pool of blood. There were Spirit Beast Sect deacons with blood hair and blood eyes supervising and patrolling back and forth. There were Spirit Beast Sect elders practicing on their knees here, and more internal and external disciples shuttling back and forth busily. The 4 outer disciples who had just sent someone over also quickly blended in. Under the blood pool in the center there was a vessel followed by the silk flowing in the jade basin. In the midst of this hustle and bustle, an outer disciple ran quickly. Deacon Lee's breakthrough is imminent, he is in urgent need of pure blood, he needs to send a copy over. A deacon disdainfully threw him an animal skin bag. Another breakthrough? This outsider, who has broken through 5 times and has yet to reach the Foundation establishment realm, also has the face to occupy a deacon's position in our Spirit Beast sect. That outer disciple hurriedly went, holding the animal skin bag, did not dare to delay, hurried through the formation to send pure blood to Deacon Lee. When he left, the other deacon smiled and said, "Don't say that either. Our patriarch promised the Demon Blood sect that he would cultivate that guy to the 9th level of Foundation establishment, so he certainly won't go back on his word. Furthermore, the Devil's Blood sect is now running to the East China Sea country to attract Lone Star Yi. The effort is not small, this Li Quan in our hands not to be treated generously cannot." The conversation between the 2 deacons drew the attention of another deacon, or even an elder. After practicing refining blood gong, they do not feel that they have any changes. In fact, the heart is restless, irritable, cannot resist the impulse, bloodthirsty and good to kill, and so on has been quietly to them, as now. See that Li Quan is not easy to see. They all come together to talk about if in the past, this is unimaginable. What kind of person is Li Quan? Why does the Magic Blood sect think so highly of him? How do we know this? This seems to be the only person that Sacred Blood Realm has handed over to us. I don't know what the reason is. Another person said, the Devil Blood sect can hold off cool Sun Ya over in the Eastern Sea country? If the enemy head-on, the devil blood door then come to Jindan is not enough to kill that lone star ye kill embryo kill, but if the east a little bit west a little bit of compulsion, make some plausible conspiracy, on the other hand, but also let lone star ye cannot catch the tale of the 100 years, the devil blood door of the experience of the rich, no one can ever be comparable. This is true, but if they run a little slower, they will be rootless, how can they develop blood slaves everywhere? They were talking within the formation, in the midst of the blood and gore. The outer disciple who got the pure blood animal skin bag went out of the formation, and traveled a few miles to the south, in front of a hut. Deacon Lee has brought the pure blood. Send it to me. An urgent hoarse voice came from inside the hut. The outer disciple hurriedly sent the animal skin bag in, and a loud swallowing sound came from inside the house. A moment later, a loud laugh came. Li Quan draped his long blood-red hair and came out with a big stride. Good, Foundation Establishment Realm finally became. After saying that, he couldn't help but feel his heart throbbing again, and his smile gradually withdrew. Alchemy blood magic power is indeed true to its name. At first glance look at the cultivation of very fast, but the breakthrough is extremely difficult, more to thousands of lives as the price. Relying on the spirit beast sect cruelty to the living, he is now barely cultivated to the foundation building realm. If not, I'm afraid that I will not be able to break through to foundation establishment until I die. I can have today, to say the least, or all because of Hongliang. When Li Quan saved Hongliang in Wanchun Valley after the Green Harvest Market, he will be grateful to Li Quan's head later. The holy blood real people occupy Hongliang's body, but also Li Quan will bring them to the former South China to mix with the martial arts when the cunning rabbit 3 grottos to slowly restore a few strength twice to save his life in exchange for today's return. Hey, now also do not know nowadays the holy blood of real people, there is no residual trace of Hongliang's nature. Perhaps, another deceased person passed away. Chapter 127 Fighting Law Hall. The sun was rising, and the morning light broke through the clouds. On the practice field at the spirit field, the disciples practicing arts stood aside, holding their breath and looking at a teenager in the practice field. The mountain wind swept through his robes, and his flying sword buzzed and trembled like a swarm of morning wasps. The young man's eyebrows were warm, and his fingers wiped across the spine of the sword. The sword steeply blossomed with a 3-inch green aura, shattering the target in front of him with a single blow. Green blade. The sword light abruptly cut across, 3 targets were instantly chopped through, frighteningly loud and crisp to the ears, splattering smoke and dust. Streaming clouds. Hanyu stepped forward, his body and sword blade transformed into a green rainbow. The stone wall in front of him exploded into a one-person-sized hole. Through the rainbow. Before the rubble hit the ground, Hanyu had already pinched his sword and run his flying sword, shooting above the stone wall. Amidst the hooting and hollering of stones falling to the ground, Hanyu carved out several target shapes with folding Plum's fine sword control method. The sword was then withdrawn. Snap! A spirit-stealing rat suddenly fell from the sky, smashing into the side of the crumbling stone and dying. Ga! 2 clear sounds broke through the air. The big crow gathered its wings and landed on its right shoulder, its tail feathers sweeping over the red tassel of the sword hilt. The small crow does not know whether it is joy or recklessness. Straight into Hanyu face door, was he to the back of the sword lightly as support. The trend turned over a heel standing on the left shoulder. Which one is naughty? Hanyu raised his head and asked with a smile. All the big and small crows responded in their hearts that they weren't, and Hanyu also saw another crow overhead, flying high and low, but not daring to come down to compete for favor. That spirit-stealing rat must be the one it threw down to attract the master's attention. Having drawn the beast heart spiritual pact, Hanyu could easily recognize these crows as individuals. The crow that had thrown down the spirit-stealing mouse was the only one of the 20 crows that had awakened to the flame magic spell instead of the wind blade spell, which was a bit special. Gah! Come down! Hanyu beckoned. The fire magic crow slowly fell down and arrived in front of Hanyu. Hanyu knocked up his finger and tapped it on the head, and the crow cawed in an aggravated manner. Go on, take your food with you, I won't eat this. Seeing that he wasn't angry, the crow grabbed the spirit-stealing mouse and flew away, and the small and large crows spread their wings and flew away as well. Next to the crowd of disciples to see his sword skills, Spirit Bird all outstanding, some open-mouthed to shout, some envious whispering conversation. Seeing them get together, Senior Sister Lee opened her mouth and reminded, the harvest of the green harvest spirit rice is approaching, why don't you guys go to the field to cultivate? Only after being reminded by her did the disciples disperse, and one outer disciple even asked, Senior Brother Han, which field spirit-stealing rat did your Spirit Bird catch? Senior Sister Lee immediately stared, what? The 3 of us in the stewardship office have a total of 30 acres of spiritual fields, and we still can't catch a spirit-stealing mouse? Can catch. I'm just asking. That outer disciple hastily shrunk his head, smiled sarcastically and turned his head away. When the disciples left one after another, Hanyu smiled and said, no one caught the spirit stealer, but now it's a treasure. What's the point of catching a few spirit rats? Sister Lee said without thinking, right, Xiao 18, tomorrow we will go to the main peak deacon's room after harvesting the spirit field, so let's go together to greet the master? I'm sure you'll be happy to see me. Hanyu nodded and agreed. On the second day, the two of them and Hua Qi were busy for half a day at the spiritual field, and in the afternoon, the two of them completed the harvest at the spiritual field, and each obtained more than 200 pounds of green gram spiritual rice. After paying for the spiritual rice at the main peak deacon's office, guarding the spiritual field and planting the spiritual field in parallel, Hanyu's minor merits accumulated to 75. In the past 2 months, Hanyu practiced with 3 drops of ancestral tree spiritual liquid daily, 2,000-year-old sunken wood hearts in his hands, and a heart cleansing and chi-gathering pill every now and then. His cultivation increased at an extremely fast rate, secretly improving his blood refining technique. And because of practicing Yin sword technique, beast heart ton ling chi, thousand illusions secret technique and all kinds of spells, manipulating the puppet Li Crow, did not have time to cultivate other spells, and did not study the art of refining weapons. By now Hanyu's identity jade pendant has already accumulated 2 big merits, 75 small merits. Coming out of the deacon's room, the sun had already set. Hanyu and senior sister Li went to the entrance of Elder Lu's courtyard to greet their master. Elder Lu had also just been busy with internal affairs, so when he heard them arrive, he greeted them and asked about their recent cultivation, and when he heard that Hanyu had already practiced the Yin sword technique, he even made a special effort to let Hanyu rehearse it. After Hanyu practiced, Elder Lu smiled and nodded. "Apprentice, you've practiced well, do you want to go to other places to practice?" Hanyu was surprised. "What place is senior talking about? I'm quite accustomed to staying at the spirit field, and don't really want to go elsewhere." Senior sister Li nodded along and said, "It's good for senior brother Han to be at the spirit field. I'll give you a small merit every day." Elder Lu smiled and said to Hanyu. Hanyu and senior sister Li were both stunned. "So much? A small merit per day, 5 days is a basic spell, 10 days is a better spell, it's equivalent to half a year's worth of guarding. This is too much." "This is too much, but this is the only one," Elder Lu said. Before the establishment of the clan fighting hall, in order to enhance the level of fighting disciples painstakingly, now the fighting hall instead of the spiritual field and other places of practice and the practice of law are not as hot as the practice of the field. The real fight is also few and far between, greatly contrary to the original intention of the establishment of the fighting hall before. Disciple, you are proficient in arts, clever in fighting, and have practiced the Greenwood body protection technique. Not many chi refining stage disciples in the entire Wanchun Valley can harm you. To come to the Fighting Technique Hall as an instructor, and to make the Fighting Technique Hall disciples come alive, is exactly making the best use of one's talents. When Hanyu heard this, he felt that it wasn't right. "I'm just an outer disciple, how am I going to be an instructor for other disciples?" If anyone is not convinced, you can make the decision and be expelled from the dueling hall, and not be allowed to participate in any other tasks, so shut your door and think about your mistakes. Elder Lu said. "If I go to the hall of combat, I have to teach them combat techniques every day? Every day? How long will it take?" Hanyu asked again. Elder Lu replied, 2 hours a day, but I won't allow any more than that, so I'd rather not let you go to the hall of combat if it delays your cultivation advancement. Moreover, your daily small work, but also at most 2 months' time, is considered to be a special appointment for you to teach the Fighting Technique Hall success or failure. The follow-up will have to be changed, lest the other disciples feel unfair. Hanyu heard, then feel appropriate daily 2 hours, with his daily practice time is about the same, not much delay. "Senior, do you think this matter is feasible?" Elder Lu nodded slightly. "Then I'll listen to your arrangements." Hanyu said, "But I feel that living in a spiritual field and planting a few acres of spiritual fields along the way won't hinder my cultivation." Elder Lu immediately raised his hand and looked serious. "That won't do. 2 hours a day to teach the Fighting Technique Hall, and then you still have to rest in practice. The time is considered generous. The way of cultivation, there is tension and relaxation. If you go back to meddling with the spiritual fields, then sooner or later you'll be too busy and tire out your mind. You can live at the spirit field, or you can have the people from the fighting hall go to the spirit field to practice with you at the Dharma practice ground. The only thing that you can't do is to plant any more spirit fields, manage the spirit field office, or take over any other tasks." Chapter 128, Listening to Woodheart Again. After hearing Elder Lu's words, Hanyu stopped talking. "Then I'll listen to my master's words and live at the spirit field office for now, going to the fighting hall once a day and doing nothing else for the time being." Elder Lu nodded. "Yes, you can choose the venue for practicing fighting techniques in the main Peaks Hall of Fights, which was originally Elder Zhao's residence and has been vacant since Elder Zhao was assassinated by the Sacred Blood Realist for practicing the blood technique in private. If it feels inconvenient, you can also take them to the spirit field." After a pause, he looked at senior sister Li again and said, "In addition to that, Li Yunxia, you also need to keep an eye out. Currently, the disciples within the sect are fewer to go out on missions and more to stay within the sect. The spiritual fields at the spiritual field office have been arranged, but there is no lack of people who want to plant the spiritual fields in such a situation. You as the spiritual field office steward, you can no longer take over the spiritual fields, but rather, you have to distribute the spiritual fields to the other disciples." Senior sister Li was surprised. The sect hadn't paid attention to this before. Why is it paying attention now? Before it was that the sect was restoring as much as possible and encouraging those who can to work more. Now that there are no outgoing missions, some outer sect disciples are not getting their preferred missions, so there are those who are complaining. The sect is as fair as possible to the disciples' arrangement. In the future, stewardship disciples, labor disciples should be separated, unless the situation is special to be able to wear both, otherwise not allowed to seize other people's task content. After Elder Lu's words, Senior Sisterly couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. After all, there is still a sizable harvest from planting some fields in addition to stewardship, but now it's not allowed. Senior, is this matter only for the spiritual fields division? The spirit field, medicine garden, alchemy, all places are so, including the fighting hall will also be so in the future. Cannot find a suitable task will be included in the fighting hall. After skilled fighting, will be sent out of the clan to do the task. Elder Lu opened his mouth to Hanyu again. Disciple, do you now understand how much hope the clan has placed in you? Hanyu and Senior Sisterly could not help but be stunned, not only by the importance of Hanyu's duties as an instructor in the Hall of Battles, but also by the fact that disciples were sent out to do missions. The sect was sending more disciples out to do missions? With his hands behind his back, Elder Lu slowly paced and narrated the matter. Over these past few days, the Southerly Country and Western Moon Country have stabilized the situation. No matter what the Spirit Beast sect's intentions are, now that they haven't come to make trouble, then we in Wanchun Valley are going to clean up these two mortal kingdoms. Some of the demonic beasts, demonic cultivator blood slaves, and scattered cultivators in these two countries are causing chaos, and it has come to the point where they must be cleaned up. Moreover, the disciples sent out should also be equipped with the task of searching for spirit root disciples for the sect. The next Immortal Edge ceremony is still not sure if it can be held successfully. The situation in the southern region is treacherous. Our Wanchun Valley must make preparations early to cultivate successor seedlings for the sect. While the situation is barely peaceful, it is the right time for Wanchun Valley's disciples to go out and hone their skills. No matter what changes there are again in the future, the disciples will not be bullied again with their increased strength. After listening to Elder Lu's teachings and learning about Wanchun Valley's next arrangements, Hanyu and Senior Sisterly returned to the spirit field, neither of them too relaxed in their hearts. Although the southern domain was still peaceful for the time being, there was no telling how long it would last. The Spirit Beast sect and the other three sects didn't know what they were going to do either, and their intentions to keep an eye on Wanchun Valley clearly hadn't been put down. When Huachi learned from Senior Sisterly that the stewardship office was no longer allowed to farm, he also immediately collapsed. In this way, a stewardship disciple, may not necessarily have as many outer disciples who plant fields. But there are more than the odd job disciples who plant fields. After all, said Senior Sisterly, the outer disciple who farms the fields is, to put it mildly, a bit tougher than the stewardship disciple. However, I guess the sect's subsequent arrangements won't make the stewardship disciple suffer too much, or else no one will be willing to be a stewardship disciple anymore. Hanyu listened to them finish talking, and returned to the house feeling slightly confused. He didn't have any ideas in his mind about how to become an instructor for the fighting technique hall. Just as he was thinking, there was a clattering of wings, and a flock of crows that had made the Beast Heart spiritual pact landed on the roof of the steward's office in the night. Hanyu connected with them, and immediately learned three things. On the 9th day of tomorrow, the small gathering outside the Green Harvest Market was about to be held again, and there were already cultivators who had gone ahead to occupy stalls and check out the environment. At the entrance of the Green Harvest Market, there were people seeking to buy wood hearts. The higher the vintage the better. Also, there was a crow that had finally awakened to its spells, becoming the 21st spirit bird. Hanyu called this 21st spirit bird into the house, first fed a blood, running the blood refining art of spirit cultivation, cultivating a sense of closeness, and took out a drop of its heart blood, along the left arm of the beast heart. Tonling deed turn around, and finally will be stained with the blood of the finger point on the forehead of this crow. A few moments later, it became Hanyu's 21st spirit bird. This number had also reached the limit of spirit beasts that Hanyu's strength could carry today. Under normal circumstances, a second beast heart psychic contract could not be carved, and it was difficult to contract a second spirit beast under the same contract. Like Hanyu's beast heart spirit pact contract Raven, this kind of spirit bird, but also be able to continue to cultivate, increase the number of spirit birds. Absolutely very few on top of this, can reach their own strength to carry the limit of the number of spirit beasts, that is even less. After all, the ordinary cultivator can have a spirit animal body, a person and a beast can have cultivation resources, has been very extravagant, and then a large number of cultivation more spirit animal number, by then cannot afford to raise, but also talk about what to cultivate immortality and longevity? In Hanyu's case, even the spirit beast sect patriarch's personal disciple couldn't compare. After contracting this spirit bird, Hanyu gave the other two news brought by the crows some thought. Outside the Green Harvest Market, acquiring wood hearts, the higher the vintage, the better. This was clearly the return of the traveling merchant intent on acquiring a 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart, attracting Hanyu to go over and make a deal. Do we need to report to the clan to catch him again? Hanyu pondered for a moment and gave up for now. He would use his puppet, Li Crow, to do business with this traveling merchant and go over to the small assembly to find items that would help him increase his strength. Hanyu's cultivation speed had increased to the maximum, but it would still take a year to arrive at the 6th level of Qi cultivation. There were no jade spirit berries or chi practicing spirit increasing pills in the Wanchun Valley, so Hanyu would have to inquire externally and look for other similar spirit fruits and pills as well. Perhaps other things that help increase strength, such as spirit animal bags, formations, magic weapons, talismans, and other items, if there are Hanyu need, is not impossible to buy. That traveling merchant came from the outside, and the small assembly also had a lot of unseen things, so there might be a surprise. Making up his mind, Hanyu began to prepare for tomorrow's business. Puppet Li Crow took out, in front of a Foundation Realm Gengjin talisman, behind a Foundation Realm Thunder and Lightning talisman, left and right arms each have 2 sharp gold talisman, Wind Blade talisman, left behind the head a protective amulet, left and right legs each have 2 Flaming Flames talisman, protective amulet to prepare for emergencies. After all, these talismans for Hanyu is not too important, and Puppet Li Crow will be more useful. Of course, when necessary, even if the puppet was damaged, the enemy had to be killed first. As for why not copy the Puppet Li Crow, the puppet material is far less precious than the 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart and ancestral tree spiritual liquid, but because of its large size and many refining techniques, the copying power required exceeds that of the ancestral tree spiritual liquid. As for Hanyu's current situation, he replicated the ancestral tree spiritual liquid, the 1,000-year sunken wood heart, and the clear heart chi gathering pill at regular intervals to cultivate the green harvest chi practicing heart technique, and replicated the essence blood on a daily basis for the cultivation of the blood refining technique. The power of copying was finely calculated and used up every time. There was no spare capacity to save it again, much less stop cultivating and draw out the power of copying for 20 days, just to copy such a puppet out. Putting the talisman on the Puppet Li Crow, Hanyu took out a black robe to cover his arms and legs, and a black hood to cover his head and face, making it impossible for outsiders to watch the slightest break under the clothes. This should be enough. Tomorrow, we will go to see if we can make any deals. Chapter 129, Noble Guests. The morning mist had just lifted, and Hanyu, dressed in green clothes, walked through the freshly harvested spiritual fields. The oncoming servant disciples all respectfully called Han Senior Brother, including some outer disciples also called Han Senior Brother to him, some even age, cultivation or more than Hanyu, but because Hanyu outer door first also to him respectfully. Yesterday's harvest at the spirit field was just harvested, and early this morning the spirit field was noisy. There are many disciples going to the main peak to exchange spells. There are also disciples who have already exchanged spells to practice on the practice field at the spiritual field, and there are also many disciples who just harvested the green harvest spiritual rice and can't help but go to the green harvest market. Hanyu walked out of the spiritual field with a crow on his shoulder and passed through the Wanchun Valley's mountain protection formation, and a few odd job disciples saluted and greeted him, while an outer disciple invited him to go with him to the green harvest market. Hanyu nodded to them, and politely declined the invitation to travel with the outer disciples, and rose up with his feet on the flying sword, disappearing into the verdant forest ahead. A few moments later, a black figure in black clothes and hat stepped on a green banana leaf and flew up from the other side of the dense forest, flying towards the green harvest market without slowing down. To the entrance of the green harvest market, this black-clothed and hooded person did not go in, and stood in silence at the entrance like a tree stump. The 2 market guard disciples looked and saw that he was not trying to enter the market, so they just looked at him for a while. After all, there are some other mortals and casual cultivators who are also wandering around at the entrance to peddle things. After about half an hour, an unusual-looking middle-aged man walked out from the green harvest marketplace and put down a wooden sign, which read, "Purchase Spirit Wood Heart." He also yelled to the surrounding mortals and casual cultivators, "Purchase Wood Heart, Spirit Wood Heart, the higher the year, the better." A few mortals peddling food looked at it, not daring to approach this obviously cultivator's business. Instead, a monk leaned over. "I heard that you have a full range of spiritual goods here, and you have everything." That middle-aged man let out a dry and hard laugh. "What kind of things do the guests want to buy? If it's reasonable, we'll enter the green harvest market to trade, it's guaranteed. If it's not reasonable, we'll have to change to a secluded place to talk about it." "Where?" That loose cultivator immediately some vigilance. "Oh, in any case, it will not be at the entrance of this green harvest market." The middle-aged man said with a smile, "If the guest doesn't know, I can take you to that secluded and hidden place." That loose cultivator immediately took a step back, more and more uneasy. "Just." The middle-aged man laughed and said no more. The monk hesitates again and again, want to speak again and again, finally left. Just after this loose cultivator retreated, dressed in black clothes, Puppet Li Crow walked forward, voice low. "You here have which kind of spirit? What kind of spiritual objects do the guests want? Anything I have, or have heard of, I can trade." The middle-aged man grinned, slightly dry and hard, apparently also a puppet. "Pills? Yes, please name it. Formation? The same also have." The middle-aged man smiled, "Just not too much, which after all is not the average cultivator can afford the price. Guests may wish to say the name of the array, we talk about the price of the deal, the next day, but also just 3 or 5 months, we'll be able to send for the guests." Puppet Li Crow nodded, whispered the name of the spirit fruit. "I want jade spirit berry, do you have it in your hands?" The middle-aged man paused for a moment. Apparently the person controlling the puppet was somewhat unexpected. "Guests, you want this jade spirit berry? This spirit medicine can be very delicate, it is difficult to grow in the Western domain, outside of the Middle Kingdom, barely picked after also quickly lose medicinal properties. If you want the jade spirit berry, I can't bring it to you, but if it's the seed of the jade spirit berry, I can bring it to you next time. Western domain? Middle Kingdom? Hanyu heard these two territories through the puppetly crow, so he asked, the Western domain, the Middle Heavenly domain, and the Southern domain are all the same place? The middle-aged man then responded with a smile, how can this be the same place? The South domain is remote, the Middle Heaven domain is under the sky cultivation flourishing place. I have been to several times, although only in the Middle Heaven domain remote place, but also feel with the South domain really is the difference between the mud. Although I've never been to the Western region, I've heard that it's not as good as the Middle Heaven region, but it's much better than the Southern region. This jade spirit berry seeds, guests if you want, I will go to the Middle Kingdom when you bring, guests also please have a number in mind, the required spirit stone when in more than 300. The puppetly crow was silent. 300 spirit stones to buy mere seeds really made Hanyu feel surprised. Middle-aged man from this silence in front of the guests perceived the mood. Guests do not think expensive, must know that this is a long way to travel thousands of miles. My small business, earn is also the money of the dead. Other people do not have things I can have here, the natural price to be higher. Please understand. Puppetly crow after silence, and then spoke again, your hands can have practicing chi increase spirit Dan? A grain can be worth 10 days of work, a bottle can save half a year of cultivation of chi enhancement pills? The middle-aged man immediately set out, no wonder the guests want to ask the jade spirit berries first, jade spirit berries is precisely the refining chi increase spirit pill main medicine. I haven't heard of anyone selling this elixir in the Middle Heaven region. After all, no matter how big or small the clan, can so suddenly get cultivation, save time, and day elixir is precious, certainly to the door of the talented disciples to take. Hanyu heard, then already understand, control puppetly crow asked, cannot buy? If I'm lucky, I can buy it, and then if the guests want to buy it, we'll talk about how to trade. The middle-aged man added, if the luck is poor, then naturally cannot be traded. Can there be a similar elixir? Not so expensive, not so far away? The puppetly crow asked. The middle-aged man smiled, guests this is to quickly enhance the cultivation? Not bad. Single from the Danmu down, only in the southern region this side, in fact, the green harvest market selling Wanchun Valley Danmu is almost the most complete Danmu in the southern region, the other 4 big clans are not as good as Wanchun Valley is good at refining Danmu. The middle-aged man said, with all due respect, it can only be so. If the guests want to learn some not-so-righteous techniques, I do have a way to help quickly raise their cultivation. Puppetly crow asked, such as what gong methods? The middle-aged man quietly transmitted his voice to the puppet, go over to the small assembly and discuss in detail. Hanyu guessed a few points, not so righteous and not suitable for trading in the green harvest market, I'm afraid it's a demonic cultivation technique such as the blood refining technique. This traveling merchant was indeed both good and evil, not to be trusted lightly. Although the price he said was expensive, if he could really buy a cheap practicing spirit increasing pill or jade spirit berry, Hanyu wasn't unable to trade with him. After pondering for a while, Hanyu maneuvered the puppetly crow and also sent a message to the other party, how is the price of the 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart? I'm interested in trading, but it's a shame you don't have the spirit I want here. The middle-aged man fell silent, and then a voice with joyful intentions was transmitted to the puppetly crow, your guest. You finally came. Chapter 130, Seeing a Lot. The surprised voice of the traveling merchant was transmitted through the puppet with the appearance of the middle-aged man in front of him. The puppetly crow, who was dressed in black, stood silently, completely unresponsive. The traveling merchant also then reacted and continued to transmit his voice through the puppet, yes, honored guest. Are we going to go to the green harvest market to talk, or are we going to the small fair to talk? It's not safe enough to talk here. Especially the 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart is really too precious, and as far as I know from Ju-san, the piece in your hand was only given by the clan to reward you for your great work. If you were to take it out, I'm afraid your clan won't let you trade it once they find out. Hanyu heard, controlling the puppetly crow voice response, good, 1,000 years of sunken wood heart is indeed precious, I came out to trade is also worried about the clan found, risky action. It's just that you don't have what I want here, so I don't think the deal can continue. The conversation between the two was transformed into a voice transmission, no longer leaking a trace to the outside world. That traveling merchant is quite difficult to say, your guests, jade spirit berries I really have no way to bring back, that spirit fruit as it cannot be preserved. I can't guarantee that I will be able to get my hands on the chi enhancement pill, except for the large and small sects in the central heavenly domain, there may be some scattered cultivators refining this kind of pill, but it is bound to be very few and far between. If I can get my hands on a chi practicing and spirit increasing pill, can this 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart be given to me as a favor? Or if I give you 10 jade spirit berry seeds, can I strike a deal? Puppetly Crow immediately responded, if there are 3 chi training spirit increasing pills, I will make a deal with you. As for the jade spirit berry seeds, I would rather exchange them for something else. 3 This is too difficult. The traveling merchant's voice is a bit arduous, I can only say that I will do my best. Then he persuaded Hanyu, Your Honor, if you only seek to grow in cultivation, in fact, you do not have to stick to the chi enhancement pills and jade spirit berries, choose other is not the way. For example, the southern region of the blood refining technique, the middle heaven region of the soul devouring technique, the bone devil phase, the blood and flesh method of mind which is not able to rapidly enhance the cultivation? If you purchase such techniques from me, I can send you a copy of the blood, soul, bone marrow, and flesh required for cultivation, guaranteeing that you'll make rapid progress, and it's not comparable to the chi enhancement pill. Hanyu heard the words, the heart surprised. The original southern region of the blood refining skills is not the world alone, the rest of the world also exists similar devil cultivator. Then coldly voice in the tour business, you want to sell me these magic cultivation techniques, only say the benefits, do not say the bad, is a bad intention, I will not be able to deal with you again with this kind of intent to harm people? After saying that, Control Puppet Lee Crow will leave. The traveling merchant hurriedly transmitted the voice, your guests wait. Wait. I also see that your guest is anxious to improve his cultivation, and that's why I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Not to mention the flaws of those magic cultivation techniques, but where the cultivation of the blood, flesh, bone and soul needed to be sufficient, their cultivation to improve the speed of the first-class fast, which is also known to all, is by no means a deliberate victimization. Puppet Lee Crow stops, transmitting voice rhetorical question, only flaws? You are clearly pretending not to know. Tour businessman hastened to constantly voice compliments, your guest, this is the righteous sect of the brilliant atmosphere, naturally disdain for the practice of this kind of evil path. It is also my stupidity, not well thought out, careless and made a mistake. Please forgive me. And whispered defense, these devil cultivation techniques cultivation defects, but is the appearance of horrible, subsequent breakthrough difficulties, the heart of the demon haunting some problems, for some of the food on the next meal is not a big deal for the casual cultivators, for your guests such as the righteous sect disciples will be completely different. Hanyu quietly listened to the end, voice transmission said, you want to ask me to forgive, should not take out compensation? The traveler responded with a dry smile, this is a small business, really can't take it. If your guest wants to chat with me, I am willing to tell you about some insights as compensation. Hanyu paused briefly, then asked him, what is the situation of the clans in the southern region today? You give me a detailed account of the situation of the various sects, markets, and countries, including their approximate locations. The traveling merchant was a bit dazed, I see, your guest wants to know about the situation of the various forces in the southern domain, as well as the current situation in the southern domain? These things, I can really explain one or two, after all, the vast majority of my life has been in the southern domain, only occasionally going to the central heavenly domain. Some of the things in the southern domain, no matter if they are true or false, more or less I would have heard about them. But before that, would your guest like to spend 10 spirit stones to purchase a jade slip from me of various places in the southern domain? It would be easier for me to explain. Puppet Lee Crow gazed at him quietly, you're so penny-pinching and ill-intentioned, I think the 1,000-year sunken wood heart really shouldn't be traded with you. Good. The swimmer gritted his teeth and transmitted a voice, this jade brief is for my guest, to make amends for the offense just now. Not long after that, a mortal child ran out from the green harvest market, stuffed a jade slip into the Puppet Lee Crow's hand, and quickly ran back to the green harvest market. Puppet Lee Crow put the jade brief in his black clothes arms and continued to wait for the traveling merchant to introduce it. There were 2 large countries and 6 small countries in the southern region. The 2 big countries were the Great Zhou Dynasty and the Great Desert Dynasty, and the 6 small countries were the South Li Country, the East Sea Country, the West Moon Country, the Yulin Country, the South Sea Country, and the Broadcasting E Country. Originally, there were more countries in the southern region, and dozens of countries fought against each other, gradually forming the present situation of 2 big countries and 6 small countries. The Wanchun Valley was between the Southern Li Country and the Western Moon Country, and the Green Harvest Market was also here. Spirit Sword Sect and Spirit Beast Sect were on both sides of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The Black Mountain Workshop Market was within the Great Zhou Dynasty, and the 10,000 Beasts Workshop Market was close to the Spirit Beast Sect, at the border between the Great Zhou Dynasty and the Great Desert Dynasty. The Xianyi Sect was between the Yulin Kingdom and the South Sea Kingdom, and the Little Heavenly Luo Sect was between the Pajai Kingdom and the Great Desert Dynasty, and each of these 2 sects had the Xianyi Sect Workshop Market and the Heavenly Luo Workshop Market nearby. In addition to this, there were 2 other marketplaces in the southern region, both of which were spontaneously formed by scattered cultivators, and although the scale was not small, it was extremely fragmented, and the order was more chaotic. As for the southern region's cultivation sects, this can be seen, in addition to the 5 major sects is to roam around the Demon Blood sect, the rest of the cultivation basically belongs to the scattered cultivators. Occasionally, there are a few people who set up some small sect, more often than not, they are scattered cultivators who have been passed down from father to son or from grandchildren to grandchildren for several generations, and with a bit of luck, a family can have a few cultivators. This kind of people to be peaceful in self-cultivation is just, if you rely on the Devil's Blood sect, or for the wrongdoing, cruelty to the mortal world, will attract the 5 big sects of the annihilation. However, today's situation in the southern region is very different from the past, no longer the original 5 major sects to eliminate the time of the Devil Blood sect. Yushang said, Spirit Sword Sex Yi Lusheng recently sword pressure East China Sea country, vowed to eliminate all the devil cultivator, spirit beast sect this side of the sneaky mortals into the 10,000 beasts mountain range, a sign of the former demon blood sect. Spirit beast sect this way naturally cannot be hidden from the people, but the small Tianluo sect and Xuani sect both pretend to understand and pretend to be confused, waiting for the spirit beast sect to destroy the Wanchun Valley. They sit down to reap the benefits. The southern region war has been waiting to happen, just do not know when it will accumulate to the complete outbreak, then Wanchun Valley also do not know cannot hold out. Han Yu saw that he actually saw the situation so clearly, and even the elders in Wanchun Valley might not be as knowledgeable as he was, so he couldn't help but ask, why are the Spirit Beast sect, Little Tianluo sect, and Xianyi sect targeting Wanchun Valley? Do you know anything about this? Chapter 131, The 5 Elements of Mortals. If I were to say what the reason is for these 3 sects targeting Wanchun Valley, I naturally don't know the inside story as a businessman. Hearing Han Yu's voice transmission question, the traveling merchant on the opposite side of the room responded through the middle-aged puppet, just that I can be sure that the Spirit Beast sect is certainly not of the same mind as the Xuani sect and the lesser Celestial Luo sect. Spirit Beast sect outside of the 10,000 Beasts market, there have been practicing blood refining magic cultivator hall of action, selling all kinds of blood falsely known as the Spirit Beast's blood. In fact, many of them are human blood. Spirit Beast sect acquiesced in the existence of magic cultivator has been an indisputable fact. This means that the Spirit Beast sect's collusion with demonic cultivators is already deeply rooted. This kind of behavior has no retreat. Xianyi sect and Little Heavenly Law sect are definitely not accomplices. Either the Spirit Beast sect is riding high, and after destroying the Wanchun Valley it will also be able to destroy the Spirit Sword sect, or sooner or later it will be destroyed by the Spirit Sword sect's Lone Star Yi. If your guess must ask me to guess, I can only guess the purpose of the Spirit Beast sect. Staring at Wanchun Valley should be for the sake of Wanchun Valley's people, cultivation resources, and even all of the populations of the 2 countries of Nanli Kingdom and Xie Kingdom. Han Yu was only appalled upon hearing this. Could it be that the Spirit Beast sect was actually trying to turn everyone into blood food for practicing the blood refining technique? If this was truly such a heartless intention, the entire living beings of the southern region would have the possibility of being turned into blood food. Xianyi sect and Little Heavenly Law sect sat back and watched this kind of thing brewing, but also wanted the Spirit Beast sect to harm the Wanchun Valley. The reason for this is why it is still difficult to speculate. That traveling merchant added, however, it is also a bit strange to say. When I went to the Middle Kingdom the year before last, I heard from other merchants that the Middle Kingdom and other regions were not so peaceful, and that there were quite a few bad things happening, and that it was such an uneventful scene that I hadn't seen in a few years. Back to the southern region, we saw the southern region of the 4 major sects against the Wanchun Valley, seems to be to the Wanchun Valley to the destruction, and then there is a turnaround. South this side has always been peaceful, even the sects are not aligned, less communication, each take care of their own, the last time so fighting were 100 years ago to wipe out the Devil's Blood Door. Really strange, this between the domains separated by millions of miles, how to say not peaceful, are together not peaceful? This kind of far away in other regions of the distant things is not Han Yu should care about, and now here is just to grow some insights. After asking about the southern region, Han Yu said the last question, my 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart can be traded with you, but you must know who you want to sell it to and for what purpose. If you don't understand this, I won't trade the 1,000-year sunken wood heart even if you bring me 3 chi increasing spirit pills. The traveling merchant did not hesitate at this and responded directly, this matter involves the privacy of one of the royal families of the 8 countries in our southern domain. There is such an heir, on the surface is deeply favored, inherit the throne rightfully, but because of the disease of earth hyperactivity, the body of the earth gas multiply. Usually abdominal distension, phlegm and dampness accumulation, this is not a big problem. Serious physical body will be as rigid as a clay mold, the same as a mud fetus, which will not be able to inherit the throne. This person secretly found me here, spend a high price to ask me to buy 1,000 years of spirit wood heart for him, to would spirit pressure earth gas, to maintain the body without harm, in order to successfully ascend the throne of the emperor. In the Middle Kingdom, this kind of 1,000-year spirit wood heart is not something that ordinary casual cultivators and merchants can get their hands on. I can only buy it in the Southern Kingdom, and I came to the Wanchun Valley to meet a VIP by chance, and only then did I have hope. Han Yu was surprised to hear, his disease is so rare, how did it come about? The traveling merchant smiled and responded, 80% want to secretly cultivate the immortal to get out of the mortals, and cultivators are born with 5 elements are embedded, which is the basis for survival. Cultivators are in the 5 elements of the basis of the 5 elements of the vitality of the 5 spiritual roots, special talent, spiritual body, and other qualifications of cultivation talent. Your guest, you think, life this life, born in poverty to be rich, born rich to do princes and lords. Do princes and lords want to live a long time to become immortal, fly up to the sky to go to the southern region of the clans and then emphasize that the royal family is not allowed to cultivate? These people born high up, how can not secretly try? This royal heir is the unfortunate practice bat himself. I guess he is forced to cultivate spirit sword sex gong method, as a result of its own 5 elements of gold strong damage to wood, and then the earth hyper, which has a strange disease. Cannot practice mortals, no spiritual root qualifications, first bad on 5 elements, is so poor and lamentable. It also happens to give you a chance to make a fortune. Hanyu lightly responded. The heart of the speculation that the purchase of 1,000 years of sunken wood heart should be the Great Zhou dynasty or the Desert dynasty, the heir to the throne of these two big countries. Small countries are difficult to have this kind of resources to hire travelers, not to mention also dare to cultivate the spirit sword sect method. It was just a fluke, thanks to the other side to see. If you have no comments, let's make an appointment for the next time we meet, and the password. I will try my best to find a chi enhancement elixir for your guests. If you really can't find it, you can use the seeds of the Jade Spirit Berry to exchange for the Millennium Sunken Wood Heart. I may not be willing to exchange the seeds of the Jade Spirit Berry, but if you can find an elixir similar to the Chi Enhancement Pill, I can consider it. Hanyu said here, controlling the puppet Li Crow to turn and go. You businessman hastened to send a voice. 2 months later, at most 3 months, my puppet is still here, or ask for Wood Heart if you do not come, or do not ask for Wood Heart, then it cannot be traded. The puppet Li Crow did not respond again and just walked toward the direction of the small assembly. The 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart was so precious, Hanyu did not intend to use it to trade easily again. Looking at the traveling merchant's description, he thought that those 1,000-year-old sunken wood hearts in Hanyu's hands that had already used the spirit wood breath didn't meet the requirements either, and that they had to be the ones with the spirit wood breath in order to sell at a high price. After traveling 10 miles into the dense forest, the puppet Li Crow entered the small assembly. A group of hidden head and face, wrapped tightly people are trading here, buy things are held in the hands, need to buy. Either they would transmit their voices, or they would talk in low voices. No one was yelling to negotiate the price. Apart from the sound of light footsteps, the entire small assembly was buzzing with the sound of low conversations. Hanyu saw through the puppet's perspective that this place was mainly bartering, mainly pills for elixirs, elixirs for talismans, talismans for elixirs, and talismans for elixirs. There were only 2 people selling spells, and I don't know how powerful they are, and 1 person holding 2 jade slips, selling spells. There is even a person holding a bloody bull, just like selling essence blood. It was unknown how many of these people were casual cultivators, and how many were disciples of Wanchun Valley hiding their identities to make deals. Hanyu saw that the pills in here were at most chi-gathering pills, none of which were as good as clear heart chi-gathering pills, and the elixirs weren't what he needed, so he gradually lost interest. When he was about to leave, a majestic figure moved his feet and arrived at the end of the small assembly, holding a bag with an odd pattern and an animal head in his hand. Hanyu was stunned after just one look. A spirit beast sect token? A spirit beast bag? Control puppet Li Crow stepped forward and asked in a voice transmission, is what you're selling a spirit beast sack? That majestic figure earned, good, spirit beast sect disciples ran to be a spy, was I seized the opportunity to kill. This spirit beast sect token, you can take to the spirit beast sect to enter the practice. There is also this spirit beast bag, there are spirit beasts can carry spirit beasts at any time. Do you want it? Chapter 132 Blood Flying. Spirit beast sect relic, spirit beast bag. Hanyu saw the items in the hands of this majestic male cultivator through the puppet Li Crow, and was a bit skeptical. You killed a spirit beast sect disciple? So what if you did? So what if I didn't? The strong male cultivator will not be able to voice transmission, earn voice is quite loud, to the small assembly to make a deal, still need to explain the reason for the items? The words just fell, a thin cultivator came over. Spirit beast sect credentials how to price? The days of casual cultivators are too bitter, or to worship the clan is good. The male cultivator laughed, 50 spirit stones, or 5 bottles of chi condensation dan, if there is a chi gathering dan is the best, 2 bottles can be. The thin cultivator hesitated again and again, indecisive. At this time, another female cultivator came, that spirit animal bag and how to trade? This one, 100 spirit stones or 4 bottles of gas gathering pills, if there are other, is not non-negotiable, do not condense chi pills or chi practicing early talisman, also do not want to see the grass this kind of low-grade spiritual plants. After the strong male cultivator finished, the female cultivator said, you wait a moment, I'll find my partner to get the spirit stone. Who will wait for you? The stout male cultivator hummed disdainfully, and then dropped his gaze on the puppet Li Crow, you either? If you don't want it, get out of the way, I have to make a deal. The puppet Li Crow said, that spirit beast bag, I'll take it. But I also have to go fetch the chi gathering dan over. Then go quickly, when I come back late, I'll sell it, anyway, I don't care who trades with me. The majestic male cultivator said. At the same time, the skinny cultivator directly pulled out 50 spirit stones. Give me the spirit beast sect token. Good, inspect the goods. That skinny cultivator received the spirit beast sect beast head relic, looked at it carefully, and nodded without saying a word. The puppet Li Crow finished watching this transaction process and turned around to leave. That skinny cultivator also seemed to be done with the transaction and was going to leave at the same time. The two left the small assembly one after the other, and after walking a short distance, the thin cultivator stopped and looked toward puppet Li Crow, looking a bit wary. Fellow Taoist, you first please? Hanyu maneuvered the puppet Li Crow, ready to activate the talisman at any time. Something's not right. From the time he bought the spirit animal bag just now, it seems a bit wrong. Always feel as if he no matter what he buys, someone will rush to buy? Regardless of whether he bought it or not, someone would leave the small assembly with him? With suspicion in his heart, the puppetly crow said, "Good." Walked forward 2 steps. Just at this time, the female cultivator who just said that she was going to get the spirit stones suddenly emerged from the front, with an anxious face, and opened her mouth to say, "Is the one who sells the spirit animal bag still there? I've brought the spirit stones." Before the words fell, Hanyu had already verified the speculation in his heart. Things can't be that coincidental. They're in cahoots. Immediately controlling the puppetly crow, he flew in a diagonal direction, while at the same time moving his mind to make the crows rush over. What a slippery one! The anxious look on the female cultivator's face immediately turned into displeasure. Her feet stepped down, dust flew up, and she shot out at quite a fast speed, while waving her hand and spilling out a piece of fine flying needles, heading straight for the back of the puppetly crow. Hanyu's control puppetly crow only cared about fleeing towards the front, with no intention of stopping or blocking. The female cultivator watched as several of the flying needles pierced into the black clothes, but the person in front of her didn't turn around and continued to run wildly as if nothing had happened, so she couldn't help but be surprised. What kind of person is this? What kind of person is this? Is my poisonous needle useless? Seeing that the prey is about to escape, the female cultivator shouted, "Come up with real skills, do not run away from the fat sheep." The puppetly crow heard this sentence from afar and continued to run wildly for a few steps without stopping, releasing a green banana leaf and stepping on it to leave. Hanyu secretly thought in his heart, "I do not know where there is a break, actually be treated as a fat sheep staring obviously just entered the small assembly for the first time." Along with the female cultivator's mouth shouting, and saw the puppetly crow to ride the green banana leaf to leave. The skinny cultivator who had just pretended to buy the spirit beast sex token flew up with a flying sword at his feet, abruptly increasing his speed and chasing after the puppetly crow. This was a Wanchun Valley disciple. At the same time, the stout male cultivator who had just sold the spirit beast bags was also flying through the forest with a gold-spotted leopard on his back, similarly chasing after puppetly crow from the other direction, and said under his breath, "Stop, spare your life. I have something to ask you." Puppetly crow naturally half refused to stop, but banana leaf, this flying magic weapon, indeed just used to normal rush, not fighting and running, speed even if the full force of the catalyst is not too fast. Just about 10 breaths. Thin cultivator, strong male cultivator left and right to stop the puppetly crow's banana leaf. Immediately after, the female cultivator also rushed over on a banana leaf. "Why don't you make a move to kill him?" the female cultivator asked. The majestic male cultivator grunted coldly. The mission given by the sect was to explore the secrets of the Manchun Valley's land veins, and it's so hard to meet a Manchun Valley disciple, so how can you just kill him? That is your clan's mission, it has nothing to do with me as a casual cultivator. The female cultivator said in disbelief. Furthermore, having a banana leaf as a flying device is a Wanchun Valley disciple? If you kill a Wanchun Valley disciple like me, you can still get banana leaves. The majestic male cultivator riding a golden leopard stared at the puppetly crow and asked under his breath, "Are you a disciple of Wanchun Valley? Outer door or inner door? Today, if you are honest and obedient, perhaps you can still spare your life. If you refuse to listen, I will immediately kill you and feed you to my spirit beasts." The puppetly crow stood silently on the banana leaf. Hanyu was not far away, the crows were quietly approaching the area. Hanyu knew that today was the time for life and death struggle, and those chi-refining talismans carried by the puppet were no longer the best choice. Without a sound, a Foundation Establishment Realm Gengjin Talisman and a Foundation Establishment Realm Thunderbolt Talisman were ready to be launched. The crows had quietly approached the forest within 20 feet. "You are a disciple of the Spirit Beast sect?" The puppetly crow finally opened his mouth, his voice low. "What do you want to ask me? Are you an inner disciple or an outer disciple? The earth vein of your Wanchun Valley." When that majestic male cultivator spoke, the thin cultivator who was stepping on the flying sword warned under his breath, "Be careful, the light of the spirit object on his body has become stronger, he is preparing to inspire something. Kill him." The female cultivator immediately drank. The majestic male cultivator also no longer hesitated. "Kill." At this very moment, a dazzling golden light shot out from in front of the puppetly crow. This golden light was more than a zhang long, and the wind swept towards that skinny cultivator. Seeing this, the skinny cultivator's face suddenly changed and his eyes widened in shock. With his hands in a frenzy, he pinched a protective art talisman and violently galvanized it in front of himself. The talisman instantly bloomed with a layer of faint light, forming a protective barrier. However, this protective barrier was instantly torn apart like paper mache under the impact of the golden aura. This was. The skinny cultivator screamed in shock under his breath and flicked sideways, trying to avoid this fatal blow. Before his voice fell, the golden aura had already swept through. The aura on the skinny cultivator's body only flickered slightly before it was similarly cut open by the golden aura. In an instant, flesh and blood splashed everywhere. The thin cultivator's upper and lower body separated in an instant, dripping and spilling. The residual power of the golden aura did not dissipate but continued to speed forward, diagonally slicing through two large, thick trees before it deeply disappeared into the soil, leaving behind only a shocking crack. Chapter 133 Spirit Eye Exploding Objects. Before the blood from the skinny cultivator's upper and lower body could hit the ground, Hanyu's second killing move had already erupted. Boom! The blinding lightning exploded from behind the puppetly crow, transforming into a bull-thick silver snake that pounced on the stout cultivator. The gold-spotted leopard spirit beast had just shown its fangs when it was struck by the lightning and planted on the ground. A layer of protective light appeared in front of the strong cultivator, followed by lightning blast. Necklace under the neck also shattered. The whole person like a broken sack flew backward for 3 feet, crashed through a tree before being able to stop. The mouth and nose have not yet overflowed, blood has been scorched and dried up, no longer alive. The foundation talisman. The female cultivator's voice changed tone as she screamed. She frantically pinched, poured in spiritual energy, and urged the banana leaf to hastily retreat. Right at this moment, only 21 black shadows stormed up from the forest. The crows were in formation. The big ones were 5 feet long, and the small ones were nearly 2 feet long. At one time, it was like a black cloud, impermeable. Without any nonsense, the big crow waved its wings and sprayed out 4 wind blades. The small crow also waved its wings and sent out 3 wind blades, and the rest of the crows also sent out wind blades in unison. At one time, the wind blades swept and surrounded that female cultivator, not leaving any gaps at all. The puppetly crow's black robe hunted in the airwaves as Hanyu maneuvered it to slowly raise his right hand, a wind blade talisman sparking as he also joined the wind blade infestation in the encirclement. The female cultivator hurriedly blocked the banana leaf in front of her body, her hands simultaneously pinching the protective art talisman, inspiring a protective aura, and screaming urgently under her breath. "Spare my life. I am useful to you." There was no response. Wind blades like a tidal wave turning around her body, banana leaf, 2 protective aura, in the twinkling of an eye was hard worn out by this saturated attack, followed by a miserable scream. A mass of blood and flesh fell to the ground. The puppetly crow swept around. The forest had returned to silence, and there were only curls of smoke on the ground, and 3.5 corpses. The majestic male cultivator, the female cultivator, the golden-spotted leopard, and the lower half of the skinny cultivator. The skinny cultivator's upper body carried an even more obvious bloodstain and hid behind a tree. Hanyu's mind communicated with the flame art crow. The flame art crow hadn't been involved in the wind blade attack just now, so this was the right time to use it. A flame went straight to the back of the tree, but it burned empty. The big crow flew up high, its dark golden pupils sharply scanned the surrounding area, and suddenly cried out in another direction, "Ga." There was no bloodstain in that direction, but it was obviously exactly what the skinny cultivator had done by deliberately staging a maze. The crow circled around, and the puppetly crow also flew away with its feet on a banana leaf, at the same time stimulating its protective talisman. The skinny cultivator saw that hiding was useless, the enemy had already surrounded, he knew that there was no possibility of being spared today, and the remaining upper body emerged from a patch of grass, angrily shouting, "Let's die together." Along with this sound, the thin cultivator's flying sword spirit light suddenly soared, almost shattered, and shot straight in front of the puppetly crow. At the same time, the puppetly crow's left hand sharp gold technique, right hand wind blade technique, 2 talismans were all stimulated, the amulet was also stimulated, another one. The crow's wind blade art followed suit, landing on the upper body of the slim cultivator. The nearly exploding flying swords first crashed through the sharp gold technique and wind blade technique inspired by the puppetly crow, and then shattered the first layer of the body protecting technique as if it were a bamboo. With this moment of lag, Hanyu had already maneuvered his puppetly crow to jump off the banana leaf, avoiding the direction of the flying sword's explosion. In the next breath, the flying sword that flashed with spiritual light swept above the banana leaf and completely disintegrated in mid-air, sending out a violent explosion with blinding light and hot air rolling around. After the explosion subsided, Hanyu's mind moved, and the crows immediately split into 3 groups. One set pecked at the enemy's head to make sure they were dead, while the other set searched for magic weapons and storage bags on these 3 people to see if there were any usable ones. The last group searched the corpses, checking for omissions and piling the corpses in one place. Lastly, there was the flame art crow, which spewed out flame art after confirming that there was no mistake, and burned all of the corpses. The crows were well organized under Hanyu's arrangement, steady and fast, and were packed up in a few moments. Afterward, the puppetly crow rode on a banana leaf and hurried away. The crows dispersed in all directions with their trophies. Hanyu didn't stay long and directly left the vicinity of the Green Harvest Marketplace towards the dense forest near the Spirit Field. When he left, some small gatherings of people came cautiously and quietly, and the puppet of the traveling merchant also came over to watch the action. The scene of the battle was chaotic and there were extremely many traces of spells, like a chaotic battle between 2 waves of people. There were a few people who fought, it was not too clear. The only thing that can be determined is that someone used a talisman of the Foundation Establishment realm. Where did this ruthless person come from? 50 spirit stones a piece of Foundation Establishment talisman also willing to use? What kind of hatred is this? A new ruthless character has come to the small assembly. It's getting worse and worse for casual cultivators. Daylight shone through the mountains and dense forests, dappling the light and spilling it below. The flock of crows quietly surrounded the surrounding trees between the branches, seemingly blending in with the environment to accompany their master. After Hanyu put away the puppetly crow, he began to check the current harvest. From the hands of the traveling merchant, he obtained a jade slip of the geographic powers of the southern region. In the female cultivator's storage bag, there were 50 spirit stones, 2 talismans of protective arts, a jade pendant of Wanchun Valley's outer disciple, a green coat of Wanchun Valley's outer disciple, a jade sketch of Wanchun Valley's green harvest practicing the heart method, and a set of poison needles and quenching liquid, which was exactly the same thing that was used by the original. Her attack on the puppet Li Crow was a puppet, and was not flesh and blood, which naturally caused her attacks to fall short of everything. This female cultivator seems to have killed a Wanchun Valley's outer disciple, and gave herself a good set of Wanchun Valley disciple costume that can coax others. In the thin cultivator's storage bag, there are also 60 or 70 pieces of spirit stones, a bottle of chi condensation dan, cultivation jade briefs are quite a lot. There are ordinary casual cultivators with chi training know-how, flame technique, body protecting technique, and so on 7 or 8 pieces. The most precious are 2 jade slips, which can be called secret arts. A piece of jade slip is the spirit eye art, that is, he saw through the spirit light of other people's body, used to find the fat sheep spell. Because of this spell, the puppetly crow body spirit light was seen by him, only to be used as a target. The other piece is the explosive art. This is the last skinny cultivator catalyzed flying sword self-destructive explosion, a moment comparable to the Foundation Establishment Realm Talisman means. Both of these secret arts were quite useful to Hanyu. Lastly, that majestic spirit beast sect disciples harvest, 1 spirit beast sect token, 1 spirit beast bag, 1 beast heart spiritual pact cultivation jade slip, 1 bottle of spirit beast pill, more than 100 spirit stones, 1 bottle of chi gathering pill, 1 bottle of windblade technique, and a couple of talismans of the protective technique. In total, more than 200 pieces of spirit stones, 6 or 7 talismans, 1 bottle each of chi gathering pill, chi condensation pill, and spirit beast pill, 10 pieces of various types of jade slips that can't be used, and the jade slips that can be used, spiritual sighting technique, explosive objects technique, and geographic powers of the southern domain. The remaining 3 cultivators' protective and offensive items had basically been destroyed. Only the female cultivator's set of poison needles, the spirit beast sect cultivator's spirit beast pouch, and a spirit beast sect token remained. Looking at the spirit beast sect token, Hanyu pondered for a few breaths before instructing Big Crow to bring the 2 storage bags I gave you for safekeeping. Take this opportunity to remove all the original hidden dangers. Chapter 134. Some of the hidden danger items inside the 2 storage bags were grouped together into 1 storage bag, including Wei Shalaw's original spirit beast sect token, the beast heart tunnelling deed, as well as the blood refining technique obtained from the demonic cultivator, along with the blood drops, bloodthirsty technique, blood mist technique, blood transportation technique, and other spells jade slips. Among them, Hanyu had already memorized the blood mist technique and the blood transportation technique, only that he hadn't had a venue to practice them in Wanchun Valley all along, so he hadn't really mastered them. With all of these items gathered together, Hanyu cleaned up some of the items he no longer needed to keep, then returned to Wanchun Valley. Without stopping at the spirit field, Hanyu stepped on his flying sword and headed to the sect's main peak. When he arrived outside Elder Lu's compound on the main peak, the servant informed Hanyu that Elder Lu was over at the Hall of Battles. Hanyu then went to the Hall of Combat, which was not far from Elder Lu's compound and originally belonged to another elder's residence. As soon as Hanyu arrived at the door, a disciple recognized him, greeted him with a smile, and raised his voice inwardly, "Senior brother Hanyu is here." The disciples from the other Hall of Dueling Laws then came out at the sound of their voices and walked out, more than a dozen of them, including inner disciples wearing blue clothes and outer disciples wearing green clothes. Some people smiled and said, "The sect's instructor for us is here." Some also opened their mouths to greet, "Senior disciple Han." Hanyu nodded and asked, "Is my master, Elder Lu, in the fighting hall?" "Elder Lu is free today and is teaching the disciples inside." An inner disciple said. Hanyu said thanks and hurried inside. Seeing that he seemed to have other important matters, the inner and outer disciples of the dueling hall didn't come forward to disturb him. After entering the front courtyard, he didn't see Elder Lu, and went to the small courtyard on the side before seeing Elder Lu instructing 2 disciples to use spells, with more than a dozen disciples standing beside him. Seeing Hanyu at once, Elder Lu showed joy. "My disciple, are you ready to come to the Hall of Spell Fights to become an instructor today?" Hanyu arched his hand and saluted. "Master, I have something to report." "What is it?" Elder Lu sniffed, signaling the 2 disciples to practice on their own as he walked over to Hanyu. Hanyu replied, "I felt that I should be well prepared because I was going to practice against my senior brothers in the Hall of Battles, so I went to the Green Harvest Market to see if I needed to buy anything for preparation. I didn't expect to meet a devil cultivator on the way." As soon as the words left his mouth, Elder Lu's face changed. "You met a devil cultivator?" The disciples of the fighting hall immediately came over with interest. "Senior Han, you met a devil cultivator? Is it powerful? What cultivation level?" Hanyu glanced at Elder Lu. Elder LV had also come back to his senses at this time. Since Hanyu had returned safely, then of course the thing he was most worried about hadn't happened. Since they want to know, you can tell them about it. It just so happens that you're going to teach them how to fight next, and the battle that just happened today just happened to be taken out and explained to them. Hearing this, Hanyu nodded and responded, "Yes, master. I met 3 people, 2 of them were spirit beast sect disciples, and one of them was a demonic cultivator who practiced blood refining techniques." Hanyu had just said the beginning of his story, and the disciples of the fighting hall were all in an uproar. Elder Lu couldn't help himself. "Disciple, wait. You met 2 spirit beast sect disciples and a devil cultivator?" Elder Lu couldn't help himself. "Disciple, wait. Then how did you escape back? What were the cultivation levels of the opponents?" Elder Lu asked the question that all the disciples in the fighting hall were curious about. Hanyu replied, "Master, I don't really know what cultivation level all 3 of them are. It was only from their conversation, and rummaging through their storage bags afterward, that I was able to determine their identities." Elder Lu first nodded. It's normal to not be able to tell someone's cultivation, unless someone is foolish enough to expose their cultivation level all day long. It's indeed not easy to tell the cultivation of the vast majority of cultivators within the same major realm, so it's still necessary to personally perceive and check, or to self-report their own family name. Then realize that something is not right. You rummaged through their storage bags? Apprentice, did you win? Hanyu nodded. "Yes, master, I won," he said, taking out 3 storage bags and a spirit beast bag, handing them over to Elder Lu and introducing them in turn. "Look, master, this is a spirit beast sect disciple's storage bag, which contains spirit beast sect tokens and the beast heart tumbling deed cultivation technique. This is another spirit beast sect disciple's storage bag, which also contains spirit beast sect tokens." The spirit beast pouch was his, and his spirit beast was a golden spotted leopard. This was the devil cultivator's storage bag, which contained jade slips of devil cultivation spells such as the blood refining technique. With Hanyu's introduction, Elder Lu was a bit numb. "You really killed them all?" The disciples of the fighting hall were all excited and thrilled as well. Senior disciple Han deserves to be number 1 in the outer sect. Really killed all 3 enemies. Quickly tell us, how did you kill them? Elder Lu raised his hand. "Don't be in a hurry. Even though Hanyu is my disciple, I have to verify if what he said is true or not. Killing 3 enemies is a big deal. There can't be any mistakes." First asked Hanyu the time and approximate location. Elder Lu raised his hand and called an inner disciple. "Tianziyue, you go to the deacon room to find the deacon Lu Mo. Let him use the deacon room's new magic weapon to contact the Qinghefeng city. Explain this matter to the Qinghefeng city's deacon Songfeng, and let him go to explore the location and traces of the battle. Wait for a return." The inner disciple named Tianziyue led the order and left. Elder Lu said to Hanyu, "That's your 16th senior brother, Tianziyue." Hanyu took note. Elder Lu checked the storage bag again. "This is indeed a magic cultivation technique. This is also indeed the spirit beast sect. Hey, how come there are still Wanshan Valley's outer disciple clothes and jade pendants inside this storage bag?" Hanyu replied, "This is from the beginning. Perhaps this is the spirit beast sect disciples want to mix into our Wanshan Valley as a spy, forged? That's impossible. Every Wanshan Valley disciple's jade pendant is registered at the stone tablet in the deacon's room, so it's simply impossible for an outsider to fake it." Elder Lu said here. His face gradually became ugly. Could it be that he killed a Wanshan Valley disciple and was preparing to blend in? Took out the jade pendant and gave it to another inner disciple. "You quickly go to the deacon's room and probe whether the jade pendant is real or fake, which disciple it belongs to, and where is that disciple?" The inner disciple left in a hurry. Fighting hall disciples were originally curious, excited, watching the fun. At this moment to see actually may involve the life of the disciples within the door. Each and every one of them also faced serious up. About a quarter of an hour later, Deacon Lu, Tianziyue, and the inner sect disciple holding the jade pendant came to the dueling hall together. Elder Lu, Deacon Song has verified that there is no mistake. There are indeed traces of a fight, and the fight was intense. There are traces of the use of talismans from the Foundation establishment realm. Deacon Lu said, "As for this jade pendant, it belongs to a female disciple of the outer sect called Qinjingjing. This disciple once went to the green harvest market and never returned. She has been missing for more than half a year, and now it seems that she has been killed." Elder Lu's face was gloomy and ugly when he heard this, and all the disciples in the fighting hall were also silent. There really was a disciple who was killed. Chapter 135 Ancestral Tree Earth Vein. After Deacon Lu finished his report, he was certain that the Spirit Beast sect's disciple had killed a Wanshan Valley outer disciple, and also certain that Hanyu had truly killed 2 Spirit Beast sect disciples and a devil cultivator. Elder Lu rushed to the sect's main hall with 3 storage bags, a Spirit Beast bag, Deacon Lu, and Hanyu. After meeting sect leader Chi Wanfa, Elder Lu and Deacon Lu respectively stated the cause and effect and discovery comparison. Chi Wanfa was puzzled. There were Foundation Establishment Realm talismans on the scene? Who used it? The disciple used it. Hanyu responded, previously, the disciple had spent 35 small merits to exchange a Foundation Establishment Realm Gengjin talisman and a Foundation Establishment Realm Thunderbolt talisman. Deacon Lu replied from the sidelines, "Sect leader, I personally handled this, it's true." Chi Wanfa nodded, while Elder Lu couldn't help but say, "Good, this talisman is just right. If it wasn't for this talisman, my disciple would have been in grave danger today." "Hanyu, did these two spirit beast sect disciples and the demonic cultivator say anything to you?" Chi Wanfa asked again. "Hanyu, they asked me about my identity and name, and also asked me what the secret of the vein in Wanchun Valley was." "The ground vein?" Chi Wanfa frowned in surprise after hearing this. The three sects of the Spirit Beast sect and the Demon Blood sect, could it be that they're all eyeing our Wanchun Valley's earth veins? What secrets can there be in a sect's earth vein? It's nothing more than containing spiritual chi and connecting the sect's array. Even if our Wanchun Valley is special, it's just an ancestral tree rooted in the earth's veins, and the ancestral tree, earth's veins, and arrays are all one and the same. Outsiders are concerned about prying, and do not repair our Wanchun Valley method. What benefits can be obtained? Suppressing his doubts, after Sect Leader Chi asked a few more questions, Elder Lu smiled and said, "Sect Leader, you see that this matter is confirmed to be correct, shouldn't we give Hanyu a good reward?" Chi Wanfa nodded with his hands behind his back. "It's time for a good reward. Hanyu killed 3 enemies, avenging the death of a disciple of Wanchun Valley. This matter is naturally another great merit, awarding the Transmission Pavilion the number of times to pass the law twice. In addition to the storage bag and spirit animal bag, except for the Spirit Beast Sect token, the Beast Heart Spirit contract, blood refining, etc., the various types of jade briefs used in the sect need to be surrendered to the sect, and the rest are all left to Hanyu himself to use. Reward Chi Gathering Pill. Heart Clearing Chi Gathering Pill." Elder Lu couldn't help but whisper a reminder that Hanyu would be able to cultivate faster if he used the Clear Heart Chi Gathering Pill now. Sect Leader Chi glanced at him and coughed lightly, rewarding 2 bottles of Clear Heart Chi Gathering Pills and 5 talismans of the Foundation Establishment realm. Elder Lu looked at him doubtfully. "Just 2 bottles? No 1,000-year-old sunken wood heart or ancestral tree spiritual liquid? Or Foundation Establishment realm protective talismans would be fine." Sect Leader Chi's tone was slightly hesitant and deliberate. "Wait for me to finish first. Millennium Sunken Wood Heart and Ancestral Tree Spirit Liquid have already been rewarded by Hanyu, and he himself has great merits to redeem, so it's not appropriate to give them again. He has made many meritorious achievements and should have been given a Foundation Establishment Realm reward, but his cultivation is so poor that it is difficult for him to control Foundation Establishment Realm artifacts, and he is also unable to take Foundation Establishment Realm pills. So it was better to let him go to the Earth Vein under the Ancestral Tree for 1 cultivation session to help him raise his cultivation level." Elder Lu was stunned, then overjoyed. "It's a deal. Another question, when?" Elder Wen and Elder Mu are still practicing inside. "I'm afraid it's not too convenient." Sect Leader Chi said, "Wait until they are out of the gate, otherwise the Chi influence will not be able to withstand Hanyu." Elder Lu smiled with joy and nodded repeatedly, then patted Hanyu's shoulder and said, "Now you don't need to find any Chi enhancement pills. Just this one time, it will allow you to go from the 4th level of Chi cultivation to the 5th level of Chi cultivation." Hanyu was surprised, since the clan has such a good opportunity for a breakthrough. "Why don't you give it to all the deacons and disciples?" Elder Lu smiled and said his question, then explained the reason. The ancestral tree is connected to the earth's veins, and it has taken many years for it to contain a little bit of the power of the spirit infusion. Now, a large number of spirit stones and medicines have been put into it, barely doubling the power of the spirit of infusion, and it is only used as a breakthrough for the elders at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment to break through the Jindan. The entire clan. Now the main goal is to let the elders break through to the Jindan realm as much as possible. Naturally, it is impossible to share the profits to other people to use. Now that you have successive achievements, the sect leader has been extra kind and is giving you a chance to cultivate. Even if your spiritual roots are not good and your advancement is limited, it is by no means difficult to give you a layer of cultivation. Why don't you quickly thank the sect leader?" Hanyu hurriedly owed his thanks to Sect Leader Chi. "No need to thank me, thank your master." After finishing his speech, Sect Leader Chi pointed his finger in Elder Lu's direction. "If you're all like you and ask for favors for your disciples, the Wanchun Valley will have to be emptied." Elder Lu laughed and patted Hanyu's shoulder so hard that Hanyu felt a vague pain. "This disciple of mine, not to mention, is the first of his peers in combat, the first of the outer sect in arts, and even the inner sect disciples. How many of them are his rivals? After making a great achievement, do not hurry to improve his cultivation, not a waste of his natural talent?" Chi Sect Chief feels that this Lu Qing is in the way, not to mention that he first started to rob his disciple, and now as soon as he has time, he will show off his disciple, and also help his disciple to grab the benefits. On the other hand, Hanyu's achievements are amazing and his merits are constant, and he can really afford to have Lu Qing's high hopes. Naturally, this is not to avoid calling out the more people look at the more unpleasant feeling. "How come this disciple is not mine?" Sect Leader Chi directly waved his hand. "Go, this matter is settled." Elder Lu chuckled. "Sect Leader, do we want to hear how Hanyu fought the enemy? Taking so many favors, showing off isn't over yet?" Sect leader Chi was nearly laughed out of breath. The golden crown on top of his head trembled slightly, his corded gold robe and long sleeve waved, his Jindan cultivation burst out, sweeping Elder Lu, Hanyu, and Deacon Lu out of the hall and landing softly on the ground. Roll! What angry LV elder smilingly grabbed Hanyu's shoulder. Go to the Deacon room to receive rewards, and then a good inventory of how many benefits this time. Deacon Lu followed on the sidelines, also with an amused face. From the Deacon's room recorded a great merit, passing the law twice, and then let out 2 bottles of clear heart gathering Chi Dan, and 5 Foundation Establishment Realm Talismans. The 5 Foundation Establishment Realm Talismans were the Gangjin Talisman, Thunderbolt Talisman, Foundation Establishment Amulet, Blazing Flame Talisman, and Cold Ice Talisman. Afterwards, Hanyu returned to his residence with Elder Lu. Hanyu got a bottle each of Beast Spirit Pill, Chi Gathering Pill, Chi Condensation Pill, Spirit Beast Pouch, more than 200 Spirit Stones, a set of poison needles, 6 or 7 Chi Refining Stage Talismans, and 3 storage bags, all of which were loot that the sect knew about. The clan does not know the spoils of war. There is the Spiritual Eye Art, Explosive Art 2 Spells Jade, Hanyu in advance to collect. In addition to this, the clan had given the most important reward in addition to the generous rewards. Entering the ancestral tree earth vein and borrowing the extremely precious spirit infusion power to cultivate once. Elder Lu smiled and said, the sect leader definitely couldn't decide at first, or it was only after I repeatedly urged him to give it. Even so, tomorrow I will have to talk to Elder Yen, Elder Bai, Elder Mao and the others again, so that they don't object. This opportunity is too rare, so prepare yourself and work hard to cultivate and improve. Strive to ascend to the 5th level of Chi cultivation in less than a year, when the benefits of entering the ancestral tree earth vein for cultivation will be even greater. Yes, disciple knows, Hanyu solemnly responded. Elder Lu also solemnly urged, also, the ancestral tree vein is a matter of great importance. When the time comes, we have to reconfirm your identity, qualifications and techniques before we can let you enter. Before that, you should not rely on your extraordinary talent to cultivate indiscriminately. You're only allowed to have the green harvest Chi practicing heart technique and beast heart tongling deed, got it? Chapter 136, All Laws Are Understood. When Hanyu heard this, he was stunned. All of them have to be retested? This is natural, including everything on the body must be tested, and at that time, even the storage bag is not allowed to bring in. Elder Lu said, if not, come a spy, bring in poisonous and dirty things, the ancestral tree, the veins of the earth are dirty, the mountain protection array cannot work, will not be more harmful than the enemies of the Jindan realm? Hanyu's mind was racing. How could he not expect himself to be in trouble because he was too highly regarded? In this situation, if Hanyu gave up the opportunity to not go to the ancestral tree vein to cultivate, then the sect leader and elders would immediately know that he had a problem. Who would give up this rare opportunity to directly enhance his cultivation? Only someone with a ghost in their heart. But if he went to the ancestral tree vein to cultivate the blood refining technique instead, even if he was heartless enough to abolish the 5th level of blood practicing cultivation, and his 4 spirit root qualification became 3 spirit root qualification, what would he say when his identity was verified? The spirit refining technique was also a secret technique that Wanchun Valley did not allow to be practiced. It was clearly a good thing to enhance his cultivation, but all of a sudden he was in a dilemma. If he went to practice, he would expose his spirit root changes and blood refining technique. If he didn't go to practice, he would be suspected of something strange, and it wouldn't make sense. Hanyu thought back to the past. The Wanchun Valley was peaceful and quiet, not murderous. The sect leader and elders valued Hanyu, and Elder Lu was extremely protective of Hanyu. In particular, the Beast Heart Spirit contract has set a precedent. Hanyu had shown exceptional talent and had never jeopardized the clan or others. No matter what, the clan would never directly kill him. After taking a slight breath, Hanyu made a decision. Master, you've already said a bit too late when you told me not to cultivate indiscriminately, and I've already cultivated some other techniques and secret arts. With this test, not only will I not be able to go to the ancestral tree vein to cultivate, I'm only afraid that I'll be severely punished by the sect. Elder Lu looked at Hanyu in shock. You've practiced other techniques and secret arts? Hanyu nodded. What have you practiced? Elder Lu's face was grave as he reached out and pressed Hanyu's shoulder, asking in a deep voice. The Yin sword technique given by the Spirit Sword Sect's Supreme Elder. This I know, the sect also knows. Is this what you were going to say? Elder Lu's expression eased slightly. Hanyu shook his head. There's more. What else? Back 2 years ago, when the sect hadn't yet banned the spirit refining technique, Chu San sold me 2 spell jade slips at the time, one of which was the spirit refining technique. Elder Lu was shocked, reaching out to probe Hanyu's dantian and meridians. You've practiced the spirit refining technique? Ha! Why doesn't it look like it? There is no damage to your body. Did you try it and feel it was too difficult, so you didn't practice it again? If that's the case, neither the clan nor the master will blame you. Ju-san has deserved to be punished for victimizing a fellow disciple. You were just duped, so naturally you won't be dealt with. Hanyu shook his head slightly. No, master, I've succeeded in my cultivation. I refined a spiritual root and became a 3 spirit root cultivation qualification. Elder Lu was incredulous. How is this possible? The spirit refining technique is only a secret technique that a Jindan cultivator has figured out by himself, and it is harmful to the body, not only in terms of sickness and loss of life, but also in terms of damage to all parts of the body and loss of origin. Even if there are more resources, it would be difficult to make up for it all. How did you succeed in practicing? Hanyu whispered, I do not know how to cultivate successfully, just so cultivation, spend more than a year on success. I'll take a look at it if you can stimulate your own spiritual roots. Elder Lu said impatiently. Hanyu took the initiative to stimulate his spiritual roots, allowing Elder Lu to use his mana to probe clearly, 3 colored spiritual roots, gold, wood, and water, with green wood being the brightest. Elder Lu's jaw dropped. How did you cultivate successfully? Disciples also do not know. Hanyu said, the spirit refining technique says that the conditions are harsh and the damage is extreme, but I don't feel these flaws. Also, the greenwood body protecting technique says that it requires a lot of spirit wood breath to cultivate successfully, but I don't know how it happened, so I slowly cultivated it successfully. Hiss you this. Elder Lu stared at Hanyu in disbelief. This talent of yours, is it not just a born artistry talent, but an omnipotent? What's a universal master of all arts? It's the love of the heavens, what others can't learn and need to consume a great deal of cost, in your hands can be easily learned. Elder Lu said, gradually a little excited, could it be that you are really all-knowing? If that's true, practicing the spirit refining technique isn't a big deal. But it's a big deal. I have to take you to sect leader Qi, Elder Yen, and the others to verify it properly. After saying the words, and patiently and carefully checking Hanyu's body, Elder Lu frowned slightly, always feeling that there is something strange. No, there is still something wrong with your cultivation, and blood Qi disciple, you won't still have something to hide, right? Hanyu nodded. Disciple also practiced the convergence art and the spiritual blood art. Because of the breath convergence technique, as long as master teacher doesn't disrupt my spiritual breath concealment, he won't be able to see my true cultivation. Elder Lu sniffed and realized, again, just like the illusionary body technique, your breath convergence technique is also unique and has other wonderful uses. Nodding his head, he praised, well, good. Then he asked, what is the spirit blood technique, a secret technique? Hanyu replied, Ju-san sold me 2 secret arts, one is the spirit refining art and the other is the spirit blood art. The spiritual blood technique is about running blood Qi every day, increasing the amount of blood Qi, and finally attacking people with essence blood released outside the body. Elder Lu expressed his understanding after hearing this. Oh, so that's why no wonder your blood Qi is also so vigorous, so it's because you've practiced the spirit blood technique. It sounds as if it's a bit similar to the demon blood sex secret technique. But it doesn't matter, as long as you don't harm people, don't cultivate blood refining technique will be fine. Said here, and then opened his mouth to ask, disciple, this is all accounted for, right? Is there anything else you've practiced secretly? Hanyu shook his head slightly. Master, no more, I only practiced these. Elder Lu laughed. Okay, this little disciple of yours, he seems to be the most well-behaved, but he's actually the most ill-behaved. He secretly practiced the spirit refining technique and the spirit blood technique, not to mention the breath convergence technique to hide the truth from the world. This time, if not into the ancestral tree vein cultivation need to retest identity, the entire clan who would not have thought that you this little disciple actually has quietly become 3 spirit root cultivation qualification. Alright, remove the breath containment technique and let me see your true cultivation level. When Hanyu heard this, he withdrew the breath convergence technique under the 1000 illusions mystic techniques enchantment. At this time, Elder Lu checked his foundation establishment mana once more, and immediately couldn't laugh anymore. You have already practiced Qi 5th layer? What is that blood symbol in the center of the Danjiang point? You practiced blood refining? Hanyu was confused. No, I was practicing. Ju-san gave the spiritual blood art, daily operation of blood Qi, generated blood symbols. As for my cultivation, after I became a 3 spirit root qualification, my cultivation became much faster, and I didn't dare to publicize my breakthrough to the 5th level of Qi cultivation for fear of arousing suspicion. I don't dare to announce that I broke through to the 5th level of Qi practicing for fear of arousing suspicion. Elder Lu looked at him with a serious face and checked his Danjiang acupoint blood talisman again. This is a big matter, you follow me to see the sect leader. Chapter 137 Triple Test. How do you go and return? What's the matter? Elder Lu had just led Hanyu to the entrance of the main hall when sect leader Qi's voice came out in an unfavorable manner. Haven't you shown off enough? Elder Lu's voice was serious. Sect leader, my disciple Hanyu may be able to pass all laws, so please ask the sect leader and all the elders to verify it. Sect leader Qi listened to his serious voice, not bragging, and did not see how excited he was, but more solemn, and also slightly puzzled to walk out. This is a good thing. Why is Elder Lu so serious? Elder Lu sighed, because this disciple of mine has been victimized by Ju-san. 2 years ago he rashly cultivated the 2 jade slips sold by Ju-san, and now although he has quietly cultivated successfully, in the end he doesn't know the consequences exactly. On the one hand, I guess that he may be all-powerful, on the other hand, I am worried that he has been damaged in his origin by secret techniques of unknown origin. Sect leader Qi also had an angry look on his face when he heard this. It's this black sheep again. The sect gave him a chance to reform himself, but he colluded with outsiders. Had I known that his heart was so bad, I should have killed him earlier. He also asked Elder Lu and Hanyu, what secret techniques did Hanyu learn from Ju-san? Elder Lu reached out and pressed Hanyu's shoulder, telling him to relax. Sect leader, this child Hanyu is young and may not speak thoughtfully, so it's better for me to speak. As far as I know, Hanyu first practiced Wind Blade, Sharp Gold, and Body Protector spells to become proficient, sending them out with no delay, and then he practiced Illusion Body and Eye Confusion spells to excel, which were stronger than the spell Jade Slip itself. After that, he practiced the secret art of Greenwood Body Protecting technique, and quickly succeeded in practicing it without the aura of Spirit Wood. The Spirit Beast Sex Beast Heart Tumbling Deed was also a quick introduction, and now I'm able to drive several crows. The Spirit Sword Sex Supreme Eldarine Hong gifted me with the sword technique, which I've also successfully cultivated, and its power is no worse than that of a sword cultivator. Today I learned that Hanyu practiced 3 other spells. One is the astringent technique. Even if the foundation realm, you have to break through his spiritual breath masking to discover his true cultivation. Chi Master smiled a little at his words, his eyes condensed like electricity, probing Hanyu through the air. Yes, this astringent art is indeed quite extraordinary by his cultivation. It's hard to detect without breaking open the spiritual breath masking. Afterwards, the smile on his face slowly disappeared, his eyes fixed on Hanyu. An invisible fluctuation deadlocked Hanyu. But whenever this disciple dares to make any movement, he will immediately be killed on the spot. Prior to this, because Hanyu never suspicious, and worship LV Elder, Chi Sect leader, although Jindan cultivation, but never such an aerial probe and break Hanyu spiritual breath cover. After all, as a sect leader, Jindan cultivator, for no reason to attack, hostile to a repeated achievements and worship teacher elder of the outer disciples, is really unthinkable. But today, after taking a forced look, I actually detected the existence of a blood talisman in Hanyu's Danjong point, so how can sect leader Chi act as if nothing has happened? Sect leader, I haven't finished yet. Elder Lu sighed and stepped forward, blocking Sect Leader Chi's aura lock. Sect Leader Chi's brows were cold. What? You still don't know? LV Ching, this is the blood refining demon technique, it's not a trivial matter. After saying that, instead of withdrawing his chi, he enveloped Elder Lu as well. I know, please let me finish, Sect Leader. Elder Lu said with slight difficulty as he withstood the pressure of Sect Leader Chi's Jindan Chi with his foundation cultivation. Speak. Sect Leader Chi's Jindan realm was on display, enveloping Elder Lu, Hanyu's master and disciple, without the slightest intention of retracting it. Elder Lu was not well before Hanyu. Although Hanyu was only bearing the aftermath, he was equally not well. The whole person was like being stared at by poisonous snakes and fierce beasts. A sense of fatal threat attacked from all sides, causing the body to be taut to the extreme. In addition to the breath convergence technique, my disciple practiced Ju-san's 2 jade slips of unknown origin. The first was the spirit refining technique. He managed to refine a spirit root and went from a 4 spirit root qualification to a 3 spirit root qualification. Sect Leader Chi didn't look happy when he heard this, but instead stared at Hanyu. For spiritual roots turned into 3 spiritual roots, and the 4th level of Chi cultivation turned into the 5th level of Chi cultivation? Are you Hanyu, or is there someone else? Disciple is Hanyu. Hanyu endured the immense pressure from the residual power of the Jindan and gritted his teeth as he opened his mouth to answer. Sect Leader Chi didn't respond and listened to Elder Lu continue. The other door is the spirit blood technique that Ju-san sold to my disciple, saying that by operating the blood chi daily, one can condense essence blood and release it against the enemy. Sect Leader Chi frowned. What spiritual blood technique? I'm asking you, when did he learn the blood refining technique? Elder Lu hurriedly explained. Sect Leader, Hanyu cultivated the Greenwood body protection technique, which was cultivated without the use of the spirit wood breath, and it was difficult to break through his defenses at the late stage of chi cultivation. He cultivated the spirit refinement technique, and he also managed to refine a spirit root by directly cultivating it. This spiritual blood technique, he operates the blood chi every day, then naturally has the blood symbol. To reach the devil cultivator needs to swallow a lot of blood food in order to reach the 5th level of blood cultivation. Sect Leader, this disciple of mine is a master of all arts and is in no way a spy. Sect Master Chi's Jindan aura was not restrained, and his cold eyes scanned the 2 disciples. You can't say it. Elder Lu anxiously said. Sect Leader. Who is a spy who can have such a great talent? If it is not the heart of the clan, he could have left and hid elsewhere to be the most powerful group of casual cultivators. Why stay in the clan and confess to us? Chi Sect Leader's face is a little bit more relaxed, although this is the case, but it is still suspicious. This matter can't listen to your side of the story, nor can I alone decide. Speaking under his breath, he finally withdrew his Jindan Chi. And also opened his mouth to transmit the voice. Let Jindan elders Yen Ming, White elders, Mao elders all come to the hall. With the golden Dan aura lock dispersed, Elder Lu, Hanyu 2 people all 4 had gradually emerged fine sweat like a tiger encountered in the mountain forest, and luckily managed to escape. A few moments later, Elder Yen 3 people came one after another, saw the scene serious, also asked what happened. With his hands behind his back, sect leader Chi spoke of Han Yu's killing of 2 spirit beast sect disciples and a demonic cultivator, as well as his cultivation of the spirit refining technique and the spirit blood technique. Elder Yen and the 3 of them were all stunned and shocked at once, and one after another, they personally sensed Han Yu's cultivation level and spirit root at this moment. Elder Bai muttered, 5th level of Qi cultivation, 5th level of blood cultivation, and refining a spiritual root. If this is true, righteous and evil laws are unimportant. The first order of business is to verify if this person is Han Yu. Elder Yen added, also, verify how many impurities are in his blood qi, and whether he has swallowed blood food. If he has swallowed a blood meal, whether it's a human or a beast, it can be found out after all. If these 2 items can be passed, Han Yu will be a true disciple of our Wanchun Valley, a talented disciple. Elder Yen and Elder Bai both proposed, and Elder Lu immediately agreed. Elder Mao also nodded his head in agreement. If he is truly a genius who is versed in all the laws of our Wanchun Valley, we will find out sooner rather than later and reuse him sooner, so there is no need to be suspicious anymore. I propose that we add a special secret technique at the end and limit him to practicing it successfully as a test of being a master of all arts. Chapter 138 Star Luo Drawing Machine. If he passes the 3 tests of identifying himself, checking whether or not he has taken blood food, and using a secret art to check whether or not he is a master of all laws, then Han Yu's disciple can be reappointed with confidence. Do you all agree? After the 3 elders finished speaking, sect leader Chi asked. Elder Yen and the 3 elders nodded. Elder Lu reminded, after verification, don't announce his true cultivation and talent, lest someone come to harm. Sect leader Chi was instantly silent and couldn't help but respond with a sentence, you are big-hearted, wait until he passes first. Also, the cultivation of the ancestral tree earth vein. This matter must not be. Sect leader Chi said in unison with Elder Yen and the other 4. It involves the life and death of the sect, there is no room for error. Elder LV sighed, if it is true that all the laws are understood, and cultivation is just a matter of slowly and painstakingly ascending, wouldn't it be a pity? This LV Qing, up to now he still wants to reap benefits for his disciple. Sect leader Chi couldn't help but get angry. Elder Yen, I think, we also need to check on Elder Lu. What do you guys think? His disciple is suspected, he may not be unsuspected. Elder Lu was stunned, then came back to his senses, frankly opened his arms. Okay, check it. My disciple and I both have a clear conscience. It's not just me saying a few more words? I don't believe it. Well, Elder Lu, you say a few words, Han Yu's body has not yet removed the suspicion, do not talk about what the ancestral tree vein thing. Elder Yin said, put his palm on the body of Elder Lu. Jindan mana quickly traveled once. Elder Lu did not steal the cultivation of blood. The master, you do not be angry, he is just love disciple eager. Who doesn't know that he looks at this kid Han Yu like a baby? Elder Lu looked at Elder Yen in dismay. After all, you're really looking into it, he said. Is it possible that I'm still a suspect? That's for sure, the clan is in crisis, but whenever there is a suspicion, it must be investigated clearly. Elder Yen said in a serious manner, the corners of his mouth slightly taut on his gloomy face. She said, well, first take Han Yu to the deacon's room to record the name of the obvious root, drop blood on the palm of the hand, to verify the identity. Then take his blood, hair 3 samples, placed in the red silver sand does not change color is not taking blood food. If these 2 things are verified correctly, then he is basically innocent. Let's go together. The 4 elders all agreed. So the 5 of them took Han Yu with them and went to the deacon's room. Deacon Lu Mo, inner disciple Shang Yan, outer disciple Lu Yun, and the others were stunned at the situation. Sect leader, elders. All disperse first, there is something to be done. Elder Lu said. Deacon Lu nodded in response, causing Shang Yan, Lu Yun, and the other disciples to leave the deacon's room. Turning back, Elder Lu was looking at him. You also leave first. Deacon Lu was stunned, I have to leave too? Nonsense, if he is not trustworthy, how many trustworthy ones are left in the sect? As Sect Master Qi spoke, his Jindan Qi swept out, eliminating all possibility of leaks. Han Yu, come forward. Han Yu, come forward. Lu Mo, help him apply blood to his palm and check his identity against when he first recorded his name and revealed his roots. Deacon Lu looked at Han Yu in surprise. Han Yu has just made a great achievement today, and he has to go to the ancestral tree vein for cultivation, so how come he needs to check his identity from the very beginning? Surprised, his hands did not lag, piercing Han Yu's skin with a fine needle, taking out a drop each of fingertip blood and ear root blood, smearing them on the palm of Han Yu's hand, signaling Han Yu to come forward. Han Yu pressed his palm on the stone tablet at the deacon's office, and a warm sensation came. 12 years old at the time of entry, 4 spirit roots. Now 2.5 years later, 14 years old, 3 spirit roots, 5th level of Qi cultivation. Deacon Lu was shocked, it's me, but his cultivation and spiritual root are not right. It's good that it's me. Sifu Qi's expression eased, do not spread the word, got it? Outside to say, he is still 4 spirit roots, practicing Qi 4th layer. Deacon Lu nodded, realizing that the sect wanted to verify Han Yu's identity and protect him. Take a copy of the red silver sand. Sect leader Qi ordered again. Deacon Lu took out a portion of red silver sand for exchange and handed it to sect leader Qi. The Jindan magic power lifted the red silver sand and floated it in the air before everyone's eyes. According to sect leader Qi's instructions, Deacon Lu took out Han Yu's blood, hair, and essence blood and put them into the red silver sand one after another. This red silver sand is used for alchemy, refining artifacts can also be used, the most cannot be mixed with dirt, if there are more impurities in the items, will immediately make it discolored. After blood, hair, essence blood triple verification, red silver sand does not change color. Han Yu's heart finally relaxed completely. From now on, he would have no more hidden dangers in the Wanchun Valley, and could cultivate with peace of mind. Seeing the results, the expressions of sect leader Qi and Elder Yan were also visibly relaxed and eased. Elder Lu was even more joyful. What did you say just now? My disciple is definitely fine. Alright, don't sell yourself short again. Elder Bai reminded that since the 2 tests proved that Han Yu was himself and hadn't taken any blood food, that means he's gifted, and he can do anything. Since that's the case, for the 3rd test, let's pick a better secret art for him and consider it a reward for him in passing. Elder Lu couldn't help but mutter, what kind of reward is this? Han Yu's qualifications are poor, his cultivation is slow, and he needs the power of the spirit infusion to improve, but the ancestral tree vein gave him the opportunity to cultivate, and now he's taking it back. This matter really can't be done. She said seriously, ancestor passed down the foundation, Wanchun Valley up and down thousands of cultivators' life, have to be careful. Then he bravely killed 3 enemies, so such a merit is not rewarded? Moreover, there are so many disciples in the entire Wanchun Valley who haven't verified their identities, so how come they have to be more wary of a disciple whose identity has been verified and whose talent is exceptional? Confirming that Han Yu's identity was undoubted, Elder Lu's back was very strong at this time, so he argued with reason. Sect leader Qi and the 3 elders looked at each other, and finally pondered either change the reward, or look at Han Yu's performance in the future. When Elder 1 and Elder Mu are out of the gate, and we all recognize Han Yu's performance, this opportunity to use the power of the ancestral tree's vein to infuse the spirit will be given to him. Elder Lu knew that this should be the sect leader's final concession and looked to Han Yu, disciple, what do you say? Han Yu replied, I'm willing to continue to perform and wait for the sect leader and the elders to recognize me. Sect leader Qi gazed at him and softly explained, Han Yu, it's not that we don't recognize you, it's just that the ancestral tree vein is a matter of great importance and we have to guard against it. Back to the topic, now that your identity has been verified correctly, there is only one verification missing to see if you are a master of all laws. I will give you a secret art that I obtained when I traveled to the central heavenly domain when I was young. This secret art, I can be sure that no one in the entire southern domain will have learned it, and naturally, you won't learn it in advance, so it's just the right time to verify that you're all powerful. After Han Yu answered. Sect leader Qi took out a silver white jade slip from his storage bag and gazed at it for 2 breaths without saying a word, seemingly recalling something. Only afterward did he hand it over to Han Yu. Don't lose the jade slip, and return it to me within a month regardless of whether you've been initiated or not. Han Yu nodded and took it, inquiring, Sect leader, what secret art is this? Is there anything I should pay attention to? This is the Star Luo drawing machine technique, what there is to pay attention to, I don't know. Sect Master Qi said indifferently. Elder Lu was stunned, you don't know either, and you dare to bring it out for my disciple to use? Didn't I say so? No one in the entire southern region has learned it, including myself of course. After finishing, Sect Master Qi turned around and whisked his sleeves away. Disperse, after a month, return the jade slip to me.